Chapter 1, Making Trouble at Chen's House. Su Feng, do you agree or not? Please express your opinion. Chen Yashue urged impatiently. Su Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, glanced blankly at the four people in the living room, and was secretly shocked in his heart. Isn't this my ex-wife Chen Yashue's family? Su Feng, don't play dumb. Do you agree or not? If you don't agree, we won't get married. Seeing that Su Feng remained silent, Chen Yashue's tone became more impatient, and there was a hint of annoyance on her face. Xiao Su, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's only 300,000 yuan. Isn't the relationship between you and Xiao Shui worth this little money? Zhou Chunhua said with a look of regret that she continued to put pressure on Su Feng and engage in moral blackmail. I've told you this guy is unreliable, but you didn't believe me. Now you see it. Asking him to give me an extra 300,000 is like asking for his life. Sister, I say you should break up with him. You're so stingy before you even get married. I'm afraid he'll get even worse after he marries you. Anyway, with your conditions, it's not like you can't get married. Brother-in-law Chen Jiaming said with a sneer. Faced with the pressure and ridicule from his ex-wife, ex-mother-in-law and ex-brother-in-law, Su Feng was certain of one thing. He was born again. Reborn to the eve of marriage. In his previous life, he was madly in love with Chen Yashue and thought he had met true love. Under pressure from his ex-wife's family, he gritted his teeth and agreed to increase the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan to a total of 680,000 yuan. He originally thought that after agreeing to their request, tomorrow's wedding would go smoothly. But unexpectedly, before the wedding car arrived at the hotel for getting off, Chen Yashue asked for 18,800 yuan as a fare. Before the wedding, she even privately stated that she needed her parents to give her 24,000 yuan as a fee to change her name, otherwise the wedding would not take place. This made his parents very angry. But in order to avoid embarrassing themselves in front of relatives and friends, the parents had no choice but to agree. After the wedding, the mother was so angry that she went to the hospital. After marriage, Su Feng worked 3 jobs to pay off the debts from marriage and mortgage and car loans. Chen Yashue quit her job and became a full-time housewife. Even though she knew her family was in huge debt, she still spent money lavishly. Su Feng advised her to be frugal. After all, the family still had a lot of debts. But she accused him of not knowing how to make money and not being able to support his wife, and asked him what kind of man he was. 3 years passed like this, and Su Feng finally paid off all his debts and saved more than 100,000 yuan. Then I planned to invest the more than 100,000 yuan. When he asked Chen Yashue for money, she said that she had lent the money to her younger brother Chen Jiaming. This made Su Feng very angry and a quarrel broke out between the two sides. Chen Yashue took advantage of this quarrel to file for divorce. After 3 years, Su Feng understood many things and realized that his ex-wife's family was a slum, so he agreed to divorce. Later I learned that the reason why Chen Yashue filed for divorce was because she had an affair with a rich second-generation man during her marriage, and it was Zhou Chunhua who introduced them. Even many years later, when Su Feng thought of his ex-wife and her family, he still felt heartbroken and hateful. Unexpectedly, God gave him a chance to be reborn. Su Feng, what exactly do you mean? Are you going to get married or not? Chen Yashue urged again. Hearing this, Su Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he said slowly, increasing the betrothal gift by 300,000 is no problem, but how much dowry will you give? When these words were spoken, the ex-wife's family of 4 were all stunned. Then, Chen Jiaming's voice sounded in exasperation. Su, you are daydreaming. My sister is so outstanding, it's good enough for her to marry you, and you even want a dowry. Xiao Su, this is your fault. It's already good enough that we can let Xiao Shue marry you. How can you ask for a dowry? As a person, you shouldn't be too greedy. Zhou Chunhua also said with a gloomy face. Chen Yashue didn't say anything. She was staring at Su Feng. She felt vaguely that her boyfriend seemed different from before. Facing the accusations from Chen Jiaming and Zhou Chunhua, Su Feng smiled and said, since there is no dowry, I won't give you the betrothal gift. What? Several people exclaimed. Su Feng, what do you mean? Say what you just said again. Chen Yashue stood up and pointed at Su Feng and shouted angrily. Su Feng said slowly, Xiaoxue, don't you think our car worth more than 100,000 yuan is not good enough for you? How about asking uncle and aunt to buy a car worth 500,000 yuan as a dowry? This way, you will have face when you drive it out, right? Fuck, a car worth $500,000, and you're asking for such a high price. Chen Jiaming cursed angrily. Chen Yashua's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this, but before she could speak, Zhou Chunhua said, Xiaosu, you disappoint your aunt so much. Your uncle and I were quite optimistic about you, but now we have to consider whether to marry Xiaoxue to you. Facing Zhou Chunhua's threat, Su Feng was not panicked at all. Okay, you guys think about it again, and cancel the wedding. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. I still have to go to the wedding company and the hotel, as well as the relatives and friends who are attending the wedding to explain. Oh, and please also ask uncle and aunt to return the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift to me. After all, the wedding is not going to be concluded, and the betrothal gift cannot be returned, otherwise uncle and aunt will be considered a fraud. The four people present were dumbfounded when they heard this. The atmosphere in the living room also fell silent for a few seconds. After a while, Chen Yashue came to her senses and screamed, Su Feng, what do you mean? I want you to apologize to me and my parents immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for breaking up with you. Okay, let's break up then. Su Feng's face suddenly turned cold. You bastard, you must have someone else outside, that's why you want to dump my sister. I'm going to beat you to death. Chen Jiaming suddenly jumped up, roared, rushed towards Su Feng, and punched him in the face. Facing Chen Jiaming's attack, Su Feng dodged sideways and then hit him in the lower abdomen with a knee. Then Chen Jiaming fell to the ground with a groan. He was the leader of the Sanda Club during his college years. Seeing this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Su Feng's eyes. In his previous life, he wanted to teach this brother-in-law a lesson. After he got married, this guy often came to his house to eat and drink, and he also had no respect for his brother-in-law and often ordered him around. And his ex-wife often secretly gave him money. The more than 100,000 yuan he had saved for 3 years was used by his ex-wife to pay compensation because of the trouble caused by this little bastard. He didn't have the chance to teach this kid a lesson in his previous life, but now that he has the chance, he certainly won't let it go. Su Feng, you are crazy, how dare you hit my brother? Chen Yashue yelled with resentment. Are you blind? Didn't you see that he was the first to start? Su Feng would not tolerate her and retorted. You little bastard, if you dare to hit my son, I will fight you to the death. Zhou Chunhua rushed over screaming and stretched out her claws to scratch Su Feng's face. Su Feng, who was prepared, dodged and caused Zhou Chunhua, who was rushing towards him, to stagger and almost fall to the ground. At this time, Chen Yashue, who had just helped Chen Jiaming up, couldn't help but shouted angrily, Su Feng, you dare to hit my mother. Don't accuse me wrongly. I didn't hit her. She wanted to scratch me, and I just dodged. Su Feng said with a smile. Xiaosu, you've gone too far. You are not welcome in my Chen family. Please leave immediately. At this time, Chen Ziyuan, the former father-in-law who had always acted as a transparent man, spoke. Okay, I'm leaving. By the way, please remember to return the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift, otherwise, I'll sue you for fraud. After saying this, Su Feng strode away. He didn't have a good impression of Chen Ziyuan and Su Feng either. This old dang was even more insidious than the other three. In his previous life, he had always been the good guy in front of him, making him think that this old guy was a good person. As soon as he walked out of the Chen family's gate, an abrupt voice sounded in Su Feng's mind, the male god sign and system has been bound, and a novice gift package is given. Do you want to receive it? Chapter 2 Newbie Gift Pack. Oh my god, system. Su Feng's face was full of surprise and he couldn't believe it. However, he did not immediately receive the novice gift pack, but hurriedly took the elevator to the underground garage. After getting on the bus, he silently shouted in his heart, System, receive the novice gift package. When he was tired in his previous life, he would occasionally read online novels to relax, and his favorite was system novels. Unexpectedly, he would be hit by the system one day, so he knew how to communicate with the system. Ding, the novice gift pack is opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster level Xingyiquan. Would you like to fuse it? Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a first prize lottery ticket. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a storage space. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a negative emotion exchange badge. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback card. Would you like to claim it? Fusion of Grandmaster level Xingyiquan. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng's mind was filled with a lot of experience about Xingyiquan. At the same time, a heat current appeared in his body and quickly spread to his limbs and bones, transforming his body at an extremely fast speed. 2 minutes later, Su Feng waved his fist in the car, with a faint sound of breaking air. At this moment, he felt that his body was several times stronger than before. System, is there an information panel? Suddenly, an illusory panel like a projection screen appeared in front of him. Male God sign-in system. Host, Su Feng. Age, 24. Height, 182 centimeters. Physical fitness, 99. Spirit, 84. Value, 82. Charisma, 80. Skills, Xingyiquan Grandmaster. Number of sign-ins, 1. As the panel appeared, some relevant information was also injected into Su Feng's mind. First of all, the physical and mental limits are both 100 points. A physical fitness of 99 points is already very close to the limit of the human body. This is a byproduct improvement after integrating the Grandmaster level Xingyiquan. As for the spirit of 84, it is outstanding among ordinary people. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to earn a monthly salary of over 20,000 yuan within 2 years after graduation. As for his height, he was only 180 centimeters tall originally, but after learning Xingyiquan, he grew 2 centimeters taller. Secondly, you will get one check-in opportunity every month. After closing the system panel, Su Feng received the first prize lottery ticket. But he found that the numbers on the lottery ticket were blank. Then the system injected information into his mind, and he realized that he only needed to fill in a random line of numbers, and the lottery ticket would become a real lottery ticket and win the first prize of 5 million. So Su Feng found a pen from the car and filled in a line of numbers on it. Then, he saw that the lottery ticket turned into a real lottery ticket. The purchase was made 3 hours ago today. The prize draw will be in 1 hour. For a moment, Su Feng was somewhat expectant. After putting away the lottery ticket, Su Feng received the storage space. Then, with a thought, he saw a 10 by 10 by 10 space. Similarly, the corresponding information was injected into his mind. This storage space can only store dead objects, and the time inside is at a standstill. TSK, if I use this storage space to do overseas purchasing, I can easily make millions in a year. Su Feng said thoughtfully. Of course, Su Feng was just thinking about it. It would be too low to do overseas purchasing when he already had the system. Get the badge of negative emotions. Suddenly, an illusory black badge appeared in his hand, and at the same time, the corresponding information was injected into his mind. I'll go. After learning about the function of the negative emotion badge, Su Feng had a sense of being mistaken. Because after wearing this badge, one can collect the negative emotions of everyone within a 10-meter radius centered on his body. What is the use of negative emotions? Can be exchanged for cash. 1 point of negative emotion can be exchanged for 100 yuan. If this thing had appeared when he was reborn, then he would have collected at least thousands or even tens of thousands of negative emotions when he was yelling at his ex-wife at her house. But he was relieved immediately, because the matter between him and his ex-wife's family would not end so soon, and there was still a chance. After choosing to wear the negative emotion badge, Su Feng also received a consumer cashback card. After this card is activated, you can get cash back for consumption within 24 hours, with the cashback multiple being 110 times. Su Feng decided to wait until he received the bonus before spending, so that he could make the most of this cashback card. The next moment, Su Feng started the car and drove out of the underground garage. He first went to the hotel to cancel tomorrow's banquet. The 10,000 yuan deposit he paid could not be recovered, but Su Feng didn't care about it, as he was the one who breached the contract first. After leaving the hotel, he went straight to the wedding company. It was already a little after 10 when he returned home from the wedding company. During this time, he used his mobile phone to search for tonight's winning numbers, and the numbers were exactly the same as those on his lottery ticket. You can go to the lottery center to collect the money tomorrow. Thinking that 4 million would soon be deposited into his account, Su Feng was in a very good mood. But when he returned home, he found his parents sitting on the sofa in the living room with unhappy expressions on their faces. Son, what's going on between you and Xiao Xue? Mom Lin Huili asked with a worried look on her face. The talks have fallen through, so this marriage is off. Su Feng said. What's going on? Lin Huili asked. Su Feng said, their family wanted to add 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, but I disagreed, so the negotiation fell through. I have withdrawn from the hotel and the wedding company. By the way, I also need to notify relatives and friends so that they don't make a wasted trip tomorrow. Why are you so impulsive? Can't you just have a good talk? Father Su Jigang said sadly. How can we talk without money? Su Feng said helplessly, in order to get married, our family has been emptied out and we have also borrowed a lot of foreign debts. Now we need another 300,000 yuan. Where can we get it? The Su family is not native to Donghai City, but from a small county town more than 50 kilometers away from Donghai City. My father Su Jigang and my mother Lin Huili are both teachers. My father is a middle school teacher and my mother is an elementary school teacher. In the previous life, in order to get the additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, my parents borrowed money from relatives and friends overnight, and said that they would mortgage the house and return the money to them when they returned to their hometown. Later, after they got married, Su Feng and Chen Yashue agreed that he would repay the 300,000 yuan. But Chen Yashue refused. Then have a cold war with him. After finding out about this, his parents said that they would pay the money back since they could still earn money. This made Su Feng feel very guilty. Old Su, how about we mortgage the house? At this time, my mother Lin Huili said. It's too late. I've already withdrawn from the hotel and the wedding company. Even if I had the money, I couldn't hold the wedding. Su Feng said, Mom and Dad, and I've already broken up with Chen Yashue. Even if I want to get married, she may not agree, so don't worry about it. Son, why don't you reconsider this? Mom advised. Mom, to be selfish, have you ever thought that if I agree to their terms and get married, I will owe a huge amount of money? You don't want me to work myself to death to pay off the debt in the next few years. If I break down from exhaustion, it won't be worth it. Besides, I promise that I will give you a grandchild in 2 years. What he said was holding his grandchildren, just holding his grandchildren, not getting married. He may have the physique to attract bad women. 2 years after his divorce from Chen Yashue in his previous life, he met another woman, who was also divorced and had a child. If even Dorgan couldn't handle it, naturally he, a mere ordinary person, couldn't handle it either. In short, after marrying my second wife, a lot of shit went wrong. Just a year and a half later, he divorced again. And he also took away half of the property. He never married again after that. Having experienced the bitter lessons of his previous life, he naturally wouldn't want to get married or fall in love again. The best way is to go for the body rather than the heart. Chapter 3 Chen Yashue was slapped in the face. The old couple received Su Feng's guarantee that they would have a grandchild within 2 years, and after seriously considering his words, they felt that they did think they could, so they accepted the cancellation of the marriage. In fact, there is no way to refuse to accept it. After all, my son has already acted first and asked for permission later. So next, the family of 3 divided the work and called relatives and friends to inform them that tomorrow's wedding was cancelled. By the time I had notified all relatives and friends, it was already after midnight. Everyone simply washed up and went back to their room to rest. This house was bought by Su Feng with a mortgage. It is not big, only about 70 square meters, and it has 2 bedrooms and 1 unit. He is a programmer and a very good one. Even if he was usually frugal, his savings were emptied after he made the down payment. In fact, he prefers to rent a house. But Chen Yashue disagreed. If she wanted to get married, she must have a house and a car. Therefore, the decoration costs of this house and the money for buying a car were all given by my parents. Similarly, the previous betrothal gift of 380,000 yuan and the money needed for preparations before the marriage were also given by my parents. Not only did he drain the family savings of his parents over the years, he also borrowed a lot of money from relatives. In his previous life, he was blinded by greed and agreed to his ex-wife's family's unreasonable request to increase the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan. In the end, he even made his mother so angry that she was hospitalized. He felt guilty when he thought about it. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to start over and also gave him a system as a gift. Then, he must be filial to his parents in this life. Of course, I also have to take revenge on my ex-wife's family. After all, that family is not a good one. With the thought, Su Feng's eyes fell on the negative emotion badge. The number above is no longer 0, but has reached 2,200. But Su Feng did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt quite guilty because these 2,200 points of negative emotions were all provided by his parents. Because he can see where the negativity is coming from. Lin Huili was worried about her son's marriage and had 100 negative emotions. Su Jigang was angry that the Chen family suddenly increased the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan, and had 200 negative emotions. Lin Huili felt guilty about the change in her son's marriage and developed 500 negative emotions. Su Jigang hated the Chen family's greed and generated 400 negative emotions. Bite. It's not the system notification sound, but the WeChat notification sound. Su Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Chen Yashue. Su Feng, I will give you another chance. Come to my house immediately to apologize and I will consider forgiving you. Even though it was just text, Su Feng could feel Chen Yashue's bossiness and superiority. Unfortunately, he was no longer the same person he used to be, and would no longer be manipulated. At the same time, he sneered in his heart, go to your house downstairs to apologize, what do you want? So he decisively turned his phone to flight mode, turned off the lights and went to sleep. Having just been reborn and having experienced so many things, Su Feng was already very tired, so he fell into a deep sleep not long after lying down. Time goes back to when Su Feng left the Chen family. Touching his aching lower abdomen, Shen Jiaming angrily cursed, fuck, that bastard was too ruthless, I will make him pay sooner or later. He felt very ashamed that he was knocked to the ground by that coward tonight. In the past, Su Feng was always timid in front of his sister and tried to please him, his future brother-in-law, in every way possible. Therefore, he looked down on the other person in his heart. But tonight, the other party's personality changed drastically. Not only did he dare to confront his sister and mother, he also attacked him. Old Chen, it looks like Su Feng wants to break off the engagement. What do you think we should do? Zhou Chunhua ignored her son. After all, the fact that he could still curse meant that everything was fine. What she was most concerned about now was the hundreds of thousands of betrothal gifts that were about to fly away. Mom, don't worry. Su Feng will definitely call and apologize within 2 hours. Chen Yashue said confidently. She knew this man so well, and loved him to the core. In the past, whenever we had a conflict, the other party would take the initiative to admit their mistakes and apologize within 2 hours. The reason why her personality changed drastically tonight was probably because her family pushed her too hard. After all, she knew the Su family's situation too well. Are you sure? Zhou Chunhua looked at her and asked. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Chen Yashue said proudly, in order to marry me, his family has already borrowed a lot of foreign debt. We proposed to increase the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan. He just couldn't accept it for the time being. When he calms down, he will definitely call me to apologize. Mom, after I get the betrothal gift, can you buy me a new car? At this time, Shen Jiaming interrupted. Why buy a new car? It's better to buy a house. Zhou Chunhua said unhappily, once you have a house, you can get married in the future. I'm still young and don't want to get married so early. Let's buy a car. Chen Jiaming objected. When Chen Yashue heard her mother and brother discussing using her betrothal gift to buy a car and a house, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. But she thought of the ideas her parents had instilled in her since she was a child. You only have one brother, so you must be good to him. Your brother is the one closest to you. If you are wronged in the future, only your brother can help you out. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Time passes slowly. Chen Yashue, who had not received any call from Su Feng, suddenly became a little panicked. Thinking of this, she called Lin Huili and just said that she and Su Feng had a dispute over the marriage, and did not mention increasing the betrothal gift by 300,000. She could see that Su Jigang and Lin Huili both wanted their son to get married as soon as possible, otherwise they would not have spent all their savings and borrowed a lot of money from relatives to arrange the wedding. I believe that after learning the truth, the old couple will persuade Su Feng to apologize and help raise money. Unfortunately, her plan was doomed to fail. After all, Su Feng was no longer the original Su Feng, but a person who was reborn from the future. Soon. The time came to the early morning. Chen Yashue, who hadn't received Su Feng's apology call, was angry and annoyed. Does this guy really want to break up with me? No, we can't break up. Although she usually disliked Su Feng for belittling him, in fact, she also knew that Su Feng was already relatively outstanding among the ordinary young generation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dated and married him. Besides, if they broke up now, she would get nothing. After all, Su Feng had already promised her that after they got married, her name would be added to the property title and the car would also be transferred to her name. Even if we have to break up, we must get the car and the house. So, after a slight hesitation, she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Feng. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. After waiting for 10 minutes without receiving a reply from Su Feng, Chen Yashue became increasingly angry and almost threw her phone in anger. Furious, she started calling Su Feng. But what I got was a message saying that it was out of service area. Ah! Chen Yashue was so angry that she called Su Feng over and over again. But every time it says it is out of service area. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Su Feng was awakened by a knock on the door. Son, get up and eat. The voice of my mother Lin Huili came from outside the door. Immediately. After responding, Su Feng started to get dressed and get up. After breakfast, my parents suggested that they go back to their hometown. Su Feng persuaded them, Mom and Dad, please stay a few more days. You finally came here. Since I have already taken 3 days of wedding leave, why not take advantage of these 2 days and take you around the East China Sea for 2 days? Zhou Jigang shook his head, forget it, the class I teach will take the college entrance examination next year, I have to go back and watch over them. Su Feng tried to persuade them a few more times, but seeing that his parents disagreed, he had no choice but to drive them to the station. After seeing her parents off, Su Feng drove to receive the award. Successfully got a check for 4 million. After going to the bank to transfer another 4 million into his account, he decided to spend lavishly. Don't forget that there is also a cashback card in the novice gift package. Spending money is equivalent to making money. Chapter 4: Buying a car. Generally speaking, besides women, there are 3 other things that are more attractive to men, namely cars, Baiyu and games. Although Su Feng couldn't afford a luxury car before, it didn't stop him from getting some information about luxury cars. And among many luxury cars, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class is one of his favorite cars. So, he drove directly to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. More than 20 minutes later, Su Feng drove to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. As soon as I parked the car, a young and beautiful female salesperson came to greet me. Her appearance was over 85. Hello sir, are you here to look at the car? Han Yingying asked politely. Yes. Excuse me, sir. What is your name? Do you have an appointment? Han Yingying asked again. My last name is Su, and I don't have an appointment. Then please come in, Mr. Su. My name is Han Yingying. I will show you around. Is that okay? Sure. This 4S store is quite large, with hundreds of Mercedes-Benz cars of various models in the showroom alone. Among them is the G-Class, which Su Feng likes. Suddenly, Su Feng interrupted Han Yingying's introduction, pointed at the black Mercedes-Benz G and asked, what is the landing price of this car? After a moment of hesitation, Han Yingying said, it should be around 3.5 million. If I pay today, how long will it take for me to get the car? Su Feng asked again. Hearing this, Han Yingying was delighted and thought to herself, am I going to place an order today? But after she carefully examined Su Feng's attire, her heart sank again. Looking at the way Mr. Su was dressed, it didn't seem like he could afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. But she still smiled and said, it will take about a week. Su Feng frowned slightly, well, if you can guarantee that I can pick up the car within 3 days, I can pay today. Of course, if the price can be more favorable, it will be even better. Ah! Hearing Su Feng's words, Han Yingying felt like she was hit by a pie, and hurriedly said, Mr. Su, why don't you go to the VIP lounge to rest for a while, and I'll go ask the manager for instructions first, what do you think? Can. Su Feng nodded. Just as Han Yingying took Su Feng towards the VIP lounge, another salesman came towards them, leading a couple who were holding hands and looking intimate. Su Feng, why are you here? The woman in the pair said with some surprise. This woman's name is Mu Yuqin. She is one of the vice presidents of their company. She is over 40 years old, short and fat, but she likes to have fun and especially likes to eat grass around the house. Su Feng's appearance is still quite good. Therefore, he was also targeted by Mu Yuqin. She wanted him to be her gigolo, and said that if he followed her, in addition to giving him a considerable amount of maintenance money every month, she would also support him to become the head of the technical department. Not to mention that the other party's reputation had long been ruined because she was too perverted and once sent a kept gigolo to the hospital. Just talking about the other party's appearance and figure made Su Feng unable to bring herself to speak. What's more, he was already in a relationship with Chen Yashue, so it was even more impossible for him to agree, so he tactfully rejected the other party. Therefore, during that period, he was harassed by his supervisor about working overtime. Fortunately, after a while, Mu Yuqin found a new pretty boy and stopped making things difficult for him. Hello, Vice President Mu, I'm here to buy a car. Su Feng responded calmly. So which car do you plan to buy? Mu Yuqin asked. Vice President Mu doesn't need to worry about this. Su Feng was in no mood to waste time talking to Mu Yuqin, and urged Han Yingying to continue leading the way. I was surprised to see Su Feng dare to give me the cold shoulder. Plus, this guy had rejected her before. Mu Yuqin was furious and said sarcastically, "Little girl, don't be fooled by this guy. He is just an ordinary employee of mine. I'm afraid the purchase of the car is fake, and he is just trying to pick up girls. You have to keep your eyes open to avoid being cheated of money and sex." After hearing what Mu Yuqin said, Han Yingying began to feel a little suspicious and became more wary of Su Feng. "If you think I would cheat you out of money or sex, you could just replace me with your colleague." Su Feng ignored Mu Yuqin and spoke indifferently to Han Yingying. "Mr. Su, don't get me wrong, I don't think so." Han Yingying hurriedly explained that she had been working here for almost a month, but had not sold a single car. Therefore, facing Su Feng, who might buy the G-Class, she had to give it a try no matter what. Even if the other party did not buy it, it would only be a waste of some time, which was not a loss for her. As for defrauding money and sex, I have already been on guard. Even if the other party has this idea, it will not succeed. Then let's go. Mr. Su, please come this way. Seeing that Han Yingying didn't believe her, Mu Yuqin was very angry. "I say, little girl, why don't you listen to advice? Do you have to suffer a loss before you regret it? Because she has brains and won't believe some fat pig's nonsense." Originally, Su Feng was too lazy to bother with Mu Yuqin, but he didn't expect the other party to continue to slander him, so he had no choice but to fight back. "Su Feng, you little jerk, how dare you scold me?" Hearing Su Feng call him a fat pig, Mu Yuqin was furious and screamed, "Believe it or not, I will have you fired immediately." As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and prepared to dial a number to have Su Feng fired. Suddenly, she had an idea and said to Su Feng with a fierce smile, "If you kneel down and apologize to me now, and kowtow 3 times, I will let you go." "Whatever you want. Do you really think I want to stay in that crappy company?" Su Feng said disapprovingly, not to mention that he was now a reborn person, had countless opportunities, and had a system to rely on. He didn't care about a job at all, and even if he was not fired, he planned to resign. His company is a gaming company. More than a month ago, the company launched a project to develop a large-scale 3D game, investing nearly 200 million yuan. The company's top executives are very optimistic about this game. But in fact, the game failed in the end. Due to the huge investment, the company was unable to recover and went bankrupt not long after. Seeing that she couldn't threaten Su Feng with her job, Mu Yuqin's eyes flashed with coldness. "Well, Su Feng, if you dare to offend me, I will make sure you can't survive in Donghai." Cut. Su Feng sneered, stopped talking nonsense with the other party, and strode away. Soon, Han Yingying led Su Feng to the VIP lounge. After asking Su Feng's request, he poured a cup of tea and hurried to see the manager. A few minutes later, Han Yingying followed a middle-aged man back to the VIP lounge. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Zhang Dongchang, the manager of this 4S store." "Hello, Manager Zhang. Mr. Su, let's sit down and talk." A few minutes later, Zhang Dongchang asked Han Yingying to bring the car purchase contract. Yes, within these few minutes, the two parties have reached an agreement to deliver the car in 3 days with a price discount of 100,000. After checking the contract and finding no problems, Su Feng signed his name happily. "Mr. Su, you only need to pay a deposit of 100,000 today, and the remaining balance will be paid on the day you pick up the car." "That won't work." Su Feng shook his head. "What do you mean?" Zhang Dongchang asked with a smile. "It's too troublesome to pay in 2 installments, let's pay it off in one go today." Su Feng said with a smile. Han Yingying, who had been serving tea nearby, heard this and immediately thought Mr. Su was very handsome. Zhang Dongchang was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "To be honest, I have never seen someone as straightforward as Mr. Su. Take out the prepared POS machine." Su Feng also handed over his bank card. Zhang Dongchang swiped the card himself. Card swipe successful. "Mr. Su, please enter the password." After Su Feng entered the password, Zhang Dongchang's smile became even brighter when he saw the successful transaction displayed on the POS machine. Also at this moment, the system prompt sounded in Su Feng's mind. Host spent 3.4 million and got 5 times the cash back. Immediately afterwards, Su Feng felt the cell phone in his trouser pocket vibrate. He calmly took out his cell phone and clicked on the text message from the bank. When he saw this text message, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He became a multi-millionaire. The 5-fold cashback totals 17 million. Together with the remaining 650,000 in the card, his balance reached 17.65 million. In his previous life, he lived for most of his life, and his account balance never exceeded 1 million. The next day after he was reborn, he became a multi-millionaire. It must be said that this is the life he wants. Putting away his phone, Su Feng said to Zhang Dongcheng, "Manager Zhang, that's all for today. I'm leaving first." "Okay, I'll take you there." "Mr. Su, I'll see you off too," Han Yingying said quickly. Since Xiao Han is going to send Mr. Su off, I want to join in the fun. Upon hearing this, Han Yingying blushed. But at this moment, Zhang Dongcheng winked meaningfully at Su Feng. "I didn't expect that I had just taken a few steps." I met Mu Yuqin again. The accompanying salesperson was still selling enthusiastically, but Mu Yuqin's face showed obvious impatience. But the moment she saw Su Feng, she suddenly became alert. "Look, let me tell you what, how can someone like him afford a Mercedes-Benz? What bad luck! I should have checked the almanac before going out today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered such disgusting things," Su Feng said unhappily. Upon hearing this, Han Yingying laughed out loud. Chapter 5: Sign and Rewards. Hearing Han Yingying's laughter, Mu Yuqin found it particularly irritating. She dodged and rushed to Han Yingying, slapped her in the face, and cursed viciously, "Who do you think you are, little bitch? How dare you laugh at me?" Seeing the fat palm coming towards her face, Han Yingying couldn't help but turn pale, because she didn't expect Mu Yuqin to dare to hit her, and she forgot to dodge for a moment. Seeing that the hand was about to slap her in the face, Han Yingying couldn't help but close her eyes in fear. But after waiting for a while, she found that the hand had not landed on her face. She quickly opened her eyes and found that the hand that was fanning her cheek was caught by Su Feng. Suddenly, a feeling of gratitude surged in her heart. "Mr. Su, thank you," Han Yingying said quickly. "You're welcome." Su Feng let go of Mu Yuqin's chubby wrist and pushed her away. Then he took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the palm of his hand that had grabbed Mu Yuqin's wrist. Then he handed the tissue to Han Yingying. "Please help me throw it away." "Okay, Mr. Su." Han Yingying took the tissue and quickly ran to the trash can. Mu Yuqin felt greatly insulted by their behavior. She was so angry that her fat body was shaking and her face turned livid. She stared at Su Feng with resentment. "Su, you dare to humiliate me like this? Let's see what happens. In 3 days at most, I will make you kneel down and apologize in front of me. What if you can't do it?" Su Feng asked with a sneer. "Humph, if you can't do it, I'll take your surname," Mu Yuqin said, gritting her teeth. "Forget it. People like you will lower the appearance of our entire family and raise our entire family's weight. It's better not to take my surname," Su Feng said with disgust. "What happened?" Just then, Zhang Dongcheng heard the quarrel and came over. "Manager Zhang, you're here at the right time. Quickly ask the security guard to throw out this little jerk who came here to cause trouble," Mu Yuqin shouted angrily. "That one do." Zhang Dongcheng shook his head and said, "Mr. Su just bought a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and is a VIP guest of our store." The reason why he said this was to indirectly tell Mu Yuqin that since the man could afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, he must not be an ordinary person, so you should stop making trouble. He knew Mu Yuqin. He had been to their store many times, and each time he came, he brought a different pretty boy with him. But in fact, she came here many times, but never bought a car. And every time he comes, he puts on a condescending look. Therefore, he didn't like this woman very much. "What? He's the only one who can afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class?" Mu Yuqin said in disbelief. As far as she knew, Su Feng was just an ordinary programmer. How could he buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? "Mr. Mu, Mr. Su has indeed just paid the full amount and ordered a Mercedes-Benz G-Class from us. I can be responsible for my words," Zhang Dongcheng said seriously. After getting Zhang Dongcheng's guarantee, Mu Yuqin's face suddenly turned red. She knew that it was impossible to deal with Su Feng with the help of the 4S store, so she snorted coldly and walked outside. The pretty boy hurriedly chased after him. In fact, Mu Yuqin brought the pretty boy to look at cars not because she wanted to buy one for him, but because she wanted to use the purchase of the car to tempt the pretty boy to agree to some excessive conditions. This trick of hers has always worked. Several of her previous pretty boys were tempted by the idea of buying her a car and served her very hard. But afterwards, she would make excuses for various reasons. As for whether the pretty boy will leave, she doesn't care at all. If you leave, just change to another one. Manager Zhang, thank you. Su Feng said to Zhang Dongcheng. You're welcome. It's my duty. Zhang Dongcheng said with a smile. Okay, Manager Zhang, I'll be leaving first. See you next time. After waving to Zhang Dongcheng, Su Feng continued walking out of the forest store. Han Yingying hurriedly followed and took him directly to the parking lot and said, Mr. Su, thank you so much for what you did just now. Can we add each other on WeChat? I would like to treat you to a meal when you have time. Okay, you scan me. Su Feng took out his mobile phone and called up the QR code. Ding sound, the friend is added successfully. After driving out of the forest store, Su Feng's eyes fell on the negative emotion exchange badge. The negative sentiment, which was originally only 2,200 points, soared to 15,000 points. After checking, Su Feng discovered that these negative emotions came from Mu Yuqin, her pretty boy, the salesperson who served Mu Yuqin, Zhang Dongcheng, and Han Yingying. Of course, Zhang Dongcheng and Han Yingying's negative emotions were not directed at him, but at Mu Yuqin. Among them, Mu Yuqin made the greatest contribution. She alone provided 11,000 points of negative emotions. What a rage! Su Feng couldn't help but tease. With a sudden thought, he converted all 15,000 negative emotions into money. Soon after, another 1.5 million was added to his account. The balance exceeded 19 million, reaching 19.15 million. More than 10 minutes later, Su Feng drove to Jincheng International. Yes, he came here to buy a house. He also did a lot of research when buying a house a few months ago. Jincheng International is one of the most upscale residential areas in Donghai City, and the prices are also very high, with the price per square meter reaching over 30,000. And the top price hasn't been reached yet. At its peak, the price of Jincheng International would soar to more than 75,000. Because Jincheng International is also a school district house, even when the national housing prices plummeted later, the price of Jincheng International did not fall below 50,000. Su Feng doesn't care whether it is a school district house or not. What he cares about is that the houses in Jincheng International are fully furnished and he can move in right away after buying them. An hour later, Su Feng signed his name on the house purchase contract. After completing the card swipe, the sales consultant looked at him differently and gave him some hints. Unfortunately, Su Feng had high standards and pretended not to understand the other party's hint. I returned to the car with the purchase contract. Su Feng took out his cell phone and opened the text message that the bank had just sent. The cost of this house purchase was exactly 5.5 million. Unfortunately, I only got 3 times the cash back this time. Even so, it still earned 16.5 million. And his balance became 30.15 million. Looking down at her own outfit, Su Feng decided to buy some clothes and change her look. But at this moment, the phone rang. It was Chen Yashue calling. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on Su Feng's face. The cashback card was only valid for 24 hours, and he had to hurry to spend the cashback. He had no mood to care about Chen Yashue, so he hung up directly. But the other party hit again. Su Feng frowned slightly, then hung up again and blacklisted Chen Yashue's number. On the other side, after hearing the prompt tone, Chen Yashue realized that she had been blocked. He actually dared to block me? Chen Yashue shouted in disbelief. Then, a surge of anger surged in her heart. She said to Chen Jiaming, who was playing mobile games, "Give me your phone?" "Wait, my game isn't over yet," Chen Jiaming said, staring down at the phone screen. "It's already this late, and you're still playing games. That bastard Su Feng has blocked me. I think he really wants to break up with me. Once we break up, the betrothal gift will have to be returned." After hearing what Chen Yashue said, Chen Jiaming also panicked. He quickly quit the game and handed the phone to his sister. On the other side, in the car, I heard the phone ringing and found out it was Chen Jiaming's number. Su Feng hung up decisively and chose to block the number. After thinking about it, he also added Chen Yashue's parents' numbers to the blacklist. He didn't have time to deal with them today, so he would go to their house to deal with them tomorrow. Chapter 6: Chen Yashue's pair of best friends. Half an hour later. Donghai International Financial Center Shopping Mall. This place is very famous in Donghai City, because the third floor of the mall is home to various luxury brand stores. Almost every day, internet celebrities and some fake socialites come here to check in. At the same time, there are many high-end restaurants on the fourth floor of the mall. Su Feng had been here before, accompanying Chen Yashue, but he was always nervous every time. The main reason is that the consumption here is too high. The first time I came, I bought a bag and a piece of jewelry for Chen Yashue, spending almost 20,000 yuan. The second time I came, I didn't buy a bag or jewelry, but just had a meal on the 4th floor, which cost me more than 3,000 yuan. Even though he felt sorry for the money, he couldn't show his unhappiness at that time, otherwise, Chen Yashue would be unhappy. If she got angry, he would have to coax her in a humble manner. When revisiting the old place, Su Feng's mentality was completely different. It really proves the saying that if you have money in your pocket, you will not be worried. After parking the car, he took the elevator to the 3rd floor. He glanced at the signs of many shops and walked into the LV store calmly. "Welcome to the LV store, what would you like to buy?" A smiling shopping guide came up and asked respectfully. "Please help me choose 2 sets of clothes that fit me. By the way, I want the ones without obvious logos." Su Feng didn't want to waste time and said directly to the shopping guide. "Okay, sir, may I ask about your budget?" The shopping guide asked kindly. "Price is not an issue," Su Feng said with a smile. "Please wait a moment, sir. I will help you choose." Just 3 minutes later, the shopping guide came with a set of clothes and asked Su Feng to try them on. After Su Feng took the suit into the fitting room and put it on, he looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. The saying "clothes make the man" is indeed true. He is much more handsome now than before. When he walked out of the fitting room, the salesperson's eyes lit up slightly, and she took the initiative to help him straighten his collar, smiling and saying, "Sir, this suit suits you very well." Smelling the fragrance emanating from the other person, Su Feng smiled and said, "You have good taste. I'll take this one. Have you prepared the second set of clothes?" "It's already matched, please wait." Soon, the other party brought the second set of clothes. Su Feng went into the fitting room again to change. I have to say that this shopping guide has good taste in clothes. The 2 sets of clothes she matched were both very much to his liking. So he changed his clothes and walked out of the fitting room, and told the shopping guide that he wanted both sets of clothes. Suddenly, the smile on the salesgirl's face became particularly bright. "Yes, sir, this way please." There are 6 pieces in 2 sets of clothes, with a total consumption of 162,000 yuan. After completing the card swiping, the system prompt sounded. "Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-fold cashback of 1.62 million yuan. It actually opened 10 times as high." Su Feng was a little surprised. In other words, he not only got 2 sets of clothes for free, but also made more than 1.4 million. Soon after, a text message from the bank arrived. Su Feng took a look and saw that the balance had reached 31.608 million yuan. "Hello sir, these are your clothes, please keep them. Also, this is the VIP card our store gives you. With this card, you can get a 9.5% discount on all purchases in our store, except for limited edition items." As she spoke, the salesgirl handed over another card. "Thanks." Su Feng thanked him, took the clothes and card, and prepared to leave. At this time, the salesgirl said, "Hello, sir, can you add me on WeChat? I will notify you when we have new products in the future. If it is inconvenient for you to come to our store, you can also contact me on WeChat. We can provide door-to-door delivery service." There is such a service? Su Feng felt that he had lived his previous decades in vain. So he nodded, took out his phone and added the other party's WeChat. After leaving the LV store, Su Feng turned around and walked into the Versace store diagonally opposite. He spent 120,000 yuan at the Versace store, buying 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. However, this time I didn't get 10 times the cash back, I only got 5 times. The balance in his bank card also increased to 32.088 million yuan. Looking at the handbag in his hand, Su Feng thought for a moment, took the elevator to the underground garage and put it in the car, then went to the watch area on the 3rd floor again. After some selection, Su Feng took a fancy to a mechanical watch from Vacheron Constantin. In fact, he didn't really like this watch. What he was attracted by was its price, which was 860,000 yuan. "I want this watch," Su Feng said directly. "Okay sir, please come over here to pay," the shopping guide said with some excitement. At this moment, a pair of women walking hand in hand not far away saw Su Feng. One of these 2 people is called Zhang Yao and the other is called Sun Lin. They are all Chen Yashue's classmates and best friends. Zhang Yao works as a financial officer in one company, while Sun Lin works as a receptionist in another. They were invited to be Chen Yashua's bridesmaids, so they had already asked for leave in advance. After learning that the wedding was cancelled, they wanted to go to Chen Yashua's house to inquire about the situation, but Chen Yashua said that she was not at home because of something, so the two of them made an appointment to come here for a walk. Unexpectedly, I met Su Feng. Lin, that looks like Su Feng. Zhang Yao pointed at Su Feng. What do you mean as if? It's him. This guy is so generous. After his wedding was ruined, he still had the mood to come here and hang out. Sun Lin said with some dissatisfaction, and felt sorry for her best friend. It seems he is not just strolling around, he is buying watches. Zhang Yao's eyes suddenly widened because she found Su Feng handing the bank card to the cashier to swipe it. The watches here seemed to be quite expensive. Could Su Feng be engaging in revenge spending? Sun Lin said thoughtfully, should we inform Xiao Xue that he has spent all the money for the wedding? If they get back together, what will they have to get married with? It's too late to inform Xiao Xue. He has already paid the bill. Zhang Yao said, because Su Feng had already swiped the card and left with the watch. Suddenly, Zhang Yao had an idea, let's go over and ask how much money Su Feng spent. Isn't this bad? Sun Lin hesitated. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not against the law to ask. So Zhang Yao took Sun Lin to the Vacheron Constantin watch counter and said, hello, pretty girl. I want to ask, what watch did that person buy just now? Excuse me, who are you? We are Su Feng's friends and we are just curious about which watch he bought. You guys follow me. The salesperson took the two girls to a counter and pointed at the watch Su Feng had just bought and said, Mr. Su bought this watch. 860,000. Zhang Yao couldn't help but exclaimed. Sun Lin was also incredulous. How could Su Feng afford such an expensive watch? Both of them are good friends of Chen Yashue, and they are quite familiar with Su Feng's family situation. His parents are just teachers in a small county town, and he himself is also a programmer, although his income is not bad. But after paying the down payment on the house, it was already empty-handed. It was his parents who paid for the car and the house renovation, and he even borrowed a lot of money for the wedding. How could he possibly afford a luxury watch worth 860,000 yuan? Soon, the two girls left the watch section. Lin, do you think you should tell Xiao Xue about this? Zhang Yao said hesitantly. Chapter 7, My best friend has other thoughts. Not for now, said Sun Lin. Why? Zhang Yao asked, puzzled. Sun Lin's eyes flashed with a hidden light, and she said, their marriage is broken, Xiao Xue must be feeling bad. If we tell Xiao Xue about this, she will feel even worse. How about we follow Su Feng quietly and see what he is going to do? It seems to make sense. Zhang Yao nodded. So the two girls followed Su Feng to the fourth floor. The fourth floor of the mall. As soon as Su Feng stepped into a restaurant, he spotted two sneaky figures out of the corner of his eye. They were Zhang Yao and Sun Lin. In fact, he had already discovered them on the third floor. After all, he is a master of Xingyi, with keen perception, and he had already noticed that the two women were peeping at him. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Since Zhang Yao and Sun Lin can become good friends with Chen Yashue, they are naturally not good people. Let us talk about Zhang Yao first. She currently works as a financial officer in a company. Although her appearance is not as good as Chen Yashue and Sun Lin, she is also a beauty. Based on a score of 100, she would score around 80 points. She works in a private company. Her boss is in his early 30s and is married with children. But a year later, the boss of this company will get divorced and marry Zhang Yao. Their marriage lasted only half a year. After the divorce, Zhang Yao got nearly 5 million in cash and a house. In less than a month, she hooked up with an even richer tycoon, and within half a year, she succeeded in getting promoted and married the tycoon, who was in his 40s. As for what happened next, he didn't know. After all, he had divorced Chen Yashue in his previous life, so naturally he had no way of knowing about Zhang Yao's situation. But judging from the fact that Zhang Yao defeated the original wife twice to take the position, she is a scheming and resourceful woman. Let us talk about Sun Lin. This girl's appearance is the highest among the three, with a score of about 90. Relatively speaking, she is far inferior to Zhang Yao in scheming. Sun Lin has always wanted to marry a rich man. About half a year later, she will meet a rich second-generation guy in a nightclub. But the rich second generation just wanted to have fun and never thought of marrying her. After a few months, the rich second generation got tired of her and kicked her out. Of course, Sun Lin is not a good person either. She is also a fish raising expert. She often shows off the gifts given by her admirers, and at the same time belittles her suitors. People often say that every failure makes you wiser. But even though Sun Lin was kicked out, she did not learn her lesson and still wanted to be with a rich man. Not long after, she hooked up with a middle-aged wealthy man who bought her a car and a house, and gave her 30,000 yuan a month for living expenses. But only 2 months passed. The original wife brought her family to the house to tear the mistress apart, and the incident even became a hot topic in the local area. Because of this incident, Sun Lin could no longer stay in Donghai, so he went to Shanghai. Later I heard that she married an honest man with a small fortune and was living a good life. Chen Yashue even went to Shanghai to attend her wedding. Yao Yao, look! That guy has entered a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Sun Lin shook Zhang Yao's arm. I saw it. Zhang Yao looked thoughtful and said, Su Feng first bought a watch worth 860,000 yuan, and then went to a Michelin 3-star hotel to spend money. Lin, where do you think he got so much money? Yes. Sun Lin also fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she had an idea. Could this guy be a hidden rich second generation? You think too much. The possibility that he is a hidden rich second generation is not as great as the possibility that he has won the lottery. Zhang Yao said speechlessly. That's right. Sun Lin nodded. After all, they knew Su Feng's family situation clearly from Chen Yashue. Moreover, they had visited Su Feng's hometown before and met Su Feng's parents. It was impossible for him to be a hidden rich second generation. So what should we do next? Sun Lin asked. How about we go find Su Feng and ask him why he broke up with Xiao Xue? Zhang Yao suggested. Okay, if he is a scumbag, we can just condemn him. Sun Lin agreed. So, the two girls came to the Michelin restaurant together. After entering the restaurant, they took a quick glance and spotted Su Feng, who was ordering food. Su Feng. Two girls came over. It's you guys, come and eat too, why don't you join us? Su Feng said with a smile. This is not good. Zhang Yao pretended to be reserved. It's okay, it's just a meal. Su Feng disagreed. For some reason, compared to the Su Feng they had seen before, Su Feng at this moment seemed much more confident and handsome. Since you said so, we won't be polite. Zhang Yao pulled Sun Lin to sit down opposite Su Feng. That's great. I've already ordered the dishes. You guys can order next. Su Feng pushed the menu in front of them. The two women didn't hesitate and each ordered several dishes, which totaled about 5,000 or 6,000. Su Feng, would you like some wine? Zhang Yao suddenly asked. I won't drink anymore. I have to drive soon. If you want to drink, just order. No need to save money for me. Su Feng said indifferently. You said it, don't feel bad. It's just a small amount of money. Su Feng smiled. If you say that, I'm really rude. Order it. So Zhang Yao ordered a bottle of red wine for 8,600 yuan. Wait for the waiter to leave. Sun Lin couldn't help but ask, Su Feng, have you made a fortune? It's just a little money. Don't think we don't know. You just bought a watch worth more than 800,000 yuan downstairs. More than 800,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. Sun Lin pretended to be coquettish, but there was curiosity in her eyes. Ha, you found me. Su Feng laughed and said, however, for me now, more than 800,000 is indeed a small amount of money. After hearing what Su Feng said, the two women were shocked. This guy was so arrogant. It seemed that he had made a lot of money this time. At the same time, they were itching to know how he made his fortune. Su Feng, just tell me how you made your fortune? Sun Lin said coquettishly. There's nothing to say about that. Su Feng changed the subject. By the way, why didn't you go to accompany Chen Yashue? Zhang Yao said, we wanted to go there, but Xiao Xue said she had something to do, so we decided to go shopping together. By the way, what's going on between you and Xiao Xue? She didn't tell you? Su Feng pretended to be confused. No. The two girls shook their heads. It's very simple actually. Before we got married, they added 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift. I disagreed, so we broke up. Su Feng said calmly. You don't need that 300,000 now, right? Zhang Yao asked. Although I don't need the 300,000 yuan, I don't want to be taken advantage of. Su Feng sneered, you all know how I treat her normally. The sudden increase in the gift price on the eve of the wedding is obviously a gimmick to make things difficult for me. In that case, let's not get married. Maybe this is a test from Xiao Xue? Zhang Yao defended Chen Yashue. Test? Su Feng sneered, we are getting married, not having an interview. What right does she have to test me? Besides, we are all adults, so let's not talk nonsense. We all know what is going on. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao looked a little embarrassed. However, Sun Lin suddenly discovered that Su Feng was a bit domineering, and at the same time, he had some strange thoughts in his heart. Su Feng was handsome, had money now, and had already broken up with Xiao Xue, so could I be the same? This shouldn't be considered stealing, right? Chapter 8 Plastic Flower Girlfriend. After a while, the food and wine were served. Eating a dish that costs hundreds of yuan at its cheapest and 2,000 to 3,000 yuan at its most expensive, and drinking a glass of red wine that cost several hundred yuan, Zhang Yao's eyes flashed with enjoyment, and she secretly said, this is the life I want to live. As for Sun Lin, although he was also eating and drinking, he was always finding topics to chat with Su Feng, and it seemed that he had some inappropriate thoughts in his mind. After eating and drinking for more than 20 minutes, Zhang Yao stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin, do you want to come with me? I won't go, you go by yourself. Sun Lin refused decisively. As soon as Zhang Yao left, Sun Lin took out his phone and said, Brother phone, let's add each other on WeChat. Why, you have thoughts about me? Su Feng said jokingly that through his memories of his past life, he knew that Sun Lin was a gold digger, so it was normal for her to have some feelings for him now that she saw he was rich. Hate it, you are Xiao Xue's boyfriend, how could I have any feelings for you? Sun Lin's cheeks turned slightly red and she said coquettishly. Okay, add it. Su Feng took out his phone and pulled out the QR code. After adding her as a friend, Sun Lin said, Brother phone, don't get me wrong. I added you on WeChat just to let you know about Xiao Xue's situation as soon as I know about it. Yeah? Su Feng said calmly, it's impossible for her and I to be together. The scene of the two adding each other as friends was seen by Zhang Yao, who was hiding in the corner of the bathroom. A sneer appeared on her face, this little beaker is really up to something. In fact, she did have some thoughts on this, but she was more cautious. She thought it would be better to first find out how Su Feng made her fortune and how much money she had. As for whether it would affect the relationship between her best friends, she didn't care at all. Su Feng glanced towards the bathroom calmly. Zhang Yao's peeping just now did not escape his notice. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart, she is indeed a fake girlfriend. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of these two women in his previous life. Because these two people did a lot of fanning the flames between him and Chen Yashue. Because of this, he had quarreled with Chen Yashue several times, and Chen Yashue would tell these two people about their quarrels. These two people also criticized him in front of him, saying that he was stingy and narrow-minded. This really made him very angry. If it weren't for the fact that they are women, I would have slapped them twice. I didn't have the chance to take revenge on them in my previous life, but in this life. The meal took almost an hour. After paying the bill, the three of them walked out of the restaurant together. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Su Feng said something to the two girls and left decisively. Take care, Su Feng. Thank you for your treat today. Zhang Yao said. Drive slowly and be careful on the road. Sun Lin waved with a bright smile. Okay, bye. Watching Su Feng leave, Sun Lin couldn't help but ask, Yao, do you know how much we spent just now? How many? It's a full 18,000. Su Feng paid the money without even blinking an eye. Sun Lin said excitedly. Why, do you have any ideas? Zhang Yao teased. No, he is Xiao Xue's boyfriend. Sun Lin explained nervously. Maybe he mortgaged his house because he was hurt by the breakup with Xiao Xue, or maybe he used online loans to make revenge purchases, Zhang Yao analyzed calmly. Ah, that shouldn't happen. I think Su Feng is quite honest and he wouldn't do such a thing. Sun Lin's heart sank, but he also had some doubts in his heart. People who are stimulated can do anything. Seeing Sun Lin's sudden change of expression, Zhang Yao's expression became more playful. Come to the underground parking lot. Su Feng got in the car and took out his cell phone. I just bought a watch for 860,000 yuan and got a triple cashback of 2.58 million yuan. I spent 18,000 yuan on food and received a five-fold cashback of 90,000 yuan. Therefore, his real-time net worth has reached 33.88 million yuan. Putting away his phone, Su Feng pondered to himself, now that he had bought a car, a house, clothes, and a watch, where should he go to spend money next? Suddenly, Su Feng thought of his parents. I wanted to slap myself. Not only did his parents empty all their savings for his marriage, they also borrowed a lot of foreign debt and even planned to mortgage their house. Now that he has become rich, he has never thought about his parents. So Su Feng decisively picked up the phone and called his father Su Jigang. The call was connected quickly. Su Feng, Dad, did you arrive safely? Su Jigang, I just arrived a while ago and am now taking a bus home from the bus station. Su Feng, Dad, let me ask you a question, what kind of car do you like? Su Jigang said, I like Audi, why, you wanna buy me a car? Su Feng, yes, I'll give you a surprise in a few days. After chatting for a while, Su Feng hung up the phone. Then he went back to the third floor of the mall and started shopping in various brand stores. Less than half an hour. His hands were filled with shopping bags. He bought 5 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes for each of his parents. The total cost was 920,000. But after receiving cash back from his consumption card, the funds on his card increased instead of decreased, reaching 36.3 million yuan. Later, he bought a watch worth 120,000 yuan for his father. It was not that he did not want to buy a more expensive one, but his father was a teacher, and a watch that was too expensive would easily cause controversy. Similarly, I also bought a piece of jewelry worth 150,000 yuan for my mother. The watch will get a 5-fold cashback of 600,000 yuan. Jewelry cashback 8 times 1.2 million. Su Feng's funds grew to 37.83 million. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked out of the jewelry store, I met Zhang Yao and Sun Lin coming down from the 4th floor, each holding a cup of milk tea in their hands. Oh my god, Su Feng, why did you buy so many things? Looking at Su Feng with her hands full of bags, Sun Lin couldn't help but exclaim, because judging from the logos on the shopping bags, what Su Feng bought were all expensive luxury goods. So many luxury goods would cost at least hundreds of thousands. What a coincidence, we meet again. Su Feng smiled at the two girls. Yes, what a coincidence, Su Feng, you are not buying these things for Xiaoshui? Zhang Yao asked. Su Feng shook his head and said, of course not, I bought it for my parents. They have worked hard for most of their lives. Now that I have money, I should honor them. Then you are really filial. Sun Lin said, with envy flashing in his eyes. Okay, let's stop chatting. I'm busy buying a car. Su Feng said. Buy a car. Don't you have a car? Sun Lin asked subconsciously. I'm buying it for my parents. Why don't we go with you? We can also help you with some advice. Sun Lin took the initiative to suggest. Before, she believed what Zhang Yao said, that Su Feng mortgaged his house or took out an online loan. But now it seems that this is impossible, because his house is a mortgaged property and he can't mortgage it for much money. As for online loans, it is good enough to be able to borrow hundreds of thousands of yuan. But now Su Feng has spent more than 1 million. Now I want to buy a car for my parents, so where will the money come from? Therefore, the biggest possibility is that Su Feng really became rich. After a slight hesitation, Su Feng said, that's fine. So, the three of them prepared to take the elevator downstairs. Sun Lin took the initiative to help him share some shopping bags, and Su Feng was not polite and directly gave her some to carry. Come to the car. Su Feng said, don't rush to get in the car. I'll clean up the back seat first. As he spoke, he opened the trunk of the car and asked Sun Lin to put the shopping bags in the trunk together. Then he opened the back seat of the car, took down the shopping bags on it and put them in the trunk together. Brother Feng, you bought so much before? Sun Lin smacked his lips. Yeah, I bought these for myself. Su Feng responded. Hearing this, Sun Lin's eyes flashed. She had already decided in her heart that she had to win this man over. As for whether he was her best friend's ex-boyfriend, she didn't care at all. Chapter 9, Buying a Villa. Inside a moving car. Zhang Yao asked tentatively, Su Feng, it seems that you have made a lot of money this time. The things you bought today alone should cost nearly 2 million, right? That's about right. Su Feng responded calmly. Oh my god, more than 2 million, you are really willing to spend it. Sun Lin exclaimed, and at the same time thought to himself, how nice it would be if this money was spent on him. Why would you be reluctant to part with this? Isn't the money earned to be spent? Su Feng said lightly. Su Feng, will you get back together with Xiao Xue? Sun Lin asked. Of course not. Su Feng said in an affirmative tone. Sun Lin said with a twinkling look in her eyes, it's fine if we don't get back together. I also think Xiao Xue's family went a little too far. How can they increase the betrothal gift on the eve of a wedding? Little Beaker, you're already trying to please me. Hearing Sun Lin's words, Zhang Yao sneered in his heart. Aren't you afraid that if Chen Yashue hears this, you two will no longer be best friends? Su Feng said jokingly. I am helping the right person, not my relatives. Besides, there are only 3 of us here when I say this, and you will definitely not tell Xiao Xue. I can't tell Xiao Xue myself. Sun Lin said with some scheming, and took the opportunity to defeat Zhang Yao to prevent her from informing on the matter. Next, the 3 of them chatted casually and unknowingly arrived at the Auto City. Then Su Feng drove the car into the Audi 4S store. After parking the car, followed the salesperson into the store. Su Feng didn't want to waste time, so he said to the salesperson directly, take me to see the Audi A8. Yes, sir, ladies, this way please. Su Feng, are you going to buy an Audi A8 for your parents? Zhang Yao asked in a low voice. To be precise, I bought it for my dad. Su Feng smiled. The price of Audi A8 ranges from 790,000 renminbi to 1.59 million renminbi. Since he had money anyway and was buying it for his father, Su Feng decisively chose the highest configuration, which was naturally the most expensive. Okay, this is it. Let's prepare the contract. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the salesperson's eyes, and he quickly invited Su Feng and the other 2 to go to the VIP lounge. You bought it now? Zhang Yao asked in shock. Oh my god, you were so extravagant to buy such an expensive car just like that. Sun Lin was also shocked, and secretly wondered how rich Su Feng was. Buying a car worth more than 1 million yuan was almost the same as buying a bicycle. At the same time, she also secretly cursed Chen Yashue for being stupid. Even a rich son-in-law like Su Feng could end up in such a mess. Of course, if Chen Yashue hadn't been stupid, she wouldn't have had any chance. Soon, the salesperson arrived with the car purchase contract. The bare car price is 1.59 million, but with various taxes and insurance, the total is 1.72 million. Mr. Su, you can just pay a deposit of 50,000 today, and then come back in 3 days to pick up the car and pay the balance, said the salesperson with a smile on his face. Su Feng waved his hand and said, no need. I'll pay it all at once today. By the way, does your store provide shipping services? Yes, we can provide free shipping service as long as it does not exceed 100 kilometers. The salesperson said quickly. Okay then, I don't have to come pick up the car. You can just ship it to Yunhai County and have my father sign for it. No problem. Mr. Su, please leave your father's name, phone number, and address. The salesperson agreed immediately. After leaving his father's name, phone number, and home address, Su Feng decisively took out his bank card and swiped it. Seeing Su Feng successfully swiped 1.72 million, Sun Lin's eyes were shining, and Zhang Yao was also secretly shocked. She was now certain that Su Feng had made at least tens of millions of dollars this time, otherwise, he would not be able to afford such squandering. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback of 17.2 million. I'll go. Hearing the system prompt, Su Feng's body trembled slightly, but he immediately regained his composure. I took out my phone and opened the text message just sent by the bank, and my account balance soared to 53.31 million. Mr. Su, ladies, please walk slowly. The salesperson politely escorted the 3 people out of the store. But Su Feng did not drive away. Instead, he came to the BMW 4S store next door. Su Feng, do you want to buy another car? Zhang Yao asked. If I bought it for my dad, I naturally have to buy it for my mom as well. I can't favor one over the other. Su Feng said with a smile. Then it took more than 20 minutes. Su Feng spent 1.1 million yuan at a BMW 4S store and bought a BMW M4 for her mother. It is also required to be shipped to Yunhai County. However, this time the person who signed for it was my mother Lin Huili. What surprised Su Feng even more was, you can also get 10 times the return if you buy a car for your mother. His account balance grew to 63.21 million. Su Feng, what are we going to do next? Sun Lin asked. I plan to buy a villa. Su Feng said that he didn't have enough money to buy a villa before, but now he has more than 60 million, which is definitely enough to buy a villa. Buying a villa, how much money did you make this time? Zhang Yao couldn't help asking. That's right, please tell us quickly and satisfy our curiosity. Sun Lin began to act coquettishly. Just at this moment, Su Feng's cell phone rang. After picking up the phone, the cold voice of the company's department manager came from the phone. Su Feng, you have been fired by the company. Come to handle the formalities tomorrow. Okay, I got it. Su Feng said calmly, as expected, it should be Mu Yuqin's method. Unfortunately, he doesn't care about this job at all now. Besides, he had wanted to resign in the first place, and being fired would actually help him because he could get 2 extra months' salary as compensation. Although he is not short of that little money now, a mosquito, no matter how small it is still meat, and he will not despise it. Soon, Su Feng drove the 2 women to Yuding. Su Feng, you're not going to buy a house here, are you? Sun Lin exclaimed, I heard that those who can buy houses here are all the richest people in Donghai. What do you think? Su Feng smiled playfully and strode towards the sales office. As soon as I arrived at the door, a sales consultant came to greet me. Yuding is a villa community with unit price exceeding 50,000. Logically speaking, the price is much higher than the market price, so it should be difficult to sell. But in fact, the opposite is true. Less than half a year after the project was launched, more than 60 of the 88 villas have been sold. The reason why so many wealthy people are willing to buy it is that, first of all, the developer of Yuding is Shangqing Group, the largest real estate group in Donghai City, and the quality is guaranteed. Secondly, the community has a good environment, strong privacy, and a complete range of supporting facilities, including high-end fitness clubs, high-end shopping malls, swimming pools, golf courses, tennis, badminton, basketball halls, football fields, etc. The last is the property service. For each villa, the property is equipped with a private butler. Moreover, the quality of these private butlers is extremely high. They are all well-trained college students from prestigious universities. They can be summoned 24 hours a day as long as there is something. Of course, property fees are not cheap either. The annual property fee is hundreds of thousands. After listening to the sales consultant's introduction, Su Feng suggested that he take them to visit the villa of more than 800 square meters. After a while, arrive at the villa. This villa has 3 floors, 2 above and 1 below. The first floor is the living room, kitchen, maid's room, utility room, and also has a bathroom and toilet. There are 4 rooms on the second and third floors. As for the rooftop, there is a garden and a rooftop swimming pool. As for the underground floor, it is divided into 3 parts, a parking garage, a billiard room, a home theater and a game room. So luxurious. After visiting the entire villa, Zhang Yao and Sun Lin were both shocked. How much is this villa? Su Feng asked the sales consultant. Hello Mr. Su, this villa has been finely decorated, and the materials used are the best on the market, and besides that. Su Feng waved his hand and interrupted the sales consultant, just give me the quote. 56.8 million. Said the sales consultant. 50 million, I can pay right away. Su Feng bargained. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, your bargaining is really too harsh. The most I can give you is 2 points. The sales consultant looked embarrassed. I'll add another million. Said Su Feng. No, Mr. Su, 3 points is enough, this is the maximum authority I have. Then I'll add another 500,000. How about you apply to your manager? Su Feng said with a smile. Oh well. Soon the sales consultant went to make a phone call. Sun Lin asked in a low voice, Su Feng, do you really want to buy this villa? Of course, am I kidding? Su Feng asked back. A few minutes later, the sales consultant came back and said, Mr. Su, I have applied to the manager, and this villa can be sold to you for 53 million. Okay, sign the contract. Su Feng was silent for a moment, then agreed. Chapter 10 Sun Lin's Initiative. It was more than an hour later when Su Feng completed the house purchase procedures. What made him a little regretful was that he only received a 2x cash back on the purchase of the villa. Even so, his account balance broke a small target and reached 116.21 million. Zhang Yao and Sun Lin, who watched the whole process of Su Feng spending a huge sum of 5,300 to buy the villa, were both silent. Stop being in a daze and let's go. Su Feng reminded the 2 girls. Brother Feng, where are we going now? Sun Lin said in a delicate voice. She had already decided that she must take down the man in front of her, no matter if he was her bestie's ex-boyfriend or not. Su Feng, we haven't seen enough just now. How about you take us to your villa for a visit and take some photos? Zhang Yao said immediately. If you want a visit, I'll take you to a place first when there's a chance. After being seen off by the sales manager and sales consultant, the three of them got into the car and drove away. This Mr. Su is dressed in ordinary clothes and drives an ordinary car worth more than 100,000 yuan. I didn't expect that he is a well-known second-generation rich man. The sales consultant said with some emotion, and at the same time was glad that he did not look down on others, otherwise, he would not get the commission for this order. So, never look down on anyone, because they might be a hidden boss. The sales manager said with emotion. To be honest, when he saw Su Feng for the first time, he doubted whether he could afford a luxury villa worth more than 50 million yuan. I didn't expect that he didn't even blink when he swiped the card. At the same time, he was also wondering about the other party's origins. Half an hour later, Su Feng drove to the Donghai IFC mall again. Brother Feng, why are you here again? Sun Lin asked in confusion. You followed me several times this afternoon, so I can't just not do anything to show my appreciation. I'll take you to buy a small gift. Su Feng said with a smile. There's no need for that. We have nothing to do anyway. We're just running around. How can we accept your gift? Sun Lin pretended to be reserved. On the third floor, you can pick out any bag from the LV, Gucci, Chanel and other stores that is worth no more than 50,000 yuan. Are you sure you don't want it? Su Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, the two girls couldn't remain calm. Before, when they saw Su Feng spending so much money, they were only shocked, envious and jealous. But now, they were all filled with excitement, because that was a brand-name bag worth 50,000 yuan. You know, both of them don't have high salaries. Zhang Yao is just an ordinary accountant, and her monthly salary plus bonus is only around 5,000 yuan. Sun Lin, the front desk clerk, earns even less, no more than 4,000. Apart from taking taxis, eating, and buying some cosmetics, there is no surplus at all, and people often have to rely on subsidies from their parents. There is simply no extra money to buy expensive luxury goods. They came to the IFC mall today to stroll around just to enjoy the sights, but they don't have the financial resources to buy anything. Brother Feng, you are not kidding us, right? Sun Lin said. Do I look like a joker? Su Feng asked back. No. Since it doesn't look like it, then just walk. Brother Feng, you are so nice. I love you so much. Sun Lin gritted her teeth, stepped forward and hugged one of Su Feng's arms, saying in a coquettish voice. She had originally planned to avoid Zhang Yao and flirt with Su Feng again. But now, she couldn't wait any longer and was ready to go all out. After all, a man as handsome, young and rich as Su Feng was too rare to come by. If she didn't seize the opportunity now and missed it, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Feeling the softness on his arm, Su Feng secretly estimated that it was at least C+. He smiled in his heart, thinking that things were easier than he had imagined. When Zhang Yao saw Sun Lin boldly hugging Su Feng's arm, her heart sank slightly. This little beaker has lost all his dignity now. At the same time, she was also hesitating whether to hug Su Feng's other arm. After thinking about it, she decided not to do it. If she did the same, she would inevitably be looked down upon by Su Feng. Soon, the three of them arrived at the third floor. After walking out of the elevator, Su Feng pulled his arm out and patted Sun Lin on her hips. Go ahead, after you choose the bag, we'll go eat. Sun Lin was not angry at the sensitive parts being photographed. Instead, she was excited and happy. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Su Feng on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Feng. We will go now. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yao's face turned dark. Why don't you go? Su Feng turned around and looked at Zhang Yao. Thank you, Brother Feng. I'll go right away. Zhang Yao said with a smile. Even though she was in a bad mood, she couldn't say no. After all, it was a bag worth 50,000 yuan. However, after entering the store and looking at the dazzling array of bags, Zhang Yao's mood suddenly improved. Next, the two girls looked around and spent almost an hour before they picked out the bags they liked. Zhang Yao chose a bag worth 46,800 yuan from the LV store. Sun Lin chose a Chanel bag worth 48,000 yuan. After getting the new bags, the two girls couldn't let them go and even took photos and posted them on their respective moments. Looking at the comments popping up under the photos, Sun Lin replied with a silly smile. Zhang Yao was a little more reserved, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. It's getting late, shall we go upstairs to eat? Su Feng suggested. Brother Feng, you gave us such an expensive bag, why don't we treat you? Zhang Yao said after putting away her phone. Yes, Yao Yao and I will treat you together. Sun Lin came up and hugged Su Feng's arm again. All right. Su Feng nodded. After going upstairs, the three of them discussed and decided to go eat hot pot. More than an hour later, three people walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Brother Feng, we already said it was our treat, why are you still going to pay the bill? Sun Lin said coquettishly. Next time, you guys will treat me next time. Then it's a deal. By the way, Brother Feng, let me treat you to milk tea, said Sun Lin. Can. What flavor do you want to drink? I'll go buy it right away. I want a cup of plain milk tea. Yao Yao, what about you? Zhang Yao said, I want bubble milk tea. Then wait a moment, I'll go buy it. After Sun Lin left, Zhang Yao smiled and said, Brother Feng, add me on WeChat. Okay. Su Feng took out his mobile phone, called up the QR code, and added Zhang Yao as WeChat. Thanks. You're welcome. By the way, Brother Feng, what kind of girls do you like? Zhang Yao asked casually. I like obedient girls, said Su Feng. Hearing this, Zhang Yao looked thoughtful. She guessed that Su Feng was hurt by Chen Yashue and was resistant to that kind of strong girls. After a while, Sun Lin came back with 3 cups of milk tea and handed one to Su Feng. Brother Feng, do you want to watch a movie? Sun Lin looked at Su Feng and asked. Let's not watch the movie. I have something else to do. Su Feng shook his head. Oh well. Sun Lin was a little disappointed. Do you need me to take you back? If not, I'll leave first. Su Feng said. That's not necessary. Lin Lin and I will go shopping again. Zhang Yao said quickly. Okay then, I'll leave. Waving to the two of them, Su Feng walked quickly towards the elevator. Come back to your senses. If you keep looking at this, you'll become a husband waiting rock. Zhang Yao joked with Sun Lin. No way. Sun Lin quickly defended herself. Lin Lin, are you tempted? Zhang Yao suddenly asked. Yes, I want to pursue Su Feng. After all, if I miss a high-quality stock like him, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Sun Lin said in an affirmative tone. Chapter 11. Unless you try it. On the other side, Su Feng drove towards home. Now he has a car, a house, a villa, and more than 100 million in savings, and he is very satisfied. Therefore, he is no longer prepared to continue spending money to get cash back. Besides, he is now bound to the system and has plenty of opportunities to make money. Suddenly, Su Feng remembered that he still had one sign-in that he hadn't used. I called up the system panel and it showed that I had one sign-in opportunity. Male God sign-in system. Host, Su Feng. Age, 24. Height, 182 centimeters. Physical fitness, 99. Spirit, 84. Value, 82. Charisma, 80. Skills, Zingiaquan Grandmaster. Number of sign-ins, 1. System, I want to sign in. Ding, sign-in successful. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a business opportunity. Would you like to open it? Open it, said Su Feng. The next moment, a piece of information appeared in Su Feng's mind. This business opportunity is about Bitcoin. Today is August 6th. This information shows that on August 9th, the price of Bitcoin will increase by 30%. As a programmer, it is impossible not to understand Bitcoin. Therefore, after learning the news, Su Feng couldn't help but show an expression of ecstasy. Because you can use leverage when speculating in Bitcoin, the maximum multiple can reach 200 times. If he enters the market with 100 million yuan and uses 200 times leverage, that would be 20 billion yuan. If the price of Bitcoin rises by 30%, he can make a profit of 6 billion yuan. So Su Feng parked the car on the side of the road and carefully studied the information in his mind. This information is very detailed and accurate, even the minute and second when the price of Bitcoin started to rise is marked. The entire rising process lasted 2 hours, during which time the price fluctuated. Therefore, you cannot invest all your funds, otherwise it is easy to get liquidated. Therefore, Su Feng decided to be more conservative and use 100 million yuan for the operation, but only use $5 million for leverage, and use the rest as margin. After making a simple operation plan, Su Feng continued driving back home. But when Su Feng returned home with the shopping bags, she found Chen Yashue sitting on the sofa, playing with her mobile phone and watching TV. This morning, after failing to get through to Su Feng on the phone, Chen Yashue decided to take the initiative. So he went straight to Su Feng's house. After all, the two of them were about to get married, so Chen Yashue naturally had the key to his house. But Su Feng didn't show up for a long time, and Chen Yashue's anger grew stronger and stronger. Originally, when Chen Yashue saw Su Feng returning, she wanted to get angry, but when she saw the shopping bags in his hands, her anger subsided a lot, because she found out from the labels on the shopping bags that these were luxury goods. The first thing that came to her mind was that the luxury goods Su Feng bought were all used to please her. For a moment, she had a little more pride between her brows, but she felt that she couldn't forgive this guy too easily, lest he take advantage of her in the future, so she put on a serious face again. "Mr. Su, do you know how long I have been waiting for you?" Su Feng, who had seen all the changes on Chen Yashue's face, knew what she was thinking, so he sneered, "Did I ask you to wait for me? Besides, we've broken up, so what right do you have to blame me? By the way, since we've broken up, hand over the keys to the house as well." "What did you say?" "Say it again." Hearing what Su Feng said, Chen Yashue's face suddenly turned gloomy. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the shopping bag in Su Feng's hand again, and she immediately realized that this guy was probably just being stubborn. If he didn't want to admit his mistake to her, why would he buy so many luxury goods? So she said with a bit more pride on her face, "Su Feng, stop pretending. If you want to beg for my forgiveness, just say it directly. Why are you being so stubborn? Also, don't think that I will easily forgive you just because you buy a few luxury items, unless you bow down and apologize to me and our family. By the way, Jiaming was injured by you, you must compensate him for his medical expenses. And my parents were very angry with you last night, you also." "Stop, stop, stop." Su Feng couldn't help but interrupt Chen Yashue's words, because he couldn't listen anymore. "Chen Yashue, where do you get your confidence from? Did I ever say I would apologize to you and beg for forgiveness from you and your family? As for these in my hand." As he spoke, Su Feng shook the shopping bag in his hand. "I didn't buy this for you, I bought it for myself, so don't be so self-indulgent." "What, you bought all of them for yourself?" Chen Yashue's face changed drastically. She rushed forward and snatched the shopping bag from Su Feng's hand. After taking out the clothes inside, she found that they were indeed men's clothes. Suddenly, she couldn't hold back her anger anymore and yelled at Su Feng, "You're crazy. How can you buy such expensive clothes? You're simply a spendthrift. I order you to return them immediately, or I will never get back together with you." The more Chen Yashue spoke, the more painful it felt, because in her opinion, Su Feng's money was her money. She could spend the money on her and her family, but not on Su Feng. Because in her opinion, it was a waste for Su Feng to wear such nice clothes. Listening to Chen Yashue's words, Su Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This woman was really selfish. In his previous life, he was blind to marry her. "Alright Chen Yashue, we're broken up now, hand over the keys and get out of my house," Su Feng said indifferently. "Oh, and the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift, prepare it in advance. I'll come to get it back in 2 days." "You want me to get out?" Chen Yashue said with some disbelief. "Didn't I make myself clear enough?" Su Feng sneered, "Why don't I say it again? Please get out of my house now." "Okay, Su Feng, I hope you don't regret what you did today. Even if you kneel down and beg me for forgiveness, I will not get back together with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yashue grabbed the bag on the sofa and rushed out the door angrily. "Etc." Su Feng shouted. Chen Yashue thought Su Feng was going to give in, and a sneer appeared on her face. She turned around and looked at Su Feng. "Why, you want to apologize now? I tell you, it's too late. Ms. Chen, why are you acting so dramatic? I called you just to ask you to leave the key behind." Su Feng said speechlessly. After hearing what Su Feng said, Chen Yashue's face flushed red, and then a strong resentment arose in her heart. She took out the key from her bag, threw it to Su Feng, and turned away. Su Feng walked forward, closed the door, took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, and then his eyes fell on the negative emotion exchange badge. The negative sentiment, which was already short, increased to 8,000 points. All of this was contributed by Chen Yashue just now. Not bad, not bad. Su Feng nodded secretly. He criticized Chen Yashue harshly, and he also received a reward of 800,000 yuan. This deal was really a good deal. But I should be able to earn more when I go to Chen's house in a couple of days. He had originally planned to go there tomorrow, but since he had won the business opportunity, he had to first sort out his account and exchange dollars. Byte. Just then, the WeChat notification sound rang. I picked it up and saw that it was sent by Sun Lin. When I opened WeChat, I saw a pair of slender legs wearing black stockings. There is another text below. Brother Feng, what do you think of this pair of stockings? Su Feng thought for a while and replied, I can't tell unless I try it. Chapter 12 Mu Yuqin's Revenge and the Chen family's Calculations. After chatting with Sun Lin for a while, Su Feng felt that he could not go on because this woman sent him a lot of seductive photos. So he hurriedly found an excuse to end the conversation and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Then he went to the bedroom, turned on his laptop, logged into the Bitcoin trading website and set up a trading account. However, trading Bitcoin requires US dollars. You just need to go to the bank tomorrow to create a US dollar account, then bind your bank card to the account, and you can start trading. At this moment, Huangzuan KTV. In a box. Mu Yuqin was holding the pretty boy's hand and singing love songs to each other. During this time, a fierce man in his 30s entered the box with two of his men. However, he did not disturb Mu Yuqin. Instead, he sat down on the sofa, poured a glass of wine, and drank it by himself. After the song was over, the fierce man smiled and clapped. Xiao Dao, you're here? Mu Yuqin greeted the fierce man with a smile. How dare I disobey the young lady's call? Said the fierce man with a smile. Xiao Dao, you are really nice. Let's go as siblings. Mu Yuqin raised her glass with a smile. Bite. The fierce man raised his glass and clinked it with Mu Yuqin's, then drank it all in one gulp. He then placed the glass on the table and looked at Mu Yuqin and said, Miss, you called me here because you have something to tell me, right? Xiao Dao, I need you to help me teach someone a lesson. A hint of resentment flashed in Mu Yuqin's eyes. The fierce man frowned and said in a deep voice, Miss, things are different now, and I have turned over a new leaf and started doing good deeds. Hearing this, Mu Yuqin's eyes flashed with disdain, and she continued, 500,000, just to break one of the other person's legs, and the other person has no background, he is just an ordinary person. Well, how about I consider it? The fierce man said with a smile. 1 million. If you don't do it, I'll find someone else. Mu Yuqin said with some pain that the Mu family is no longer what it used to be. Ever since her father's death, her eldest brother who inherited the family business was not good at managing it and their lives were getting worse day by day. Therefore, 1 million was not a small sum for her. If she didn't hate Su Feng so much, she would not have been willing to give up the 1 million. Ha, Mr. Mu has been very kind to Xiao Dao. I have agreed to this request. Miss, Xiao Dao will toast you a glass. The fierce man grabbed the bottle of wine and poured it first for Mu Yuqin, then filled his own glass, then raised his glass and smiled. After finishing a glass of wine, Mu Yuqin handed Xiao Dao a bank card. There is a deposit of 500,000 yuan in it. The password is 6 sixes. After the deal is done, I will give you the final payment. Then Miss, Xiao Dao will not be polite. Half an hour later. The fierce man walked out of the box with two of his men, turned his head and spat to the side, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Originally, the Mu family was considered a top figure in the East China Sea. But since Mr. Mu passed away a few years ago, the Mu family has been declining at a visible rate. Mu Yuqin is okay, at most he is not good at management. But Mu Yuqin, this woman, has long been notorious in the circle. It is okay for her to play with a gigolo, after all, every family in the circle of wealthy people has some dirty deeds. But the worst thing Mu Yuqin did was to actually set her sights on the third young master of the Li family. This woman was ignorant of the immensity of the world, so bold and lustful that she even asked someone to get the 18-year-old third young master of the Li family drunk, hoping to rape him. Although the plan failed, the Li family also bore a grudge against the Mu family and Mu Yuqin. You know, before Grandpa Mu passed away, the Li family was half a step stronger than the Mu family. Therefore, over the years, the Li family has been suppressing the Mu family. Of course, although the fierce man Xiao Dao looked down on Mu Yuqin and secretly despised her, since he had received money from her, he still had to do his job. Old 5, take 2 brothers and cripple the leg of this man named Su Feng. As he spoke, he handed his subordinate a photo. The photo was provided by Mu Yuqin, and Su Feng's address was written on the back. Yes, boss. Remember, be careful and do it in a place where there are no surveillance cameras. The fierce man warned, after the deed is done, you will get 300,000 yuan, and the other two brothers will get 100,000 yuan each. Also, after the deed is done, you will go out and hide for a few months and then come back. Thank you, Brother Dao. Lao Wu was overjoyed. At the same time, the Chen family. But it was all gloomy and sad. Old Chen, what do you think we should do about this? That little jerk insists on breaking up with our Xiaoxue and even wants the betrothal gift back. Zhou Chunhua said with a worried look on her face. Why? Chen Jiaming shouted, now that we have the betrothal gift, there is no reason to return it. Besides, even if he breaks up with my sister, he should give her compensation. This 380,000 yuan should be used as compensation for my sister. Sister, don't you agree? If you want compensation, then we will compensate you. The key is whether Su Feng admits it or not. Chen Yashue said unhappily, besides, if he calls the police, we will have to return the money. If the matter becomes serious, will my reputation still be preserved? At this point, she frowned and asked, Mom and Dad, do you think Su Feng has changed a lot? I think so too. Chen Jiaming rushed to say, before, that guy was just a coward and yes man, who dared not challenge you, but now. Xiaoxue, could it be that you did something to offend Su Feng and he found out? Suddenly, Chen Ziyuan stared at his daughter and said. He had some understanding of his daughter. She started dating in high school and had several boyfriends after she entered society. But those boyfriends were not good people, and he looked down on them. Only Su Feng is not bad, she has a good job, is an honest person and seems to be able to live a normal life. Unfortunately, my wife is a bit greedy and insists on adding a dowry before the wedding. But he could also understand his wife, because it was all for their only son. After all, this kid is not very ambitious. If I don't make more money and buy him a house and a car, it will be difficult for him to get married in the future. Hearing what his father said, Chen Yashua's expression changed slightly, and she looked thoughtful. Could it be that Su Feng knew that I checked into a hotel with my first love boyfriend? Really? Chen Ziyuan said with an unpleasant expression. 2 days ago, Chen Lei and I met secretly. Chen Yashua stammered that Chen Lei was her first love and also a juvenile delinquent. When he was in high school, he got into a fight with someone and seriously injured the person, and then was locked up. He had just been released some time ago, and they happened to meet on the street, and their love rekindled. After all, first love is the most unforgettable. Why are you so confused? Chen Ziyuan said with great sorrow. Chen Yashue was speechless. You silly girl, how could you do such a stupid thing at this critical moment and be discovered by Su Feng? Zhou Chunhua scolded while reaching out and grabbing Chen Yashue a few times. Mom, stop worrying. I didn't expect Su Feng to know. Chen Yashue begged for mercy, but in her heart, she did not think she had done anything wrong. She just felt that Su Feng was too narrow-minded. How about this, tomorrow you call Su Feng home, and Xiaoxue apologize to him in front of everyone? Chen Ziyuan said thoughtfully. Let me apologize to him, impossible. Chen Yashue shouted. In front of Su Feng, she was used to being superior, so how could she bow her head? Your marriage must go on, otherwise, the betrothal gift will have to be returned. At worst, if it's not suitable after marriage, you can divorce, said Chen Ziyuan. Yes, then find an excuse to divorce him. It would be best to make him leave the house with nothing and drain him completely dry. After all, he still has an apartment and a car. Zhou Chunhua quickly agreed. Chapter 13 being followed. The next day. Early morning. When Su Feng woke up, he felt refreshed. He stretched himself, got out of bed and got dressed. Then simply wash up. He went downstairs to a breakfast shop near the community to have breakfast before driving towards the bank. However, he did not notice that a van had been following him since he left the community. It took him nearly an hour to open a US dollar account in the bank and convert the 150 million in his account into 15 million US dollars. The time to operate Bitcoin is August 9th, and today is only August 7th. Su Feng is not in a hurry, so he drove to Duoco Game Company to go through the resignation procedures. It is worth mentioning that when he entered the bank, he had to queue up and get a number. But when he left, he was personally seen off by the bank president and a private client manager. In addition, the bank also took the initiative to apply for a black card for him. This black card is a credit card with a limit of 10 million. According to the private account manager, holders of this black card enjoy VIP privileges, priority and discounts in many high-end places in Donghai City. For example, some places require advance reservations, but with a black card, there is no need to make reservations and you can go directly there. Secondly, you can also get discounts when buying air tickets and high-speed rail, and if there are vacancies in first class or business class cabins, you can also enjoy free upgrades. In short, according to the description of the bank president and the private account manager, holding a black card means being a superior person. However, Su Feng was a little confused. He only had more than 100 million yuan in deposits, so why did he feel that the bank president was a little too enthusiastic? In fact, he doesn't know that assets are not equal to cash. Some wealthy people, even though they are worth hundreds of millions or billions. But his wealth is mainly made up of shares, stocks, funds, real estate, etc., and the cash in his bank card may be only a few hundred million, or even less. That's why the bank president is so enthusiastic about Su Feng. After all, the cash deposits are over 100 million, and the assets must be even more. More than 20 minutes later, Su Feng drove to the building where Duoco Games was located. Suddenly, through the rearview mirror, he saw a van. This van? Su Feng recalled carefully and found that the van seemed to have been following him. I'm being followed? Why am I being followed? Is there anyone who wants to take revenge on me? Or is it that there is so much extra money in my account that someone is targeting me? Thinking of this, Su Feng's heart couldn't help but tighten. At this time, the system's voice sounded, "Host, don't worry too much. The funds you obtained through the system are all dividends from overseas funds, and they have all been taxed." Then, the system injected a ball of information into his mind. After reading this information, Su Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system and praised it for being awesome. It turned out that the system had created a deceased second-generation rich man for him overseas. The second master has no children and owns many properties. Before his death, he entrusted these industries to a large fund organization and required that all dividends from these industries be deposited into Su Feng's account. Because there are so many industries, these dividends are paid in batches. Since it's not because of funding that they're targeting us, then? Su Feng thought of two possibilities. One is Chen Jiaming and the other is Mu Yuqin. Chen Jiaming's brother-in-law has a perverse and impulsive personality. His behavior of breaking up with his sister and asking for the return of the betrothal gift might cause him to hire someone to teach him a lesson. But he felt that this possibility was not high. After all, he had not come to ask for it yet, and he guessed that the Chen family also had some illusions about him. Then, this person should be Mu Yuqin. After confirming that it was Mu Yuqin, Su Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. He guessed that he had offended this woman badly at the 4S store yesterday, so the other party sent someone to teach him a lesson. But he was not worried, because he was now a man who possessed the Grandmaster level of Xingyiquan. The physical condition is close to the limit of the human body. As long as the other party doesn't use a gun, it will be no problem to deal with 2 or 3 people armed with cold weapons. As for using guns, this country has extremely strict control over guns. It is impossible for ordinary people to get guns. Even if they do, they dare not use them at will. Calming his mind, Su Feng parked his car in the open-air parking lot downstairs and then walked into the building. And watched the van out of the corner of your eye. It was discovered that the other party did not park the car in the parking lot, but on the auxiliary road. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Feng took the elevator to Duoco Game Company on the 15th floor. Although Duoco Games is only a medium-sized game company, its office area is very large, occupying an entire floor of an office building. Su Feng first went to the Human Resources Department to handle the formalities, and then took the documents to the Finance Department. After stamping the document, the financial officer said in a cold tone, "Okay, your salary and 3 months' compensation will be deposited into your bank account on the 15th of this month." Hearing this, Su Feng was a little surprised. He thought Mu Yuqin would deliberately make things difficult for him or not give him the compensation. Unexpectedly, the other party gave it. But after a little thought, he understood that the other party did not want to make things difficult for him regarding the compensation in order to reduce suspicion. After all, the other party had already hired someone to deal with him. After leaving the finance department, Su Feng came to his previous office area and prepared to pack up his personal belongings. "Old Su, I heard that your wedding was cancelled. What happened?" Kaligoda asked with concern. After 2 years of classes at Duoco Games, Su Feng made several good friends. Xiao Tian is one of them. He joined the company a year ago, and Su Feng mentored him for a while when he first joined the company. He also sent his wedding invitation to Oda. On the eve of the wedding, their family increased the bride price by 300,000 yuan. Su Feng said calmly. Oh my god, they're asking for too much. Xiaotian said in surprise, 380,000 yuan is already a high price, but they're asking for an additional 300,000 yuan. They're just too greedy. I don't think 680,000 yuan is a high betrothal gift. In our place, the minimum betrothal gift is 680,000 yuan. When one of my cousins got married, the man gave her 1.88 million yuan as a betrothal gift. Another female colleague, Fan Sayu, who was eavesdropping attentively, suddenly interrupted. With such a high bride price, are you selling your daughter or marrying her off? Oda sneered. Fan Sayu is from Suzhou province, and the bride price there is notoriously high. What do you mean by selling my daughter? If you can't afford to marry her, then don't talk so harshly. Fan Sayu said dissatisfiedly. For someone like you, I wouldn't marry you even if you gave me 880,000. Oda said with disdain on his face. It is said that all beauties come from the water towns in the south of the Yangtze River. Although Fan Sayu comes from Suzhou province, she is fat, has ordinary looks, and dark skin. However, she is very arrogant and looks down on ordinary men. But the person she likes doesn't like her. Bang! Fan Sayu slapped the table and asked, Mr. Tian, what do you mean? What are you doing? Don't you know you are at work now? Lu Xiang, the manager, came over and scolded with a dark face. Then, his eyes fell on Su Feng, and you've all been fired, why are you still staying here? Pack up and get out. Chapter 14 First Attack. What? Old Su was fired. Oda was shocked. Other colleagues also turned their heads to look. Why was Su Feng fired from the company when he just asked for leave to get married? You know, Su Feng's skills are still very good, and he can at least rank among the top 5 among dozens of programmers in the company. Since you already know that I've been fired, how dare you be rude to me? Su Feng's face turned cold. He walked up to Lu Xiang and looked down at him. Lu Xiang is over 40 years old. The reason why he can become the manager of the technical department is not because of his good technical skills, but because he is related to the boss. In addition, he is also quite good at flattery. He is only about 1.6 meters tall and has severe frontal alopecia, so he has a bald head. Because he was rather harsh on his employees and often organized them to work overtime, many employees were dissatisfied with him, so everyone called him Lu Dan in private. In contrast, Su Feng was over 1.80 meters tall, almost a head taller than Lu Xiang. He looked down at him with cold eyes, which was already somewhat oppressive, especially since he was also a master of Xingyi. In boxing, there is a little trick called witnessing, which can create pressure and fear on the opponent through the eyes. So, Su Feng also used it. For a moment, Lu Xiang felt like he was being stared at by a tiger and couldn't help feeling fear. What do you want to do? Looking at Lu Xiang, who was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Su Feng sneered and said calmly, be careful when you speak next time, or you'll get beaten easily. You. Lu Xiang wanted to say something, but Su Feng's eyes became sharp again, and suddenly, that feeling of fear came to his mind again. I'm too lazy to argue with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiang turned around and walked away quickly. Oh my god, old Su, when did you become so tough that you actually scared away the boiled egg? Oda said with a bit of admiration in his eyes. Su Feng smiled and said, I used to work here, so I had to give him some face, but now I don't work here anymore, so I don't need to give him face. Don't you think so, Fan Sayu? Fan Sayu quickly turned her head and pretended to be working, but she was actually a little scared inside because she had just felt Su Feng's sharp gaze. But she secretly snorted in her heart, humph, this Su Feng must have been fired and was stimulated. There is no need to bother with such a person. Puff. Seeing Fan Sayu's timid look, Xiaotian couldn't help laughing. Afterwards, Su Feng came to his workstation and started packing up his things. Another colleague who was on good terms with him and Xiaotian came to help. But 3 people who usually treated him as brothers and a female colleague who got along well with him turned a blind eye to them. Su Feng does not hold a grudge against them for this, after all, they are all workers. He had just offended Lu Xiang. If they came to help and Lu Xiang heard about it, he might hold a grudge against them and make things difficult for them. Although he understood it, Su Feng felt a little disappointed. After packing up, Xiaotian and another colleague Sun Chang planned to see him out of the company, but Su Feng refused. By the way, do you have time this weekend? I'll treat you to dinner, drinks, foot washing and massage. Su Feng said to the 2 of them. Hearing this, both of them brightened up and whispered, okay, we'll contact each other this weekend. Soon. Su Feng went downstairs carrying the box, glanced at the auxiliary road, and found that the van was still there. He calmly put the things into the car. Then drove away. When he drove some distance away, the van really caught up with him. At this moment, inside the van, a sturdy man wearing a gold chain asked, "Fifth brother, when are we going to start?" "Why rush? There are cameras everywhere in this city, so we have to wait for the opportunity," Lao Wu said calmly. After following for a while, the other man driving the car said, "Fifth brother, this guy seems to be leaving the city." Lao Wu perked up, "Follow closely, don't lose me." "Okay, fifth brother." More than half an hour later, Su Feng had driven out of the city. After seeing a small path, I turned straight into it. Seeing this, the van behind them quickly accelerated and followed into the trail. However, more than 10 meters after entering the path, they found that Su Feng's car had stopped on the side of the road, and the other party was also standing next to the car. "Master Wu, did this guy find out that we are following him?" The young man driving the car frowned. "So what if you find out? Put on your mask, get out of the car and do it." Lao Wu said disdainfully, then put on a Monkey King mask, picked up a baseball bat, opened the car door and jumped out. The other two followed closely, also wearing masks. Looking at the three people wearing masks and holding baseball bats coming towards him quickly, Su Feng suddenly became a little excited and passionate. When the other party was 3 meters away from him, he couldn't help but move. Su Feng's body shot out like lightning. He crossed a distance of 3 meters in an instant and pounced in front of Lao Wu. Lao Wu hasn't reacted yet. He felt a huge force hit his chest, knocking him out and falling several meters away. The two thugs following Lao Wu were dumbfounded when they saw this. They knew about Fifth Brother's skills. He was at least among the top 3 under Brother Dao. He was even a ruthless guy who once chopped down 6 people with just a machete. But what is the situation now? He was actually knocked several meters away by one move. Bang! Bang! Su Feng attacked again and knocked the other 2 out. Seeing the 3 men so vulnerable, he was a little disappointed. This attack was not even a warm-up. The next moment, Lao Wu struggled to get up, but felt a sharp pain in his chest. As expected, several of his ribs were broken. At this time, Su Feng walked up to him, stretched out his hand to remove the mask on Lao Wu's face, and asked, "Who sent you here?" "Bah!" Lao Wu spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at Su Feng, but Su Feng dodged it. "I didn't expect you to be a martial artist." "I'm screwed. Kill me if you dare." "Is it Mu Yuqin?" Su Feng suddenly said. "It's her indeed." From Lao Wu's fleeting expression, Su Feng knew that he had guessed right. The fifth one fell into silence. Next, Su Feng took out his mobile phone and took a lot of photos of the 3 people. After putting away his phone, he turned around, got into the car, and drove away from this path. Watching the vehicles going away, the 2 younger brothers quickly stepped forward and helped Lao Wu up. "Fifth brother, are you okay?" "My ribs are broken, take me to the hospital," Lao Wu said with a breath of cold air. Because it was his first fight, he used a little more force when attacking the 5th brother, and was much gentler with the other 2. Soon, the 2 men helped Lao Wu into the van and turned towards the hospital. On the way, the younger brother wearing a gold chain couldn't help asking, "Fifth brother, that guy just let me go like that, isn't he afraid that we will retaliate against him?" He. Lao Wu smiled grimly, "He doesn't take us seriously at all. He is probably a legendary warrior. In his eyes, people like us are just small fry who can be crushed to death at any time. How could he be afraid of our revenge?" "Oh, right, call Brother Dao and report what happened just now." Chapter 15. Dao Ge comes to apologize. After receiving the call and hearing the report, Brother Dao was silent for a while, and then a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. At the same time, I felt a little uneasy. Will that Su Feng come to my door? If the opponent is really a warrior, he will have absolutely no chance of winning unless he uses a gun. But once the gun is fired, the nature of the situation becomes different. Although Donghai is not an international metropolis, it is definitely a first-tier city. The larger the city, the stricter the requirements for public security. Especially after several crackdown operations. The survival pressure on people like them is also increasing. 7 or 8 years ago, it was not uncommon for a gunfight to break out on the streets every 3 to 5 days. But now, if you bring people to join a gunfight, I guarantee that they will be arrested within a day. Do they really think the police are vegetarians? After gritting his teeth, Brother Dao made a decision. On the other side, Su Feng drove all the way back home. Then he turned on his computer and logged into the Bitcoin trading website and bound his US dollar account to his Bitcoin account. After the binding was successful, he transferred all 15 million US dollars into the account. After browsing the trend of Bitcoin, he exited the website. Just at this moment, the phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After picking up the phone, Chen Yashua's voice came from the phone. Su Feng, come to my house tonight to talk. Okay, I'll come. Su Feng said indifferently, wondering in his heart what kind of plan this family had. See you tonight, said Chen Yashue. That's all. After Su Feng hung up the phone, he vaguely noticed that Chen Yashua's attitude seemed to have changed. But he didn't think much about it. After all, he had seen through the true face of that family and was not worried about being plotted against by them. Bite. Just then, Sun Lin sent a WeChat message to Su Feng. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was a selfie of the other party at the company's front desk. I have to say, Sun Lin's appearance is still quite good. Immediately afterwards, the other party sent another text message. Brother Feng, it's so boring during work hours, what are you doing? Su Feng, since you are bored, why don't you take a leave and come out? I will take you out to play. And at advertising company. Front desk. When Sun Lin saw the content of the WeChat message sent by Su Feng, her eyes lit up slightly and she was secretly delighted in her heart. Su Feng took the initiative to ask her out to play, which showed that he had a good impression of her. So she replied, no, Brother Feng, I just asked for leave yesterday. If I ask for leave again today, it will definitely not be approved. Su Feng, then just skip work. Sun Lin, 3 days' salary will be deducted for each absence from work. People's salaries are not enough to spend, and it is too painful to have 3 days' salary deducted at once. Seeing what Sun Lin said, Su Feng curled up a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth and quickly edited a paragraph of text. In that case, forget it, let's talk about it when you have time. When Sun Lin saw Su Feng's reply, she couldn't help but panic and felt that she had made a mistake. She sent this message to hint to Su Feng that I had sacrificed 3 days' salary to come out and accompany you, and you have to compensate me. She treated Su Feng like any other bootlicker. If it were any other bootlicker, he would definitely say at the first moment that I would compensate you for the loss due to your absenteeism, or double the compensation. But she overlooked the fact that Su Feng was different from her bootlickers. He was a rich man. And he is a wealthy man who was very generous. She only accompanied him twice yesterday, and he bought her in Zhangyao a brand name bag worth nearly 50,000 yuan. If she goes out to play with him, will he treat her badly? Thinking of this, she really wanted to slap herself. So, she quickly sent a message to Su Feng. Brother Feng, I was just joking with you. I have already asked for leave. Where shall we meet? When Su Feng saw the WeChat message from Sun Lin, a playful smile appeared on his face. This Sun Lin was easier to control than he had imagined. So I replied, send me your company address and I will come to pick you up. Seeing that Su Feng was not angry and was going to pick her up, Sun Lin couldn't help but wave her fist happily, and then hurried to ask for leave from her boss. As expected, my boss did not approve. But Sun Lin's attitude was very tough. She said if you don't approve my leave, I will be absent from work. Compared to being with Su Feng, a crappy job is nothing. After going to the bathroom to change clothes and put on some makeup, Sun Lin hurried downstairs. She couldn't keep Brother Feng waiting for too long. What if he got angry? And the other side. Su Feng was getting ready to go out. But a man with a fierce look came to his door. Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Zhao Yuan, nicknamed Xiaodao, and I'm here to apologize to you. Su Feng's eyes flashed with confusion. Suddenly, he thought of the people following him, so he asked, did you send those 3 people following me? Yes, Mr. Su. I was also entrusted by Mu Yuqin. This is 2 million. It is my apology to you. I don't ask for anything else. I just hope that Mr. Su can forgive our offense this time. And I, Zhao Yuan, can also swear here that if Mr. Su needs us to do anything in the future, we promise to do our best to complete it. As he spoke, Brother Dao handed over a bank card with both hands. Zhao Yuan was not rich, after all, he had a group of people under him, and the 2 million was raised by him. Su Feng did not take the bank card, but said with a half smile, are all of you gangsters so timid? I just injured 3 of your men and you came to apologize. Shouldn't you bring more people to seek revenge on me? Mr. Su, you're joking. You are a warrior. Even if I bring all my men with me, I can't be your match. Brother Dao said with a wry smile. Have you met many warriors? Su Feng asked with narrowed eyes. Not many, they are simply rare. Dao Gu said, there are only 3 warriors I know of, but each of them is quite formidable. Which 3? Su Feng became more and more curious. Zhao Yuan said, one is Lu Yi, he used to be a big boss in our Donghedao, but a few years ago, he had cleaned up his act and got out of trouble. Now he is the president of a real estate group. Another one is the personal bodyguard and security manager of the president of Shangqing Group. The last one is the chief instructor of our city's armed police corps. What are their specific strengths? Su Feng continued to ask. Zhao Yuan thought for a moment and said, I have never seen the 6th master take action, but according to rumors, when he first came to Donghai, he fought his way through a street by himself. He is very powerful. As for the personal bodyguard of the boss of Shangqing Group, he once killed 3 kidnappers who wanted to kidnap the boss of Shangqing Group with his bare hands. The chief instructor is very mysterious. It is said that he has made many achievements, but no one knows how he made them. However, there are rumors that he once competed with the bodyguard of the boss of Shangqing Group and won by a slight margin. Okay, take back the bank card and consider it as a reward for teaching Mu Yuqin a lesson. Can you do it? Su Feng said with a smile. Since he has been reborn and obtained the system, why should he live such a cowardly life? Since Mu Yuqin dared to ask someone to teach him a lesson, he naturally had to fight back. After a slight hesitation, Zhao Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Su, just wait for my news. I will definitely not let you down. Chapter 16 Henteing Restaurant. After sending Zhao Yuan away, Su Feng drove to the downstairs of Anda Advertising Company. More than 10 minutes later, Su Feng arrived and saw Sun Lin standing on the side of the road. However, at this moment, a BMW X5 was parked in front of her, and a young man who was suspected to be the owner of the car was chatting with Sun Lin. Beauty, just add me on WeChat. I have no ill intentions, I just want to be friends with you. Zhang Yan said with a smile. You are such a nasty person. I've already told you that I don't want to add you on WeChat, but why do you keep pestering me? Sun Lin said with disgust that if it were a few days ago, a man driving a BMW X5 would be considered a high-quality man for her and it would be no problem to add him on WeChat. But now, she wanted to hook up with Su Feng, so she had to leave a good impression on him. Therefore, she didn't want to pay any attention to the man in front of her. Besides, Brother Feng might come at any time. What if he found out that she added other men on WeChat and misunderstood her? She won't lose the big picture for the small. She even blocked the WeChat and phone numbers of the few dogs she used to support. Suddenly, Sun Lin's eyes lit up. But he saw Su Feng's car arriving. He immediately trotted forward. Brother Feng, you're here. Are you thirsty? I bought you a bottle of drink. Sun Lin took out a bottle of drink that she bought at a small supermarket downstairs from her bag and handed it to Su Feng in a flattering manner. Get in the car. Su Feng took the drink and said, Okay. Sun Lin walked around to the passenger seat, opened the door and sat in. Fasten your seatbelts. Su Feng reminded, his eyes sweeping over a pair of round and slender thighs. Okay, Brother Feng, let's go. After fastening her seatbelt, Sun Lin smiled sweetly at Su Feng. Shift gears and start. Soon, Su Feng drove away in a domestically made Great Wall car. Zhang Yan was dumbfounded when he saw the scene, and couldn't help but complain, my BMW X5 is not as good as a broken Great Wall? In the past, he drove this BMW X5 to pick up girls. He couldn't say that he was successful every time, but considering the car, it was not difficult to add her on WeChat. But today he lost to a Great Wall car, which made him doubt his life. Or does that beautiful lady just now not know BMW at all? If Su Feng knew what he was thinking, she would definitely tell him that it was not that she didn't know BMW, but that she wanted more. What happened just now? Su Feng asked casually in the moving car. Sun Lin said disdainfully, a guy tried to flirt with me and wanted to add me on WeChat. I ignored him. He really thought driving a BMW was something great. Hearing this, Su Feng laughed in his heart. If it were in the past, it would be strange that you ignored me. You must have rejected me because you wanted to hook up with me, a rich son-in-law. However, he did not expose her, but instead praised Sun Lin for doing the right thing. Brother Feng, where are you taking me? Sun Lin asked curiously. Let's go eat first. Su Feng said. On the way here, he called the bank's private client manager, who recommended him several high-end restaurants with good food and good service. He also offered to call and make a reservation for him. Su Feng did not refuse and agreed directly. More than 20 minutes later, Su Feng drove to a building on Huayang Road. After getting off the car, Sun Lin looked at the building in front of him and then exclaimed, "Brother Feng, are you going to take me to the Hentang restaurant for dinner?" "Yes, it's Hentang restaurant." Su Feng nodded. "Wow, Brother Feng, you are so awesome," Sun Lin said excitedly, and then couldn't help but stand on tiptoes and kiss Su Feng on the face. "Why are you so excited? Is this Hentang restaurant very special?" Su Feng asked with some confusion. Sun Lin explained, "Because this restaurant is a membership-based restaurant, and their membership is free, ordinary people can't become their members at all." "So that is how it is," Su Feng suddenly realized. Then they walked towards the building together. However, as soon as I entered the building, a woman in her 30s wearing a uniform and with a friendly smile came up to me and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Feng?" "It's me, what can I do for you?" Su Feng asked. The other party explained, "Hello Mr. Su, I am Chen Xiao, the manager of Hentang restaurant. Since only by swiping our membership card can you enter the restaurant on the top floor, I came here specially to give you the membership card." "Then thank you for your help, Manager Chen," Su Feng said. He was not surprised by this and thought it was probably arranged by the bank. "It's no trouble, Mr. Su." The other party responded politely, and then handed over a golden membership card with both hands. "This is your membership card, please keep it." "Thanks." Su Feng took the membership card and thanked him. "You're welcome, Mr. Su, please come this way." Led by Chen Xiao, the two followed into the elevator. After swiping their cards, the button for the 32nd floor lit up directly. Suddenly, Su Feng felt the pressure from the arms being embraced becoming stronger and stronger. She turned her head and found that Sun Lin's eyes were full of excitement and excitement. Because she had always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family, the scene just now gave her a great stimulation. A few months ago, one of her female classmates showed off to her friends on WeChat that she had dined at Hentang restaurant and introduced the restaurant to them. This made her very envious, and she secretly thought that it would be great if she could go to Hentang restaurant once. Later, she went to inquire about it again. It is impossible for ordinary people to go to Hentang restaurant unless they are brought by a member. Unexpectedly, this wish came true so easily today. Moreover, the manager personally handed her the membership card, which greatly satisfied her vanity. She has already decided that when she goes to the restaurant later, she will take photos and post them on WeChat Moments. After a while, the elevator arrived at the 32nd floor. Chen Xiao helped Su Feng and the other person block the elevator's retractable door and let them go out first. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, Su Feng saw the door of the restaurant. Two tall receptionists wearing cheongsams stood in front of the door. After entering the restaurant, he smelled a faint scent of incense and the melodious sound of the guqin, which immediately gave Su Feng a sense of ancient charm. With a quick glance, I found a young woman in the restaurant hall plucking the strings of a musical instrument with her head down. "Mr. Su, madam, this way please." Chen Xiao continued to lead the way and brought them to a private room. There was a good-looking waiter standing in front of the box door. When he saw them coming, he took the initiative to open the door and stood aside to invite them in. This box is decorated quite elegantly. Manager Chen Xiao also came in and poured tea for the two while introducing them. "Mr. Su, Ms. Su, we have 3 sets of double meals here. If you are not satisfied, you can also order separately." Su Feng took the menu and opened it. Sure enough, he saw 3 sets of meals for 2, with a combination of meat and vegetables, a total of 12 dishes, in addition to alcohol and drinks. Judging from the pictures, these dishes were quite exquisite and delicious. Of course, the price is not cheap. The prices are 4,888 yuan, 6,888 yuan, and 8,888 yuan respectively. "Are your portions large enough?" Su Feng asked. After his physical fitness reached 99, he found that his appetite had more than doubled. Chen Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Su Feng to ask such a question. "Don't get me wrong, I have a big appetite. If the portion is too small, I'm afraid I won't be full," Su Feng explained. Chen Xiao chuckled and said, "Our servings are indeed smaller, but it doesn't matter. I can ask the kitchen to add more." "Okay, let's order a set meal for 2 for 8,888 yuan." "Okay, wait a moment." Chen Xiao walked out with a smile on his face. As soon as Chen Xiao left, Sun Lin couldn't help but take out her mobile phone to take pictures, because not only was the box beautifully decorated, but the scenery outside the box was also quite nice, and you could directly see the beautiful beach and sea view. Chapter 17 Changes caused by Circle of Friends. But before taking the photo, she still asked Su Feng for his opinion. "Brother Feng, can I take a photo here?" Su Feng nodded, "Of course, as long as you don't take pictures of me." "Thank you, Brother Feng." Sun Lin's face was full of joy. She first took out her mobile phone to take pictures of the box, then took pictures of the beach and sea outside the box, and then took a selfie. After finishing, she used the photo editing software she often used to adjust the selfie, and then posted it to her moments in a 9-grid format. The caption for the picture is, "On Thursday, enjoy the exquisiteness in this special place. Life needs such little beauties occasionally. Record the comfort of the moment." As a goddess-level beauty, many people follow Sun Lin's circle of friends. As a result, within just a few tens of seconds, dozens of people liked her post on her moments. Refresh again, and there are more than 10 replies. "Wow, where did the goddess go to be so cool? This place is so beautiful. I envy you, goddess. Do you need someone to carry your bag? I can help you. The scenery is nice, but of course, the people are more beautiful than the scenery. Lin, where is this? It seems like a great environment." Looking at everyone's replies and flattery, Sun Lin couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. "Junya Fashion Design Company. It's time for lunch." Zhang Yao went to the cafeteria with her colleagues. After getting her meal, she found a seat and sat down. While dealing with her colleagues, she opened WeChat and then her moments. Suddenly, she saw Sun Lin's 9-grid photo. After looking through all 9 photos, her face couldn't help but darken slightly. From the photos, she could be sure that these should have been taken in a high-end restaurant. With an idea in mind, she took screenshots of 2 of the box pictures and searched them on Baidu. The result was the cloud box of Henteing Restaurant. She also knew something about Henteing Restaurant, and she had even discussed it with Sun Lin and Chen Yashue that if they had the chance in the future, they must check in at Henteing Restaurant. She and Sun Lin were classmates in both junior high school and high school. I am also quite familiar with Sun Lin's family situation. It's just an ordinary family. I don't have any officials or wealthy relatives. Her salary was not even as much as hers, so she was not qualified to go to Henteing Restaurant at all. But now the other party appears there. This means that someone took her there. But before that, she had never come into contact with any rich and powerful people. The only possibility is that Su Feng took her there. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt uncomfortable and even a little regretful. She felt that she was too reserved and was overtaken by the proactive Sun Lin. So she sent a WeChat message to Sun Lin. "Lin, I saw your circle of friends. Are you at Henteing Restaurant?" Soon, Sun Lin replied, "Yes, how did you know?" "Zhang Yao, who did you go with?" "Sun Lin, I'm here with Brother Feng." Seeing Sun Lin's reply, Zhang Yao's face darkened slightly. This little beaker was not shy at all and was probably declaring its sovereignty. At the same time, an idea came to her mind. Should she tell Chen Yashue the news that Su Feng had made a fortune, and then reveal to her the fact that Sun Lin had hooked up with Su Feng, so that she could tear Sun Lin apart, and in this way she could reap the benefits? But after thinking about it, she rejected this idea. She knew very well what kind of person Chen Yashue was. If she knew that Su Feng had made a fortune, she would get back together with Su Feng even if it meant shamelessly doing so. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there is a layer of gauze between them. The two have already reached the stage of discussing marriage, although they broke up because of the bride price. Who knows whether Su Feng still has feelings for her? If there is still affection, and Chen Yashue puts aside her pride and pursues him, maybe they really could get back together. Therefore, this matter must never be told to Chen Yashue. So, she sent a WeChat message to Sun Lin. "If Xiaoxue knew that you and Su Feng had dinner alone, given her temper, she would not let you go." Sun Lin felt a tightness in her heart when she saw the news, but at the same time she was also somewhat relieved that Su Feng was not included in the photo. At the same time, he also secretly warned himself that he must not let Chen Yashue know before establishing a relationship with Su Feng. On the other side, the Chen family. Chen Yashue also saw Sun Lin's circle of friends. Her brows couldn't help but frown slightly, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Yesterday she saw pictures of Sun Lin and Zhang Yao shopping for branded bags and showing them off on their moments, and she felt a little unhappy. Today, she saw a video of the other person checking in at a high-end restaurant, and she became even more upset. At the same time, she was also a little confused. With Sun Lin's financial situation, she simply couldn't afford to buy brand-name bags worth tens of thousands of dollars or go to high-end restaurants. Did she hook up with some rich second generation? Thinking of this, she felt jealous and envious again. Snort! She immediately left the circle of friends and snorted in dissatisfaction. At this time, Zhou Chunhua said, Xiaoxue, when Su Feng comes to dinner tonight, you must not give him a bad face. Yes, sis. Chen Jiaming threw the chicken leg bone he had just gnawed onto the table and echoed, be nicer, and that guy will get back together with you. Otherwise, once you break up, the betrothal gift you got will be gone. I know. You've said it so many times. Chen Yashua said impatiently. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable at the thought of having to be humble in front of Su Feng. Henteing Restaurant. Cloud Box. 12 meat and vegetable set meals have been delivered. Even though the portion size has been increased, it is still only 1/3 of that in an average restaurant. However, the dishes looked very delicate and the presentation was quite beautiful. The complimentary drinks are freshly squeezed juices, and the alcohol is homemade rice wine. Brother Feng, can I take a photo? Looking at the dishes on the table, Sun Lin asked again. Go ahead and take the photo. I'll start eating after you finish. Su Feng said. Thank you, Brother Feng. After thanking Su Feng, Sun Lin quickly found an angle to take a picture of the table of food. However, she did not post it on WeChat Moments immediately. Since the photos had already been taken, it would not be too late to post them later. Next, the two started to eat. I have to say that although the portions are relatively small, the taste is still quite good. Su Feng didn't drink, after all, he had to drive, and he drank juice with Sun Lin. Brother Feng, try this, it's delicious. Sun Lin put a piece of glutinous rice ribs into his bowl. Very good indeed. After eating the ribs, Su Feng nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Sun Lin kept picking up food for Su Feng. Okay, no need to pick it up for me, just eat it yourself. In the end, the two of them finished all 12 dishes, most of which went into Su Feng's mouth, but he was only 70% full. Su Feng called the waiter to settle the bill. Then Chen Xiao arrived. Mr. Su, Ms. Sun, are you satisfied with your meal? Tastes good, but the portion is too small. Su Feng said. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Next time you come, I'll ask the kitchen to give you a bigger portion. Chen Xiao said quickly. Su Feng smiled and said, Thank you, Manager Chen. By the way, please help us calculate how much it is. The package price is 8,888 yuan, but a 10% service charge will be added, for a total of 9,776 yuan. Then Chen Xiao took the initiative to round off the decimal point and charged 9,700 yuan. However, Chen Xiao also said that Su Feng is a black card user of Donghai China Merchants Bank and can enjoy a 10% discount, so Su Feng only needs to pay 8,730 yuan. Chapter 18 Cash or Transfer. Time flies and it is already evening. Su Feng and Sun Lin were having dinner in a restaurant. They fed each other from time to time and their eyes occasionally met in mid-air, which seemed to create sparks. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Although there was no note on this number, I knew it was Chen Yashue calling. The call was connected, and Chen Yashue's voice rang out from the phone, Su Feng, when will you arrive? We are waiting for you to have dinner. Su Feng, no need to wait for me to eat, I'm already eating, come back to your house after you finish eating. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yashue turned her head and glanced at the table full of dishes on the dining table in the living room. A surge of anger suddenly surged in her heart. In order to please this bastard, her mother Zhou Chunhua specially prepared a table full of dishes. But thinking that she still had to discuss reconciliation with Su Feng tonight, she could only suppress her anger and said, Okay, come back after you finish eating. How about it? Seeing Chen Yashua hang up the phone, Zhou Chunhua hurriedly asked, when will he come? He's already eating and said he'll come back after he finishes eating. Chen Yashua replied. This bastard is so ungrateful. My mom had to specially prepare a table full of delicious food for him. Chen Jiaming said angrily. Didn't you explain it to him clearly? Chen Ziyuan asked with a frown. Chen Yashua said embarrassedly, I just asked him to come to our house in the evening, but forgot to tell him to come for dinner. You. Chen Ziyuan felt a little disappointed with her, and Zhou Chunhua also complained that she couldn't even do small things well. Forget it, let's eat first, Chen Ziyuan said in a deep voice. On the other side, inside the restaurant, Sun Lin asked quietly, Brother Feng, was it Xiao Xue who called you and asked you to go to her house? Su Feng said, yes, there has to be a break between us. Besides, I haven't asked for my 380,000 yuan betrothal gift back yet. This betrothal gift was the savings of his parents over the years, and in addition, they also borrowed a lot from others to make up the total. So, he had to get it back no matter what. Then they won't make things difficult for you, right? Sun Lin continued. Ha, their family belongs to the Pichot family. It won't be easy to get the money back. Su Feng sneered. Why don't you call the police? It's too risky for you to go to their house alone. What if they hurt you? Sun Lin said with ulterior motives. Don't worry, it won't happen. Su Feng smiled. How about I go with you? I can hide outside. If they really dare to attack me, I can help call the police. Sun Lin suddenly suggested. Aren't you afraid that Chen Yashue will find out and you won't even be best friends with her? Su Feng asked jokingly. Sun Lin said shyly, my best friend is not as important as you, Brother Feng. Really? Of course it's true. Okay, I believe you, but there's no need for you to follow me. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, I'll take you home. About 40 minutes later, Su Feng drove to the residential area where the Chen family lived. Since Sun Lin's family lived nearby, it didn't take much time. When Su Feng knocked on the door of Chen's house, he saw a warm and smiling face. Xiao Su, you are here, come in and sit down. Your uncle Chen knew you were coming, so he specially made you a cup of tea that he usually doesn't want to drink. Thanks, I'm not thirsty, Su Feng said lightly. Suddenly, Zhou Chuanhua's face froze with a flattering smile. At the same time, Shen Jiaming, who was sitting on the sofa, wanted to get up when he saw that his mother had been rejected, but Chen Ziyuan glared at him again, so he had to suppress his anger. Since you don't want tea, I'll have some fruit. Zhou Chunhua spoke again. No, I don't want to eat. Su Feng, what do you mean? Chen Yashue, who was also sitting on the sofa in the living room, finally couldn't help but speak. Xiao Xue, speak nicely to Xiaoxiu. Chen Ziyuan scolded. Then, he smiled and said to Su Feng, Xiao Su, there was a misunderstanding between us before. There's no need to make it so awkward. Your aunt and I are very satisfied with such an outstanding young man like you. So, you and Xiao Xue should go to the room and talk alone. It's just a misunderstanding. Just talk it out. Besides, you've been together for so long. How can you just break up your relationship? Watching Chen Ziyuan trying hard to fool him, Su Feng vaguely guessed the Chen family's plan. Most likely he still wants Chen Yashue to marry him. After all, they were reluctant to give up the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift. As for finding an excuse to divorce after getting married, you can still get half of the property at that time. This family is definitely capable of doing such a thing. After all, in her previous life, even though she agreed to their increasing the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan and their unreasonable demands at the wedding, she still ended up in divorce. Of course, there were also reasons for her sudden awakening and she didn't want to continue to be sucked dry by this family. Okay then, let's talk alone. A sarcastic smile flashed across Su Feng's lips. Come in with me. Thinking of her parents' instructions, Chen Yashue deliberately spoke in a gentle tone. Follow Chen Yashue into the room. The other party closed the door, and her mother secretly told her that if she really couldn't convince Su Feng, she should sleep with him. After all, men think with their lower body. Chen Yashue agreed to this after a little hesitation. After all, she was not a virgin. She did not give it to Su Feng before just to keep him hanging. After all, she had experienced several boyfriends and knew that once a man got something, he would no longer cherish it. Hubby, let's get back together. Chen Yashue came up, hugged Su Feng's arm, and looked at him with her big watery eyes. In her previous life, Su Feng was able to agree to the request to increase the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan because Chen Yashue was indeed good-looking. In terms of appearance, she was inferior to Sun Lin, only about 88 centimeters tall, but she had a good figure. A perky butt, long legs and a big body. But facing the temptation of Chen Yashue at this moment, Su Feng was very calm, because he knew that Chen Yashue was a trap. So, he pulled his arm away and said, it's impossible to get back together. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it's useless. Oh, I have something else to do. Tell me what you want to say. I'm in a hurry. Hearing Su Feng's words, Chen Yashua's chest couldn't help but rise and fall rapidly. She really gave him face. But thinking of the 380,000 yuan, she had to suppress her anger. Husband, don't be so heartless, I really know I was wrong, and I have already convinced my parents that if we get married, we only need 380,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. If I had known this earlier, why would I have done it? It's too late now. Su Feng remained unmoved. Seeing Su Feng's firm attitude, Chen Yashue frowned slightly. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, grabbed Su Feng's hand and put it in front of her. Husband, haven't you always wanted it? I'll give it to you now. As she spoke, she leaned forward. Although he felt quite comfortable, Su Feng still pushed her away, opened the door and walked out. Staring at Su Feng's back, Chen Yashue couldn't help but feel a strong hatred in her eyes, and at the same time she began to doubt her own charm. Xiao Su, how is your conversation going? Zhou Chunhua said with a smile. Not so good. I came here today to get back the betrothal gift. Do you take cash or bank transfer? Su Feng said without giving any face at all. When Qin Jiaming heard that Su Feng wanted to take back the betrothal gift, he panicked and said subconsciously, You are dreaming if you want to take back the betrothal gift. You won't give it to me, right? Su Feng said playfully, Don't worry, I won't call the police or sue you in court. I will find some old men and women to come to your community to publicize your scandal. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuanoa's faces suddenly became very ugly. They have lived in this community for decades. If Su Feng really did this, how would their family still have the face to live here? Of course, if you feel that it is not enough, I can also find reporters to help you promote it. Su Feng said with a smile on his face. Chapter 19 The Chen family admits. If you dare, believe it or not, I will have someone kill you. Chen Jiaming, who had been unhappy with Su Feng for a long time, finally couldn't help but stood up from the sofa and pointed at Su Feng threateningly. Su Feng, you are too despicable. At this time, Chen Yashue walked out of the room with an angry face. Can you get my 380,000 yuan betrothal gift back if you're not being mean? Su Feng sneered, I'll give you one day. I must see the 380,000. Otherwise, I'll keep my word and let the old men and old ladies help you promote. Of course, if you're not afraid of being blackmailed, you can also try to drive those old men and old ladies away. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Chen family members changed drastically, and they were disgusted inside, because a few years ago, a young man helped an old lady who fell down, and he was sued by the old lady's family and had to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation. Even though this incident happened many years ago, it is still quite popular on the internet. Old men and old women are almost becoming synonymous with people who should not be provoked, because if you dare to provoke them, they will just lie down on the ground and you can wait to pay the money. Seeing the expressions of the four members of the Chen family, Su Feng smiled secretly in his heart. I remind you again, I must see the 380,000 before this time tomorrow night, and then you don't have to send it off. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng strode out of the Chen family. Damn it, this bastard is too bullying, I'm going to find someone to break his legs. Chen Jiaming shouted as soon as Su Feng left. Su Feng's arrogant attitude made him really unhappy. Come on, why didn't you say anything when you were here? Chen Ziyuan said unhappily. He had long seen through the character of his son, a typical bully at home. After being taught a lesson by Su Feng last time, he had developed a certain fear of him. Upon hearing what his father said, Chen Jiaming suddenly lost his temper and said awkwardly, I also feel sorry for my sister. I think you are worried about the 380,000 yuan. Chen Ziyuan was very unhappy because he got a cold shoulder tonight. He couldn't vent his anger on his wife, so Chen Jiaming happened to catch him. Okay, what are you talking about, Jiaming? He did nothing wrong. Zhou Chunhua came out to protect her child. Why? Chen Ziyuan sighed deeply. Old Chen, that little bastard doesn't buy our tricks. What do you think we should do? Should we really return the money to him? Zhou Chunhua asked with a worried look on her face. Then, she couldn't help but glare at Chen Yashue, you useless piece of shit, you can't even do a small thing. Chen Yashue, who was already feeling aggrieved, felt even more aggrieved after hearing what my mother said, but she could not refute it because some things can be said in private but cannot be said openly. She could not say that I took the initiative to sleep with Su Feng, but he was not willing to sleep with me. Okay, Xiaoxue can't be blamed for this. Chen Ziyuan took the initiative to speak for Chen Yashue, and was met with Chen Yashue's grateful eyes. Old Chen, what do you think we should do about this? Zhou Chunhua spoke again. Chen Ziyuan said with a headache, that guy is too mean. If he really finds a group of old men and women to promote in the community, our family will lose face. Once the reputation is ruined, Xiao Shuai will have a hard time getting married in the future. It will be even more difficult for this bastard to find a wife. It's better to return the money to him. I don't agree. Zhou Chunhua said excitedly. Yes, I don't agree either. Why should I return the money to him? Chen Jiaming echoed. Mom, why don't you just give the money back to him? Chen Yashua said anxiously. She was actually not only worried about the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift, but also the fact that she had checked into a hotel with her first love boyfriend before marriage. If Su Feng publicized this matter, her reputation would be really ruined if he told the reporter about it. Her bad reputation will probably spread throughout the entire East China Sea. By then, who would dare to marry her? In fact, she didn't know at all that Su Feng didn't know that she and her first love had checked into a hotel. You silly girl, why are you so mean? Zhou Chunhua scolded angrily. Mom, listen to me. If I miss Su Feng, I can still find someone better. But if my reputation is ruined, who would be willing to marry me? Chen Yashue explained anxiously. Retreat. Chen Ziyuan said. No. Zhou Chunhua and Chen Jiaming said in unison. I am the head of this family, and I have the final say. Chen Ziyuan said in a tough tone, besides, if you hadn't caused trouble before the wedding, this wouldn't have happened. I also want to save more money for my family. Zhou Chunhua said with some lack of confidence. Okay, it's settled. You give the money to Xiao Shuai tomorrow morning and let her return it to Su Feng. Chen Ziyuan made the decision. In fact, he didn't want to pay back the money, but Su Feng's two moves were so cruel that it made people shudder even when they thought about it. After Su Feng left Chen's house, he was driving back. Then I received a WeChat message from Sun Lin, Brother Feng, how was the talk? Did they not make things difficult for you? He's quite cunning and knows how to take advantage of opportunities. Su Feng smiled, and thinking of Sun Lin's experience in her previous life, he knew that this woman was not very smart. She got together with the second-generation rich man but was dumped not long after. Later, she was kept by a middle-aged wealthy man, but was beaten by his original wife and her family, and ended up with a disgraced reputation. With no other choice, he had to leave Donghai and go to Shanghai to work. Later, relying on her good looks, she married an honest man with a small fortune. Therefore, she is far inferior to Zhang Yao. In contrast, Zhang Yao, through two marriages, directly crossed her own class, but Zhang Yao's appearance is not as good as hers. Return home. Su Feng and Sun Lin chatted for a while and then took another cold shower. The main reason was that his body was too full of firepower now, and he hadn't eaten any meat. Then he was tempted by the cool photos sent by Sun Lin, so he naturally couldn't control himself. I will eat you little devil sooner or later. Su Feng secretly said that through these 2 days of getting along, his relationship with Sun Lin has improved rapidly. If they had not had to go to Chen's house tonight, maybe they could have eaten meat tonight. After a while, Su Feng calmed down and opened the Bitcoin trading website to see that the price did not fluctuate much. After exiting the website, he reviewed the information in his mind again. The price of Bitcoin began to rise at 10:32 p.m. on August 9th, climbing 5 points in just 5 minutes. The increase then slowed down, and by 11 o'clock it had risen by 7 points, but after 11 o'clock, it fell back by 4 points in just 2 minutes, and then continued to soar in just 10 minutes, and finally the increase reached 30 points. Therefore, the whole process will not take more than an hour. Of course, this is because Su Feng was not involved. If he had participated, it would definitely have produced a certain butterfly effect. This is also the reason why he only used $5 million for the operation and $10 million as a deposit. If he uses $10 million to operate and only uses $5 million as margin, his position will be liquidated if there is even a slight fluctuation. The next day, August 8th. Su Feng planned to buy daily necessities today to decorate the villa in Yuding. After all, the villa had been bought and he couldn't just leave it empty. While he was shopping for bedding in the mall, Chen Yashue called him, but her tone was very cold. Where are you? Let's meet, and I will return the 380,000 to you. Hearing this, Su Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the Chen family would pay back the money so easily. So he said, there's no need to meet in person. I'll send you an account number and you can just transfer the money directly to the account. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yashue gritted her teeth and said, Su Feng, you are so heartless. Su Feng said calmly, there's no need to argue about this, we won't be involved in this matter anymore anyway. Chen Yashue, okay, you said it, I hope you won't regret it in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yashue hung up the phone, and Su Feng removed Chen Yashue from the blacklist on WeChat and sent her the bank account number. Just at this moment, Sun Lin sent another WeChat message, Brother Feng, what are you doing? Su Feng, I bought bedding in the mall. Sun Lin, do you need my advice? If so, I will take a leave and come over. Su Feng, of course I would love to, after all, I'm not really good at these things. Sun Lin, Brother Feng, wait for me, I'll be there soon. More than half an hour later, Su Feng met Sun Lin, who had hurried over to the furniture mall. Chapter 20. Just say whether you like it or not. Sun Lin tied her hair into a bun today. She wore a short-sleeved white t-shirt on her upper body, which revealed her flat white belly. She wore a pair of denim hot pants on her lower body, and her bright and slender thighs looked extremely attractive. Combined with her pure and beautiful face, she looks so pure and sexy, and is not inferior to the young lady who uses filters to beautify herself in the future short videos. Brother Feng, am I dressed nicely today? Feeling Su Feng's gaze, Sun Lin, who came in front of him, turned around deliberately. It looks pretty good. Su Feng nodded. Do you like it? Sun Lin hugged Su Feng's arm, raised her head, looked at him with her watery eyes and asked. Su Feng subconsciously wanted to say like, but immediately came to his senses and thought to himself, hey, how dare this little devil mess with my heart? After his rebirth, he decided to focus on sex instead of love. Dogs don't talk about love or anything. If I agree to say I like you to Sun Lin, and she takes the opportunity to establish a romantic relationship with me, wouldn't I be trapped? So, he smiled and said, okay, stop playing and get down to business. I'll give you a reward when you're done. Sun Lin was a little disappointed to see that Su Feng did not follow her routine, but when she heard Su Feng say there was a reward, she couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, in the previous 2 days, Su Feng had already created the impression of generous in her mind. Then Brother Feng, let's go and choose. Sun Lin urged. There are many rooms in the villa. There are 4 rooms on the second and third floors, plus the servants' room on the first floor, which makes a total of 9 rooms. However, Su Feng plans to arrange a room on the second floor as a study and a room on the third floor as a tea room. In addition, the largest room on the second floor serves as his bedroom. The villa is fully furnished and there are beds and mattresses in the rooms. The bed in the guest room does not need to be changed, but he plans to change the mattress in the master bedroom. In the end, he chose a branded latex mattress that cost more than 30,000 yuan. As for other bedding products, they were also selected from better quality ones, so the total cost was more than 100,000 yuan. The furniture mall provides delivery service after agreeing on the delivery time. Su Feng took Sun Lin to buy other daily necessities. During this period, he also received a transfer of 380,000 yuan from Chen Yashue. It can be considered as a way to vent my anger for my previous life. As long as they don't provoke him again in the future, he won't bother to pay attention to them. If they still provoke him, don't blame him for being rude. It was almost noon. Su Feng drove directly to the Donghai International Shopping Mall and went to the 4th floor to have dinner first. Then he went to the 3rd floor and said to Sun Lin, go to any store here and choose a set of clothes as your reward. No need, Brother Feng. You just gave someone a bag 2 days ago. I won't let you spend money today. Sun Linxiang suppressed the impulse in his heart and said while enduring the pain. After all, the cheapest clothes you buy in these stores would cost tens of thousands. However, she has more plans, so she can't show too much greed for money, lest Su Feng think she is a gold digger. But in fact, Su Feng already knew her background, so her worry did not exist. Go ahead, don't feel bad for me because you know I don't like this little money. Su Feng said with a smile. So? I'm really going? After hearing what Su Feng said, Sun Lin still couldn't resist the temptation of luxury clothing. But she didn't lose her mind completely. After careful selection, she chose a set of clothes that cost 42,000 yuan. Are you sure you want this one? Su Feng asked with a smile. I'll take this one. Although Sun Lin wanted to choose something more expensive, she didn't want to leave a bad impression on Su Feng. Besides, even if she chose this set, it would cost her a year's salary to buy it. Okay, I'll pay. The two walked out of the clothing store together, and Sun Lin suggested going to the movies. Su Feng did not refuse, so the two of them went to the cinema on the 4th floor. The movie was chosen by Sun Lin. It is a foreign horror film. Su Feng knew about this horror film. She had seen the trailer online and heard that it was suitable for watching with her girlfriend. Do you like horror movies? Su Feng asked with some interest. Yes, I've always liked watching horror movies, Sun Lin said with a twinkle in his eyes. So you're pretty brave. Well enough. I bought some popcorn and a Coke and waited for about 15 minutes before checking my ticket to enter. Today is Friday, a workday. Therefore, there were relatively few people coming to see the movie, and since the film had been released for some time, there were less than 10 people in the entire screening room. Let's sit in the back, the view is better, Sun Lin suggested. Okay. Su Feng didn't tease Sun Lin anymore. After all, it was Sun Lin who took the initiative to create the opportunity and you are the one who benefited. A little teasing would be enough. If you push it too far, it would be too much. A few minutes later, the lights in the screening room dimmed and the main film began to play. As the saying goes, the first impression is the best. The film begins with a very terrifying plot. Then, the brave Sun Lin was so scared that he crawled into Su Feng's arms. I remember someone said he was very courageous, Su Feng asked with a smile. You're so annoying. Don't make fun of me. Sun Lin threw herself into Su Feng's arms and punched him in the chest with her little fist. You hurt me, you have to compensate me. Suddenly, Su Feng pretended to be vicious and said. What compensation do you want? Sun Lin looked at him with a hint of provocation. Su Feng lifted her chin with his hand, then bent down and kissed her. Sun Lin had no intention of dodging or struggling, but instead responded clumsily. 2 minutes later. When their lips parted, Sun Lin's eyes were a little dazed, and her body softened in his arms like a puddle of mud. After a long while, she murmured, so kissing is so comfortable. Although Sun Lin is materialistic and raises fish, she takes her body very seriously and will never give it up easily unless she meets the right target. Why don't you try again? A smile appeared on Su Feng's lips. Sun Lin made a nasal sound and moved closer. Then, their lips stuck together again. But this time, Su Feng's hand quietly slipped into the other person's clothes. Soon, the 1 hour and 40-minute movie was over. The plot is indeed very horrifying. Because when leaving the screening room, Sun Lin's body felt a little weak. To the hotel or to my house? Su Feng asked in Sun Lin's ear. Seeing that the time was almost right, Su Feng naturally would not miss this opportunity. After all, I missed an opportunity last night. Let's go to Brother Feng's house. So the two of them hurried downstairs and drove home. When she returned to the community, Sun Lin looked slightly unhappy. Seeing this, Su Feng vaguely guessed what she was thinking and said, the villa has not been decorated yet. Although this place is small, it was my wedding room. Think about it, the new house originally belonged to your best friend Chen Yashue, but now you are enjoying it. Isn't it a sense of accomplishment and excitement? Ah, Brother Feng, you are so mean. That's why I thought so, Sun Lin said coquettishly. Just tell me if you like it or not, Su Feng asked in her ear. Like. Sun Lin replied with a blush. Chapter 21 Big G is in hand. The two went upstairs hand in hand. He took out the key, opened the door, closed it, and turned on the light in the room. Then Su Feng turned around and hugged Sun Lin in his arms, and lowered his head to capture her lips to savor them carefully. After Su Feng's training in the screening room, Sun Lin gradually mastered some skills and responded with effort. Gradually, their breathing became heavier. Su Feng simply picked her up, strode towards the bedroom, put her on the bed and pressed on her. The two continued to kiss passionately. But Su Feng's hands did not stop either, and before he knew it, he had stripped Sun Lin of her clothes. At this moment, Sun Lin seemed to regain some consciousness. Brother Feng, wait, we haven't taken a shower yet. Then let's take a shower together? Su Feng's eyes greedily swept over Sun Lin's body. No, Sun Lin said with a blushing face. Okay, go ahead. Su Feng let go of Sun Lin, who then grabbed her clothes and quickly ran into the bathroom and the bedroom. After a while, there was a sound of running water inside. About 10 minutes later, Sun Lin walked out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. Lin, why are you wearing Xia Xue's bathrobe? She will find out. Su Feng pretended to be surprised and said that he and Chen Yashue were about to get married. Although they did not live together before marriage, toiletries, bathrobes, and the like had already been prepared in advance. Sun Lin looked at Su Feng speechlessly. It was already this time and he was still acting. What a dramatic actor. Brother Feng, I've already washed, you should go wash too. Seeing that Sun Lin was not cooperating, Su Feng felt a little bored. Okay, wait for me, no more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. Su Feng walked out of the bathroom wearing her bathrobe. I found that Sun Lin had curled up in the quilt and took off the bathrobe she was wearing and put it aside. He could no longer suppress the fire in his heart, so he quickly got under the quilt, hugged Sun Lin in his arms, and kissed her moist lips heavily. The next morning. When Su Feng woke up, he felt the smooth body in his arms. Suddenly, some people were ready to make some moves. However, thinking about how he had tortured Sun Lin to death last night, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. I picked up my phone and saw that it was already a little after 8 in the morning. He quietly got up, put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. First I went to the bathroom outside to wash up, and then went to the kitchen to start making breakfast. In his previous life, he had been single since he experienced 2 failed marriages. Although he wasn't a very good cook, he could cook most home-cooked meals and they tasted pretty good. As for making 2 breakfasts, it's a piece of cake. Su Feng prepares to make egg noodles. Just heat 2 more cups of milk and it's almost done. A few minutes later. The milk was already heated up, and the egg noodles were almost done, so he went back into the bedroom and woke up Sun Lin. Little lazy pig, get up and have breakfast. Brother Feng, I'm so tired, I want to sleep a little longer. Sun Lin frowned slightly when she was woken up, then acted coquettishly. Okay, then you should sleep a little longer. Su Feng also knew that he had tortured Sun Lin severely last night. After all, his current physical condition was quite abnormal and most people couldn't bear it. In addition, it was the first time for the other party in this life, so he was injured. In the living room, Su Feng was eating egg noodles and drinking milk. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Han Yingying, a salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, who called in a very polite tone. Mr. Su, the Mercedes-Benz G you reserved is now available for pickup. Are you free to pick it up today? Then I'll come in the morning. Su Feng said. Looking forward to Mr. Su's visit. Then, Su Feng and the other party set the time at 9:30. Su Feng estimated that Sun Lin didn't have time to get up for breakfast, so he ate her portion as well. Anyway, with his current physical condition, he wouldn't feel full even if he eats 1 more portion. Take the dishes to the kitchen and wash them. Su Feng changed his clothes and prepared to leave. But when he was changing clothes, Sun Lin suddenly woke up. Brother Feng, are you going out? Su Feng said, I ordered a car 3 days ago and picked it up today. Didn't you order it for your parents? Sun Lin said a little confusedly. She remembered that the cars Su Feng bought for his parents were shipped back to the county town. Before I bought a car for my parents, I ordered one for myself. Brother Feng, what kind of car is this? Sun Lin asked curiously. Mercedes-Benz G. Su Feng said. I heard that this car is quite expensive, it should be more than 3 million, right? Sun Lin suddenly became excited. Yes, 3,400,000. Su Feng nodded. Then can I go with you? Sun Lin looked at Su Feng with eager eyes. Of course, but can you get up? Su Feng teased. It's all your fault. Sun Lin glared at Su Feng, but the memory of last night flashed through her mind, and her cheeks flushed slightly. You go out first, I'll change my clothes. Okay, hurry up, I've already made an appointment with them. 20 minutes later. Sun Lin, neatly dressed, walked out of the bedroom. Su Feng's eyes lit up when she saw this. After transforming from a girl to a woman, Sun Lin had become more charming. By the way, are you hungry? If you are, go downstairs and have breakfast before going. Su Feng said. Feeling Su Feng's concern, Sun Lin felt sweet in her heart. Will it not delay our time? It won't be delayed. Even if it is delayed, it's okay. After all, you are more important. Thank you, Brother Feng. You are so nice. 9:27. As Han Yingying was eagerly waiting, Su Feng took Sun Lin's hand and came to the door of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. He didn't drive today, but took a taxi. Han Yingying perked up when she saw Su Feng. However, when she saw Sun Lin being so intimate with Su Feng, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Fortunately, she immediately adjusted her mood and greeted the 2 of them with a smile. In her opinion, she and Su Feng were from 2 completely different worlds. Before she saw Su Feng with a female companion, she still had a glimmer of fantasy. But now that she saw Su Feng's female companion, her unrealistic fantasy was dispelled. Picking up the car went smoothly. Manager Zhang Dongcheng also showed up to congratulate Su Feng. Originally, the 4S store prepared a car pickup ceremony. There are also special photographers to take pictures. But Su Feng refused. Although he is also vain, he thinks it is too low class to post photos on WeChat moments to show off. After all, invisible pretense is the most deadly. Get in the car, I'll take you for a ride, Su Feng said to Sun Lin. But because Sun Lin was injured last night, it seemed a bit difficult for her to climb into the car, so Su Feng went over and helped her. It's all your fault. Seeing the smirk on Su Feng's face, Sun Lin said coquettishly. After helping her close the car door, Su Feng walked to the driver's seat. Get in the car, fasten your seatbelt, start the engine and shift gears all in one go. This 4S store is quite honest. It just filled up the tank, so he didn't need to refill it. When Su Feng drove away from the 4S store, Sun Lin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the scenery receding on both sides, his face filled with excitement and happiness. Then he looked at Su Feng and asked, Brother Feng, can I take a photo and post it on WeChat moments? Okay, but don't include me in it, said Su Feng. Chapter 22 Determining the Relationship. Upon hearing this, Sun Lin was a little unhappy. Su Feng was unwilling to be in the camera before because he was still involved with Chen Yashue. But at this moment, Su Feng and Chen Yashue had already broken up, not to mention, they had slept together last night. It is a bit unreasonable if you are still unwilling to enter the country. So, Sun Lin, who was originally very excited, frowned and said, Brother Feng, what do you think our relationship is now? Of course we are good friends, Su Feng said in a calm tone. Just good friends? There was an extra hint of anger in Sun Lin's tone. She had given her innocent body to her, but she actually said that they were just good friends. He was simply a scumbag. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful for giving up her innocent body so quickly. Yeah, just good friends, Su Feng said seriously, with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. Stop the car, I want to get off, Sun Lin shouted. Su Feng parked the car on the side of the road, and when he saw Sun Lin, he was about to open the door and get out. So he said, Don't worry, listen to me. If you still want to leave, I will definitely not stop you. What else do you want to say? Sun Lin turned around and stared at him coldly. Su Feng didn't shy away from her gaze at all, and looked at her and said, You are willing to give yourself to me, not because I am handsome, but because I can satisfy your vanity and give you the life you want. These words directly pierced Sun Lin's heart. For a moment, her eyes flickered. She had impure motives for being so proactive towards Su Feng, but she didn't expect this scumbag to say it directly without any mercy. But she was still very angry. She had just slept with this scumbag last night, but now he spoke to her without any mercy. It was so hateful. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to her mind. Could it be that this scumbag wanted to have fun with her and then kick her away? Suddenly, she felt unwilling to let this scumbag get away with it. At the same time, I also understood that I could no longer fight against him. So, she showed a sad expression. Brother Feng, is this how you look at others? Right. Su Feng nodded. Ah, I'm mad too, Sun Lin roared in his heart. She had never seen a man as shameless as Su Feng. Don't get angry yet. Su Feng's tone suddenly became gentle. To tell you the truth, after experiencing Chen Yashua, I no longer plan to get married. Don't you want to live the life of a rich wife? I can satisfy you. Every month, I can give you 100,000 pocket money. When Sun Lin heard about the 100,000 yuan pocket money, she couldn't help but feel excited. 100,000 yuan a month would be 1.2 million yuan a year. Based on her current salary, even if she doesn't eat or drink, she will only earn less than 50,000 yuan a year. 1.2 million is enough for her to work for more than 20 years. Su Feng continued, I can also give you a house, but there is a condition. You must stay with me for 5 years. After 5 years, I will transfer the house to your name. When she heard that there was still a house to be given away, Sun Lin's heart beat faster again, and she suddenly felt that this was not a bad idea. Seeing the change in Sun Lin's facial expression, Su Feng knew that the matter was almost settled. So he reached out and grabbed Sun Lin's hand. The other party struggled symbolically and then let him hold it. Also, I will buy you a car. As long as it doesn't exceed 1.5 million, you can choose any model you want, and the car will be registered directly in your name. Brother Feng, I. Now, Sun Lin was completely moved and wanted to express his opinion. But Su Feng stopped him. I haven't finished yet. I promised my parents that I would give them a grandson or granddaughter within 2 years. If you want to have one, I will reward you with 2 million. Brother Feng, stop talking, I've already promised you. Sun Lin threw herself into Su Feng's arms and gave her a sweet kiss. After a while, the two separated their lips, and Su Feng asked with a half smile, Are you still angry? Not angry anymore. Since you are not angry anymore, let's go buy a car. Su Feng scratched her nose and said, Ah, do you really want to buy it? Why, do you think I'm lying to you? Of course not, I'm just a little excited. Do you have your ID? What brand of car do you like? Porsche. Okay then, let's go to the Porsche store. Less than 3 minutes. Su Feng drove to the Porsche 4S store. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the sales consultant, the two entered the store. How could she not be enthusiastic? Su Feng was driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. If you can afford a G-Class, you can definitely afford a Porsche. You are definitely a high-quality customer. Su Feng didn't waste any words and said to the salesperson, Recommend a car for her, with a budget between 1 million and 1.5 million. Yes, sir. After hearing what Su Feng said, the salesperson felt that the chances of closing the deal were greater. After accompanying Sun Lin for 20 minutes, Su Feng felt a little bored, so he let Sun Lin look around by herself and he went to the rest area to wait for her. Another half hour passed. Sun Lin finally finished looking at the cars and went to rest. Which car do you like? Su Feng asked. Mr. Su, Miss Sun has taken a fancy to the high-end version of the Porsche 718. The salesperson helpfully answered. How much is the landing price? Su Feng asked. The salesperson replied, 1.38 million. Are there any higher configurations? Su Feng asked. Yes, the premium version, the landing price is close to 1.6 million. Then let's go for the premium version. After paying, when can I pick up the car? Su Feng asked. Congratulations, Miss Sun, Mr. Su. A premium version of the car just arrived in our garage 2 days ago. Once you pay, you can pick it up tomorrow. How about it? Su Feng looked at Sun Lin. Brother Feng, it's over budget. Sun Lin said hesitantly. It's okay, it's just an extra 100,000 yuan, it's a small matter, okay, bring the contract for her to sign. More than 10 minutes later. Sun Lin signed the car purchase agreement, and Su Feng took out his bank card and swiped 1.6 million yuan. The female salesperson was secretly envious and thought, I wish I had a boyfriend like this. Afterwards, Su Feng and Sun Lin walked out of the Porsche store under the gaze of the female salesperson. After getting on the bus. Seeing that Sun Lin had not yet come to her senses, Su Feng gave her a slap on the head. Brother Feng, why are you hitting me? Stop smiling like a fool. If you continue smiling, you will become a silly girl. Su Feng joked. I'm happy, not smiling foolishly. You are too happy too early. There will be happier things later. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng drove towards Jincheng International Community. Here, he also has a house worth 5.5 million. When he arrived, he thought the security guards would stop him since his car had not been registered. I didn't expect the other party to let me go directly. Brother Feng, why are we here? After getting off the car, Sun Lin looked around curiously and asked. You'll know when you get there. He took the other person's hand into the apartment building and took the elevator to the 8th floor. Then he took out the key and opened the door of room 802. This house is worth 5.5 million yuan, with a total area of more than 150 square meters. It is fully decorated and ready for move-in at any time. Brother Feng, this apartment isn't yours too, is it? Sun Lin asked in shock. Yes, it's mine. You can live in it from now on. After you have been with me for 5 years, the house will be transferred to your name. How about it? Are you satisfied? Su Feng asked with a smile. Brother Feng, you are so nice. I will go and visit first. Sun Lin excitedly let go of Su Feng's arm and began to patrol the house. Chapter 23 Error. After Sun Lin toured the entire house, she found Su Feng sitting in the living room playing with her mobile phone. Putting away the phone, Su Feng asked, Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Sun Lin came and sat down next to Su Feng, hugged his arm affectionately and said, Give me your bank account number. Su Feng smiled. After Sun Lin reported her bank card account number, Su Feng directly logged into the mobile banking app to start transferring money. But after seeing the transfer amount, Sun Lin was slightly surprised. Brother Feng, is this too much? 100,000 is your pocket money, and the other 100,000 is for you to decorate the house. Su Feng replied while entering the password, and the transfer was successful. Brother Feng, you are so nice. I love you so much. As they were talking, Sun Lin gave him another sweet kiss, and at the same time she thought to herself that this was also good. Who has ever seen a boyfriend or girlfriend give each other a house, a car, and 100,000 yuan in pocket money? Even if the man dares to give it, would the woman dare to accept it easily? Even if I accepted it, do I have to return it after we break up? And if she stays with Su Feng for 5 years, she can get a house worth more than 5 million yuan. Not to mention, during these 5 years, she also received 6 million in pocket money and a car worth more than 1 million. If I give Brother Feng another son, there may be a chance for me to become his regular wife. After all, a mother's status is determined by her son, which has been the case since ancient times. After being intimate for a while, the two of them stopped. After all, it is not convenient here, and secondly, Sun Lin is still injured. Suddenly, Su Feng said, by the way, the bedding and daily necessities I bought at the mall yesterday have been delivered to the villa. Let's go over and set them up. In fact, those things were delivered yesterday afternoon, but he was busy dating Sun Lin and had no time to go back to receive them. Instead, he entrusted the property management to sign for them, and they have all been delivered to the villa. Okay, Brother Feng. So, the two of them went downstairs and drove to Yudingdiejing. After arriving at the villa, Su Feng was responsible for moving, while Sun Lin was responsible for layout and maintenance. It took a good 4 or 5 hours to complete. It was okay as Su Feng had strong physique, but Sun Lin was almost exhausted. They both went to take a shower. We came to the lobby on the first floor, turned on the TV, and sat down on the sofa to rest intimately. Brother Feng, your villa is so big, I'm afraid it will be hard to clean it in the future? Sun Lin asked faintly. It's okay. You can ask the property management to find a part-time worker or hire a maid to clean. Su Feng said casually. That's right. Sun Lin suddenly realized that her mindset had not changed yet. A rich man like Su Feng didn't need her to clean the house. Brother Feng, there are so many rooms in the villa, can I choose one? Sun Lin said a little nervously. Su Feng hugged Sun Lin and said, although we are not boyfriend and girlfriend, you are still my woman. There are so many rooms. You can choose any room except the master bedroom. However, I don't think it is necessary. You are here. Do you want to sleep separately from me? You must live in the master bedroom with me. Brother Feng, you are so nice, but I still want to choose a room. Okay, then go pick it. Thank you, Brother Feng, Muma. Suddenly, Sun Lin's phone rang. She picked up the phone and her face changed slightly. Brother Feng, it's my mom calling. I'll go answer it. As she spoke, she jumped off the sofa barefoot and ran to the side to answer the phone. A few minutes later, Sun Lin came back with a bitter face. Brother Feng, my mother knows that I didn't sleep at my best friend's house last night and asked me to go back. What do you think I should do? What's wrong with that? Just say you have a boyfriend. Su Feng said disapprovingly. But if my parents knew I had a boyfriend, they would definitely ask me to bring him home to see him. Sun Lin said with a worried look on her face. What's the big deal? I'll just go back with you when the time comes. Su Feng said. Real? Sun Lin's eyes lit up. Don't think too much. I'm just helping you deal with your parents. Su Feng said in a very scumbag manner. Fortunately, Sun Lin had completed her self-PUA. Although she was a little disappointed, she did not resent Su Feng. However, she could not help but say sarcastically, then I'll trouble you, Brother Feng. What's the trouble? You are my woman after all, so it's only natural for you to help me a little. Su Feng said shamelessly. Brother Feng, do you know I want to beat you up? Sun Lin waved her fist angrily. Su Feng pulled her into his arms and said with a wicked smile, how do you want to beat me? As he spoke, his hands were not very honest. After a while, Sun Lin was out of breath and her eyes were blurry. Fortunately, she remained somewhat sober. Brother Feng, I still have to go home. How about next time? Okay, I'll let you go today. After a while, Su Feng drove a G-Class to take Sun Lin home. But I didn't enter the community. Brother Feng, goodbye. Just leaving like that? Su Feng called her. Sun Lin blushed and came up to kiss Su Feng before she opened the car door and left. Before entering the community, she waved at him. Seeing Sun Lin walking into the community, Su Feng turned the car around and left. The residential areas where Chen Yashue and Sun Lin live are less than 300 meters apart. Therefore, when Su Feng went back, he had to pass by the community where the Chen family lived. It happened that Chen Yashue was sent out by her mother to buy soy sauce. She inadvertently glanced at the Mercedes-Benz G driving on the road and vaguely felt that the man driving the car looked very much like her ex-boyfriend Su Feng, with whom she had just broken up. It's definitely not him, I must be dazzled. Chen Yashue thought to herself. She knew very well what her ex-boyfriend's family conditions were like. How could he possibly afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? In fact, Su Feng also saw Chen Yashue on the roadside. But he did not stop the car intentionally to humiliate the other party. Because there is no need. Because he had to trade Bitcoin tonight, Su Feng found a restaurant near the community to have a meal, then returned home to recuperate and wait for the trading time to arrive. 10 o'clock at night. Su Feng sat in front of the computer and have logged into the Bitcoin website. Follow the information provided by the system. The price of Bitcoin will begin to rise sharply at 10:32, climbing 5 points in just 5 minutes. 10:25 p.m. late at night. Su Feng added 200 times leverage and began to buy Bitcoin in batches. It was not until 10:31 that the purchase was completed. $5 million with 200 times leverage is $1 billion. To be honest, Su Feng was still very worried during this period. If the price of Bitcoin fell during this period, he might be liquidated. Fortunately, he was lucky and the price did not fall, but instead rose by 0.05 points. When the time came to 10:32, the price of Bitcoin began to rise. A point. 2 points. 3 dots. In just 5 minutes, the price rose by 6 points. This is a small deviation from the information provided by the system. But Su Feng was not surprised. The information provided by the system was without his involvement. Now that he has invested $1 billion, a 1-point error is nothing. On the contrary, he made an additional profit of $10 million. So, after 11 o'clock, will there be a deviation if it falls back 4 points? If the error is only 1 or 2 points, there is no problem. But once it exceeds 3 or 4, there is a possibility of a margin call. Chapter 24, Earning $376 million. Why not sell all the Bitcoins you hold before 11 o'clock? That way, you can earn at least 7 points, or $70 million. Su Feng said secretly, after all, it is better to have something in hand. $70 million, converted into the local currency is nearly 500 million. But Su Feng was somewhat unwilling. She could clearly earn $300 million, so why could she only earn 70 million? Fuck it, let's fight. In the end, Su Feng decided to go for it. Even if he loses all the $15 million, it doesn't matter. He is a reborn person who has the upper hand and a system to rely on. If he is still timid in doing things, he will even look down on himself. Just at this moment, there was another piece of information in his mind. After browsing this information, Su Feng couldn't help but look happy. This information was naturally sent to him by the system, and it was related to this Bitcoin. His participation did produce a butterfly effect. After all, after adding leverage, that is 1 billion in funds, which is not a small amount. Originally, it fell 4 points within 2 minutes after 11 o'clock, but after the butterfly effect occurred, it fell as much as 8 points. If he follows the original operation, he will definitely go bankrupt. But now, he has obtained future information again and is not afraid of a margin call at all. Time passes slowly. There are 2 minutes left until 11 o'clock. It's time to test Su Feng's hand speed. He first sold his Bitcoins in batches, and also started short selling. There are 10 seconds left until 11 o'clock. Su Feng finally sold all the Bitcoins he had. Because of his large-scale selling, Bitcoin failed to rise by 7 points and only gained 6 points. Even so, it also earned $60 million. Due to time constraints, Su Feng only shorted $300 million. It's too late to continue shorting. As he watched, the price of Bitcoin began to fall rapidly. In just 2 minutes, it dropped 8 points. Then Su Feng decisively cleared the contracts in his hands and earned another $24 million. But now is not the time to celebrate. Su Feng started to buy Bitcoin in large quantities again. During this period, no new information came into the system, which means that there will be no new changes in Bitcoin. As Su Feng continued to absorb Bitcoin, the price also climbed. But after Su Feng invested $1 billion, the price had risen by 3 points. Time passes slowly. The price of Bitcoin is rising like a rocket. 4 points. 5 points. 6 points. In just 8 minutes, Bitcoin rose by a full 28 points. Almost there. Su Feng began to sell the Bitcoins in his account in batches. Because there were still 2 minutes of increases, and Su Feng's actions were relatively small, it did not affect the increase in Bitcoin. Instead, it climbed during this period. 2 minutes later, Bitcoin had risen by a staggering 30 points. Su Feng has already sold all the Bitcoins in his account. Earned a profit of $292 million. Combined with the gains from the previous 2 operations, in less than an hour, he earned a total of $376 million, which is equivalent to $2.632 billion in the local currency. Ha ha ha. Su Feng couldn't help laughing when he suddenly gained so much wealth. Even if the system leaves him in the future, these $2 billion will be enough for him to spend his whole life. A few minutes later, Su Feng regained his composure. His eyes fell on the computer screen. Perhaps the previous surge had exhausted all its strength, and the price trend of Bitcoin had become stable with almost no fluctuations. Then, Su Feng directly transferred the money in the account into his own US dollar account. Byte. The next moment, he received the bank's payment information. So soon? Su Feng was a little surprised. Wasn't there a 2-hour delay? At this time, Su Feng had another piece of information in his mind, coming from the system. Su Feng immediately understood that it was the system that took action. Since the system took action, it meant that something unexpected would happen. With a sudden thought, Su Feng decisively cancelled his Bitcoin account. He will not speculate in Bitcoin until the system provides business opportunities related to Bitcoin. After all, even if he was reborn, he couldn't do it. Of course, he can also take the stupid approach, which is to buy a batch of Bitcoins without leverage and put them in the account. After a year, the price of Bitcoin will skyrocket by about 20 times, and he can still make a lot of money. After all, the price of Bitcoin is far from reaching its peak. Byte. Just at this moment, Sun Lin sent a WeChat message. Brother Feng, this is horrible. I just got home and was interrogated by 3 judges. Su Feng, did you confess and get leniency? Sun Lin, sorry, Brother Feng, I didn't withstand the pressure, but I just said that I have a boyfriend, but we have just started dating, and I will bring him home after a while. Su Feng, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'll take you to buy some more clothes tomorrow. Sun Lin, Brother Feng, I'm afraid that won't work. My parents already know that I've been absent from work for the past 2 days, and they want me to go to work. Su Feng, how did they know? Sun Lin, my parents hid it too well. They actually had spies in the company. What is even more annoying is that I still don't know who they are. What is even more annoying is that they required me to go home every day and not stay out all night. Su Feng, then you should just be a good girl for a while and wait until they relax their guard. Sun Lin, but what if someone misses you? Su Feng, it's okay, you can still contact me by phone or WeChat. But then, the content of their conversation gradually went awry. Sun Lin even took a lot of beautiful pictures on the spot and sent them over. Even though Su Feng had eaten about 80% full last night, she still felt angry when she saw these beautiful pictures. After a while, after taking a shower, Su Feng lay on the sofa, but his eyes seemed a little empty. Just a few days after his rebirth, he first avenged himself from his previous life, then became a billionaire, and even dumped his ex-wife's best friend. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. But soon, Su Feng laughed at himself. It seemed that he had been a slave in his previous life. Now that he had the capital that was unattainable in his previous life, he felt a little uncomfortable. Coincidentally, he received calls from Audi 4S store and BMW 4S store this afternoon. The 2 cars he ordered for his parents will be shipped tonight and will arrive in Yunhai County tomorrow morning. It's better to go back to my hometown. After all, my parents have borrowed a lot of foreign debts, and this money is just right to pay them back and give them the clothes, watches and jewelry that I bought for them. Suddenly, Su Feng remembered that when he left the company, he had promised Xiaotian and Sun Chang to get together tomorrow. Since you have promised something, you naturally cannot break your promise. Then it's not too late to go back on Monday. However, the car was due to arrive tomorrow, so Su Feng took out his mobile phone, logged into the mobile banking account, and transferred 1 million to his mother's account. The foreign debt is only 120,000, and this 1 million is more than enough to repay the debt. The next morning, Su Feng was awakened by the ringing of the phone before he woke up. I picked up the phone and saw it was my mother Lin Huili calling. Son, did you transfer the 1 million in my card? Su Feng, yes, I've been very lucky these days and made a lot of money. I'll transfer 1 million to you to pay off your debts. Lin Huili, you don't need so much. After I pay off my debt, I will transfer the rest back to you. Su Feng, Mom, that's really not necessary. Your son doesn't need that little money now. By the way, I also ordered 2 gifts for you and Dad. Someone will deliver them to your door. Remember to sign for them. Also, I should go home tomorrow. Lin Huili, okay, I'll prepare some of your best dishes for you. Su Feng, thank you, Mom. After chatting for a while, Su Feng hung up the phone. My mother didn't ask him how he made his fortune, nor did she worry that he had taken some crooked path. Because they believe that their children will not go astray. Chapter 25 Gossip. In the morning, Su Feng drove to Yudingbiejing and headed straight to the property. Hello, Mr. Su, what can I do for you? A fair-skinned and beautiful female property employee asked politely. I want to find someone to clean the villa. Su Feng said. Mr. Su, why don't we sit down and talk slowly? The other party suggested. Su Feng followed the other party to the reception room. After sitting down, the other party asked Su Feng for his opinion and then made a cup of tea and brought it over. Then she began to introduce herself. Mr. Su, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zheng Ling. In response to your request, I propose 2 solutions for you. First of all, our property provides free hourly labor services. Every 3 days, someone can come to help you clean up. Option 2, our property company has a cooperative relationship with the largest housekeeping company in Donghai City. You can also hire their cleaning staff. In addition, they can provide nannies, cooks, drivers and other housekeeping staff, and the salary only needs to be paid at 80% of the market price. Hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but look thoughtful. You definitely have to hire a cleaner. After all, the villa has 4 floors, and we can't ask him to clean it himself. Secondly, it is also necessary to hire a chef. You can't eat out every day. As for a nanny, there is no need for one as there are no children or elderly people to take care of at home. The driver might consider this. So, after a little hesitation, Su Feng asked Zheng Ling to recommend a few chefs, cleaners and drivers to apply for the job. Okay, Mr. Su, what do you want from them? Zheng Ling asked again and took out a notebook and pen to take notes. Then Su Feng put forward his request. Zheng Ling took note of everything and asked him when he would be available for the interview and whether the interview would be held at their property or in his villa. Su Feng thought about it and said that he was free this morning and afternoon, and asked Zheng Ling to find a place for the interview at the property management company. Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I'll contact him right away. A few minutes later, Zheng Ling returned and reported to Su Feng that after learning of his request, Blue Cat Housekeeping Company immediately began to screen those who met his requirements and would arrive within 2 hours. Shortly after returning to the villa from the property company, Su Feng received a call from his mother Lin Huili. If what he guessed was correct, the old couple should have received the car he ordered for them. In fact, he was not wrong. Moreover, his act of ordering a car for the old couple caused quite a stir in their community. And learned from other people that the 2 cars Su Feng ordered for them were not cheap, costing over 1 million. My son transferred 1 million to them last night, and today he bought them $2 million luxury cars, which means more than 3 million in total. Even though they believed in their son, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. So, I called to ask. Su Feng said that he would return to his hometown tomorrow and explain to them then. After hearing what her son said, Lin Huili felt much more relieved, but she still blamed Su Feng for spending money indiscriminately and buying them such an expensive car. But Su Feng said that now that she can make money, shouldn't she let her parents enjoy themselves? However, what Su Feng didn't know was that because of these 2 cars, his parents became celebrities in the community. Because the community where they live is a community for teachers and staff, almost all the residents are teachers and they basically know each other. Many people also saw the couple signing for the vehicle. Then the news spread from one person to 10 people, from 10 to 100, and finally spread throughout the entire community. Almost 2 hours passed. Su Feng received a call from Zheng Ling. So he came to the property office again. Only the rich or noble can live in Yuding Beijing, so the Blue Cat Company attaches great importance to it and a manager named who is leading the team. After a brief greeting, manager who provided more than 10 resumes to Su Feng. 4 resumes for cleaning staff, 5 resumes for cooks, and 6 resumes for drivers. After Su Feng briefly looked through the resume, he went straight to the interview. The first person to come in was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, one of the 4 cleaners. Her name was Luo Yuchong and she had 8 years of cleaning experience, during which time she had served 3 customers. She just resigned from her previous job 3 days ago because the couple wanted to sell their house and settle abroad. In fact, the resumes of the 4 cleaners were all well written. After interviewing them one by one, Su Feng chose the one that looked more pleasing to the eye. Next, Su Feng chose to interview the driver. Among the 6 drivers who applied for the job, 4 were veterans, and the other 2 were also experienced drivers. One of them had worked as a private driver for the CEO of a large company in Donghai for 5 years. As for why the other party resigned, it was because the boss was caught for tax evasion and was sent to work on a sewing machine. Consider it carefully. Su Feng chose a retired soldier named Luo Bing as his driver. Because Su Feng could see that Luo Bing's skills were not simple. He has been retired for many years, but he still keeps in good shape. Soldiers undergo training during their service. Therefore, after retiring from the army, once you give up training, you will quickly gain weight. Luo Bing has been retired from the army for many years, but he is still able to maintain his figure, which shows that he is a person with strong self-control. The last step is recruiting chefs. Among the 4 chefs, 1 female chef has a very impressive resume. The other party is proficient in Sichuan cuisine, Shandong cuisine, and Cantonese cuisine. She has worked as an executive chef in 5-star hotels and large resort hotels. 2 months ago, she resigned from the resort hotel. The female chef's name is Zhang Lan and she is 38 years old. Even though she is nearly 40 years old, she is still very good looking. Su Feng looked at her and asked, "Ms. Zhang, excuse me, the salary at the resort hotel is not low, why do you want to quit?" Zhang Lan said calmly, "I'm divorced, and I'm raising my daughter. She's a sophomore in high school, but her grades are a little poor. If I continue to work at the resort hotel, I won't be able to take good care of her and urge her to study. So, if Mr. Su wants to hire me, I have a small request." Su Feng nodded, "Please go ahead." Zhang Lan continued, "I will only cook lunch and dinner for you, and after I'm done, I'll leave. If your cooking skills are approved by me, I can meet your requirements." Su Feng said with a smile. "Thanks." Zhang Lan said politely. Afterwards, Su Feng interviewed 3 other chefs and finally asked them to cook a dish each. Soon, each of the 4 chefs prepared a dish that they were good at. After tasting the dishes separately, Su Feng found that Zhang Lan's cooking skills were the best. So he decisively chose Zhang Lan. As for the others who were not hired, Su Feng did not let them make a wasted trip. He transferred 2,400 yuan to Zhang Ling through WeChat and asked her to give red envelopes of 200 yuan to each of the other 12 people. Although the money was not much, those who received the money had a much better impression of Su Feng. The next step is signing the contract. Because the villa is very large, it is very hard for a cleaner to clean it. The salary during the probation period is 6,000 yuan, and 8,000 yuan after becoming a regular employee. The other party is a worker from another place, so he lives in Su Feng's villa. The cleaner's name is Lu Xiaohong. The driver was hired by Luo Bing, whose salary during the probation period is 8,000 yuan and will be 10,000 yuan after becoming a regular employee. He is a local and does not need to provide accommodation. Chef Zhang Lan has excellent cooking skills, but because he cannot provide service all day, his salary during the probation period is 12,000 yuan, and it will be 15,000 yuan after he becomes a regular employee. After signing the contract, all 3 said they could come to work tomorrow. However, Su Feng has to go back to his hometown tomorrow and his return date is uncertain, so Su Feng agreed with them to come back to work in 3 days, but he will get paid for these 3 days. Afternoon. Su Feng called Xiaotian and Sun Chang and made an appointment for dinner in the evening, and both of them readily agreed. Chapter 26. It's too painful not to show off. In the evening, 5:32. Su Feng drove to a Chinese restaurant on Penglai Road in the city. There are many restaurants in this neighborhood. The restaurant he chose was close to his former workplace. He had been there several times before and the food was very good, especially their signature dishes, which were quite authentic. Su Feng and the two agreed to meet at 6 o'clock. He had booked a small private room in advance. After arriving, they first ordered all 3 signature dishes, then ordered a few side dishes, and waited for the two to arrive. Less than 20 minutes. Xiaotian and Sun Chang arrived one after another. Su Feng told the waiter to serve the food. Watching the 3 recruitment dishes being served one after another, Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, you ordered all 3 signature dishes, Brother Feng, it cost you a lot of money." The prices of these 3 signature dishes are not low, each dish costs more than 200 yuan. In the past, when they came to dine, they would just order one dish at most to satisfy their cravings. "What's the big deal?" Su Feng said with a smile, then grabbed 2 bottles of cold beer from the beer box and handed them to the two of them. After each of them filled their glasses with beer, Su Feng raised his glass and drank with the two of them. After that, the 3 of them ate, drank, and chatted, but they didn't drink anymore. "By the way, Brother Feng, I heard a piece of gossip." Suddenly, Oda lowered his voice. "What news?" Su Feng asked in cooperation. Hey. Xiaotian gloated, "I heard that Mu Yuqin had a car accident today. It seems that her leg was broken. It's really gratifying." Hearing this, Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it that Brother Dao who did this? Well, Mu Yuqin doesn't have a very good reputation in Duoco Company. First of all, this woman likes to eat grass in her own backyard. Not all young and handsome male employees have been harassed by her, but quite a few have, which has made any male employee with a slightly outstanding appearance afraid of being targeted by this woman. Actually, that's all. The main thing is that this woman is very unprincipled. Before she gets what she wants, she promises her promotions, salary increases, houses, and cars. But after she gets tired of the things she has, she kicks them all out. As a result, the employees who have been toyed with by her can no longer stay in the company and choose to resign. In addition, this woman is quite jealous and especially likes to make things difficult for and suppress those good-looking female employees. Therefore, whenever a beautiful female employee came to the company, she would resign after a short while, almost all of them unable to bear Mu Yuqin's harassment and suppression. This has resulted in the appearance of female employees at Duoku Company becoming increasingly low, with those recruited being a bunch of ugly people, and Fan Sayu being one of them. How to avoid causing resentment among a bunch of male colleagues? Therefore, after learning that Mu Yuqin had been in a car accident, Oda felt gloating. Of course, after chatting with Mu Yuqin for a while, the 3 of them changed the topic because this woman was disgusting enough and would affect their mood. The meal took a full 2 hours to finish. Xiaotian and Sun Chang had both drunk almost all of their drinks and were already about 70% tipsy. Su Feng also drank a lot, but because his physical condition was close to the human limit, he was not affected at all. Xiaotian and Sun Chang were surprised that his alcohol tolerance had increased significantly. Afterwards, Sun Chang said he would invite Su Feng and Xiaotian to a nearby club for a foot wash. When he was with Chen Yashue before, he was not allowed to go even for a proper foot washing. Therefore, Su Feng did not refuse this time. I followed the 2 of them to a club. The whole package including foot washing and massage cost 150 yuan. Moreover, the technicians are all good-looking, they are all young girls in their 20s. Therefore, Su Feng's experience was quite good. It also reminded him of the future. In the future, all the younger and prettier female technicians will go to do live broadcasts, and the remaining technicians will be over 30 years old, and most of them will be in their 40s. Even if you change people several times, you may not be able to find a younger and prettier one. For a moment, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh, it's still better now. Coming out of the foot washing club. Su Feng originally planned to invite the 2 of them to have some midnight snack, but they both refused. Because they have to go to work tomorrow. After waving goodbye to the 2 of them, Su Feng felt a little sad in his heart, thinking that he would not have many opportunities to interact with his 2 friends Xiaotian and Sun Chang in the future. Walk to the parking lot. Called a designated driver. I originally wanted to go back to Yuding Beijing, but after thinking about it, I decided to return to my original community. I just took the elevator back to my floor, but found someone standing at the entrance of the corridor. Who? Su Feng shouted in a deep voice. Mr. Su, it's me. Zhao Yuan showed his face. What do you want? Mr. Su, come over here. As a master of Xingyi, Su Feng's perception is very strong and he can sense that Zhao Yuan is the only one in the corridor. So I walked in. Zhao Yuan lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Su, the things you asked have been done." As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and pulled out a photo from his album. The scene in the photo was exactly the scene when Mu Yuqin was in a car accident. "No evidence left behind, right?" Su Feng asked. "No." Zhao Yuan said, "I arranged for someone to find a driver who was terminally ill and gave him 2 million in cash. After the money passed through several hands, those people left Donghai. Even if the driver let it slip, they couldn't trace it back to me. What a talented person." Su Feng said in his heart. "Okay, we'll be even from now on." Su Feng said to Zhao Yuan. "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll be leaving first. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, please let me know." Zhao Yuan said in a serious tone. Su Feng said he understood and waved his hand, indicating that the other party could leave. Then the other person said goodbye and left via the stairs instead of taking the elevator. Return home. Su Feng made himself a cup of tea and thought about Zhao Yuan for a while. I feel that this person is steady and cautious in his work. Because whether he calls or sends a text message to notify him, it will leave a trace. But if I tell him the news in person, no trace will be left, and even if something happens in the future, it will not be traced back to him. Just at this moment, Sun Lin sent him another WeChat message. But the photos sent were full of temptation. Su Feng immediately responded, "The little devil needs to be punished." Sun Lin, "Yes, I deserve to be punished. Come and punish me now." Pictures, pictures, pictures. Sun family, Sun Lin's bedroom. At this moment, Sun Lin was wearing cool clothes, lying on the bed, replying to Su Feng's message with a silly smile, and her two tender white legs were shaking constantly. Seeing Sun Lin's reply, Su Feng gritted his teeth secretly. It was outrageous that she actually dared to provoke him. Next time, he would make sure she knew the consequences of provoking him. It would be best if she couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Seeing that Sun Lin was posting selfies more and more frequently, Su Feng decisively stopped her. Because Su Feng was worried that if he continued like this, he would have to take a cold shower again. Sun Lin, who received his message, was secretly delighted. Then she happily talked to him that she had driven the Porsche 718 back to Shangqing International today. She didn't dare drive it home, fearing that she would be questioned by her parents again. She didn't even dare to post it on WeChat Moments for fear that it would reach her parents' ears again. This made her feel deeply regretful. After all, she still likes to show off in her heart. Su Feng said that she would go home with her next month so that she could drive the Porsche openly. After finishing the chat, Su Feng took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Feng drove off and headed straight for Yunhai County, more than 50 kilometers away. Chapter 27 Explanation. More than 20 minutes later, Su Feng drove onto the highway. It is expected to reach Yunhai County in 1 hour. On the other side is the teachers and staff's quarters. When Lin Huili learned that her son was coming back, she thought about making more delicious food for her son, so she went to the vegetable market earlier than usual. As for the class her husband taught, they would take the college entrance examination next year, and they had to attend classes even during the summer vacation, so she did not stay at home but went to school. Because the vegetable market was not far from the community, she didn't drive. Another reason is that the car is too expensive, and she would feel bad if it got scratched while driving. "Teacher Lin, you didn't go to school today? Teacher Lin, are you going to buy groceries?" She met many neighbors along the way, and they all greeted her enthusiastically. Because of the 2 cars yesterday, the couple had become celebrities in the community. Yunhai County was just a small county, and not many people could drive million-dollar luxury cars. Walked some distance again. A middle-aged woman came forward. "Teacher Lin, your son is not married yet, right?" "My relative has a daughter who is very pretty and a college student, but she has high standards." "When will your son come back? How about arranging a meeting?" If it were in the past, Lin Huili would definitely be very happy. But now, she doesn't know the specific situation of her son, so naturally she wanted to arrange a blind date for him. So he politely rejected the other party. The rejected middle-aged woman smiled on the surface, but as soon as Lin Huili left, she couldn't help cursing. "Bah, what's so great about that? Isn't it just that your son has some filthy money?" We drove on the highway for about an hour. Su Feng finally arrived at the Sea of Clouds. He didn't feel any emotion when he returned to his hometown. Because Donghai is not far from Yunhai County, he has to come back 3 or 5 times a year. In his previous life, after his 2 failed marriages, he returned to his hometown and lived there for 2 years. Therefore, Yunhai County was not unfamiliar to him. During those 2 years, he also had a brief relationship in the county town. I have to say, in his previous life, he really had a physique that attracted scum. The first one, Chen Yashue, brought her entire family to suck his blood, just wanting to drain him dry. As for the second one, no matter how good you are to her, she only has her son in her heart. She is fine at ordinary times, but once her son is involved, she will have a cold war or a big quarrel with him. In the end, he gets tired and chooses to divorce. The woman he met in his third relationship was called Go Wei. When they first met, she gave him the impression of being sensible, gentle, and generous. But in fact, he is a nightclub celebrity. The fun behind the scenes was quite extravagant. It was also when a high school classmate invited him to a bar for a drink that he discovered the other person's secret face. Later, he asked someone to investigate the other party's true situation and decisively broke up with her. More than 10 minutes later, Su Feng drove back to the teachers and staff residential area. This community has a history of more than 20 years and has only 6 buildings, so it looks quite old. After parking the car downstairs, he opened the trunk of his car, took out the gifts he bought for his parents and went to the 6th floor. The building has only 6 floors, and their family lives on the top floor. The door of the house was open. My mother, Lin Huili, had come back from buying groceries and was wiping the glass windows with a rag. "Mom, I'm back," Su Feng shouted. He had met his parents many times in his previous life, and he had just met them a few days ago in this life, so he was not very excited. "Come back if you want, why are you shouting so loudly?" Lin Huili said unhappily, and suddenly noticed the shopping bag in Su Feng's hand. She couldn't help but complain, "What are you buying? You just know how to waste money. How can it be considered a waste of money? These are the clothes and shoes I bought for you and Dad," Su Feng said with a smile. "Your father and I don't have enough clothes to wear, so why do we need you to buy us clothes? You're such a spendthrift." Lin Huili said this, but she was quite happy in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of something. He put down the rag in his hand, went to the kitchen to wash his hands, and said to Su Feng, "Close the door and come to my room with me." Su Feng closed the door and followed Lin Huili into the room. "Tell me, where does your money come from?" "Mom, don't make the atmosphere so serious. Don't worry, all the money your son earns is clean. Stop talking nonsense and speak." Lin Huili glared at Su Feng and urged. "Okay, I'll tell you." Su Feng stopped talking nonsense. "On the day when Chen Yashue and I broke up, I bought a lottery ticket and won 5 million. As he spoke, Su Feng took out his phone and opened the photo album. "Look, this is the lottery ticket I won the prize on. You can also check it online." Lin Huili took the phone and looked at it carefully, but immediately glared at him. "You prodigal son, you only won 5 million and you dare to spend money like this. Your father and I don't need to drive such an expensive car. Don't worry, old man. It's not over yet." Su Feng quickly comforted him. "As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. I heard my colleagues talking about Bitcoin at the company, and suddenly I remembered that I seem to have bought a lot of Bitcoin when I was in college. So I checked online, and my original purchase of 3 yuan has now risen to more than 3,000 yuan, a full 1,000 times increase, so I quickly sold it. Guess how much I made? Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me." Lin Huili slapped Su Feng on the back. "Of course, it didn't take much effort. Hee, I made more than 30 million. Su Feng said deliberately exaggeratedly. "So much?" Lin Huili was shocked. "This Bitcoin is not illegal, right?" "Of course it's not illegal. If it were, the police would have arrested me long ago," Su Feng said seriously. "That's good." Lin Huili breathed a sigh of relief. "But son, don't tell anyone about this, lest." Next, Lin Huili gave Su Feng some serious instructions. Su Feng nodded. "Don't worry, Mom, I understand. If someone asks me how I make money, I will say I made it from stock trading. It just so happens that this year is a bull market, and many people have made money by speculating in stocks." "That's good to know." Lin Huili smiled with satisfaction. "By the way, how did the issue of the betrothal gift go? The Chen family has already returned the money to me. I'm afraid it's not that easy, right?" "It's not that easy, but your son is no pushover." Su Feng briefly described the process of threatening the Chen family. After listening, Lin Huili was angry and amused. "You little bastard, you are so mean. Su Feng chuckled and said, the main reason is that their whole family is Pisho. If I didn't threaten them like this, it wouldn't be so easy to get the money. When will you find someone again? Lin Huili asked. Mom, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. I have already promised you that you will have a grandson within 2 years. Su Feng said hurriedly, thinking in his heart, should he let Sun Lin have a child or find a new partner? After all, Sun Lin doesn't look very smart. What if the IQ of the child born is affected? You said it, if you don't have a grandson within 2 years, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Lin Huili snorted coldly. By the way, Mom, why don't you try on the clothes I bought for you and see if they fit you? Su Feng changed the subject. Chapter 28 Buying a House for Parents. People often feel dissatisfied with their bodies. Lin Huili is no exception. After trying on all the clothes Su Feng bought for her, and with Su Feng flattering her from time to time, she almost couldn't stop laughing. I have to say that Su Feng is professional when it comes to coaxing her mother. Otherwise, in order to allow him to get married smoothly in his previous life, the old couple not only emptied their savings and borrowed more than 100,000 foreign debts, but later even mortgaged their house. Mom, try this necklace on yourself. This is a platinum jade pendant, worth more than 100,000 yuan. Isn't this cheap? Lin Huili asked. It's worth it no matter how expensive it is. Your son has made money now, and it's his duty to honor you. Su Feng said with a smile. Don't spend money recklessly in the future, Lin Huili warned. No. Su Feng responded casually. After Lin Huili tried it on, she took it off and put it back into the box, then locked it in a box. Then I went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Mom, let me help you. Su Feng planned to follow him into the kitchen. Okay, I don't need your help, go out and watch TV. Lin Huili drove Su Feng out of the kitchen. So Su Feng simply went to the living room, turned on the TV, sat on the wooden sofa, watched TV, and chatted with Sun Lin. About 11:30. Su Jigang drove the Audi A8 bought by his son back to the community. With this Audi A8, he has been in the spotlight these days. No one thought he was corrupt. After all, he was just an ordinary class teacher. Even if he had money, it was not his turn to be corrupt. After climbing up to the 6th floor in one breath, Su Jigang was a little out of breath. He pushed open the door and saw Su Feng on the sofa. He smiled and asked, when did you get here? About 10 o'clock. Su Feng casually said, Dad, is that car still okay to drive? Haha, not bad. Su Jigang laughed heartily. Especially those teachers who were of the same age as him and had sons, when they learned that his Audi A8 was a gift from his son, their eyes were filled with envy, which made him very happy. Your dad is such a show-off. The school is only a short distance from home, yet he has to drive there to show off. At this time, Lin Huili's voice came from the kitchen. Look at what you said. Why don't you drive the car our son bought for us? Besides, if a car is left unused, it will break down easily. Don't you agree, son? That's right. Su Feng agreed, Mom, when you have time, take the car out for a spin more often. It's easy to break down if you leave it for too long. Are you and your son trying to fool me together? Lin Huili asked with some doubt. Su Feng smiled and explained, you are so wise and brave, how can my father and I fool you? If you don't believe me, you can ask those who know cars. After taking care of their mother, the father and son started chatting in the living room. The content of the conversation included where Su Feng's money came from and the Chen family's dowry. However, Su Jigang's expression was quite relaxed, because he knew that his wife must have asked his son, and his son's money should have come from legitimate sources, otherwise, his wife would not have the heart to cook. So Su Feng repeated what she had said to her mother. Su Jigang was secretly amazed when he heard this. He was still worried about increasing the bride price by 300,000 yuan a few days ago, but he didn't expect that in just a few days, his son became a multi-millionaire. At the same time, he also reminded Su Feng not to let Chen Yashue know about his wealth, otherwise, she would definitely pester him. Su Feng did not refute, but he didn't care much in his heart. Even if it was known, so what? Could it be that he was still afraid of his ex-wife's family? No, he didn't marry Chen Yashue in this life, she should be his ex-girlfriend. Suddenly, Su Jigang's mind moved, and he asked, could that Mercedes-Benz downstairs be yours? Yes, it's mine. Do you want to try it? We can switch cars. How much does the car cost? Su Jigang asked again. More than 3 million. You kid, you just made some money and you're spending it lavishly. Su Jigang criticized. Don't worry, your son will make more money in the future. Su Feng said confidently. I advise you to take it easy and not spend all your money carelessly, or you will regret it later. The housing prices are rising every year, why don't you buy a few houses to rent out? Hearing his father's suggestion, Su Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his father had such pre-Jean thinking. You know, housing prices have been rising for many years. There are still a few years before housing prices peak, so it is definitely not a bad idea to buy a house now. Suddenly, Su Feng's mind moved, and he said to Su Jigang, Dad, how about I buy you a few houses in the county and collect rent? Yunhai County is just a small county. House prices were not significantly affected. At its peak, housing prices were only around 8,000 yuan per square meter, and this was in the most upscale neighborhoods. But what is strange is that the housing prices in Yunhai are not high, but the rental prices are getting higher every year. Now the price of the most upscale residential area in Yunhai County is only around 5 or 6,000 yuan. He is now spending around 2 million yuan to buy 4 houses for his parents. When they retire, the rent alone will be enough for them to live on. You should discuss this matter with your mother first. Su Jigang said thoughtfully. All right. Su Feng snickered. Because in this family, my mother is the one who makes the decisions on all matters, big or small. More than 10 minutes later, Mom started giving orders in the kitchen, asking the father and son to take the bowls and plates and prepare to eat. Neither of them dared to delay and immediately stood up and walked towards the kitchen, because if they were slow, they would probably be scolded. 2 minutes later, the family of 3 sat upright at the dining table. Would you two like to drink too? Su Jigang held up a bottle of wine to solicit opinions. Let's drink together. Lin Huili nodded. The 3 of them were gathered together, and she didn't want to spoil the fun. After all, today was indeed a day worth celebrating. My mother cooked 7 or 8 dishes in total, and many of them were his favorites. Moreover, her mother's cooking skills are also very good, so Su Feng enjoyed the meal very much. Lin Huili was happy to see her son eat so much. I saw that everyone had almost finished eating. At the dinner table, Su Feng mentioned the idea of buying a few houses for the old couple and collecting rent from them. Lin Huili pondered for a moment and nodded, okay. Judging from the way Su Feng spent money, she was also worried that her son would spend all the money at once. Buy a few houses in the county town, so that even if my son spends all the money he earns in the future, at least I will have a way out. Su Feng continued, in addition to buying a few houses to rent out, I will also buy you a big house to live in. This house is too old and there is no elevator. It doesn't matter now that you are still in good health, but when you are old, climbing to the 6th floor will be difficult. Never mind. Lin Huili shook her head, we have lived here for decades, and we are familiar with the residents in the community. If we move to other communities, I am afraid we won't be able to find anyone to chat with. Yes, this place is a little old, but your mother and I are used to living here. Su Jigang also said, in her free time, your mother can find those old ladies in the community to play mahjong, and I can also find other people to brag and play chess. After hearing what his parents said, Su Feng stopped trying to persuade him. Chapter 29. Neither of the 2 sons is his biological son. Dad, do you have classes this afternoon? Su Feng asked. If we don't have classes, we can go house hunting together. Su Jigang nodded, that's fine. I don't have classes this afternoon. So, I'll call teacher Jiang. His son is getting married soon and is planning to buy a house. He has done some research on the real estate in the county. Su Jigang finished the call after more than 10 minutes. He said to Su Feng and her son excitedly, I asked the right question this time. During this period, Mr. Jiang and his family have visited many real estate projects. If you don't consider pre-sale properties, Greenview Mansion, Zhanghai Courtyard and Xiangting International are all good. Among them, Greenview Mansion has the highest price, with a unit price of nearly 6,000 yuan. The prices of the other 2 communities are around 5,000 yuan. Then let's go to these 3 communities this afternoon. Su Feng said. Okay, take a nap first and then go out after the nap. Lin Huili decided. Both my parents are teachers. They have the habit of taking a lunch break so that they have enough energy to teach students. Su Feng returned to his room. The quilts and sheets were all new and smelled of sunshine. My mom must have known that he was coming back today and changed it on purpose. After taking off his shoes and lying on the bed, Su Feng turned on the air conditioner, closed his eyes and fell asleep. But at this moment, under a big tree in the community, a few old ladies and middle-aged women gathered together to chat about gossip. That kid from the Su family has made great progress. Look at the car he drove back. It must be expensive. That looks like a Mercedes-Benz. I heard it's a luxury car, probably worth hundreds of thousands. How can it be only a few $100,000? I heard from my grandson that the car is called something like Big Chicken and it costs 2 or 3 million. When they heard that Su Feng's car cost 2 or 3 million, many people present were shocked. Oh my god, it's so expensive, I can buy several houses with it. That's right. The 3 cars in their family are worth 5 or 6 million yuan in total. Su Feng must have made a fortune in Donghai. I seem to have heard that Su Feng's marriage didn't take place because he couldn't afford the bride price. But in just a few days, he suddenly became rich. Could he have used some crooked means? I think so too. How can a decent person make so much money all at once? It shouldn't be that serious. Su Feng has been sensible since he was young. Su Jigang and his wife are also teachers. They are good at teaching children. The son they teach shouldn't go astray. That's right. If Su Feng really did something crooked, the police would have come to arrest him long ago. It takes time for the police to investigate the case. Maybe there are police officers secretly investigating him now. A little after 2 in the afternoon, Su Feng and his family of 3 went out, and Su Feng drove his parents to the nearest Xiangting International Community. Just arrived at the sales office. 2 sales consultants holding parasols came up to us immediately. After getting off the car, he immediately opened the fan to shade the 3 of them from the sun and greeted them warmly. Excuse me, are you 3 here to see the house? Yes, young man, we are here to look at the house, Su Jigang said in a kind tone. Then please come in. It's too hot outside. Our sales office is cooler. Soon, the family of 3 entered the sales office. They were seated on sofa chairs in the lounge area and asked what they would like to drink. Facing such attentive people, Su Jigang felt a little embarrassed. Young man, stop busying yourself and introduce your property to us. Okay uncle, by the way, my name is Chen Yang, you can just call me Xiao Chun. I still want to ask how you 3 should address me? After a brief greeting, Chen Yang began to introduce the situation of the Xiangting International Real Estate Project. They have both ready-made and pre-sale properties. But relatively speaking, the price of existing houses is about 200 higher. The price of the pre-sale house is 4,800 yuan. After listening to the other party's introduction, Lin Huili suggested going to the community to take a look. At present, Xiangting International has been developed to the 3rd phase. The first 2 phases have been delivered, and the 3rd phase is still under construction. After visiting the community, Chen Yang and his companion took the family of 3 to take a look inside the house. There are 3 types of housing units in their community: 140 square meters, 110 square meters and 88 square meters, which are 4 Unit 1, 3 Unit 1 and 2 Unit 1 respectively. After reading it, the family of 3 discussed it alone and decided that Xiangting International was not bad, as there was a vegetable market 800 meters away, a primary school 1,200 meters away, and a middle school 2 kilometers away. It can also be considered a school district house. It will also be more convenient to rent it out in the future. So Su Jigang called Chen Yang to ask him when he could get the property certificate after purchasing the house. The other party stated that if the full payment is made, the property certificate can be obtained within 3 days, but if the house is purchased with a mortgage, it will take at least half a month to get it. He also assured that the developer behind them is very powerful and that people can buy with confidence. However, the parents did not make the decision right away. After all, buying a house is not like buying vegetables, you have to think twice. Wait until you've looked at the other 2 neighborhoods before making a decision. When they left Chen Yang's phone number. Chen Yang was not disappointed and personally sent the family of 3 to the car. As a veteran real estate salesman, he knows that selling a house cannot be rushed. Among his clients, very few pay for the house right after viewing it. The next few hours, the family of 3 went to 2 other real estate projects to find out more about the situation. It has to be said that these 3 communities are already considered the most upscale communities in Yunhai County, and the greening and facilities in the communities are well planned. On the way back, Su Feng asked, Mom and Dad, have you decided whether to buy these apartments separately or all in one neighborhood? Why don't we buy them together? This way it will be convenient for decoration and collecting rent in the future. Su Jigang suggested that Yunhai is just a small county town with almost no fully decorated houses, only rough houses. After buying a house, customers have to decorate it themselves, unlike in Donghai, where there are both fully decorated and rough houses for customers to choose from. Hearing this, Lin Huili looked thoughtful. So Su Feng interrupted and said, "Dad's suggestion is good, I agree with it. The houses in Yunhai County have little potential for appreciation. Since they are bought to collect rent, it is naturally most convenient to buy them together. Then we'll listen to you two, father and son. Let's do some research and see which one to buy from." Lin Huili thought it made sense, so she agreed. Return home. Su Feng did not participate in the discussion anymore and left it to her parents to decide. Anyway, these houses 1T cost much, so he doesn't care which community he buys them in. So, after asking his parents to discuss it slowly, he sat down on the sofa and started playing with his cell phone. Suddenly, his phone rang. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard an excited voice, "Brother Feng, I heard you're back?" "Yeah, just arrived this morning." "That's great. Kai Xian is here too. Can we get together tonight?" Su Feng agreed immediately, "Sure, what time and place?" 9 o'clock in the evening, at the Xiangpiopio barbecue restaurant outside the school. "Okay, it's settled." After hanging up the phone, some distant memories flashed through Su Feng's mind. The person who called him was called Zhang Meng, and the Kaixian he mentioned was Zhao Kaixian, both of whom were classmates he was close to in high school. Zhang Meng is a second-generation rich guy. In her previous life, she got married only half a year later than him. His married life seemed sweet, and his wife gave birth to 2 sons for him. But he later discovered that neither of the 2 sons was his biological son. He asked his wife why she cheated on him. "My goodness," his wife said, "although the son is not your biological son, you have not lost out because he has called you dad for so many years. Besides, if it weren't for your own fault, I wouldn't have cheated on you, so you have to look for the reason in yourself." Chapter 30, Renewing an Old Relationship. Zhang Meng almost went crazy when he heard his wife say such shameless words. Determined to divorce the other party. But Zhang Meng's wife Yan Bingting said that divorce was possible, but the family property must be divided in half, otherwise there would be no divorce. Zhang Meng naturally refused. "You have cuckolded me for so many years, and you still want to share the family property? You are just dreaming." Seeing that Zhang Meng was unwilling to divide the family property, Yan Bingting directly wrote a short essay online, seeking the little fairy to help her. Then Zhang Meng was exposed online. A bunch of fairies scolded him for being an irresponsible scumbag, narrow-minded, without any responsibility as a man, and unworthy of marrying a wife. At the same time, they also mocked him for being a 3-second man, saying that since he could not satisfy his wife, it was natural for his wife to cheat on him. What's even more outrageous is that the group of fairies also doxed him, exposed his workplace and home address, called on nearby fairies to cause trouble at his workplace, and went to his house to smash his windows and throw garbage into his house. At the same time, there were fairies who sent him razor blades, dead chickens, snakes and other things to disgust him. The series of actions of the little fairies almost made Zhang Meng so angry that he wanted to kill someone. What puzzled him even more was that he was clearly the victim, so why was he being targeted by so many people? Fortunately, Zhang Meng can still endure it mentally. If it were someone else with a weak mental endurance, he would probably suffer from depression even if he didn't jump off the building. Finally, Zhang Meng resisted the pressure from these fairies and filed for divorce in court. Although the divorce was successful and he received compensation, it was a great blow to Zhang Meng mentally. Before Su Feng was reborn, he had become a fat man weighing more than 300 pounds, and because of obesity, he developed various diseases. According to the current time, Zhang Meng should have been in contact with Yan Bingting, but it is not known whether they are in a relationship. If they are already in a relationship, he will try to break them up. If they are not in a relationship, that would be even better. I can trick Zhang Meng into staying in Donghai for a while to avoid them meeting. Speaking of Zhao Kaixian, this guy is much luckier than him and Zhang Meng. After living in the big city for 2 years, he decisively chose to return to the county town and opened a fruit shop. He then married a wife with a good personality and had a daughter. Although he was not rich, he lived a happy and fulfilling life. This made Su Feng and Zhang Meng quite envious. In the evening, around 9 o'clock, Su Feng came to the Xiangpiopio barbecue restaurant near the high school. He didn't drive because the 3 of them were definitely drinking together. So I took a taxi. Here. Zhang Meng waved to Su Feng. Su Feng quickly stepped forward and hugged Zhang Meng and Zhao Kaixian respectively. Wow, you have a great body. Better than a gym student like me. Zhang Meng looked Su Feng up and down. The weather in August was quite hot, so Su Feng wore a short-sleeved t-shirt, beach pants, and slippers. Why, are you jealous? Then you should exercise more often. Su Feng joked with a smile that Zhang Meng was originally a sports student and later went to a sports university. After graduation, he returned to the county and worked as a physical education teacher in a middle school. Xianer, when did you come back? Su Feng's gaze fell on Zhao Kaixian. This guy was only about 1.7 meters tall and was rather thin. I was quite shy when I was in high school. Later, he was bullied by a group of boys. Su Feng and Zhang Meng saw him and helped him out once, and then they started playing with him. I just came back 2 days ago, mainly because I couldn't make it out there anymore. Zhao Kaixian smiled bitterly. Zhao Kaixian was only admitted to a third-tier university. He was the only son in the family. After graduation, his parents wanted him to return to his hometown to work, but at that time he still wanted to make a name for himself outside. As a result, he suffered 2 years of social beatings. After receiving another call from his parents, he packed his bags and returned to his hometown, feeling disheartened, and opened a fruit shop with the help of his parents. At this time, the waiter brought a large plate of barbecue and placed it on their table. Eat and talk. Zhang Meng greeted them, then handed Su Feng and Zhao Kaixian a bottle of cold beer respectively. The three of them ate and drank while reminiscing about their youthful days. Before I knew it, I had already drunk several bottles of wine. Brother Feng, what happened to you canceling your marriage last time? Zhang Meng, who had drunk a few bottles of wine, couldn't help but ask. The last time Su Feng got married, she also invited Zhang Meng. The wedding was not held, and Zhang Meng called him, but it was not convenient to ask over the phone, so he never asked. It's very simple. The night before the wedding, their family asked for an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Su Feng said calmly. How much was the betrothal gift before? Zhang Meng asked again. It was 380,000 before. Oh my god, this is already a lot, but that family wants another 300,000, this is too fucked up. Yes, it's too greedy. This is not a marriage, it's simply selling a daughter. Zhao Kaixian said in shock. In Yunhai County, the bride price for marriage is tens of thousands of yuan, and the most is just over 100,000 yuan. 680,000 yuan is definitely a sky-high bride price. Then did you break up? Zhang Meng asked again. Of course they've divided it. If not, they'd keep it for the new year. Su Feng said unhappily. Zhang Meng agreed, that's a good choice. With Brother Feng's looks and figure, it's not easy for him to find a girlfriend. If that doesn't work, I'll introduce you to a few. There are still a few good-looking female teachers in our school. I'm just afraid that Brother Feng may not like you. Okay, I won't talk about this anymore. It's in the past. What about you two? Do you have a girlfriend? Su Feng raised his glass and walked away with the two of them, then asked. I don't. Zhao Kaixian shook his head. Hey, I'm almost there. I recently met a pretty girl on WeChat and we had a good chat. Zhang Meng had a nasty expression on his face. Hearing this, Su Feng looked thoughtful. He remembered that Zhang Meng and Yan Bingting knew each other through WeChat. So, he patted Zhang Meng on the shoulder and said, Mengzi, as a person who has been through this, I'm giving you a piece of advice. It's okay to fall in love, but if you want to get married, you must find out what kind of person she is. Otherwise, once you get married, it will be too late to regret it. Don't worry, Brother Feng, I'm not stupid, I will definitely pay attention. Zhang Meng said confidently. Su Feng really wanted to say, if you are not stupid, then who is stupid? After getting married in his previous life, he was cuckolded by Yan Bingting for several years. His two sons were not his biological children. He was depressed after the divorce and had not recovered until he was reborn. But he knew that it was useless to say more now. Could it be possible that you tell him that your wife will cheat on you in the future? Soon, the three of them changed the subject. Kaixian, what are your plans for coming back this time? Su Feng asked. I don't know either. Zhao Kaixian shook his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Su Feng knew that he had no plans to open a fruit shop. Forget it, let's not talk about this, let's have a clash. After chatting for a while, Zhang Meng hesitated and asked, Brother Feng, do you still remember Liao Yufei? I remember, what's wrong? Su Feng nodded. Liao Yufei was also his high school classmate. In high school, Su Feng was a well-known figure in the school. He was a good student, tall and handsome, and also played basketball very well. Not to mention the girls who pursued him, Liao Yufei was one of them, and one of the highest quality ones. Why did you mention her suddenly? Su Feng asked. You may not know, but she has also returned to Yunhai. I ran into her a few days ago, and she even mentioned you. It seems like she still has feelings for you. At this point, Zhang Meng couldn't help but wink and say, by the way, she's a great beauty now. Since you've already broken up, do you want to rekindle your old relationship? Chapter 31 Planning to Help. Hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but look thoughtful. Memories of Liao Yufei from his previous life flashed through his mind. Liao Yufei attended an art school and signed with an entertainment company before she graduated. During my junior and senior years, I played 2 small supporting roles in 2 TV series. Unfortunately, neither of those 2 TV series became popular. She still hasn't become famous and only plays supporting roles in some small drama crews. It is said that the reason why she returned to Yunhai this time was that her father suffered from a serious heart disease and needed to undergo major surgery, and the various expenses would cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Liao Yufei is an only child and her family used to be relatively wealthy. The family has no money and cannot afford to support an art school student. After all, the tuition of art schools is relatively high, and one has to spend money on training classes. The average family simply cannot afford it. But this year, Liao Yufei's father was cheated in his business and lost a lot of money. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. At this time, Liao Yufei's father suddenly fell ill. Their family simply cannot afford the medical expenses. Just when Liao Yufei was collecting money for her father's surgery, a relative introduced her to a wealthy man in the county, saying that if she married him, he could help her father pay for the medical expenses. Su Feng didn't know the specific name of this rich man. She only knew that his surname was Kong, he was in his 40s, divorced and had children. With no other options left, Liao Yufei met the other party. The wealthy man named Kong took a liking to Liao Yufei at first sight, and was even more satisfied after learning that she was a little star. Express it in public. If Liao Yufei is willing to marry him, he can give her a dowry of 300,000 yuan. After marriage, she can also afford her father's medical expenses. My father's illness cannot be delayed and he must undergo surgery within a short period of time, otherwise there is a risk of death. So, Liao Yufei had no choice but to agree to marry the other party. I didn't expect that this Kong guy is nothing at all. Everything was fine before the marriage, but changed after the marriage. They find all kinds of excuses to delay and just refuse to pay. Not long after, Liao Yufei's father died after failed rescue efforts. But Liao Yufei did not divorce the man surnamed Kong, who had a habit of domestic violence. Just when the man surnamed Kong thought that Liao Yufei had accepted her fate. 3 years later, Liao Yufei poisoned the man named Kong to death, and then she committed suicide by taking poison. This incident was even reported in the news, sparking a lot of discussion. Because Liao Yufei was his high school classmate, Su Feng also paid attention to this matter and figured out the whole story. When he was reborn, he was already in his 40s. As it happened so long ago, Su Feng didn't remember it. It was not until Zhang Meng mentioned Liao Yufei that he recalled this incident. It would have been fine if he didn't know about Liao Yufei's miserable future. But now that he knows it, he will certainly not stand idly by and watch, but plans to help. After all, Liao Yufei was once his pursuer. So he asked, Mengzi, do you have Liao Yufei's contact information? Zhang Meng was stunned and asked in surprise, Brother Feng, you don't really have feelings for Liao Yufei, do you? Besides the love between a man and a woman, is it possible that there is no friendship between classmates? Su Feng said unhappily, Liao Yufei is our old classmate after all. Now that we know she has returned to Yunhai, why don't we have a cup of coffee together and reminisce about our friendship as classmates? I understand, hee hee. Zhang Meng smiled a little obscenely. What a coincidence, I left her phone number here, wait a moment, I'll find it for you right away. After Su Feng wrote down Liao Yufei's phone number, he continued to drink and chat with the two of them. I have no idea about Liao Yufei and Su Feng. After all, he is only interested in sex now, and there are so many beautiful women in the world, there is no need to harm his old classmates. As for his intention to help, it is because he has the ability to do so and he will do it easily. If he didn't have the ability, he certainly wouldn't have tried to be so arrogant. The other side. Yunhai County People's Hospital, inside the ward. Looking at her father sleeping on the hospital bed, Liao Yufei said to her mother, "Mom, go home and have a rest. Leave this to me." "Need not." The haggard Han Shuling shook her head. "How can you take care of people? I'd better stay here." Seeing her mother, who seemed to have aged more than 10 years in just a few days, Liao Yufei felt a pain in her heart. "Mom, listen to me, you look so haggard now, you should go back and have a rest, otherwise, if Dad's illness is not cured and you fall ill again, what should I do?" At this point, Liao Yufei's tone already had a hint of tears. Han Shuling wiped her tears and said, "All right, stop arguing with me. Besides, I will always feel uneasy if I don't watch over your dad. I'm really afraid that your dad will be gone once I close my eyes." As she spoke, Han Shuling couldn't help but burst into tears. "Mom, don't cry. Don't worry, I will find a way to cure Dad," Liao Yufei said in a firm tone and reached out to wipe her mother's tears, but as she wiped, she couldn't help but let her own tears fall. Then the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried silently. They didn't dare to cry out loud for fear of waking up Liao Weigua, who had finally fallen asleep. The next morning, Su Feng woke up from bed without any hangover symptoms. To be precise, he was not drunk at all last night, even though he drank a whole case of beer. After breakfast, Su Feng was thinking about Liao Yufei's matter. After all, he had only heard things from others in his previous life, so he decided to first find out about the situation of Liao Yufei's father. As for going to the hospital to inquire, he would never do such a stupid thing. So he called the bank's private account manager directly and asked her to help investigate the matter. After all, the bank's network of contacts is very extensive. As he expected, the other party agreed immediately and said that he would reply to him as soon as possible. "Son, I've discussed it with your dad, and we're going to buy the house from Xianting International." Lin Huili told Su Feng that this was the result of a day's discussion between the old couple. "Okay, I'll transfer 5 million to your card, including the money for buying a house and decorating it. If it's not enough, you can ask me for more." As Su Feng spoke, he prepared to take out his cell phone to transfer the money. "There's no need for so much," Lin Huili said quickly. "We plan to buy 4 units of 88 square meters each, and each unit will cost at most 500,000 yuan. And since we are buying 4 units at once, we must ask them for a discount. The house is for renting, so we only need to simply decorate it. So, you only need to give 3 million yuan. Let's just give it 5 million. The remaining 2 million will be my gift to you," Su Feng said disapprovingly. Now his net worth is more than 2 billion, and 5 million is nothing to him. After thinking about it, Lin Huili did not refuse and said with a smile, "Okay, since you want to give it, we will save it for you to use when you get married. I'm giving it to you to spend, no need to save it, forget it, do whatever you want." Su Feng originally wanted to persuade them, but after thinking about it, he was afraid that he would not be able to change his parents' minds with just a few words, so he just let them be. When he shows them more wealth in the future, their ideas will naturally change. More than an hour later, Su Feng received a call from her private account manager. The other party has already fully understood the situation of the Liao family. After learning about the Liao family's situation, Su Feng began to call Liao Yufei's cell phone. Chapter 32, Meeting Liao Yufei. At this moment, Liao Yufei is not in the hospital. Instead, he came to his third cousin's house. Her father was ill and hospitalized this time, and he asked many relatives for help, but few people came to lend money. This third cousin lent them 20,000 yuan. Therefore, Liao Yufei was very grateful to her. So, the other party called her and asked her to go to her house, saying that he had something to discuss with her, and she hurried over. "Third cousin, is there something you want me to come over for?" Liao Yufei asked directly. Hearing this, Shi Chunyan did not say anything, but looked her up and down, secretly satisfied in her heart. Although this girl looked a little haggard, her natural beauty could not be concealed. Boss Kong would definitely like her. Boss Kong owns a clothing factory, and his son Huang Tao works there and serves as deputy director of the third production workshop. Recently, the director of the first production workshop resigned. Boss Kong plans to promote one of the 3 workshop deputy directors to be the workshop director. In terms of competitive advantage, Huang Tao does not have much advantage. "I can't even find a way to use my connections." Then he listened to his mother Qi Chunyan talk about Liao Weigua's family, and learned that Liao Yufei was also a little star, and he immediately became interested. "Because my boss just got divorced 3 months ago. If he introduces Liao Yufei to his boss and if things go well, wouldn't he and the boss become relatives? At that time, wouldn't it be natural to promote him to be workshop director? Besides, Boss Kong is quite rich. If my cousin and Boss Kong get together, she can use the money to treat my uncle Liao Weigua. As for the rumor that Boss Kong loved to beat his wife, he automatically ignored it. After careful consideration, he discussed the matter with his mother Qi Chunyan. Knowing that this matter was related to her son's future, Qi Chunyan also agreed very much. After all, it was a good thing that had the best of both worlds. So, the next day after the discussion, Qi Chunyan called Liao Yufei home. Fei Fei, have you collected enough money for your father's treatment? Qi Chunyan asked with concern. We have only collected over 100,000 yuan so far, and we still need over 800,000 yuan. Liao Yufei smiled bitterly and said that in order to do business with others, her father not only took out more than 800,000 yuan in savings, but also mortgaged the family house. The family also has a second-hand BMW, which they are also planning to sell. However, she asked someone and was told that the second-hand BMW would be good if it could be sold for 100,000 yuan. By this calculation, there is still a gap of more than 700,000. There is still so much left. Qi Chunyan pretended to sigh and said, Fei Fei, my cousin has a solution. Do you want to hear it? Cousin, you say? Liao Yufei's eyes lit up slightly. Qi Chunyan said, your cousin works in a garment factory. Their boss is very rich. He drives a Mercedes worth more than 1 million yuan and lives in a villa. If you can marry him, you won't have to worry about the money for your father's medical treatment. If you agree, I'll let your cousin arrange a meeting. This? Liao Yufei was a little hesitant, even though she had not been doing very well in the past 2 years. But she still has the dream of becoming famous. If she were asked to get married now, she would definitely not be willing to do so. But she hesitated when she thought that her father's life would be in danger at any time if she couldn't raise the money in the short term. Qi Chunyan, who had been paying attention to Liao Yufei's expression, quickly persuaded her, Fei Fei, we women have to get married sooner or later. You are not young anymore. When I was your age, your cousin was old enough to help with the housework. If you delay any longer, you will become an old maid. Besides, Mr. Kong is so well off that he can have any woman he wants. Don't blame your cousin for speaking harshly. In a few years, he may not be willing to marry you, so you have to seize the opportunity. Cousin, I understand, but I need to think about it. Liao Yufei's face was full of hesitation and she still found it difficult to make a decision. Qi Chunyan nodded, okay, then you can consider it, but don't think about it for too long. After all, your father's illness can't be delayed, and Boss Kong may not wait for you. I know, cousin. I will give you an answer in 2 days at most. Liao Yufei said. Okay, it's settled then. By the way, let's have lunch at my cousin's house today. Qi Chunyan said, holding Liao Yufei's hand. Thank you, cousin. I have some things to take care of here. Liao Yufei declined, saying that she was planning to drive the BMW to a used car shop to sell it. Well, since you have something to do, I won't delay you. After leaving her cousin's house for some distance, Liao Yufei parked the car on the side of the road, picked up her mobile phone and called her agent Sister Yu. Hey, what's up? Sister Yu's tone was somewhat impatient. She was not the only artist Sister Yu was managing, there were more than a dozen. Because she had not achieved much in the past 2 years, her agent naturally disliked her. Sister Yu, I'm Liao Yufei. I know it's you. Tell me what you want. I'm busy. Sister Yu, my father needs surgery, and I want to borrow 1 million from the company. Can you help me? When you heard that Liao Yufei wanted to borrow money from the company, she immediately mocked her. Liao Yufei, what's wrong with you? In the past 2 years, the money you earned for the company was not enough to pay your salary. How dare you ask the company for a loan? Although Sister Yu's words were harsh, Liao Yufei was not angry because she was telling the truth. She still wanted to fight for it, but Sister Yu didn't want to say more to her and hung up the phone directly. Afterwards, Liao Yufei called several female artists who were close to the company. But when they heard her asking for money, they either acted pitiful or said directly that they had no money. In the end, only one person was willing to lend her money, but he was only willing to lend her 5,000. Is it just possible to marry someone? Liao Yufei looked ahead with despair in her eyes. Just at this moment, the phone rang. She picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After a slight hesitation, she chose to answer the call. Hello, who is this? Liao Yufei, I'm Su Feng. Su Feng, why is it you? Liao Yufei was a little surprised. Although 6 years had passed, she still had not forgotten Su Feng in her mind. Instead, she often recalled that handsome and sunny boy. Su Feng joked, "Why can't it be me? I'm back in Yunhai too. Do you have time? How about having a cup of coffee together?" This? Liao Yufei was a little hesitant, but after a little hesitation, she agreed. After all, drinking a cup of coffee wouldn't take up much time. More than 20 minutes later. A cafe on Riverside Road. Liao Yufei parked the car and walked inside. As he looked around, he saw Su Feng sitting in a seat. Meeting her gaze, Su Feng smiled and waved at her, and then a smile appeared on her face and she walked towards him. "What to drink?" Su Feng asked. He could see that Liao Yufei looked quite tired, especially with her obvious bags under her eyes. But it had to be said that even though she was not in good shape, she was still very beautiful. In terms of appearance, she should be better than Sun Lin. According to his preference, she should score at least 95 points. "Thank you. I'd like an iced Americano." Liao Yufei was also looking at Su Feng curiously. Compared to high school days, he had lost his youthfulness. Judging from his dress, this old classmate should be doing well. In particular, he had a confident and high-spirited temperament and was full of masculine charm. For a moment, her heartbeat quickened. But when she thought of her own situation, her heart darkened again. Chapter 33, With great power comes great responsibility. Soon, the iced American coffee that Liao Yufei ordered was served. After taking a sip, the cold and bitter taste filled her entire mouth, making her feel much better. "Su Feng, what kind of job did you do after graduating from college? It seems you are doing well." Liao Yufei asked with a smile. "As for me, after graduating from university, I went to work as a programmer in a game company." Su Feng replied with a smile. "It doesn't feel like it." After carefully examining Su Feng, Liao Yufei shook her head. Su Feng said jokingly, "This is your prejudice against programmers. Do you think all programmers should be unkempt, haggard, and wear plaid shirts and jeans?" Puff. Liao Yufei laughed out loud, because in her impression, programmers are indeed like this. After laughing, Liao Yufei quickly apologized. "Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you, it was mainly because the image you described was too vivid, so I couldn't help laughing." "It's okay, I don't mind even if you laugh at me." Su Feng smiled and said, "By the way, old classmate, how is your celebrity career going?" "Well, what else can I do?" Liao Yufei smiled bitterly. "I have been playing supporting roles in some small crews for the past 2 years. I only have a few lines, not even a supporting role." "It's okay. You're so beautiful. You'll be successful sooner or later." Su Feng comforted. Liao Yufei had a lot of things to say in her heart after 2 years of career setbacks and a sudden change in her family. For some reason, she wanted to complain in front of Su Feng, so she said, "In fact, the entertainment industry is not as simple as you think. For someone like me, who has no money and no background, it is too difficult to become famous. Take the competition for a role as an example. To an outsider, as long as your acting skills are good and you fit the role, you will be chosen. But in fact, these two are not important. The most important things are relationships and capital. Often, the roles in a good drama are almost all consumed internally, and the ones that are released are some unimportant scraps. Even if they are just scraps, there are still a lot of people vying for them. Therefore, it is too difficult for an ordinary artist to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry." Su Feng agreed with what Liao Yufei said. After all, he was reborn from the future. Next, Liao Yufei complained about a lot of things in the entertainment industry. After she finished speaking, I felt much better. "I'm sorry, Su Feng, for making you listen to so much nonsense." "It's okay. I'm actually quite curious about the entertainment industry, and this just happens to satisfy my curiosity." Su Feng chuckled and suddenly changed the subject. "Actually, I asked you to meet today because I heard about your recent experience and I know you are trying to collect money. I just happen to have some spare money. I will lend it to you if you still need to pay for your uncle's medical expenses." Hearing this, Liao Yufei's expression froze slightly, and she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Because she didn't want Su Feng to know her embarrassing side. After all, Su Feng was someone she once liked. Su Feng saw through what Liao Yufei was thinking and said calmly, "I learned about your situation by chance. We are classmates after all, and I have the ability to help you, so I asked you to meet. Besides, life is not always smooth sailing, and you will encounter hardships occasionally. I helped you today, and maybe you will need to help me in the future, so you don't have to be embarrassed. After all, Liao Yufei had been in the entertainment industry for 2 years, so she could naturally tell that Su Feng's words were meant to take her feelings into consideration. Suddenly, she felt a little ridiculous. It's already this time, but you still maintain that ridiculous self-esteem. At the same time, I was also a little moved. When I thought about it, those sisters, friends, and relatives who thought they had a good relationship with her would try to make excuses when they heard about borrowing money. However, Su Feng took the initiative to find her, lend her money, and even took special care of her emotions. The contrast is like heaven and earth. In that case, why should I be so pretentious? So she said, "Thank you, Su Feng, you are right, I really need some money now. Give me your bank account." Su Feng took out his mobile phone and prepared to transfer money. This time, Liao Yufei did not hesitate and gave her bank account number. Is 1 million enough? If not, I can lend you more. Suddenly, Su Feng looked up and asked. It doesn't need to be that much, 800,000 will be enough. Liao Yufei said. Then let's make it 1 million. After all, follow-up treatment will cost money. Liao Yufei thought that this was indeed the case, so she did not refuse, and at the same time could not help but joked, "Are you afraid that I can't pay it back?" Su Feng replied while transferring the money, "If you can't pay it back, I'll pay you with my body. Anyway, you're pretty, so I won't suffer any loss." Upon hearing this, Liao Yufei was a little amused. It was the first time she heard someone say that she was good-looking. Because her father's medical expenses had been paid, she felt more relaxed and said, "It seems that my old classmate has high standards. No wonder you didn't agree when I pursued you. Why don't you try it now?" Su Feng said jokingly. Then do you agree? No. Su Feng said decisively. Why? Liao Yufei puffed out her chest, feeling a little unconvinced. Because I just want to have sex now, I won't harm you, my old classmate. Su Feng said with a smile. Bah, you're a scumbag. Liao Yufei pretended to be disgusted. I'm not a scumbag. Su Feng shook his head. A real scumbag will either cheat you for money or sex, or both. I'm different. So what are you like? Liao Yufei asked curiously. At this moment, her cell phone on the table rang. It turned out that she had received a text message from the bank about the money arriving. She took a look and saw that 1 million had been deposited into her account. Let me put it this way. I think I'm pretty good looking. Just based on this, the people who follow me won't suffer any loss. Secondly, I will try my best to meet their material needs. Old classmate, I didn't expect you to become such a person. Isn't it just a sponsorship? The word keeping a mistress doesn't sound nice. I think it can be said that each party gets what they want. Su Feng said seriously, besides, nowadays young and beautiful girls have higher and higher demands for material things, and ordinary boys can't afford it at all. What I'm doing is also saving those boys in disguise. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, don't you think? It's a ghost. Liao Yufei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Feng. Do you know that you look like you deserve a beating right now? Ha, I'm just kidding you, don't take it seriously. Su Feng laughed. Who knows whether what you said is true or false? Liao Yufei said with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You should go to the hospital to pay the bill as soon as possible. The sooner you pay, the sooner you can get the surgery. Su Feng changed the subject and said, by the way, you look very tired. Fatigue driving is very dangerous. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Okay, thank you for your help. Liao Yufei said with a smile. Hey, I was just saying it casually, you're so rude. Su Feng pretended to be annoyed. It's too late to regret. Let's go, Mr. Driver. Liao Yufei said with some pride that she had finally made this guy suffer a setback. Chapter 34 Formal Binding. Walking out of the coffee shop, when Liao Yufei discovered that Su Feng's car was actually a Mercedes-Benz G, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes again. So, after getting in the car and fastening her seatbelt, she jokingly asked, Old classmate, you are doing really well. Your car must be worth 3 million, right? It's okay. Anyway, I'm not short of money. Su Feng said in a relaxed tone. As he spoke, Su Feng backed the car out of the parking space, turned the steering wheel, drove towards the road outside, and headed straight for the county hospital. Liao Yufei looked at Su Feng together, and the more she looked, the more she found this man attractive. If you continue to watch, you will be charged. Suddenly, Su Feng turned his head and looked at her, teasing. Liao Yufei blushed. I was just thinking about something. Yeah? Su Feng replied meaningfully. More than 20 minutes later. Su Feng sent Liao Yufei outside the hospital and said, okay, I won't go up with you, so that your parents won't misunderstand that I'm your boyfriend. Stop being narcissistic and get out of here. Liao Yufei said unhappily. TSK, today I really saw what it means to use people forward and not backward. Su Feng joked with a smile. You were a well-behaved boy in high school. How come you became like this after just a few years? Liao Yufei was not to be outdone and sneered in response. Same here, same here. Su Feng replied. Suddenly, Liao Yufei's expression straightened and she said to Su Feng, thank you. To be honest, at this moment she was grateful to Su Feng from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for him, she would probably have to sell herself to pay for her father's medical treatment. You're welcome. Su Feng waved his hand. By the way, if you have anything, call me. Liao Yufei didn't act pretentiously and nodded. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal after my dad finishes the surgery. It's a deal. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng turned the car around and drove away. However, Liao Yufei did not leave immediately. She turned around and walked towards the hospital only when she could no longer see Su Feng's car. After entering the hospital, she first went to find her father's attending physician and asked him to arrange surgery as soon as possible. He then topped up 1 million yuan onto his father's card, and then hurried to the ward to report the good news to his parents that he had raised the money for the surgery. Fei, how did you raise the money for the surgery so quickly? Han Shuling asked curiously, but also a little worried. Mom and Dad, what a coincidence, a classmate of mine in high school happened to hear about our family situation, and he took the initiative to lend me 1 million. Liao Yufei explained. He has no other conditions? Liao Weigua asked weakly. Liao Yufei knew what her father was worried about and said, Dad, there are many bad people in this world, but there are still good people. They are just helping you without any conditions. But Liao Weigua still didn't believe it. He was a businessman, and especially after being deceived by his partner, he became even more sensitive. So, his face darkened. Fei, tell me the truth, is there one? I would like to have one, but they may not be interested in your daughter. Liao Yufei said speechlessly. Not really. My Fei is so outstanding, how could I not like her? Han Shuling said unconvinced. Liao Yufei knew that if she didn't explain things clearly, her father wouldn't be at ease with the surgery, so she said, the other party's name is Su Feng. He's my high school classmate, he's quite handsome. Today he said he wanted to lend me money, he directly transferred 1 million to me, he didn't even write an IOU, and he drives a Mercedes-Benz G worth over 3 million, and he wears a Vacheron Constantine watch worth hundreds of thousands. He made it very clear that he helped me because we were classmates, he didn't have any ulterior motives. Han Shuling nodded in agreement. So, this guy named Su Feng is pretty good. Why do I feel that this name is familiar? Of course she is familiar with him. Your daughter tried to pursue him in high school but failed to win him over. Liao Weigua interrupted. Ah, you peeked at my diary. Liao Yufei said angrily. What do you mean by peeking? Your father and I are not concerned about you. Your father was very angry at the time, but he had no place to vent his anger. After all, you were the one who shamelessly pursued him. You can't just go and teach him a lesson. As she spoke, Han Shuling also started to laugh. Thinking back to the scene at that time, she laughed to herself. At this point, Han Shuling suddenly thought of something. Fei, could it be that Su Feng wants to go back to pursue you? Liao Yufei was a little speechless and said, Mom, what are you talking about? He and I have never been together, how can I ask him to go back to his bed? Besides, how can a mother say that her daughter is a scumbag? Forget it, I won't argue with you about this issue. I have already found Dr. Lin and paid the money. I will arrange surgery for Dad as soon as possible. That's really great. Han Shuling felt like crying for joy. There was also a glimmer of hope in Liao Weigua's eyes. Even ants try to survive, so he naturally didn't want to die either. The other side. After sending Liao Yufei off, Su Feng drove back home. I turned on the TV and sat back on the sofa, thinking about something. So do you want to start a business? Even without starting a business, he can still live a very comfortable life thanks to the male god sign in system and can truly lie low. If this is the case, he can only keep a low profile. But sometimes, you can't be low-key just because you want to. Now, it has been less than a month since he obtained the system, but he has already gained more than 2 billion in wealth with the help of the system. So what about the future? His wealth will surely increase. Possessing a lot of wealth but not having the social status to match it. Then there is only one outcome, which is to be slaughtered like a pig. By then, let alone lying down, it would be good enough to be able to save your life. And what about starting a business? Although he has no entrepreneurial experience, he may lose a lot of money in the early stages. But with the system as his big financial backer, even if he loses money, he can earn it back through the system. In other words, he has no worries at all. In that case, let's do it. There was a flash of determination in Su Feng's eyes. He didn't want to be slaughtered like a pig in the future. Ding, congratulations to the host for passing the test and officially binding with the system. Su Feng was startled by the sudden voice of the system. Especially after hearing the content of the system broadcast, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and asked tentatively, "System, what will happen if I fail the test?" System, if the host fails the test, the binding will be directly removed and the host's memory related to the system will be erased. However, the rewards given by the system will not be taken back. It's okay, it's okay. Su Feng secretly felt lucky that he did not just live a life of idleness and wait for death. He continued to ask, "System, are there any more tests to come?" System, after the formal binding, no more tests will appear. Since the host has passed the test, 3 lucky draws will be awarded. Would the host like to use the lucky draw? There are actually rewards. Su Feng was overjoyed and immediately said, "System, I want to use the lottery." Chapter 35 Prizes. Ding, the lottery starts. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill consciousness. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the body nourishing fluid formula, production line, patent and marketing approval. Would you like to receive it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 connection cards and 2 talent cards. Would you like to receive them? Get them all. The next moment, Su Feng discovered that the prize appeared in his personal space. With a thought, a golden ball of light appeared in his hand. He only needed to merge it with the light to gain spiritual consciousness. Fusion. The golden ball of light flew into Su Feng's brows, and he felt a chill in his head, and the fusion was completed. At the same time, information on how to use spiritual consciousness also emerged in his mind. This spiritual consciousness is like a combination of invisible arms and eyes. Even if you close your eyes, you can sense everything around you through the spiritual consciousness, and the picture is in high definition. At the same time, the spiritual consciousness also has attack power. First, the range of spiritual consciousness is 84 meters. Exactly the same number as his spirit. If his spiritual power improves in the future, then the range and intensity of his spiritual consciousness will also improve accordingly. Secondly, the spiritual consciousness can lift objects weighing up to 84 kilograms at most, with no limit on distance. As long as it is within the range of the spiritual consciousness, it can lift 84 kilograms out of thin air. Finally, spiritual consciousness can not only move in the air, but also penetrate deep into the ground, with the maximum depth being only 84 meters. It is very convenient for treasure hunting. Finally, using spiritual consciousness also consumes energy. If you use it continuously for 1 minute, 1 point of mental power will be consumed. As long as you don't exhaust your mental power, you can recover it by sleeping. However, there is a note in the usage information that it is best not to let your mental power drop to 60 points, otherwise it will have a negative impact on your own condition. In other words, spiritual consciousness cannot be used for more than 24 minutes a day. After learning about the skill of spiritual awareness, Su Feng felt that he had gained another skill for self-protection. Because using spiritual consciousness to attack people is completely invisible to everyone. For example, if you use your spiritual awareness to directly enter the enemy's body and punch his internal organs, there are no need to describe the consequences. It's like killing without being seen. It's just that the distance is a bit short. If the distance could reach thousands or tens of thousands of meters. If anyone dares to offend him, he can just punch him in the gut from tens of thousands meters away, and no one will suspect him. For a moment, Su Feng was once again thankful that he had passed the system's test, otherwise, how could he have acquired such an incredible skill? Then, Su Feng began to receive the second reward. After learning about the second reward, Su Feng smiled. To be honest, he has already planned to start a business. But he hasn't figured out what to do for the time being. It's not that he doesn't know what to do. But as a reborn person, he knows many opportunities and there are so many projects that can be used for entrepreneurship that he doesn't know what to choose for a while. But the appearance of the second reward relieved him of his worries. Because he can use the nourishing fluid to start a business. What effect does this nourishing fluid have? Simply put, it nourishes the human body, enhances its immunity, and strengthens physical fitness. Moreover, the system is very considerate. It not only provides the formula, but also 3 production lines. At the same time, it also helps to complete patent applications in 184 countries around the world. In addition, even the approval documents for listing have been obtained. All you need to do is find a factory, install a production line, purchase raw materials, recruit a group of workers to produce the nourishing fluid, and then you can put it directly on the market for sale. This saved Su Feng a lot of time. Otherwise, if he was only given a formula, it would take half a year to put the product on the market for sale, even if he had connections. If he didn't have any connections, he would be stuck in each process for a while, and it would be good if it could be put on the market for sale in 2 or 3 years. The next step is to consider where to build the factory. Should we go directly to Yunhai County or go to Donghai? Yunhai is my hometown. Building a factory in Yunhai will definitely benefit Yunhai, create more jobs, and increase tax revenue. However, Yunhai is just an ordinary small county town. Neither transportation nor business environment can be compared with the East China Sea. Forget it, let's not think about this for now. Su Feng shook his head, and 4 cards appeared in his hand. There are 2 network cards and 2 talent cards. The moment the card appeared in his hand, the corresponding information appeared in his mind. After using the connection card, he will get 2 connections, which are divided into primary connections, intermediate connections, advanced connections, and top connections. But what kind of connections you get is random. System, use a connection card. Ding, usage is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary connection. At the same time, a lot of information appeared in Su Feng's mind. The primary contact he drew was named Zhang Xiong'an, and the other party was the county magistrate of Yunhai County. According to the information provided by the system, County Magistrate Zhan was born in a poor family and could not even afford to go to school as a child. Later, he was funded by a mysterious wealthy man. Moreover, the fact that he was able to become the county magistrate at the age of 35 was also related to the help of a mysterious rich man. And that mysterious rich man was the second master created by the system. Before the second master passed away, he had sent someone to contact Zhang Xiong'an and stated that Su Feng was his successor. If Su Feng needs help, he can go directly to Zhang Xiong'an. By the way, that group of information also includes Zhang Xiong'an's personal phone number, so Su Feng can call him at any time. Then, Su Feng used the second networking card. This time I was lucky enough to gain a mid-level connection, who was a deputy mayor of Donghai City, named Minancheng. He was also born in a poor family and was once sent abroad to study. But when he encountered life-threatening situations abroad, it was his second master who came to the rescue. Therefore, Su Feng's fictional second master can be regarded as Minancheng's savior. Today, Minancheng is only 42 years old and has a bright future. His current position is also inseparable from the secret support of the second master. Similarly, he also knew of Su Feng's existence. TSK, not bad. Su Feng was secretly happy. With these 2 connections, his future career development would be much smoother. Then, his eyes fell on the 2 talent cards. After choosing to use it, you will obtain a senior management talent and a Huajin bodyguard. And these 2 people will take the initiative to report to him within 24 hours. The senior management talent is named Cheng Jing, 28 years old, a graduate of a prestigious American university with 2 doctoral degrees, and an orphan adopted by his second master. The Huajin bodyguard is named Lillian, a Chinese American, 26 years old, and also an orphan adopted by his second master. The opponent is not only powerful, but also has a strong talent for languages. He is proficient in more than 10 languages including Chinese, Hungary, American, German, Japanese, French, and Italian. Just at this moment, the phone rang. Su Feng picked up the phone and found that the number was not Zhang Xiong'an's personal number. So he swiped his finger across the screen. When the call was connected, Zhang Xiong'an's respectful voice came, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Feng? I am Zhang Xiong'an." Su Feng, hello, County Magistrate Zhang, I am Su Feng. Zhang Xiong'an, Mr. Su, I would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder if it is convenient for you. After confirming Su Feng's identity, Zhang Xiong'an's tone became more respectful. Chapter 36. I can't help it, I don't want to walk in the night in brocade clothes. After a while, Su Feng ended the call with Zhang Xiaonan. I was still hesitating about where to start a business before, but now I don't have to think about it anymore, just do it in Yunhai. With County Mayor Zhang Xiong'an protecting him, it will be much easier for him to do things. Someone may say, isn't there a deputy mayor to take charge of starting a business in Donghai? Zhang Xiong'an is the second in command in Yunhai and the top leader of the government. He has great power and not many people in the county dare to provoke him. On the contrary, those from southern Fujian who were born in the East China Sea cannot even make it into the top 5. What's more, in Yunhai, if there is something that Zhang Xiong'an can't handle, he can also bring out the deputy mayor Min Nanqing to intimidate others. A little after 11 in the morning, Su Feng found that his parents had not returned yet. Just go into the kitchen and make lunch. Before cooking, Sun Lin had asked him on WeChat when he would return to Donghai, saying that she missed him. If he didn't start a business, he would definitely return to Donghai tomorrow, but now, he has to stay in Yunhai for a while longer. Donghai City. And at advertising company. Front desk. Sun Lin no longer had the heart to go to work, but was instead replying to her friends on WeChat moments. Walking in the night in fine clothes was too uncomfortable, so after enduring for 2 days, she couldn't help but post the photo of the Porsche 718 to her circle of friends. However, she deliberately blocked her parents, relatives, and colleagues at the company. In addition, she also blocked Chen Yashue and Zhang Yao. Because she still felt a little guilty when facing Chen Yashue. After all, Su Feng was Chen Yashue's ex-boyfriend, and they were about to get married. The reason why I blocked Zhang Yao was that she might have guessed the truth and informed Chen Yashue. Fortunately, she has enough friends. Even though many people have been blocked, there are still 50 or 60 comments under the circle of friends. Seeing those flattering and envious comments, her eyes almost narrowed into crescents. Just at this moment, the phone rang. Seeing that it was Zhang Yao calling, Sun Lin felt inexplicably guilty. After a slight hesitation, she picked up the phone. Sun Lin, hello, Yao Yao, what are you calling about? Zhang Yao, I heard someone say you bought a Porsche 718? Upon hearing this, Sun Lin secretly cursed. She didn't expect Zhang Yao to know it so quickly. She quickly recalled and immediately realized that it was most likely Hu Wei, Lulu and Huang Shui who leaked the secret. Because these 3 people are both her friends and Zhang Yao's friends. Most of these 3 people went to Zhang Yao to verify after seeing his circle of friends. But soon, Sun Lin was ready to throw the jar into the air, because he would be exposed sooner or later anyway. So she replied, yes, but I didn't buy it. Brother Feng bought it for me. Zhang Yao, you're quite quick. You took down Su Feng so quickly. Sun Lin replied proudly, a good man like Brother Feng will be in trouble if he is not taken advantage of. Naturally, I have to take the initiative. It would be such a pity if someone else snatches him away. Zhang Yao, congratulations, when are you going to have dinner with Su Feng? To be honest, Zhang Yao felt a little regretful. She didn't expect Su Feng to be so generous as to buy Sun Lin a car worth more than 1 million yuan. If she had known that Su Feng was so easy to pursue, she would have been more proactive. But it's not too late now. The richer a person is, the more fickle he is. As long as you have a good relationship with Su Feng, there may be opportunities in the future. Sun Lin said, it's hard to say. Brother Feng went back to his hometown. I just asked him and he has something else to do in his hometown. It will take some time for him to come back. At this moment, the Chun family. Chen Yashue's face was gloomy. Because she also knew that Sun Lin bought a Porsche 718. He even posted it on his moments to show off. But when she entered Sun Lin's circle of friends, she did not find the update she had posted. Why not? There is only one possibility, that is, she was abandoned by Sun Lin. If Hu Wei hadn't sent her the screenshot, she would never have believed it. Because she thinks she has the best relationship with Sun Lin and Zhang Yao. She is a good friend with whom you can talk about anything. Now he has blocked her in his moments. Doesn't that mean he wants to cut off all ties with her? Or maybe Sun Lin is hooking up with a rich man and looks down on her poor best friend. She knew Sun Lin's family situation very well and knew that it was impossible for them to afford a Porsche worth more than 1 million yuan. Since she couldn't afford it herself, her boyfriend had to buy it for her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but call to question him. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Yashue started to scold, Sun Lin, what do you mean? Why did you block me on WeChat moments? Sun Lin hesitated for a while before saying, Xiaoxue, don't misunderstand me. Your marriage just fell through, and I'm afraid it will upset you. Chen Yashue sneered, in that case, I should thank you for considering it for me. Sun Lin explained, Xiaoxue, don't be angry, how about I treat you and Yao Yao to a big dinner tonight? Chen Yashue, are you sure? Sun Lin, of course, how about the Michelin restaurant on the 4th floor of the IFC mall? Chen Yashue was shocked. She knew that the food there was not cheap and Sun Lin could not afford it with her salary. If she guessed correctly, the one who really treated them should be Sun Lin's boyfriend. So I replied, okay, since you apologized sincerely, I will forgive you this time. The other side. After Su Feng prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup. My parents also came back from outside. Hearing the noise in the kitchen, Lin Huili walked over quickly and said with a smile, I thought there was a thief in the house. You can actually cook? Su Jigang followed over and said in surprise. I take after my mother. Is it strange that I can cook? Su Feng said with a smile. Su Jigang joked, don't be a showpiece, you can only look at it but you can't eat it. Go ahead if you can. Lin Huili immediately quit and retorted to her husband. Although my cooking skills are not as good as my mom's, it's definitely still edible. After a while, the food is served. Su Jigang tasted each dish and nodded, I have to say, this dish is pretty good. Thank you for the compliment, Dad. By the way, how is the purchase of your house going? Su Feng asked casually. I've already bought them all. Lin Huili said with some pride, I spent almost a whole morning negotiating with them and only charged them 300 yuan less per square meter. Then you guys are pretty good at bargaining. Su Feng pretended to be surprised and said that 1 square meter was 300 less, which meant 4,700 yuan. It's all your mother's fault. Su Jigang didn't dare to take credit casually and said quickly. If your dad and I hadn't gone together, he would have had to pay whatever they told him to. Lin Huili snorted coldly. My wife is really capable. Su Jigang did not try to quibble, but directly praised his wife. You're good at talking. I won't bother with you this time. You can wash the dishes later. Of course, I'll wash it. Su Jigang said quickly. Seeing this scene, Su Feng couldn't help but smile. According to the words of Sichuan province, his father was a henpecked man. But the fact is that my father has always been humble to my mother. Of course, although my mother seems a little strong, she still gives my father a lot of face in public and is very considerate in life. After all, life is all about accommodating each other. Otherwise, my parents' life wouldn't be so harmonious. Chapter 37, Be a Conscience. On the other side, at Liao Yufei's third cousin's house. Because he was worried about the promotion, Huang Tao ran back home at noon. Mom, how was your conversation with my cousin? Is she willing to meet with Mr. Kong? Huang Tao asked impatiently, because the position of workshop director would be decided in the next few days, and if he didn't deal with Boss Kong as soon as possible, there would be no chance for him to get the position. Shi Chunyan said, Fei Fei said they would consider it, but you don't have to worry. Her father still needs more than 800,000 yuan for surgery, and it's not easy to get that much money. They have such a good relationship as father and daughter, so he will definitely agree. What's there to think about? Mr. Kong is so good, there are so many women who want to marry him. She is really ungrateful. Huang Tao said angrily, Mom, why don't you call her and tell her that someone has introduced her to Mr. Kong? There will be no such thing as a relationship this time. This is not good. Shi Chunyan hesitated a little, after all, I just told her about this morning, how could I call her at noon to urge her to do so? Huang Tao persuaded her, Mom, there's nothing wrong with this. Think of it this way. If she and Boss Kong are successful, Uncle Weigua won't have to worry about medical expenses. We can help their family. Besides, this is also related to whether I can become the workshop director. If I become the workshop director, you can go out and chat with the neighbors, and you will be proud, right? After hearing what her son said, Shi Chunyan felt that it did make sense. So, he picked up his phone and dialed Liao Yufei's number. The call is connected. Liao Yufei's polite voice came, Third cousin, what's the matter with you calling me? Shi Chunyan smiled and said, Fei Fei, have you had lunch? Liao Yufei, I have already eaten, how about you, third cousin? Just a few polite words. Shi Chunyan asked, Fei Fei, what have you thought about what your cousin told you this morning? On the other end of the phone, Liao Yufei frowned slightly when she heard Shi Chunyan mention this matter again, because she felt that her third cousin was a little too enthusiastic. Besides, she had said that she would consider it for 2 days before replying, but she called again to ask about it only a few hours later. So she replied, "Cousin, I have thought about it seriously, and I have no plans to get married for the time being." Shi Chuanyan's heart sank. "Fei Fei, let me tell you, Boss Kong's conditions are really very good. Someone else has already introduced him to someone. If he misses this opportunity, it will be difficult to find such a rich person." Liao Yufei, "Thank you, cousin, but I really don't plan to get married now." Shi Chunyan, "Then what about your father's medical expenses?" Liao Yufei, "My father's medical expenses have been collected." Shi Chunyan, "It's great that it's all together so quickly." Next, the two sides chatted for a few more sentences and then hung up the phone. Huang family. Shi Chunyan put down her phone and said to Huang Tao, who had a gloomy face, "You also heard that your cousin has already raised enough money for the medical expenses. This matter is hopeless." Huang Tao was a little unwilling. "Mom, do you think Liao Yufei is lying to you? That's 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. What happened to their family before? How can they get it together so quickly?" Shi Chunyan sighed and said, "Who knows? Your cousin is a little celebrity after all. She should know a lot of people. Maybe someone will lend her money." Suddenly, Huang Tao's mind moved. Could it be an unspoken rule? I heard that many rich people like to play with celebrities. If she hadn't agreed to some conditions, how could they lend her so much money? "Mom, how about this? You go to the hospital and talk to Uncle Weigua about this." Hearing this, Shi Chunyan was a little tempted, but immediately shook her head and refused. "No, your Uncle Weigua has a bad heart and can't stand stimulation. If I tell him about this, what if he gets angry to death?" "Mom, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Besides, this matter is related to..." As he was talking, Huang Tao felt something was wrong and found that his mother was looking at him with unfriendly eyes. At this time, Shi Chunyan said with some sighs, "Son, you should have a conscience. Your father died early, and you don't know how miserable your childhood was. If it weren't for your Uncle Weigua helping us mother and daughter, how could we live the life we have today? Even if you are not grateful, you can't repay kindness with hatred. What's the difference between being a human and a beast?" Huang Tao was slightly stunned when he heard his mother's words, and then he felt ashamed. "I'm sorry, Mom. I was blinded by greed and only thought about getting promoted. I forgot how good Uncle Weigua was to our family." Shi Chunhua nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, it's good that you can realize your mistake. You have never visited your Uncle Weigua before. Go buy some gifts and visit him when you have time." "Okay, Mom. I have a day off tomorrow. I'll buy some gifts and visit Uncle Weigua," Huang Tao said seriously. In the evening, a restaurant called Sun Ki Seafood. Su Feng drove over. After parking the car outside, he strode into the restaurant. Zhang Xiang'an had already booked a seat in advance, in box 333 on the second floor. As soon as Su Feng stepped into the restaurant, he saw a familiar-looking young man walking out of the restaurant. The moment they looked at each other, they recognized each other. This familiar-looking young man is called Chen Hai, also Su Feng's high school classmate. But unlike Zhang Meng and Zhao Kaishan, this guy was his mortal enemy in high school. This guy is a second-generation official. I don't know if he was imitating his father and brought his official ways into school. He is obviously just a squad leader, but he acts like an official and bosses people around all day long. Many classmates in the class knew that his father was an official. Although they felt uncomfortable, they had to endure it. But Su Feng and Zhang Meng didn't buy it. "I have confronted this guy many times, and once even angered Zhang Meng so much that I blocked him on the way home from school. Although I didn't do anything to him, I still scared this guy a lot." Su Feng and Zhang Meng were quite close, and Su Feng was handsome, had good grades, and was popular among girls. He was jealous to begin with. This added insult to injury, and his hatred for Su Feng became even greater. As a result, Su Feng was often bullied in class. This directly angered Zhang Meng, and he beat him up on the way home from school. Chen Hai's father was a minor official, and Zhang Meng's father was also a well-known businessman in the county, with assets of over 10 million and extensive connections. He is not afraid of Chen Hai's father at all. This is also the reason why Zhang Meng dared to beat him. After being beaten, Chen Hai became obedient and didn't dare to cause trouble to them again. But I must be holding hatred in my heart. Su Feng. Chen Hai. The two shouted each other's name almost at the same time. "Old classmate, are you here to eat alone?" Chen Hai asked as he looked at Su Feng. A friend invited me to dinner. Su Feng smiled and said, what about you? Hearing this, Chen Hai immediately became proud. Our director is entertaining VIPs, and the director insisted on asking me to accompany the guests for drinks. So, you are a civil servant now, and you are doing pretty well. Su Feng said with a smile. Hey, he's just a small clerk, not worth mentioning. What about you? I heard that you were getting married some time ago, but then the wedding was cancelled. What's going on? Chen Hai said with some bloating. Nothing, it's just not suitable. Su Feng didn't want to chat with Chen Hai. My friend is waiting for me. Let's chat when we have time. As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Chen Hai a chance to refute, Su Feng went straight upstairs. Watching Su Feng push open the door of box 333 and walk in, Chen Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Chapter 38 The Frightened Chen Hai. Su Feng pushed open the door of box 333 and saw Zhang Xiong'an. At this moment, he was talking on the phone with someone. When he saw Su Feng coming, he ended the call in a few words, stood up and greeted politely, Mr. Su, you are here, please take a seat. You are too polite, County Magistrate Zhang. Please take a seat. Su Feng responded with a smile. Although Su Feng was just an ordinary person in his previous life, now he is not only a reborn person, but also has a system hack. Therefore, he was not nervous at all when facing the county magistrate Zhang Xiong'an. The two ordered food together and started chatting casually. Especially after a few drinks, the relationship between the two became more familiar. At Zhang Xiong'an's request, Su Feng changed his name to Lao Zhang, and Zhang Xiong'an also changed his name to Afeng. Suddenly, Zhang Xiong'an changed the subject. By the way, Afeng, you have inherited Mr. Su's estate, do you plan to do anything in China? Although he was not sure how many industries Mr. Su had abroad, he knew that Mr. Su was very powerful abroad. Since Mr. Su chose Su Feng as his successor, Su Feng must have something outstanding. This can be felt from the casual chat just now. Although Su Feng is young, he is visionary. In particular, he is very optimistic about his own country, which makes him quite fond of it. Su Feng immediately said, to be honest with you, old Zhang, I do want to find something to do. After all, I'm still young and I can't just eat and wait to die. Zhang Xiong'an's eyes lit up, that's true. So, Feng, what do you want to do? Tell me and I'll give you some advice. I plan to build a factory to produce a health product called nourishment fluid. Su Feng said with a smile. Health supplements? Zhang Xiong'an frowned slightly. Healthcare products became popular in the 1980s and 1990s. Today, there are thousands of healthcare brands of all sizes. In his opinion, so-called health products are nothing more than a tax on one's IQ. If you enter the healthcare product industry now, no matter how much money you invest, it will probably be difficult to make a profit. Suddenly, he had an idea. Su Feng is the successor chosen by Mr. Su. No matter how stupid he is, he should know that making health products now will result in losses. Since he knows this truth, and considering the foresight shown by Su Feng, it is very likely that his health products are quite special. So, he asked directly, Feng, is your health product formula unique? Indeed. Su Feng nodded, my health products are different from ordinary health products. They have the dual effects of increasing human immunity and physical fitness. In addition, I have applied for patents in many countries around the world. At the same time, I have obtained documents for approval for listing. As long as the products are produced, they can be sold directly. After hearing what Su Feng said, Zhang Xiong'an understood what was going on. He thought to himself that this health product formula was most likely left to him by Mr. Su. After all, Mr. Su left him with the impression of being mysterious and powerful. So I asked, where do you plan to build the factory? Su Feng asked, how about in our Yunhai? Zhang Xiong'an continued to ask, how much money do you plan to invest, how many workers do you want to recruit, and how big a factory building do you need? Su Feng recalled briefly and found out that the system provided him with 3 production lines, all of which were fully automatic, and only 4 workers were needed to operate one production line. However, a large number of workers are still needed to purchase, sort and process medicinal materials. So, Su Feng explained his situation, and Zhang Xiong'an helped to calculate, and then said, according to your current situation, you must recruit at least 300 workers. As for the factory, there is no need to build a new one. It just so happens that our county has built an industrial zone. Although the industrial zone has been built, the current occupancy rate of enterprises is not ideal. So, no matter how big a factory building you need, the industrial zone has one suitable for you. If that's the case, that wouldn't be great. Su Feng said happily. Zhang Xiong'an said, there is something even better. In order to attract enterprises to settle in, our county has also provided a lot of preferential policies. The biggest preferential policy is tax exemption. My greatest power is to provide tax exemption for 2 years. At that time, I will directly give you tax exemption for 2 years. Su Feng paused for a moment and asked, how do other companies get tax exemption? Zhang Xiaonan said, it needs to be reviewed comprehensively based on the size of the enterprise and the jobs it provides. Of the 14 enterprises currently settled in the industrial zone, 12 are exempt from tax for 1 year, and the other 2 are exempt from tax for 1.5 years. In fact, as long as you can provide 200 jobs, you can meet the requirement of 1.5 years of tax exemption. If you employ more than 300 people, it is not a violation to give you 2 years of tax exemption. Forget it, let's just follow the 1-year tax exemption, said Su Feng. Why? Su Feng said, Old Zhang, let me tell you this, the effect of the nourishing fluid is better than you think. Once the product is on the market, it will definitely sell out, and the profits generated will be huge. So the question is, these things can only be seen but not eaten in the county, do you feel comfortable? If it was just 1 year, it would be fine, but for 2 years, those people would definitely not tolerate it, and you signed the tax exemption yourself, what do you think the consequences will be? Hearing this, Zhang Xiong'an thought about it carefully, and it was indeed true. If it was really like what Su Feng said, the profits generated by the nourishing fluids were too great, then I'm afraid that not only the county would have opinions about him, I'm afraid even the city would have a lot of opinions about him. Feng, you are really thoughtful. However, 1 year is too short. Let's go for 1.5 years. Alright, then 1.5 years. However, Su Feng later mentioned somewhat embarrassedly that he had not yet registered a company. Zhang Xiong'an waved his hand and said that he only needed to prepare the information and he would arrange someone to help, and the registration would be successful in 3 days at most. Of course, this is his conservative statement. In fact, 2 days is enough. Afterwards, Zhang Xiong'an introduced the factory buildings in the industrial zone to Su Feng. A few minutes later, the two were chatting animatedly. Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. Suddenly, Zhang Xiong'an frowned and looked dissatisfied. Su Feng, this is Director Chang from our China Merchants Group. Director Chang heard that a classmate of mine was having dinner here, so he came here specially to toast me a glass of wine, Chen Hai said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hai let Chen Yujiang step out from behind him. Chen Yujiang was in his 40s, with a big belly. He must have drunk a lot, his face was red, and he smelled strongly of alcohol. Originally, Chen Yujiang was pregnant with a big belly, with her head held high and a bit of arrogance on her face. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he noticed Zhang Xiong'an's presence. Immediately, his figure became 3 points shorter, and the arrogance on his face disappeared, and instead he looked a little more flattering. County Zhang, I didn't expect you to be here too. Do I need to report to you where I am? Zhang Xiong'an said in a flat tone. County Magistrate Zhang. Chen Hai was startled, and when he looked carefully, he realized that the person sitting with Su Feng was Zhang Xiong'an, the county magistrate of Yunhai County. Originally, he wanted to drag Chen Yujiang along to show off, and at the same time let his old rival Su Feng know that he is doing very well now, and even the director has to give him face. But no one expected that the county magistrate and his mortal enemy would actually dine together in the box. At this moment, Chen Yujiang said to him, Xiao Chen, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you say hello to County Magistrate Zhang? Hello, County Mayor Zhang. I'm Xiao Chun from the Merchants Bureau. Chen Hai stuttered. Okay, Mr. Su and I have something to talk about, you guys go out first. Zhang Xiong'an waved his hand. Yes, let's go now. After a series of nods and bows, Chen Yujiang asked Chen Hai to leave the box and carefully closed the door. Chapter 39 Senior Management and Bodyguards are in place. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiong'an left first and paid the bill. After he left, Su Feng slowly walked out of the box and went downstairs. Then a person suddenly rushed in front of Su Feng from the side. Do you have anything else to do? Su Feng looked at Chen Hai and asked with a frown. Old classmate, can we chat together? Chen Hai smiled and said, according to rumors, the county magistrate Zhang Xiong'an was famous for his integrity. Many people invited him to dinner, but he did not often show up. But Su Feng was able to have dinner alone with Zhang Xiong'an today, which made him jealous and envious. At the same time, there was a bit of panic. He was worried that Su Feng would take the opportunity to retaliate against him. After all, he was just a small clerk in the County Investment Promotion Bureau, and it was very easy for Zhang Xiumin to deal with him. If you have something to say, just tell me. Su Feng looked at Chen Hai calmly. After a short silence, Chen Hai gritted his teeth, then leaned forward and said, Su Feng, I disturbed your meal before, can you forgive me? Okay, I forgive you. Su Feng said that although the two had some conflicts in high school, overall, Su Feng did not suffer any loss. Naturally, I won't hold a grudge against Chen Hai. What's more, it has been several years since then. If they hadn't met by chance, he would have already forgotten her. Therefore, he really had no intention of arguing with the other party. That's great, Su Feng. You are really a magnanimous person. Chen Hai was overjoyed and flattered him. Okay, I'll leave first if I'm fine. Su Feng walked around Chen Hai and headed out of the restaurant. But the other party followed him out. Do you have anything else to say? Su Feng stared at him. Chen Hai smiled and said, Su Feng, how is your relationship with County Magistrate Zhang? Can you introduce me to him for the sake of our friendship? Don't worry, as long as you introduce me to County Magistrate Zhang, I will definitely remember your kindness. If you need me in the future, I will never hesitate. Looking at Chen Hai, who was patting his chest, Su Feng was amused by this guy. So, he said directly, Chen Hai, don't you have any idea when you say this? There is a shitty friendship between you and me. Don't bother me anymore, otherwise, I will let County Magistrate Zhang make things difficult for you. Hearing Su Feng's words, Chen Hai's face turned pale, and finally there was a bit of fear in his eyes. He lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Su Feng, I was too reckless. He has been a fan of officials since he was a child. Su Feng's words directly hit his soft spot. He didn't dare to gamble at all. What if County Magistrate Zhang really listened to Su Feng and made things difficult for him? How can he make progress in the future? Therefore, although he hated Su Feng in his heart, he did not dare to provoke him again. Seeing that Chen Hai no longer pestered him, Su Feng came to the Mercedes-Benz G, unlocked the car, got in, and started the car and shifted gears. Drive away. Mercedes-Benz G. Chen Hai was surprised again, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He clearly remembered that Su Feng was just a programmer in a game company in Donghai, and he made at most 20,000 yuan a month. How can one afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth more than 3 million? Thinking back to the scene he saw in box 333 tonight, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Su Feng is the illegitimate son of some big boss? At the same time, he was a little worried that Su Feng would not settle scores with him later. For a moment, his heart was filled with regret. Others clearly didn't take him seriously, but he had to get close to them to show his presence. Isn't this hitting a brick wall? Not long after Su Feng drove away from the seafood restaurant, he received a call. He wanted to go home, so he went straight to Yunhai Hotel, the best hotel in the county. The person who called was Cheng Jing. These are the senior management talents that are selected by the talent card. By the way, the Huajin bodyguard Lillian was also with the other party. More than 10 minutes later, Su Feng arrived at Yunhai Hotel. I took the elevator to the 8th floor and knocked on the door of room 804. Hello, boss. I'm Cheng Jing. Hello, boss. I'm Lillian. Su Feng looked at them curiously. Cheng Jing has a neat short hair and wears a light brown women's suit. Her appearance is not too high, close to 80 points. Speaking of Lillian, the mixed-race bodyguard, she is very good-looking, not inferior to Liao Yufei at all. She has fair and delicate skin and a tall figure, but she exudes a heroic air. Hello, when did you arrive? Have you eaten yet? Su Feng asked. Boss, we just arrived here and haven't eaten yet. Please have some water. Lillian took a bottle of mineral water and offered it to Su Feng attentively. Thanks. Su Feng took the mineral water and said. In that case, I'll take you to dinner first. Su Feng said. Thank you, boss. Lillian said excitedly. Thank you, boss. Cheng Jing also said. Su Feng added, you don't have to be so polite in the future, we are all family. Got it, boss. The two girls answered in unison. Boss, what are you taking us to eat? Lillian hugged Su Feng's arm very naturally. Just tell me what you want to eat. Boss, I'm not short of money. Su Feng said with a smile. Boss, I can eat a lot, so don't complain about me eating too much in the future. Lillian said coquettishly. It doesn't matter. No matter how much you eat, how much money can you spend? Su Feng said disapprovingly. Boss, you are so nice. Lillian smiled and kissed Su Feng on the face. Su Feng could sense that Lillian's closeness to him was genuine, so he flicked her forehead, naughty. Soon, Su Feng took the two women to a Chinese restaurant near the hotel and let them order whatever they want. Cheng Jing only ordered 2 dishes, but Lillian ordered 7 or 8 at once. Boss, you won't blame me for ordering too much, right? Lillian glanced at Su Feng and asked cautiously. No, it's not enough after eating, you can keep ordering. Su Feng smiled and said that the prices in Yunhai County were not high. Even though Lillian ordered 7 or 8 dishes, the total cost did not exceed 300 yuan. Boss, you are so nice. Lillian was about to launch another sneak attack, but was stopped by Su Feng in advance. Be careful of your image in public. Soon, the food is served. The two women started to eat. Cheng Jing eats in a rather elegant manner. Lillian ate very quickly but didn't seem rude at all. Moreover, her appetite was indeed very big. In just 5 minutes, she had finished 3 bowls of white rice and 4 dishes. In a blink of an eye, several minutes passed. There was only some leftover soup on the plate on the table. But Lillian's face clearly showed some unsatisfied feeling. If you're not full yet, keep ordering. Su Feng spoke. Is it really possible? Of course, I keep my word. Then I won't be polite. So Lillian called the waiter again and ordered 7 or 8 more dishes. The newly ordered dishes were brought to the table one after another, and Lillian began to show off again. Soon, she had finished 7 or 8 dishes. Su Feng subconsciously looked at her belly, and it was only a little bulging. Feeling Su Feng's gaze, Lillian smiled a little embarrassedly. Boss, do you think I ate too much? No, I'm just curious about how your stomach can hold so much food. Su Feng said with a smile, because she not only ate more than 10 dishes, but also more than 10 bowls of white rice. Chapter 40 If You Don't Abandon. After dinner, Su Feng returned to the hotel room with the two women. At the same time, he was thinking about how to arrange for the two women. In fact, Cheng Jing was easy to arrange. He was starting a business and she was a senior management talent, so he could just hand over the tasks of setting up the company and factory to her. As for Lillian, he doesn't need her for the time being. After all, he himself is also a master of Huajin. The security conditions in Yunhai County are quite good, so her bodyguard has no place to use his abilities at all. So Su Feng arranged Cheng Jing's work first. Boss, what about me? Seeing that she had not been assigned any work, Lillian asked anxiously. Su Feng thought for a moment and said, well, you should follow Cheng Jing first. Boss, do I get paid? Lillian asked. Of course. Su Feng said, both of you will receive a monthly salary of 50,000 for the time being. Thank you, boss. Cheng Jing said with a smile. Wow, that's great. The boss is so generous. Lillian also said happily. Seeing that Lillian was happy about the 50,000 yuan, Su Feng was a little curious and surprised. Lillian, what did you do before? Lillian replied, before I came to you, boss, I stayed in a training camp. I had to undergo high-intensity training every day. The food I ate was rationed and I had to fight for it. If I couldn't get it, I would go hungry. I have a big appetite, so I was lucky if I could eat a full meal 3 or 4 times a month. Are the people in the training camp strong? Su Feng became even more curious. You are also a master of Huajin after all, it shouldn't be difficult for you to grab enough food, right? Lillian said depressedly, the strength of the Huajin Grandmaster is indeed okay, but there are many Danjin Grandmasters in the training camp, and the others can also join forces. So that is how it is. Su Feng showed a look of realization. No wonder Lillian looked so happy to be able to eat her fill. Then do you know where the training camp is? Su Feng asked again. He suspected that this training camp was set up by the system, and a lot of layout had been done before the system was bound to him. Lillian shook her head. I don't know the exact location of the training camp, because there is no one living within hundreds of miles of the training camp. After receiving the order to surrender to the boss, I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already in China. After that, Su Feng did not ask any more questions about the training camp. Since it was arranged by the system, there was no way to get more information. Afterwards, Su Feng asked the two for their bank cards. First, 5 million was transferred to Cheng Jing. The 5 million was used for her to rent a house, buy a car, start a company and factory, and for living expenses. Afterwards, he transferred another 100,000 yuan to Lillian and paid her 2 months' salary in advance. By the way, your salary will also be paid 2 months in advance. Just deduct it from the 5 million. After receiving her salary, Lillian couldn't help but kiss Su Feng twice more. Because she had money, she could buy a lot of food and never had to go hungry again. The next morning, Su Feng took Cheng Jing and Lillian to meet Zhang Xiong'an. He also introduced Cheng Jing to Zhang Xiong'an, saying that she was his spokesperson. Time passed in a flash, and 3 days passed. Su Feng's company has been successfully registered, named Yunfeng Healthcare Company, Limited, and Su Feng directly subscribed 100 million yuan. At the same time, the factory building has been selected. And complete the signing. Because there are a large number of idle factories in the industrial area. The rent was not expensive. After a discount, it was only 800,000 yuan a year, so Su Feng signed a 10-year contract. Rent is paid annually. Su Feng followed him for 2 days and then stopped. First of all, Cheng Jing is very capable, and big and small things are very easy for her to handle. Secondly, because it was completely useless for him to run after them, it made him look somewhat incompetent. In that case, just leave the matter to Cheng Jing and let him take care of it. Anyway, Cheng Jing was summoned using the talent card and is 100% loyal to him. The company has been registered and the factory has been rented. The next step is recruiting employees. Su Feng did not interfere in these matters, leaving them all to Cheng Jing, while Lillian assisted her and acted as her driver. That evening, Su Feng invited Zhang Meng and Zhao Kaixian to a restaurant. The two arrived earlier, so they saw Su Feng driving a G-Class. Oh my god, brother Feng, this is a big G, right? Have you made a fortune? When Zhang Meng saw Su Feng getting out of the car, he was stunned at first, then he rushed up quickly and stared at the G-Class in front of him like a pervert. Let's not talk about G, let's be civilized, you and me, go on. Su Feng threw the car keys to Zhang Meng. If you're interested, drive it for a spin. Ha, that's great, Xianer, get in the car, daddy will take you for a stroll. Zhang Meng said to Zhao Kaixian with a smug look on his face. Fuck you, I'm your dad. Zhao Kaixian said unhappily. But he did not refuse Zhang Meng's invitation. He walked quickly forward, opened the passenger door and sat in. A few minutes later, Zhang Meng drove back and returned the keys to Su Feng, saying with some regret, it's indeed a luxury car. It's so cool to drive. I like it, I'll buy one in the future. Su Feng said. I am a PE teacher with a salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Can I afford a G-Class? Or do you plan to help your brother Feng? Let's go in and talk. The three of them entered the restaurant box together. After ordering, Su Feng said, I am starting a business and have invested 100 million yuan. Puff. Zhang Meng, who had just taken a sip of tea, spit it out directly, then stared at Su Feng and said, Brother Feng, are you sure you are not kidding us? No. Su Feng said seriously, my company needs to purchase Chinese medicinal materials for a long time. As he spoke, Su Feng took out a list of medicinal materials and handed it to Zhang Meng. This list specifies the purchase price of these more than 10 kinds of medicinal materials. If you are willing, you can go to Jiangbei City to purchase the medicinal materials, and then ship them back to sell to my factory. As long as the quality of the medicinal materials is good, I will buy them all and give you 30% of the gross profit. Jiangbei City is a major city for growing medicinal herbs. It not only has medicinal herb planting bases, but also has many farmers who grow medicinal herbs. Moreover, Jiangbei City and Yunhai County are only about 200 kilometers apart. After deducting freight and labor costs, there is at least a 20% profit. Even if they only use a large truck to transport the goods, the profit for one trip can be tens of thousands. If you make 10 trips a month, you can earn more than 300,000 yuan. Once the scale of acquisitions is expanded in the future, earning 1 million per month will be no problem. By the way, the purchase prices of these medicinal materials were collected by Zhang Xiong'an, who sent people to the medicinal material planting bases. Although there are some differences in price, they are not big. At the same time, Zhang Xiong'an has helped to contact the medicinal herb planting base, and the medicinal herbs needed for his factory can be purchased from the planting base. The reason why he took the trouble to ask Zhang Meng and Zhao Kaixian to purchase medicinal materials was just to take care of them. After all, they were friends in 2 lifetimes. Now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to help them. As for why they are not recruited into the company, the reason is simple: he doesn't want to turn the brotherly relationship into a boss and subordinate relationship. Seeing that Jiang Meng and Zhao Kaixin did not make a decision for a while, Su Feng said, "You don't have to agree to this matter immediately. You can think about it first, or go to Jiang Bei to investigate first. Also, if the funds are not enough, I can lend you 2 million each." Hearing this, Jiang Meng immediately left his chair and knelt on one knee. "I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your adoptive father." "Fuck you." Seeing what Jiang Meng did, Su Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Why don't you hurry up and get up for your godfather?" Chapter 41: Being Taught by Parents. "Hey, thank you, godfather." Jiang Meng stood up with a smile, without any embarrassment on his face. He had always admired people who were smart and good at studying since he was a child. "So, I like to play with people who are good at studying." But those good students were either afraid of him or looked down on him. He also doesn't want to curry favor with someone who doesn't like him. Only Su Feng, a good student, was not afraid of him, did not look down on him, and was willing to play with him. Since then, he has always regarded Su Feng as a good brother. Even when they were in different cities during college, he would go to Donghai to play with Su Feng whenever he had time. As for Zhao Kaixin, although he also regarded him as a brother, their relationship was never as close as that with Su Feng. "Brother Feng, Xianer and I would like to offer you a toast. From now on, we will hang out with you. Please take good care of us." The next moment, Jiang Meng asked Zhao Kaixin to raise his glass with him and said sincerely, "It's not easy for us to get to where we are today. Let's not be polite. As long as you work hard, driving a luxury car and living in a villa is definitely not a dream. Go. Dry." 3 wineglasses collided in mid-air. After a while, the food was served and the 3 of them ate and chatted. The meal took more than 2 hours to finish. Su Feng found a designated driver to take Jiang Meng and Zhao Kaixin back, but they refused. So Su Feng had to go first. Watching Su Feng leave, Zhao Kaixin handed Jiang Meng a cigarette. "Brother Meng, what do you think? Is there any need to think about it?" "Of course I will follow Brother Feng." Jiang Meng said without hesitation, "Brother Feng has given us a way to make money and is willing to lend us 2 million yuan in startup capital. Even if he is your biological father, he can't be so nice to you, right? Jiang Meng can be considered a second-generation rich. But he is not an only child, he has an older brother and a younger sister. The eldest brother Zhang Yu went to college in another province and had a girlfriend during college. They got married directly after graduation and stayed in another province to develop their careers. My parents even spent more than 2 million to buy a house there for my eldest brother, as well as a car worth more than 500,000. Including the wedding of my eldest brother and sister-in-law, the total cost was more than 3 million. It almost wiped out the family's cash flow. After graduation, he didn't plan to become a physical education teacher, but to do business. But my family couldn't afford the money. You can't ask his parents to mortgage their house and property to lend him money for his business, right? With no other choice, he could only honestly work as a physical education teacher for 2 years. However, his parents also promised that if he got married, they would buy him a house and a car, and they would try to buy the house in Yunhai. The eldest son has already settled down in another province, and the old couple still hopes that the second son will stay in Yunhai. Therefore, Jiang Meng was grateful to Su Feng from the bottom of his heart. Zhao Kaixuan's face flushed a little, and he explained, "Brother Meng, that's not what I meant. I'm mainly worried that I might mess things up." "Is this what you mean?" "Sorry Xianer, I misunderstood you." Jiang Meng patted Zhao Kaixuan's shoulder, looked into the distance, and said in a deep tone, "Xianer, you have to know that this is an opportunity that can change your destiny. If you seize it, you can't soar to the sky, but at least you can drive a luxury car and live in a big villa like Brother Feng said. If you don't seize it, then you can only live a mediocre life, marry an ordinary wife, and live an ordinary life. After a few decades, when you die, how many people will remember you as an ordinary person?" Speaking of this, Jiang Meng's face showed more ambition. People often say that simplicity is a blessing, but that is just self-consolation of mediocre people. If you have the chance to become rich, who the hell would want to live a mediocre life? Now that Su Feng has given him this opportunity, he will seize it no matter what. "Xianer, you were so reluctant to return to Yunhai during those 2 years. Wasn't it because you wanted to make a name for yourself? How come 2 years have made you completely lose your ambition?" Looking at the troubled Zhao Kaishan, Zhang Meng continued, besides, even if we mess up this time, don't we still have Brother Feng to back us up? At worst, we can just cling to him, I'll be his bodyguard and you'll be his driver. With our relationship with Brother Feng, even if we can't become rich, at least we can have enough food and clothing. However, Zhang Meng silently added in his heart that when that time really comes, they will no longer be brothers, but boss and employee. He estimated that Su Feng was willing to give them the means and funds to let them do it on their own, and was also unwilling to lose their two brothers. At this time, Zhao Kaishan smiled with relief. Brother Meng, you are right. Brother Feng can't ignore us anyway. If we mess up, the worst that can happen is that we can work for him to pay off the debt. Okay, it's good that you figured it out. Let's go find Brother Feng together tomorrow. Zhang Meng said happily. Su Feng returned home and took a shower first. Then he lay on the bed and replied to Sun Lin's WeChat. He hadn't seen this little devil Sun Lin for several days and he still missed her a little bit, but he didn't know whether he missed her or something else. Sure enough, after Su Feng replied to the other party. The other party replied almost immediately, and asked him when he would return to Donghai. Su Feng told her that they would be able to return to Donghai in 2 days at most, which made the little fairy very excited. So, I started sending him the beautiful pictures I had just taken. Even with the air conditioning on, Su Feng could feel his body temperature rising. He decided that when he returned this time, he would teach Sun Lin a profound lesson and make her realize the consequences of provoking him. The next morning, Su Feng was still having breakfast with her parents when she received a call from Zhang Meng. After hanging up the phone, facing his parents' inquiring eyes, Su Feng explained, "It's Zhang Meng, he wants to talk to me about something." After hearing this, the parents continued to eat. After a few seconds, Lin Huili looked up and said, "I see you have nothing to do these days, how about I arrange a blind date for you?" "Mom, didn't I promise you that I would let you hold your grandson within 2 years?" Su Feng said helplessly, "Besides, I'm busy starting a business these days." "Is this how you start a business?" Lin Huili sneered, "Even if they open a small shop, they will be busy all day long. You are so lazy and still want to start a business. You might as well take the money to the bank to earn interest, otherwise you will lose it all sooner or later." Su Feng quickly explained, "Mom, I am different from those who run small shops. Those who run small shops are short of staff and have to worry about everything themselves. As for me, I only need to control the overall situation, and my people will do the work." At this time, Su Jigang interrupted and said, "Leave everything to your subordinates. You can guarantee that they will not do anything behind your back. Besides, although you are the boss and don't have to do it yourself, there are some things you have to know in your mind and not be fooled by your subordinates." Su Feng really wanted to say that he had a subordinate who was extremely capable and loyal to him. But after thinking about it, I decided not to say it. Because there is no explanation for this. So I had no choice but to say, "Okay, I'll listen to you. From today on, I'll follow you the whole time." It's impossible to follow them the whole time, the best you can do is hide outside. After seeing that their son realized his mistake and corrected it, Su Jigang and Lin Huili said nothing more. Chapter 42 Teasing. After dinner, Su Feng drove to a tea house. Following the waiter's guidance, we arrived at the Huangshan box on the second floor. Zhang Meng and Zhao Kaishan were both inside. "Have you two thought about this?" Su Feng sat down on the sofa, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and asked. "I've thought about it all." The two said in unison. "Do you need startup capital?" Su Feng asked again. "Want?" The two of them said in unison again. "Give me your bank card number and I'll transfer the money to you." Su Feng was not vague and said directly. Soon, Su Feng used his mobile phone to transfer 2 million to each of their accounts. "Brother Feng, let's write you an IOU." After receiving the money, Zhang Meng said. "Forget it. I still don't trust you." Su Feng waved his hand in disapproval. "This won't do. Brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Besides, 2 million is not a small amount." As he spoke, Zhang Meng took out the IOU he had prepared in advance and handed it to Su Feng. Zhao Kaishan also took out an IOU. "You are well prepared." Su Feng jokingly said, "That's fine. Since you insist on writing an IOU, I'll keep it." After chatting for a while, the two prepared to leave. They planned to go to Jiangbei City together to learn about the situation of the medicinal materials market there. However, before they left, Su Feng gave them Chang Jing's phone number and told them that when he returned from Jiangbei, he would go to Chengjing to sign a medicinal materials supply contract. However, Su Feng did not leave the tea house, but planned to kill time here. Otherwise, I will get scolded by my mother when I get back. After a while, the phone rang. I picked up the phone on the table and saw that it was Liao Yufei calling. When I picked up the phone, Liao Yufei's slightly excited voice rang out, "Su Feng, where are you?" Su Feng said, "I am drinking tea in the tea house." Liao Yufei, you were so free, are you free at noon? I want to treat you to a meal. Su Feng asked thoughtfully, "You're free to treat me to a meal. So, your father's surgery went well?" Liao Yufei, yes, it went smoothly. Thanks to your money, the surgery was arranged in time. Now he has passed the critical period and was transferred to the general ward this morning. After staying in the hospital for a while, he should be able to be discharged. Su Feng, congratulations, uncle. By the way, do you need me to visit you, uncle? Liao Yufei said unhappily, "If you want to come, can I stop you?" Su Feng joked, "I'm afraid your parents have taken a fancy to me and want me to be their future son-in-law." Su Feng nodded faintly to the sound of grinding teeth on the other end of the phone. Half an hour later, Su Feng appeared downstairs of the inpatient department of the County People's Hospital carrying the fruits and nutritional supplements he had just bought. Liao Yufei stood in front of the stairs, waiting for his arrival. Compared to a few days ago, Liao Yufei is no longer haggard, the bags under her eyes have disappeared, and she has put on light makeup. Although she is dressed ordinary, she still looks particularly dazzling. A young man of about 17 or 18 years old just glanced at her and lowered his head shyly. As expected of actor Liao, he has style even when standing here. Su Feng stepped forward with a smile. Su Feng, can you please stop talking with that lousy mouth of yours? Faced with Su Feng's teasing, Liao Yufei became a little angry and embarrassed. Cannot. Su Feng answered, and then stuffed the things in his hand into Liao Yufei's hands. This is for your parents, carry it. Liao Yufei took it subconsciously, then lowered her arms, looked at Su Feng who was already striding forward, and cursed, "A man like you will never find a girlfriend. I can't find you, and I won't look for you." Su Feng turned around and said something, which made Liao Yufei so angry that she really wanted to throw the thing in her hand out and smash the bastard to death. His words were really infuriating. After a while, the two entered the elevator. But Liao Yufei just glared at him fiercely without saying anything. Bite. We have arrived at the 6th floor. The two walked out of the elevator and were about to reach the ward. Su Feng reached out and took the things in Liao Yufei's hand. "Thank you for your hard work, let me do it." "Humph, you still have some conscience." Liao Yufei snorted coldly, but as soon as she said that, she suddenly realized a problem. "We are already outside the ward, do you still need to carry it? This guy is so shameless." For a moment, her breathing quickened. Unfortunately, Su Feng had already pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. "Uncle and Aunt, I'm Su Feng, Yufei's friend." "You kid, it's enough for you to just come, why do you buy so many things?" Han Shuling enthusiastically took the things from Su Feng's hand and said, "Oh, it's quite heavy." "Are you tired?" "No, I'm strong." Su Feng replied with a smile. Liao Yufei shook her hands which had red marks from being strangled, stared at Su Feng viciously, and thought to herself, how can this guy have the nerve to say he is not tired? I carried all this upstairs for him. At this time, Han Shuling suddenly turned around and said to Liao Yufei, "Fei, quickly pour a glass of water for Su Feng." "No, Auntie, I'm not thirsty." Su Feng said quickly. "It's okay. This is a ward. There's nothing to treat you. Just have a glass of water. You won't mind, will you?" "Of course not." After a while, Liao Yufei poured a glass of water for Su Feng with her own cup and handed it to him, saying stiffly, "Drink some water." "Thanks." Su Feng smiled at her, but Liao Yufei didn't appreciate it. Next, Su Feng did not stay in the ward for long. Although Liao Weiguai had passed the critical period, he had undergone a major operation after all, so he still looked a little weak and even had difficulty speaking. Wait until Su Feng leaves. Liao Yufei returned to the ward. Han Shuling said with some dissatisfaction, "No wonder Xiao Su doesn't have any feelings for you. She came to see your father with good intentions, but you gave her a cold face." Upon hearing this, Liao Yufei felt so aggrieved. Suddenly, she realized something. Could that guy have done it on purpose? Han Shuling continued, "I think Xiao Su is quite good. You two can develop a relationship. After all, Xiao Su is good looking and speaks well. If you get married, your son will definitely be good looking too." Hearing the topic of having a son, Liao Yufei couldn't help but blush. Mom, what are you talking about? It's impossible for him and I to be together. He already has a girlfriend. Oh, what a pity, Han Shuling said with disappointment. At noon, in a restaurant in the county town, Su Feng and Liao Yufei sat opposite each other by the window. The ordered dishes have been delivered. Looking at the silent Liao Yufei, Su Feng smiled and said, "Why, are you still angry about what happened this morning?" "No," Liao Yufei answered stiffly. "Women are indeed animals who say one thing and mean another." Su Feng glanced at the negative emotion value he had just obtained in the negative emotion exchange badge and said secretly, "By the way, when are you leaving?" Su Feng changed the subject. "I'm leaving this afternoon. The company has arranged an audition for me." Liao Yufei answered, and at the same time, she was a little confused because the role the company wanted her to audition for was the third female role. She had never had such an opportunity before, but now the company actually arranged one for her, which really surprised her. "Then I wish you a huge success." Su Feng gave his blessing. Actually, this audition was obtained with the help of Su Feng through his connections in the trading company. Now Su Feng has more than 2 billion in cash in the trading company. As long as his request is not excessive, the trading company will find a way to satisfy it. Even if the request is excessive, the company will consider it and try its best to meet it. "Thank you." Liao Yufei nodded. Chapter 43. Liao Yufei is suspicious. After dinner, Su Feng sent Liao Yufei back home, took her suitcase, and then drove her to the station. The agency that Liao Yufei signed with is in Shanghai, which is only 300 kilometers away from Donghai. There is no need to take a plane, just go to Donghai and take the high-speed rail. "Goodbye, when you have time to come to the Magic City, be sure to call me." Before getting off the car, Liao Yufei said to Su Feng. Su Feng teased, "You are an actor, how can you stay in Shanghai forever? Maybe when I come, you are already filming in another place. Don't you know my situation? It's good enough if I can get a few small roles a year." Liao Yufei said with some disappointment. "Aren't you auditioning for the third female role this time? If you become popular, you will get a lot of acting offers. It's not that easy." Liao Yufei smiled bitterly, "Maybe I'll just be there to make up the numbers in this audition." "Don't be so pessimistic, what if you get selected?" Su Feng comforted. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm leaving now." "Oh, and as for your money, it will probably take me several years to pay you back." "It's okay, I don't need that little money," Su Feng said with a smile. "Who do you see over there?" Suddenly, Liao Yufei pointed outside the car and exclaimed, then she quickly moved towards Su Feng and tried to kiss him on the cheek. But something unexpected happened. Instead of turning his head to look outside the car, Su Feng turned his head to look at her. Then, she kissed Su Feng directly on the lips. When their lips touched, Liao Yufei felt her whole body tremble, as if she had been electrocuted. Her pretty face quickly turned red, and at the same time, her eyes widened. Just at this moment, Su Feng retreated and kept some distance. Immediately afterwards, Su Feng's voice rang out, "Liao Yufei, you were so good, it's been so many years, and you still have evil intentions towards me. Fortunately, I treat you as a friend. Alas, I am not clean anymore." Hearing what Su Feng said, Liao Yufei felt angry, ashamed, and a little annoyed. She was clearly at a disadvantage, as this was her first kiss, but this guy acted as if he had suffered a great loss. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She reached out and grabbed the tender flesh on Su Feng's waist and twisted it hard. Hearing Su Feng's screams, Liao Yufei couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on her face. After a while, Liao Yufei opened the car door angrily and got out, her pretty face flushed red. Looking at the wrinkles on her chest, she pulled them and quickly walked into the station. "Hey, don't you want your luggage?" Su Feng got out of the car and shouted. As he spoke, he opened the back seat door and took out a pink suitcase. Liao Yufei turned back and glared at Su Feng fiercely. She snatched the suitcase and walked back into the station without looking back. But after a few steps, she couldn't help but turned back and cursed, "You bastard." Su Feng smiled awkwardly and touched his nose embarrassedly. He swore that he really didn't mean it. It was mainly because Liao Yufei kept holding the tender flesh on his waist, and he wanted to fight back, but he grabbed the wrong place. Watching Liao Yufei's figure gradually disappear, Su Feng turned back, got into the car, and drove straight to the industrial zone. Chang Jing is very efficient. In just one day, almost all the employees for the company and factory were recruited. Of course, this was also inseparable from the strong support of the county government. After all, Yunhai is just an ordinary small county town. Being able to attract hundreds of millions of investments shows that it is a great importance, and it is only natural to provide some conveniences. Su Feng went to the factory to take out the 3 production lines from the system space and place them in the factory. Soon, Su Feng came to the factory. Although the company has recruited him, he has not officially started working yet. 2 security guards were originally arranged, but at Su Feng's request, the 2 security guards left work early, and it was Lillian who was guarding the gate. Boss. Lillian was very excited to see Su Feng. She lived a very happy life these days because she had enough to eat every meal. You can also use the salary advance from your boss to buy many delicious snacks. Therefore, she was very grateful to her boss in her heart. Is there no one in the factory? Su Feng asked. Boss, I've checked and there's no one else in the factory. Lillian said quickly. Okay, you stay here and no one can come in before I come out. Su Feng ordered. Make sure to complete the mission. After giving the instructions, Su Feng drove into the factory, parked the car, and went straight to one of the factory buildings. Then, with a thought, a huge production line appeared in the empty factory building. The production line is assembled and only needs to be fixed on the factory floor. The system provides supporting tools. So, it only took Su Feng more than 10 minutes to fix the production line. Afterwards, we went to another factory and put into operation the second production line. Now, Liao Yufei has boarded the bus to Donghai. Although dozens of minutes had passed, there was still some heat on her cheeks. Suddenly, she frowned. Seems to realize something. After carefully recalling the verbal exchanges between her and Su Feng, she was suddenly stunned. Because she mentioned the audition in the hotel, she did not tell Su Feng that she was auditioning for the 3rd female role. But before that, outside the station, the other party pointed out that she was auditioning for the 3rd female role. I clearly didn't say that. How did Su Feng know about this? Then, there is only one possibility: the audition for the 3rd female role was most likely arranged by Su Feng. In the previous 2 years, she was a nobody in the company. Moreover, she vaguely suspected that the company was suppressing her. Because a senior executive of the company had hinted to her several times, but she pretended not to understand. She was still feeling lucky. But her subsequent experiences made her realize that although the company did not directly hide her, it was suppressing her invisibly, and she would never get any better opportunities. Even some small supporting roles are not her turn to play. At best, she could be sent to some small drama crew to make a cameo appearance. But now, the company actually arranged an audition for her to play the 3rd female role. It's really abnormal. She strongly suspected that the audition for the 3rd female role was probably not arranged by the company. Could it really be that Su Feng helped find the resources? Liao Yufei said secretly, but deep in her heart she felt more touched and grateful. Thinking back to the fact that Su Feng had offered to lend her 1 million yuan, a special feeling surged from her heart. For a moment, she wanted to call Su Feng immediately to find out what was going on. But before dialing Su Feng's number, she gave up. What can I ask when I call? Ask you why you help me? Even without asking, she knows that the other party will definitely answer, and will help you out of friendship as old classmates. Is it really just the friendship between old classmates? Liao Yufei was very skeptical about this. However, regarding the audition, after returning to the company, I still have to find someone to test it out. If it was really not arranged by the company, then it must be Su Feng without a doubt. The other side. After Su Feng installed the 3 production lines, he called Cheng Jing. 2 days later, the first batch of medicinal herbs will be delivered from the medicinal herb planting base in Jiangbei, and workers can then be arranged to start production. As long as everything goes well. He can go back to the East China Sea first to deal with that little devil Sun Lin. Chapter 44 Audition. The next day, Su Feng said he would leave Yunhai for a few days to discuss business, and then drove straight to Donghai. Before leaving, he called the cleaner Lu Xiaohong and asked her to go to the villa to clean. After all, he had been away for so many days, and the villa must have been covered in dust. Lu Xiaohong was very happy when she received the call. Although she has not been to work for the past few days, Su Feng also said that she will pay her salary as usual, but she is still not at ease. Therefore, after Su Feng returned to the villa in Yujing Villa, the whole villa has been almost cleaned. Sister Lu, thank you for your hard work. Su Feng said to Lu Xiaohong. It's not hard, it's what I deserve. Lu Xiaohong said quickly. Looking at the sweaty Lu Xiaohong, Su Feng said, don't be so anxious. If you are tired, take a break. Okay sir, I got it. Afterwards, Su Feng called the chef Shanlan and asked her to cook lunch. Immediately afterwards, the driver Luo Bing was notified that he could also start work. Then he took a photo of the villa and sent it to Sun Lin. I'm back, do you want to come here for lunch? Sun Lin, husband, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Wait, I will come to see you right away. Su Feng, you're not going to work? Sun Lin, compared with work and my husband, you are not as important. In less than half an hour, Sun Lin arrived in her Porsche 718. The moment she saw Su Feng, she rushed over and said, Honey, I miss you so much. I want a kiss. Smelling the fragrance emanating from Sun Lin and the stimulation brought by the physical contact, Su Feng naturally would not be polite and lowered his head to kiss her moist lips. After a while, the two parted lips. Sun Lin said with misty eyes, Husband, let's go upstairs. Good. Su Feng bent down, picked up Sun Lin and strode towards the second floor. After entering the bedroom, closing and locking the door, he threw Sun Lin onto the bed and pounced on her. After a while, Su Feng turned into an expert in farming and started farming frantically. More than 40 minutes later. After the lovemaking, Sun Lin lay in Su Feng's arms, panting heavily. Although she had consumed a lot of physical energy in the past 40 minutes, she had a satisfied smile on her face at this moment. She had never experienced sex, so she didn't think much of it. But after experiencing it, she had a really hard time during the time when Su Feng was away from Donghai. She even missed him so much that she thought of Su Feng in her dreams. Husband, are you leaving again when you come back this time? Sun Lin spoke with a nostalgic tone. Yes, I'll stay for a few days and then I'll go back. I spent 100 million to invest in a factory in Yunhai. Su Feng said while hugging Sun Lin's smooth body. My God, an investment of 100 million, that's so much? Sun Lin exclaimed, and then said with some worry, is it a loss? Su Feng smiled and said, don't worry, even if I lose all the 100 million, I will still have no problem supporting you. Sun Lin's face changed slightly, and she quickly explained, hubby, that's not what I meant. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Su Feng scratched Sun Lin's nose and said. After lying in bed for a while, the two went to the bathroom and the room to wash up. Because Sun Lin needed to touch up her makeup, Su Feng walked out of the room first. After going downstairs, I found that Zhang Lan and Luo Bing had already arrived. Boss, what do you want for today's lunch? Zhang Lan asked directly. It's up to you, but don't make it too spicy, and the portions can be bigger. As for the ingredients, go directly to the supermarket in the community to buy them, and use this card to pay. As he spoke, Su Feng handed Zhang Lan a shopping card. This shopping card can be used for purchases in the supermarket in the community, and Su Feng had previously recharged it with 100,000 yuan. Okay boss. Zhang Lan took the shopping card and said. By the way, cook meals for yourself, Master Luo, and Sister Lu as well. Su Feng reminded. Got it, boss. Boss, please give me the car keys so I can clean the car. Luo Bing said at this time. Give. Su Feng threw the car keys to Master Luo, and the other party took the keys to clean the car. More than 20 minutes later. Sun Lin came down from upstairs after putting on her makeup and found Lu Xiaohong and Master Luo. She asked, Honey, who are they? Su Feng, the cleaner, driver and chef I hired went to the community supermarket to buy groceries. Hearing this, Sun Lin's eyes flashed with excitement. She could also enjoy the feeling of being served. It was simply too great. If other people knew about this, they would be so envious that they would die. Honey, can I take pictures in the villa? Just shoot. Su Feng said disapprovingly. Thank you, husband. Sun Lin said happily, and then picked up her phone to take various selfies in the villa. Seeing this, Su Feng smiled. Although Sun Lin was quite vain, he was still quite sensible. Even taking pictures had to be approved by him. At this moment, the Magic City. Liao Yufei finally met her elusive agent Sister Yu. Sister Yu looked at Liao Yufei in surprise, with a fake smile on her face. Yufei, I didn't expect you to have such a relationship with Mr. Song. That's amazing. Which Mr. Song? Liao Yufei asked with a confused look. Sister Yu smiled and said, of course it's Mr. Song Jinlong. As soon as she heard Mr. Song's name, Liao Yufei knew who he was. At the same time, she also understood that this audition opportunity for the third female role had nothing to do with the company. Mr. Song Jinlong is not the boss of a film and television company, but an independent investor and producer. He has extensive connections and relationships in the entertainment industry. I only heard Sister Yu continue, "Okay, it's getting late, we should go to the audition." So, Liao Yufei followed Sister Yu and left the company. After getting on the bus, she discovered that there was another beautiful girl on the bus. The other party is also an artist under Sister Yu, named Zhu Tiantian. The other party signed the contract later than her, but was much more famous than her and had already played the role of the second female lead. "Tiantian, are you going to audition too?" Liao Yufei asked curiously. "Yes, Sister Yufei." Zhu Tiantian said meaningfully that she did not get an audition spot, but she found out that although the role that Liao Yufei auditioned for was only the third female role, the drama was an S-level production. The male and female protagonists are both best actor and actress. Even the second male and female leads are first-tier actors. An absolute big cast. Being able to play even the third female role in a drama like this is better than playing the first female role in a small crew. So, after learning the news, she found Sister Yu and promised her a lot of benefits, and then asked Sister Yu to take her to the audition. As for not getting an audition invitation, just do it when you get to the scene. More than an hour later, the three arrived at the audition site. Auditions are already underway. There were also 7 or 8 artists waiting outside the audition room. Moreover, these 7 or 8 people are all well known, which made Liao Yufei feel pressured for a while. How can a nobody like me compete with them? Chapter 45. Ex-mother-in-law regrets. About half an hour passed. Liao Yufei's name was called. "Let me go in with you," Sister Yu said with a smile. Liao Yufei couldn't refuse. As soon as she entered the audition room, Sister Yu quickly looked at the 3 people who were auditioning. She knew 2 of them, one was a well-known casting director, and the other was one of the producers of this drama. What surprised her even more was that her artists had participated in TV dramas produced by the other party, and the 2 parties had also had dinner together, so they had a small friendship. "Hello, teachers. I am Liao Yufei, an artist from Huaxing." At this time, Liao Yufei bowed and saluted. "Here's the script. I'll give you 5 minutes. Is that okay?" The casting director handed Liao Yufei a script. "No problem." After taking the script, Liao Yufei began to memorize the lines quickly. She doesn't have many lines, just 3 short sentences and a few dozen words. It's all right to memorize the lines, but the most important thing is to perform them. At this time, Sister Yu stepped forward and tried to establish a relationship with the producer. Soon, a smile appeared on the Korean producer's face. Because time was urgent, Sister Yu did not dare to waste time and lowered her voice and said, "Producer Han, another artist under me is here too. Can you give her an audition opportunity as well? Besides, she has already played the second female lead and is much more famous than Liao Yufei." "This?" The Korean producer was somewhat hesitant. "Producer Han, please help me. I can pay this amount if you are willing to help." As she spoke, Sister Yu made a silent gesture. Suddenly, the Korean producer's eyes lit up. "You can audition, but I can't guarantee whether you can be selected. As long as there's a chance." Sister Yu quickly said that according to the rules, whether or not you were selected would not be announced immediately, but you had to go back and wait for news. As long as Zhu Tiantian can be allowed to participate in the audition, there will be a lot of room for maneuver. As for why she would rather spend money to get Zhu Tiantian an audition opportunity, it was not because she was so optimistic about Zhu Tiantian, but because she had a financial backer behind her. She doesn't have to pay for it, and she can get a part of it. As for whether it will affect Liao Yufei, she doesn't care at all. Anyway, this is a little transparent. Besides, the company's top management was also suppressing her secretly. Afterwards, Sister Yu stepped aside, and producer Han began to communicate in a low voice with the other 2. Then the Korean producer nodded to Sister Yu. "It means that things are done." Sister Yu was overjoyed, and then walked out of the audition room to tell Zhu Tiantian the good news. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Liao Yufei began auditioning for performances. Her performance is still remarkable and she is fully capable of playing the role of the third female lead. Of course, even if Liao Yufei's performance is not good, they will still pass it, because the main investor of this drama is Mr. Song Jinlong. The big money sponsor personally asked for a third female role, so naturally the crew would not refuse. But out of convention, the three did not announce the result directly, but asked Liao Yufei to go back and wait for news. How did you perform? Sister Yu asked. It's hard to say. Liao Yufei shook her head. Okay, you wait outside, I'll take Tian in for the audition, said Sister Yu. When Chu Tian stood up, she raised her eyebrows at Liao Yufei with a provocative look on her face, which made Liao Yufei frown and feel uneasy, but she had no way to do anything. The role that Chu Tian auditioned for was also the third female role. While she was reciting her lines, Sister Yu started communicating with the three people and offered to treat them to a meal. But the other two refused. Sister Yu subconsciously looked at producer Han. After finishing this audition, we will go to Beijing for another audition. We'll talk about it next time we have a chance, producer Han said with a smile. In fact, he knew the purpose of Sister Yu's dinner invitation, but he also knew that the role had already been decided and he could not promise Sister Yu anything. So, it's better not to eat this meal. 5 minutes later, Chu Tian began to perform, but the three people frowned secretly. For a moment, even the Korean producer regretted that he should not have given such an opportunity for just a few tens of thousands of dollars. It was really too eye-catching. Although she is a great beauty, her performance was full of affectation, especially the level of her lines, which was almost like reading a text. Okay, go back and wait for the news. If you pass, we will contact you by phone. Sister Yu shook her head secretly. Judging from the expressions of the three audition teachers, she knew that Chu Tian had no chance at all. But Chu Tian had no idea. As soon as I walked out of the audition room, I asked, Sister Yu, how did I perform? Hearing this, Sister Yu was speechless. How well did you perform? Don't you have any idea? It's a good thing you've played the second female lead. There really has been no improvement at all. But considering that Chu Tian spent a lot of money to please her, she had to say tactfully, it's okay, but don't hold your hopes too high. After all, Director Wu has always had high requirements for actors. The other side. Royal View Villa. Su Fengjiang and Sun Lin were having lunch. Sun Lin was in a good mood today. Not only did her long-missed brother Feng return to Donghai, but after she took photos of the villa and sent them to her friends, she received hundreds of likes and even over 100 comments. Most of them were flattering and trying to please her. The only thing that made her feel uncomfortable was that after Chen Yashue saw her circle of friends, she offered to come over for a visit. But she didn't agree. But Chen Yashue was quite thick-skinned and said that they were all good sisters and there was no need to be so formal. I have to say that Zhang Lan's cooking skills are quite good. Su Feng was very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, Su Feng and Sun Lin went to the movie room in the villa and picked a movie to watch. Are you going to work this afternoon? No. Sun Lin said, it's more important to accompany your husband. She had long wanted to stop attending that crappy class. If she hadn't been worried about not being able to explain to her parents, she would have quit. At this moment, the Chun family. Chen Yashue has looked at the photos taken in the villa and posted by Sun Lin on her circle of friends several times, her eyes filled with jealousy and envy. This woman is so lucky to have found such a rich man. Thinking of Sun Lin's refusal to let her visit the villa, she secretly felt hatred in her heart. What's so great about it? I will find someone richer in the future. Just at this moment, Zhou Chunhua pushed the door open and walked in, saying in a bad tone, you damn girl, you just stay at home and rely on your parents every day, hurry up and find a class to attend. She originally worked as a shopping guide in a clothing store. Later, after dating Su Feng, she quit her job. Because Su Feng gives her pocket money every month. In addition, Su Feng would come to their house every month and buy a lot of gifts. Thinking that his daughter was going to get married anyway, he did not despise her. But now, Chen Yashue and Su Feng have broken up. Chen Yashue still had no plans to go to work and earn money, but stayed at home to rely on her parents. Naturally, she had some opinions, because after all, she loved her son Chen Jiaming the most. Got it, I'll go there in 2 days. Chen Yashue was impatient. She was a lazy person to begin with. She hadn't been to work for half a year and naturally didn't want to go. What's more, she can't find a good job with her education and abilities. By the way, your aunt has introduced you to a blind date. The conditions are pretty good. Go meet him tomorrow. Zhou Chunhua said. Oh, what does the other party do? How much can he earn a month? Does he have a car and a house? Chen Yashue asked. I heard that he works in a big company and his leaders appreciate him very much. He will be promoted soon. Zhou Chunhua said. No. Chen Yashue said decisively that if she hadn't seen the sports car and brand name bags that Sun Lin's boyfriend bought for her, she might still be willing. But now she feels that even if she wants to choose a partner, even if he cannot be better than Sun Lin, at least he cannot be too much worse. She would not look down on a wage earner. Chapter 46 Relationship Exposed. Hearing that Chen Yashue was unwilling to go, Zhou Chunhua frowned and raised her voice, either go to work or go on a blind date. At the same time, she felt a little regretful that she should not have been too greedy and asked Su Feng for an additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. If their daughter had not broken up with Su Feng, not only would Su Feng be supporting her, but she would also spend money to buy gifts for them every month to please them. Now, not only has the 380,000 yuan betrothal gift been lost, but I also have to support my lazy daughter. It's a huge loss. Seeing Zhou Chunhua getting angry, Chen Yashue also felt a little scared. Is it not okay for me to go? This is the other person's WeChat. Let's meet tomorrow. If it's a good fit, we can start dating first. As she was talking, Zhou Chunhua took out her cell phone and sent the WeChat account of her blind date to Chen Yashue. I see. Chen Yashue said honestly, and then sent a friend request to the other party. After adding friends, Chen Yashue did not send a message to the other party, but instead looked at the other party's circle of friends first. There are each other's selfies in the circle of friends. But when she saw the other person's photo, Chen Yashue frowned, because the appearance of this blind date was far inferior to Su Feng's. Continue scrolling down. Chen Yashue's eyes lit up slightly because he found a selfie of the other person in the car, and the car logo in the photo was actually a Mercedes-Benz. Suddenly, Chen Yashue looked thoughtful. The other party had a Mercedes-Benz, so she could meet him. If the other party was in good condition, she could give it a try. On the other side, there is a different view of the Imperial Garden. Su Feng was hugging Sun Lin while watching a movie. It was a romance movie. When seeing the characters in the movie kissing, Sun Lin would take the initiative to come up and ask for a kiss. Just when the two were being affectionate and were about to take advantage of the situation, there was a knock on the door. What is it? Su Feng shouted outside. Then, Lu Xiaohuan's voice rang out, Sir, someone is here to visit you. Okay, I got it. I'll come out right away. Su Feng responded, but at the same time he was a little confused. Who would come to visit him? You continue to watch. I'll go out and see who it is. After tidying up his clothes a little, Su Feng strode out of the movie theater and came to the lobby on the first floor. He found that the person who came to visit him was a strange middle-aged man. There were 2 bottles of wine on the table, 1 bottle of red wine and 1 bottle of brandy. Excuse me, who are you? Su Feng asked with some doubt. The other person stood up and said, Hello, Mr. Su. I'm your neighbor, Luo Weilin, and I live in the building next door. I should have come to visit you when you just moved in, but you haven't been here for the past few days. Today, I learned that you're back, so I came to visit you. I hope I didn't disturb you. Hearing this, Su Feng showed a look of realization, and then smiled and said, It turns out to be Mr. Luo. Please take a seat. Sister Lu, please make 2 cups of tea for me. After sitting down, Luo Weilin looked at Su Feng carefully and praised him. Mr. Su is really young and promising. Su Feng said modestly, It's true that I'm young, but I'm also promising. After that, the two chatted casually for a few words. The other party did not ask about Su Feng's background. Then, he asked, Mr. Su, I wonder if you are free this Saturday? Is there anything I can help you with, Mr. Luo? Su Feng asked. Luo Weilin said, It's like this. At the beginning of every month, the owners in our community will hold an owners' party. At the same time, when new neighbors move in, we will also hold a party to welcome the new owners. To be honest with you, Mr. Su, many of the owners in our community are not simple people. Attending the party can also expand your network. Su Feng hesitated for a moment, then agreed, Thank you very much, I will attend on Saturday. By the way, where is the venue of the party? Luo Weilin said, It's in the club in our community. By the way, let's add WeChat, and then I'll add you to the owner group, so it will be more convenient to communicate. Su Feng had no objection to this. First, I added Luo Weilin as WeChat. Then the other party sent an invitation to join the group. After joining the group, Su Feng glanced at the group members. There were more than 130 of them. Suddenly, someone in the group named Luo Weilin at Su Feng, welcome owner number 65, Mr. Su Feng, to join the group. Su Feng glanced at Luo Weilin and then spoke in the group, I'm new here, so please take care of me. Soon after, group members started to pop up. Welcome, bro. Here I come, bro. Welcome Mr. Su to join our big family. Is the little brother handsome? Send me a photo. Faced with a series of greetings, Su Feng made a sweaty expression. At this time, the group member who asked Su Feng to post the photo at him, it seems that you are quite shy, you really don't want to post photos? If you are really handsome, I will introduce you to a girlfriend. The nickname of this group member is Sister Meng. Mr. Luo, who is this Sister Meng? Su Feng asked Luo Weilin. Luo Weilin said meaningfully, Sister Meng is not a simple woman. She is one of the most powerful bosses in our community. Even if you don't want to be friends with her, don't offend her easily. Su Feng nodded, thank you Mr. Luo for your reminder, I will pay attention to it. So, he at Sister Meng, thank you Sister Meng for your kindness, I already have a girlfriend. Sister Meng quickly replied, do you mind having one more? Su Feng replied, I don't mind. Sister Meng, turns out he is a little pervert. Su Feng immediately realized that he had been fooled by Sister Meng. Mr. Su, I'll take my leave now. See you on Saturday. At this time, Luo Weilin offered to leave. Okay, I'll take you there. After sending Luo Weilin to the door, Su Feng turned back, told Sister Lu to put away the 2 bottles of wine, and then returned to the cinema. Sun Lin threw himself into Su Feng's arms again and asked, Brother Feng, who is coming? Su Feng said casually, it's a neighbor who invited me to a homeowner's party on Saturday. Suddenly, Sun Lin's eyes lit up. Anyone who could afford to buy a house in Yudingbeijing must have a net worth of at least tens of millions. After all, the villas here are worth tens of millions. In other words, it was a gathering of owners and also a gathering of wealthy people, which made her full of yearning. Sun Lin was naturally very interested, so she said coquettishly, Brother Feng, can I attend the party on Saturday? Su Feng, of course. Brother Feng, you are so nice. I love you so much. As she spoke, Sun Lin gave her a sweet kiss. When the kiss reached a passionate point, she simply sat astride Su Feng, and her delicate body began to twist restlessly. Time flies. It was evening. After dinner, Su Feng and Sun Lin prepared to go out for a walk. Sun Lin suggested going to the newly built night market, which she heard was quite lively. Su Feng did not refuse this. After searching for the specific address of the night market on my mobile phone, I drove there in person. After all, he and Sun Lin were going there to talk about love, so he didn't let Luo Bing drive, but let him leave work early. Soon, Su Feng drove to the vicinity of the night market. After parking the car, the two walked towards the night market hand in hand. Suddenly, not far away, someone pointed at Su Feng and Sun Lin and said, Look, who is that? Isn't that Su Feng and Sun Lin? Oh my god, why are they together? Humph, it must be that scumbag Su Feng who hooked up with Sun Lin. How shameless. Hu Wei said indignantly that he was Chen Yashue's bootlicker, so naturally he would mindlessly favor Chen Yashue. No, didn't Sun Lin find a boyfriend who was a rich second generation? Lulu asked in confusion, why are you holding hands with Su Feng so intimately now? Chapter 47, Lesson of a Dog. Could it be that Sun Lin found an older wealthy man and secretly kept Su Feng, a gigolo? Huang Shui, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke with an idea. Sun Lin's affairs are no longer a secret among their circle of friends. First, there are brand name bags worth tens of thousands of dollars. I went to check in at a restaurant that ordinary people can't go to. Then, her wealthy boyfriend bought her a Porsche 718 worth more than 1 million yuan. Even if her boyfriend is generous, it is impossible for him to spend so much money on her in such a short time. Then, there is only one possibility. Sun Lin is not in a relationship with a wealthy man or a second-generation rich man. Instead, she was kept by an older wealthy man. This is the only possibility that the other party would spend so much money on her. It's really possible. Lu nodded in agreement. During this period, Sun Lin had been showing off in various ways on WeChat Moments, which had made her feel unhappy for a long time. Naturally, she would suspect Sun Lin with the greatest malice. What do you think? The reason why Su Feng, that scumbag, broke up with Xiao Shui is that he and Sun Lin have been hooking up for a long time? Huang Shui continued to have sudden ideas. It's possible, and the possibility is very high. Lu agreed with this. I'm going to take a picture of this pair of bastards and bring them to ruin. At this time, Hu Wei took out his mobile phone to take pictures. As Chen Yashue's loyal bootlicker, when he found out that his girl was wronged, he naturally had to help retaliate. This is not good. We are also friends with Sun Lin? Lu pretended to be hesitant. What's wrong with that? Since she can do such a thing, she shouldn't be afraid of being found out. Huang Shui sneered. Sun Lin hooked up with a rich man and invited people to dinner at a Michelin restaurant, but she only invited Chen Yashue and Zhang Yao, but not her, which made her very unhappy. If she could get some benefit from it, it would be fine if she helped keep it a secret. But I won't gain any advantage, so why should I keep it a secret for her? Soon. Hu Wei took several photos of Su Feng and Sun Lin strolling hand in hand in the night market, and sent it directly to my circle of friends. However, he deliberately abandoned Sun Lin. Soon, Chen Yashue called Hu Wei and asked directly, Hu Wei, who are the couple you just posted on WeChat Moments? Because Hu Wei only took photos of them from the side and from the back, Chen Yashue just felt that the man and woman looked very familiar, and very much like her ex-boyfriend Su Feng and her good friend Sun Lin. So she immediately called Hu Wei to ask. Hu Wei was very happy to see the goddess calling him, and immediately said, Xiaoxue, that's Su Feng and Sun Lin. This couple is so abominable. I don't know when they hooked up. You must not be sad. What, it's them, this is impossible. Chen Yashue screamed. Xiaoxue, I can assure you that they are the ones in the photo. Moreover, not only I saw it, but Lu and Huang Shui also saw it. Hu Wei explained quickly. At this time, Lu and Huang Shui came to the phone and said, Xiaoxue, we did see it. Where are you? Chen Yashue asked. We're here at the night market. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. By the way, keep a close eye on that couple. Chen Yashue said viciously. Hu Wei immediately assured, don't worry, Xiaoxue, I will keep a close eye on them before you come. After hanging up the phone. In order to complete Chen Yashue's instructions, Hu Wei immediately went to where Su Feng and Sun Lin were. Knowing that Chen Yashue is coming, Huang Shui and Lu both knew that a big show was about to be performed, and naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to watch the show, so they followed. In fact, Su Feng had already discovered Hu Wei and the other two. After all, he is the master of Huajin. Even if someone is looking at him, he will feel it. What's more, Hu Wei's eyes are full of hostility when he looks at him. So he released his spiritual consciousness to act as his eyes. I saw Hu Wei taking secret photos, and I also saw him posting the secret photos to his moments, and I also saw him talking on the phone with Chen Yashue. Then he saw the other party secretly following him and Sun Lin. As expected, Chen Yashue was on the way. Su Feng has no good feelings towards Hu Wei, the bootlicker. In the past, even when he was with Chen Yashue, this guy still licked her very hard, making it obvious that he wanted to steal his girl, so it would be strange if she had any feelings for him. Of course, he also didn't think that Hu Wei could succeed in stealing his girl. First of all, Hu Wei is ugly, while Chen Yashue only cares about appearance. Secondly, Hu Wei's monthly income is only more than 4,000 yuan, which is no comparison with him. Although he knew that the other party would not succeed, he still felt disgusted. He had long wanted to teach the other party a lesson, and now that the other party had come to him, Su Feng was not going to be polite. Because they were afraid of getting lost, Hu Wei and the other two fell more than 10 meters behind Su Feng and Sun Lin, within the range of activity of spiritual consciousness. Originally, Su Feng planned to use his spiritual sense to trip Hu Wei and make him fall flat on his face. But he changed his mind after spotting a middle-aged, fat woman with a fierce face in front of him. He controlled his consciousness to form a palm shape, and then slapped the woman's butt. The woman turned around suddenly and saw the wretched-looking Hu Wei standing behind her. You little brat, you dare to slap my butt, you're asking for a beating. While yelling, the middle-aged woman slapped Hu Wei in the face with her hand, almost knocking him to the ground. Hu Wei was stunned by the slap and shouted angrily, "What's wrong with you, woman? Why do you hit people randomly? Why? Just because you slapped my butt?" The middle-aged obese woman said angrily. "Slap your butt? That's impossible, I never did it. If you don't believe me, ask my two friends." Hu Wei said aggrievely that although he was a bootlicker, he was not so hungry as to pat a middle-aged aunt's butt. You misunderstood, big sister. He really didn't do it. Yes, I can also testify for him. Huang Shui and Lu stepped forward and said. But at this moment, Hu Wei suddenly pounced on the middle-aged woman. Caught off guard, the middle-aged woman was almost thrown to the ground. However, this also completely ignited her anger. After standing firmly, she grabbed Hu Wei by the collar and started punching him in the face left and right, while constantly yelling and cursing. Huang Shui and Lu Lu were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. At the same time, I also had some doubts. Could it be that Hu Wei really slapped this middle-aged ladies but just now? As for the tourists around, they quickly gathered around and pointed at Hu Wei. Oh my god, this guy is so fierce that he even dares to pounce on an old lady. This boy is indeed a warrior. TSK, it tastes really strong. Maybe it's because I'm too hungry. Brother Feng, something seems to have happened back there, should we go take a look? Sun Lin, who heard the noise, looked back and said. It's too crowded, so don't go over there. If someone takes advantage of you, I'll suffer a great loss. Su Feng said with a smile. Oh well. Since Su Feng said so, Sun Lin didn't plan to join in the fun. Then the two continued on their way, occasionally stopping to buy some trinkets and snacks. Chapter 48 Greatly Stimulated. It was more than 20 minutes later when Chen Yashue arrived at the night market. I couldn't get through to Hu Wei on the phone. She could only call Huang Shui, and then went to the police station near the night market with a confused look on her face. Seeing Huang Shui standing outside the police station waiting for her, she quickly asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you here?" "Oh, that's it." Huang Shui narrated what had happened. After hearing this, Chen Yashue showed a disgusted look. Hu Wei's taste is too strong. He even has the heart to do that to an old woman. What should we do now? Huang Shui sighed and said, the two sides are in the process of mediation. The woman insisted that Hu Wei touched her buttocks, but Hu Wei refused to admit it. Go in and take a look. The two women quickly came to the mediation room of the police station. Hu Wei was arguing with a middle-aged woman. A young police officer in charge of the training was already showing signs of impatience. Okay, you two, stop arguing and listen to me. The young police officer knocked on the table and said, it looks like you guys are unwilling to accept mediation. Yes, I don't accept it. This kid dares to do it but is not brave enough to take responsibility. It's better to arrest him and put him in jail, said the middle-aged woman angrily. I don't accept it either. You won't even touch me when I ask you to. You are just being unreasonable. Hu Wei also sneered. Both parties don't accept mediation, right? Let me confirm again. Yes, they said in unison. Then your situation will be treated as a mutual fight, the young police officer said calmly. How could it be a mutual fight? Why was it sentenced as a mutual fight? It was clearly him who teased me first, the middle-aged lady said unwillingly. Both of you have used force, so we can only sentence you to mutual assault, the young police officer said calmly. At first, Hu Wei was beaten unilaterally, but he soon fought back. It was only because the middle-aged woman was too heavy that he managed to end up in a draw. It wasn't until the police arrived that they controlled both sides. However, the injuries of both of them were not serious and could not even be considered minor injuries. Of course, I can give you one more chance to decide whether you want to accept mediation. If you don't want to, then I can only convict you of mutual fighting, the young officer continued. Forget it, it's my bad luck, I'll let you go. The middle-aged woman glared at Hu Wei, then said to the young police officer, Officer, I am willing to accept mediation. Me too, Hu Wei said somewhat aggrievedly. Since you are willing to accept mediation, both of you can make requests to each other. However, in my opinion, neither of you has suffered any great loss, so why not apologize to each other? 20 minutes later. Hu Wei, Chen Yashue and 3 others walked out of the police station. Hu Wei said with shame on his face, I'm sorry, Xiaoxue, I originally wanted to follow Su Feng and Sun Lin, but I didn't expect to meet a crazy woman who insisted on accusing me. That's enough. Chen Yashue waved her hand impatiently, looking at Hu Wei's swollen and ugly face, a flash of disgust in her eyes. If you can't even handle a small matter, what's the use of you? Xiaoxue, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry, okay? After being scolded by Chen Yashue, Hu Wei was not angry. Instead, he apologized with a pleading look and begged for forgiveness. It can only be said that this guy is hopeless. Shut up. Chen Yashue didn't want to listen to Hu Wei duo, so she took out her cell phone and dialed Sun Lin's number. The other side. Su Feng and Sun Lin were sitting on small stools in a street food shop eating the sago they had just bought. Hear the phone ringing. Sun Lin took it out and saw that it was Chen Yashue calling. She subconsciously looked at Su Feng and said, "Brother Feng, Chen Yashue called me. What should I do? If you want to answer the call, answer it. If you don't want to answer the call, hang up. There's nothing to worry about." Su Feng said lightly. "Okay then, I'll pick it up and see what she wants." When Sun Lin picked up the phone, she heard Chen Yashua's questioning voice, "Sun Lin, are you at the night market?" Sun Lin's heart tightened and he replied, "How do you know?" "Chen Yashue, who are you with?" Sun Lin suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that Chen Yashue saw her and Brother Feng? No, if Chen Yashue saw it, with her temper, she would have rushed over right away. It must have been someone else who saw it and told her. So, Sun Lin quickly covered her phone and whispered to Su Feng, "Oh no, Brother Feng, Chen Yashue should know that you and I went to the night market. How should I answer her?" Su Feng reached out and touched her head. "Tell her the truth, she will know it sooner or later anyway." Sun Lin put down the phone and said to Chen Yashue, "I'm with Brother Feng." Hearing Sun Lin's answer, Chen Yashue's heart suddenly surged with anger, and she yelled into the phone, "Sun Lin, do you still have any shame? Su Feng is my ex-boyfriend?" Sun Lin said, "Xiaoxue, you also said that Brother Feng is your ex-boyfriend. Since you two have broken up, why can't I be with Brother Feng?" Chen Yashue was speechless for a moment at Sun Lin's rebuttal. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "Where are you? I'll come find you." For a moment, Sun Lin panicked again, and covered her phone again and said, "Brother Feng, she is coming to see us, what should we do?" Su Feng said, "How about this, let her wait in the parking lot near the night market, and we'll go over later." Sun Lin nodded and relayed Su Feng's words. It took Chen Yashue and the other three only a few minutes to reach the parking lot near the night market. Hu Wei came up to her and said, "Xiaoxue, don't worry. When we meet that scumbag Su Feng later, I will vent your anger for you." "Just you?" Chen Yashue looked at Hu Wei with some disdain. Although Su Feng was a programmer, he was the president of the Sanda Club during college. And what about Hu Wei? Neither her height nor her figure can compare to Su Feng. How can we teach Su Feng a lesson? Time passed gradually, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. But Su Feng and Sun Lin did not show up, which made Chen Yashue more and more angry. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Su Feng and Sun Lin finally showed up. Looking at the couple talking and laughing, holding hands and looking intimate, if Chen Yashue had a knife with her, she would definitely take it and stab them to death. "You seem angry?" Su Feng came with Sun Lin and looked at Chen Yashue, whose face was ashen, jokingly. "Su Feng, you scumbag, how dare you betray Xiaoxue? You are so shameless, I despise you." Before Chen Yashue could say anything, Hu Wei jumped out and accused Su Feng. "That's right, Su Feng, you are so tasteless. Sun Lin and Xiaoxue are best friends. How can you chase your girlfriend's best friend right after breaking up? How despicable." Huang Shui also said. "Su Feng, tell me the truth, did you break up with Xiaoxue because of Sun Lin?" Lulu also questioned Su Feng angrily. But Su Feng ignored the three people shouting. Instead, he said to Chen Yashue, "Tell me, what do you want?" The three of them were naturally unhappy about being ignored, but Chen Yashue asked at this time, "When did you two get together?" Su Feng said, 2 or 3 days after breaking up with you." Chen Yashue continued to ask, "Before we broke up, did you have any affair?" Su Feng said, "No, is there anything else you want to ask? Why not ask them all now?" Chen Yashue sneered, then looked at Sun Lin and said, "Sun Lin, you and Su Feng are hooking up together. Does the rich man behind you know about it?" "What rich man? Don't talk nonsense," Sun Lin said dissatisfiedly. "If you are not kept by a rich man, then who bought you the brand name bags and Porsche?" Chen Yashue asked mockingly. "Of course Brother Feng bought it for me." Sun Lin put her head on Su Feng's shoulder, like a little bird, with a somewhat smug expression on her face. "Su Feng? How is that possible?" Chen Yashue exclaimed, "Doesn't she know what is going on with Su Feng?" "Why not?" Su Feng smiled and said, "In fact, I not only bought her a bag and a car, but also bought her a house of more than 140 square meters. You're just bragging. How can you, a worker, get so much money?" "That is." Hu Wei followed suit. "Believe it or not, let's go." Su Feng took Sun Lin's hand and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz G. Seeing this, Hu Wei couldn't help but laugh and said, We got it right, right? Are you angry out of shame?" But suddenly, the four people present widened their eyes. Because they saw Su Feng take out the key, unlock a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, open the door and get in, and Sun Lin also walked around to the passenger seat, opened the door and got in. Isn't this Mercedes-Benz cheap? Huang Shui whispered. This is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, it costs over 3 million. Hu Wei said with a grim expression. Could it be that Sun Lin's bag and car were really bought by Su Feng? Chen Yashue couldn't help but wonder, but where did he get so much money? Chapter 49 Preemptive Strike. Su Feng was about to drive away. Chen Yashue rushed forward and stopped the Mercedes-Benz G that was about to leave the parking lot. Su Feng slammed on the brakes, stuck his head out of the window, and shouted at Chen Yashue, "Are you sick? Su Feng, please explain clearly, where did you get so much money?" Chen Yashue ran to the car window and asked angrily, if she had known Su Feng was so rich, she would have married him even if she didn't ask for a penny of dowry. Since you want to know, I will be kind enough to tell you. Su Feng said jokingly, on the day I broke off my engagement with you, I went to buy a lottery ticket. When the prize was drawn that night, I won 5 million. Then, I remembered that I bought a lot of bitcoins during college, so I sold those bitcoins and made a lot of money again. What is Bitcoin, Hu Wei, do you know? Huang Shui asked curiously. Hu Wei explained, I've heard that this is a virtual currency. When it first appeared, it was very cheap, only a few cents each, but now the price has soared to thousands. This is too exaggerated. Huang Shui and Lulu were both secretly amazed and at the same time envious of Su Feng's good luck. Are you particularly regretful? Su Feng looked at Chen Yashue with a half smile and continued, if you are willing to get a marriage certificate with me in advance, half of the money I get will be yours. It's a pity that your family has to control me and is unwilling to get a marriage certificate with me in advance. Faced with Su Feng's ridicule, Chen Yashue felt so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Yes, if she had gotten married to Su Feng in advance, wouldn't she have half of his money? Thinking of this, her heart was filled with regret again. She took a deep breath, stared at Su Feng and asked, how much money did you make? Can you tell me? Su Feng, are you sure you want to listen? I'm afraid you'll regret it and slap yourself after listening. Sure. Chen Yashue stared at him and said. It's not much, just over 100 million. Su Feng said with a smile. More than 100 million. Chen Yashue exclaimed, and then her mind went blank. Negative emotions such as annoyance, regret, and unwillingness almost swallowed her whole. If she had not deliberately made things difficult for Su Feng and asked for an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts to break up with him, then half of the 100 million yuan would have been hers. Or if she got married to Su Feng in advance, even if they broke up, she would still get half. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly, her vision went dark and she fell backwards. Fortunately, Huang Shui and Lulu supported him. After a while, when Chen Yashue regained consciousness, she couldn't help but look around. Where's Su Feng? Already gone. Huang Shui said. She witnessed the whole scene just now and felt sorry for Chen Yashue, but at the same time, she also felt a bit of gloating. In the past, Chen Yashue always belittled Su Feng in front of them. But our eyes are not blind. Su Feng is a top student who graduated from a prestigious university, while Chen Yashue only graduated from high school. Secondly, although Su Feng is not super handsome, he is considered quite handsome among ordinary people. Also, Su Feng's salary is already the highest in their circle. The most important thing is that Su Feng is willing to spend money on Chen Yashue. But what about Chen Yashue? I don't know how to cherish such an excellent boyfriend. On the eve of her wedding, she played the trick of increasing the bride price and forced such a good boyfriend to break up with her. Therefore, it was all Chen Yashue and her family's fault that she ended up in this situation. Totally unworthy of sympathy. I want to call him and get back together with him. Suddenly, Chen Yashue shouted, took out her cell phone and dialed Su Feng's number. I called twice but no one answered. The third time, he was blocked by Su Feng. Inside a moving Mercedes-Benz G. Sun Lin pretended to be worried and said, Brother Feng, I'm afraid I can't keep our relationship secret anymore. In fact, she was secretly delighted at this moment. How about this, I'll go to your house to visit your parents tonight. Su Feng said that based on his understanding of Chen Yashue's family, he knew that after he made a fortune, he would most likely choose to go to the Sun family and make a scene, then use Sun Lin's parents to break them up, and then find a way to make him and Chen Yashue reconcile. Is this too sudden? Sun Lin said shyly. Su Feng said, if I don't deal with your parents as soon as possible, I'm afraid the Chen family will come to your house and make trouble. By then, your parents probably won't have a good impression of me, and they may even force you to leave me. Brother Phone, don't worry, I will never leave you for the rest of my life. Sun Lin said quickly. As long as you don't leave on your own initiative, I promise not to give up on you. Su Feng promised. Brother Phone, you are so nice. Sun Lin said emotionally. Okay, call your parents and tell them I'm coming to your house. Su Feng reminded. I'll hit you right away. Half an hour later. Su Feng drove to the downstairs of Sun Lin's residential unit. Then he went upstairs carrying the high-end cigarettes, alcohol, and other gifts he had just bought. Sun Lin's residential area is also an old one, but it is one of the first to have an elevator. They live on the 5th floor. Sun Lin is not an only child, she has an older sister. Her sister is Sun Jin, who is 3 years older than her. She is 25 years old this year, graduated from an ordinary university, has a boyfriend, and is at the stage of discussing marriage. As for Sun Lin's father, his name is Sun Dafu and his mother is Chao Liwa. The couple runs a supermarket together and earns 200,000 to 300,000 yuan a year. At this moment, the Sun family. The 3 members of the Sun family were on high alert. Because my youngest daughter is coming to visit us with her boyfriend. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. The 3 people who were watching TV looked towards the door. Then the door opened. A handsome man and a beautiful woman walked in. Sun Jin nodded secretly. His younger sister had good taste. The boyfriend she found was quite handsome, at least better than his own boyfriend. Mom, Dad, sister, I'm back. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend Su Feng. Sun Lin introduced nervously. Hello, uncle, aunt and sister. I'm sorry to hear your sudden visit. Please don't mind. Su Feng said politely. You are such a handsome boy, come and sit down. Chao Liwa looked at Su Feng and said that the young man in front of her was handsome and had a good temperament, which was very much what she liked, but she didn't know what his family situation was like. Thank you for the compliment, auntie. Su Feng responded modestly, then looked at the cigarettes, alcohol, fruits, etc. in his hand and said, Auntie, where do you put this? Just come, why buy so many things, give them to me. Chao Liwa said this and reached out to take it. Sun Dafu turned his head and saw that the wine Su Feng brought was Mao Tai and the cigarettes were yesterday's king. Apart from that, the other gifts were also very high-end and probably not cheap. His expression, which was originally a little gloomy, eased a lot. Xiao Su, eat some fruit. At this time, Sun Jin brought out a plate of cut fruits from the kitchen. Thanks. Su Feng smiled at Sun Jin, and at the same time felt a little moved in her heart. They were indeed sisters. The 2 sisters look about 60% similar. And their appearance value exceeds 90 points. Relatively speaking, Sun Jin's appearance is slightly inferior, but she is also a great beauty. Do you smoke? At this time, Sun Dafu handed Su Feng a cigarette. Thank you, uncle, I don't smoke. It's better not to smoke. Once you start smoking, it's hard to quit. Sun Dafu said casually. Chapter 50 Meeting the Parents. After a brief exchange. Now it's time to check household registration. Chao Liwa, Xiao Su, how old are you this year? Su Feng, I am 24 years old. Chao Liwa, she is only 2 years older than our Lin Lin, so she is a good match. By the way, what do you do for a living? Su Feng, I used to be a programmer, and now I'm starting a business. Sun Dafu frowned slightly and couldn't help but interrupt. Starting a business is a good thing, it shows that you are ambitious, but the risks are also not small. Su Feng nodded in approval, there are risks indeed. Chao Liwa was also a little worried and asked, if the business fails, will it affect your future marriage with Lin Lin? At this time, Sun Lin said with some dissatisfaction, Mom, how can you talk like that? Brother Feng just started his own business, and you curse him to fail. Chao Liwa smiled awkwardly, realizing her own mistake, and said to Su Feng, Sorry, Xiao Su, I didn't mean it. Su Feng smiled disapprovingly and said, It's okay, I don't care, and I can understand Auntie's worries. At this point, he changed the subject. In fact, even if I fail in my business, it will not affect the lives of Lin Lin and me. Hearing Su Feng's confident words, Sun Dafu and Chao Liwa also realized that this little Su's family might have some foundation. At this time, Sun Lin interrupted again, boasting, Yes, Brother Feng has 2 houses and a big villa, and a car worth more than 3 million. Upon hearing their daughter's revelation, the old couple immediately realized that they had underestimated Su Feng. The other party's family was richer than they imagined. A hint of envy flashed in Sun Jin's eyes. In the past, her sister always wanted to marry a rich man, but she didn't take it seriously and thought she was daydreaming. Because apart from her appearance, my sister seems a bit mediocre in other aspects. Plus, the people I come into contact with are all ordinary people. How can I marry into a wealthy family if I can't even get in touch with rich people? But then the old couple became worried again because Su Feng's conditions were too good. It was so good that they felt their own daughter was not worthy of him at all. So, can the two of them really make it to the end? At this time, Sun Dafu spoke again. By the way, Xiao Su, what kind of entrepreneurial project are you working on? Su Feng said carefully, in fact, I am not really starting a business, because my second grandfather overseas has paved the way for me. I just need to produce the products and sell them in the market. As for the product, it is called Nourishing Liquid, which can enhance human immunity and physical fitness, and is considered a health product. Isn't this a scam? Sun Dafu subconsciously said that it was mainly because of the healthcare products in the past, which exaggerated their effects more and more. What Su Feng said about enhancing human immunity and physical fitness was simply too low. Of course not. Su Feng explained seriously, the R&D cost of this product alone is as high as tens of millions of US dollars. In order to build a factory, I also invested 100 million. If the effect is not good, I would not dare to invest so much money. Invested 100 million? The old couple and Sun Jin were all shocked and frightened by the number, but then they became suspicious and suspected that Su Feng was bragging. Since we want to dispel the worries of Sun Dafu and Chao Lihua. So Su Feng also produced some evidence. For example, there are photos of factories in the industrial zone, the certification text message he received when he registered his company with a registered capital of 100 million yuan, and also a photo of him and Zhang Xiang'an. And directly informed Zhang Xiong'an's identity. Sun Jin immediately searched for Zhang Xiong'an's photo on the internet, and sure enough, he found Zhang Xiong'an on the official website of Yunhai County. After seeing these evidences, Sun Dafu and his wife believed it about 70%. At this time, Sun Dafu continued, Xiao Su, why do you want to build a factory in Yunhai? It should be much more convenient to build a factory in Donghai than in a small county town, right? Su Feng said, in fact, I have also considered building a factory in Donghai. However, my family has some friendship with County Magistrate Zhang. Secondly, Yunhai is also my hometown. Of course, the biggest reason is that Yunhai can exempt me from taxes for 1.5 years. If I want tax exemption in Donghai, it will not be so easy. Sun Dafu nodded in agreement, it was indeed true. Donghai is a first-tier city. 100 million is a huge investment in a county town, but it is nothing in Donghai. It is almost impossible to get tax exemption. We chatted for a while longer. Su Feng offered to resign. Sun Dafu and his wife personally escorted Su Feng to the door. Sun Lin reluctantly sent Su Feng downstairs. Brother Feng, thank you. Sun Lin said gratefully, because Su Feng was questioned by her parents for her, and Su Feng had been answering patiently, which made her very moved. Isn't this what you should do? Don't say thank you anymore. Brother Feng. The next moment, Sun Lin pounced on him and stood on tiptoe to ask for a kiss. Su Feng lowered his head slightly and kissed Sun Lin's moist lips. After a while, the two separated. Su Feng reached out and patted Sun Lin's hips. Okay, go back quickly. Well, I'll come and accompany you tomorrow. Sun Lin said. After watching Su Feng drive away, Sun Lin skipped towards the elevator. Return home. Sun Lin found that her parents and sister were all looking at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Sun Lin felt a little uneasy. Come and sit down. Chao Lihua said in a deep voice. Sun Lin came and sat down on the sofa obediently. How far have your relationship with Su Feng progressed? Chao Lihua asked. Mom, how can you ask like that? Sun Lin said shyly. Seeing this expression, Chao Lihua's heart skipped a beat, thinking that her daughter had been taken advantage of by Su Feng. So, he said angrily and lovingly, you silly girl, how can you be so disrespectful? Why am I so careless? Brother Feng and I are truly in love. Sun Lin said unconvincedly that although she was not Brother Feng's girlfriend, even if she found a real boyfriend, would he be willing to spend so much money on her? Besides, Brother Feng claimed that he only cared about sex, but he didn't date other women except her. Moreover, she found that Brother Feng cared about her a lot. If he was just playing around, he wouldn't have come to accompany her to meet his parents. Therefore, in her opinion, Su Feng gave her everything, and even more, except the title of girlfriend. Sun Dafu said in a deep voice, "You stupid girl, you have no self-awareness at all. Apart from your good looks, what else do you have? Once people get tired of you and kick you out, it will be too late for you to regret it. Isn't being good looking enough?" Sun Lin said unconvincedly, "Besides, Brother Feng is not that kind of person." Seeing her daughter's deeply poisoned appearance, Xiao Liwa felt even more heavy-hearted and said, "My silly daughter, there is an old saying that you can never know a person's heart by his appearance. I don't allow you to say that about Brother Feng. I'm sure he's not that kind of person." Sun Lin still insisted. "Why are you so sure?" Sun Dafu snorted coldly, with a look of disappointment on his face. After a slight hesitation, Sun Lin took out the Porsche 718 key from her bag and slapped it on the table. "This is the car Brother Feng bought for me. It cost more than 1.6 million yuan and it's in my name. In addition, he also gave me a house of more than 140 square meters to live in, which will be transferred to me in the future." Here, she lied a little and didn't mention the 5 years. If he didn't really want to be with me, why did he buy me a car and a house? For a moment, Sun Dafu and Xiao Liwa were silent. As for Sun Jin, his heart was filled with envy. His sister was really lucky. Chapter 51: The Chen family's response. On the other side, Chen Yashue returned home in a daze. Zhou Chunhua was cleaning the house, Chen Jia was watching TV on the sofa with a cup of tea, and Chen Jiaming was lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. Noticing his daughter's expression, Father Chen frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Yashue weakly threw her bag onto the sofa, hitting Chen Jiaming, causing him to express dissatisfaction. "Sister, please be careful when throwing it." Chen Yashue didn't seem to hear Chen Jiaming's complaints at all, and said to herself, "Su Feng made a fortune. That guy looks so unlucky, how could he possibly make a fortune?" Chen Jiaming said with disdain, "Is he trying to trick you into getting back together with him? My daughter, you must not be confused." Zhou Chunhua, who was mopping the floor, also hurriedly persuaded him, "I asked your aunt to help find out. The young man you will have a blind date with tomorrow is also very good. Not only does he work for a big company, he also drives a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 500,000 yuan. Moreover, his family conditions are quite good, as his father is an official. Her mother is also a middle-level manager in a state-owned enterprise. The family has 3 houses, so you won't suffer any loss if you marry him. Maybe he can even arrange a job for your brother in a state-owned enterprise, so you can have a stable income in the future, and you won't have to worry about finding a wife. Su Feng made more than 100 million. Chen Yashue said again. What, over 100 million? Chen Jiaming sat up directly from the sofa, his face full of shock. More than 100 million, daughter, are you kidding me? Zhou Chunhua also said with a look of disbelief on her face. I'm not kidding. Chen Yashue smiled bitterly and said, the night he broke up with me, he bought a lottery ticket and won 5 million. Later, he remembered that he had bought a lot of Bitcoin during college, and he sold it and made more than 100 million. Now, he has bought a big villa in Yudingbiajing and drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class that costs more than 3 million. Before Sun Lin posted photos of the villa on WeChat Moments, she had privately discussed with Sun Lin and learned that it was a villa in Yudingbiajing. She also revealed to her that the villa cost more than 50 million yuan. Oh my god, this Su Feng is a piece of shit. He must have broken up with you because he knew he was going to make a fortune. Chen Jiaming yelled, no, we can't just let him go. We have to make this bastard pay for it. When he said this, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Chen Yashue said in a resentful tone, at the beginning, Su Feng proposed to get the marriage certificate before the wedding, but you all disagreed. If I had gotten the marriage certificate with him at that time, even if we broke up, I would have half of his money. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 members of the Chen family fell into a daze. After a while, Zhou Chunhua slapped her thigh and said, hey, if I had known this would happen, I should have let you guys get the certificate. At this moment, she felt indescribable annoyance and regret in her heart. She lost tens of millions in vain just because she prevented Su Feng and her daughter from getting married in advance. That's right, it's all your fault. Chen Jiaming glanced at his parents with a reproachful look. What's the point of saying all this now? It's just that our family is not destined to have that fate. Sighed Chen's father. How about you go find Su Feng and get back together, Xiaoxue? Zhou Chunhua suggested, he liked you so much before, as long as you apologize sincerely, maybe he will forgive you. It's too late, he already has a girlfriend. Chen Yashue said with hatred in her eyes. He also bought that bitch a Porsche worth more than 1.6 million. At this moment, in her heart, she no longer regarded Sun Lin as her best friend, but hated her to death. This guy is such a jerk. He has a new girlfriend just a few days after breaking up with you. Chen Jiaming snorted coldly. Zhou Chunhua said, that woman must have known that Su Feng was rich and took the initiative to seduce him. At this point, she was moved and said in an instigating tone, Xiaoxua, that woman has only been with Su Feng for a short time, and her feelings are definitely not as deep as yours. As long as you take the initiative and admit your mistakes sincerely, he will definitely choose you. Chen Jiaming nodded in agreement. Yes, sister, I think so too. As your brother's support, go and get Su Feng back. In the future, you can live in a big villa, drive a luxury car, and live the life of a rich wife. It would be great if you could help me, your brother-in-law. I can't catch up with you. Chen Yashue said with great disappointment that she and Sun Lin were good friends, and she knew that Sun Lin was also vain and wanted to marry a rich man. But Sun Lin is different from her. She has always been chaste and is a virgin. Moreover, Sun Lin is prettier than her. And what about her? Not only is her appearance not as good as Sun Lin's, she has had several boyfriends and even cheated on Su Feng before their marriage. No one could abandon Sun Lin and get back together with her. Until now, she thought Su Feng had discovered her affair. She had no idea at all, and in both her past and present lives, Su Feng didn't know that she had cheated before marriage. Seeing that Chen Yashue was unwilling to win back Su Feng, Chen Jiaming immediately became anxious. Sister, how do you know it won't work if you haven't tried it? Yeah, it's easy for a girl to chase a boy, not to mention that you two already have a foundation of affection. Zhou Chunhua also persuaded. By the way, who is Su Feng's new girlfriend? If Su Feng doesn't want to get back together with you, let's find a way to break them up first. It's Sun Lin. Chen Yashue said. What, it's her? Chen Jiaming exclaimed, and then he said viciously, Su Feng, this bastard, relied on his few filthy riches to seduce Sun Lin. I wish I could kill him. Seeing Chen Jiaming's reaction, Chen Yashue was speechless, because she knew that his brother also had feelings for Sun Lin. It's just that Sun Lin has high standards and looks down on him. That little bitch is such a piece of shit. She actually seduced my best friend's boyfriend. How shameless. Zhou Chunhua cursed. Hearing his mother scolding Sun Lin, Chen Jiaming immediately retorted in dissatisfaction, Mom, how can you say that about her? It must have been that bastard Su Feng who seduced Sun Lin. Shut up, motherfucker. Zhou Chunhua glared at Chen Jiaming. I have long seen that Sun Lin is not a good person. She has a seductive face that seduces men. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I am. Tomorrow I will go to the Sun family and ask them how they raised their daughter to seduce her best friend's man. Mom, it's not a good idea for you to do this. Chen Jiaming said worriedly. Snort. If she dares to do it, what can I do? Zhou Chunhua snorted coldly. Besides, your sister and Su Feng are back together. If you just let out some information, you will have no worries about food and drink. If your sister helps you a little more, you won't have to worry about your life. After hearing what his mother said, Chen Jiaming fell silent, because what his mother said made sense. As long as his sister and Su Feng got back together, he could also suck her blood. Although he couldn't stand Su Feng, he had no grudge against money. At this time, Zhou Chunhua said to Chen Yashue again, and you, go find Su Feng tomorrow to admit your mistake and apologize. You must win him back no matter what. Let me try. Chen Yashue had little confidence because she could see that Su Feng had changed his mind and there was no chance of getting back together. Chapter 52 Chen Yashue's visit. That night, after Su Feng returned to Yudingbijing, Cheng Jing called him to report on the work progress. First of all 362 recruited employees have reported for duty and received pre-job training. Although only 12 workers are needed to operate the 3 production lines. But it is impossible to run the machine for only 8 hours a day, so we have to work in 2 shifts. If the product sells out in the future, we may even have to run it in 3 shifts 24 hours a day. In addition, a lot of people are needed to sort, package, inspect quality, and transport the medicinal materials. Plus the canteen, warehouse, and other logistics departments. In addition, when products are launched, sales personnel, public relations departments, etc. are also needed. Therefore, recruiting more than 300 employees is not too many at all, and we may have to recruit more workers in the future. At the same time, Cheng Jing also signed a medicinal material supply contract with Zhang Meng and Zhao Kaixin, who had returned from an inspection in Jiangbei City. The two did not work separately. Instead, they opened a medicinal materials purchasing company together. They also used the money Su Feng lent them to buy 5 large trucks for transporting medicinal materials. Of course, the medicinal materials that the two can provide account for only a small proportion of the factory's needs, not even 1/10. Most of the medicinal materials are provided by the planting base in Zhongbei. Asking the two of them to provide some medicinal materials was just Su Feng's way of taking care of his brothers. Cheng Jing also mentioned that Zhang Xiang'an was very concerned about the progress of the factory and brought people to inspect it today. In fact, it is also a platform, which means to provide escort. At this moment, in a luxurious ward of a private hospital in Donghai, the obese Mu Yuqin sat leaning on the hospital bed, with her broken left leg still in a cast. At this moment, a skinny young man in his 30s was sitting in front of her bed. Mu Yuqin asked, "Mr. He, how is the investigation going?" The Mr. He she was referring to was a private detective. After she had a car accident and broke a leg, she suspected that it was not an accident. With the idea of judging others by her own experience, she called Zhao Yuan and asked him to investigate the truth behind the car accident. But a few days later, the answer Zhao Yuan gave him was unexpected. This made Mu Yuqin very dissatisfied. So she contacted private detective He Zikuan again. He Zikuan said, "Miss Mu, there are some gains. Hurry up and tell me." Mu Yuqin urged, and at the same time a hatred arose in her heart. If she knew who wanted to harm her, she would have to pay it back tenfold. He Zikuan said, "These days, my people and I have been monitoring the driver's family. Logically, the driver who hit you has cancer, and his family should be very sad, but I found that his family is quite happy, and their consumption level has also increased sharply." "You mean someone bribed the driver who hit me?" Mu Yuqin said, gritting her teeth. "It is indeed possible. However, I sent someone to investigate the bank statements of the driver and his family, and there is no problem." He Yukuan continued. "This is easy, they must have used cash to bribe him." Mu Yuqin snorted coldly. "Miss Mu is really smart, I think so too." He Zikuan nodded. "However, during the days I have been tracking and investigating, I have not found that they have contacted other people. It will be difficult to find the real culprit behind the scenes. I suggest that we cooperate with the police." "No." Mu Yuqin decisively refused, and then asked, "How is the driver?" He Zikuan said, "The driver was also injured in the car accident. He also suffers from cancer and is currently recovering in the hospital. Do you have any way to get him to tell you who is behind this?" Mu Yuqin looked at He Zikuan and asked. He Zikuan shook his head. "It's probably impossible, because the other party is already in the late stage of cancer and has only a few months to live. He is willing to be bribed, probably because he wants to leave some money to his family before he dies." "What about threatening him with his family?" Mu Yuqin said sinisterly. He Zikuan's expression changed slightly. "Ms. Mu, I would never do something like kidnapping. I can add money." Mu Yuqin said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, Miss Mu, I really can't do it. The risk is too great." He Zikuan shook his head. "Find out who's behind this, and I'll raise the price by 2 million on top of the original price." Mu Yuqin said in a deep voice that originally this kind of thing was most suitable for Xiao Dao to do, but she was very dissatisfied with Xiao Dao's performance. First, she asked Xiao Dao to send someone to break Su Feng's legs, but the task has not been completed yet. Secondly, he was asked to investigate the driver who hit her and was perfunctory towards her. Therefore, she no longer trusted Xiao Dao. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Ms. Mu, I can only help you find the person behind the scenes, but I won't harm the driver's family." "Can?" Mu Yuqin nodded. "Then Miss Mu, you can rest assured and recover. I will take my leave now." He Zikuan stood up and said. When He Zikuan drove away from the hospital, a person in the darkness withdrew his gaze and quietly sent a message on his mobile phone. Zhao Yuan frowned when he received the news. He whispered, "It seems that Mu Yuqin hasn't given up yet. She may have already suspected the driver's family." However, it was useless even if Mu Yuqin had doubts. Because when he was looking for a driver, he had to go through 3 hands, and several people involved in this matter had already left Donghai. Even if the driver confessed that he was paid to do the job, there was no way to trace him back. There is no way to trace it back to Su Feng. The next day, early morning. After getting up, Su Feng suddenly became interested and started practicing boxing in the yard of the villa. His boxing style is systematically instilled. But there is no strangeness at all. After completing a set of boxing techniques, his muscles and bones were stretched and he felt extremely comfortable all over. After changing clothes, Su Feng called and asked the property management to send over 2 breakfasts. Chef Zhang Lan only cooks lunch and dinner. You have to take care of your breakfast by yourself, but luckily the property management of Yudingbiajing is very helpful and you can solve the breakfast problem with just one phone call. After breakfast, Su Feng is going to pick up Sun Lin. Since we have already visited Sun Lin's parents, there is no need for Sun Lin to go to work. The two also communicated via WeChat last night. Today I will go to the advertising company to resign first, and then go out for fun together. Suddenly, Su Feng received a call. It was said that a lady who called herself Chen Yashua wanted to enter the community to find him and asked him if he would let her in. He. Upon hearing that Chen Yashua was coming, Su Feng couldn't help but sneer. Without having to guess, he knew that the purpose of Chen Yashua coming to him was nothing more than to ask for his forgiveness and then get back together. After all, he knew that family very well. How could he not be tempted when they knew he had made a fortune? After all, he was so good to Chen Yashua in his previous life, but in the end, she chose to divorce him for the sake of a rich second-generation man. So Su Feng said to the property management, "I don't know her, let her go." At the entrance of Yudingbiajing community, a property staff member put down his phone and said to the security guard, "I have asked Mr. Su, he doesn't know the other party, drive her away and don't disturb our owners." Yes. The security guard took the order and left, saying to Chen Yashua, "Madam, our people have already asked for you, and the other party doesn't know you. Please leave." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiaming, who came with Chen Yashua, immediately showed dissatisfaction. "Sister, Su Feng is too heartless. He actually said he doesn't know you." Chapter 53, Different Security Guard. As soon as I heard Chen Jiaming insulting Su Feng, the two security guards' expressions suddenly changed. Although they are just security guards, the security guards at Yudingbiajing are different. Security guards in other places only earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. But here, their salaries are over 10,000, which is better than many white-collar workers. Where do their salaries come from? They all come from the high property fees paid by the owners. Therefore, if they hear someone insulting the owner, it is impossible for them to pretend not to hear it. So, one of the security guards pointed at Chen Jiaming and said, "Sir, please don't speak rudely to our owner. If I hear you again, don't blame us for being rude to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiaming was stunned, and then he became furious. "How dare you, a stinky security guard, threaten me? I just cursed at you, so what? You son of a bitch Su Feng, you son of a bitch Su Feng, hit me if you can." Bang! As soon as Chen Jiaming finished speaking, the security guard took decisive action and kicked Chen Jiaming to the ground. Another security guard took out his intercom and reported, Captain, someone is provoking trouble at the gate and insulting the owner. How dare you hit someone so casually?" Seeing her brother being kicked down, Chen Yashua was shocked and frightened. She quickly helped Chen Jiaming up and asked with concern, "Jiaming, are you okay? You stinky security guard, you dare to hit me? I'll fight you." Chen Jiaming shook off Chen Yashua's hand and rushed towards the security guard who kicked him. Seeing this, a look of disdain flashed in the security guard's eyes. He reached out to grab Chen Jiaming, grabbed his wrist with a grappling method, and then with a downward movement, he easily subdued him. At this time, a middle-aged man in security uniform arrived with 6 security guards. Then he said to the security guard who was restraining Chen Jiaming, "Xiao Lei, is this the guy who came here to cause trouble?" "Yes, Captain." The security captain stepped forward, kicked Chen Jiaming, and sneered, "Little bastard, do you know where this is? You come here to cause trouble. I think you are tired of living. Let him go or I'll call the police." Chen Yashue shouted loudly. The security captain turned his head and said sternly, "Then report it and see if it's any use. Why don't you even ask where this place is? Is this a place where you can cause trouble and run wild?" To be honest, the security captain was not bluffing. The royal courtyard scenery was created by Shangcheng Group. Shangcheng Group is one of the top corporate groups in Donghai. Seeing the security captain being so arrogant, Chen Yashue hesitated. "I was wrong, let me go, let me go." At this time, Chen Jiaming began to wail. "Xiao Lei, let him go," the security captain ordered. "Yes, Captain." The security guard named Xiao Lei let go of Chen Jiaming. Suddenly, Chen Jiaming quickly distanced himself from the other party, then swung his arms with a grin. "Do you have anything else to do? If not, get out of here." The security captain scolded the Chen siblings. Sister, let's go quickly. These people are totally unreasonable. Chen Jiaming persuaded with flickering eyes. To be honest, he was really scared. These security guards really dared to beat people. Then let's go. A hint of hatred flashed in Chen Yashue's eyes, and she turned and left. She blamed the security guards' bullying of her and her brother on Su Feng, and even thought that it was Su Feng who ordered it and deliberately humiliated them. Xiao Lei, Xiao Yang, you two did a great job. If you encounter people who insult the owners in the future, just fight them. Even if you are arrested, someone will bail you out. By the way, this month, each of you will receive an extra 500 yuan bonus. Yes, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Upon hearing that they would be giving out an extra 500 yuan bonus, the two security guards hurriedly expressed their gratitude. This conflict happened quickly and ended quickly. Therefore, Su Feng did not know. He drove to the community where Sun Lin lived. Sent a WeChat message to Sun Lin. The other party did not let him wait for long. In just a few minutes, her figure appeared in his eyes. Sun Lin trotted to the car, opened the door and got in. Brother Feng, have you had breakfast? I've eaten. How about you? I've eaten it too. Then just go to your company and resign. Dozens of minutes later. Su Feng drove to the building where Sun Lin worked and asked, do you need me to go up with you? No need, Brother Feng, just wait for me downstairs. Okay, go ahead. After waiting in the car for a while, Su Feng suddenly received a WeChat message from Liao Yufei. Su Feng, I passed the audition for the third female role. Su Feng, congratulations, you big star. Liao Yufei, tell me the truth, was it you who helped me get this role? Su Feng, yes, it's me. Are you touched? Liao Yufei, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Could you be a hidden boss? Su Feng, since you know that I am a hidden boss, how dare you talk to me like this? Just when Su Feng and Liao Yufei were chatting enthusiastically, the Chen siblings also returned to the Chen family. After the Chen family's discussion last night, they planned to let Chen Yashue go to Su Feng to apologize and ask for reconciliation. If that doesn't work, Zhou Chunhua will take action and go to the Sun family to cause trouble. How about it, will Su Feng forgive you? Zhou Chunhua asked expectantly. Forgive me, we didn't even see anyone. Chen Jiaming complained with a frustrated look on his face. Besides, I was beaten. What? You were beaten. Whoever did it, I'll never let him go. It was the security guards from Yuding Beijing who beat us, said Chen Yashue. Security guard? Zhou Chunhua was furious. The security guard dared to hit my son. He is too arrogant. Come on, son. Take me to find that security guard. I will help you vent your anger. Why not just forget it? Chen Jiaming was scared. You coward, how can you just let it go after being beaten up? Zhou Chunhua said angrily. Mom, it's useless even if you go find them. They might beat you up too. Chen Yashue said, the security guard who beat us up is from Yuding Beijing, and the developer of Yuding Beijing is Shangcheng Group. Shangcheng Group is one of the top conglomerates in Donghai. Ordinary people like us can't beat them at all. And if we really piss them off, they have plenty of ways to deal with us. After hearing what Chen Yashue said, Zhou Chunhua immediately became discouraged and a little afraid. Are they really that powerful? What do you think? Chen Yashue said, the market value of Shangcheng Group is hundreds of billions. We will not be able to get any benefits against them. No, you guys are not going to look for Su Feng. Why did you offend the security guard? Zhou Chunhua suddenly reacted. It's all his fault. Chen Yashue glanced at Chen Jiaming. He had to insult Su Feng in front of the security guards, and then the security guards beat him up. No, Jiaming scolded Su Feng. Why did the security guard beat him? Zhou Chunhua was puzzled. The security guards at Yuding Beijing are different from those at ordinary residential areas, because the property management fees at Yuding Beijing are hundreds of thousands a year, and the salaries of the property management security guards working there are very high, reportedly over 10,000. With a salary of over 10,000, they naturally have to protect the owners. Chen Yashue found all this information on the internet. Wow, the security guard's salary is over 10,000. Zhou Chunhua was secretly amazed. You know, the salary of a security guard in their community is only 2,000 or 3,000. Chapter 54 Owners Gathering. And Mom, don't go to the Sun family to make trouble. Chen Yashue said that through what happened today, she clearly felt that she and Su Feng were no longer from the same class. In order to protect Su Feng, the security guard dared to beat people. If their family continued to provoke Su Feng and angered him, and he retaliated, they might not be able to afford it. Besides, she didn't want to beg Su Feng to get back together in a humble manner. Why not go? If you don't go, it will be a bargain for the Sun family. Zhou Chunhua said unwillingly. Mom, the current Su Feng is no longer the Su Feng of the past. We can't afford to offend him. If things get out of hand, what should we do if he finds someone to retaliate against us? Chen Yashue persuaded. He dares. Zhou Chunhua said sternly but weakly. He has plenty of money now. He doesn't even need to do it himself. He can just hire a few people to harm a family. After all, there are many people who would take risks for money. Yeah, Mom, you better stop making trouble. Chen Zhiming was also scared. The security guards had beaten him up today, which had left a shadow in his heart. Besides, the conditions of the blind date that my aunt introduced to me are quite good. We can still live a good life without Su Feng. 2. Although Zhou Chunhua is fierce, she is not stupid. What if Su Feng pays someone to harm her son? Seeing Zhou Chunhua compromise, Chen Yashue also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Xiaoxue, it's getting late and you still have a blind date to go on. Dress up well and seize this opportunity. Zhou Chunhua reminded. I know. Sun Lin's resignation went very smoothly. After all, she is just a receptionist, and her position is not important and irreplaceable. After submitting the resignation application, I left the company directly. So, in the next few days, Su Feng took Sun Lin out to eat, drink and have fun. During this period, Liao Yufei also sent a WeChat message to tell Su Feng that she had joined the crew to film and the director was very caring towards her. After all, on the surface, Liao Yufei was introduced into the team by the big investor Song Jinlong. Furthermore, Yunhai's factory has officially started production. Cheng Jing also came up with a plan on how to promote body-nourishing fluid. The effect of traditional advertising will probably not be very good. After all, the market today is still flooded with various health products, and most people are immune to advertisements. Therefore, Cheng Jing plans to contact a group of internet celebrities and use them to advertise. Moreover, the purpose is not just to advertise. Instead, the internet celebrities are asked to use nourishing liquid, and then their changes before and after using the nourishing liquid are filmed into videos and uploaded to the internet. Su Feng is quite in favor of this plan. Nowadays, there has not been a wave of influencers selling products online. It can even be said that current influencers have not found a real monetization channel at all. They just take on some advertisements to make a little money. But as a reborn person, Su Feng knows that the track of online celebrities bringing goods will be quite popular in the future. The ability of some top internet celebrities to sell products is beyond imagination. It even made many celebrities jealous and they also started to learn how to sell products. For a while, Su Feng was considering whether to set up an investment company to get involved in short videos and internet celebrity tracks. It was Saturday evening. Su Feng brought Sun Lin to a club inside Yudingbiejing. Ha, Mr. Su, you are finally here, please come in. Luo Weilin, who was standing at the entrance of the club waiting, greeted Su Feng with a smile. Hello, Mr. Luo. Su Feng responded politely. By the way, is this beauty Mr. Su's? Suddenly, Luo Weilin's eyes fell on Sun Lin next to Su Feng. This is my girlfriend Sun Lin. Hello Miss Sun, I'm Luo Weilin. Hello Mr. Luo. Sun Lin responded somewhat nervously, because she already knew that the people at the gathering were all the owners and family members of Yudingbiejing. Led by Luo Weilin, Su Feng and Sun Lin entered a banquet hall inside the club. At this moment, there were already dozens of men and women in the banquet hall. Some were standing and chatting with wine glasses in hand, while others were sitting on the sofa and chatting. At the same time, in the center of the banquet hall was a square table more than 10 meters long, which was filled with various exquisite foods, snacks, fruits, etc., as well as expensive drinks. Mr. Su, come with me, I'll introduce someone to you. At this time, Luo Weilin said. Su Feng nodded, followed Luo Weilin's footsteps, and then came to a middle-aged man. Mr. Su, this is Huang Zhigao, Mr. Huang. He is one of the 3 members of our owners committee. He is also a famous entrepreneur in Donghai City and the chairman of Zhengdong Group. Huang Zhigao is in his early 50s, tall and in good spirits. His face is rosy and he has a faint smile on his face. It's actually him. Su Feng's heart was slightly lifted, because in his previous life, he had also heard of this man's name. This big man was actually a relatively low-key person, but he had an extremely high-profile son, Huang Yimou. 3 years later, Huang Yimou will marry a top actress in the entertainment industry. The wedding alone cost a full 240 million yuan. It has been on several hot searches alone. Especially the 24 top-of-the-line luxury cars that the other party used to welcome the bride, which made countless people envious. Unfortunately, this Huang Yimou is a prodigal son. The thriving Zhengdong Group went into decline shortly after he took over, and the company's stock price fell from more than 500 billion to more than 100 billion. Logically speaking, Mr. Huang would still be young and strong even in a few years, so why would he hand over the family business to his son so early? Recovering his mind, Su Feng smiled and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Huang, I am the new resident Su Feng." Hello, Xiao Su. I've heard a lot about you, the new resident. You're really a handsome guy. By the way, do you mind if I call you Xiao Su? Huang Zhigao patted Su Feng on the shoulder and spoke in a friendly tone. Of course I don't mind. Su Feng responded with a calm smile. At this moment, the sound of high heels approached, followed by a royal sister's voice, "Brother Huang, I heard that you finally completed the acquisition of Haimeng, congratulations." "Xiao Meng, it's you. I haven't even announced this matter yet, but I didn't expect you to get the news." Huang Zhigao said flatteringly. "No way, I'm just a little more informed." Meng Jinlan said modestly. After the other party had a brief chat with Huang Zhigao, his eyes suddenly fell on Su Feng and Sun Lin. "No wonder you refused when I introduced you to a girlfriend. It turns out you already have such a beautiful girlfriend. Sister Meng, thank you for the compliment. By the way, Sister Meng, this is my girlfriend Sun Lin." "Hello, Sister Meng." Sun Lin quickly greeted him. "The little girl is really sensible. Come and play with your sister when you have time," Meng Jinlan said with a chuckle. This Sister Meng looks to be only 27 or 28 years old, but her temperament is quite mature, and she exudes a strong sense of domineering sister. "Okay, Sister Meng. Come on, let's add WeChat." Meng Jinlan took the initiative. After adding WeChat, Meng Jinlan put away her phone. "Okay, you guys chat slowly, I'll go say hello to the others. Xiao Luo, take Xiao Su to meet the other owners." At this time, Huang Zhigao gave another instruction to Luo Weilin. "Okay then, we won't bother you anymore. Mr. Su, follow me." Under Luo Weilin's leadership, Su Feng got to know many owners. Everyone is very polite. There were no conflicts. After getting to know all the owners present, Su Feng asked in a low voice, "Brother Luo, what does Sister Meng do?" Chapter 55 Teacher Son's Small Class. Luo Weilin glanced at Meng Jinlan, who was chatting and laughing with someone not far away. He lowered his voice and said, "Come on, brother, let's talk aside." The three of them came to an empty corner, and Luo Weilin slowly spoke. "Ms. Meng's full name is Meng Jinlan. On the surface, she is the boss of a cosmetics company. The market value of this cosmetics company is only about 3 billion, which can only be regarded as a medium-sized enterprise in Donghai. But secretly she has another title." "What title?" Sun Lin asked curiously. She had had a brief contact with Meng Jinlan before, and she felt a strong aura from her, which made her dare not speak loudly. Luo Weilin continued, "Queen of Intelligence." Without waiting for Su Feng and Sun Lin to continue asking, Luo Weilin explained, "The reason why she has this title is that she is very well informed. Whether it is in business or in the officialdom, there is almost no news that she doesn't know. Let me give you an example. Because Sister Meng has always been single and is very beautiful, a CEO named who started pursuing her. This CEO who is also very powerful. The companies and various assets under his name together are worth more than 5 billion. After Sister Meng clearly refused, Mr. Hu continued to pester her. Guess what happened next? Was he captured or killed? Sun Lin guessed. Neither. Luo Weilin shook his head. In just over a month, this Mr. Hu was attacked precisely by a group of his business rivals, and they were able to find Mr. Hu's flaws and weaknesses every time. Mr. Hu didn't hold on for long and had to hastily sell his assets and leave Donghai in disgrace. Do you mean it was Sister Meng who ordered it? Su Feng asked. There is no definitive evidence. Luo Weilin shook his head. A year after this incident, a department-level official also had feelings for Sister Meng, but he was soon placed under double supervision. After these two incidents, no man dared to mess with Sister Meng anymore. After all, everyone has some little secrets. So that's how it is. Su Feng suddenly realized, by the way, Brother Luo, don't we have 3 homeowner committee members in our community? Who is the other one? She didn't come today, but her identity is not simple either. Luo Weilan said mysteriously. Tell me about it. Luo Weilan said, the other party is Lu Qingyi, the darling of Lu Donlai, the chairman of Shangqing Group. Our community was developed by Shangqing Group, and Villa number 1 in the community belongs to that young lady. This young lady is very capable. She is currently the vice chairman and president of Shangqing Group. I heard that she is a workaholic. She is already 27 years old and has never had a boyfriend. If anyone can pursue her, he can at least save 50 years of hard work. Is the other person pretty? Sun Lin asked. Luo Weilan said seriously, not only is she very beautiful, she is also very elegant. I'm going to say something that may make my sister-in-law unhappy. She is already a rare beauty, but compared to that young lady, there is still a certain gap. Suddenly, Luo Weilan changed the subject. By the way, brother, I also want to ask what business you are in. Maybe we can cooperate. Su Feng smiled and said, I'm in the healthcare product business. Health supplements? Luo Weilan was stunned. Brother, how could you do this business? This is a sunset industry. I know. Su Feng said, however, my health products are different. They can enhance immunity and physical fitness after taking them. My factory has just started production. I'll have someone send 2 boxes over for you to try. Luo Weilan said reluctantly, thank you, brother. Su Feng saw Luo Weilan's distrust, so he said, words are not enough. After you try it, you will know the effect. Okay then, I'll try it then. Luo Weilan nodded, but still didn't take it seriously. Health supplements are just a waste of money, and anyone who believes in them is a fool. Time passes. Gradually it came to 9:30. The banquet is over. During this period, Su Feng also added many people on WeChat and received many business cards. Some people also asked what Su Feng does. But when they learned that he was in the healthcare product business, they all looked a little strange. Some people even had expressions of ridicule and disdain on their faces. Su Feng was not angry about this. After all, health products have had a bad reputation over the years. Especially in recent years, some health products have specifically targeted the elderly. As a result, many people subconsciously think that health supplements are a scam when they hear about them. Fortunately, although these owners looked down on him as a health product seller, at least they did not directly mock or ridicule him. Of course, private discussions are inevitable. After all, Su Feng has good hearing. After learning about his situation, several family members gathered together to ridicule him. Return to Villa number 65. Su Feng asked Sun Lin, how do you feel about attending this party? I feel very restrained. Sun Lin said subconsciously. You'll get used to it. Su Feng touched Sun Lin's head. To be honest, Su Feng had never attended such a party, whether in his previous life or this life. However, as a reborn person and a system host, he had enough confidence, so his mentality was very stable. What's more, there are not many people at the scene whose assets exceed his. More than 2 billion is not a small number. By the way, Brother Feng, I bought a new set of clothes today. I'm going to take a shower first and then I'll put them on for you to see. Sun Lin said. Go ahead, I'm looking forward to it. Su Feng reached out and patted her perky butt. Then Sun Lin trotted upstairs. Su Feng sat down on the sofa, then called Cheng Jing and asked her to send him 100 boxes of nourishing fluid, which he planned to give away. Just hung up the phone. Liao Yufei's WeChat came again. During this period, Liao Yufei would send him WeChat messages every night to talk about her work on the set. Chatted for a while. Sun Lin's voice came from upstairs, Brother Feng, come up quickly. Here it comes. Su Feng sent a message to Liao Yufei to end the chat, then put away his phone and went upstairs. At this moment, we are in the car returning to the crew hotel. When Liao Yufei saw Su Feng's message about taking a shower, she pouted in dissatisfaction. This guy doesn't understand romance at all. The second floor of the villa. Su Feng pushed the door open and walked in. Then I saw Sun Lin, who was carrying a small whip and wearing a small teacher's uniform. Bang! Sun Lin waved the whip and pretended to scold, Student Su Feng, go take a shower quickly, the teacher is going to teach you. Excuse me, Mr. Sun, what class are you going to teach me? Su Feng stepped forward and put his arms around her. But Sun Lin stepped back and shouted, Su Feng, what do you want to do? I advise you to respect the teacher, or I will call your parents. Then you can scream even if your throat hurts. Su Feng stepped forward again and hugged Sun Lin in his arms. Brother Feng, you have to follow the script. Sun Lin said coquettishly. Teacher Sun, I know I was wrong. Please don't call my parents. Su Feng followed the advice and corrected his mistake immediately. A good kid is one who can correct his mistakes. Su Feng, go take a shower. Yes, teacher. Chapter 56 Nourishing Fluids. The next morning. After doing some boxing in the yard to stretch his body, Su Feng went to the living room to have breakfast. Breakfast was also delivered by the property. As for Sun Lin, she was too tired after becoming a teacher last night and would probably sleep until noon. A little after 9 in the morning. Su Feng received 100 boxes of nourishing fluid sent by Changjing. So Su Feng asked Master Luo to go to villa number 66 next door to see if Luo Weilin was at home. After all, not every rich person is willing to be a hands-off boss. During last night's conversation, Su Feng also knew what Luo Weilin did. The other party runs a hotel and a restaurant. They have a 3-star hotel and a 5-star hotel in Donghai City, as well as a resort hotel in the suburbs. At the same time, several hotels were opened in the county towns below the East China Sea. In addition, there are 2 high-end Western restaurants and 3 Chinese restaurants in the city. Net worth is over 1 billion. It is precisely because the other party is in the service industry and is more tactful. After Master Luo came back to report, Su Feng came to the door with 2 boxes of nourishing fluids. Luo Weilin warmly welcomed Su Feng in. Brother Luo, this is the nourishing liquid produced by my company. If you trust it, try it. If you don't trust it, just dispose of it as you please. Su Feng put 2 boxes of nourishing fluid on the table and said. Seeing that Su Feng seemed to be acting a little tough, Luo Weilin, who had originally been a little disapproving, couldn't help but become suspicious. Could this thing really be effective? Brother, look at what you are saying. Don't you believe me? I will definitely use it. If it works, I will tell you. As he spoke, Luo Weilin took out a card and handed it to Su Feng. Brother, this is the VIP card for the hotels and restaurants under my name. If you hold this card, you can get a 40% discount at all the hotels and restaurants under my name. Then I won't be polite. Su Feng accepted it with a smile. By the way, how do you take this nourishing liquid? Luo Weilin asked. 1 to 3 a day, said Su Feng. After chatting for a while, Su Feng said goodbye and left. Now Luo Weilin's wife and children are not at home, but have gone out traveling. Send Su Feng away. Luo Weilin returned to the living room and looked at the 2 boxes of nourishing fluid on the table. He couldn't help but hesitate. Should I try it? After thinking about it, he decided to give it a try. After all, it was a health supplement. Even if it had no effect, it would not kill people. So he opened a box of nourishing liquid, took out a bottle, opened it and drank it. The taste is okay, although it has a hint of Chinese medicine. After returning to his villa, Su Feng called Xiaotian and Sun Chang again, saying that he had something to send to them and asked them to remember to sign for it. Afterwards, Su Feng called a local errand boy through the property management to deliver 2 boxes of nourishing fluid to Xiaotian and Sun Chang respectively. Xiaotian and Sun Chang are both programmers. And programmers often stay up late. Staying up late for a long time will lead to lack of energy, lack of sleep, and hair loss. Nourishing fluids have the effect of enhancing immunity and physical fitness, which is just right for them. More than half an hour later, Xiaotian went downstairs and brought back 4 boxes of nourishing fluid, and gave 2 boxes to Sun Chang. When talking on the phone with Su Feng, he knew the effects of the nourishing fluid. It happened that he had stayed up all night last night and was now a little tired, so Xiaotian opened a box and took a pill. A few minutes later, Oda was shocked because he found that his drowsy mind suddenly became much clearer. Looking at the nourishing liquid placed under the computer desk, he thought to himself, the effect won't be that good, right? My heart moved. He came to Sun Chang's workstation and said, Brother Chang, hurry up and try the nutritional supplements that Brother Feng gave us. I think they work well. Really? With some curiosity and some doubt, Sun Chang also took out a bottle and drank it. After a few minutes, his dizzy mind became much clearer. So he sent a WeChat message to Xiaotian, Xiaotian, this thing really works very quickly. Oda, it seems that I was right. It turns out that it works for you too. At lunchtime, Sun Lin said to Su Feng, "Brother Feng, I plan to stay at home for 2 days." Su Feng was so exhausted last night that she felt like her whole body was falling apart. She hasn't recovered yet, so she wants to go back home and hide for 2 days. Okay. Su Feng responded casually, "By the way, I asked the factory to send some nourishing fluids over. When you go back, bring 2 boxes each for your parents and sister. By the way, you can also take it yourself. It's good for your body." Real? Sun Lin asked curiously. "Why, do you suspect I'm lying to you?" "Of course not. Don't I know my own products well? Drink them with confidence." "Okay, thank you, Brother Feng." After lunch, Sun Lin and Su Feng spent some time together, then drove home in their Porsche 718, taking 10 boxes of nourishing fluids. Return home. Both parents are not at home, so they should be busy in the supermarket. But my sister's son Jean is at home. "Sister, why are you at home? Aren't you at work?" Sun Lin asked curiously. "What? Am I bothering you at home?" Sun Jean was a little irritable today. "What stimulated you?" Sun Lin asked, noticing something unusual. "Don't ask," Sun Jean said unhappily. "Did you have a quarrel with Zhao Wei?" Sun Lin asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Sun Jean became furious and started complaining. After listening, Sun Lin also understood what was going on. To sum it up, it's all about money. Sun Jean and Zhao Wei have reached the stage of discussing marriage. If you want to get married, you naturally have to buy a car and a house. The car has been bought, a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. But when buying the house, Zhao Wei's parents asked that their names be written on the property title. It was obvious that he was on guard against her, worried that she would divorce Zhao Wei in the future and take half of the house. How could Sun Jean agree to this, and he firmly opposed it? She thought her boyfriend would stand on her side, but unexpectedly Zhao Wei acquiesced to his parents' approach. Then the two of them started arguing. If it were in the past, Sun Jean might have swallowed his anger. But the worst thing is comparison. My sister's boyfriend gave me a car and a house as a gift. As for her, the car is not hers, nor is the house, and her future parents-in-law are still wary of her. How could she swallow this? That's right, the Zhao family is going too far. Sun Lin stood up for her sister. "Why don't you break up with Zhao Wei? You are so beautiful, you won't be afraid of not being able to find a good man." This? After hearing about the breakup, Sun Jean felt a little hesitant and conflicted. After all, she and Zhao Wei had been together for several years. Seeing that her sister was unwilling, Sun Lin stopped persuading her and took out the nourishing liquid and said, "Sister, this is a product from Brother Feng's own factory. Drinking it for a long time can enhance your physical fitness. You should try it now." "No, I'm not an old man, so I don't take health supplements." Sun Jean decisively refused. "No, you have to try," Sun Lin said firmly, "and I can drink it too." Being pestered by his sister, Sun Jean had no choice but to drink one. In the evening, when parents come back, Sun Lin took the nourishing fluid and presented it to her parents. Although the old couple had some doubts about the effectiveness of this nourishing liquid, they still drank one each after being persuaded by their daughter. A night passed. Sun Dafu woke up from bed and was about to get up and wash. But suddenly he was stunned, because he suddenly remembered that he, who often suffered from insomnia and woke up at night, actually slept until dawn. Could it be because of the nourishing fluid I drank? Chapter 57, First Sale of Nourishing Fluid. So Sun Dafu went straight to the kitchen and said to Chow Liwa, who was making breakfast, "Liwa, do you feel anything different today than usual? What difference can it make? Don't be so eager to make trouble so early in the morning." Chow Liwa didn't even turn her head and continued to work on her work. "No, I mean there are any special changes after taking the nourishing fluid?" Sun Dafu quickly added. Chow Liwa was slightly stunned, and said thoughtfully, "Now that you mention it, it is indeed a little different. In the past, when I woke up in the morning, my head was a little groggy, and my hands and feet would feel numb, but today there is no such phenomenon." Hearing this, Sun Dafu immediately agreed, "Me too. You know, I used to suffer from insomnia and had to get up several times every night. But after drinking the nourishing liquid last night, I slept straight through until dawn. Those two girls have also taken it. When they wake up, ask them again." After making breakfast, Chow Liwa went to wake up Sun Jean and Sun Lin. The two sisters slept together last night. While eating, Sun Dafu asked, after you sisters took the nourishing liquid, did you have any special feelings? It's just a health supplement, how can there be? At this point, Sun Jin was suddenly stunned. She had dysmenorrhea, and it was a quite serious one. Because she had a quarrel with Zhao Wei, her dysmenorrhea worsened, so she took leave and went home to rest. But just one night later, her dysmenorrhea disappeared. You know, her relatives have only been here for 2 days and it's not time for them to leave yet. Is it really because of that nourishing fluid? So, she immediately changed her words, it seems to be working a little, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. I don't feel anything. Sun Lin blushed a little and said that Su Feng had tossed her too hard the night before, and her whole body felt like it was falling apart. She had not recovered even after sleeping until noon the next day. But after taking the nourishing liquid and having a good sleep, not only did the pain in my whole body completely disappear, but I felt particularly energetic. Girl Lin is still young, she's healthy and pain-free, so it's normal for her to not see any changes. Sun Dafu pondered. The effect is so good, it seems that Xiao Su's products will be a big hit. Chao Lihua said a little excitedly. That's for sure. If the product is not good, Xiao Su would not have invested 100 million. Sun Dafu boasted. He. Chao Lihua sneered, I remember someone once said that he didn't think highly of Xiao Su. Don't I understand the effect of this nourishing fluid? Sun Dafu argued with a blush. Suddenly, Chao Lihua's mind moved, and she looked at Sun Lin and said, Lin girl, do you think our supermarket can sell this nourishing liquid? Nourishing fluid is a health product and can be sold in supermarkets as well as convenience stores. Sun Lin, I don't know either. Why don't I call Brother Feng and ask him? Then let's fight after dinner, said Sun Dafu. After breakfast, Sun Lin called Su Feng's mobile phone number. Brother Feng, my parents have taken the nourishing liquid and the effect is very good, so they want to ask if they can sell this nourishing liquid in our supermarket. Su Feng, of course, tell me the address of your supermarket and I'll arrange for someone to send a batch of goods over to try. A little after 10 in the morning. Sun Dafu stood outside his own supermarket, smoking and looking around. The future son-in-law was very considerate. Not only did he agree to let them sell the nourishing fluid in the supermarket, he also immediately arranged for someone to deliver the goods. Finally, more than 20 minutes later, a Volkswagen sedan drove up to the supermarket. A young man got out of the car and walked towards Sun Dafu. Hello, are you Mr. Sun Dafu? I am. Are you here to deliver the nourishing fluid? Yes, hello, Uncle Sunday. I am Zhao Yue, an employee of the sales department of Yunfeng Company. You can just call me Xiao Xiao. The nourishing fluid you want is in the car. I will help you get it down now. I'll help you. No need, Uncle Sun, I can do it. Soon, the two of them worked together to move 100 boxes of nourishing fluid from the car. Then, Sun Dafu enthusiastically took out a bottle of cold drink and handed it to Zhao Yue. After thanking Sun Dafu, Zhao Yue took out a receipt and asked Sun Dafu to sign it. Uncle Sun, our general manager Cheng has told us that these 100 boxes of nourishing fluid will be sold in your supermarket first, and the payment will be settled after they are sold. If they cannot be sold out, you can return them. Just sign here. Sun Dafu and Chao Lihua both knew that this was a sign of care from their future son-in-law, so they didn't act pretentiously and signed the contract without hesitation. After Zhao Yue left, Sun Dafu and Chao Lihua called some of their elderly customers and told them that a batch of very effective health products had arrived in their store. The couple has run a supermarket here for more than 10 years. Because of its honest management, it has a good reputation. Therefore, after they made the call, many old customers came. The couple also have good business acumen. Because I have personally experienced the effects of the body nourishing liquid, I let these old customers take a box of the body nourishing liquid home to try it out. If it is effective, they can pay for it. If it is not effective, I will just treat it as a gift to them. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. There was such a good thing. So, dozens of old customers who came took a box of nourishing liquid to try. 2 days passed in a flash. An old customer who had taken away nourishing fluid came back to Sun's supermarket. Sister Mu is here. How is the effect of the nourishing fluid? Chao Lihua greeted warmly. This Sister Mu is a retired cadre. Her children are all in business and they are not short of money. Sister Mu smiled and said, Xiao Chao, I have to say that your nourishing liquid is really effective. I came here today to check out, and secondly, I want to buy 2 more boxes. Oh, you are too polite, please come in. Chow Liwa said with a bright smile. After Sister Mu paid the bill, Chow Liwa started chatting with her, mainly talking about nourishing body fluids. But after just a few minutes of chatting, the second old customer came to take away the nourishing fluid. Also for checkout, and to buy 5 boxes of nourishing fluid. Chow Liwa had just packed 5 boxes of nourishing liquid when the third old customer arrived, also to pay. Xiao Chow, you are busy, I will leave first. Okay, Sister Mu, take your time and come play when you have time. In the next hour or so, the dozens of boxes of nourishing fluid left in the store were all sold out, so Chow Lihua immediately urged Sun Dafu to call to deliver the goods and asked for 500 boxes. Of the 100 boxes delivered previously, we have received payment for 82 boxes. There are still 18 old customers who haven't come to check out. The purchase price of the nourishing fluid is 80 yuan, but the selling price is 198 yuan. They make a profit of 118 yuan per box. Even if they couldn't get the money back for the remaining 18 boxes, their profit from this batch of goods had reached more than 8,000 yuan. The reputation of the nourishing fluid had just begun to spread. Sun Dafu quickly picked up his phone to contact Zhao Yuwei. Zhao Yuwei said he would deliver the goods to him immediately. More than 2 hours later, Sun Dafu and Chow Liwa finally welcomed Zhao Yuwei. While we were waiting, more than a dozen old customers came to check out and expressed their desire to continue purchasing. In addition, there were other customers who came after hearing the news. Unfortunately, it's out of stock. While Zhao Yuwei and Sun Dafu were unloading the goods, Chow Liwa had already picked up her cell phone to call customers who wanted goods. Chapter 58 All given away. That evening, Sun family. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Sun Lin and Sun Jin were both a little surprised. Mom and Dad, what day is today? Sun Lin asked directly. Sun Dafu smiled and said, there is no special day. Sun Lin was even more puzzled. If it's not a special day, how come you guys prepared so many delicious dishes? Chow Liwa smiled and said, it's indeed not a special day, but there is something worth celebrating. I was planning to tell you after dinner, but since you are curious, I will tell you first. Mom, tell me quickly. The two sisters urged. Chow Liwa, didn't we take 100 boxes of nourishing liquid from Shaosu and sell them in the supermarket a few days ago? Your father and I decided that if we just put them there like ordinary health products, we wouldn't be able to sell many. So, we called our old customers and asked them to take a box of nourishing liquid home to try the effect. If the effect was not good, we would not charge them. Guess what happened? Of course, it must be the effect of the nourishing fluid that conquered them all. Sun Lin said proudly that she had been taking nourishing fluids these days and felt that her physical strength had improved a lot. Good. Chow Lihua nodded. Today, most of the old customers came to pay their bills and continued to buy nourishing fluids. So, your father and I asked Shaosu's factory to deliver 500 boxes. Now, more than half of these 500 boxes have been sold. We are making a lot of money. How much did you earn? Sun Jin asked curiously. The purchase price is 80 yuan, and the selling price is 198 yuan. The profit of one box is 118 yuan, which is more than 40,000 yuan. In addition, the sales of other products in the supermarket have also increased by thousands of yuan compared with the past. In the past, their supermarket's daily sales were between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan, and business was better during holidays. The net profit in January is about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Wow, I actually earned so much? Sun Jin said in shock, secretly calculating in his mind, 40,000 a day, wouldn't that mean I could earn more than $1 million a month? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Sun Lin again, secretly envying her sister's luck. Any little thing my sister's boyfriend leaks can make their family rich. Sister, what are you looking at me for? Sun Lin asked in confusion. You're so pretty, come and have some chicken leg. Sun Jin picked up a chicken leg and put it into his sister's bowl. Thank you, sis. Fools have their own luck. Sun Jin couldn't help but sigh again. Suddenly, Chow Liwa said to Sun Lin, by the way, girl Lin, ask Shaosu when he is free and invite him to have a meal at home. Last time he bought so many things and he didn't even have a bite to eat. Brother Feng has returned to Yunhai County. I'll ask him when he comes to Donghai again. Sun Lin answered casually. Yes, when she hid back home, Su Feng went back to Yunhai County. At this moment, sea of clouds. Su family. A family of 3 was also having dinner. How is your factory going? Lin Huili asked. Su Feng said, we are currently accumulating inventory to prepare for listing, and at the same time looking for someone to advertise. Now Chang Jing has arranged people to contact more than 20 internet celebrities, and has also registered online stores in several domestic online shopping malls. It is too troublesome to distribute and sell goods through traditional methods, so the main sales channel is placed on the internet. After dinner, Su Feng is playing mobile games. Unexpectedly, the phone rang after playing for a while. It was Luo Weilin who called. Hello, brother Su, I'm your brother Luo. Su Feng, brother Luo, I know, what do you want? After a while. After Su Feng hung up the phone, Luo Weilin called to buy nourishing fluid from him. In the past few days, Luo Weilin has been taking nourishing liquid every day, and his body has also undergone significant changes. However, he was still cautious and sent the nourishing fluid to an identification agency for testing. The test results showed that no harmful or toxic ingredients were found. So he immediately called Su Feng to buy nourishing fluid and asked for 100 boxes. Of course, I buy so much at one time not to drink it myself, but to give it to others. Afterwards, Su Feng called the factory and asked someone to send 100 boxes of nourishing fluid to Luo Weilin. Sudden. Su Feng thought of something and shouted, Mom and Dad, did you drink the nourishing fluid I brought back? We are still young, and all the health supplements we drink are given away. Su Jigang said casually. You gave them all away. Didn't you keep 2 boxes for yourself? They've all been delivered. Okay then, I'll bring you a few more boxes tomorrow. This nourishing liquid is really effective. Forget it, just keep it and sell it yourself. Said Lin Huili. No, you don't think I'm fooling you, or you don't even trust your son? Su Feng said a little depressed. It's not that your mother doesn't believe you, but she gave away all the nourishing fluid you brought back just to show off. Su Jigang added. Su Feng immediately understood the reason. Okay, I'll bring some back tomorrow and give some to relatives, friends and colleagues. You prodigal son, the cost is free. Just give it once, that's enough. Why do you keep giving it away? Lin Huili said unhappily. Then keep it for yourselves. This time, Lin Huili did not object. Half an hour later, Su Feng received another call. It's Zhang Meng calling. After saying something to his parents, Su Feng drove to the appointment. A food stall. Seeing Su Feng coming, Zhang Meng and Zhao Kaixian immediately stood up to greet him. The two asked him out mainly to thank him. During this period, the two sold the purchased medicinal materials to the factory and made a lot of money. The company they created has 5 large trucks. Each truck runs 1 trip a day, with a profit of about 10,000 yuan, so 5 trucks would make 50,000 yuan. Therefore, during this period, they have made hundreds of thousands of profits. It just so happened that the factory had paid them for the goods, and when they learned that Su Feng had returned to Yunhai, they immediately asked him out. After a few beers, Su Feng started chatting with Zhang Meng. As for Zhao Kaixian, he is the same as before and doesn't like to talk. Mengzi, you said before that you met a girl online. How is things going now? Su Feng asked casually. No contact, mainly because I've been too busy lately, so I don't have time for online romance. Zhang Meng said disapprovingly, besides, dating is not as fun as making money. After hearing what Zhang Meng said, Su Feng felt much more relieved, and at the same time he felt a little proud in his heart. This could not be regarded as rewriting Zhang Meng's fate. After all, in his previous life, Zhang Meng was really badly harmed by that shameless woman. The drinking session lasted almost 2 hours. Then Zhang Meng suggested going to KTV to sing. Su Feng did not refuse either. After paying the bill, the 3 of them walked out of the food stall arm in arm. Just as I was about to take a taxi to KTV, I saw a man slapping a woman not far away. Oh my god, he actually hits a woman. Isn't this man too shameless? Zhang Meng, who had drunk a lot of wine, suddenly felt his blood boiling. Rushed over there quickly. Su Feng was worried that something might happen to Zhang Meng, so he followed him forward. Suddenly, he had an idea and took out his cell phone and turned on the camera mode. Bitch, you eat and drink my food, and you dare to go out and hook up with a pretty boy. I'll beat you to death. While Li Yao was cursing, he waved his hand and continued to slap Zhao Na in the face. Stop it, hitting a woman is nothing. Zhang Meng shouted loudly, stepped forward, and grabbed Li Yao's wrist. Seeing this, the woman quickly hid behind Zhang Meng. Chapter 59, Frustrated Zhang Meng. Who the hell are you? Let me go. Li Yao found that his wrist was grabbed by someone and he couldn't help but yelled angrily. Zhang Meng advised, brother, let me advise you that hitting a woman is wrong. I beat my own woman, it has nothing to do with you, let go. Li Yao tried hard to pull his hand free, but found that the hand of this nosy guy in front of him was tied to his wrist like an iron hoop and he couldn't pull it out at all. You can't hit her even if she's your woman. Zhang Meng said with a warning. This woman eats and uses my money, but she actually hooks up with a pretty boy. Shouldn't I beat her? Li Yao roared with a ferocious face. This? Zhang Meng was speechless and subconsciously let go. Immediately, Li Yao struggled free and rushed forward to hit Zhao Na again. Seeing this, Zhao Na quickly shouted, I just ran into my former classmates and chatted for a few minutes. You still dare to quibble? I'll beat you to death. Furious, Li Yao slapped Zhao Na again. Seeing this, Zhang Meng quickly pulled Zhao Na aside. However, this completely infuriated Li Yao, and he punched Zhang Meng in the face. But how could he be Zhang Meng's opponent? He was kicked to the ground by Zhang Meng. Seeing this, Zhao Na ran out from behind Zhang Meng and asked with concern, Brother Yao, are you okay? Get lost. Li Yao stood up and pushed Zhao Na away, looking at Zhang Meng resentfully. Boy, we have a grudge against each other, let's see what happens. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yao turned around and left, while Zhao Na didn't even look at Zhang Meng. She trotted after him, shouting, Brother Yao, wait for me. Seeing this scene, Zhang Meng felt bored and somewhat regretted his action. At this time, Su Feng stopped filming and uploaded the video to the cloud space. He put away his phone and patted Zhang Meng on the shoulder. How is it? Is it satisfying to be a hero saving a beautiful girl? Zhang Meng, who was already blushing, blushed even more, and then shook his head awkwardly. I really don't understand. Okay, stop thinking about it and go to KTV. More than 20 minutes later. Inside a medium-sized private room of a KTV. Zhang Meng was yelling while holding a bottle of wine in one hand and a microphone in the other. Su Feng and Zhao Kaixian sat on the sofa watching Zhang Meng's performance and drinking. Fortunately, Zhang Meng is a person who can take it or leave it. After singing a song, he vented the negative emotions in his heart, then threw away the microphone and started drinking with Su Feng and Zhao Kaixian. More than an hour passed like this. The door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and two policemen walked in led by a waiter. Seeing the police arrive, Zhang Meng and Zhao Kaixian were a little surprised, but Su Feng looked thoughtful. Turn off the music. The middle-aged policeman shouted. Zhao Kaixian went to turn off the music in the room. Zhang Meng looked at the two policemen in confusion. No, Uncle Police, we three haven't broken any law, have we? What are you doing? Get up, take your belongings, and follow us back to the police station. The middle-aged policeman scolded in a stern tone. Officer, there must be a reason for arresting us. You can't just ask us to go back with you for no reason. At this time, Su Feng slowly stood up from the sofa and said unhurriedly. That's right, we didn't break the law. Zhang Meng echoed. The middle-aged policeman said coldly, more than an hour ago, outside the Sanjiang food stall on Yusen Street, what did you do? Zhang Meng suddenly realized something. Oh, you mean that? I just saw someone beating a woman, and I went to stop him. Is it illegal to be a brave and righteous person? The middle-aged policeman said in a stiff tone, Are you brave enough to do what is right? Come back with us and we will tell you after we finish investigating. Zhang Meng nodded, I can go back with you, but I'm the only one involved in that incident. My two friends are just bystanders. Even if they didn't participate, they still have to follow and make statements. Okay Mengzi, let's go together. Su Feng said at this time. 10 minutes later. North City Police Station. Su Feng and the other two who arrived here were questioned separately. More than 40 minutes later. Both Su Feng and Zhao Kaixian have completed the transcript. And let them go out and wait. Brother Feng, why didn't Brother Meng come out? Could something have happened? Zhao Kaixian said worriedly. Let's wait and see. After more than half an hour, a policeman came out and said to the two of them, You two can go back now. Comrade police officer, where are our friends? Su Feng asked. Your friend is suspected of intentional injury and will definitely not be able to go back tonight, said the policeman indifferently. How could this be? He was acting bravely, how could it be considered as intentional injury? Zhao Kaixian widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Are you two leaving or not? If not, stay overnight. the policeman said impatiently. Shinner, let's go. Su Feng winked at Zhao Kaixian and pulled him out of the police station. Brother Feng, didn't you take a video? Why? Walking outside the police station, Zhao Kaixian asked in confusion. It's useless even if I show you the video. It's obvious that someone wants to mess with Mengzi. Don't worry, I'll make a phone call and Mengzi will be fine. Then, Su Feng took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Xiong'an's number. Zhang Xiong'an arrived quickly. Just over 10 minutes. Just drive here yourself. Zhang Xian, I'm so sorry to bother you so late at night. Su Feng said. Mr. Su, what is going on? Zhang Xiong'an asked. Su Feng briefly recounted what had happened and also played the video he had shot for Zhang Xiong'an to see. After watching the video, Zhang Xiong'an's face darkened. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely seek justice for your friend. As soon as he finished speaking, a police car drove up at high speed and stopped in front of the police station with a squeak. Then a middle-aged man quickly opened the car door and jumped out, coming to Zhang Xiong'an. County Zhang, I'm late, please punish me. Go in first. Zhang Xiong'an said coldly. Zhang Xian, please come in. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhao, please. Zhang Xiong'an said to Su Feng and Zhao Kaixian. Seeing this scene, Fang Lei, the chief of the police station, suddenly looked thoughtful and secretly guessed the identities of Su Feng and Zhao Kaixian. Just entered the inner hall of the police station. A policeman came up to him and said, Chief Feng, why are you here? This is County Magistrate Zhang. Fang Lei reminded. The policeman was startled and quickly greeted the county magistrate. Zhang Xiong'an said, Did you arrest a brave comrade named Zhang Meng? Release him immediately. Yes, I'll let them know right away. The policeman rushed to the interrogation room. 2 minutes later. Zhang Meng was brought out. Mengzi, are you okay? Su Feng took a look and found that Zhang Meng was not injured. Brother Feng, I'm fine. They just insisted that I admit that I hit someone. They also lied to me. If I didn't admit it, they wouldn't let me go. If I admitted it, the most I'd have to do is apologize and pay some money. They really think I'm ignorant of the law. Zhang Meng said with a frustrated look on his face, and as he spoke, anger appeared on Zhang Meng's face. Is this how your people work? Zhang Xiong'an looked at Fang Lei with unfriendly eyes. Chapter 60 Sign in. Fang Lei's face changed slightly, and he looked a little more panicked. He then stared at the two policemen angrily and said with gritted teeth, Tell me, what's going on? Faced with Fang Lei's scolding, the two policemen looked embarrassed and conflicted. Hurry up and tell me, don't force me to punish you. Fang Lei emphasized his tone. The middle-aged policeman still insisted, but the young policeman said in a panic, Captain Fang, this is none of our business. It was Deputy Chief Lu who asked us to do this. Where are the others? Fang Lei asked. Deputy Lu is not here. Call him immediately and ask him to come to the institute as quickly as possible. As the saying goes, speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Just at this moment, a slightly fat man in his 30s, still smelling of alcohol, walked into the police station lobby, chatting and laughing with Li Yao. Suddenly, he said loudly, Don't worry, young Master Li, that guy has been captured by my people, you can deal with him however you want. Because it was late at night, it was relatively quiet. Plus the other person had a loud voice, so everyone heard what he said. For a moment, Zhang Xiong'an looked at Fang Lei with a meaningful look, and Director Fang Lei was both angry and terrified. What made people furious was that the Deputy Director Lu Jianwei had the audacity to break the law, and what made people horrified was that the county magistrate saw such a scene with his own eyes. Even though this matter has nothing to do with him. But he is the director, and if Lu Jianwei made a mistake, he also bears joint responsibility. After hearing this, Zhang Meng became even more angry and aggrieved. If Brother Feng had not rescued him tonight, he would have suffered a great loss. Feng Suo, why are you here? Suddenly, Lu Jianwei, who had just stepped into the hall, discovered the presence of Su Feng and his group. If I wasn't here, I wouldn't have known that you, Lu Jianwei, are so daring. Do you still take police discipline seriously? You ordered the police to arrest people at will, and even brought people to the station to retaliate against others. Tell me, is there anything you dare not do? Faced with Fang Lei's series of scolding and questioning, Lu Jianwei broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he noticed Zhang Xiong'an in the crowd. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he looked. It's County Magistrate Zhang. It's over. I'm done. After recognizing Zhang Xiong'an's identity, Lu Jianwei's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. He subconsciously wanted to argue, Feng Sua, things are not as you see them? If it's not like this, then what? You're still quibbling. Feng Lei said angrily, and then said to Zhang Xiong'an, County Zhang, it's all because of my incompetent leadership that this happened in the station. Please punish me. Zhang Xiong'an waved his hand, well, let's find a place and sort out the whole thing first. That kid is trying to run. At this moment, Zhang Meng pointed at Li Yao. This guy is not a fool. He has already realized that something is wrong, so he wants to run away. Catch him quickly. Feng Lei shouted. Immediately, 2 policemen chased after him. At this moment, a hint of coldness flashed in Su Feng's eyes, and his spiritual consciousness condensed into an invisible rope, which appeared directly under Li Yao's feet. With a bang, the other person was tripped and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhang Meng secretly said that he deserved it. Soon, Li Yao was caught back, but he had fallen quite badly. Not only was his face bruised, but his nose was also bleeding. Everyone came to an office. Then Zhang Meng narrated what had happened. Li Yao, right? Do you have any objection to Comrade Zhang Meng's story? Li Yao stubbornly said, bullshit. It was this guy who was drunk and flirted with my girlfriend. He tried to stop him, but he started beating her up. Originally there were surveillance cameras near the food stall, but he had deleted the surveillance video through Lu Jianwei's connections. Moreover, at Lu Jianwei's suggestion, he bribed those who saw this scene. Therefore, as long as he insists on this point, they can't do anything to him. Can you take responsibility for what you said? Zhang Xiong'an asked with a frown. I have witnesses. Many people saw this scene at the time. Li Yao said quickly. There's no need for witnesses, I took a video at the time. At this time, Su Feng spoke. Then he took out his phone and started playing the video. After watching this video, the whole thing becomes crystal clear. When Li Yao saw this video, his face turned pale. Zhang Xian, what do you think we should do with this person? Feng Lei asked cautiously. Deal with it however you want. Yes. Feng Lei straightened his body and waved his hand to have Li Yao taken away. Then, his eyes fell on Lu Jianwei. Lu Jianwei, you abused your power and broke the law knowingly. Suspend your post and wait for punishment. Yes, I understand. Lu Jianwei's face was pale and he spoke in a low voice. At this moment, he hated Li Yao in his heart. If he hadn't helped the little brat, how could he have ended up like this? Originally, Feng Lei was about to be transferred, and he had the best chance of taking over the position of director. Now, let alone director, he might not even be able to keep his position as deputy director. After leaving the police station, Zhang Xiong'an offered to send Su Feng and the other 2 away. But they were rejected by the 3. Go back, take a shower, have some sleep, and then continue doing what you need to do. Su Feng patted Zhang Meng on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother Feng, I'm fine. After all, that kid paid a price. Zhang Meng said disapprovingly. Although he was arrested and forced to admit to the assault, he was still quite satisfied with the outcome. Naturally, he wouldn't take it to heart. Okay then, let's go back to our respective homes and find our respective mothers. Afterwards, the 3 of them each took a taxi home. Time flies and another week has passed. During this week, the videos shot by internet celebrities hired by Yunfeng Healthcare Company were released on major video platforms. With Yunfeng spending money to buy traffic, the response was quite good. All 3 online stores have put the nourishing liquid on sale. Sales are increasing day by day. Today, the total sales volume of the 3 online stores has reached over 100,000 boxes, with sales exceeding 20 million. Offline sales have not yet been rolled out. The only offline store that sells nourishing fluids is Sun S Supermarket. It has to be said that Sun Dafu and Chao Liwa know how to do business. With the help of a supermarket, they can sell about 300 boxes every day. In a week, they have sold more than 2,000 boxes, with a profit of hundreds of thousands. To thank Su Feng, the old couple not only asked Sun Lin to invite Su Feng to their home for dinner, but also called her personally. But this week, Su Feng has been in the Sea of Clouds. However, he is preparing to go to the East China Sea today. Because school is in session. Both parents have to go to school. Ding, this month's sign-in has been activated. Would the host like to sign in? Just as Su Feng set out for the East China Sea, the system prompt sounded. Hearing this voice, Su Feng couldn't help but feel happy. The business opportunity he signed last time made him earn more than 2 billion yuan. So will this sign-in mean that business opportunities will continue to emerge? Or is there something else going on? System, I want to sign in. Ding, sign-in begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the stock market forecast for the next month. Would you like to claim it? Receive. But immediately afterwards, Su Feng frowned, because after he chose to receive it, there were no more skill light balls in the system space, and no changes appeared on his body. Chapter 61 Miss Lier. Is it possible? Su Feng thought of a possibility. I immediately downloaded a stock app on my mobile phone. Opened the software and checked the stocks. When his eyes fall on a stock, suddenly, the trend of this stock in the next month will appear in his mind. If a butterfly effect occurs due to his intervention, the stock trend will also change accordingly. Oh my god, that's what's going on. Su Feng smiled with satisfaction. So he picked up his phone and called the bank's private account manager, asking her to help him register a US stock account. Yes, Su Feng does not plan to mess around with domestic shares. Although he had never traded stocks before, he knew that his shares had price limits, and that he could not short sell directly. In addition, there was the rule that if he bought today, he could only sell tomorrow. But there are no such restrictions on US stocks. Only through US stocks can he fully utilize this ability. Besides, making money from domestic investors is not as satisfying as making money from foreigners. As for making too much money, it is possible that the money cannot be transferred back. Su Feng was not worried. After all, he was a man with a system. Last time, he made so much money through Bitcoin, and the system directly helped him transfer the money back. If this situation occurs this time, the system should also take action. Upon hearing Su Feng's request, the private client manager immediately agreed and said that he would contact him as soon as the account was registered. After expressing his gratitude to the other party, Su Feng hung up the phone, put away his mobile phone, went downstairs, and drove straight to Donghai. At this moment, the East China Sea. In a private room of Haitian Club. Luo Weilin sat on the sofa somewhat awkwardly. Opposite him sat a beautiful woman in her early 30s. This woman's name is Li Yifei, and she is the second daughter of the Li family in Donghai. The Li family is one of the old families in Donghai, and its foundation is stronger than that of Shangqing Group and Zhendong Group. The Lu family of Shangqing Group and the Huang family of Zhendong Group have both risen in recent decades, but the Li family was already a powerful family more than 100 years ago. It has a great influence in the East China Sea. And the second young lady of the Li family is undoubtedly a ruthless character. At the age of 25, she married the second son of the Zhang family. The Zhang family is also one of the big families in the East China Sea. It is slightly inferior to the Li family, but not much worse. The second young lady of the Li family and the second young master of the Zhang family can be considered childhood sweethearts, and they have been married since childhood. Before getting married, the second son of the Zhang family was a playboy. Li Yufei doesn't care about this and says that as long as he settles down after marriage, it's fine. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. After the marriage, the second son of the Zhang family only endured for more than 3 months before his old habits returned and he began to have affairs again. During this period, Li Yifei also advised the second son of the Zhang family to change his mind. At first, the second young master of the Zhang family would apologize and coax his wife, but after doing it many times, he became impatient. He even openly brought women home to spend the night. Just when everyone thought that Li Yifei would either swallow her anger or choose to divorce the second son of the Zhang family, something unexpected happened to the second son of the Zhang family. He became a vegetable directly. When the second son of the Zhang family became a vegetable after an accident, everyone's first reaction was that Li Yifei did it. But what is strange is that not long after, the Zhang family announced to the public that the accident to the second young master of the Zhang family was indeed an accident and had nothing to do with Li Yifei. Moreover, the Zhang family's parents also handed over all the properties under the name of the second young master of the Zhang family to Li Yifei to manage. Since then, Li Yifei has transformed into a strong woman. In just 7 or 8 years, the assets under her name exceeded 20 billion. With the support of the Li and Zhang families, she has become one of the most untouchable women in Donghai. Moreover, it is rumored that this woman is extremely cruel and vindictive, and will not stop until anyone who offends her is dead. Therefore, even though Luo Weilin had a net worth of over 1 billion and was considered a top figure in Donghai, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Li Yifei. Instead, he felt nervous and worried, and kept wondering if he had offended this woman in some way. "Mr. Luo, please have some tea." Suddenly, Li Yufei bent over and pushed a cup of tea in front of Luo Weilin. "I dare not." "Miss Li, just call me Xiao Luo." Luo Weilin said modestly. "Okay, Xiao Luo, I want to ask you for a favor. Please give me your orders, Miss Li." "I can do it, without hesitation," Luo Weilin said quickly, and at the same time he became even more nervous, because he knew that he and Li Yufei were not on the same level at all, and the other party wanted him to help, and the difficulty of this help might be extraordinary. Li Yufei chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous, this is a very simple thing for you, you just need to help me make an appointment with Su Feng." "A date with Su Feng?" Luo Weilin was stunned. "My neighbor?" "Good." Li Yufei nodded. "Okay, Miss Li, I'll call Su Feng right away." Luo Weilin pretended to take out his cell phone. But Li Yufei waved her hand and said, "Don't be so anxious. I'll reserve a room in your hotel tonight. You can just bring the person over then." "Okay, Miss Li." Luo Weilin didn't dare to refuse and agreed immediately. After leaving Haitian Club, Luo Weilin looked thoughtful. Why did this Miss Li want to meet Su Feng? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility: nourishing fluids. To be honest, the effect of nourishing fluids is really great. He has been taking it these days, and his physical fitness has greatly improved. Even some minor ailments in his body have completely disappeared. It is estimated that Li Yufei also knew the effects of nourishing fluid and became interested in it. If Li Yufei wanted to seize the formula of the nourishing fluid by trickery, Su Feng might not be able to keep it with his strength. However, he and Su Feng were not very close. He just wanted to remind the other party and didn't plan to do anything else. After all, in his opinion, even if he wanted to help, he couldn't because there were two giant families, the Li family and the Zheng family, standing behind them. Thinking of this, he dialed Su Feng's cell phone number. When the call was connected, he asked enthusiastically, "Brother Su, when will you return to Donghai?" Su Feng said, "I'm already on my way to the East China Sea." Luo Weilin, "That's good. I'll come up to visit you when you come back. I have something to tell you." Su Feng, "Then I'll wait for you to come." More than an hour later, Su Feng drove back to number 65 Yudingdiejing. Because he stayed in Yunhai for more than a week, Sun Lin had been living in his own home, and only the cleaning lady Sister Lu was in the villa. Sent a WeChat message to Luo Weilin. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Weilin came to the door. Su Feng asked directly, "Brother Luo, what do you want to tell me?" Luo Weilin pondered and said, "Brother, the second lady of the Li family asked me to meet you." "Who is the second young lady of the Li family? Why did she ask me to meet her?" Su Feng was puzzled because he didn't know this person. So Luo Weilin introduced the identity and background of the second young lady of the Li family, and then lowered his voice and said, "I suspect she is here for the formula of the nourishing fluid. Brother, listen to my advice. If she really wants the formula, you can sell it to her directly and ask for a favor. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles." "Thank you for the reminder, Luo Gu. I will consider it." Su Feng nodded. "Okay, tonight at 7 o'clock, at my Houting Hotel, I will accompany you to meet Miss Lier." Chapter 62. It's for the recipe. After Luo Weilin left, Su Feng's face darkened. "I didn't expect to be targeted so soon. It's impossible to back down." This time, if he chose to retreat and give the formula of the nourishing fluid to Li Yufei, he would give people the impression that he was weak and could be bullied. Next time he gets something better from the system, and someone comes to ask for it, in order not to offend the other party, should he also give the thing away? If he did that, he would be a complete wimp. Others can bully you however they want. Therefore, he could not retreat this time at all, and he had to make Li Yufei, who was coveting his things, suffer a great loss. So what if the Li family is powerful? After a complete fallout, the worst that could happen is that I would kill them all. As he possesses divine awareness, if he wants to kill someone, he can definitely do it without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, Su Feng's eyes became sharp, and there was a hint of murderous intent in them. However, the sharpness and murderous intent in his eyes quickly disappeared. After a while, the property management staff came to his home with a computer and helped him install it. He called the property management on his way back to ask for help with purchasing. He bought the computer mainly to facilitate trading of US stocks. After sending the property staff away, Su Feng downloaded US stock software on his computer. Download and open. Because of the time difference, it is night in the United States, so the market has not opened yet. As he scanned the US stocks one by one, the corresponding information appeared in his mind. It took more than 10 minutes. Su Feng recorded 3 US stocks. These 3 stocks will have large fluctuations tonight, 2 of which will rise by 22 points and 18 points respectively, and the third stock will fall by 31 points. However, he has not yet applied for a US stock account. Su Feng immediately exited the stock software and sent a WeChat message to Sun Lin. After receiving the message, Sun Lin replied with only 2 words, "Wait for me." Less than 20 minutes. Sun Lin drove her Porsche 718 to the villa in a hurry. "Brother Feng, you were gone for such a long time this time, you have to compensate me." Sun Lin jumped onto Su Feng on the spot, like a koala, and spoke in a coquettish voice. "Okay, I'll make it up to you." Su Feng carried Sun Lin out of the study and into the bedroom. More than 2 hours later, Sun Lin lay weakly in Su Feng's arms, sweating profusely. During this period, she has been taking nourishing fluids, and her physical condition has improved a lot. They originally thought that they could make up for some disadvantages on the battlefield, but in the end, they were still defeated by Su Feng and fled. Rested for a while, Sun Lin finally recovered some strength. "Brother Feng, my sister and Zhao Wei broke up." "Why?" Su Feng was puzzled. Hadn't they been dating for several years and were planning to get married? Sun Lin sneered, "It's all Zhao Wei's parents' fault. It would have been fine if they didn't put my sister's name on the house, but they directly put Zhao Wei's parents' name on it. It's obvious that they were trying to protect my sister, worrying that they would get divorced and divide the family property after they got married." "Just because of this?" Su Feng said. "Of course, not only that." Sun Lin shook her head. "My sister was not only angry about this, but mainly because Zhao Wei completely stood on his parents' side. They had a quarrel over this. Even so, my sister had no intention of breaking up. But in the next few days, Zhao Wei actually ignored my sister, which made my sister very angry. She simply broke up with him. Of course, you, Brother Feng, are also responsible for this." "What does it have to do with me?" Su Feng was speechless. Sun Lin said, "First of all, you are so good to me. You bought me a car and promised to buy me a house. Although my sister didn't say it, I can see that she is envious. When compared with Zhao Wei, she must feel disappointed. Secondly, my parents sell nourishing fluids in the supermarket, and they earn tens of thousands a day. If they continue to sell, our family will definitely make a fortune. Naturally, my sister's vision has become higher. You seem to have some truth in what you say." "That's right." Just then, there was a knock on the outer door. Then, Zhang Lan's voice rang out, "Mr. Su, Miss Sun, it's time for lunch." "Got it, we'll be down soon." Su Feng responded and asked Sun Lin to get up and take a shower. "I don't have the strength, carry me to the bathroom." Without saying a word, Su Feng lifted the quilt, picked up Sun Lin as she screamed, and strode towards the bathroom. At the same time, inside the president's office in a building, a tall woman wearing an OL outfit and glasses knocked on the door and entered. Li Yafei, who was typing on the computer, looked up and pointed at the sofa, motioning her to sit down first. After a while, Li Yafei finished her work, stretched, and asked, "Did you find anything?" Song Shanshan shook her head. "Sister Fei, according to our investigation, Su Feng has never had any contact with anyone special, so we don't know where his formula came from. Moreover, we have also investigated his life from childhood to adulthood. With his ability, it is impossible for him to research a nourishing fluid." "Interesting," Li Yafei said thoughtfully. "Then do we still need to continue investigating him?" Song Shanshan asked. "No need." Li Yufei waved her hand and said confidently, "Anyway, I have to meet him tonight. If you want to know where the formula for the nourishing fluid comes from, just ask him directly." "What if he refuses to tell me?" Song Shanshan said. "That's not his call." Li Yufei smiled gently, with 3 parts of confidence, 3 parts of contempt and 4 parts of disdain in her smile. In his opinion, Su Feng was a lucky guy who got lucky. If she knew what was good for her, she could take her in as a dog. If she didn't, she had plenty of ways to deal with such a lucky guy. "By the way, notify Amei and ask her to bring 2 people with me tonight." "Yes." Song Shanshan asked, "Do you have any other instructions?" "No more, go and do your thing." Time passed slowly as Su Feng and Sun Lin were getting along. A little after 6 in the evening, Luo Weilin rang the doorbell of his house. Baby, I'm leaving now. Su Feng kissed Sun Lin. He had already told her that he would go to the appointment tonight. Then come back early. Good. Su Feng didn't drive, but got directly into Luo Weilin's Rolls Royce. The person driving the car was not Luo Weilin, but his driver. Dude, you don't seem worried at all. Luo Weilin looked at Su Feng and said. Is worrying useful? Su Feng asked back. It's really useless. Luo Weilin was stunned for a moment, then nodded, but brother, what do you think? You'll know then. Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Soon. The Rolls-Royce drove into the Grand Court Hotel. After entering the hotel, everyone greeted Luo Weilin. Arriving at the front desk, he whispered, Have the guests arrived? Boss Luo, they haven't arrived yet. The front desk clerk said respectfully. Brother, that person hasn't arrived yet, let's wait here. Luo Weilin suggested. All right. Su Feng nodded disapprovingly. For the next 10 minutes or so, Luo Weilin kept chatting with Su Feng, but his eyes were always fixed outside the hotel. Suddenly, he stood up and said to Su Feng, Brother, the second young lady of the Li family is here. Let's go and greet her. Okay. Su Feng said with a smile. Chapter 63 High Above. Li Yufei did not come alone. Slightly half a step behind her was a middle-aged woman in her 40s with short, neat hair and ordinary looks, but her eyes were exceptionally bright and her look was quite sharp. Luo Weilin felt a strong sense of uneasiness and tension just by being glanced at by her. Fortunately, the other party's gaze only passed over him and then locked onto Su Feng. The moment he was locked in the other party's gaze, Su Feng discovered that this middle-aged woman was not an ordinary person, but a warrior, and a Dark Force warrior at that. But he is definitely no match for the Grandmaster of Hua Jin. Behind the middle-aged woman there are two bodyguards wearing sunglasses, tall stature and wearing black suits, but they are not warriors, and even if they join forces they are no match for the middle-aged woman. Su Feng did not take the scrutiny of the middle-aged woman seriously, because if Li Yufei came for the formula of nourishing fluid tonight, the two sides were bound to fall out. So his eyes fell on Li Yufei. As expected of a young lady born into a wealthy family, she has both excellent looks and temperament. Feeling Su Feng's slightly presumptuous gaze, Li Yufei frowned slightly, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. Luo Weilin, who was walking quickly forward, noticed the changes in Li Yufei and suddenly stopped, looking a little at a loss. As for Li Yufei, she kept walking towards the hotel and soon passed by Su Feng, but she didn't even look at him and completely ignored him. For a moment, Su Feng smiled. What a proud second Miss Li. She clearly wanted to steal my things, but she didn't take me seriously at all. Suddenly, Su Feng was filled with anger, and his impression of Li Yufei became worse. He is not a violent person. He did not have a happy life in his previous life, and even suffered losses at the hands of women one after another. After being reborn, he only took back 380,000 yuan of betrothal money from the Chun family, and did not take any revenge on the Chun family. As for his second wife and his third girlfriend with whom he had been for a while, he had not thought about doing anything to them. I respond to the world with kindness, but the world seems to be somewhat malicious toward me. At this moment, Su Feng's mentality suddenly changed significantly. Brother, let's catch up. At this time, Luo Weilin reminded in a low voice. Then let's go. Su Feng smiled and nodded to Luo Weilin. Soon, the two of them came to the elevator in the lobby. But the two bodyguards stood at the elevator entrance like doormen. Luo Weilin nodded to the two of them and was about to step into the elevator. The two bodyguards reached out to stop them. What are you two doing? Luo Weilin asked in confusion. Take the next one, or the elevator next door. One of the bodyguards said in a stiff tone. Upon hearing this, Luo Weilin's face suddenly turned red. The bodyguard's intention was clearly to tell them that they were not worthy of riding in the same elevator with Miss Lier. But thinking of Li Yufei's identity, Luo Weilin immediately suppressed his discomfort and said to Su Feng with a wry smile, Brother, let's go sit next to them. Su Feng said nothing and walked silently to the side. Seeing this, the two bodyguards showed mocking smiles on their faces, and one of them even sneered. Hearing the sneer, Luo Weilin suddenly clenched his fists, but immediately let go, pretending not to hear it and walked quickly to the elevator next to him, but the expression on his face was not very good. But Su Feng was not angry. Because, keep this account in mind first and settle it together later. After a while, Su Feng and Luo Weilin took the elevator to the 6th floor. The moment they walked out of the elevator, two bodyguards also walked out of the elevator next to them. "Brother, this way please." Luo Weilin had adjusted his mood, and he led Su Feng to a box with a smile. But two bodyguards arrived at the box first. He stopped Su Feng and Luo Weilin again. "Wait a moment, we will let you in after asking the second young lady." Suddenly, Luo Weilin's face turned dark again. I told myself not to be angry. They were just bodyguards and there was no need to argue with them. However, there was a hint of amusement in Su Feng's expression. Are these two people taking the initiative to create hatred? Or has the second young lady of the Li family always been like this? After asking for permission from the second young lady of the Li family in the box, the bodyguard allowed them to enter. Luo Weilin pushed the door open first and said to Su Feng, "Brother, please go first." Su Feng nodded at him and stepped into the box. Luo Weilin followed closely in. This box is built extremely luxuriously. The area is also very large, more than 80 square meters. Now, Li Yufei was sitting on a leather sofa, looking very relaxed. The middle-aged woman stood behind the sofa. After Su Feng and Luo Weilin entered, he glanced at them and then lowered his eyes. "Second miss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I will not disturb you from talking about business," Luo Weilin said respectfully with a smile on his face. "No rush." Li Yufei uttered two words lightly, which made Luo Weilin's heart tighten, but he did not dare to refute and could only stand there obediently. "The second young lady of the Li family, right? I wonder what you want to tell me by asking Brother Luo to invite me here." As he spoke, Su Feng went straight to another sofa and sat down. And crossed his legs. Seeing this scene, Luo Weilin's eyes widened, and then a look of horror emerged on his face. This Su Feng was too bold and frivolous. He actually dared to maintain such an indecent sitting posture in front of Miss Lier. But at this moment, Li Yufei sat up straight, with displeasure in her eyes. She had originally planned to give Su Feng a chance to be a dog. But she was not happy with the other party's performance, so the opportunity was gone. "The formula of the nourishing fluid is very good, Mr. Su, please name a price." 50 billion. Su Feng spit out a number. "Oh." Hearing Su Feng's high price, Li Yufei's face suddenly turned gloomy. She picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said calmly, "I allow you to make another offer." 100 billion. Su Feng spit out a number again. Luo Weilin, who was standing by, felt his legs trembling, his face turned pale, cold sweat ran down his face, and he shouted in his heart, "Brother, what are you doing? Did I tell you about Miss Lier's background in vain? Are you sure?" Li Yufei put down the teacup in her hand, stared at Su Feng, and spoke slowly. "Why, you can't afford it?" Su Feng suddenly got close to you and started yelling, "If I had known you were such a poor bastard, I wouldn't have come to the appointment." What a bummer. Poor bastard? Hearing this word, Li Yufei was completely stunned. She was the second daughter of the Li family, the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, and had a net worth of over 20 billion, but she was actually called a poor bitch. Insulting the second young lady is unforgivable. Sister Mei, who had her eyes drooped, suddenly raised her eyes, and two cold lights and chills flashed in her eyes. She just flashed around the sofa and turned into a shadow and rushed straight towards Su Feng. Bang! Sister Mei came quickly, but fell even faster. Before Su Feng could make any move, Sister Mei's body flew backwards and fell on the sofa in a mess. Chapter 64, Underfoot. This? Seeing Sister Mei flying back and falling on the sofa, Li Yufei's expression instantly became dull. You know, Sister Mei is a dark force warrior. The Li family has a profound foundation and has been passed down for more than 100 years. They have secretly trained many warriors. However, the number of warriors who can reach the level of dark energy does not exceed a handful of people, and Sister Mei, who is in the late stage of dark energy, can rank among the top 3 dark energy warriors in their family. But such a master of dark energy was no match for Su Feng. Even someone at the peak of dark energy couldn't do it, right? Could it be that this Su Feng is a Huajin? Impossible. Li Yufei immediately denied this possibility. Not to mention how difficult it is to become a master of Huajin, even if their Li family has a deep foundation, background, and skills. Even so, if they try their best, they can only cultivate a master of the peak of Enjin. He sent people to investigate Su Feng, who was from an ordinary family and was only 24 years old. How could he have reached the level of a master of Huajin? Wow! At this moment, Sister Mei suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the sofa red. Her breath quickly weakened. Miss, it's dangerous, go. As soon as she finished speaking, Sister May's head tilted and she fainted on the sofa. Seeing Sister May fainted, Li Yufei's eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. The situation was more serious than she had imagined. Not only did Sister May lose, she was also seriously injured by Su Feng. I'll go. Luo Weilin was completely dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Then he looked at Su Feng with shining eyes, feeling surprised and happy. He originally thought that Su Feng was just an ordinary person, and he never expected that the other party was actually a warrior. At this time, Su Feng stood up and walked to Li Yufei. Looking down at her. What you up to? As expected of the second young lady of the Li family, she can still remain calm at this time. Bang! Su Feng raised his hand and slapped Li Yufei in the face. You dare to hit me? Li Yufei yelled, her voice was sharp and her eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. She was so high and mighty that she had never thought that there would be a day when she would be slapped in the face in front of others. Oh my god, this guy is so bold that he actually dared to slap Miss Lier in the face. Luo Weilin was dumbfounded again and a little worried, but he felt an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. After all, his previous experience really made him feel depressed. Why don't I dare to hit you? Su Feng raised his hand again and slapped Li Yufei on the cheek again. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Li Yufei stood up from the sofa and pounced on Su Feng with her teeth and claws, behaving like a shrew. But just as she approached Su Feng, a sharp dagger slipped from her sleeve into her hand, and then stabbed into Su Feng's heart like lightning. It is obvious that this Miss Lier also has some kung fu skills. Everything that happened just now was a pretense, just to paralyze Su Feng. It happened suddenly and the distance was so close. If an ordinary warrior faced such a scene, he would probably be caught. But Su Feng won T. He has spiritual awareness and is a martial artist at the Grandmaster level of Hua Jin. He was too lazy to dodge. He reached out and grabbed Li Yufei's wrist, so that the dagger in her hand could only move forward half an inch. Then he hit Li Yufei in the lower abdomen with a knee strike. With a groan of pain, Li Yufei's body fell onto the sofa. Intense pain spread from her abdomen throughout her body, causing her to curl up into a ball, unable to make any extra movements. At this time, Su Feng squatted down in front of the sofa and patted Li Yufei's face insultingly. Are there any other means? Just at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open. 2 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses rushed in. I just happened to see Su Feng taking a picture of Li Yufei's face. Boy, you're looking for death. The 2 men roared and rushed towards Su Feng. When they got close, they kicked Su Feng at the same time. Just at this moment, Su Feng made an unexpected move, grabbing Li Yufei from the sofa and using her as a weapon to hit the 2 of them. Bang bang! The 2 bodyguards were immediately knocked away and fell awkwardly at Luo Weilin's feet. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, Luo Weilin wanted to laugh, but he held it back. At the same time, Li Yufei, who was used as a weapon, also let out a scream. Although she also practiced kung fu, as a rich lady she could not bear the hardship of practicing, so she was only slightly proficient in boxing and kicking, and was not even a Ming Jin martial artist. As a result, she was used as a weapon to knock 2 bodyguards away, and she was also injured, with several bones broken. Miss, are you okay? The 2 bodyguards panicked when they heard Li Yufei's screams. Boy, if you have the guts, let go of the second miss. Okay. Su Feng casually threw Li Yufei to the ground. Superior. The 2 bodyguards pounced towards Su Feng again, and at the same time, they pulled out a baton and a dagger from their waists respectively. But when they pounced in front of Su Feng, they felt their eyes blurred, and then a huge pain came from the chest, and they all fell to the ground with a groan. Kill me if you dare. Neither the Li family nor the Zheng family will let you go. Li Yufei's weak voice came from behind. Su Feng turned around and stepped on Li Yufei. It seems that you haven't realized your mistake yet. Bastard, let go of your stinky feet, I'm going to kill you. Li Yufei was furious when she was stepped on by Su Feng. Such humiliation was even more painful than killing her. Ms. Li, you are a rich lady, but why are you acting so stupid? Or are you used to being high and mighty and don't know what it means to humble yourself? As he spoke, Su Feng suddenly increased the force of his footsteps, causing Li Yufei to suffer greatly. Let me go, let's talk. Li Yufei said while suppressing the pain. Su Feng showed surprise on his face and said with a smile, I take back what I said just now, you are not that stupid. As he spoke, Su Feng withdrew the foot that was stepping on Li Yufei. Li Yufei struggled to sit up, but the intense pain almost distorted her face. Help me to the couch. The pride of the rich lady would not allow her to talk while sitting on the ground. Climb by yourself, Su Feng said with a joking look on his face. Good. Li Yufei lowered her head with hatred in her heart, endured the pain, crawled to the sofa, and then used the sofa as leverage to barely climb onto it. She slowly raised her head and looked at Su Feng. Tell me, what conditions do you want in order to let me go? Forget about the conditions. You are nothing good for me. How about we just treat today's incident as a misunderstanding and let it go? Upon hearing this, Li Yufei suddenly felt a little more contempt in her heart. It has come to this point, but she still treats it as a misunderstanding. How naive she is. I am a Huajin warrior, and I have other means. Today I am just teaching you a lesson. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. However, if you dare to retaliate against me, I will kill your entire family. By the end, Su Feng's tone had become extremely gloomy. Li Yufei was startled and felt a chill in her heart. The thought just now disappeared in an instant. She didn't think Su Feng was naive at all. Instead, she felt that the other party possessed absolute strength and did not take her and the Li family seriously at all. Okay, I agree. I was wrong about what happened today. I apologize to you, and I will never retaliate against you or your friends and family. Li Yufei said solemnly. That's right, harmony brings wealth. By the way, Luo Ge is also my friend. Su Feng said with a smile. Okay, that's all for today. I'm leaving first. Brother Luo, please call an ambulance for Miss Li. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng walked directly out of the box. Looking at his departing back, Li Yufei's expression changed several times, but she finally gave up the idea of revenge. A reckless Huajin expert could indeed destroy the Li family, and she didn't dare to gamble. Chapter 65 U.S. Stocks. Luo Weilin was still immersed in what had just happened, and he just felt it was too exciting. Suddenly, Li Yufei's voice sounded, pulling him back to reality. Mr. Luo, I have a favor to trouble you. Luo Weilin quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Second, I was distracted, please give me your orders. It doesn't matter. Miss Li forced a smile and said, I'm sorry to make Mr. Luo laugh at me. Luo Weilin's mind was also quick. Second Miss, rest assured, I will never reveal a single word of what happened in the box today to outsiders. Thank you very much. Faced with Li Yufei's kind attitude, Luo Weilin felt a little flattered, but soon he came to his senses and realized that the reason Li Yufei was so polite to him was not because he was so great, but because of Su Feng's words. Brother Luo is also my friend. For a moment, he felt touched. Mr. Luo, I'll give you a number, you call? Li Yufei said. You say. Luo Weilin was ready to record. After dialing a number on his mobile phone, Luo Weilin quickly moved to Li Yufei and put the phone to her ear. The call is connected. A man's voice came from inside. Who is this? Brother, it's me. Something happened at the Grand Court Hotel. Bring someone over here right away. Okay, I got it. The man responded simply and hung up the phone. More than 10 minutes later, a young man in his 30s arrived with some people. As soon as he saw the other person, Luo Weilin's eyes narrowed slightly, because the person in front of him was Li Yashan, the eldest son of the Li family and also the future heir of the Li family. How did it become like this? Li Yashan frowned. Li Yufei smiled bitterly and said, It's not convenient to talk here. Take me away first. Oh, and Sister Mei, she's been seriously injured. A few minutes later, Li Yufei was lying on a chair in a business car. Li Yashan was also in a car. Tell me, what happened? Why was Sister Mei also injured so badly? Li Yashan asked. Why? Li Yufei sighed softly. It was greed that got me into trouble. I found a health product called Yangdi fluid that had great potential, so I wanted to take it for myself. I asked someone to investigate the other party's background and found that he was just an ordinary person. I thought I had him in my hands, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated. He turned out to be a master of Huajin, and then Sister Mei was severely injured. I ended up like this too. Transformation. Li Yashan looked shocked and couldn't help asking, who is the other party? Li Yufei laughed at himself and said, the other party is called Su Feng, and he is only 24 years old. Who would have thought that he is a master of Huajin? These years, I have been too successful and gradually became arrogant. Today I have hit an iron wall. Brother, don't even think about helping me to get revenge. Our Li family can't afford to gamble. I'm helping you get revenge. You think too highly of me. Li Yashan was somewhat speechless and said, "You are not a martial artist, so you don't know the weight of a master of Huajin. Let's put it this way. Without firearms, all the martial artists of our Li family combined are no match for the other party. This is still a head-on confrontation. If the other party uses assassination, even if they have firearms, our Li family can't stop them." No wonder. Li Yufei sighed. Isn't he afraid of my revenge at all? It turns out he has nothing to fear. At this time, Li Yashan asked nervously, "Second sister, tell me honestly, will the other party still pursue you and our Li family?" Li Yufei said, "Don't worry, big brother. The other party said that this matter ends here. After all, he didn't suffer any loss. I was the one who suffered the loss." That's good. Li Yashan breathed a sigh of relief. However, I still have to tell my father about this matter. Then, I will pay him a visit and apologize to him. After all, it is best not to offend the Grandmaster of Huajin if possible. The other side. After leaving the Haoding Hotel, Su Feng did not go directly back to Yudingdiejing. Instead, I found a place to have a meal and then took a taxi back. Sitting in the taxi, recalling the scene that happened in the Grand Court Hotel, he secretly felt happy. He had been too timid and conservative before. To be honest, he still hadn't gotten used to the change of identity. After all, I spent most of my previous life as an ordinary person. Although you suddenly become rich in this life, it will be difficult to change your behavior in the previous life in a short time. But what happened today told him. As long as you have something that others are coveting, you can't hide it no matter how careful you are. Only when the other party is afraid of you and is wary of you will they not dare to attack you. However, he was not sure whether the Li family would retaliate against him. Even if I don't dare to do it to him, what about his family? Therefore, he decided to go back to Yunhai directly to prevent the Li family from taking action against his parents. "Honey, is everything going well?" When I returned to the villa, Sun Lin came to greet me. "It went pretty smoothly." Su Feng said, "By the way, I have to go back to Yunhai County again." "Ah, you're leaving right after you got back." Sun Lin pouted. "How about you come with me?" Su Feng said. "May I?" "Sure." Su Feng nodded. "Do you want to meet your parents?" Sun Lin suddenly became nervous. "Not for now, we'll stay in a hotel." "All right." Sun Lin was a little disappointed. So, after a simple packing, Su Feng drove Sun Lin towards the Sea of Clouds. Master Luo, who was given another holiday, and Zhang Lan, who received the message from Su Feng, were both a little surprised. It seemed that they were not feeling at ease with the salary. It has been half a month since Master Luo applied for the driver position, but he has driven for Su Feng only a few times and at most he has cleaned the car a few times. The same is true for the chef Zhang Lan. "I haven't cooked many meals." After returning to Yunhai, Su Feng took Sun Lin to a 5-star hotel in Yunhai County and directly booked an executive suite for 3,800 yuan. Su Feng checked the computer in the suite. He found it was pretty good and the internet speed met his requirements. "Brother Feng, let's go take a shower together?" Sun Lin came up. Feeling the softness against his chest, Su Feng couldn't refuse and pulled Sun Lin into the bathroom. Unconsciously. More than an hour passed. Su Feng carried Sun Lin out of the bathroom and put her on the bed. "Go to sleep first, I have things to do." In the past hour or so, Sun Lin had consumed a lot of physical energy and looked extremely tired. He fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. After watching Sun Lin fall asleep, Su Feng came to the living room and turned on the computer. Downloaded a US stock software. After logging in, enter your account and password. Yes, before going to Haoding for the appointment, the bank's private client manager helped him register a US stock account. After completing the login, Su Feng transferred $100 million into the account. It is now 10 minutes away from the city. So he casually browsed through the US stocks one by one to check their rise and fall. Soon, 10 minutes passed. US stocks open. Su Feng also started his operation. He first spent $80 million to purchase more than 10 stocks separately. The stocks he selected are expected to perform very well in the coming days. He did not deliberately buy stocks that would result in losses, so even if someone suspected him, it didn't matter. He was not afraid that the funds in his account would be frozen. The system would help him transfer the money back, so there was no need to cover up. As for the remaining $20 million, he planned to use it for short selling. After waiting for half an hour, when the time to short sell came, Su Feng gradually shorted $20 million. Another 40 minutes passed. The short position of this stock is automatically closed. The profit was 30 points, which equaled a profit of $6 million. He then continued looking for short selling opportunities. Chapter 66. Meng Jinlan comes to Yunhai. While Su Feng was busy making money from US stocks in Villa number 6 of Yudingbiejing, Meng Jinlan was listening to the report from her subordinates who had hurried over. The subordinate said, "Big sister, according to our investigation, a total of 6 people have entered that box. 4 of them are Li Yufei, the second daughter of the Li family, and Mei Ruyun, a bodyguard in the late stage of dark energy assigned to her by the Li family. The remaining 2 are ordinary bodyguards, and the other 2 are Su Feng and Luo Weilin, residents of Yudingbiejing." Hearing this, Meng Jinlan looked thoughtful but did not interrupt her subordinates to report. The subordinate paused and continued, "Needless to say, Luo Weilin has neither the strength nor the courage to injure the second young lady of the Li family. Therefore, we have analyzed that the person who injured Mei Ruyun and the second young lady of the Li family should be Su Feng." "What do you think of Su Feng?" Meng Jinlan asked. The subordinate groaned for a moment. "In fact, we have investigated Su Feng according to your orders before, and we thought he was just a lucky man who inherited the legacy of his overseas elders. But now it seems that he is more mysterious than we thought. What is certain is that he should be a warrior, and his strength has reached the late stage of dark power or above. He should be at the peak of dark power, otherwise he would not be able to injure Mei Ruyun." "Why can't it be Hua Jin?" Meng Jinlan said with a smile. "This is impossible." The subordinate shook his head with certainty. "He is only 24 years old. No matter how talented he is, he can't reach the level of a master of Hua Jin. After all, there is no master of Hua Jin in our Donghai city or even in Haidong province." "What if he is?" Meng Jinlan said again. The subordinate frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. "Sister, do you mean to send someone to test him?" "Need not." Meng Jinlan smiled and said, "Just keep an eye on the Li family. If the Li family makes a move to retaliate against Su Feng, then he should only be at the peak of dark strength. If the Li family remains unmoved, then Su Feng must be at the transformation strength. After all, the Li family can't afford to offend a transformation strength grandmaster." The subordinate's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. "Big sister is still smart. Okay, stop flattering me. Have you investigated why Li Yufei and Su Feng had a conflict?" The subordinate said, "We have basically investigated it. The second young lady of the Li family should have gone there for the formula of the nourishing fluid, but she didn't expect to hit a wall." "What is nourishing fluid?" Meng Jinlan asked puzzledly. "The nourishing fluid is a health product." "Are you kidding me?" Meng Jinlan looked at her subordinate speechlessly. The second daughter of the Li family would be tempted by a health product. "No, this nourishing liquid has something special." The subordinate nodded again. "Yes, sister, after our investigation, this nourishing liquid is not an ordinary health product. It should be said that other health products are not qualified to be compared with the nourishing liquid, because after taking the nourishing liquid, it can enhance immunity and physical fitness, and the effect is very fast. It is even useful for warriors." "No wonder." Meng Jinlan suddenly realized, no wonder the second daughter of the Li family would be interested in a health product. "Sister, do we want it?" Meng Jinlan glared at her subordinates in anger. "Do you think we can fight against the Grandmaster of Hua Jin?" "Sister, you misunderstood me. I'm not suggesting that you seize the formula, but rather choose to cooperate with Su Feng, because his nourishing liquid is currently only sold online and offline in only one supermarket. We are fully capable of obtaining partial agency rights. After all, our offline channels are still very strong." "Did you bring any nourishing fluids?" Meng Jinlan asked. "I brought a box." The subordinate quickly took out a box of nourishing fluid from the bag and handed it to Meng Jinlan. She took the nourishing liquid, took out a bottle and drank it, then waited quietly. A few minutes later, Meng Jinlan's eyes lit up. What a waste of natural resources. Such a good thing is actually sold as an ordinary health product. She herself is also a dark energy warrior, so she can sense that the nourishing fluid can indeed enhance her physique. Even if the enhancement is very weak, if she drinks it for a long time, the increase will be more than a little bit. Alright, that's enough for today. Keep a close eye on the Li family. Meng Jinlan waved her hand. Yes. After her men left, Meng Jinlan picked up her phone, opened Su Feng's WeChat, hesitated slightly, and sent him a message. Brother, are you asleep? Su Feng, the night is long and I have no one to accompany me, so I can't sleep. Sister Meng, you little rascal, you can't sleep without a woman by your side? Su Feng, just kidding, how come Sister Meng has time to send me a message? Sister Meng, I heard that you developed a nourishing fluid. Do we still have the agency rights for Haidong province? If so, I want it. Su Feng, that depends on how much money my sister can offer. After the second young lady of the Li family came up with the idea of a nourishing fluid formula, Su Feng realized that he had still underestimated the effectiveness of nourishing fluids. Sister Meng, why don't I come to your house to discuss it in detail? Su Feng, sorry Sister Meng, I'm not in Donghai anymore. I've returned to Yunhai. Sister Meng, that's really a pity. How about giving the agency rights of Haidong province to my sister for 100 million? Su Feng, Sister Meng, are you so optimistic about nourishing body fluids? Sister Meng, even the second daughter of the Li family wants to grab the formula for nourishing body fluids. If I don't act quickly, I'm afraid I won't get any. Su Feng, Sister Meng is worthy of being the queen of intelligence. She found out so quickly. How about this, Sister Meng send someone to Yunhai tomorrow to discuss the agency rights. Sister Meng, it's a deal. End the chat. Su Feng's eyes continued to fall on the computer screen. Before I knew it, it was already past 5 in the morning. The US stock market is closed. But tonight Su Feng gained a lot. First, the total value of the stocks he purchased for $80 million has soared to $102 million. In addition, he used $20 million to short multiple stocks, nearly doubling the $20 million and making a full profit of $19 million. Therefore, tonight, Su Feng earned nearly $40 million, which is equivalent to $280 million in local currency. Turn off the computer. Su Feng returned to the bedroom. He quietly got on the bed, held Sun Lin's delicate body in his arms, closed his eyes and began to sleep. The next morning, Su Feng was awakened by the ringing of his computer. As soon as I opened my eyes, I met a pair of watery eyes in my arms. You woke up early? Su Feng asked. Yes, I've been awake for almost 2 hours. Sun Lin said with a smile. Then why don't you get up? I just like to stay in bed with Brother Feng. By the way, Brother Feng, please answer the phone. Su Feng took the phone from the bedside table and answered it. Meng Jinlan's voice rang out, Brother, I'm in Yunhai. Where are you? It's Sister Meng. I didn't expect you to come in person. Of course not. Sister takes this cooperation very seriously. 20 minutes later. A meeting room at the hotel. Su Feng met Meng Jinlan. After a brief greeting, both parties took their seats. Then Meng Jinlan's gaze fell on Su Feng and looked at him for a long time. Suddenly, Meng Jinlan asked, Little brother, you are so mysterious that you can make the second lady of the Li family suffer such a big loss. Su Feng sighed, I had no choice. Meng Jinlan smiled meaningfully and said, Really? The Li family is not easy to mess with. Be careful of their revenge. Su Feng, thank you for the reminder, I will pay attention. While speaking, Meng Jinlan had been observing Su Feng's expression and found that there was no worry or uneasiness on his face. She was 80% sure that the other party was a master of Hua Jin. Chapter 67 Attention from all sides. Hotel meeting room. After Meng Jinlan guessed Su Feng's strength, her expression became more serious and her tone was no longer frivolous. Mr. Su, what do you think of my proposal last night? 100 million to get the agency rights of Haidong province. If you think the price is not enough, you can increase the price. Su Feng said, Sister Meng, wait a moment. I am actually a hands-off manager. The one who is really in charge is my subordinate Cheng Jing. I will let her come and talk to you. Soon, Cheng Jing arrived with Lillian. Boss. When Lillian saw Su Feng again, she immediately went up to him and hugged his arm. Sister Meng, this is Cheng Jing. You guys will handle the communication from now on. I'm going to go out for a walk. After saying this, Su Feng took Lillian out of the meeting room. Lillian, how have you been these days? Are you feeling bored? Su Feng asked with concern. I am very satisfied with my current life. I can eat enough every day. Lillian said happily. Su Feng continued, do you have enough money? If not, just call me or ask Ching Jing for it. It's enough for me to spend. I still have a lot of money left from what my boss gave me before. About 20 minutes passed. Su Feng received a call from Cheng Jing, and the negotiations between the two parties had been completed. So he took Lillian back to the conference room and signed the agreement. First, Meng Jinlan acquired the agency rights of the nourishing liquid in Haidong province for 150 million yuan, but this did not include the agency rights in Wenyang district of Donghai City. The reason why Su Feng retained the agency rights for Wenyang district was that he left it to Sun Lin's parents. Yes, Sun Lin's parents' supermarket is in Wenyang district, Donghai. From now on in Wenyang district, only the two of them can sell nourishing fluids, unless you buy them from them. Secondly, the company under Meng Jinlan's name must purchase 10 million boxes of nourishing fluid every year. If the requirement is not met, Yun Feng has the right to take back the agency rights in Haidong province. For ordinary health products, Yun Feng's conditions are quite harsh. But nourishing fluid is not an ordinary health product. Therefore, Meng Jinlan is also confident that she can sell 10 million boxes within a year. After all, she already has many sales channels. As for the purchase price, it is 100 yuan per box. The price given to Sun Dafu was 80 yuan per box, which was Su Feng's way of caring for his woman's parents. After signing the contract, Meng Jinlan left in a hurry. Inside a moving car, Yi Hua, who was the assistant and absolute confidant, asked, Big sister, how is it, have you tested that person's strength? Pretty close, Meng Jinlan whispered. So, he really is a 24-year-old master of Huajin, Yi Hua said in shock. At the same time, Lu family. In the study, Lu Donglai and Lu Qingyi are both here. In front of them stood a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament. He handed 2 documents to Lu Donglai and Lu Qingyi respectively. Master, Miss, this is the information collected by our people. The father and daughter took the information and began to read it carefully. A few minutes later, the father and daughter put down the documents one after another. Lu Donglai's expression remained calm, but Lu Qingyi's eyes showed some brilliance. Qingyi, what do you think of this Su Feng? Lu Donglai spoke slowly and asked his daughter for her opinion. Lu Qingyi chuckled and said, either he is a reckless man, or he has great confidence. So do you think he is the former or the latter? Lu Donglai continued to ask. I think he should be the latter. Lu Qingyi answered seriously, Dad, what do you think? Lu Donglai smiled and said, actually, I don't care about this. I care more about whether he is a master of Huajin or not. Grand Master of Huajin. Long Jia, who had been standing silently in the study, suddenly spoke. Ajay, take a look at this information. Lu Donglai handed the information to Long Jia. Long Jia took the information and quickly scanned it. After a while, he put it down, looked at Lu Donglai and asked, Boss, do you suspect that Su Feng is a master of Huajin? Do you think it's possible? Long Jia shook his head, absolutely impossible, he is too young. As far as I know, the youngest master of Huajin in our country, Li Feilong, did not break through until he was 32 years old. This Su Feng is only 24 years old. How can there be such a young master of Huajin? If one wants to break through to the level of transformation from the peak of dark energy, one must go through the trials of life and death. Long Jia had heard that Li Feilong had gone to a battlefield abroad to undergo life and death training for more than half a year before he broke through to the level of Huajin. On a battlefield full of gunfire and bullets, the death rate even for Dark Force warriors is very high. Not many people have the courage to gamble their lives on a breakthrough in their realm. After all, warriors are rare. Even a Ming Jin warrior can easily find a high-paying job, not to mention an Jin warrior. Once a dark energy warrior wants to be a bodyguard, there will definitely be a lot of wealthy businessmen waving money to invite him. Take himself for example. He is not only Lu Donglai's personal bodyguard, but also the security manager of Shangqing Group. The combined salary for the 2 positions is 6 million a year, not including bonuses and benefits. If you add them together, 1 year can easily exceed 10 million. How many people are willing to throw all these away and run to the battlefield to experience life and death? It would be fine if there is a breakthrough, but if there is no breakthrough and instead you die on the battlefield, that would be a huge loss. This is also the reason why it is difficult to produce a master of Huajin. Uncle Jia, nothing is absolute in this world. What if this Su Feng is a martial arts genius? Lu Qingyi has a different opinion on this. Long Jia also insisted, even if he is a genius, it is impossible. Li Feilong is also a rare martial arts genius. He reached the Ming Jin level at the age of 16, broke through the Yin Jin level at the age of 18, and reached the peak of the Yin Jin level at the age of 22. Even though he is such a genius, he has always been stuck at the peak of the Yin Jin level and could not break through until he ran to the battlefield and stayed there for more than half a year. It is said that during this period of more than half a year, he encountered life-threatening situations several times and almost died on the battlefield. Whether he has the Hua gene or not is not something we can determine by arguing about it. Ajay, are you interested in testing Su Feng's skills? Lu Donglai asked in a seductive tone. Hearing this, Long Jia quickly said, I'll follow the boss's instructions. Lu Donglai's eyes fell on the elegant middle-aged man. Ayuan, send someone to keep an eye on Su Feng. Tell me when he returns to Yuding Biejing. I will bring Ajay to visit him then. Dad, take me with you. Lu Qingyi said quickly. Aren't you interested in fighting and killing? Lu Donglai asked with a smile. I don't like practicing martial arts, but that doesn't mean I don't like watching people fight. Lu Qingyi said with a smile. Miss, that was not a fight, but a sparring match. Long Jia corrected. Okay, it's a sparring match. Lu Qingyi quickly corrected herself. At the same time, Huang Jigao of Zhengdong Group also received a report on what happened at the Haoding Hotel last night. He recalled it carefully and felt that Su Feng was not outstanding in any way. He did not expect that he was actually a warrior, and was so bold as to injure Li Yafei. I don't know what the Li family's reaction will be next. He is looking forward to it. Chapter 68 Luo Weilin's Reserved Program. After finishing his work, Su Feng returned to his hotel room, taking Sun Lin to travel in the Sea of Clouds. Yunhai County is not big and has no famous attractions. So, in just 2 days, Su Feng took Sun Lin to travel around the Sea of Clouds. For the remaining few days, the two simply stayed in the hotel. At the same time, Sun Lin also discovered that Su Feng was trading in US stocks. When she found out Su Feng's daily income, she looked at Su Feng with infinite admiration. On the first day, the revenue was close to $40 million. On the second day, the revenue reached $45 million. On the third day, the revenue was slightly less, but it was also $38 million. On the fourth day, the revenue exceeded again, reaching $52 million. On the fifth day, it reached $55 million. It is worth mentioning that Su Feng gave Lillian a task, asking her to secretly protect his parents. Although it is very likely that the Li family would not dare to retaliate after knowing that he was in the state of Hua Jin. But what if? 5 days passed in a flash. In just 5 days, he made a huge profit of $220 million on the US stock market. And as his capital accumulates more and more, his future returns will also become higher and higher. In addition, Meng Jinlan also sent people to pick up the first batch of nourishing fluid, a total of 500,000 boxes. Similarly, sales on online stores also began to surge. Yesterday's sales more than doubled. Today's sales volume is higher than yesterday's. In addition, Sun Lin's parents also signed the agency rights for Wenyang district with Yun Feng. Because I tasted the sweetness. After discussing with each other, the couple decided to open 2 stores specializing in selling body-nourishing fluids in the district. Sun Jin also planned to quit his original job and go to the store to help out. That day, Su Feng had just finished plowing the land. He was hugging Sun Lin and talking to her. However, Sun Lin was a little confused. Even though she used nourishing fluids every day, Su Feng, this old workhorse, was too powerful and almost broke the land. Therefore, she already had the urge to escape from the Sea of Clouds. Su Feng picked up the phone and asked, "Who is this?" A polite voice came from the phone. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Li Yashan, and Li Yafei is my sister." Su Feng, what do you have to say? Li Yashan, Mr. Su, this is the case. My younger sister offended you before. Although you were generous and did not pursue her, our Li family is still very sorry. So, my father wants to bring my younger sister to apologize. I wonder if it is convenient for you, Mr. Su. After listening to what Li Yashan said, Su Feng understood what the other party meant. He wanted to resolve the grudge. So, he replied, "Mr. Li, I understand what you mean. There is no need to apologize in person. As long as your Li family does not provoke me in the future, I will not target your Li family." Hearing this, Li Yashan was relieved. Mr. Su is indeed open-minded, but my father admires people like Mr. Su very much, and still wants to visit him. Please give me a chance, Mr. Su. Hearing Li Yashan's humble attitude, Su Feng did not refuse and asked them to go to Yuding Beijing tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Su Feng looked thoughtful. It seemed that the Li family really had no intention of revenge. But we can't be careless. What if they are deliberately paralyzing him? Fortunately, Lillian is secretly protecting her parents, so even if the Li family has any bad intentions, they cannot succeed. Suddenly, Su Feng heard the snoring sound and turned around. It was coming from Sun Lin. I immediately realized that the other person must be too tired, so he was snoring in his sleep. It seems like we need to find her a sister to share the pressure. Before I knew it, it was already afternoon. Sun Lin finally woke up. But my mental state is still a bit bad. Are you hungry? Su Feng asked. Hearing Su Feng's words, Sun Lin's eyes suddenly showed a bit of fear. Brother Feng, please forgive me, I really can't do it anymore. I'm asking if you're hungry. Seeing Sun Lin's expression, Su Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, he became more determined to find a sister for her. Took Sun Lin to eat something nearby. Then we checked out and drove back to Donghai. After nearly 2 hours, the two returned to Yuding Beijing. Brother Feng, I haven't seen my parents for so many days. I miss them a little. I'm going to go back and stay for 2 days. Looking at Sun Lin, who seemed to be escaping, Su Feng was speechless. Am I that terrible? As Su Feng returned to Yuding Beijing, many people received phone calls or text messages tipping off. It only took less than 10 minutes. Luo Weilin came to visit. Brother, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Luo Weilin gave Su Feng a hug. After some greetings, Luo Weilin stated his purpose and planned to treat him to dinner. In response, Su Feng did not refuse, but agreed immediately. Luo Weilin said that he sent a car to pick up Su Feng in the evening. As soon as Luo Weilin left, his phone rang again. After answering the phone, Meng Jinlan's frivolous voice sounded, "Little brother, you finally decided to move. Are you free tonight? Sister wants to treat you to dinner." Su Feng, Sister Meng, you called too late. I have already accepted Brother Luo's invitation. Meng Jinlan snorted coldly, that guy has a very sharp nose. Su Feng was speechless and said, Sister Meng, are you scolding me in a roundabout way? On the other end of the phone, Meng Jinlan was stunned, but after carefully considering what she had just said, she suddenly burst into laughter. I'm sorry, little brother, I said the wrong thing as a sister, but I really didn't mean to scold you. Su Feng smiled and said, I know, I'm just kidding you. After making an appointment for dinner tomorrow night, Su Feng hung up the phone. Just at this moment, Liao Yufei sent a WeChat message to Su Feng. Su Feng, my scene will be finished tomorrow. Are you free to come to Shanghai? I'll be your tour guide. During this period, Su Feng had been chatting with Liao Yufei on WeChat. After all, they have lived 2 lives together. Su Feng vaguely discovered that this old classmate seemed to have developed some feelings for him. To be more precise, it should be that their old feelings have rekindled. After all, she had pursued him in high school. Originally, he didn't want to harm his old classmates. But he had already explained his situation to Liao Yufei, but the other party still took the initiative to contact him on WeChat. This shows that the other party has made a certain psychological preparation. If that's the case, why should he be so pretentious? So he replied, okay, I will come to Shanghai in 2 days. Liao Yufei, when do you come? I will pick you up at the station. Su Feng, it's hard to say. I might take the high-speed train, or I might drive. After chatting with Liao Yufei for a while, Luo Weilin came. So Su Feng got into his Rolls-Royce again. After getting in the car, Su Feng asked, Brother Luo, where are we going to eat? Luo Weilin said, don't worry, brother, I promise not to let you down. More than 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce drove out of the city and came to the outskirts of the city. Finally, we drove into a resort hotel. Along the way, people greeted Luo Weilin, some called him Mr. Luo, and some called him boss. Su Feng also understood that this was also Luo Weilin's property. After entering a luxuriously decorated box, there were 4 beautiful young women inside. Seeing them coming, the 4 young women immediately stood up somewhat stiffly. Chapter 69 The 2 Girls' Thoughts. Luo Weilin pointed at Su Feng and said, this is Mr. Su, why don't you say hello to him? Immediately, 4 beauties began to greet Su Feng. Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Sha Sha. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Miao Miao. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Lan Lan. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Yaya. Brother Luo, what are you doing? Su Feng first nodded to the four girls, and then said to Luo Weilin that no matter in his previous life or this life, Su Feng had never experienced such a scene, and seemed a little uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong, brother. I just thought it would be too boring for two grown men to have dinner together, so I found some beauties to liven things up. Luo Weilin said with a smile, and then he lowered his voice and said, Brother, the four of them are all college students, and they are all willing. There is absolutely no coercion. They are all clean and there is no problem. However, their task today is just to accompany us for dinner. If you want to take them to the hotel or home, it depends on your ability. Su Feng asked curiously, how much did it cost? Luo Weilin smiled and said, 20,000 per person, just for accompanying us for dinner. Su Feng nodded to show that he understood. Then everyone sat down. When Miao Miao and Yada saw Su Feng sitting down, they quickly walked to his left and right and sat down. Sasha and Lan Lan, who were one step behind, couldn't help but feel annoyed that the two girls had overtaken them. Seeing this scene, Luo Weilin couldn't help but laugh and said, you are still more popular, unlike me, I am old and beautiful women don't like me anymore. Mr. Luo, you are not old at all, and men of your age are the most attractive. Sasha chuckled and sat down next to Luo Weilin. Yes, Mr. Luo, I admire entrepreneurs like you the most. Lan Lan also followed suit and flattered him. I have to say that these four beauties are good at creating a good atmosphere, and soon the box was filled with laughter. Soon after, delicious food was served on the table. Brother, try it. This meal was prepared by the state banquet chef. Luo Weilin said with a smile. Mr. Su, which dish do you want to eat? I'll pick it up for you. Miao Miao said considerately. No, I'll do it myself. Su Feng smiled, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of tender fish and put it into his mouth, then nodded secretly. The taste was indeed very good, better than the cooking of his own chef Zhanglan. Time passed by unknowingly while eating and drinking. The two beauties beside her pressed against Su Feng, one on the left and one on the right. By the way, you two are from the same school, right? Su Feng suddenly asked. Miao Miao said, it's not just a school, it's also a class and a dormitory. Su Feng joked casually, so the quality of your dormitory is quite high. Two beautiful girls came out at once. Ya interrupted, there are not just two beauties in our dormitory, but all of them are beauties. That's why our dormitory is also called the Goddess Dormitory. Yeah? Su Feng became interested, so what's your ranking in the dormitory? Miao Miao has a good figure, a big panda body, and delicate facial features. According to Su Feng's aesthetic standards, her appearance has reached 90 points, but it is slightly worse than Sun Lin. As for Ya, her figure is also pretty good, except that Panda only reached B level, but her appearance is higher and she can be on par with Sun Lin. Why? Miao Miao sighed, Ya and I are only the last and second to last. At this point, Miao Miao threw a coquettish glance at Su Feng. Mr. Su, are you curious about our other three roommates? But curiosity is useless. Oh, why do you say that? Su Feng said with a deliberately unconvinced expression. Miao Miao continued, the most beautiful girl in our dormitory is called Yushi, a junior in the Department of Music Performance. She plays the piano very well and has won awards since elementary school. She also has a very good family background and is a native of Donghai. Everyone in our school calls her the piano goddess. There are many boys chasing after her, even some single teachers are attracted to her, but she has a very cold personality and never speaks nicely to men. The second one is Lin Xiaolu, a senior idiot who is also quite socially anxious. Apart from attending classes, she hides in the dormitory to watch anime and eat snacks. Once a boy approaches her, she will run away. The third place is Xin Shuiying. She is an outgoing person, but she already has a fiancé. Her fiancé is a rich second-generation man. They are childhood sweethearts, so they have a very good relationship. I heard that they will get married after graduating from university. What about you? What's unique about you? Su Feng asked with a smile. Yaya said, our Miao Miao is the most beautiful girl in our dance department, and is known as the goddess of otakus. Miao Miao immediately counterattacked, Yada, you are not bad either, but she is the beauty of the vocal music department, and she sings very well. We chatted for a while longer. Su Feng asked, are you two interested in accompanying me to visit Donghai Guojin? When the two girls heard the name of Donghai Guojin, their eyes lit up immediately. Everyone knows that Donghai Guojin is a place where luxury stores are clustered. So they all nodded tacitly. Seeing this, Su Feng said to Luo Weilin, "Brother Luo, lend me your car and driver. I plan to take these two beauties out for a stroll." "Ha, use whatever you want, don't be polite to me," Luo Weilin said quickly. So, Su Feng took the two girls out of the box. The two girls hugged his arms intimately, one on the left and one on the right, but their feelings were completely different. "Come downstairs." The Rolls-Royce and the driver were already waiting there. Su Feng took the two girls into the car, gave some instructions, and headed straight for the Donghai Guojin in the city. Su Feng had drunk a lot of wine in the box before, so he closed his eyes and controlled the strength in his body to dissolve the effects of the alcohol. Miao Miao and Yaya were secretly chatting on WeChat on their phones. "Miao Miao, Yaya, what do you think of this Mr. Su?" "Yaya, it feels pretty good. Mr. Luo seems to be quite polite to him. He should have a good family background. They also have a better understanding of Luo Weilin's situation, otherwise, they would not have accepted the invitation." "Miao Miao, I think so too. When I went to the bathroom before, I checked the price of the watch on his hand. It was a Vacheron Constantine, and it cost more than 800,000. Seeing this message, Yaya's eyes unconsciously fell on Su Feng's wrist. Then I quietly replied, "A watch costs more than 800,000 yuan, you are too rich." "Miao Miao, are you interested?" "Yaya, I'm a little moved." "What about you?" "Miao Miao, but I think this Mr. Su is quite greedy. He probably wants to catch us all in one fell swoop." Yaya's face turned red. "This is too greedy, how about I give you the chance?" "Miao Miao, are you sure you don't regret it?" "Yaya, what is there to regret?" "Miao Miao, thank you, Yaya. But don't worry, after I defeat him, I will not forget you as my good sister." "Yaha, thank you then." After sending this message, Yaya felt an inexplicable sense of loss. However, a gleam of satisfaction flashed in Miao Miao's eyes. A good man is also a resource. You have to make a move when the time is right. If you miss it, you will regret it. After all, she is just a girl from an ordinary family. Her family had almost exhausted their savings in order to support her to attend art school. If you want to make a name for yourself in the future, you can't rely on your family, you must find a financial sponsor. Chapter 70 Wusong fights the tiger. Donghai Guojin, 3rd floor. When Su Feng and the two girls walked out of the elevator, they instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Miao Miao and Yaya are both top beauties. Now these two beauties are hugging Su Feng's arms intimately, which makes people envious and jealous. Su Feng took the two girls into the LV store. A shopping guide immediately trotted forward and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Su, you are here, please come in, we just have new autumn styles in our store." Seeing this, Miao Miao and Yaya looked at each other subconsciously. I also know in my heart that this Mr. Su should be a regular customer of the LV store and one who has great purchasing power, otherwise, the shopping guide would not be so enthusiastic. "Take them both to choose some suitable clothes," Su Feng said to the shopping guide. "Okay, Mr. Su." The shopping guide nodded, then looked at Miao Miao and Yaya carefully, and said with a smile, "Two beauties, follow me." "Mr. Su, this is inappropriate, isn't it?" Miao Miao said with pretended hesitation. "It's okay, go ahead and pick it out, it's just one set of clothes." Su Feng waved his hand disapprovingly, then went to sit in the rest area of the store, and someone immediately brought him tea. Miao Miao and Yaya's financial situation is average. What I wear is also branded, but there is still a certain gap compared with international brands like LV. 7 or 8 minutes later. Miao Miao changed into new clothes, walked to the rest area, and turned in front of Su Feng. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" "It's okay, as long as you like it," Su Feng said in a calm tone. "Then I'll take this one." Miao Miao said happily that this set of clothes cost more than 70,000 yuan, but Su Feng didn't seem to care at all, which made her further certain that Su Feng was very financially strong. After a while, Ya also changed her clothes and showed them to Su Feng. I have to say that the shopping guide at the LV store is very good at matching. The two sets of clothes they chose both show off the best features of Miao Miao and Yaya. Miao Miao's outfit highlights her good figure. This outfit of Yaya not only shows off her long legs, but also makes her temperament look particularly pure, giving her a feeling of being a first love goddess. After a while, the two girls changed into the clothes they had chosen and followed the shopping guide to the rest area. The shopping guide asked, "Mr. Su, the two ladies have finished their selections. Would you like to check out now?" Etc. Su Feng waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao and Yaya's faces changed slightly, thinking that Su Feng was going to go back on his word. Give each of them a bag. After hearing what Su Feng said, the two girls immediately realized that they had misunderstood what Su Feng meant. You don't blame me for making the decision for you without your permission, right? Su Feng looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Of course not. Miao Miao said, but Mr. Su, we are already very satisfied with one set of clothes, so there is no need for a bag. Are you sure you don't want to? Su Feng asked. This? Both girls were a little hesitant. Go ahead, hurry up and choose, it's getting late. Su Feng said again. Thank you, Mr. Su. This time, the two girls did not refuse and went to choose bags. Su Feng was already booking a hotel using her mobile phone. A few minutes later, both women picked out a bag. However, the prices are not expensive, only over 10,000 each. Then Su Feng went to pay the bill. Even with discounts, 2 sets of clothes and 2 bags still cost 175,000 yuan. Seeing Su Feng spend more than 100,000 yuan without even frowning, the two girls' heartbeats quickened. At the same time, Su Feng became more and more charming in their eyes. With the shopping guide's escort, the three of them walked out of the LV store. Su Feng asked, Do you want to go to other stores? No. Miao Miao said quickly, she didn't want to give Su Feng the impression that she was too greedy. I'm a little tired. I booked a room in the hotel and want to take a rest. Do you want to come with me? Su Feng asked. Mr. Su, Yaya suddenly encountered something urgent and has to go back to school. Why don't I accompany you? What do you think? Miao Miao said quickly. Ya, who was represented by Miao Miao, felt a little aggrieved, because she regretted it after Su Feng showed his financial resources and generosity. Okay, then let's send Yaya back to school first, and then go to the hotel. Su Feng did not show any dissatisfaction or anger, but spoke quite magnanimously. Actually, my business is not urgent. Why don't I go to the hotel with Miao Miao? Yaha said at this time. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao looked at her in surprise. But Yaya lowered her head and didn't look at her. Ha ha. Su Feng smiled. It feels quite interesting. Is this the legendary fake best friend? Before, in the car, the two girls were secretly chatting on WeChat across from him. Although he closed his eyes, he could see it through his spiritual sense. Yaya had given the opportunity to Miao Miao. Unexpectedly, at this time, she turned against us again. The two girls fell silent. Su Feng took them by elevator to the underground garage, got into Luo Weilin's Rolls-Royce, and asked the driver to go to the 5-star hotel where he had booked a room. The hotel is not far from Donghai Guojin. It only took a few minutes to arrive. Master, please go back and thank Mr. Luo for me. After getting off the car, Su Feng said to the driver. Okay, Mr. Su, I will convey your words to Mr. Luo. Su Feng booked the presidential suite. After completing the formalities, the suite manager led the three of them to the top floor of the hotel in an exclusive elevator. Wow, this room is so big and beautiful. Yes, Mr. Su, can we take a photo? The two girls finally broke the silence. Go ahead and take pictures, take whatever you want. Su Feng said disapprovingly. Mr. Su, do you have any other instructions? The butler asked respectfully. No more, I'll call you if there's anything. Okay then. I hope Mr. Su and the two ladies enjoy their stay. When the two girls were taking photos, Su Feng went to the computer and checked it out. The computer and internet speed are both good and can meet his stock trading requirements. Afterwards, Su Feng entered the master bedroom. The two women who were taking photos enthusiastically immediately put away their phones. Yeah, didn't you say you wanted to quit? Miao Miao looked at her unkindly. I regret it. Yada no longer avoided her good sister's gaze, but raised her head to look at her. Then I'll go first. Miao Miao said somewhat helplessly. Sure. This time, Yaha didn't argue with her. Then I'm going in. After saying this, Miao Miao turned and went towards the master bedroom. However, when she entered the room, she found that Su Feng was taking a shower in the bathroom of the master bedroom. Chapter 71. Can this also trigger a lottery? More than 20 minutes later, Su Feng walked out of the bathroom holding Miao Miao, who had blushing cheeks and a shy look. He put her on the soft big bed, looked at her closed eyes and flushed cheeks, and couldn't help but chuckled and teased, Do you know what you look like now? Miao Miao opened her eyes shyly, her eyes full of water. Like what? Su Feng said, Peppa Pig. No, you are bullying others. Bullying, huh? Su Feng smiled, then lowered his head and moved closer to her face. After a while, there were noises coming from the room. Just at this moment, a figure tiptoed outside the bedroom, and after a slight hesitation, she put her ear to the door. Then a blushing voice was heard coming from inside. What made her feel even more ashamed was that as the sound reached her ears, all kinds of fantasies appeared in her mind, and at the same time, some indescribable reaction occurred in her body. As she listened, her cheeks began to turn red and her eyes became blurry. Time passed in a flash, and more than 2 hours passed. Glancing at Miao Miao, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Su Feng showed a look of satisfaction. As a dancer, her body was very flexible. In fact, he also wanted to take care of Miao Miao. After all, it was her first time. But unexpectedly, Miao Miao, who had passed the painful stage, actually began to fight back. And because of men's competitive spirit, they will naturally not back down in this situation. So the two fought more and more fiercely, and in the end, Miao Miao fainted. Even when Su Feng carried her to the bathroom to wash, she was still in a daze. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Call up the system log. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the second goddess, and you will be rewarded with a lucky draw. Su Feng never dreamed that there would be a lottery reward for opening a harem. Of course, he didn't dislike it at all, but was quite happy. System, use this lottery. Ding, the lottery starts. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wanhua Danlu. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, a purple alchemy furnace appeared in the system space. This alchemy furnace is about 3 meters high, and various mysterious runes are carved on the surface of the furnace. After contacting it with his spiritual sense, a stream of information was injected into his mind. Originally, Su Feng thought that this alchemy furnace was useless. After all, he didn't know how to make alchemy. But after learning this information, he realized that he had greatly underestimated this alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace can refine everything. It can be automatically refined into elixir, weapon, or bloodline according to different materials input. With a bit of curiosity, Su Feng quickly put on his clothes, walked out of the bedroom, came to the living room, took 2 bars of chocolate and several other bags of snacks from the snack rack, opened them and put them into the Wanhua furnace. Then he ordered the Wanhua Danlu to start refining. About 2 minutes passed. The refining was successful. Su Feng thought about it, the lid of the furnace opened, and a black pill flew out. Similarly, information about this pill also appeared in his mind. The black pill is called Bingliang pill. It is high in calories and can fill you up. An ordinary person only needs to eat 1 pill to meet their nutritional needs for 3 days without feeling hungry. Su Feng casually threw the Bingliang pill into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, the taste is pretty good. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Feng immediately turned on his computer, logged into the US stock software, and selected US stocks to short sell. As for Yaya, let her go tonight. After all, he was already about 70% full. Of course, another reason is that the US stock market has been open for some time, and any further delay would cause him to lose more US dollars. After quickly selecting several stocks, Su Feng began short selling. And at this moment, in the second bedroom, Yaya was in a state of nervousness and anticipation. Because she had heard the door open. She thought Su Feng would come to her room. But as time passed, Su Feng never came. Mr. Su, why didn't you come? Don't you like me? For a moment, Yaya felt a little lost. After thinking about it for a while, she got out of bed quietly, walked to the door, secretly opened it a little, and looked into the living room. Then I noticed Su Feng's back sitting in front of the computer. Although there is some distance between us, she could still vaguely see the contents on the computer. Mr. Su seems to be speculating in stocks? After peeking for a while, she felt a little bored. Suddenly, she felt something in her heart. He opened the door and walked out of the room carefully, went to the tea room, made a cup of coffee, and walked towards Su Feng. Master Su, I made you a cup of coffee. Put it on the table. Su Feng said without turning his head, his hands still typing quickly on the keyboard. As the funds increased, and he was shorting several stocks at one time, the operational requirements were very high. Fortunately, Su Feng was a programmer before, and his physique was close to the limits of the human body. Therefore, it is still competent. Yada felt even more disappointed when she found that Su Feng didn't even look back. Was she really that much worse than Meow Meow? A while later, Su Feng stopped typing on the keyboard, picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Good coffee, thank you. Su Feng's praise immediately revived Yada, who was looking depressed. No, I just took it casually. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? Su Feng asked, turning around. I can't sleep. Yaya blushed and said, by the way, Mr. Su, are you speculating in stocks? Yes, I'm trading US stocks. Then you are amazing. What's so great about it? This sentence made Yaha think of something wrong and her face turned red. She had heard people say before that boys usually take 15 minutes to do that, but she had been listening at the door for more than an hour and it still didn't end. Ah! Suddenly, Yaha let out a scream. Because Su Feng reached out and pulled her into his arms. Does it sound good? Suddenly, Su Feng asked. What sounds good? Yaha was a little confused, but noticing Su Feng's half smile, she immediately understood what Su Feng was asking and quickly said, I wasn't eavesdropping. Ha ha. Su Feng laughed. Yaya, has anyone ever told you that you are cute? Hate it, you make fun of others. Yaya was both embarrassed and annoyed. At this time, Su Feng lifted her chin and kissed her lips. Caught off guard, Yaya felt a little uncomfortable, but soon her mind went blank and she could only respond passively. 2 minutes later. The two parted lips. But Yaya was breathing rapidly like a dehydrated fish. The feeling just now was both suffocating and wonderful. Suddenly, she felt a hand inside her pajamas, doing something bad to her. She subconsciously shouted, Mr. Su, don't. Ha ha. Su Feng laughed again, took her hand back, and straightened her body. Go play next to it first. Mr. Su, are you angry? Yaya asked, standing aside a little uneasily. Don't think about it. I'm going to start working. Su Feng shifted his gaze back to the computer screen. Chapter 72, 200,000 tips. The stocks that Su Feng chose to short were all those for short-term trading. As time goes by, Su Feng kept shorting, selling, shorting again, and selling again. The amount in his account continued to rise. Out of curiosity, Yaha also moved a stool and sat aside to watch. Su Feng initially invested only $100 million, but made a huge profit of $220 million in just a few days. Therefore, the funds he can control today are $320 million. However, he used most of the funds to buy stocks that would continue to rise in the next few days. The funds available for short selling tonight are only $50 million. But in just 2 or 3 hours, $50 million had swelled to $63 million. As for the total value of the stocks he went long on, it also increased by about $15 million. Therefore, by the early morning, his profits had reached $28 million. This is why he wasted some time. Otherwise, the current revenue would definitely reach $30 million. After completing a wave of operations, Su Feng continued to look for stocks that could be manipulated and shorted. Mr. Su, are all the money in your account in US dollars? Suddenly, Yaha asked. Of course, US dollars are used to trade US stocks. Su Feng replied. She vaguely remembered that the exchange rate between the local currency and the US dollar was 7:1. The stocks and funds in Su Xiao's account added up to $348 million, which would be more than $2 billion in the local currency. This is so rich. Originally, she thought Su Feng was just a rich second generation who was good-looking and generous, but she never expected that the other party was so rich. She and Miao Miao are both junior students at the art school. The reason why they are willing to come out and have dinner with others is to find a financial sponsor who they hope will help them in their future careers. After all, she and Miao Miao were both born in ordinary families. In today's circle, it is very difficult for an ordinary family to make a name for themselves. Catch it no matter what. At this moment, Yaya's heart became extremely determined. Mr. Su, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. Yaha took the initiative to say. Press it. Su Feng nodded. Then, Yada stood up and walked behind Su Feng, then put her hands on his shoulders and started massaging. Wow, Master Su, your muscles are so strong, do you work out regularly? Yaya asked curiously. I don't do any gymnastics, but I do practice martial arts. Su Feng still stared at the stock market on the computer screen. You are really amazing. I heard that practicing martial arts is very hard. Yaha praised. It's okay. Su Feng said casually that in fact, he had never suffered the hardship of practicing martial arts, and the Xingyi Yiquan he mastered was directly instilled by the system. By the way, Yaha, what's your real name? Yaha said, my full name is Chao Lia, Yaha is actually my nickname. What about Miao Miao? Yaha said, her full name is Su Miao Miao. So she and I have the same last name. Time passes again. After enjoying the massage for half an hour, Su Feng let Yaya rest. But the girl refused, saying that she was not tired, and said that she used to give Su Miao Miao a massage after dance practice, and each time she would massage for an hour or two. By the way, are you hungry? Su Feng suddenly asked. If you are hungry, ask the hotel to send some midnight snacks. Yaya shook her head. Mr. Su, are you hungry? If you are hungry, I will go and call you. Then call it. I don't know if it was because the hotel was naturally very efficient or if the presidential suite received preferential treatment, but in any case, the midnight snack was delivered in just 20 minutes. Because Su Feng wants to operate stocks. Yaya then fed Su Feng nearby. When Su Feng found out that Yaya only fed him but didn't eat, he couldn't help but said, eat yourself too, don't just feed me. It's okay, Mr. Su. In order to stay in shape, I usually don't eat midnight snacks. Oh well. Su Feng no longer forced himself. By the way, don't call me Master Su from now on, call me Brother Feng. Okay, Brother Feng. Yaya smiled sweetly and felt happy in her heart. Unconsciously. The time came to 4 o'clock in the morning. Today's operation is over. Just as Su Feng was exiting the stock software, Yaya asked curiously, Brother Feng, how much did you earn today? Just 50 million. US dollars? Right. When Yaya heard that Su Feng earned 50 million US dollars in one night, her mouth opened wide and she looked at Su Feng as if he was a god. You know, 50 million US dollars is 350 million in the local currency. Did you bring your cell phone? Su Feng asked. Put it in the room and it's charging. Yaya came back to her senses after hearing Su Feng's question. Go get your phone. Soon, Yaha ran back to the room and came out with her cell phone. Come on, let's add WeChat. Soon, the two added each other on WeChat. Then, Su Feng directly transferred 200,000 yuan to Yaya. Brother Feng, why did you transfer so much money to me? Looking at the string of zeros, Yaha was at a loss. You stayed up all night with me for so long, this money is a reward for you. Su Feng reached out and touched her head. But isn't this too much? Yaha said a little uneasily. It's a lot for you, but it's nothing for me. After all, I can make hundreds of millions in one night. Su Feng said disapprovingly, be obedient and take it. Thank you, Brother Feng. Yaha clicked receive. Okay, it's getting late, go back to your room and go to bed. I'm going to bed too. Brother Feng, aren't you going to my room? Yaha asked with her head down and blushing. Why, you are so impatient. Su Feng reached out and scratched Yaya's nose, then smiled and said, today is Miao Miao's first time, I have to take care of her emotions, but don't worry, you can't run away. I'm not impatient. Yaya said a little embarrassedly, but when she heard Su Feng's answer, she suddenly felt that he was quite considerate. Similarly, she also learned from Su Feng's words that the other party did not look down on her, but was just taking Miao Miao's feelings into consideration. For a moment, she felt somewhat fortunate that she did not quit. Otherwise, she might never meet a financial sponsor like Su Feng again. Okay, go to bed. Reaching out and patting Yaya's little butt, Su Feng walked straight to the master bedroom. Looking at Su Feng's back, Yaya's eyes gradually became obsessed. After returning to the room, Su Feng found that Miao Miao was still sleeping soundly, but she was a little dishonest, with most of her body exposed outside the quilt. Suddenly, Su Feng's body became hot again. However, thinking that the other person was still injured, he suppressed his inner impulse, pulled up the quilt to cover Miao Miao's exposed body, then went to the bathroom to wash up simply, and then went to bed and hugged Miao Miao to sleep. A little after 9 in the morning. Su Feng woke up and found that Miao Miao was no longer around him. He has a good physique, so even if he goes to bed at around 4 in the morning, he can get a full sleep in just a few hours. After washing up, leave the room. I found Miao Miao and Yaha playing with their mobile phones enthusiastically on the sofa in the living room. Miao Miao, it seems that you have recovered well and are in good spirits. Su Feng joked casually. Humph, don't underestimate the physical strength of a dancer. Miao Miao said proudly, I used to practice dancing for more than 10 hours a day, and I only needed to sleep for 6 or 7 hours, and I was still full of energy the next day. Really? Then I will be blessed from now on. Su Feng said with a smile. Pervert, you only think about that. Miao Miao scolded with a shy smile. What's the matter? Su Feng teased deliberately. Chapter 73 500 million agency fee. Su Feng and the two girls laughed and joked for a while, and then the phone suddenly rang. It's Li Yashan calling. Mr. Su, are you home? My father, my sister, and I would like to visit you. Is it convenient? Su Feng, I'm still outside, come over at 10 o'clock. Li Yashan, okay Mr. Su, sorry to bother you then. End the call. Su Feng said to Su Miao Miao, open WeChat and add a friend. Su Miao Miao was delighted, okay. Soon, the two added each other on WeChat, and Su Feng directly transferred 200,000 yuan to her. Mr. Su, what are you doing? When Su Miao Miao saw the transfer of 200,000 yuan, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, he felt a little sad inside, thinking that he was a little wishful thinking. Don't let your imagination run wild. Listen to me. Su Feng spoke slowly, I have two proposals for you two to choose from. First, both of you will be my women, without any official status. I can buy each of you a car worth more than 1 million yuan, and give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. After you follow me for 5 years, I will give each of you a house. Second, you are both art school students, and you should have the idea of becoming a star. I can pay you to become a star. After hearing the conditions offered by Su Feng, the two women were in a dilemma. Should they choose one or two? If they choose the first one, they can live the life they have always dreamed of, but their dream of becoming a star will be cut short. If they choose the second one, even if Su Feng spends money to support them, they may not succeed in becoming a star. After all, whether or not one can become popular depends not only on spending money but also on resources. You know, back then many coal bosses spent money to make movies and TV series for their mistresses, but in the end, they spent a lot of money, but how many of them really became popular? Therefore, if you want to be really popular, you have to see if you can get the resources. Otherwise, if you keep throwing money at it, you will just be taken advantage of. They had heard some rumors in the circle that a certain director, in order to defraud investors' money, dared to offer a price of $6,000 for a straw hat and rent a farmer's house, directly reporting the price according to the top 5-star hotel. Brother Feng, can we think about this for a while? At this time, Yaha spoke. Can. Su Feng nodded, I'm not in a hurry, you guys take your time to think about it, and tell me when you're done. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. By the way, I'll extend the room at the hotel for another day, so you can continue to stay. Thank you, Mr. Su, you were so nice. Su Miao Miao walked up and kissed Su Feng on the cheek. Just like Ya, call me Brother Feng. Okay, Brother Feng. Let's go. After waving to the two girls, Su Feng strode out of the room. We'll take you there. After watching Su Feng get on the elevator, the two women returned to the presidential suite. Yaya, when did you change your name to Brother Feng? How come I didn't know? Su Miao Miao said a little jealously. Just about last night. Yeah, after you guys finished last night, Brother Feng came out to trade stocks on the computer. I stayed with him the whole time, and then young Master Su asked me to call him Brother Feng. Stock trading? Su Miao Miao asked suspiciously, can you trade stocks at night? After a slight hesitation, Yada said, Brother Feng trades US stocks. Do you know how much money he made in one night? The reason why she told Su Miao Miao this news was to resolve the grudge in the other party's heart, and then the two of them formed an alliance. In her opinion, a person like Su Feng could not possibly be just the two of them. Maybe he will have conflicts with other women in the future. It's better for them to work together than to fight alone. Yes, although she had not had sex with Su Feng yet, she had already regarded herself as Su Feng's woman. After all, they had kissed and touched each other, and she had also accepted Su Feng's brand name clothes and bags as well as 200,000 yuan. Not to mention that she was embarrassed to go back on her word, even if she did, Su Feng probably wouldn't let her go. How much did you earn? Su Miao Miao asked curiously. Yaha deliberately kept the secret and held up 5 fingers. Guess? 500,000? Be brave. Could it be 5 million? Su Miao Miao exclaimed. Forget it, I'll just tell you straight away, it's 50 million, and it's in US dollars. What? Hearing that Su Feng had made so much money overnight, Su Miao Miao was stunned, and then asked in disbelief, how is it possible to make so much money? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe. Ya said with admiration. Moreover, Brother Feng has hundreds of millions of dollars in his account, and he gave me a bonus of 200,000 afterwards. Originally, Su Feng transferred 200,000 yuan to her, and she was secretly proud of it. Unexpectedly, Yaha also got it. Suddenly, she felt a little unbalanced. I suffered for 2 hours and only got 200,000 yuan. You didn't do anything, but you can also get 200,000 yuan. Yaya retorted, TSK, you're suffering? You're enjoying it more like that, you're screaming so hard. Besides, I didn't contribute anything, and I didn't do any hard work. When Brother Feng was trading stocks, I was always serving him tea and water, and I even gave him massages to relieve his fatigue. You guys dared to laugh at me, wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. As she spoke, Miao Miao threw Yaya onto the sofa. They played around for a while. Yaya regained her composure and said, Miao Miao, what do you think? Choose one or two. Su Miao Miao looked conflicted, it's so hard to choose. I don't know which one to choose for now. What about you? I decided to choose two. Yada said thoughtfully, I also worked very hard to get into the art school. In the past few years, we have never slacked off and have been practicing and studying hard just to become famous. I am unwilling to give up just like that. I didn't have anyone to support me before, and it was too difficult to become famous. But now I have the support of Brother Feng, and I decided to work hard for 2 years. If it still doesn't work after 2 years, I will withdraw and be Brother Feng's little woman. After all, Brother Feng is not a heartless and ungrateful person, and he will definitely have no worries about food and clothing in the second half of his life. Then I'll choose two too. Su Miao Miao made a decision. Since we both chose number 2, why don't we form an alliance? Ya said, after all, a man like Brother Feng must have more than just 2 women like us. It's too difficult to fight alone. Only if we join forces can we gain the upper hand. After a little thought, Su Miao Miao also felt that what Ya said made sense, so he nodded, okay, then let's form an alliance. The other side. Su Feng originally planned to take a taxi back to Yuding. Unexpectedly, the hotel took the initiative to drive him there. He didn't refuse either. It takes less than 10 minutes to return to number 65 Yuding. The Li family of 3 came to visit. The 3 warrior followers who accompanied him. The head of the Li family is named Li Tingru. He looks to be only in his 40s, well-maintained, and wearing a pair of glasses, giving people a sense of elegance and easygoingness. Li Yashan, the eldest son of the Li family, is about 37 or 38 years old. He looks about the same as his father. Although he also exudes elegance, he is also a bit sharp. As for Li Yafei, perhaps because she had been beaten up by Su Feng, she no longer had the arrogance she had before. Instead, she was a little afraid of Su Feng. Perhaps because her injuries had not yet healed, her face looked a little pale. After some greetings, Li Tingru changed the subject and said, Mr. Su, I wonder if the agency rights of the 2 provinces near the body-nourishing liquid have been sold. If not, my Li family is willing to pay 500 million to get it. Su Feng was a little surprised to hear the other party's offer. He didn't believe that with the strength of the Li family, they couldn't find out that Meng Jinlan only spent 150 million to get the agency rights of Haidong province. There were probably 2 reasons why the other party directly offered 500 million for the agency rights of 2 provinces. One reason was because it was profitable, and the other was to make friends with Su Feng. Chapter 74 Half-Step Collapse Fist. After a little consideration, Su Feng agreed to hand over the agency rights of Jiangdong and Subei provinces to the Li family. However, today we can only make a verbal agreement, and Cheng Jing still needs to discuss the specific contents. After chatting for a while, Li Tingru said goodbye. Su Feng suggested that they stay for lunch, but Li Tingru politely declined. The back seat of a bulletproof sedan. Li Tingru and his son Li Yashan sat together. Sitting in the front passenger seat was the middle-aged warrior follower. Old Son, have you determined Su Feng's specific strength? Li Tingru asked. Old Song is the strongest among the dark energy masters trained by their Li family. He has reached the peak of dark energy for 8 years, but has never been able to break through to the transformation energy. Hearing this, Old Song pondered and said, it's hard to say his specific strength, but I'm sure he's a master of Huajin. After 8 years of honing his skills at the peak of dark energy, he only needed an opportunity to step into transformation energy. It was not an exaggeration to call him a half-step master. Therefore, even if Su Feng did not reveal a trace of his aura in front of him, But after careful observation, he still felt a threat from Su Feng. It's indeed the transformation energy. Li Tingru felt a little sad and envious. He thought that his Li family had been entrenched in the East China Sea for more than 100 years and had a profound foundation, but they had not been able to cultivate a Huajin master. However, Su Feng was only 24 years old, but he was already a Huajin master. Father, is it possible for us to win him over and use him for our Li family? Li Yashan said with a sudden thought. What a wild idea. Li Tingru glanced at his eldest son calmly. Even if he is willing, can we dare to use him boldly? Li Yashan thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. They really can't feel at ease if the expert is not one they trained themselves. Because once the other party was bribed and turned against them, the damage caused to their Li family would be unimaginable. Old Song, do you think you still have hope of a breakthrough? Li Tingru asked Lao Song again. Old Song pondered and said, unless you find a life and death battle with a peak dark energy master, or go to the battlefield and experience life and death, there is a chance of a breakthrough. The former is very difficult, almost impossible. There is only one person in their Li family who is at the peak of dark energy, and they can't find a second one. Other families do have it, too. But why would they agree to send us out for a life and death battle? The latter, on the other hand, is possible. But if Old Song died on the battlefield, the Li family would suffer a great loss. Are you willing to go to the battlefield? Li Tingru asked again. He was an insecure person. It would have been fine if the strongest warriors from several families in the East China Sea were only at the peak of the dark energy before, but now they had an additional level of transformation energy. Even when his daughter was severely humiliated by others, he still had to bring his children to apologize and give money. It would be a lie to say that I don't feel frustrated. Therefore, he urgently wanted a subordinate with the ability of Huajin. Master, I'm willing to go. Old Song said in a firm tone. Good. Li Tingru smiled with satisfaction. Old Song, I didn't misjudge you. So, your salary will be doubled. If you encounter an accident on the battlefield, my Li family will compensate you 100 million. If you die, I will compensate you 300 million. If you break through to Huajin, my family will reward you 500 million. At the same time, your annual salary will be adjusted to 100 million a year. Thank you, Master. Old Song immediately said gratefully. Yashan, you take care of this matter. Li Tingru turned his head and looked at Li Yashan. Yes, Father. At this moment, the Lu family. Study. The middle-aged subordinate reported to the Lu family father and daughter again. Master, Miss, Li Tingru and his son went to visit Su Feng's house in person and stayed in villa number 65 for about 22 minutes. Song Pingan also accompanied them, but there was no sign of action between the two sides. Li Tingru has come here in person. It seems that the Li family has really surrendered. Lu Donglai said with a smile. So, Su Feng is really the master of Huajin? Ajay, do you still dare to fight with him? Lu Donglai looked at Long Jia in the room. Why not? I still don't believe that a young man like him can be the master of Huajin. Long Jia said proudly. Seeing this, Lu Qingyi said excitedly, Dad, when are we going? Lu Donglai pondered and said, well, aren't you one of the owner's committee members of Yuding Biejing? Call Su Feng and ask him to go directly to the club in the community to see if he is willing to come. Okay, I'll call him right now. Lu Qingyi picked up the phone and started dialing Su Feng's number. The call was quickly connected, and Su Feng's voice came. Hello, who is this? Lu Qingyi, hello Mr. Su, I am Lu Qingyi, an owner of our community. I would like to meet you at the club in our community. Are you free? Su Feng, it's Miss Lu, when? Lu Qingyi, see you at the club in half an hour, how about that? Su Feng, sure. Inside villa number 65. After Su Feng hung up the phone, he was a little confused. He and Lu Qingyi had never met before, so why did she invite him to meet her? Is it because I'm a Huajin warrior? Stayed in the villa for more than 10 minutes. Su Feng walked out and headed towards the club in the community. After arriving, there was someone waiting to greet him at the door. He was politely led to a gym. Hello Mr. Su, I'm Lu Qingyi, I've heard a lot about you. The next moment, Lu Qingyi took the initiative to come forward and extended his hand. Hello Miss Lu. Su Feng reached out his hand and shook hands with the other party, responding while also looking at the other party with some curiosity. Lu Qingyi is not very tall, probably less than 1.7 meters, but she has a strong aura and is very beautiful, taller than Sun Lin. As for her figure, it's hard to say, because she is wearing a loose sportswear today that covers her body tightly. At this time, Lu Qingyi pointed at Long Jia and introduced him. Mr. Su, let me introduce you, this is our company's security manager, Mr. Long Jia. He is a martial arts fanatic. He heard that you, Mr. Su, are a master, so he wants to spar with you. Su Feng was slightly stunned, then nodded, okay. Then, the two stood 3 meters apart from each other. Long Jia clasped his fists and said, Baji, Long Jia, please teach me. Su Feng said, I practice Xingyi. Watch out, I'm making a move. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jia rushed forward and directly used one of Bajiquan's killer moves, the elbow to the heart. The opponent's move can be said to be well honed, with fierce momentum and full of power, and even a sound of breaking through the air can be heard. But Su Feng was not panicked and raised his hand to punch. He was the first to arrive and hit Long Jia in the lower abdomen with a half-step punch. The opponent's 180-pound body was directly hit off the ground, flew backwards 5 or 6 meters, and fell to the ground in a mess. There are also different levels of Hua Jin. It is divided into early, middle, late and peak stages. After the fusion of the Xingyi Grandmaster rewarded by the system, Su Feng reached the peak of Hua Jin. Even if 2 or 3 masters of Hua Jin join forces, they might not be his match, let alone Long Jia, who was a dark force warrior. As for saving the other party's face, he fought with the other party for several moves before defeating him. There is absolutely no need for that. First of all, he had no friendship with the Lu family. Secondly, he also wanted to publicize his strength through the Lu family to avoid encountering anyone so ignorant as to provoke him in the future. I saw Long Jia being knocked away by Su Feng's punch. Lu Qingyi was shocked. Is the difference between dark energy and transformed energy so huge? Lu Donglai, who was hiding in the monitoring room, was also shocked. He originally thought that even if Su Feng was at the level of Hua Jin, with Long Jia's strength, they would at least be able to fight for more than 10 moves before being defeated. He never expected that Su Feng would cripple Long Jia with just one punch. After all, Long Jia had been lying on the ground for several seconds and still couldn't get up. Chapter 75 Tea Master Lu Qingyi. Go and help. Lu Qingyi came back to his senses and gave instructions to the other 2 bodyguards. 2 bodyguards walked quickly towards Long Jia, ready to help him up, but Long Jia stretched out a hand to signal them not to touch him. People who practice martial arts have the ability to withstand blows far beyond that of ordinary people. People like Long Jia, who are at the peak of dark energy, have both strong ability to withstand blows and strong endurance. Even so, this punch still caused him a lot of pain. His abdomen felt like it was being cut by a knife. The intense pain made his upper body numb. The slightest movement would double the pain. This was the case when Su Feng was holding back. Otherwise, if he had used all his strength, he would definitely have been able to kill Long Jia with one punch. After more than 10 seconds, the pain in the body gradually dissipated. Long Jia finally got up from the ground and said respectfully to Su Feng, "Thank you, Master Su, for showing mercy." "You're welcome." Su Feng responded indifferently. "Uncle Long, how do you feel? Are you injured? Do you need to go to the hospital?" At this time, Lu Qingyi came over and asked with concern. "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. I'm fine now, all thanks to Grandmaster Su for showing mercy." Long Jia replied. Although he couldn't see inside his body, as a warrior, he was quite familiar with the condition of his body. "It's just a minor injury. Go back and apply some medicine and rest for a day or 2 and you'll be healed." "Mr. Su, thank you for showing mercy." Lu Qingyi said to Su Feng again. "It's okay, we're just sparring, I won't kill you." Su Feng still looked calm. "By the way, if Miss Su is okay, I'll leave first." Just at this moment, Lu Donglai entered the gym with 2 followers. He quickly stepped forward and said sincerely, "Master Su, I am Lu Donglai. My daughter has offended you just now. As her father, I apologize to you on her behalf." "Mr. Lu, you are too kind. Miss Lu did not offend me." Su Feng looked at Lu Donglai and said that Lu Donglai's Shangcheng Group is one of the top real estate groups in Donghai. Although the Lu family's foundation cannot be compared with that of the Li family, the Lu family's influence in the business world is not much weaker than that of the Li family. "That's good." Lu Donglai nodded. "It's better to meet by chance than to meet in person, Master Su. I wonder if I would be lucky enough to have lunch together?" After a slight hesitation, Su Feng agreed. "Master Lu, please go first." The place where Lu Donglai invited guests to dinner was not a restaurant, but it was in Lu Qingyi's villa number 1. All the villas in Utingbying were built in the same batch, but this villa number 1 is obviously larger than the other villas and is more exquisitely built. The decoration and furnishings are not comparable to Su Feng's villa number 65. Entering the villa hall, Lu Donglai invited Su Feng to take a seat. The tea set has been placed on the coffee table. Lu Donglai said, "My daughter's tea art is quite good, Master Su, please give me some advice." Su Feng said modestly, "I don't know the art of tea, so how dare I give Miss Lu advice?" "Then please let Master Su appreciate it later," Lu Qingyi said at this time. Of course. Su Feng nodded. "Master Su, please wait for a moment. I'm going to change my clothes." Wait for Lu Qingyi to leave. Su Feng asked Lu Donglai, "Boss Lu, are there many warriors in our East China Sea? How many are the Huajin warriors?" Lu Donglai pondered and said, "There are definitely not too many warriors. There are no more than 200 people who have reached the Mingjin level, and there are probably only a few dozen who have reached the Yanjin level. As for the Huajin Grandmaster, not to mention the entire East China Sea, even in the entire Haidong province, there is only one like you." So few Huajin warriors? Su Feng was a little surprised. No wonder he humiliated Li Yufei severely. The Li family could only swallow their anger and even bring their children to the house to apologize. Lu Donglai continued, "Take the Li, Jiang, and Ma families for example. These three families are old families that have stood in the East China Sea for many years. Over the years, they have always wanted to cultivate a Huajin, but they have not been able to do it. As for a businessman like me who has only risen in the past few decades, let alone Huajin, I can't even cultivate in Jin. I can only spend a lot of money to hire someone from outside." "Then does our country have a lot of Huajing?" Su Feng asked again. "That's hard to say." Lu Donglai shook his head. "To be precise, I'm just a businessman, and I don't know much about the martial arts circle, but I do know that there are many masters in the army. In addition, those martial arts families that have been passed down for hundreds of years should also have masters of Huajin. It is still very rare to find a young master of Huajin like Master Su. Maybe someone in this field will take the initiative to contact you in the future." "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for the information." Su Feng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Just at this moment, Lu Qingyi reappeared. The sportswear on his body has been replaced with a set of exquisite hanfu. Then he nodded to the two people who were chatting, and squatted down to fiddle with the tea set. A few minutes later, "The tea is ready." Lu Qingyi handed Su Feng a glass. Su Feng took a sip and felt that it was indeed unlike any tea he had drunk before. It left a lingering fragrance in his mouth and was very delicious. "Master Su, how do you feel?" Lu Qingyi asked with a chuckle. "I don't know much about tea, but I think it tastes good. I'll have another cup." Su Feng handed the cup to Lu Qingyi. "Give." Lu Qingyi skillfully mixed the tea into the cup and handed it to Su Feng again. "The tea is slightly hot, but drinkable." Seeing Su Feng finish drinking again, Lu Qingyi asked considerately, "Do you want more?" "Thanks." In the following time, Su Feng and Lu Donglai chatted and drank tea. Most of the time, Lu Donglai was talking and Su Feng was listening. What Lu Donglai talked about was also related to the business and political circles in East China. Among them, he also mentioned the Minnan students. Minansheng, the contact extracted through the system, did not contact Su Feng on his own initiative. Su Feng, who didn't need him for the time being, didn't contact him either. But judging from Lu Donglai's tone, he is more optimistic about students from southern Fujian. Donghai City is the provincial capital. In addition, it is located on the coast and its economy is very developed. It is definitely one of the top 10 first-tier cities in China. The forces are naturally complex. Take the Li family, the Jiang family, and the Ma family for example, they are all local family forces that have been entrenched in the East China Sea for many years. But they cannot cover the sky with one hand in the East China Sea, and even when facing some foreign forces with deep backgrounds, they have to retreat to three sides. The most representative of these is the Yuehai Group, which has only been in Donghai for less than 2 years. The boss of Yuehai Group is Zheng Ji, but in fact, everyone knows that he is someone else's white glove, and the real owner of Yuehai Group is Hua Yuxing. Hua Yuxing's background is very mysterious. As soon as he came to Donghai and established Yuehai Group, he directly acquired 3 pieces of land. He then sold 2 of the 3 plots of land and made a profit of 1.5 billion yuan. Then he used the 1.5 billion to develop the 3rd piece of land. In just 2 years, Yuehai Group has grown to a scale of 50 billion, which is simply a rocket-like rise. During this period, there were people who wanted to get a piece of the pie. But they stopped as soon as they started to take action, and then they stopped talking about Yuehai group. This also makes Hua Yuxing's identity more and more mysterious. Soon, it was noon. Lu Donglai invited Su Feng to move to the villa restaurant. Chapter 76. Marry Su Feng and you will inherit the family property. The Lu family's chef is very skilled. Since we were entertaining Su Feng, the master of Hua Jin, we also put a lot of thought into the dishes. Even though Su Feng had lived for more than 40 years, some of the dishes that Lu Donglai used to treat him today he had only heard of, and some he had never even heard of. I can only say that I have learned a lot. After the previous casual chat and the warm hospitality at noon, Su Feng and Lu Donglai became more familiar with each other. Even the names were changed to elder brother and younger brother. After dinner, I sat for a while. Su Feng offered to resign. Lu Donglai personally escorted him out of the villa. Ajay, you won't blame me for not letting you ask Su Feng for advice, right? Back in the living room of the villa, Lu Donglai asked Long Jia. Of course not. Long Jia quickly said that he had asked Lu Donglai before to see if he could ask Su Feng, the master of Hua Jin, for some advice. But Lu Donglai refused. Do you know why I didn't let you ask him for advice? Lu Donglai asked again. Please give me some advice, boss. Long Jia asked humbly. Lu Donglai smiled and said, if you want to truly befriend someone, you must not be too utilitarian in your conduct and work. I invited Su Feng to discuss matters with you today. Although he did not show any dissatisfaction, he must have some grudges in his heart. I invited him to be my guest in order to resolve the grudges in his heart. However, if you ask him for advice at this time, the nature of the matter will change. Thank you for your advice, boss. I understand. Long Jia nodded, but there was still some regret in his heart. You don't have to worry or be anxious. I find that Su Feng is easy to talk to and not difficult to deal with. As long as we have more friendship with Su Feng in the future, even if we don't ask him, he may take the initiative to guide you. Do you understand? Boss, I understand. A look of joy appeared on Long Jia's face. Qingyi, come with me to the study on the second floor. Afterwards, the father and daughter came to the study on the second floor. Qingyi, what do you think of Su Feng? Very interesting. Lu Qingyi thought for a moment and replied. You're not a child anymore, it's time to find a partner. Lu Donglai said meaningfully. Father, do you mean that you want Su Feng and I to be together? Lu Qingyi reacted immediately. Do you have a good impression of him? Lu Donglai asked. This is just the first time we met, how can I have a good impression of you? Lu Qingyi said truthfully. You will have to get married sooner or later. Su Feng is a good match. Lu Qingyi snorted coldly. Dad, you know who Su Feng is. He just found a little lover some time ago, and yesterday he took 2 female students to get a room. Lu Donglai said in a deep voice, there's nothing wrong with a man being a little fickle. How can someone as capable as Su Feng not be liked? Moreover, with your means, it shouldn't be difficult to control a man, right? Dad, you don't have to provoke me. I, your daughter, won't fall for it. Lu Qingyi looked at her father with disdain. Although I am no longer at the age of fantasizing and longing for love, I will not look for a playboy when I look for a husband. It's up to you then. Lu Donglai sighed, but to be honest, Su Feng doesn't have any problems except that she's a bit philandering. As long as you can change her philandering habit, she can become a good husband to you. With her in charge, our Lu family can be more stable. Moreover, I can also promise that if you can let Su Feng marry you, our Lu family will be inherited by you in the future. Speaking of this, Lu Donglai felt a little more worried, uneasy and angry. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer a country, but difficult to keep it. He, Lu Donglai, rose too fast. Therefore, it lacks some depth and background. Even though he has given up a lot of benefits to feed certain people. But some people's appetite is still growing. If this continues, the foundation he has spent most of his life building might become someone else's wedding dress. This is also the reason why he encouraged his daughter to marry Su Feng. As for his son, he still had some hope before sending him abroad 2 years ago, but now, he has completely despaired of his son. If he really let his son inherit his property, with his son's intelligence, he would probably be eaten up without leaving anything, and he might even lose his life in the end. After all, some people are so ruthless that even he feels exhausted dealing with them, let alone his son. His daughter is quite outstanding, but unfortunately she is a girl. However, the appearance of Su Feng made him see a turning point. Dad, are you kidding me? I will inherit the family property, but what about my brother? Lu Qingyi said with a look of surprise. Lu Donglai said helplessly, in the past 2 years, I have also figured it out. Instead of handing the family property to a prodigal son who will squander it all, it is better to hand it over to you, my daughter. As for your brother, you are siblings, can you really treat him badly? Just let him be a rich second generation who eats and waits for death abroad in the future. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi was still very moved. Over the years, she has worked diligently and even refused to talk about love. Isn't it just to prove her ability to her father? But she also realized that if she wanted to inherit the family business, she had to take down Su Feng. After a moment's silence, she looked at her father and asked, Dad, must Su Feng marry me in order to inherit the family business? Qingyi, it's not that Dad wants to force you. Lu Donglai said with a wry smile, don't think that our Lu family is now prosperous, but you don't know that someone has already set their sights on us and intends to swallow up our entire Lu family. Who is it? Lu Qingyi asked angrily. I won't tell you who it is, because it will only cause more trouble. A gloomy flashed across Lu Donglai's eyes, when I'm here, you can still deal with them. If I'm not here, you are not qualified to deal with them with your current abilities and means. And Su Feng is a Huajin warrior, only he can intimidate those people. But now the world is dominated by guns and cannons. Even if Su Feng has Huajin, can he defeat guns and cannons? Lu Qingyi frowned and said, since that group of people can set their sights on our Lu family, they must not be a small force. If they send assassins, can Su Feng stop them? It seems that you still don't know enough about Huajin warriors. Lu Donglai shook his head and said, let me tell you a story. It happened around the millennium. A second-generation man in a certain place relied on his status to commit crimes and then offended a master of Huajin. The master of Huajin had a very fierce temper. That night, he sneaked into the second-generation man's house and smashed his limbs into pieces. Because the other party did not conceal his identity, the second generation's father sent people to capture the master of Huajin that night, and all the people sent were carrying guns. As a result, the master of Huajin was unharmed, while those who went to capture him were all seriously injured. He didn't kill people directly, which was already leaving room for maneuver and also served as a warning. But the second-generation father was used to being superior, and in a rage, he sent out more people. Faced with hundreds of guns, the master of Huajin did not engage in a head-on confrontation, but instead launched a counterattack under encirclement. In the end, the second generation and his father all died tragically. The actions of the Huajin master angered the local government officials, who contacted the army and sent a company of soldiers armed with live ammunition to encircle and suppress him. Finally, the master of Huajin fled into the mountains. After searching for several days without success, a nationwide arrest warrant was issued. Did the other party escape? Lu Qingyi asked curiously. Lu Donglai nodded and said, he escaped. In fact, he not only escaped, but also fled the country. About 2 years later, when the storm had passed, he sneaked back into the country and killed all the senior officials who had targeted him. This incident caused a great sensation, but it also completely angered the country, which sent several masters of Huajin to surround and kill him. Although it succeeded in the end. But those who died could not be resurrected. After this incident, everyone was deeply wary of the Grandmaster Huajin. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would never offend the Grandmaster Huajin. Otherwise, why do you think the Li family, who had been entrenched in the East China Sea for many years, would come to apologize to Su Feng? Lu Donglai's story also made Lu Qingyi realize the deterrence brought by the Grandmaster of Huajin, so she nodded, Dad, I will try to contact Su Feng. Chapter 77, The First Strike on Land. After returning to Villa number 65, Su Feng received a call from Chang Jing. She has already sent someone to the Li family to sign the agency rights for Jiangdong and northern Jiangsu. 500 million in agency fees were also transferred into the company's account. Su Feng asked, can the factory's production keep up? Chang Jing said, Boss, don't worry. At present, the production capacity of each production line can reach more than 80,000 boxes. After a while, it will not be a problem to reach 100,000 boxes. Su Feng silently calculated that the ex-factory price of a box of nourishing fluid was 100 yuan. If each production line can produce 100,000 boxes of nourishing fluid every day, that would be 300,000 boxes. Calculated based on the factory price, that would be 30 million, which would create a production value of 900 million yuan in a month. As for the cost, it is not high, after all, it is a tax-free period now. You only need to pay for the costs of medicinal materials, workers, water, and electricity. It would be good if all these added up to 20 million. Therefore, if all the produced nourishing fluid is sold, there will be at least 880 million in profit. This does not include agency fees. The agency fees for Meng Jinlan and the Li family alone amounted to 650 million. If we sell the agents in 33 provinces across the country, even if we earn 100 million yuan in each province, we can still earn 3 billion yuan. It's a huge profit. Then, Cheng Jing reported to him again, saying that she planned to send people to other provinces to negotiate the agency rights. Su Feng expressed his support for this. That afternoon, Su Feng was playing games in the villa. Suddenly, the phone rang. As soon as the call was connected, a cheerful voice came, "Old Su, do you remember who I am?" "Of course I remember. I'll remember even if you turned into ashes," Su Feng said with a smile. "Screw you." The other party said unhappily, "By the way, which game company are you still working for?" Su Feng, "No, what about you? How come you have time to call me?" The guy who called Su Feng was called Wang Yang, his college classmate and roommate. However, this guy is a romantic man. He had a girlfriend during college. After graduation, his girlfriend insisted on returning to her hometown to develop her career and asked Wang Yang to go back with her. If Wang Yang refused, they would break up. Wang Yang's family is well off. Before graduation, his father used his connections to arrange a good job for him. For the sake of love, Wang Yang resolutely gave up the good job arranged by his father and returned to his hometown with his girlfriend. At this time, Su Feng's memory of Wang Yang in his previous life was also awakened. It seemed that at about the same time, Wang Yang called him. The two also made an appointment to have a drink together. Then Wang Yang told him about his situation in the past 2 years. Wang Yang's girlfriend is Feng Meili. After returning to her hometown, she began to prepare for the civil service exam. Wang Yang found a job locally. Feng Meili's hometown is just a 5th-tier city with average economic level. Even graduates from prestigious universities don't earn that much. Therefore, Wang Yang's monthly income is only about 5,000 yuan. Fortunately, his family conditions are good and his parents will subsidize him. It can be said that Wang Yang supported Feng Meili during the 2 years she was preparing for the civil service exam. As a result, 2 years later, Feng Meili finally got a satisfactory job. Then they started to look down on and find fault with Wang Yang, and the other party's parents also made some comments to him. Wang Yang was not stupid. He understood that Feng Meili, who passed the civil service exam, looked down on him. So instead of waiting for the other party to say break up, I took the initiative to break up. After returning to Donghai, Wang Yang did not go to work, but started a business with his father. I have to say, this guy is smart. Only 3 years later, the other party had completely taken over his father's business and became stronger and stronger. When Su Feng was reborn, Wang Yang had a net worth of at least hundreds of millions. It is worth mentioning. For years after their breakup, Wang Yang's girlfriend approached him again, hoping to get back together with him. Wang Yang found it strange, so he went to Feng Meili's hometown to inquire about the matter. It turned out that Feng Meili had slept with her boss in order to get a promotion. As a result, he was reported. The boss went to jail for corruption. The higher-ups also talked to Feng Meili, hoping that she would resign voluntarily. Feng Meili, who was fired, learned that her ex-boyfriend was doing well in Donghai, so she started to think about getting back together with him. Although Wang Yang had been cheated by a bad woman, he still lived a good life in his previous life and was considered the best among his friends. Wang Yang, "Hey, I'm back in Donghai now. I want to find someone to drink with, so I thought of you." Su Feng thought about it and realized that he had to keep an appointment with Meng Jinlan tonight, so he said, "Okay, let's have supper together tonight." Wang Yang, "Okay, I'll send the address to you on WeChat then." Su Feng, "No problem." In the evening, Su Feng received the address sent by Meng Jinlan. The place where the other party invited us to dinner was a private restaurant. Considering that he would have to drink, Su Feng asked Master Luo to drive him there. Master Luo was very happy that his skills were finally put to good use. He had been a driver for more than half a month, but he had only driven for his boss a few times. Can you believe it? Although this private restaurant is located in the city, the location is relatively quiet. Meng Jinlan arranged for someone to greet her at the door. After Su Feng arrived, he was led by the other party into a garden. The dining place was actually in a pavilion. Meng Jinlan's outfit today can be described as full of royal sister style. The food has been placed on the table. Little brother, please take a seat. Meng Jinlan greeted with a smile. Su Feng nodded to Meng Jinlan, then found a seat and sat down. Why are you sitting so far away? Are you afraid that your sister will eat you? Meng Jinlan joked. Sister Meng is so beautiful. I'm afraid that if I sit next to you, I won't have the appetite to eat. Wouldn't that be a waste of Sister Meng's kindness? Su Feng responded with a smile, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Sister Meng laughed dumbly. Good boy, what you said makes me feel a little helpless. As soon as the words fell, Sister Meng suddenly stood up, took a bottle of wine and sat down next to Su Feng. This is the peach blossom wine I brewed myself. You try it. If you like it, I will give you 2 bottles when you leave. As she spoke, she opened the bottle cap, poured the cup in front of Su Feng, and then poured herself a cup. Come on, let's have a drink together. Su Feng raised his glass in greeting, and the 2 glasses clinked lightly in mid-air. Come, try this 9-turn large intestine. Then, Meng Jinlan picked up another piece of vegetable and put it into Su Feng's bowl. Su Feng tasted it and nodded secretly. It tasted really good. He had eaten 9-turn large intestine before, but none was as authentic as this one. Not bad, isn't it? Meng Jinlan asked with a smile. It's really good. Su Feng agreed. Next, the 2 of them ate, drank, and chatted, but did not talk about business. After the meal, the leftovers were cleared away and a pot of tea and a few plates of snacks were served. The 2 continued chatting. Seeing that it was already past 9 o'clock, Su Feng said goodbye. Meng Jinlan did not try to keep him, but just told him to come to her if he needed any information in the future. Su Feng nodded in agreement. After leaving the private restaurant, he did not return to the villa, but asked Master Luo to drive to a seafood stall. Because Wang Yang had just sent him the location on WeChat, asking him to go quickly. Chapter 78 Sister-in-law and Sister-in-law. More than 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz G arrived at a seafood restaurant on Guanhua Road. Master Luo, why don't you go back first? I'm afraid I won't be able to finish this for a while. When getting off the car, Su Feng said to Master Luo that Wang Yang had just broken up and was in a bad mood. He would definitely drink to vent his feelings and it would take a while to end. In his previous life, he had dinner with Wang Yang first, and then went to KTV to drink until 2 o'clock. The boy was drunk. Master Luo said quickly, It's okay, boss. Please give me a chance to show my ability. After all, I have been working for more than half a month and I haven't driven for you many times. I am embarrassed to take that salary. Hearing this, Su Feng smiled. Okay, how about you come and have a drink together? No need, boss. If I drink too, there will be no one to drive. Master Luo quickly refused. By the way, have you had dinner yet? Su Feng asked again. I'll just find a place to eat a couple of bites later. Well, I'll give you 200, and you can find a place to eat. As they were talking, Su Feng sent Luo Bing a red envelope of 200 yuan on WeChat. Thank you, boss. This time Luo Bing didn't refuse. When he got off the car and walked into the food stall, he saw Wang Yang waving at him. Old Su, this way. You've gotten darker and lost a lot of weight. Su Feng pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at Wang Yang and said, The sun over there is too strong. How can I not get tanned if I run outside every day? Wang Yang said casually. Look at your forced smile. Have you been dumped by your girlfriend? Su Feng joked. I took the initiative to break up. Tell us what happened, so that we brothers can have some fun. Su Feng continued. Drink first. Wang Yang opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Su Feng, then opened another one for himself. Then he raised his glass to Su Feng and drank half a bottle of beer in one breath. Su Feng drank half a bottle with him, picked up a fried peanut with chopsticks, put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly, waiting for Wang Yang to tell a story. Wang Yang let out a long breath. Damn it! For her, I gave up my good life and ran to a small city to accompany her to take the civil service exam. In the end, she passed the exam and started to dislike me. It's really not worth it. Su Feng said, Tell me in detail. He knew that what Wang Yang needed at this moment was not comfort, but listening. Next, Wang Yang continued to talk while drinking. He finished 5 bottles of beer in half an hour, but the food on the table was hardly touched. What he described was almost the same as what Su Feng had heard in his previous life. Su Feng asked, do you regret it? Wang Yang, of course I regret it. I regret it so much. If I had known she was that kind of person, I wouldn't have gone to that hellhole and suffered for 2 whole years. Su Feng joked, it's okay, the past is the past. Although you are ugly, your family conditions are not bad. It won't be difficult to find a girlfriend in the future. Fuck, is there anyone as comforting as you? Wang Yang rolled his eyes at Su Feng in annoyance. Besides, although I'm not handsome, I can't be called ugly either. How long has it been since you looked in the mirror? Damn it, is there anyone who would belittle his brothers like this? Su Feng smiled and said, I'm just telling the truth. Wang Yang didn't want to talk about appearance anymore, so he took the initiative to change the subject. By the way, how far have you and your girlfriend progressed? When are you going to get married? He also told Wang Yang about Su Feng and Chen Yashue's relationship and even showed him a photo of Chen Yashue. He did not send an invitation to Wang Yang when he got married in his previous life, mainly because they were too far away and he didn't want to make him go back and forth. Fuck off, we're breaking up. Su Feng said casually. When did it happen? How long has it been? It's only been a short while since we separated? Ha, tell us how you broke up and make your brothers happy too. Wang Yang became interested. But Su Feng didn't want to give him this opportunity, and changed the subject. Although Chen Yashue and I broke up, I hooked up with her best friend. Wang Yang, who originally wanted to laugh at Su Feng, was stunned. After a long while, he finally uttered, you are really a talented person. Are you jealous? Su Feng asked with a smile. I'm so envious. Do you have any photos? Wang Yang asked. Have. Su Feng took out his cell phone, pulled up Sun Lin's photo, and handed it to Wang Yang. Seeing Sun Lin in the photo, Wang Yang had to admit that he felt sour and a little jealous of this bastard in front of him. After returning the phone to Su Feng, he said speechlessly, Old Su, you bastard, you didn't come here on purpose to piss me off, did you? Su Feng said seriously, no, I want to tell you a truth. After breaking up, the next one will be better behaved. You're right. Wang Yang nodded in agreement, and then a sly expression appeared on his face. Brother, does my sister-in-law have any beautiful girlfriends? If so, can you introduce one to me? Zhang Yao flashed through Su Feng's mind, but then he shook his head secretly. This woman was too ambitious and not suitable for Wang Yang. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, your sister-in-law is a student at the art school. As you know, there are many beauties in the art school. I'll ask her to introduce one to you. Oh my god, it turns out my sister-in-law is a student from an art school. No, it's my sister-in-law. What do you mean? Wang Yang thought about it in confusion for more than 10 seconds, and suddenly reacted, then looked at Su Feng with incredible eyes. Sister-in-law, little sister-in-law, you are not two-timing, are you? Su Feng smiled but said nothing. Fuck, are you really the old Su I know? How come you've become so awesome after not seeing you for 2 years? Can you teach me something? Looking at Wang Yang licking his face with eagerness, Su Feng jokingly asked, want to learn? Wang Yang nodded repeatedly. It's a pity you can't learn it. If you don't teach me, how do you know I can't learn it? You can't teach being handsome. You fucking. Wang Yang rolled his eyes again, knowing that he was being fooled by Su Feng again. Does what you just said still count? Wang Yang stared at Su Feng and said. What? Ask my sister-in-law to introduce me to the beauties from the art school. It counts, but you have to deal with yourself first. After all, you look no different from a monkey. In a few days, find an opportunity and I'll ask her to invite a few more classmates out. As for whether you can win her over, it depends on your ability. Hearing Su Feng's promise, Wang Yang was overjoyed and raised his glass, saying, Brother, I toast to you. Su Feng said disdainfully, it's so damn realistic. If I don't introduce you to a beauty, I'm old Su. If I introduce you to a beauty, I'm brother. Wang Yang sneered, you may have forgotten that you called me dad in order to get me to bring you food. Didn't you call? Su Feng sneered. Contemporary college boys' dormitories, 5 dads in 1 dormitory. Contemporary university girls' dormitories, 5 groups in 1 dormitory. After they had sabotaged each other, the two couldn't help but look at each other and burst into laughter. Suddenly, Wang Yang looked not far away and said in a low voice, Old Su, look, isn't that Xin Bingli, the one you pursued before? Su Feng turned his head subconsciously and saw Xin Bingli in the crowd not far away. Speaking of Xin Bingli, she could barely be considered his first love. The other person was his senior. He had pursued her for a while, but unfortunately he failed to catch up with her. Perhaps Su Feng's gaze was too bold. Shen Bingli seemed to sense something and turned her head to look at him. For a moment, their eyes met. But the other party didn't seem to recognize him. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled at him, turned around and continued walking towards the second floor. Chapter 79 by Yue Guang. Shen Bingli is 2 years older than Su Feng. He is a freshman and she is already a junior. He met Shen Bingli at the end of the second half of his freshman year. Shen Bingli is not only a goddess-like beauty, but also the director of the Student Union's Arts and Literature Department. She is definitely a celebrity. There is no shortage of suitors. And what about Su Feng at that time? He's just a slightly handsome freshman. He is not even ranked among Shen Bingli's suitors. In addition, after Su Feng's confession failed, she stopped bothering the other party. Now that 5 full years have passed, it is normal that Shen Bingli doesn't remember him. Old Su, senior sister Shen doesn't seem to recognize you, Wang Yang said with some gloating. Su Feng sneered at Wang Yang and said, "Do you still want a girlfriend?" "Brother, I said something wrong, I will drink 3 cups as punishment." Wang Yang quickly admitted his mistake, picked up the bottle and gulped down half of it. But compared to a few years ago, senior sister Shen is more mature and more charming, Wang Yang commented after looking at the back of Shen Bingli, who was about to go upstairs. "That's right." Su Feng nodded in agreement. Although Shen Bingli had a good appearance and temperament 5 years ago, she was still a little raw. But now Shen Bingli is like a ripe peach. At this time, Wang Yang said with a smile, "Old Su, since you are so powerful now, why don't you go and seduce senior sister Shen as well?" "What the hell? She's already graduated from college 4 years ago. She might already have a boyfriend. I won't do anything to steal her girl," Su Feng said unhappily. Besides, he didn't have a complex about having a white moonlight. After failing to pursue Shen Bingli, he turned to pursue other girls and had 2 girlfriends in college. If he hadn't run into Shen Bingli today, perhaps no memories of Shen Bingli would have appeared in his mind. Therefore, he did not feel upset, nor did he think of pursuing the other party again. It seems so. Wang Yang nodded and didn't mention Shen Bingli anymore. Suddenly, Wang Yang noticed Su Feng's dress and asked, "Old Su, I forgot to ask, what are you doing after you resigned?" "You guess?" Su Feng said mysteriously. "Guess what?" "Tell me now," Wang Yang urged. Su Feng said proudly, "I founded a factory that produces a health product called Nourishing Fluid. The sales are pretty good. Do you want to come and help me carry the bag?" They are all brothers who have slept in the same dormitory for 4 years, and Su Feng will not hide his emotions. Oh my god, he actually opened a factory and became the boss. No wonder he dresses so elegantly. Su Feng corrected him dissatisfiedly, "Attention, what do you mean by human appearance? I call it elegant and graceful." "Pa, stop insulting the word Yushalin Feng," Wang Yang said with disdain. Next, the 2 of them drank while arguing with each other. Before they knew it, more than 2 hours had passed and the 2 of them had finished 2 boxes of beer together. The heartbroken Wang Yang also came out of her troubles with his comfort. She was no longer obsessed with the breakup, but hoped that Su Feng would introduce her to a new girlfriend. "We've almost finished drinking, let's go find a club to wash our feet and get a massage," Su Feng suggested. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately perked up and said happily, "Old Su, you are really nice. You have to know that during the 2 years he went to his girlfriend's hometown, he not only had to work to earn money, but was also controlled by his girlfriend. He never went to a foot massage parlor once and missed it for a long time. The main thing is that the ladies in the foot washing and massage parlor not only speak nicely, but also wash your feet and give you a massage. It only takes over 100 yuan in just over an hour. If it were your girlfriend, let alone over 100, even if you gave her several thousand a month, she would not wash your feet once." When checking out, Su Feng planned to pay. But Wang Yang refused. "He has to come." Su Feng did not snatch it from him. I helped him out of the seafood stall and walked towards the G-Class parked on the side of the road. At this time, the car door opened, Master Luo jumped out of the car and ran over to help the people. He came to the front of the car and quickly opened the door. Su Feng followed him into the car. Master Luo helped close the car door from outside. "Old Su, that's great. You actually drive a Mercedes-Benz G." Although Wang Yang was about 70% drunk, he still remains somewhat sober. I'm so jealous. I'll lend it to you for a few days. Su Feng said casually. Forget it, it's too expensive. I can't afford the compensation if it gets bumped or scratched when driving out. Wang Yang shook his head. Who wants you to pay? Isn't it the insurance company? Su Feng said casually, besides, I want to buy another car. This Mercedes-Benz G-Class is fine to drive by yourself, but it's not so nice to ride in. He thinks Luo Weilin's Rolls-Royce is pretty good, so he will ask him tomorrow to see if he can buy one. Seafood stall on the second floor. In a box. The atmosphere is lively. Shen Bingli had just finished a round of drinking and returned to her seat to catch her breath. Just at this moment, Manager Yu, who was sitting next to her, leaned closer to her and stared at her with lustful eyes. Xiaoshun, what do you think about the thing I told you about? Manager Yu, I haven't thought about it yet. Shen Bingli said with a smile. Recently, the company plans to promote a deputy manager from among the 4 supervisors of the sales department. The deputy manager's base salary is 8,000 yuan, which is only 1,000 yuan more than the supervisor's base salary, but his or her performance commission points are 2 points more. In addition, you can also enjoy 2 points of performance commission from the other 2 sales groups, and the group commission point will also increase by 1 point. It turned out that Shen Bingli, as a supervisor, only received 0.5% of her performance commission. Her monthly sales basically reach 1 million, which is more than 5,000 based on 0.5%. The commission for each point of the group is about 3,000 yuan per month. 7,000 plus 5,000 plus 3,000 is equal to 15,000 yuan. If bonuses are included, her current salary is around 16,000 to 17,000 yuan. But if you become a deputy manager, the base salary becomes 8,000 yuan, and the performance commission plus 2 points is 7,000 yuan. The group performance commission increases from 1 group to 2 groups, and the commission points also increase from 1 point to 2 points. Therefore, the performance commission of the 2 groups can reach 12,000. In this way, her monthly salary can reach 27,000 yuan. If the bonus is included, it will be close to 30,000 yuan, which is definitely a high salary. Therefore, the position of deputy manager is still very tempting to her. But her advantage is not obvious. On the contrary, she has the weakest advantage among the 4 supervisors. She was promoted to supervisor last year. In contrast, the other 3 supervisors have worked for the shortest time for 2 years and the longest for 5 years. Moreover, in terms of performance, she ranked only 3rd among the 4 supervisors. The team's performance was also only ranked 3rd. Therefore, no matter in terms of performance or qualifications, it is not her turn to be promoted. She didn't have any fantasies at all. But yesterday, Yu Tianlong, the manager of the sales department, found her and said that as long as she was willing to spend 1 night with him, he would support him to be the deputy manager. Yu Tianlong is in his 40s, with a big belly, and is married with children. His ability is not strong because he is the brother-in-law of the company's vice president Yu. Although he is not very capable, he has vice president Yu to help him introduce business, so he can still sit firmly on the manager's throne. Hearing Shen Bingli say that she hadn't thought about it yet, Yu Tianlong became a little impatient. Xiaoshun, time waits for no one. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for you to get promoted. Besides, as long as you become my person, I can introduce you to a few businesses, which can at least double your income. Shen Bingli was somewhat moved when she heard that, but when she saw Yu Tianlong's face, she suddenly felt sick. Moreover, she did not think that Yu Tianlong was capable of promoting her to be the deputy manager, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Sorry, Manager Yu, I don't think I am capable enough now and I am not qualified to compete for the deputy manager position." Chapter 80. Can you turn off the lights? Hearing Shen Bingli's refusal, Yu Tianlong's face became more gloomy. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? Shen Bingli's tone became even more resolute. Manager Yu, I still say the same thing. I am not capable enough at the moment and cannot be qualified for the position of deputy manager. Well, Manager Shen is pure and innocent. A smile reappeared on Yu Tianlong's face, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his smile. He secretly cursed the woman in front of him for being ungrateful. But Shen Bingli sighed secretly. I guess Yu Tianlong will have to make things difficult for her in the future. But she was not too worried. At worst, she could just quit her job. On the other side, Su Feng and Wang Yang had already arrived at a nearby club. Shortly after they changed their clothes, 2 female technicians arrived. It has to be said that in the era before live streaming became popular, the quality of the female technicians in the club could still stand the test. The appearance of both technicians is around 70 points. He is only in his 20s. Dear guest, I am technician number 22. May I serve you? Hello, distinguished guest. I am technician number 66. May I serve you? Neither Su Feng nor Wang Yang objected. After all, they were not here for a blind date, so it was fine as long as they liked the girl. Although the two technicians are young, their techniques are quite experienced. At first, Wang Yang still had the energy to chat with Su Feng for a few words, but soon he fell asleep. Instead, Su Feng was flirting on WeChat while enjoying the massage. The targets of his flirting were Sun Lin, Liao Yufei, Su Miaomiao, and Chao Lia. Before I knew it, an hour and a half had passed. After asking Su Feng whether he wanted to work overtime, the two technicians left. Seeing that Wang Yang was sleeping soundly, Su Feng did not wake him up. Instead, he went to the lobby downstairs to settle the bill and helped him pay the 30 yuan accommodation fee. Yes, you can stay overnight in the massage parlor. It's much cheaper than ordinary hotels. After leaving the club and getting in the car, Su Feng asked Master Luo to drive to the hotel where he stayed last night. Niamyo and Yaya haven't left yet. When they were chatting on WeChat just now, he understood the hint from Yaya. So he had to go to the hotel to keep the appointment. After all, he was still a little bit looking forward to it. He won Niamyo last night and won a lottery. If I win Yaya tonight, can I also win a prize in the lucky draw? However, when passing a section of the road, Su Feng saw a familiar woman bending over on the side of the road, leaning on a pole with her hands and vomiting. Master Luo, stop the car. Su Feng ordered. Then he grabbed a bottle of mineral water in the car, opened the door, and strode towards the woman. Rinse your mouth with water. After the other person finished vomiting, Su Feng handed him a bottle of mineral water. Thanks. Shen Bingli took the mineral water, turned the bottle, took a big gulp, then gargled with a gurgling sound before spitting it out. After rinsing her mouth several times and feeling that there was no odor in her mouth, Shen Bingli turned her head to look at Su Feng. After thinking carefully, she said, "You are the one in the food stall before." Senior, it seems that you really don't remember me. Su Feng said self-deprecatingly. You are, sorry, I drank too much and my mind is not clear. Shen Bingli said a little embarrassedly, and at the same time secretly cursed Yu Tianlong as a bastard in her heart. After she rejected his dirty thoughts, that bastard began to instruct others to toast her continuously. How could she not know what he was thinking? Although she was indeed drunk in the end, she refused Yu Tianlong's offer to drive her away and took a taxi away. I didn't expect that I would feel like vomiting halfway through the journey, and then the driver abandoned me on the road. It's okay. Do you need me to give you a ride? Su Feng asked. No need to trouble you, I can just take a taxi. Shen Bingli waved her hands. She was still a little wary of Su Feng. In that case, I'll leave first. Su Feng does not have a white moonlight complex, nor is he willing to be a bootlicker, not to mention that there are two beauties waiting for him in the hotel. He got off the bus simply for the sake of his alumni. Since the other party doesn't want him to give it to them, he naturally won't force himself to give it to them. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng strode away, opened the car door and got in. Master Luo, continue to the hotel. Looking at the car disappearing quickly from sight, Shen Bingli was a little dumbfounded, leaving so easily? She originally thought that after she refused, Su Feng would continue to insist on sending her off, but unexpectedly, he just walked away. Su Feng's face kept flashing through my mind, and I felt that this man looked more and more familiar. Suddenly, recalling that the other party called her senior, she thought of a scene several years ago. A young boy confessed his love to her while holding flowers. She rejected him lightly. So it turns out that he was my former suitor. Shen Bingli murmured, and then she felt a little angry, and said to herself, fortunately, I didn't agree to your steely straight man. I rejected you and you won't ask again. After arriving at the hotel, Su Feng asked Master Luo to drive the car back directly. After a while, Su Feng took the exclusive elevator to the top floor. After ringing the doorbell, Miao Miao ran over and opened the door. Brother Feng, you're here? After entering the room, Miao Miao threw herself directly into Su Feng's arms. Brother Feng! Yada also shouted, but when she saw Miao Miao throwing herself into his arms, her little mouth pouted slightly. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Feng let Miao Miao go, and then said to them, does anyone want to take a shower together? We've already washed it. The two women said. That's a shame. After making a joke, Su Feng went into the bathroom, took off her clothes, and started taking a shower. 7 or 8 minutes later. When he came out wrapped in a bath towel, he found that the two women were no longer in the living room. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Yaya was the one sleeping in the master bedroom. However, the lights in the bedroom were turned off. He pushed open the half-open door, walked in, and turned on the light in the room. Then closed the door. Yaya was sleeping on her side with her back to him, her body completely covered by the blanket, only a little black hair could be seen. Su Feng came to the bed, tore off the bath towel, then got into the quilt and stuck to it. Feeling the hot body against her back, Yaha trembled subconsciously. "Ya." Su Feng called softly in her ear. But she didn't respond. So, Su Feng's hands began to move. But Yaya still tried her best to endure it. But gradually, her body began to twist and vague sounds came out of her mouth and nose. Suddenly, Su Feng turned Yaya's body over. When their eyes met, Yaya felt extremely shy. She only looked at Su Feng for 2 seconds before shyly closing her eyes. Seeing this, Su Feng couldn't help but smile. Then he moved forward and kissed her hot lips, savoring them carefully. After a while, Yaha pleaded, "Brother Feng, can you turn off the lights?" "No, because I want to look at you." Su Feng refused decisively, with a sly smile on his face. More than an hour later, Su Feng's mind moved, and the system interface appeared. As he expected, after winning Yaya, he won another lottery. Su Feng, system, use the lottery. Chapter 81 Boldness. Ding, the lottery starts. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a spiritual medicine garden. Would you like to claim it? Su Feng, receive it. The next moment, Su Feng discovered that there was a golden ball of light in Su Feng's space. After taking out the fusion, he felt a space full of vitality. There is a spiritual field of 1 acre in size in the space. According to the information in my mind, the spiritual field can be used to grow medicinal herbs. The flow of time in the spiritual medicine garden is different from that outside. 1 day outside is equal to 10 years inside. Moreover, the medicinal herbs planted in the spiritual medicine garden have a certain chance of transforming into spiritual medicines. Suddenly Su Feng thought of growing ginseng. After all, ginseng is so popular that it is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Unable to wait, he immediately used his mobile phone to order a large bag of ginseng seeds online, enough to sow 10 acres of land. Suddenly, Su Feng communicated with the system in his mind. "System, you gave lucky draws to Miao Miao and Yaya, but you didn't give lucky draws to Sun Lin. Are you discriminating against Sun Lin?" System, ding, reissue the lottery. Su Feng was stunned. He was just talking casually, but he didn't expect the system to really give it to him. So, he said again, "System, it took you so long to give me the lottery draw, shouldn't you compensate me?" System. The system is unresponsive for a long time. Su Feng smiled awkwardly. Then use the draw again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the inspection eye. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, the prizes were distributed to the system space. After removal of fusion, Su Feng looked at Ya, who was sleeping beside him. Suddenly, a data column appeared in front of him. Name, Chao Lia. Age, 21. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 100 caddies. Value, 96. Body size, 85 centimeters. Overall charm, 92. Skills, A-level singing, B-level composition, B-level lyrics, B-level acting, C-level piano, C-level guitar, D-level driving, D-level cooking. Favorability, 90. Special, 95. Note 1, skills are divided into 6 levels, SS, S, A, B, C, and D, with SS being the highest and D being the lowest. Note 2, favorability 030 means strangers, 3160 means acquaintances, 6170 means ordinary friends, 7180 means good friends, 8190 means lovers or lifelong friends, 9199 means people are willing to give everything, and when it reaches 100 points, it will be solidified and the favorability attribute will never drop. Note 3, special attributes. After each negative distance contact with a member of the opposite sex, the special attributes will be reduced by 5 points. I didn't expect Yaya's favorability towards me to reach 90 points. Su Feng was a little surprised when he saw the information detected by the inspection eye. After all, he and Yaya were not really in love, but a transaction. Out of curiosity, Su Feng used his spiritual sense to penetrate the wall and used his inspection eyes on Miao Miao in the next room. Miao Miao's favorability towards him is only 79, which is considered within the range of good friends. What surprised Su Feng was that Miao Miao actually had an S-level dancing skill. However, apart from her dancing skills, her other skills are not worth mentioning, as they are all D-level. As for appearance, Miao Miao only scored 92, but her figure reached 97 points, and her overall charm reached 94 points. The special attributes are the same as Yaya, both 95 points. Sleep. Retracting his spiritual sense and inspection eyes, Su Feng gently held Yaya in his arms, turned off the lights with his spiritual sense, closed his eyes and went to sleep. US stocks are closed tonight. Every week, the US stock market is closed for one day in a parallel world. The rules are different. 7 o'clock the next morning. Su Feng woke up and found Yaya sleeping soundly in his arms. So he quietly got out of bed and went to the living room. I saw Miao Miao was already sitting on the sofa in the living room. But the look in his eyes was somewhat resentful. Knowing Su Feng's strength, Su Miao Miao originally thought that Yaya could not satisfy Su Feng and that the other party would come to her. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Su Feng did not show up. Miao Miao, call the hotel and ask them to send up 2 breakfasts. I'm going to wash up first. Su Feng ordered casually. Okay, brother Feng. By the time Su Feng finished washing up, the hotel had already delivered 2 breakfasts. Isn't your name Yaya? Su Miao Miao asked. Let her rest for a while and eat. Su Feng picked up a thumb-sized steamed bun with chopsticks and put it into his mouth to eat, then drank some soy milk and asked, Miao Miao, have you thought about it? Yaya and I both chose 2. Su Feng said, okay, I will buy an entertainment company and sign you and Yaya. Su Miao Miao was overjoyed when she heard this, and she came forward and kissed Su Feng on the face. Thank you, brother Feng. You're welcome. Su Feng asked, but do you want to debut as a singer or as an actor? Yaya has A-level singing skills, so she has no problem debuting as a singer. She also has B-level acting skills, so she can be an actor. But Miao Miao's singing and acting skills are very poor, both only at D-level. Although her dancing skills have reached S-level, it is still very difficult for her to make her debut through dancing. This? When Su Feng asked this, Miao Miao seemed very hesitant. After all, she knew her own business and she had some idea of her acting and singing skills. How about this? Su Feng said thoughtfully, after I acquire the entertainment company, I will first hire a professional teacher to train your singing and acting skills. You can choose the one that improves faster. What do you think? I'll follow your arrangements, brother Feng. Just then, the phone rang. It was Wang Yang who called, and he complained to him that he had left him alone in the foot massage parlor. Su Feng told him bluntly, wouldn't it be nice for me to sleep with a beautiful woman? Why do I have to sleep with a grown man like you? Then Wang Yang scolded him for putting women before friendship. Su Feng reminded him to change his image as soon as possible and then introduced him to a girlfriend. Suddenly, Wang Yang stopped complaining. After hanging up the phone, Su Feng said to Su Miao Miao, I promised to introduce a girlfriend to a buddy of mine. He is a native of Donghai and his family has assets of 20 to 30 million. He needs a well-behaved and sensible girlfriend. She doesn't need to be too pretty, just pretty enough. Do you have a suitable partner? Hearing this, Su Miao Miao thought seriously and searched in her memory according to Su Feng's request. After a while, she said, Brother Feng, there really is one. It's a senior sister I know. She has a gentle temperament and is very caring, but a little conservative. How should I put it? Oh, yes, she should be a good wife and a good mother. Su Feng nodded, okay, you can communicate with the other party first. If this matter is done well, there will be a reward. Brother Feng, what is the reward? Can you tell me first? Su Miao Miao asked curiously. Is a few 100 million enough as a reward for you? Su Feng said with a smile. Ah, that's too much, isn't it? Suddenly, noticing the expression on Su Feng's face, Su Miao Miao suddenly came to her senses. But she was not shy at all, instead she came up to him and said, Brother Feng, I want the reward of several 100 million right now. Su Feng didn't have enough to eat last night. Without saying a word, he picked up Su Miao Miao and walked into the room. Then, Su Feng's voice rang out in the room, you bold beast, you don't even know how to repent, take this from me. Chapter 82,000 Illusionary Weapon Ring. At noon, Su Feng accompanied Miao Miao and Yaya for lunch and then sent them back to school. When they parted, both women looked reluctant. However, Yaya's feelings for Su Feng are even stronger.
It is worth mentioning that last night, Miao's favorability towards Su Feng was only 79 points, but after exorcising the demon in the morning, her favorability increased by 3 points to 82 points.
Watched the two girls enter the campus. Su Feng told Master Luo to go back to the Imperial Courtyard for another scene.
On the way back, Su Feng called Luo Weilin and asked if he was at home as he wanted to visit him.
Luo Weilin said that he is currently out of town discussing business and will not be able to return to Donghai until the evening. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Feng received the ginseng seeds he ordered last night. Then, by sowing seeds with one thought, an acre of spiritual field was planted with ginseng.
1 day outside is 10 years inside.
Therefore, after just a few minutes, Su Feng discovered that all the ginseng he planted had sprouted. It's growing so fast. Su Feng said secretly, then he checked the price of ginseng on the internet.
Artificially grown ginseng is not valuable, costing only a few thousand yuan per pound.
But the price of wild ginseng is extremely high.
Wild ginseng that is more than 50 years old can cost up to 1 million. The price of a 100-year-old wild ginseng is outrageous, at least 5 million. Although the ginseng in the spiritual medicine garden is artificially cultivated, Su Feng can be sure that the medicinal power of the ginseng produced in the spiritual medicine garden is definitely not inferior to that of wild ginseng, and may even be stronger. After all, products produced by the system must be high quality. Currently, the medicinal field covers only 1 acre, but there are 1,104 ginseng seedlings taking root and sprouting. In fact, he planted a total of 1,200 seeds, but only 1,104 plants grew. Naturally, the other seeds were dead. Calculated based on the time ratio between the outside world and the spiritual medicine garden. Just by waiting quietly for 10 days, he can harvest more than 1,000 century-old ginsengs. Based on the calculation of 5 million per plant, more than 5.5 billion in wealth can be created in 10 days. Moreover, some of these ginsengs can evolve into spiritual ginsengs, and the value of spiritual ginsengs will definitely be higher. Thinking of this, Su Feng replaced the seeds that failed to germinate. Just at this moment, Sun Lin sent a WeChat message to Su Feng, with a picture attached. The photos were taken in her shop. As mentioned before, Sun Lin's parents had some financial acumen and discovered that the nourishing liquid was selling well. They also rented 2 small stores specifically for selling nourishing fluids. The photo of Sun Lin was taken in the shop where her sister was in charge. How are the sales in the store? Su Feng asked. Sun Lin, very good, we have sold more than 200 boxes today. While chatting with Sun Lin on WeChat, Su Feng gave Master Luo a task, asking him to drive to buy several alloys suitable for making cold weapons, each weighing 10 kilograms. Then he directly transferred 10,000 yuan to the other party. Master Luo is very idle every day, so idle that he even goes to help with cleaning work. Therefore, after receiving Su Feng's instructions, he immediately went out in a hurry. More than an hour later, Master Luo is back. A total of 5 alloys were purchased, totaling 50 kilograms, spending 5,230 yuan. He originally wanted to transfer the remaining money back, but Su Feng asked him to keep it, as he might need money to help him in the future. Su Feng walked upstairs carrying 50 kilograms of alloy. Seeing Su Feng lift 50 kilograms of alloy so casually, Master Luo's eyes flashed with surprise. You know, even for a veteran who exercises regularly, he would find it difficult to lift 50 kilograms with one hand. Come to the study. Su Feng directly put 50 kilograms of alloy into the Wanhua Danlu and communicated with it through his mind. He wanted to refine a weapon. After the communication is completed, the Wanhua Danlu enters the refining mode. Su Feng waited quietly. 2 minutes passed. A prompt came in his mind that the weapon he wanted had been refined. A thought came to my mind. The alchemy furnace opened, and then a black gold ring flew out and landed in Su Feng's hand. He was just about to complain, "What I want is a weapon, not a ring." A piece of information appeared in his mind. After reading this information, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh that his imagination was too poor. The next moment, Su Feng put the black gold ring on the index finger of his right hand. As soon as he put it on, he felt a stinging pain on his finger. He was not panicked because it was the ring recognizing its owner. Sure enough, as the stinging pain disappeared, Su Feng felt that the ring had become a part of his body and he could control it at will. He stood up and retreated to the corner of the study. His eyes fell on a teacup on the desk. As soon as he thought of it, a point of black light flew out from the ring.
With a bang, the teacup on the desk exploded. However, after breaking the teacup, the speed of the black light did not slow down and hit the wall directly. Su Feng, who used his spiritual sense to observe, discovered that the black light penetrated the wall of the study, then penetrated the wall of the next room, and finally fell into the third room. Nima, this penetration is too strong. Su Feng sighed inwardly, and then the black steel needle that fell on the ground suddenly flew up into the air and returned to the ring along the same path. Then, Su Feng's mind moved again. The ring on his hand directly turned into a black gold sword about 1 meter and 2 meters long. With another thought, the long sword turned into a 1.5 meter long broadsword. Then, the ring continued to change, transforming into various weapons. After a while, the weapon turned into a ring and appeared on Su Feng's finger. Looking at the ring on his hand, Su Feng hesitated slightly and said, "From now on, your name will be Qianhuan Bing Ring. Because this ring can transform into any form of weapon. In ring form, it can directly fire 108 steel needles with an attack range of 200 meters. The steel needles that are fired can be automatically recovered. The Wanhua Danlu can refine elixirs, weapons, and bloodlines." Originally, Su Feng thought that the weapons refined by the alchemy furnace should be sharper and harder than ordinary weapons, but he never expected that it would actually refine a magical ring for him, which could not be called a magic weapon. Time flies and it is already past 5 in the afternoon. Luo Weilin came back. Instead of waiting for Su Feng to visit him, he took the initiative to visit. Because he had learned that yesterday, the Li family actually came to visit his brother Su in person. Then, brother Su was invited to visit the Lu family again. Whether it was the Li family's father and son coming to visit or the Lu family's father and daughter personally entertaining Su Feng, these were things he dared not even think about. But Su Feng did it, which shows that this brother is more capable and has more background than he imagined. After a brief greeting, Su Feng told Luo Weilin 2 things he wanted to ask for his help. First, he wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce and hoped that Luo Weilin could introduce the purchasing channel. Second, he wanted to acquire an entertainment company and wanted Luo Weilin to help inquire about it. After all, Luo Weilin ran a hotel and restaurant and had many connections and extensive information. Neither of these 2 things is difficult for Luo Weilin. So he agreed on the spot. He also said that he would help with the contact regarding the car purchase and would reply tomorrow at the latest. As for acquiring the entertainment company, he would compile a list of possible entertainment companies to be acquired within 3 days for Su Feng to choose. After discussing business, Su Feng invited Luo Weilin to have dinner at her home. Luo Weilin did not refuse this, but asked if he could let his wife and daughter come along and introduce them to Su Feng. Su Feng naturally did not refuse. So, Luo Weilin went home first, and in less than 10 minutes, he came with his wife and daughter. Chapter 83 Idiot Beauty. Luo Weilin's wife is Yan Xiaoqin, a beautiful woman with retained charm. His daughter is Luo Zihan, 17 years old, a beautiful girl who is about to take the college entrance examination. Out of curiosity, Su Feng used his inspection eyes on her. Appearance 91, figure 62. A typical flat girl. Her figure seriously lowers her charm, so her overall charm is only 70 points. As for the favorability level towards Su Feng, it is only 15 points, which is in the category of strangers. "Zihan, this is your Uncle Su, hurry up and call someone," Luo Weilin urged. Luo Zihan looked at Su Feng, then called him Uncle Su in a low voice, but she blushed after that. Obviously, this is a shy girl. "Hello, Zihan." Su Feng nodded to the other party and said gently, "Your father and I are friends, just treat this place as your home." "Thank you, Uncle Su," Luo Zihan said politely. At this time, Su Feng continued, "By the way, dinner is still a while away. If Zihan feels bored, can he go to the game room and play some games?" Luo Zihan's eyes lit up slightly, and he subconsciously looked at his parents. "Is it okay? If you want to go and play, go ahead." Luo Weilin waved his hand. "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Uncle Su." Luo Zihan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Afterwards, Su Feng personally took Luo Zihan to the game room. Back in the living room, Su Feng said, "Brother Luo, your Zihan should be taking the college entrance examination soon, right?" "Yes." Luo Weilin nodded and said, "This child's grades in other subjects are good, but English is the only difficult subject. It worries me to death." "That's right. I've changed several tutors, but my grades just won't improve." Yan Xiaoqin followed suit, with a hint of sadness in her expression. Su Feng smiled and said, "Good grades are for getting into a good university,
and getting into a good university is for finding a good job. For ordinary people, the college entrance examination is indeed one of the best ways to achieve a leap in status, but Zihan has a father like you, which has already defeated 99% of the candidates, so there is no need for you two to worry too much about Zihan's grades.
Hearing this, Luo Weilin thought about it seriously and realized that this was indeed the truth, so he laughed and said, "Ha, brother, you are right. I was too stubborn before." But Yan Xiaoqin still somewhat disagreed. She wanted her daughter to get good grades. After all, it would give her face if she said so. But she knew that her husband was trying to curry favor with Su Feng, so she did not object. Half an hour later, the meal is officially started. Su Feng and Luo Weilin chatted while eating and drinking. Luo Zihan, who had finished eating early, was not interested in their topic and was sent by Luo Weilin to watch TV. Yan Xiaoqin, on the other hand, seemed very patient and was always by their side serving them food and drinks. Until after 9 o'clock in the evening. The three members of the Luo family said goodbye and Su Feng saw them out the door. Luo Weilin drank more, so he was supported by Yan Xiaoqin and Luo Zihan to go back. Putting him on the sofa, Yan Xiaoqin asked her daughter to make tea while she went to the kitchen to cook a hangover soup. After drinking the hangover soup, Luo Weilin felt much more sober. "I don't know what's so good about that wine. It has no sense of moderation at all," Yan Xiaoqin said with a hint of complaint. "Hee, that makes me happy," Luo Weilin said proudly. Yan Xiaoqin was not stupid either, so she asked, "What is Su Feng's background?" "I don't know his specific origins, but as long as I have a good relationship with him, I won't be able to walk around the East China Sea arrogantly, but at least not many people will dare to provoke me," Luo Weilin said proudly. "Oh, so powerful?" Yan Xiaoqin was a little surprised. "You know the Li family in Donghai, right?" Luo Weilin asked. "No." Yan Xiaoqin nodded. "Some time ago, the second young lady of the Li family wanted to snatch the formula of my brother's nourishing fluid. Guess what happened?" "Okay, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now," Yan Xiaoqin urged. "As a result, my brother Su stepped on the second young lady of the Li family and humiliated her. I was there at the time and was really scared." At this point, Luo Weilin seemed to have thought of something. He sat up straight and told his wife seriously, "By the way, don't tell anyone else what I told you today. Otherwise, if the second young lady of the Li family gets angry and retaliates, it's not something that most people can bear." "I know, I promise I won't tell anyone," Yan Xiaoqin said excitedly, and at the same time asked curiously, "Then the second young lady of the Li family suffered such a great setback, didn't she think of revenge?" "I guess she definitely wants to, but she doesn't dare to retaliate, because even the Li family doesn't dare to mess with my brother." Luo Weilin showed his pride again. "Just yesterday, Li Tingru brought his 2 children to visit my brother in person, obviously to resolve this grudge." "Just tell me, is my brother awesome?" "That's awesome." Yan Xiaoqin nodded excitedly. "Then you must make good friends with Su Feng in the future." "Old woman, do I need your reminder? Who are you calling an old bitch?" Hearing this, Luo Weilin felt a chill and immediately admitted his mistake. "Wife, I said the wrong thing." Luo Zihan, who was hiding on the second floor and eavesdropping with his ears perked up, immediately retracted his head and thought to himself that the seemingly gentle Uncle Su was actually so powerful. At the same time, he became a little curious about Su Feng. You know, for the sake of her grades, her parents are very strict with her. She is not even allowed to play with mobile phones, let alone play games. But today, under the persuasion of Uncle Su, her parents actually changed their principle of not allowing her to play games. Villa number 65. Study on the second floor. Su Feng once again logged into the US stock website. Tonight's work will be a little more tedious, because 8 of the stocks selected for long positions have almost stopped rising, and Su Feng plans to sell these 8 stocks and replace them with new ones. After some screening, Su Feng reselected 8 stocks, purchased them in batches, and started short selling again. It was a little after 4 in the morning. Su Feng finished the day's operations and checked his profits, which amounted to $58 million. The total revenue for 7 days reached $338 million. Turn off the computer, take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, Su Feng suddenly woke up, pulled up the quilt and saw that Sun Lin had crawled into the quilt at some point. He was so scared that he quickly put down the cup, closed his eyes and enjoyed it. More than an hour later, Su Feng walked down from upstairs, while Sun Lin was still washing up in the bathroom in the room. Called for breakfast. When Sun Lin came downstairs, breakfast had just been delivered. Want some milk?
Su Feng raised his glass and asked. When Sun Lin saw the milk, she suddenly felt nauseous. Seeing this, Su Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, which earned him a round of punches from Sun Lin. Suddenly, Su Feng's heart moved.
He opened his inspection eyes towards Sun Lin. Appearance 95, figure 82, overall charm 91.
The favorability reached 98. Su Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Sun Lin had such a high degree of favorability towards him.
But after seeing Sun Lin's skills, Su Feng was speechless.
Sun Lin only has two skills, one is makeup and the other is drying, and both are D-level.
A typical idiotic beauty, with almost nothing good to her except her pretty appearance. Chapter 84 Su Feng is a gigolo. After breakfast, Su Feng suggested taking Sun Lin shopping.
Sun Lin naturally would not refuse this, after all, shopping is a woman's nature engraved in her bones. So, a few minutes later, Master Luo drove the G-Class and took Su Feng and Sun Lin out of Yudingbiejing. Before the emergence of Donghai Guijin, the most popular shopping spot was Tianhai Plaza. Although Donghai Guijin has taken away a lot of traffic, Tianhai Plaza is still very popular. After arriving at Tianhai Plaza, Su Feng and Sun Lin got out of the car and walked around the shops.
Master Luo followed them in the car to make it easier for them to put the shopping bags into the car. More than half an hour later, Su Feng and Sun Lin walked hand in hand into a gold and jade jewelry store. This store covers an area of 500 square meters. The lights in the store are bright, and stepping into it feels like entering another world. Especially the golden and sparkling jewelry on the counter are quite eye-catching. Brother Feng, do you think this piece of jade is beautiful? Sun Lin asked, pointing at a guanyin jade ornament on the counter. The salesperson at the counter immediately said, "Beautiful lady, you have a good eye. This piece of guanyin jade matches your boyfriend's temperament very well." Really? Sun Lin was somewhat complacent. Sure. Do you want to try it on? The salesperson asked. Brother Feng, why don't you give it a try? Can. The salesperson reached into the counter and took out the guanyin jade. Handsome guy, try it on. Just as Su Feng was trying on the guanyin jade, Chen Yashuet and a short and fat young man walked into the store hand in hand and in an intimate manner. Suddenly, Chen Yashue's eyes fell on Su Feng and Sun Lin not far away. She couldn't look away for a moment. At the same time, her eyes became complicated, with resentment and unwillingness, jealousy and loneliness. Who are you looking at, baby? Zhang Linrui followed Chen Yashue's gaze and also discovered the presence of Su Feng and Sun Lin. I didn't see anyone, just two people I know. Chen Yashue withdrew her gaze and gave Zhang Linrui a forced smile. She met Zhang Linrui through a blind date, and the two are now in a romantic relationship. The main reason is that Zhang Linrui has a good family background and is quite generous, and he has already won the approval of her parents. Then do we want to go and say hello? Zhang Linrui asked. That's not necessary. Chen Yashue shook her head. Although Zhang Linrui's conditions were good, there was still a certain gap compared to Su Feng. Let's go to another store. Hearing this, Zhang Linrui couldn't help but reveal a look of suspicion. At this moment, Sun Lin turned his head and looked towards them. After seeing Sun Lin's appearance clearly, Zhang Linrui's eyes flashed with surprise, so he said to Chen Yashue, "Your friend has seen us, so let's go and say hello." Chen Yashue said helplessly, "Okay then." Seeing Chen Yashue walking towards them, Sun Lin pulled Su Feng's sleeve with a guilty conscience. "Brother Feng, Chen Yashue is coming towards us." Su Feng turned his head to look. They saw Chen Yashue walking towards them holding the hand of a short and fat young man. Out of curiosity, Su Feng used the detective eye on Chen Yashue. Chen Yashue's appearance is 88, figure is 83, and overall charm is 84. But her peculiarity surprised Su Feng a little. Because she and Su Feng had always been very conservative during their relationship. Before they got married, they only held hands and didn't even kiss. But the data detected by the inspection eye was 80. That means she has had sex with 4 men. The short and fat young man in front of him should be his new boyfriend. It is hard to say whether the two had sex. But at least it is certain that when Chen Yashue was dating him, she already had relationships with 3 men. So if the other party says that they had only had one relationship and nothing happened, they are all lying to him. Xiaoxue, what a coincidence, you guys are here shopping too. Who is this? Is he your boyfriend? Seeing the two people approaching, Sun Lin took the initiative to greet them. Chen Yashue pretended to be calm and replied, "Yes, what a coincidence, his name is Zhang Linrui, my boyfriend." Then, she said to Zhang Linrui, "Let me introduce you, this is Sun Lin, my friend." "Hello?"
Sun Lin nodded to Zhang Linrui.
"Hello beautiful lady, I am Zhang Linrui, and this is my business card."
As he spoke, Zhang Linrui took out a business card and handed it to Sun Lin.
"Oh, thank you."
Sun Lin politely took the business card but did not look at the contents on it.
"By the way, who is this little brother?"
Suddenly, Zhang Linrui looked at Su Feng and asked.
"This is my boyfriend Su Feng." Sun Lin hugged Su Feng's arm intimately and said with a bright smile.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Linrui couldn't help but have a flash of jealousy in his eyes. "Where is Mr. Su working?"
"I am just an unemployed vagrant,"
Su Feng said casually.
Zhang Linrui immediately said, "That's a coincidence. Our group is recruiting recently. I have some connections with the HR department. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, you can come and try.
With my introduction, it won't be difficult to get accepted."
Hearing this, Chen Yashue felt embarrassed. "Do they really need you to introduce them to a job?"
Sun Lin quietly rolled her eyes.
"This guy is so funny."
"Mr. Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to go to work for the time being."
Su Feng glanced at Chen Yashue with a smile. Just at this moment, the salesperson in the counter suddenly asked, "You too, do you still want this guanine jade? Brother Feng, what do you think?" "Good. Then I'll buy it for you." "Can. Swipe the card."
Sun Lin took out her bank card and handed it to the salesperson.
"You too, please follow me and pay the bill over here." "Xiaoxue, Mr. Zhang, we have to excuse ourselves first."
After saying this, Sun Lin held Su Feng's arm and went to pay the bill.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Linrui was somewhat stunned, and at the same time he was very envious, and couldn't help asking, "Is Su Feng a gigolo?" "Yes, he is a gigolo." Chen Yashue didn't want to explain. "What a shame for us men."
Zhang Linrui pretended to be disdainful, but his heart was full of envy. He also wanted to eat such a free meal.
"Yes, you are right." Chen Yashue just wanted to leave, so she agreed. "By the way, what does your friend do?"
Zhang Linrui asked again.
"I don't know her well, I don't know."
Chen Yashue's tone turned cold and she turned and left. Zhang Linrui was immediately anxious when he saw this, and he quickly chased after her. "Xiaoxue, don't misunderstand me, I was just asking casually. The price of this guanine jade is 68,000 yuan, but Sun Lin didn't feel sorry at all when he swiped the card to pay.
Of course, Su Feng would not let her suffer any loss.
After all, he had just made hundreds of millions last night. He bought Sun Lin a diamond necklace worth more than 300,000 yuan directly in the store. Afterwards, the two of them shopped until noon, had lunch at a nearby restaurant, and then returned to Yuding Beijing with a lot of purchases.
Then Luo Weilin called.
He said he had contacted a car dealer friend, and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was out of stock. If one wanted to buy one, he would need to place an order and wait 3 months. But there is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was also ordered by someone else, but when it was delivered, the other party had financial problems and wanted to transfer it.
If you want, you can pick up the car at any time. Chapter 85, Junior is really cruel. Whether it is Cullinan or Phantom, there is no difference to Su Feng. After all, the price difference is only a few million. You should know that his income in one night is several hundred million. So Su Feng told Luo Weilin that he wanted the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Then Luo Weilin asked him if he wanted to see the car. If you want to see a car, you can do it online or offline. The online mode is to view the car through video. Once you like it, you pay a deposit. The car will be shipped to Donghai within 3 days, and then you can pay the balance. If you want to view cars offline, you have to go to Shanghai in person. Because that car dealer is from Shanghai. It just so happened that Su Feng promised Liao Yufei that he would go to Shanghai, so he said that he would go to Shanghai to look at cars if he understood. After learning that Su Feng was going to Shanghai, Luo Weilin asked attentively if he needed him to accompany him. Su Feng thanked him for the kindness and said he would go by himself. So, Luo Weilin sent him a WeChat account and asked him to add it. The owner of this WeChat account was the car dealer. When searching and adding the other party's WeChat, Su Feng found that the other party seemed to be a woman, because the other party's WeChat name was Rose Knight and the avatar was also a beautiful woman's avatar. The other party quickly accepted his friend request. Su Feng sent a message, "Hello, I was introduced by Luo Weilin to buy a car. Rose Knight, thank you, Mr. Su, for taking care of your business. Would you like to come to Shanghai to look at cars? Su Feng, yes, I will come tomorrow. Rose Knight, are you coming by car or by high-speed rail? If you are taking the high-speed rail, I will arrange for someone to pick you up at the station. Su Feng, I will come by high-speed rail. Just send me an address and I will come by myself. Rose Knight, okay, number 78 Tianhe Road, Knight Motor Dealership, my phone number is 138X. Su Feng, thank you for your help. See you tomorrow. After finishing the chat, Su Feng used his mobile phone to book a high-speed rail ticket for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Then Sun Lin pushed the door and walked into the study. She had changed into the new short skirt she bought this morning, which, paired with the pure black stockings, made her look particularly attractive. Turned a circle in front of Su Feng. Asked, Brother Feng, does it look good? Su Feng nodded, it looks good. Then take a few pictures for me, and I'll change into other clothes to show you. Su Feng took the phone from Sun Lin and carefully took a few photos for her. Alright. Let me see. Sun Lin took the phone and nestled in Su Feng's arms, looking through the photos he had just taken, then nodded with satisfaction, these are really beautiful photos. Then she kissed Su Feng and skipped to the next room to change into other clothes. Next, every time Sun Lin changed her clothes, she asked Su Feng to take photos for her. Su Feng seemed quite patient about this. After all, Sun Lin had a high liking for him. Try to raise her favorability to 100 as soon as possible and then solidify it. I don't know whether the successful solidification will trigger the system lottery. After all, the system check-in is regular, once a month. But as for the lottery, it's hard to say. Now the only way to get the lottery is to get the first blood of the goddess. Before we knew it, it was already a little after 5 o'clock. Sun Lin has tried on all the clothes she bought. I am currently enthusiastically photoshopping photos and preparing to post them on my moments. At this time, Miao Miao sent a WeChat message to Su Feng. Miao Miao, Brother Feng, I have already communicated with senior sister Tangyu, and she said that she can meet with your friend. When do you think is a suitable time? The Tangyu that Su Miao Miao was talking about was the pretty-looking and gentle senior. Su Feng thought for a while and said, how about this, let us meet this Saturday. Miao Miao, okay, Brother Feng, I'll tell my senior right away. Then, Su Feng sent a WeChat message to Wang Yang, how is your image transformation going? Wang Yang, don't worry, Brother Feng. I have found a menace beauty salon to carry out the transformation according to your instructions. Su Feng, that's good. If there is no problem, your sister-in-law will bring people to meet you this Saturday. Wang Yang, hee, thank you Brother Feng, thank you sister-in-law. The time came to 6 o'clock. Su Feng and Sun Lin had dinner at home. After dinner, Su Feng called Sun Lin to the study upstairs. Then he took out a red house certificate from the drawer, this house will belong to you from now on. I will take you to transfer the ownership in a few days. Originally, Su Feng promised to give her the house only after she had been with him for 5 years. There are 2 reasons for the change of mind. Firstly, Sun Lin's favorability has reached 98 points, and he wants to try whether giving the house can max out the favorability and trigger the lottery. Secondly, Sun Lin's parents are already in the body fluid nourishing business, and making several million a year is no problem at all. 5 years later, the Sun family might have accumulated a fortune of tens of millions. Giving a house at that time to trigger surprise and favorability may not be effective. Brother Feng, didn't you say it would take 5 years? Looking at the property deed in front of her, Sun Lin was indeed quite surprised. You've behaved so well, so if I change my mind, just tell me whether you want it or not. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Yes, of course. Sun Lin hurriedly said that although her favorability towards Su Feng was as high as 98 points, her greedy character could not be changed. Ding, Goddess Sun Lin's favorability has reached 100 points and has been solidified. The host will be rewarded with a lottery draw. Ha, there really is a reward. Su Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. But there is no rush to draw the lottery now, because Sun Lin has come close to him and whispered in his ear, Brother Feng, I want to give birth to a child for you. Give birth right away. Su Feng picked her up and strode towards the bedroom next door. I don't know if it was because of the house title, or if Sun Lin really wanted to have a child for Su Feng, so as a young girl, she seemed particularly active and proactive. He won't stop until he is completely exhausted.
After Sun Lin fell into a deep sleep, Su Feng came to the study again, turned on the computer, and started making money from US stocks. After a hard night, Su Feng once again made $72 million from US stocks. This has brought his profits to $410 million in recent days. 8 o'clock the next morning. When Su Feng woke up, he found Sun Lin sleeping soundly in his arms. He shook her gently and found that she was sleeping very soundly, so he secretly got up and left a note for her at the bedside, telling her that he had to go to the Magic City for something. After breakfast, Su Feng asked Master Luo to drive him to the high-speed rail station. After entering the high-speed rail station, he had just picked up his ticket when a ticket check reminder came over the radio. Su Feng bought a ticket for a business car. When he boarded the high-speed train and found his seat, he discovered that Shin Bingli was sitting next to him. The moment she saw Su Feng, Shin Bingli was also a little surprised. Instantly, a meaningful look appeared on her face, and she pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Junior brother, you left me alone on the roadside that night. You were really cruel." Su Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Shin Bingli to turn the tables, so he said, "Really? Didn't I ask you if I needed you to go, but you refused in person? I was drunk, can't you be considerate of me?" Shin Bingli felt more and more wronged. "Okay, I misunderstood what you meant. Next time, I will definitely ask twice more." Su Feng noticed that the passengers in other seats were turning their heads to look at him, and there was something strange in their eyes, so he did not continue arguing with them. "That's right, but you have to treat me to a meal as compensation." A smile appeared on Shin Bingli's face again. "Can." Su Feng nodded. Shin Bingli said, "Then let's add WeChat." Chapter 86. Why not check out of the hotel and stay at your house? After adding WeChat, Su Feng, out of curiosity, used Jianqian to check Shin Bingli's data. Name, Shin Bingli. Age, 25. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 98 kgs. Value, 94. Body size, 98. Overall charm, 95. Skills, A-level sales, B-level business negotiation, B-level piano, B-level guzheng, B-level singing, B-level support, C-level driving, C-level cooking. Favorability, 62. Special, 100. Shin Bingli's appearance is not the best, but she is also a top beauty. But her body data is quite high, reaching 98 points. Moreover, she has mastered quite a few skills, including 1 A-level, 5 B-level, and 2 C-level. What surprised Su Feng a little was that the other party's favorability rating for him was 62, which was equivalent to that of an ordinary friend. What made Su Feng even more excited was that the opponent's special point was actually 100 points. This means that the other person may not have a boyfriend. Or, the other person has a boyfriend, but she is a relatively conservative woman and did not let her boyfriend succeed. Although Su Feng does not have a white moonlight complex, if Shin Bingli does not have a boyfriend, he does not mind fulfilling a dream he had during college. However, it is not easy to win over Shin Bingli. When she was in college, she had many suitors. But he had not heard of anyone taking down Shin Bingli. Now, the other party has graduated for 2 years and still remains a virgin. There are 3 possibilities. First, she is relatively conservative and keeps herself clean. Second, she doesn't tea like men. Third, she is a workaholic and is busy with work and has no time for love. With Shin Bingli's looks and figure, she will definitely have no shortage of suitors. If you want to pursue her by flattering her and acting like a bootlicker, it's probably not going to work. After all, she has experienced too much flattery from men and has become immune to it. What's more, Su Feng is not willing to be a bootlicker. Therefore, if you want to win over Shin Bingli, you can't be in a hurry, and you can't show that you have any feelings for her. Suddenly, Su Feng's heart moved. I offered to take her home that night, but she refused. Then he just left. But today, when they met by chance on the high-speed train, she struck up a conversation with him, blackmailed him into a meal, and added him on WeChat. From this, it can be inferred that Shin Bingli will subconsciously resist men who actively pursue her. After all, having been rejected so many times, she has developed a habit of subconsciously rejecting pursuits. He did the opposite, and his straight man performance actually aroused the interest of Senior by Yue Guang. After figuring this out, Su Feng came up with an idea. There's no need to act straight, just show she's not interested in joining the team. Of course, Su Feng didn't have to take her idea away. After all, with his current wealth, it is not difficult for him to get beautiful women. It had only been over a month since he was reborn, but he had already taken the first blood of 3 goddesses. After adding WeChat, Su Feng did not take the initiative to chat with Shin Bingli, but instead had a lively chat with Liao Yufei on WeChat.
This made Shin Bingli feel a little annoyed.
I'm a beautiful lady sitting next to you, but you ignored me and were actually playing WeChat. Suddenly, Shin Bingli's heart moved.
I thought to myself, could this kid be playing hard to get on me?
Thinking of this, she simply took out her cell phone and started playing.
However, occasionally she would secretly pay attention to Su Feng to see if this guy was pretending.
Time passed in a flash, and more than an hour passed. Neither of the two people in the car said another word.
The station is almost here.
Shin Bingli was a little anxious because she had secretly observed Su Feng many times during the past hour or so, but this boy behaved very normally and did not seem to be pretending, and he had no intention of chatting with her at all. For a moment, she even doubted her own charm.
Shin Bingli's performance completely caught Su Feng's attention. Just as he expected, his ignoring did arouse her interest.
But this white moonlight still has some brains. At first I suspected he was playing hard to get. But his performance dispelled her doubts.
Hey, Junior, what are you doing in the Magic City? Shin Bingli took the initiative to ask. I came to visit a friend and bought a car. Su Feng replied calmly. Visiting a friend, could it be a girl? Shin Bingli asked curiously. Right.
Su Feng admitted it directly.
Girlfriend? Shin Bingli asked tentatively. No. Then are you pursuing her? Shin Bingli continued to ask. No. You can only answer no.
Shin Bingli was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Feng's answer.
No. Shin Bingli.
With a cold snort, Shin Bingli ignored Su Feng.
Time passes. The high-speed train arrived. Goodbye, senior. Su Feng said goodbye to Shin Bingli politely, then stood up and walked towards the car door.
Seeing that Su Feng had no intention of staying, Shin Bingli felt a little unhappy and began to doubt her own charm again. Arrived at the exit of the high-speed railway station, Su Feng saw Liao Yufei. The other party was waving at him excitedly at this moment. So he walked towards the other person at a leisurely pace.
You are such a sluggish fellow, come with me now. Liao Yufei saw Su Feng's unhurried look and said something complainingly. Lead the way.
Su Feng smiled.
Yes, Master Su, please.
This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Shin Bingli, who was pulling a suitcase.
Unfortunately, she only saw Liao Yufei's back and not her front.
However, judging from the back, the girl who came to pick up Su Feng should also be a beauty.
A few minutes later,
Su Feng followed Liao Yufei to a parking lot near the high-speed rail station. Then the other party unlocked a red Audi.
Oh, you're doing pretty well. You even bought a car.
Su Feng took a look at the Audi A4 in front of him and said jokingly.
You know my situation. I borrowed this car from a friend.
Liao Yufei said casually, get in the car quickly, or the parking fee will be overdue.
So Su Feng opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat.
Liao Yufei started the car, skillfully reversed out of the garage, and then turned around and drove towards the exit. Su Feng turned on his inspection eyes again and looked at Liao Yufei. Liao Yufei is 24 years old, just like him. There is no doubt about the other person's appearance, which is over 90, and his figure is over 80. However, because she is an actress, she has a better temperament, so her overall charm reaches 93.
Of course, the special one is also 100. She has 5 skills: A-level acting, B-level singing, C-level dancing, C-level driving, and C-level cooking. Both his acting and singing skills are pretty good.
It is worth mentioning that the other party's favorability has reached 88 points, which is in the category of lovers.
When paying the fee and finding that she had not exceeded the time limit, Liao Yufei couldn't help but smile. As they drove out of the parking lot, Liao Yufei asked, "Have you booked a hotel? If not, I'll book one for you."
"What if it is ordered?"
Su Feng asked.
Liao Yufei said, "If you have made a reservation, of course you can stay in the one you booked."
"I will cancel the one I booked. After all, I am not as rich as you.
The hotel I booked for you is a 3-star hotel."
Su Feng said, "I didn't book it, so I'll just stay at the one you booked."
"Then don't complain about the poor environment of the hotel I booked. Or you can check out of the hotel and I'll stay at your house."
Su Feng joked. "That's a nice thought."
Liao Yufei rolled her eyes at him, then explained, "I live in the company's dormitory, where several people live together."
"There's no room for you to go there." Besides, the people I live with are all girls, so it's not convenient for you to go there. Chapter 87 in the car. By the way, are you going to rest in the hotel first, or go sightseeing directly? Liao Yufei asked. Su Feng said, we only took the high-speed train for more than an hour, so we are not too tired. We don't need to go to the hotel. Liao Yufei nodded, yes, is there any place you want to go? Su Feng, I'm not familiar with demons. You're the tour guide, so you make the arrangements. How about we go to the zoo first? Liao Yufei suggested. Su Feng nodded, okay, I have no objection. Then navigate the safari park. Liao Yufei pointed to the screen in the car. After completing the navigation, Su Feng asked, has any crew contacted you to film recently? Hey, for an 18th tier unknown person like me, no one would contact me to film a movie. Maybe things will get better after the TV series I filmed some time ago is aired. Liao Yufei said indifferently. She originally thought that her condition would improve after she got cast in a big production and played the third female role. But after finishing the filming, she waited for a while but no crew contacted her. As for her agent, Sister Yu, she couldn't even meet her, let alone help her contact the crew. She vaguely understood that this was further suppression of her by the top leaders. It was probably because Su Feng helped her get the third female role some time ago, which stimulated the other party. Because of this, she was depressed for 2 days. But gradually she came to her senses and decided that if the TV series in which she played the third female role became popular and she could get more roles, she would continue to act. If you are still unknown, then just wait until the contract expires and then quit the entertainment industry. As for continuing to ask Su Feng for help, she had never thought about it. After all, Su Feng is not from the entertainment industry. I guess it took a lot of favors to help her get the third female role last time. One should not be greedy. I'm planning to acquire an entertainment company, why don't you come join me? Su Feng said with a smile. Are you kidding? Liao Yufei was startled, and subconsciously said, are you here to buy the entertainment company for me? You think too much. Su Feng said bluntly, I recently found 2 girlfriends, both of whom are art school students. They also want to get into the entertainment industry. I plan to support them, so I plan to acquire an entertainment company. Seeing that you are doing so badly, I want to invite you to join. Thank you. Liao Yufei's face darkened slightly, and she couldn't help but say, you are such a playboy. Tell me the truth, how many lovers do you have? Su Feng didn't intend to pretend in front of Liao Yufei, it's not the first day you know that I'm unfaithful. As for girlfriends, I only have 3 at the moment, and there should be more in the future. Scumbag and big stud. Liao Yufei cursed indignantly. I don't deny that I'm a stud, but I don't admit that I'm a scumbag. I've already explained to you what a scumbag is before, so I won't explain it again. Su Feng said with a smile. Looking at Su Feng's smiling face, Liao Yufei suddenly felt that this guy deserved a beating. Su Feng noticed that Liao Yufei looked unhappy, and he knew what was going on. After all, a favorability rating of 88 meant that the other party had fallen in love with him. Knowing that he had 3 girlfriends, she must have felt bad, so he changed the subject and asked, by the way, how is your father's recovery? Liao Yufei also knew that Su Feng was trying to change the subject, but she still cooperated and answered, I'm recovering well. I just talked to my parents yesterday. But it will probably take a long time to fully recover. Suddenly, Su Feng had an idea, if you want your father to recover faster, you can drink the nourishing fluid produced in my factory. Is it medicine? Liao Yufei asked. It's not medicine, it's a health supplement. You are so rich, but you actually tricked me into buying health products? Liao Yufei asked in surprise. Do I need to? Su Feng was speechless, do I need that little money from you? I was originally planning to arrange for someone to send a few boxes to your father. Since you are not happy, forget it. You are really taking my kindness for granted. Come on, I was just joking with you, don't be angry. Liao Yufei said coquettishly. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Su Feng said unhappily, tell me your parents' address, I'll call your house and send it over. Then, Liao Yufei gave an address. Then Su Feng sent a WeChat message to Cheng Jing, asking her to send someone to deliver 10 boxes of nourishing fluid to Liao Yufei's parents. Suddenly, Liao Yufei asked with a little curiosity, by the way, Su Feng, when did you start making health products? Why didn't I hear you talk about it last time? How are the sales?
Su Feng said, last time we met, I hadn't started a company yet, so how can I tell you that the sales volume is okay, and I have already sold the agency rights in 3 provinces.
You actually managed to sell the agency rights?
Liao Yufei said in surprise.
Why can't it be sold?
It seems you still don't believe in my product.
No, it was just an accident. How much did you sell it for?
Su Feng said, guess a number. I'll give you 3 chances. If the number you guessed is no more than 1/10 different from the real number, I'll give you a car.
Liao Yufei, the agency fees for 3 provinces, right?
Su Feng nodded.
Liao Yufei thought about it seriously. This guy seemed quite proud, so the agency fee should not be low.
So after a 10-second silence, she guessed, I guess 30 million.
Su Feng shook his head. Is it too much or too little? Liao Yufei asked.
Less.
It's still less?
Liao Yufei felt that the number she guessed was already very high, but she didn't expect it to be too low. However, she felt that the difference was not big.
So she continued to guess, 50 million? Su Feng shook his head again. Now it was Liao Yufei's turn to frown. Is it still low?
Right.
After thinking carefully for 30 seconds, Liao Yufei guessed, could it be 100 million? It's useless even if I give you a chance. The car is gone.
Su Feng said jokingly.
How much is that? Tell me now. Su Feng said, 650 million. What, 650 million? Liao Yufei exclaimed and even forgot that she was still driving.
I almost rear-ended a Mercedes in front of me. Fortunately, she stepped on the brakes in time. Getting back on the road, Liao Yufei glared at Su Feng, it's all your fault.
It's because your psychological quality is not up to standard.
Su Feng teased, but he looked calm.
Humph, this lady has a very good psychological quality. Liao Yufei snorted coldly.
Suddenly, she remembered something and said with resentment on her face, you have made so much money, how dare you come and take advantage of a poor man like me? Su Feng deliberately joked, of course I feel embarrassed, but you took the initiative to invite me to the Magic City, so, I will eat your food and sleep your bed, and I feel at ease. Hearing Su Feng's answer, Liao Yufei was so depressed, no, you make so much money, you have to treat me to a big meal, otherwise I will feel unbalanced.
Okay, it's my treat.
Su Feng agreed readily.
Seeing Su Feng agreed so readily, Liao Yufei asked suspiciously, are you plotting something? You are suffering from paranoia, right? You brought it up yourself. What conspiracy could I have?
Su Feng said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, Liao Yufei also laughed, it seems so. Chapter 88 If I were your girlfriend, would I coax her?
The two of them bickered all the way as they drove to the Magic City Wildlife Park.
After buying the ticket, queue up to enter.
I have to say that Shanghai is worthy of being an international metropolis.
Even if it is not the weekend, this zoo is very popular.
Liao Yufei has been living a very depressed life in recent years. She has not made any progress in her acting career and has been secretly suppressed by the company's top management. Some time ago, her father was defrauded of all his savings and he also fell seriously ill and almost died. Therefore, she seemed particularly excited when she arrived at the zoo. We fed the animals, took photos, and had a lot of fun. It was almost noon, but the two of them had only toured 1/3 of the way.
Are you hungry? How about I go buy something to eat? Su Feng asked.
Liao Yufei looked at the long lines outside McDonald's in the zoo and shook her head. You promised to treat me to a good meal, don't even think about sending me away with fast food.
Big burgers and big chicken legs aren't that big. Su Feng pointed at the billboard and joked. You always have a twisted reason. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Liao Yufei pretended to be angry and turned away.
Su Feng smiled and followed her slowly. After a while, Liao Yufei turned her head and saw Su Feng following her a few steps.
She couldn't help but complain, I'm angry, and you don't even know how to comfort me. Su Feng said playfully, what the hell, you're not my girlfriend, why are you making such a fuss?
Hearing Su Feng's words, Liao Yufei felt very complicated, and asked inexplicably, if I were your girlfriend, would you coax me?
Su Feng continued, it depends on my mood.
After all, I have so many girlfriends and I have to coax each of them.
I don't have that much energy. Ah, you stinky scumbag, you big pig's hoof, you're making me so mad.
Liao Yufei said angrily, she wished she could kick this bastard a few times, it was really infuriating. Looking at Liao Yufei rushing forward angrily, Su Feng knew that this woman was really a little angry. In fact, he only needed to answer, "Of course I will coax her," and then their relationship would naturally turn into that of boyfriend and girlfriend. However, Liao Yufei's temperament is a little extreme, and she needs to be tempered. Otherwise, once we really become boyfriend and girlfriend, I might force him to break up with his other girlfriends. Liao Yufei, who was walking in front, had a bit more sadness in her eyes and thought, "What's wrong with that guy? Don't you think highly of me? I made it so obvious. Why do you want to act stupid?" The more she thought about it, the more confused and angry she became. She couldn't help but kick a person-high stone on the side of the road. "You're crazy." Just as her foot was about to hit the stone, Su Feng reached out and pulled her, causing her body to fall directly into Su Feng's broad arms. "You're comparing your foot to a rock, trying to experience what it feels like to break a bone. How foolish." Hearing Su Feng's scolding, Liao Yufei's face flushed a little, but at the same time she felt quite sweet in her heart. Although this man was scolding her, he was actually worried that she would get hurt. If he hadn't been paying attention to her, how could he have stopped her in time? "I know I was wrong, so stop scolding me?" Lying in Su Feng's arms, Liao Yufei said in a low voice. "It's good that you know you're wrong. Don't make mistakes again in the future." Su Feng's tone softened a lot, and at the same time, he helped Liao Yufei up. After leaving his arms, Liao Yufei still looked somewhat reluctant. A thought came to my mind. Su Feng checked Liao Yufei's favorability. Wow, it actually soared to 94 points. Suddenly, he looked thoughtful, thinking that perhaps he could directly raise Liao Yufei's favorability to 100 points. Then, the two of them returned to their previous state. We toured the entire zoo with laughter all the way. After walking out of the zoo, Liao Yufei's stomach was rumbling with hunger. Then the two of them found a restaurant near the zoo and went in. Without waiting for Liao Yufei to speak, she said, "Just have some for lunch, and I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight." "You're smart," Liao Yufei said with some pride. Perhaps because she was really hungry and tired, Liao Yufei ate 3 bowls of rice. After the meal, she touched her slightly bulging belly and said, "I'm so full. I haven't eaten like this in a long time." "No matter how badly you're doing, you shouldn't be starving, right?" Su Feng said casually. "I'm an actor and I have to keep in shape," Liao Yufei said speechlessly. 2. "By the way, where do you want to go this afternoon?" Liao Yufei asked. "Okay, let's go to number 78 Tianhe Road first and I'll buy a car," Su Feng said. "Don't you have a car?" "Who said I can't have 2 cars?" "Well, you are a rich man now, you can buy as many cars as you want." After paying the bill, the two drove straight to Tianhe Road. However, the driver was replaced by Su Feng. Liao Yufei lowered the passenger seat, felt sleepy, and fell asleep unknowingly. Su Feng turned his head and took a look. The white oval face seemed particularly peaceful. Compared to the last time they met in the county, Liao Yufei's complexion had returned to normal, and her skin was fair and tender. If he pinched it, it should feel very good, right? How could I have such evil thoughts? Su Feng secretly despised himself, quickly retracted his gaze, and drove seriously. There was traffic jam all the way and it took us more than an hour to finally arrive at the Knight's car dealership on Tianhe Road. Looking from the outside, you can see that this Knight's car shop is very large. Being able to acquire such a large piece of land and open a car dealership in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, already shows that the background of the car dealership owner is not simple. Su Feng first contacted Rose Knight on WeChat, then reached out and shook Liao Yufei. "Hey, wake up, we're here." "We're here so soon?" Liao Yufei said with sleepy eyes, and while speaking, she stretched, revealing a section of her snow-white belly. And Su Feng's attention was also attracted. Noticing Su Feng's look, Liao Yufei asked with a half-smile, "Does it look good?" "It's okay. It would be even better if I could get started." Hearing Su Feng's answer, Liao Yufei couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had never seen such a shameless pervert. At this moment, the Rose Knight replied, saying that she had something to do now and asked him to go to the store first, as she had arranged for someone to receive him. After Liao Yufei put on her makeup, they got out of the car together. There was already a salesperson from Knight Motorcycles waiting outside the car. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Feng?" "I am Wu Lily, an employee of Knight Motorcycle Shop." "Hello Miss Wu, I'm Su Feng." "Mr. Su, please follow me, lady. Our boss has already told us to take you to see the car." "Okay, thanks," Su Feng responded politely. When Su Feng entered the showroom of Night Motors, he found that there were not many cars on display inside, only about 20, but each of the cars inside was a luxury car and supercar that was relatively rare in the country. Soon, the three of them came to a pure black Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wu Lily skillfully introduced the data and various advantages of this car. "Hey, is this a Rolls-Royce?" Liao Yufei poked Su Feng's waist and asked in a low voice. "Yes, this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom." Su Feng replied. "You don't want to buy this car? What do you think? Why would I come to see it if I'm not going to buy it?" Su Feng said with a smile. "Well, you have the money and you have the final say." At this moment, Wu Lily said, "Mr. Su, Ms. Liao, do you want to experience it in the car?" Chapter 89. Liao Yufei, you are so domineering. All right. Su Feng nodded. Then Wu Lily took the initiative to open the car door for Su Feng. Su Feng invited Liao Yufei to go up and try it together. A few minutes later, the two men got out of the car. Su Feng had a look of satisfaction on his face, and Liao Yufei also showed a feeling of having gained more knowledge. Because the interior of this Rolls-Royce Phantom is so luxurious. "Mr. Su, how is it? Are you satisfied with this car?" Wu Lily asked with a smile. "Great, I want this car." Su Feng answered seriously. "Then you come this way, please." Wu Lily led Su Feng and Liao Yufei to a VIP lounge, served them fruit tea and drinks, and then said she would leave for a while. About 5 minutes passed. Wu Lily came back with the printed contract, accompanied by a beautiful young woman with short red hair, a pair of hoop earrings, and a professional women's suit. "Mr. Su, I am the Rose Knight who contacted you on WeChat. I was dealing with some things just now and didn't have time to meet you in person. Please forgive me. By the way, my real name is Shinyuchi." Su Feng stood up and responded with a smile, "Mr. Shin is too polite." In fact, Miss Wu's introduction was also very good. Seeing Su Feng stand up, Liao Yufei also stood up. "As long as Mr. Su doesn't mind." Shinyuchi continued to be polite, and then her eyes fell on Liao Yufei, and asked with a smile, "This should be Mr. Su's girlfriend, she is so beautiful." "Thank you, Ms. Shin is also very beautiful." Liao Yufei answered, but her cheeks were slightly flushed and there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Su Feng glanced at Liao Yufei meaningfully, and then said, "Boss Shin, let's talk about getting off the car." "Okay, Mr. Su, please take a seat." After both parties sat down, Shinyuchi said, "I think Mr. Luo has already told Mr. Su that the Rolls-Royce Phantom you were interested in was ordered by other customers. Later, they had to give up because of insufficient funds. However, this car has been modified according to his requirements, and the configuration is also perfect. Therefore, the bare car price of this car needs 13 million. Mr. Shin, just tell me the final price." Su Feng said calmly. Shinyuchi was a little surprised to see Su Feng so calm, and said, "The landing price is 15.65 million. You were introduced by Mr. Luo, so I will just give you a zero of 15 million. "Then thank you, Mr. Shin, and sign the contract." Su Feng said. "Full payment?" Shinyuchi asked. "Right." Shinyuchi secretly exclaimed, "Wow. This Su Feng looked about the same age as him, yet he actually spent 15 million to buy a car without even blinking an eye. Could he be a descendant of a family in the East China Sea?" Wu Lily, who had already prepared the contract, took it out and put it on the table, and asked, "Mr. Su, do you need to review the contract?" "Okay, let me take a look." Su Feng quickly read the contract and signed his name on it after finding no problems. Then comes the payment phase. Swipe card. Enter your password. The transfer was successful. Sign. After handing back the bank card, Wu Lily appeared more respectful. "Mr. Shin, when can we pick up the car?" Su Feng asked. Shinyuchi said, "If Mr. Su is in a hurry, I will ask someone to expedite it and pick up the car before 6 p.m. If you are not in a hurry, it is best to pick up the car tomorrow morning. Then come pick up the car tomorrow, but I plan to choose another one." Su Feng said. "Then I will personally accompany Mr. Su to choose." After swiping her credit card to buy this Rolls-Royce Phantom, Shinyuchi's attitude changed a lot. First of all, this Rolls-Royce Phantom was ordered, and now the buyer doesn't want it, so she is left with a waste of money. After all, this car was modified according to the requirements of the previous buyer. Who is willing to spend a few million more? Therefore, it is really not easy to get rid of this car. Therefore, Shinyuchi also felt a little grateful to Su Feng.
What's more, is it possible for an ordinary person to swipe out 15 million in cash easily?
Shinichi also wanted to make friends.
Can you drive all the cars you buy? Hearing that Su Feng wanted to buy a car, Liao Yufei couldn't help but whisper. I bought it for you. Su Feng said. What, buy it for me? Liao Yufei exclaimed, no, I can't have it. Are you sure you don't want to? Su Feng stared into Liao Yufei's eyes and asked slowly. Liao Yufei had a feeling that if she refused this time, maybe. So, she complained in a low voice, you were so domineering. Let's go.
Su Feng reached out and grabbed Liao Yufei's hand, leading her towards the exhibition hall. Liao Yufei, who was held by Su Feng's hand, felt a little dizzy and almost became a puppet.
Come back to your senses, which one do you like?
Su Feng's voice rang in her ears, and Liao Yufei finally came back to her senses. Looking at the beautiful sports cars and luxury cars in the exhibition hall, Liao Yufei felt a little dazed.
I don't know how to choose, why don't you do it? Liao Yufei suddenly felt timid. Choose the one you like and don't worry about the others. Su Feng said as he squeezed Liao Yufei's hand. Oh well.
Liao Yufei glanced across the exhibition hall again, then pointed at a red Ferrari sports car and asked, Mr. Shin, how much is this car? Shinichi said, this car is a Ferrari Roma, the price is 2.38 million. She only introduced what kind of car it was and its price without any unnecessary introduction, because she knew that many women look at the appearance and price when buying a car. As for the engine, horsepower, acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h, etc., they don't care at all. Of course, it is also possible that they would not understand even if she told them.
It's so expensive.
Liao Yufei was shocked when she heard the offer of 2.38 million yuan.
She pointed at another car and asked, what about this one?
Shinichi continued with a smile, this is a McLaren GT, priced at 2.08 million.
It's still too expensive.
Liao Yufei whispered, and then she asked about the prices of several cars one after another, and found that there were no cheap cars in this showroom. The cheapest of the cars she asked about was 1.98 million, and the most expensive was as high as 5 or 6 million. Liao Yufei wanted to continue asking, but Su Feng couldn't help but said with a smile, no need to ask the price, just tell me which one you like.
Have I embarrassed you? Liao Yufei said with some depression. There's nothing shameful about this. Buying a car is not like buying groceries. Su Feng consoled him, how about you trouble Mr. Shin to quote you the prices of all the cars? I can cooperate. Miss Liao, do you need me to quote the prices of all the cars? Shinichi asked with a smile. No. No need, let's take that one. Liao Yufei understood that the cars here were not cheap, so she pointed at the Ferrari Roma. Okay, let's take this one.
Mr. Shen has made the perfect configuration.
Is it okay for us to pick up the car together tomorrow morning? Su Feng looked at Shinichi and asked. Sure.
So the three of them returned to the VIP lounge.
Once the contract is printed, start signing.
The entire car, including all the miscellaneous items and complete configuration, cost a total of 3.2 million. In fact, it was 3.22 million, and the remaining 20,000 was wiped out by Shinichi. After paying the money, Shinichi smiled and invited, Mr. Su, Miss Liao, thank you for taking care of the business.
Why don't I treat you to dinner tonight?
I appreciate Mr. Shin's kindness, but we still have a date tonight. Su Feng reached out and hugged Liao Yufei in his arms. The shy Liao Yufei did not refute, but leaned her head in Su Feng's arms like a little bird. Ding, the favorability of goddess Liao Yufei has reached 100, solidified, and rewarded with a lottery draw.
Is this what we have achieved?
Su Feng was a little surprised, but felt it was natural.
Chapter 90 Zheng Ji's Arrangement. A few minutes later.
Accompanied by Shinichi and Wu Lily, Su Feng and Liao Yufei walked out of the night's car dealership and drove away.
Watched Su Feng leave.
Shinichi turned around and went back to the office, then picked up his cell phone, found a number and dialed it.
The call was connected quickly. Then a crisp and lively voice came, Sister Rose, how come you have time to call me? Are there any activities going on? Shinichi smiled and said, Xiao Yuer, I want to ask you about someone. The little fish she mentioned is named Zhou Mengyu, also from Donghai.
Her father Zhou Hai is the boss of a real estate company in Donghai and has a net worth of about 5 billion. Zhou Mengyu is a sophomore at Shanghai Normal University. She is also a restless person and is extremely obsessed with racing, but her skills are very poor. after she was pestered by him to take her to participate in a racing event.
She didn't dare take him there a second time,
because she was also worried that this girl would get excited on the field and cause an accident. Therefore, even though the other party came to pester her several times later, she refused to agree to take him to the competition again.
Every circle has its own rules.
Especially the car circle in Shanghai, just like the entertainment circle, likes to be xenophobic. Without the guidance or recommendation of people in the circle, it is impossible for you to join. She is a member of the Shanghai car circle and one of the leading figures. When members of the circle need to modify their cars or replace parts, they come to Rose car shop to get it done. Moreover, when people in the circle want to buy a car, their first choice is Rose car dealership. She and Zhou Mingyu met through the other party coming to her car dealership to buy a car.
Zhou Mingyu, Sister Rose, who do you want to find out about? Xinyuqi, Su Feng, do you know him? Zhou Mingyu's tone became serious. I don't know him, but Sister Rose, can you tell me something about him? I'll call and ask my father.
Xinyuqi, that's fine, the other party is from your Donghai, he is in his 20s, and he should be quite wealthy.
Zhou Mingyu, okay, I'll call my dad right now, but Sister Rose must bring me along next time she has an event. Xinyuqi, as long as you don't mess around, I will definitely take you. After hanging up the phone, I waited for about 10 minutes. Zhou Mingyu called. Xinyuqi quickly picked up the phone. How is it, Xiaoyer, did you find out?
Zhou Mingyu said, Sister Rose, my dad doesn't know much about Su Feng, but he said that this person's identity and background are very mysterious, and he has a lot to do with the Li family of Donghai and the Lu family of Shangqing group. Hearing this, Xinyuqi's expression became more serious, so she said, Xiaoyer, thank you very much, wait for the next event, I will let you hold the car. Zhou Mingyu was very excited for a moment, because Xinyuqi was an excellent racer and was her idol, so she was naturally very happy to be able to drive for her idol.
Chatted with Zhou Mingyu for a few more words. Xinyuqi just hung up the phone.
A thoughtful look appeared on his face. She knew the Donghai Li family. It was an old family that had existed for more than 100 years, and its foundation was no weaker than that of their Xin family. As for the Shangqing Lu family, they are a rising star.
But its strength should not be underestimated. Since Su Feng is involved with these two families, his identity must be extraordinary and worth making friends with.
After all, as the eldest daughter of the Xin family, she is involved in the car industry and drives not just to make money, but also to accumulate her own network of contacts. If you want to play with cars, you must have a certain economic foundation.
If you want to enter their circle, you must at least have an entry-level sports car.
In their eyes, an entry-level sports car costs at least 2 million. Thinking of this, Xinyuqi picked up the phone again and dialed a number in Donghai, asking him to help investigate Su Feng's detailed information.
Now. East China Sea. Yuehai Group. President's Office.
Zhang Ji, the president, stood respectfully in front of a young man. And this young man is Hua Yuxing, the real owner of Yuehai Group.
Old Zhang, have you found any results on the matter I asked you to investigate? Hua Yuxing asked lazily.
Zhang Ji quickly said in a serious tone, Mr. Hua, we have basically figured it out.
The people who want to take over the Lu family are from the Brotherhood. He.
Hua Yuxing showed a contemptuous smile. Lu Er's hands are really getting longer and longer. After he came to Donghai, he regarded Donghai as his own private land. Knowing that he was in the East China Sea, Lu Er's Brotherhood still dared to make a move, which showed that they did not take him seriously. Zhang Ji wanted to say that the Lu family was able to grow to its current size because of the support of the Brotherhood. It's just that the Lu family's pig has been fattened up, and the brothers want to eat it. But he knew the temperament of the person in front of him, so it would be useless even if he said it, so he asked carefully, do we need to tell young Master Lu to stop?
Lu Er is nothing, is there any need to greet him? Hua Yuxing sneered disdainfully, by the way, what is Lu Donglai's reaction?
Zhang Ji said, he has no reaction at the moment, but I can see that he is dissatisfied with the Brotherhood's growing appetite. It's just that due to the Brotherhood's strength, he dare not resist for the time being. If he can find another backer, he will definitely turn against the Brotherhood. After all, although the Shangqing group can reach its current size with the support of the Brotherhood, it is more due to Lu Donglai's strong ability. Hearing this, Hua Yuxing looked thoughtful.
After a while, he looked up at Zhang Ji and said, I heard that Lu Donglai's daughter is pretty?
Yes. Zhang Ji nodded. Lu Qingyi is not only a rare beauty, but also has strong business and management abilities.
After hearing what Zhang Ji said, Hua Yuxing became interested. Do you have a photo of her? Wait a moment, Mr. Hua.
I'll have someone send her photo over. Zhang Ji sent a message, and soon someone sent him a photo of Lu Qingyi. After seeing Lu Qingyi's photo, Hua Yuxing seemed very satisfied. Well, go and contact Lu Donglai. If he is willing to give his daughter to me, I can be his new backer. Zhang Ji said in embarrassment, Mr. Hua, Lu Donglai should have trained Lu Qingyi as his heir. It may be difficult for him to give up his daughter.
It is better to wait until Lu Donglai is forced into a desperate situation by the Brotherhood. Then, Mr. Hua, you can come forward as a savior. By then, Lu Donglai will definitely give up his daughter without hesitation in order to keep his property. Hearing Zhang Ji's suggestion, Hua Yuxing nodded slightly. Okay. Mr. Hua, how long do you plan to stay in the East China Sea this time? Young Qi asked. Why are you asking this? Do I need to ask for your opinion on how long I should stay? Hua Yuxing frowned. Zhang Ji said flatteringly, don't misunderstand, Mr. Hua. I mean, I have prepared a few programs for you. I want to keep you in Donghai for a while longer. Hua Yuxing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted Zhang Ji on the shoulder. I think your work is more to my liking. Tell me, what programs have you arranged? Chapter 91 Dual Cultivation Manual. On the other side, Su Feng drove to the hotel that Liao Yufei had booked for him. This hotel is located in the old town. From the appearance, you can tell that this is an old building. Liao Yufei said a little embarrassedly, I checked when I booked the hotel. This hotel has only been renovated a few months ago, and the online reputation is also quite good. Su Feng smiled and said, you don't have to explain. After all, I don't have to pay for it. If I continue to complain, I'd be a bit ungrateful. How about changing to another one? Liao Yufei suggested. Since we're here, just stay for one night. Su Feng said. Although he is now worth billions, he has a stable mentality and does not insist on staying in a top-notch hotel, as long as it is clean and hygienic. Oh well. After parking the car in the open-air parking lot outside the hotel, the two walked into the hotel lobby together and went to the front hall to check in. When Su Feng took out his ID card and showed it to the front desk, Liao Yufei also took out her ID card. Seeing this, Su Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Liao Yufei didn't dare to look at him the whole time and seemed a little shy. After getting the room card, Liao Yufei said to Su Feng, you go up first, I'll go buy something. Su Feng looked thoughtful. Okay, I'll go up first. After watching Su Feng enter the elevator, Liao Yufei turned around and walked out of the hotel lobby and came to a nearby pharmacy. In the hotel room, Su Feng nodded secretly. Even though this was just a 3-star hotel, the renovated rooms looked really nice. He released his spiritual sense to scan the entire room. When he found no cameras, he took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Halfway through his shower, he heard the door open. Using his spiritual sense to scan, he found a box of medicine in Liao Yufei's bag. As expected, she must have bought it at a nearby drugstore. After a while, Su Feng walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel and found that the curtains in the room had been drawn. Liao Yufei's eyes secretly swept over Su Feng's naked upper body, and then whispered, I'll take a shower too. Then hurry up, I'm still waiting for you. Su Feng joked. Pooh. Liao Yufei's face suddenly turned red. More than 10 minutes later. After taking a shower, Liao Yufei came out wrapped in a bath towel and saw Su Feng lying on the bed watching TV. Su Feng waved to her. After a slight hesitation, she walked over, climbed onto the bed and leaned into his arms. As their skin touched, Liao Yufei felt her body temperature rising rapidly. At this time, Su Feng picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Then he turned over and pressed Liao Yufei under him, then looked at her beautiful and flawless face and asked, You've been craving for her for so many years, and today I finally get what I wanted. Are you excited? Hearing this, Liao Yufei couldn't help but laugh and curse, Bah, you shameless narcissist. The originally ambiguous and tense atmosphere was directly destroyed by Su Feng's words. Who are you calling shameless? Apologize immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Feng threatened. I just called you shameless, what can you do to me, Lilialu? Liao Yufei challenged in a childish manner. It seems that if I don't use some tricks, you won't accept it. Su Feng was deliberately angry and reached out to tickle Liao Yufei. At first, Liao Yufei tried her best to endure it, but soon she couldn't bear it anymore and started laughing and begging for mercy. You bastard, you made me laugh until I cried. Liao Yufei pushed Su Feng away and said angrily on purpose. It's okay, I'll help you. Su Feng reached out and wiped away the tears on her face, then brought it to his mouth and tasted it, salty. You're a pervert. You even eat my tears. Liao Yufei scolded with a smile. I have something even more perverted, do you want to try it? As he spoke, Su Feng pressed on Liao Yufei again, and then kissed her lips domineeringly. What happened next was a natural progression. Half an hour later, the battle was over. The main reason was that it was Liao Yufei's first time, so I had to be gentle with her. At the same time, rewards also come. At one point, Su Feng had accumulated 2 lottery draws. Does it hurt? Su Feng asked. I can still bear it. Liao Yufei said. I mean, if it doesn't hurt, go take a shower and then go out for dinner. Of course, if you still want, we can continue in the evening. Hearing Su Feng's joke, Liao Yufei realized that she had misunderstood, but she refused to admit defeat. I'm afraid you are not good enough. How dare you underestimate me? Su Feng snorted coldly and jumped onto the horse. It was more than an hour later when the two of them walked out of the room. It's just that Liao Yufei's walking posture is a bit indecent, and she occasionally frowns. Su Feng, who was standing by, secretly laughed. You still have the nerve to laugh. Liao Yufei gritted her teeth and punched Su Feng twice. You asked for this, can you blame me? Su Feng retorted, but after laughing, he still felt a little reluctant. How about I carry you on my back? Really? Liao Yufei's eyes lit up. Come up. Su Feng lowered his body in front of Liao Yufei, and then felt a soft body pressing against him. When Su Feng carried her to the hotel lobby, people around him looked at her strangely. Liao Yufei was so embarrassed that she buried her face in Su Feng's shoulder, but the smile on her face was particularly sweet. By the way, what do you want to eat? Su Feng asked. Liao Yufei said, I'm not feeling well, let's just find a restaurant nearby to eat. Well, let's have a feast tomorrow at noon. Su Feng thought about it and agreed. So I found a Chinese restaurant nearby and ordered a bowl of pig blood soup. After dinner, the two returned to the hotel. Cuddle up in bed and watch TV. Su Feng took the opportunity to hold a lottery. System, I want to draw twice. Ding, the lottery starts. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3S level entertainment talent summoning cards. Would you like to receive them? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill dual cultivation manual, would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, 3 cards and a golden ball of light appeared in the system space. All 3 cards are entertainment talent summoning cards. After use, they can randomly summon S-level directors, screenwriters, original song musicians and other talents. I have to say that the system is very considerate. Knowing that he wanted to open an entertainment company, it immediately sent him talents in this area. It is not used for the time being, after all, the company has not yet acquired it. As for the golden ball of light, it is naturally a manual for dual cultivation. After choosing fusion, Su Feng also understood the power of this skill. After using it, it can actually improve mental and physical attributes. Moreover, it not only targets the skill user himself, but also the cooperating user, and will also improve some physical and mental attributes. So, Su Feng subconsciously looked at Liao Yufei in his arms. Do you want to try it? After thinking about it, Su Feng gave up. After all, Liao Yufei's injury had not healed yet, so he decided to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 92. There was a noise next door in the middle of the night. Before we knew it, it was already a little after 9 in the evening. Let me go first, I have to go to work. Su Feng said to Liao Yufei, who was clinging to him, that the other party seemed to be extroverted and independent, but after breaking through that layer of relationship, she was particularly obsessed with him. After returning to the hotel room after eating outside, she didn't want to leave him for a moment. What job? Liao Yufei asked. Stock trading. Then I'll accompany you. So, the two of them came to the computer in the room. After a few hours of rest, Liao Yufei's injuries have eased a lot. Open your computer and download the US stock software. Then enter your account and password to log in. Are you trading US stocks? Liao Yufei asked curiously. You also know about US stocks? Su Feng asked. I am a college student after all, how come I don't even know about the US stock market? And I also know that the risks of the US stock market are much greater than those of the domestic stock market. Liao Yufei said indignantly. Yes, it seems you really understand. Su Feng praised her, so Liao Yufei suddenly became happy and said,
when I have nothing to do, in addition to practicing my acting skills, I also read some books on other subjects to improve my horizons.
By the way, did you make a profit or a loss? Of course I made money. Let me show you my profit.
Su Feng called up his own profits and showed them to Liao Yufei.
The other party was stunned at once. It took a few seconds to come back to his senses. You actually made so much money? What else?
Su Feng said calmly.
Oh, husband, you are amazing. Liao Yufei couldn't help but hug Su Feng and kissed him hard on the face. Suddenly, Su Feng's mind moved, and he said to Liao Yufei, by the way, do you want to speculate in US stocks?
If you do, you can speculate with me, and I will help you get rich. Hearing this, Liao Yufei was very tempted, but in the end she shook her head. Forget it, I don't have the money.
Well, I'll lend you $1 million to invest in US stocks. What if I lose money? Liao Yufei said with some concern. Su Feng joked, how can you lose money when I am here to guide you? If you really lose money, you should give me yourself as compensation. Okay, I'll borrow it. Liao Yufei made up her mind.
After all, she still had ambitions and didn't want to be a vase all her life.
Okay, give me your ID card. I'll take a photo and have someone help you open a US stock account. If nothing goes wrong, you can get the account tomorrow. Then, you can follow me to trade stocks.
After getting Liao Yufei's ID card, Su Feng took a photo and sent it to his personal account manager, asking her to use this ID card to open a US stock account and a US dollar account. The other party naturally agreed and said that it could be done tomorrow morning.
The US stock market is open.
Su Feng first replaced 3 stocks that had reached their peak prices, and then began short selling.
When he had some free time, Su Feng taught Liao Yufei how to operate it.
However, she did not intend to let Liao Yufei do short-term investment, but long-term investment. By the end of this month, it will be no problem for her to multiply her $1 million several times.
Liao Yufei studied very seriously and quickly mastered the basic operations.
Then Su Feng asked her to download a simulation disk software on her mobile phone and perform simulated operations.
Liao Yufei was having a lot of fun.
Before I knew it, it was already after midnight. Liao Yufei also ended the simulation operation and instead watched Su Feng carefully do short-term trading.
She never gets bored.
Because every time Su Feng makes a profit, he can make hundreds of thousands of US dollars at least, or millions or even tens of millions of US dollars at most.
It's really exciting.
In fact, at the beginning she was a little worried about Su Feng, fearing that he would lose money. But gradually, she was no longer worried, because she found that Su Feng was so amazing, and his control over the stock market was such that it was not an exaggeration to call him the god of stocks.
The transaction is always just right. Even a few seconds or 10 seconds slower will result in a loss of money. But he grasped the opportunity precisely.
For a moment, the look in her eyes when she looked at Su Feng was not only one of admiration, but also one of deep worship.
Okay, let's stop here for today. Su Feng turned off the US stock software and prepared to go to bed. Did you make $65 million today? Liao Yufei asked. Yeah, what's the problem?
Su Feng looked at her and asked.
Hubby, you are so awesome. I adore you so much. Liao Yufei came closer, put her arms around Su Feng's neck, and gave him a kiss. After a while,
their lips parted, but Liao Yufei looked at him seductively and moved forward again.
Stop kissing me, or I'll kill you right here.
Su Feng dodged.
Who's afraid of whom? Well, that's what you said.
Su Feng picked up Liao Yufei, threw her onto the bed, and then pressed his whole body on her.
But this time is different from the previous 2 times.
When completing the combination, Su Feng activated the skill of Dual Cultivation Manual.
The experience is instantly doubled. Room 305.
Lu Yong, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a noise coming from next door. I was immediately furious, picked up the phone on the bedside table and took a look, getting even angrier because it was almost 5 in the morning and he was still messing around. He really wanted to break down the wall to make the neighbors quiet down. But also a little timid, afraid of causing conflict. So I could only pull up the quilt to cover my head, but the noise from next door became louder and louder, like a devil's sound filling my brain.
Since he couldn't resist, he just eavesdropped seriously.
He didn't know how long it had passed before the sound finally disappeared.
He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
He picked up his phone again and was shocked, because it was already 6 in the morning.
He is not even a human being.
Lu Yong couldn't help but envy him, thinking about his own performance, which was only 5 minutes at best. Every time he saw his wife's contemptuous and resentful eyes, his heart was filled with inferiority. The other side. Su Feng took Liao Yufei to take a shower, then changed the bed sheets before holding her in his arms, turning off the lights and going to sleep. But out of curiosity, he called up the system panel. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. His perception was correct. His physical fitness had actually reached 100 points, reaching the human limit. Mental strength also soared from 84 points to 86 points. I don't know if it can be improved this much every time or if it only improves this much on the first use. If he could improve his physical and mental fitness by so much every time, he would become a Superman in the future. Suddenly, Su Feng's eyes swept across the appearance column. I found that my appearance value has become 85. If he remembered correctly, his appearance score was 82 points. In other words, this dual cultivation manual also has the function of improving one's appearance. Making a fortune. After being excited for a while, Su Feng calmed down, closed his eyes, and gradually fell asleep. It was around 10 o'clock the next morning. Su Feng wakes up. Although he had worked very hard last night, he was in a strong physique and could be full of energy after just 2 or 3 hours of sleep. But Liao Yufei couldn't do that and was sleeping soundly in his arms. Take the phone. I found several WeChat messages. He first opened the Rose Knight's WeChat, and the other party reminded him that he could pick up the car and asked him when to go. Su Feng replied briefly and said that he would pick up the car in the afternoon. The second message was from the bank's private client manager, saying that the US stock account he requested had been processed and the other party had sent him the account number and password. At the same time, a bank card with a US dollar account had also been processed and the other party said that someone could be arranged to deliver it. Su Feng replied and asked him to send it to Shanghai by express delivery. The other party replied immediately and said that they would arrange it right away. The last message was from Sun Lin, asking him when he would return to Donghai. Su Feng also responded briefly, saying that he would be back before Saturday. Chapter 93 Physical Limits. Maybe it was because his physique had improved a little, but Su Feng felt hungrier. After putting away my phone and going to the bathroom to wash up, I went downstairs to find a restaurant to eat. After finishing the meal, he packed another portion and brought it back to the hotel, woke up Liao Yufei, and asked her to eat before going to sleep. Perhaps because she hadn't woken up yet, Liao Yufei's appetite wasn't very good. She just ate a little and then continued to sleep. A thought came to my mind. Su Feng's gaze fell on the spiritual medicine garden. After his replanting, the number of ginseng plants in the spiritual medicine garden reached 1,200. Because one day outside is like 10 years inside. All 1,200 ginseng plants are mature and have a ginseng age of more than 20 years. Would you like to try picking a few ginsengs and refining them into pills using the Wanhua pill furnace? But after thinking about it, Su Feng gave up and decided to wait until the ginseng reached 100-year-old before using it to make pills. After taking his gaze away from the spiritual medicine garden, Su Feng suddenly felt like he had nothing to do. So he sent a WeChat message to Yaya, asking her what she was doing. The other party replied to him quickly and said that she was in class. Su Feng said he would not bother her anymore. But Yaya told him that it was okay, as long as it didn't affect others, the teacher wouldn't care whether they played with their phones or not. Su Feng thought about it and agreed. When he was in college, as long as you didn't make trouble in class, teachers generally didn't care what you did in private. But he only chatted with Yaya for a while. Miao Miao sent him a WeChat message, complaining that he was unfair and only chatted with Yaya and not her. So Su Feng had to do 2 things at once and entertain the 2 girls on WeChat. He was reborn from the future and knows many memes. Just a little effort is enough to make the 2 girls happy. Before I knew it, it was already a little after 1 p.m. Liao Yufei finally woke up. So, after she washed and put on makeup, the 2 of them took a taxi and went straight to Knight's motorcycle shop. Before arriving, Su Feng sent Wu Lily a message saying that they would be there soon. Therefore, as soon as I got off the car, I saw Wu Lily waiting there at the gate of Knight's motorcycle shop. After entering the car dealership, Wu Lily asked politely, "Mr. Su, Ms. Liao, do you need us to hold a car pickup ceremony for you? We can also provide professional video and photography services. What do you think?" Su Feng asked Liao Yufei. "That's not necessary." Liao Yufei shook her head. The so-called car handling ceremony was actually an opportunity for the car owner to show off by posting on WeChat Moments or Weibo. Su Feng doesn't need to pretend like this, it's really too low class. Although Liao Yufei is a little known star, she doesn't need to pretend like this.
Then just pick up the car. Su Feng asked, by the way, where is your boss?
Wu Lily said, our boss is doing the final inspection on your cars.
Please come this way. Under the leadership of Wu Lily, Su Feng and the other person came to the modification workshop.
Then he saw Xin Yuqi, who was wearing work clothes.
Mr. Su, Ms. Liao, you are here.
I have checked and there is no problem with both cars.
By the way, the fuel tanks of both cars are full.
Xin Yuqi said with a smile.
Thank you, Mr. Xin.
Su Feng said with gratitude that generally speaking, the gas in a new car's tank is only enough to run 2 or 3 kilometers, and you need to refill it yourself.
You're welcome. Xin Yuqi responded with a smile, and then asked, will Mr. Su come to the Magic City often in the future? Probably not. That's a pity. I wanted to invite you to join our club.
Xin Yuqi said with regret. Yesterday, she asked someone to investigate Su Feng's detailed information, and she had received it this morning. According to her friend's investigation, Su Feng only emerged in the last month. Not only is he financially strong, but he may also be a powerful warrior. To be called a powerful warrior, one must at least have hidden power. As for Hua Jin, neither her friends nor she had thought about it.
After all, Su Feng was too young. There will be opportunities later.
Su Feng smiled.
Xin Yuqi said quickly, then it's a deal.
If Mr. Su comes to Shanghai to develop in the future, he must join our club.
Su Feng nodded and agreed. After chatting with Xin Yuqi for a few more words, Su Feng prepared to drive away. Honey, where are we going?
I'll take you to a feast. You decide the place.
Liao Yufei said, isn't this a bad time?
Su Feng said disapprovingly, as long as you pay, are you still worried about not being able to find a place to eat?
Yes, then I'll search first to see if I can find a suitable restaurant, said Liao Yufei.
Soon, Liao Yufei found a suitable restaurant. So, the two of them drove there separately. However, on the way, Su Feng received a call from a staff member of Donghai Trading Company, who drove to Shanghai specially to deliver a bank card to him. After receiving the call, Su Feng directly asked the other party to meet at the restaurant they were about to go to.
More than 20 minutes later, Su Feng and Liao Yufei arrived at the restaurant.
When they had almost finished eating, people from the East China Sea Trading Company arrived.
Su Feng asked the other party if he had eaten, and if not, he would treat him to a meal. But the other party politely said that he had already eaten on the way here, and after handing the bank card to Su Feng, he politely said goodbye. Su Feng gave the bank card to Liao Yufei and asked her to download an app of Donghai Trading Company. After logging in, she changed the password of the bank card. After completing the modification, Su Feng also used his mobile phone to log into the Donghai Commercial Bank's app and transferred $1 million to Liao Yufei's account. By the way, give me the bank account number you usually use. After obtaining the account, Su Feng transferred another 1 million yuan of local currency into it. Why did you transfer another million to me? Liao Yufei asked.
Su Feng waved his hand and said, I have money, I am happy, I give this to you as pocket money, when you have spent it, ask me for more.
Thank you, husband. Liao Yufei happily kissed Su Feng on the cheek.
She did not refuse because she was not a pretentious woman.
Moreover, she knew that even if she refused, it would be useless because Su Feng was a domineering person.
Besides, she had already accepted the car worth more than 3 million yuan, so it would not be a big deal if he accepted another 1 million yuan. After all, she was ready to be with this playboy for the rest of her life.
By the way, do you want to buy a suite in Shanghai? Su Feng asked again, if you want to buy it, let's go buy it now. No.
Liao Yufei said,
aren't you planning to recruit me to your company? We'll all be going to the East China Sea in the future. Why buy a house in Shanghai? Su Feng nodded, yes, then I will buy you a house when you return to Donghai. By the way, how much is your penalty? Su Feng asked.
Liao Yufei pondered and said, I signed the contract quite early, and the company was quite sincere at the time, with only a 2 million yuan penalty.
Now 4 years have passed, and there is only 1 year left in the contract.
However, a senior executive of the company wants to take advantage of me, and the company may not let me go if I want to terminate the contract.
Who is that senior executive and what is his position?
Su Feng's face suddenly turned cold, and a hint of chill flashed in his eyes.
Don't be impulsive.
Although the other party wants to take advantage of me, I have never agreed. Liao Yufei quickly explained that she was worried that Su Feng would risk his life for the beauty he loved. Su Feng said seriously, "Don't worry, I'm not a young man of 17 or 18 years old, I won't be so impulsive." However, that guy actually dared to hit on you, he must be taught a lesson.
Chapter 94, Troublemaker. Afterwards, Liao Yufei introduced the situation of that senior executive. The other party's name is Song Zhonghai. He is the operations director of Orange Heart Entertainment, the entertainment company where Liao Yufei works, and the head of the operations department. What is the use of the operations department? It includes creating celebrity personas, attracting traffic, promotion, creating hot searches, emergency public relations, etc. An absolutely critical department. After all, in this era, if you can act, sing and dance, you can attract a lot of traffic. It is not necessarily the case that a single effective hype will attract more traffic. Therefore, within this entertainment company, there are countless young stars who want to be famous and want to please him. In addition, this guy does have considerable abilities, which leads to more young stars coming to him on their own initiative. Therefore, even if the company boss knows about his behavior, he turns a blind eye. Song Zhonghai had been eyeing Liao Yufei for a long time and had also noticed her potential. Therefore, he found Liao Yufei and hinted that as long as she became his woman, he would support her. Unfortunately, Liao Yufei doesn't understand at all. This made Song Zhonghai secretly angry, although he did not suppress Liao Yufei openly. But he did not stop using tricks in secret. This has resulted in Liao Yufei's acting career being extremely unsuccessful in recent years. After suppressing her for several years, Song Zhonghai saw that Liao Yufei still had no intention of giving in, and was ready to give up. But I never expected it. Liao Yufei got the third female role in a large crew. In Song Zhonghai's opinion, Liao Yufei must have hooked up with other people, and his anger grew. In fact, although Liao Yufei's own fame did not increase after she played the role of the third female lead, she did gain a certain reputation in the circle. During the time she returned from filming, several crews sent her invitations or audition requests. But they were all suppressed by Song Zhonghai through his internal connections in the company. It was obvious that he wanted to force Liao Yufei to surrender. After listening to Liao Yufei's story, Su Feng had a clue in his mind and said to her, "Ask around and see if Song Zhonghai is in your company?" "You want to?" Liao Yufei looked at Su Feng and asked. "I'll go and identify him so I can find someone to deal with him." Su Feng said. "I'll ask someone about it." After being suppressed for several years, Liao Yufei was very angry, so she took out her mobile phone and contacted her friends in the company to find out whether Song Zhonghai was in the company. The news came soon. Song Zhonghai just came back from a business trip and is currently attending a meeting in the operations department. "Let's go, we'll be there soon." Orange Heart Entertainment, Operations Department. Small meeting room. Song Zhonghai, who had just returned from a 3-day business trip, was very satisfied after listening to the report from his subordinates. All the tasks assigned before he left were completed, and he liked the feeling of being in power. Suddenly, the WeChat notification sound rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from a third-tier star in the company named Jolie. "Jolie, Mr. Song, I heard that you returned to the company. Can I treat you to dinner tonight?" Seeing this message, Song Zhonghai showed a hint of satisfaction. Jolie is a very ambitious woman. I always wanted to be a B-list star. But apart from her pretty looks, her acting skills are not that good. It is very difficult to reach the second line. Especially since the few projects it participated in recently did not make any splash, the possibility of becoming a second-tier company is even smaller. The only way is to bring traffic through hype and operations. If you want to hype and operate, you can't do without Song Zhonghai. Song Zhonghai had had feelings for Jolie for a long time and had hinted at it, but Jolie pretended not to understand. Now that Jolie's attempt to break into the second line has failed, it is obvious why she invited him to dinner. Suddenly, a smug smile appeared on Song Zhonghai's face. So he replied, "Sorry, Miss Shou, I just returned to the company and have a lot of things to deal with." "Jolie, in that case, I wonder if Mr. Song is free tomorrow?" "Song Zhonghai, it's like this, Miss Shou. Recently our operations department has a plan to promote several artists. I wonder if you are interested. If you are interested, you can come to Minuet Hotel tonight to discuss it in detail." After throwing out the bait, Song Zhonghai waited patiently. He didn't believe that Jolie, who was determined to get promoted, could resist the temptation. Really? After waiting for only 1 minute, Jolie replied, Mr. Song, what time do you think I should go to the bathroom and what is my room number? Seeing Jolie's reply, Song Zhonghai was delighted. Okay, come at 8 o'clock in the evening, room number is 608. Song Zhonghai has a long-term private room in Mingyue Hotel because it is a safer place. After the chat, Song Zhonghai just felt a little hot inside. Jolie's appearance could only be considered pretty, but her body was quite hot, which was very much to his taste. As for why he didn't let Jolie go to the hotel immediately. Naturally, he wanted to conserve his energy. After all, he was in his 40s and approaching 50. So Song Zhonghai called his assistant, gave him some brief instructions, and then got up and left the office. And at this moment, Su Feng and Liao Yufei have already arrived downstairs at Orange Heart Entertainment and parked the car on the auxiliary road. This auxiliary road is the only way to the underground garage. As long as Song Zhonghai drives past here, he can see him. Su Feng called Liao Yufei into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, hugged her, and waited for Song Zhonghai to appear while being affectionate with her. Waited for a few minutes. Liao Yufei suddenly asked, Honey, is that car Song Zhonghai's car? Su Feng looked up and saw a Mercedes-Benz S-Class driving out of the underground garage and heading towards the auxiliary road. With a thought in his mind, the spiritual consciousness in Su Feng's mind was released. He sneered in his heart, If you dare to hit on my woman, I will make you lose the taste of being a little brother. After Song Zhonghai's car entered the range of his spiritual consciousness suddenly turned into a fist and smashed it hard between the opponent's legs. Song Zhonghai, who was humming a little tune happily and fantasizing about showing his prowess tonight, felt a sharp pain in his body and couldn't help screaming. The vehicle he was driving lost control and crashed into the stone pier beside the passage. However, his car was not driving fast and the impact was not strong. At this moment, Su Feng's spiritual consciousness appeared at the back of Song Zhonghai's head. He pressed it hard, causing the opponent's forehead to hit the steering wheel hard. Afterwards, Su Feng turned his spiritual consciousness into a thin needle and stabbed it into Song Zhonghai's head. The other party screamed again and passed out. Perfect. Seeing the results of his work, Su Feng secretly praised himself. Liao Yufei was stunned as she watched this scene. Song Zhonghai was in a car accident. This is evil being punished. Looks like I don't need to deal with him myself. Su Feng said with a smile. Then let's go. Liao Yufei urged. In her opinion, although Song Zhonghai's car accident had nothing to do with her, she still felt a little guilty. Su Feng nodded, Let's go to the computer city and buy a laptop so that we can use it to trade US stocks in the evening. After Su Feng and Liao Yufei left, soon someone discovered that Song Zhonghai had been in a car accident. The security guard recognized Song Zhonghai as a senior executive of Orange Heart Entertainment, so he called to inform him. Soon after, senior executives from Orange Heart Entertainment arrived hurriedly and first called the police and then dialed 120. The news of Song Zhonghai's car accident quickly spread in Orange Heart Entertainment. Some people secretly applauded, while others felt regretful. Some people even gloat over other people's misfortune. And all this has nothing to do with Su Feng and Liao Yufei. Chapter 95 Two Sisters-in-Law. A little after 9 in the evening, Su Feng and Liao Yufei returned to the 3-star hotel. After buying the laptop, they did not return to the hotel. Instead, they went to the mall to buy some clothes, and then went to the bund to enjoy the night view before rushing back to the hotel. Under Su Feng's guidance, Liao Yufei first bound the US dollar account. Then, Su Feng used his skills to select 3 stocks and told Liao Yufei to buy these 3 stocks separately after the market opened. These 3 stocks all had quite good gains in the next 10 days. As long as you sell it after 10 days, you can make a few $1,000,000. Soon, it was time for the US stock market to open. Today, Su Feng directly screened out several stocks and took turns shorting them. As for other long stocks, he did not change them because the growth trends of these stocks were quite good and there was no need to change them within this week. Liao Yufei quickly spent all the $1 million. Because it was her first time to invest in stocks and she was spending $1 million at one time, she seemed very nervous. Even if the 3 stocks only have a slight increase, people will cheer excitedly. Before we knew it, it was time for the US stock market to close again. The 3 stocks that Liao Yufei bought for $1 million have seen a gratifying increase in value, and the total value of the 3 stocks has reached $1.64 million. In other words, in just one night, she earned $640,000, which is more than $4 million in local currency, much more than she had earned in all these years. Therefore, she was both excited and thrilled. Come and take a look at my earnings. Calm down,
Su Feng said with a smile.
Liao Yufei leaned over to take a look, and was stunned. You actually made 82 million US dollars tonight?
Thinking about how she was complacent with just earning a few $100,000, Liao Yufei suddenly calmed down.
Are you calm? Su Feng asked jokingly. Humph, can't you just let me be happy for a little while longer? Liao Yufei snorted coldly, thinking that this guy was really annoying. It's okay, I'll cheer you up right away.
Su Feng reached out and picked up Liao Yufei and walked towards the bathroom.
Liao Yufei shouted, Hey, what do you want to do? Su Feng said, Do it.
In the next room, Lu Yong, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up again.
He couldn't help but curse, You beast, why do you do it at this time every night? Can't you do it earlier? The next day, Lu Yong left the room with dark circles under his eyes.
He stopped for a moment after passing Su Feng and Liao Yufei's room, and then walked towards the elevator. He decided to change rooms tonight, otherwise if it happened again tonight, he was afraid he would die suddenly.
Su Feng stayed with Liao Yufei until noon before getting up.
We found a restaurant nearby, had lunch, and then went our separate ways. Su Feng went to the law firm to find a lawyer to help Liao Yufei terminate the contract, while Liao Yufei drove back to return it to her friend. Because the other party had called her this morning and asked for help with the car. After Su Feng arrived at the law firm and expressed her demands, the other party said it was no big deal. After asking Su Feng's opinion, the other party said that the contract could be terminated in 3 days at most. After paying a deposit of 100,000 yuan, Su Feng went to meet Liao Yufei and told her the news. Because the contract was about to be terminated, Liao Yufei was too lazy to go to Orange Heart Entertainment again, so she simply accompanied Su Feng to travel around Shanghai.
That night,
they changed to a 5-star hotel.
Su Feng, who was not short of money, booked a presidential suite.
After suppressing Liao Baihu for 2 rounds, Su Feng felt that his physical fitness had been strengthened to a certain extent. After calling up the system panel, I saw that my physical fitness had increased to 101 points, and my mental strength had also increased a little, reaching 86 points. The appearance value increased by 2 points again, reaching 87 points. Afterwards, the two continued to work overtime to trade US stocks. Although the increase in the 3 stocks held by Liao Yufei was not as good as last night, the total value of the 3 stocks exceeded 2 million, reaching 2.07 million US dollars. Su Feng made 70 million US dollars from US stocks. For 3 consecutive days, he made tens of millions of dollars every day.
This is not stock speculation, it's simply bank robbery.
No, even robbing a bank is not as outrageous as his. Therefore, Liao Yufei looked at Su Feng with an extremely strange look in her eyes. Husband, if you can continue to earn this much money every day, how outrageous will your wealth be in a year?
How can I make this much money every day?
Su Feng shook his head. I have also seen the market trend this month.
I will not do it again until the end of the month.
Hearing this, Liao Yufei also breathed a sigh of relief, because she was worried that if Su Feng continued to make money without limit, something might happen.
Go to sleep.
After Su Feng reached out to turn off the light, he fell asleep while hugging Liao Yufei.
It was around 10 o'clock the next morning. Su Feng opened his eyes and prepared to return to the East China Sea. Because today is Saturday.
It was just past 8 in the morning, but Wang Yang couldn't wait to send several messages to Su Feng, asking him when he could arrange a meeting with his future girlfriend.
Yufei, I'm going back to the East China Sea first, you continue to sleep.
Su Feng woke up Liao Yufei and said,
Hubby, I can't bear to leave you, why don't you stay a few more days? Liao Yufei hugged Su Feng and was unwilling to let go. Well, we'll be able to meet in a few days anyway, and I have things to do when I return to the East China Sea. Su Feng comforted softly. Liao Yufei was not an unreasonable woman.
She arched her back in Su Feng's arms and said, Let me hold you for a while before you leave.
All right.
Su Feng had no choice but to agree. But soon, Liao Yufei fell asleep again. After kissing her on the face, Su Feng quietly got out of bed, washed up quickly, left the hotel, and drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom straight to the East China Sea. A few hours later, Su Feng returned to number 65 Yudingbiejing. I sent a WeChat message to Wang Yang, and the guy arrived in less than 20 minutes. He was driving his father's car, a BMW 5 Series. After a few days of transformation, the boy's skin has become a lot whiter, and with a new hairstyle and clothes, he looks a lot better to the eye, no longer like the black monkey he was when he first returned to the East China Sea.
Brother Feng, I miss you so much.
Wang Yang walked up to Su Feng and gave her a hug.
Stop it.
Su Feng sneered and stepped aside.
You want me to come back and introduce you to a girlfriend? Hey, that's almost it, then when are we going to set off? Come on, just take your car. Brother Feng, please. Wang Yang diligently opened the car door for Su Feng.
After getting in the car, Su Feng sent a WeChat message to Yaya, asking her and Miao Miao to wait for them at the school gate in 10 minutes.
I haven't waited for Yaha to reply yet.
Miao Miao, however, sent a WeChat message first. Brother Feng, I know that you like Yaya a little bit, so you always send WeChat messages to her first.
Su Feng, where do you get so jealous? Aren't good sisters supposed to share the same quilt? It's really wrong for you to be jealous of your best sister.
Miao Miao, as expected of Brother Feng, he talks a lot of dirty talk.
Yeah, Brother Feng, we have already notified senior sister Tangyu and will be leaving soon. About 20 minutes later,
Wang Yang drove to the gate of Donghai Art College. Then, his eyes immediately locked onto the three girls standing on the left side of the gate.
Brother Feng, who is my future girlfriend?
Wang Yang asked with shining eyes. Su Feng pointed at the girl standing on the right who had a quiet temperament and pretty appearance and said, "That's her."
Hearing this, Wang Yang's eyes were clearly filled with disappointment.
After all, Tangyu seemed a little ordinary compared to Miao Miao and Yaya.
Suddenly, Wang Yang's mind moved. Could the other two be my sisters-in-law? Clever.
Su Feng answered, rolled down the window, and waved to the three girls, "This way."
Chapter 96. Who is coming? Senior, someone is coming, let's go over there quickly. Miao Miao pulled Tangyu and said.
Soon, the three girls got into the car and sat in the back seat together.
Old Wang, let me introduce you. This is Miao Miao, this is Yaya, and this should be Tangyu, right? Tangyu nodded and said calmly, "Hello, I'm Tangyu." "Hello, I'm Su Feng." "I'm Wang Yang."
Wang Yang said shyly. Although Tangyu's appearance was far inferior to Miao Miao and Yaya, she exuded a gentle temperament that instantly attracted him. After all, the experience he had with his ex-girlfriend was not very good.
"Okay, let's drive," Su Feng urged. "Where are you going?" Wang Yang asked subconsciously. "Let's find a coffee shop," Su Feng said, and then asked Miao Miao and Yaya, "Do you know where there is a coffee shop nearby?" "I know."
Miao Miao pointed in a certain direction. "Drive forward, about 800 meters, there is a coffee shop with a nice environment."
Soon,
the group of 5 came to the coffee shop that Miao Miao mentioned.
After taking a look around, I found that the environment is indeed nice.
They asked for a private room,
ordered coffee and a few snacks. Out of curiosity, Su Feng also used his inspection eyes on Tangyu.
The other person's appearance score is only 76 points, which can only be considered pretty among beauties, but can also be considered a beauty among ordinary people. However, the other person's figure score is very high, a full 92 points. If Wang Yang can win, he will be able to enjoy a good life in the future.
The most important thing is that the opponent's special is also 100.
As for skills, he has B-level music teacher skills, B-level piano skills, B-level dance skills, B-level cooking skills, C-level driving skills, and C-level swimming skills.
After a brief acquaintance, everyone started chatting.
At first, Wang Yang was a little nervous, which caused him to stutter a little, but soon he found that Tangyu was a very gentle girl and would definitely make a good wife and mother if he married her, so he gradually relaxed. Occasionally, they would make each other laugh. Seeing this scene, Miao Miao couldn't help but wink at Su Feng, as if to say, they have a chance.
Su Feng also thinks the possibility is relatively high.
Suddenly, Miao Miao suggested, "I just heard from the waiter that there is a garden on the roof."
Brother Feng, yeah, let's go up and take a look. Okay, you two seem to be having a good chat, let's go hang out up there first.
Su Feng made a cheering gesture to Wang Yang and walked out of the box with the two girls.
Wang Yang was secretly grateful to Su Feng. Brother Feng was smart and knew how to create opportunities for me. Soon,
the three of them came to the rooftop garden and sat down under a pergola built in the center of the garden.
Brother Feng, what do you think are the chances of them succeeding? Miao Miao asked.
I think the possibility is quite high,
Su Feng said.
Why do you say that?
Yaya asked curiously.
Su Feng analyzed, first of all, my friend is a bit of a love-minded person and is good with girls.
Secondly, his family conditions are not bad.
From their previous communication, it seems that Tangyu doesn't hate him. As long as she doesn't hate him, there is a chance that she can be pursued.
I think so too, it's just that your friend is a little ugly.
Miao Miao said with a smile.
Actually, it's okay, it's just that he's not obviously handsome.
Su Feng said with a smile. It's not obvious that you're handsome, Brother Feng, why are you so humorous when you talk? Miao Miao and Yaya were amused by Su Feng again. The three of them stayed on the rooftop for almost an hour before leaving.
However, Su Feng returned to the box first, while Miao Miao and Yaya went to the bathroom to touch up their makeup.
As for why she touched up her makeup, it was of course because it was hot on the rooftop, and it was definitely not Su Feng's fault.
How was your contact? Did you like each other? Su Feng's eyes swept back and forth between the two of them.
Tang Yu lowered her head shyly, and Wang Yang said, Brother Feng, how can you talk like that?
I just had a good chat with Xiaoyu.
Xiaoye is here, it seems like you guys had a really good chat.
Su Feng continued to joke. For a moment, Tang Yu became even more shy. Old Su, that's enough.
Wang Yang snorted deliberately, but winked at Su Feng, with a hint of pride in his eyes.
Okay, then I'll shut up.
Su Feng smiled. Originally, he wanted to add fuel to the fire by making a few jokes, but the current situation did not require him to do anything unnecessary, so he said no more.
After a while,
Miao Miao and Yaya came back hand in hand. Before, Wang Yang was a little envious, but now, he is not envious at all.
After all, what suits him is the best.
I stayed in the cafe for some time.
Everyone discussed where to go for dinner. Xiaoya, what do you want to eat, Chinese food, Western food or hot pot? Wang Yang asked considerately. I can do anything. Tang Yu whispered. Then let's go eat hot pot. There are many dishes and it's lively.
Seeing that they could not reach a conclusion through discussion, Su Feng made a decision directly.
I know a hot pot restaurant that tastes good and is not expensive. Miao Miao said.
The hot pot restaurant recommended by Su Miao Miao is called Baiwei Hot Pot, and it is a time-honored brand.
It's not far away. It only takes a few minutes to drive there. During the meal, Wang Yang kept showing his courtesy to Tang Yu. The key is that the other party does not refuse. Su Feng knew that this couple was most likely to be together. So, after dinner, Su Feng took Miao Miao and Yaya away. One reason was to create an opportunity for his good brother to be alone, and the other was that Miao Miao and Yaya had also hinted to him that today was Saturday and he didn't need to go back to school. Su Feng first took the two girls to buy clothes, and then came to the hotel. He had already booked a presidential suite at the last hotel. After entering the suite,
Miao Miao pulled Yaya into the bathroom, as they had just eaten hot pot and the smell was quite strong.
Brother Feng, do you want to come in and take a shower together?
Suddenly, Miao Miao stuck her head out and asked.
Okay.
Hearing this, Su Feng felt excited and was about to stand up.
Ha, I was just kidding.
As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Miao slammed the bathroom door shut.
Suddenly, Su Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then go to the bedroom to take a shower.
Next, Su Feng first suppressed Miao Miao, the white tiger, and then went to feed Yaya.
It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening.
Then Su Feng started to make money from US stocks. Miao Miao and Yaya turned into maids and did their best to serve Su Feng. One is responsible for various feedings, while the other massages him from behind. I don't know if it was the beauty effect, but Su Feng seized several great opportunities to short sell tonight, and her final profit reached $95 million. The two women were stunned. At the same time, favorability also increased significantly. Miao Miao's favorability reached 98 points, and Yaya's favorability reached 99 points. Su Feng would not let them work in vain, and gave each of them 500,000 yuan as a reward for their hard work. Then the favorability of the two girls reached 100 points one after another.
Isn't this too easy to satisfy?
Su Feng thought to himself, taking advantage of the situation.
Who's going to sleep with me tonight? Su Feng looked at the two girls and said.
Brother Feng, please go back to the room first, let's discuss this.
Miao Miao urged. All right then.
Su Feng stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Then the two girls started whispering to each other. Su Feng faintly heard words like "this is not good and let's not do it."
Chapter 97 Calling for Talents in Film and Television Companies. The next morning, Su Feng woke up.
Then he got up from the entanglement and went to the living room. The scene from last night flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of endless aftertaste on his face. It's really nice to have so many wives.
As soon as I thought about it, the system interface appeared.
After last night's hard work, my physical fitness increased by 2 points to 103 points, and my spirit increased by 1 point to 87 points. However, my appearance did not increase this time. System, use the lottery, twice together. Ding, the lottery starts. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the instant recovery of skills. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 10 sets of 200 square meters of commercial housing. Would you like to claim them? The second prize seems a bit rubbish. Su Feng frowned slightly. Based on the local housing prices in Donghai, even if calculated at the highest price of 50,000 per square meter, a 200 square meter house would cost 10 million yuan, and 10 houses would cost at most 100 million yuan. He made at least several hundred million yuan a day from the US stock market. It's not easy to get a house. Receive. The next moment, a stack of house deeds and a ball of golden light appeared in the system space. After fusing the golden light balls, an instant recovery will appear on the skill bar. At the same time, the function of this skill and related information also appeared in Su Feng's mind. First of all, this instant recovery skill can instantly recover from external injuries, internal injuries, poisoning, diseases, and even various negative conditions. For example, Su Feng has been up for 7 days and nights and is very tired and sleepy, but if he uses instant recovery, all the tiredness and sleepiness will disappear. However, this instant recovery can only be used once a day, and can be used again in the early morning of the same day. The number of uses does not stack. Even so, this instant recovery is quite incredible. Unfortunately, this skill can only be used on myself. Otherwise, it would be easy to charge 100 million US dollars for each treatment if I used it to treat those wealthy people with terminal illnesses. Of course, Su Feng was just thinking about it. Even if instant recovery could really work on others, he would not do so. As for the reason, those who understand will understand. Then, Su Feng's eyes fell on the stack of housebooks. After taking out one, the information about the house deed emerged in his mind. Suddenly, his expression became a little strange. After taking a quick look, I found that the column for the homeowner was indeed blank. As long as he adds someone's name in the homeowner column, the house will be automatically registered under that other person's name. It is obvious that the system arranged it this way to make it convenient for him to send someone away. But the system gave me 10 sets at one time. Does it want me to find 10 girlfriends? Su Feng thought secretly. Suddenly, Su Feng had an idea. 3 cards appeared in his hand. This is the S-level entertainment talent card he had drawn before. Use. Facing a card, Su Feng silently recited the words "use it." Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an S-level TV drama director. The other party will contact you within 24 hours. You can check the other party's identity information in advance. Good. Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. The highest level of skills is SS level. An S-level director is already a top director in the entertainment industry. Continue. Su Feng used the second card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-level agent. The other party will contact you within 24 hours. You can check the other party's identity information in advance. Keep using it. Su Feng used the third card. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an S-level music creator. The other party will contact you within 24 hours. You can check the other party's identity information in advance. Check the information of the S-level director. Then the system directly inputs the other party's information into his mind. This S-level director is a woman named Shang Yuhua, 42 years old, and a PhD in directing from Beijing Film Academy. She has already filmed 5 TV series and 1 movie. All 5 TV series have been broadcast on satellite stations, with an average viewership rating of more than 2% for each show, and the highest rated show reaching 5%. As for the movie she filmed, it cost 20 million yuan to invest and earn more than 200 million yuan at the box office. By the way, Shang Yuhua is an orphan who has been supported by Su Feng as second overseas master since she was a child. Her success in becoming a director after graduation was also due to the investment made by the second overseas master. As we all know, studying directing does not mean you can become a director after graduation. You need someone to invest in you before you can become a director. It is very difficult for a newly graduated director to obtain investment. After all, who would trust a newbie? Then, Su Feng checked the identity information of the S-level agent. This person is also a woman, named Zhong Ailing, 38 years old this year, graduated from Beijing University of Communication. After graduation, she first joined an entertainment company as a star assistant, and later gradually became an agent. When she was 25 years old, she was spotted by Niu Xiang, a top domestic agent, who took her as his apprentice. Over the past decade, Zhong Ailing has become a top agent in the industry. By the way, Zhong Ailing is also an orphan sponsored by Mr. Su Feng. Let us talk about the last talent. This person is no longer a woman, but a man named Yao Bing, 32 years old. One of the top songwriters in the country, he has created albums for many celebrities and composed more than 20 classic songs. As expected, this Yao Bing is also an orphan talent trained by the second master Su Feng.
Fuck, my second master is so awesome.
Su Feng complained lightly.
Just at this moment, Luo Weilin sent a document to Su Feng on WeChat. Immediately afterwards, he sent a text, "Brother, this is the information about 5 entertainment companies that I collected for you. 3 of them are from our Donghai city, and the other 2 are from the neighboring Longyang city. Su Feng, thank you very much, Brother Luo. I will treat you to a meal when I take over the entertainment company." Luo Weilin, okay then. I wish you success and treat me to a meal.
Then, Su Feng clicked on the file to check it out.
It has to be said that Luo Weilin put a lot of effort into collecting information, and the information on the 5 entertainment companies is very complete.
The first entertainment company is called Haiwa Film and Television Entertainment. The company was founded in 2010 with a registered capital of 5 million.
The boss of the company is Huang Shang. What a domineering name. Su Feng said secretly. Huang Shang was not a person in the entertainment industry before he opened his entertainment company.
His purpose of starting a company was not to make money, but to promote his lover. In the past few years, he invested in 5 or 6 TV series and 2 movies at a premium. As a result, only one of the TV series he invested in was released, and that was on a local TV station.
The movies we invested in didn't even have a chance to be released.
The invested money was naturally lost, and the lover naturally failed to become famous. Now that he has broken up with his lover, he plans to sell the company.
The company's office space is rented and there is still a 3-year contract.
The company has only a single-digit number of employees, so the company's offer was not high, only 2 million.
Luo Weilin marked it on the top, and if he negotiated, it would probably be done for 1.2 million. Then, Su Feng looked through the information of the other 4 entertainment companies.
Then he set his sights on an entertainment company called Shanghai Pictures. The company has experience in producing TV series and movies, and also maintains a complete behind-the-scenes team. In addition, the company has signed more than 20 artists, more than 90% of whom are actors and only 3 are singers.
As for why sell? The reason is simple.
The original boss of this company died of illness.
He has 2 sons and a daughter.
But none of the 3 children had any intention of running the film and television company, and instead wanted to sell it and share the money. Because Shanghai Pictures is considered a high-quality film and television company, many people were interested in it, but the offers were not high, which clearly showed that they were bullying the 3 siblings because they were outsiders. The company with the highest bid is willing to offer 20 million for the acquisition. It obviously did not meet the requirements of the 3 siblings.
Luo Weilin also helped to inquire.
The ideal price for the 3 brothers and sisters was about 30 million. If they lowered the price to about 28 million, they could get it. However, if they acquired Shanghai Pictures, they would offend several people in the circle who had their eyes on it.
Chapter 98 Miao Miao instigated Su Feng to take advantage of her roommate.
There are currently 4 companies that have interests in Shanghai Pictures. 2 of them are local film and television companies in Donghai. Their influence and scale are average, and they cannot afford to pay a high price. They just proposed the acquisition with the mentality of picking up a bargain. The 3rd company is not a film and television company, but a cinema chain. It is called South China Cinema Chain and ranks 11th among more than 20 cinema chains in the country. The cinemas under the cinema chain are mainly distributed in major cities in the south. According to Luo Weilin's speculation, the South China Cinema Chain should not be satisfied with the profits from its cinemas, but is planning to get involved in the film and television production industry to get a piece of the pie. The South China Cinema line also offered the highest price among the 4 companies, offering a purchase price of 20 million. As for the 4th company, it is a bit of a coincidence that it is Orange Heart Entertainment where Liao Yufei works. Why these 4 companies are planning to acquire Shanghai Pictures? There are 2 main reasons. First, Shanghai Pictures has a complete production team.
Once it is acquired, the project can be started immediately. Second, it is copyright. The previous boss of Shanghai Pictures is a veteran film and television figure. In the more than 10 years since he founded Shanghai Pictures, he has produced dozens of TV series and movies of his own. In addition, he has also invested in many film and television projects. Therefore, Shanghai Pictures holds many high-quality film and television copyrights. Copyrights were not valuable before, but after the country cracked down on film and television piracy, the value of film and television copyrights also skyrocketed. However, Shanghai Film's copyrights have all been licensed out, but within the next 3 years, the authorizations for these copyrights will expire one after another. After getting these copyrights back, it would be no problem to authorize them again and sell them for tens of millions. Therefore, the film and television copyrights of Shanghai Films can be regarded as an invisible wealth. Su Feng is a reborn person. Although she doesn't know all the TV series and movies that will be popular in the future, she at least knows about 70% to 80% of them. She also has a general understanding of some popular novel IPs. It is entirely possible to buy the copyright in advance, find a screenwriter to adapt it, and then let Zhang Yuhua shoot it. Therefore, he is still confident that he can build a film and television company. Of course, he acquired the entertainment company just to promote his girlfriend. He had foresight in TV dramas and movies, and he had Yao Bing as the composer for songs. We can't make them top stars, but it's no problem to push them to be first rate. It would be nice to make a little money while supporting them. So Su Feng called Luo Weilin and asked him to help make an appointment with someone from Shanghai Films. Luo Weilin is very efficient. He called back quickly and said that he had made an appointment with the person and would meet at the Grand Court Hotel, which he owns, at 7 o'clock that evening. A thought came to my mind. Su Feng took out 3 house deeds rewarded by the system. He found a pen in the room and wrote down the names of Liao Yufei, Su Miaomiao, and Chao Lia on the house certificate. I saw the name column changing. The name he wrote turned directly into printed font. I looked at the time and it was just past 10 o'clock. Su Feng did not wake up Miao Miao and Yaya, but called and asked the hotel to send them breakfast. After breakfast, Su Feng turned on the TV in the living room, turned down the volume, and passed the time. The time came to 12:20. Miao Miao finally woke up. After washing up in the room, she came out in her pajamas and sat down next to Su Feng. Brother Feng, when did you get up? Why don't you sleep a little longer? I got up at 10. Su Feng stretched out his hand and hugged Miao Miao into his arms, smiling, I'm in good health. I can still be full of energy after sleeping for 3 or 4 hours. Real? Su Miao Miao looked at Su Feng curiously and found that there was really no sign of fatigue on his face, and he didn't have any dark circles or bags under his eyes. Suddenly, she remembered a word that Su Feng had mentioned to her on WeChat before, and teased, it seems that Brother Feng, you were born with the holy body of working. Su Feng said, I am the innate working saint body, then you are the reincarnation of the 5 divine beasts, the white tiger. You're so annoying. Don't laugh at me. Miao Miao said coquettishly. Go and wake up Yaya, we'll go have lunch first, and then I'll take you somewhere. Su Feng patted Miao Miao's butt and said. Okay, I'll go right away. Miao Miao hurried into the bedroom and saw Yaya still sleeping soundly. She couldn't help but want to play a trick on her and put her hand into the quilt. Soon, Yaya responded, saying, Brother Feng, stop it. Hearing this, Miao Miao laughed out loud. Yaya opened her eyes when she heard the noise and saw that it was Miao Miao who was teasing her. She was furious and said, Miao Miao, I'm going to kill you. Brother Feng, don't do that. Miao Miao imitated Yaya's voice and said provocatively. Ah, I'll fight you. Yaya jumped off the bed and rushed towards Miao Miao. Miao Miao dodged and ran out of the room, shouting, Brother Feng, help me. Yaya is trying to kill me. Brother Feng, help me catch her. Yaya, who had chased after them, shouted. Then the 2 women started to circle around Su Feng. Okay, stop messing around, yeah, go wash up quickly, we still have to go out. Su Feng said with a deliberately stern face. Suddenly, the 2 girls quieted down. Yaya glared at Miao Miao before going back to her room to wash up. More than 20 minutes later. The 2 girls put on some light makeup, changed their clothes, and went out with Su Feng. Found a restaurant nearby. After ordering the food, the 3 of them started chatting casually. Suddenly, Miao Miao, who was looking at her phone, exclaimed, This is so shocking. Xin Shuiying's fiancé Yang Han cheated on her and someone took a picture of him. Really? Let me see.
Yaya immediately showed a curious look and reached for her cell phone.
Let us watch it together.
Miao Miao didn't give the phone to Yaya, but asked her to watch it together. When Su Feng heard Miao Miao mention Shen Shuiying, he remembered who she was after a little thought.
Isn't it their roommate who has a childhood sweetheart who was a rich second-generation fiancé? Now, the other party's fiancé is cheating. Brother Feng, do you want to watch it? If you want to, I'll send you the link.
Suddenly, Miao Miao looked up and looked at Su Feng and asked.
I won't watch it.
Su Feng waved his hands.
His mental age was much older than his actual age. He had seen and heard a lot about cheating, and he had even experienced it himself. At this time, Yaya said, Miao Miao, should we call and comfort Shuiying? Don't. Miao Miao said quickly, Shen Shuiying has a strong personality and loves face. She is probably angry now.
If you call her at this time, she will think you are making fun of her.
Let's pretend that we don't know about this matter and don't mention it in front of her. Hearing Miao Miao's words, Su Feng nodded secretly. Miao Miao was much more clear-headed than Yaya.
In this situation, what Shen Shuiying needed was indeed not comfort.
Okay then, I'll listen to you. Yaya nodded.
At this moment, Miao Miao said thoughtfully, Brother Feng, how about I introduce Shen Shuiying to you, maybe out of revenge on Yang Han, you can take her down.
Who do you take me for? Su Feng glared at Miao Miao unhappily, do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others' misfortunes? Brother Feng, are you sure you don't seize this opportunity? If you miss it, you'll never get it again.
Miao Miao said temptingly.
It seems that I didn't give you enough punishment last night.
Just wait and see how I punish you tonight. Su Feng snorted coldly.
Upon hearing this, Miao Miao was a little frightened, because Su Feng's performance was indeed terrifyingly strong.
If Su Feng dealt with her alone, she was afraid that she would not be able to withstand it.
Chapter 99, Excited Kiss.
The three of them finished their lunch, paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant.
Then Miao Miao's eyes lit up, look, it's a Rolls-Royce. Hey, why is it a little different from Mr. Luo's? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and it has been modified and is fully configured. The price is more than twice that of Mr. Luo's car. Of course, it is different.
Su Feng said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, Miao Miao reacted immediately and asked excitedly, Brother Feng, this car is not yours, right? At this time, Master Luo got down from the driver's seat, opened the back door for Su Feng, and said respectfully, Boss, ladies, please get in the car. Before coming to eat, Su Feng sent a message to Master Luo, asking him to drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom here. Soon, the three of them got in the car. After getting on the bus, Miao Miao seemed extremely excited because she had just felt the envious eyes of many people around her. Then she looked around the car curiously. I found that the decoration of this car is indeed much more luxurious than Luo Weilin's Cullinan, and it is also very comfortable. Boss, where are you going? At this time, Master Luo asked. Go to Mingyue Community. Su Feng ordered casually.
The 10 houses awarded by the system are distributed in 5 high-end residential areas in Donghai City, with 2 houses in each community. The 2 houses he gave to Miao Miao and Yaya are both in Mingyue Community, and they are upstairs and downstairs. The car started and moved forward smoothly. Moreover, you can hardly hear the sound of the car engine inside the car, as if the inside and outside of the car are separated into 2 worlds.
Miao Miao and Yaya took various photos in the car. Suddenly, Su Feng's cell phone rang.
It was a call from a law firm in Shanghai.
Hello, Lawyer Jiang. Su Feng greeted after answering the phone. Hello, Mr. Su.
The other party followed with a greeting and began to report the progress of the task to him.
Today he has gone to Orange Heart Entertainment and talked to the manager of their agency department.
The result was very smooth and the other party agreed to terminate the contract. However, the other party demanded payment of 2 million yuan in liquidated damages in accordance with the contract.
Liao Yufei's contract only has 1 year left to run, and the total penalty for breach of contract is only 2 million yuan.
It is obviously impossible for lawyer Jiang to agree to it.
After all, what do their lawyers need to do if they have to pay the full 2 million yuan penalty?
Therefore, after some communication and negotiation by lawyer Jiang, the other party reduced the penalty for breach of contract to 1 million. Lawyer Jiang called to say that if he was given a few more days, he should be able to reduce the penalty to 800,000.
No need, agree to their request.
Su Feng said, I will deposit 1 million into your law firm's account, and your law firm will help pay the penalty.
Is that okay? Of course, no problem.
Lawyer Jiang said quickly.
Su Feng asked, when can the contract be terminated?
Lawyer Jiang said, I will go to Qingxin Entertainment again. If nothing unexpected happens, the contract can be terminated today.
Su Feng, thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Jiang. Lawyer Jiang, it's not hard, it's what I deserve.
More than 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove directly into the Mingyue community.
Then we came to the 8th building.
This building has only one unit, and all the apartments are large in size and not high-rise, with the tallest being only on the 6th floor.
We're here, let's get off.
Su Feng said to the two girls.
Brother Feng, are you bringing us to your home? Yaya asked curiously. Miao Miao asked, yeah, Brother Feng, you don't live here, do you? No.
Su Feng shook his head, just follow me.
He took the two girls into the apartment building and took the elevator to the 5th floor.
I came to the door of room 502 and entered the password into the combination lock, and the door opened.
Come in. Su Feng greeted.
The two girls who followed and looked at the house curiously. Then, shock appeared on their faces. Because the interior decoration, furniture and appliances of this house are particularly luxurious.
Here you go, take it.
Miao Miao reached out to take the property title handed to her by Su Feng, feeling a little confused. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility and looked directly at the property title. When she saw that the name on it was Su Miao Miao, she began to tremble with excitement. The next moment, she threw herself into Su Feng's arms, stood on tiptoes and kissed Su Feng.
After a while, the two separated, but Miao Miao's excitement was still not reduced much, and she said emotionally, Brother Feng, Miao Miao loves you to death. Okay, it's just an apartment. Just follow me and you will get benefits in the future. Su Feng chuckled. Thank you, Brother Feng. Miao Miao said happily, Brother Feng, can I make a request? Go ahead. Miao Miao said, can this apartment be divided into half for Yaya? Do you need to divide it? Here, it's yours. Su Feng took out another property deed and handed it to Yaya. Ah, I have two. Yaya said in surprise. To be honest, she felt a little jealous just now. But after Miao Miao offered to give her half, she was particularly moved and secretly vowed in her heart to be a good sister to Miao Miao for life. Of course, I won't favor one over the other, said Su Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng, you are so kind. Yaya was never as bold as Miao Miao. She just stood on tiptoe and kissed Su Feng on the face. Your house is upstairs at 602, go up and take a look. So the three of them took the elevator to the 6th floor. After entering, I found that the layout, decoration and home furnishings were completely different from the apartment below. Ya, please show me your home. Miao Miao pulled Yaya and said. After visiting the new house, Miao Miao suggested, Brother Feng, how about we cook and eat here tonight? How's your cooking? Su Feng asked. It's okay. Miao Miao said confidently. Then you guys can cook for yourselves. I have something else to do this afternoon. Su Feng said, by the way, you two can make an appointment to go look at cars together. If you like any, tell me and I'll buy it for you, as long as the price doesn't exceed 1.5 million. Sun Lin's car is about the same price, so the price he gives to Miao Miao and Yaya cannot be higher, so he has to treat them equally. Miao Miao was surprised and said, you're still buying a car, Brother Feng, you've already given us a house, so why don't you buy a car? After all, we're still students. Ya nodded in agreement, yes, Brother Feng, there is no need to waste money on buying a car. Alright, you are not allowed to refuse, and you are not allowed to pick the cheap ones. It's decided. I'm leaving. After deciding the matter domineeringly, Su Feng turned around and walked out of the house. The two women hurriedly followed and sent Su Feng to the elevator. After watching the elevator close, the two girls returned to their room. Oh my god, I never dreamed that I would own a house before I even graduated from college. Miao Miao said excitedly, no, I need to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. Yaya was a little worried and asked, if someone asks, how will you answer? Miao Miao was stunned and said, it seems that it is really difficult to answer. What if her parents and relatives asked who bought the house for her? Would she tell her parents that she was a lover to someone else? I guess her father would run to the East China Sea with a stick and break her legs. Chapter 100. The elder sister is a vixen, the younger sister is a vixen. What Su Feng said about having something to do was actually going to see Sun Lin.
When he was in Shanghai before, he told Sun Lin that he would be back on Saturday. Originally, Sun Lin was going to come to see him yesterday, but he turned it down on the grounds that he had something to do and said that he would come to see her today.
More than 20 minutes later, Su Feng arrived at a store in Wenyang district in a Rolls-Royce.
The store is not big, but there are two beautiful girls inside, sisters Sun Jin and Sun Lin. It turned out that the sisters and children were looking at the Rolls-Royce that stopped in front of the store. Suddenly, Sun Lin stood up, then ran outside excitedly and threw herself into the arms of Su Feng, who had just got off the car.
"Brother Feng, why are you here?"
Sun Lin put her arms around Su Feng's waist and asked happily.
"Of course I miss you."
Su Feng smiled and said, "Okay, let go quickly, this is on the street." Sun Lin obediently let go of Su Feng, but immediately hugged Su Feng's arms again. The two walked into the store together. Before Su Feng could speak, Sun Jin greeted him warmly. "Su Feng, please sit down."
"Would you like some water or tea?" "Thank you, please give me a glass of water,"
Su Feng said with a smile. Sun Jin filled a paper cup with water from the water dispenser and handed it to Su Feng. Su Feng did not thank him again, but just smiled at the other person. Next, Su Feng drank water while chatting with the two sisters in the store, and occasionally met customers who came to buy nourishing fluids. I learned from casual chatting that the Sun family held a family meeting the day before yesterday. All the income from the sale of nourishing fluids in the supermarket belongs to the old couple. All the income from the first store belongs to Sun Lin, and Sun Jin gets 50% of the profit from the second store. Store 1 hired someone specifically to look after the store. The second store, which is the store they are currently in, is managed by Sun Jin. He does not receive any salary, but gets 50% of the profits. The reason why Sun Lin was able to obtain all the profits of a store was that the body fluid business was entirely dependent on the young woman's boyfriend, who didn't even charge a penny in agency fees. They had heard from their youngest daughter that the agency fees for a province were worth at least more than 100 million yuan. Although they only represent one district, if you really want to buy it, it will cost at least hundreds of thousands or a million. What's more, they also get a cheaper purchase price. Therefore, it is not excessive at all for Sun Lin to take the profit of a store. As for her sister Sun Jin, she had no objection either. After all, the second store's daily sales can reach more than 200 boxes, and sometimes even more than 300 boxes.
Selling one box can bring in more than 100 yuan in profit.
Therefore, she can get more than 10,000 yuan in profits every day. This amount of money already exceeds her previous monthly salary.
She can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. What else is there to be dissatisfied with?
After her ex-boyfriend Zhao Wei found out about her family's situation, he came to ask for a reconciliation, but Sun Jin was unwilling to pay attention to him.
"What were you doing before? Now I earn over 10,000 yuan a day, why would I have the time to pay attention to you?"
But Zhao Wei was determined to get back together. Although he didn't know how much money the Sun family made from selling nourishing fluids, it was definitely a lot.
"If I earn little, how can I open 2 stores specializing in selling nourishing fluids? Moreover, with Meng Jinlan's operation, the nourishing liquid has been fully launched on the market in Donghai City."
She directly took over advertisements in multiple time slots on several channels of Donghai TV station, bombarding them with brainwashing propaganda. It did attract a lot of buyers.
In addition, the nourishing liquid has a quick effect.
Through word of mouth, most of the first batch of nourishing liquid she purchased has been sold. Yesterday, she contacted the factory in Yunhai County and planned to purchase the second batch. Before I knew it, more than half an hour had passed.
Su Feng had already planned to take Sun Lin away.
Just then, a middle-aged woman in her 50s walked into the store. When Sun Jin saw the middle-aged woman, his expression was a little unnatural.
He stood up and greeted her. "Aunt Xia, why are you here?"
"She is Zhao Wei's mother," Sun Lin whispered in Su Feng's ear.
Hearing this, Su Feng also looked at the other party curiously, thinking to himself, could it be that Zhao Wei asked his mother to come and make Sun Jin and him get back together?
After noticing the other person's expression, Su Feng thought that the other person was not here to reconcile Sun Jin and her son, but rather to cause trouble. Because the other party was having a sullen face at the moment, and the look he gave Sun Jin was filled with some displeasure and disgust. Sure enough, the other party ignored Sun Jin and walked straight into the store and sat down on a chair.
"Aunt Xia, what can I do for you?"
Sun Jin asked with a bit of trepidation. Although she had not had much contact with the other party, she could tell that he was not an easy person to get along with. Her breakup with Zhao Wei was also closely related to Xia Haiyan.
Son Jin, since you have broken up with my son, don't bother him anymore. At this time, Xia Haiyan spoke. I pester your son?
Sun Jin couldn't help but laugh angrily. After I broke up with your son, I never contacted him again. Instead, your son came to bother me these days. So, instead of coming to me to bother your son, you might as well take care of your son and don't let him bother me. When she was with Xiao Wei before, she would tolerate Xia Haiyan, her future mother-in-law, if she could, and avoid her if she couldn't. Now, she has broken up with Xiao Wei, and the other party still dares to come to her house to teach her a lesson. Naturally, she will not consider the other party's feelings as much as before. Hearing Sun Jin's words, Xia Haiyan was very angry and said angrily, "What a joke, my son is so outstanding and obedient, how could he come to pester you? It must be you, the vixen, who is continuing to seduce my son."
Old woman, who are you calling a vixen? I advise you to be more respectful, otherwise don't blame us sisters for being rude to you.
Hearing Xia Haiyan scolding her sister, Sun Lin couldn't help it and immediately spoke up to join in.
Xia Haiyan glanced at Sun Lin with a sidelong glance, and said with disdain, "Why, you still want to beat up an old woman like me? You are really not from the same family, and you can't get along with each other."
The elder sister is a vixen, and the younger sister is also a vixen.
Hearing this, Sun Jin and Sun Lin were both very angry.
This old woman's mouth was really stinky.
Just as the sisters were about to curse back, Su Feng spoke up, "Old woman, will you apologize to them immediately? Who are you? Are you the wild man that my sister hooked up with, or is it my sisters?"
Xia Haiyan sneered, her attitude was so arrogant. "Oh, I'm going to tear your mouth to pieces, you old bitch."
Sun Lin couldn't bear it anymore and was about to rush forward and take action.
But Su Feng stopped her. Lin, don't be impulsive. If you fight with this kind of person, your hands will get dirty."
After hearing what Su Feng said, Xia Haiyan was rather smug and said provocatively, "Why, you don't dare to do anything? I thought you were so brave. If you have the guts, why don't you try to touch me?" At this time, Su Feng ignored Xia Haiyan and said to Sun Lin, Lin, do you know what to do with this foul-mouthed and arrogant old man?" Sun Lin cooperated and said, "Brother Feng, do you know?" Su Feng, of course I know. First of all, isn't he foul-mouthed?
Just get a bunch of people to throw feces at her house to make her stink.
Secondly, isn't she arrogant?
Then get a few people older than her to beat her up.
If you are not convinced after being beaten once, I will beat you twice, and 3 times. What if she calls the police?
Sun Lin asked worriedly.
What can we do if we call the police? They are just a bunch of old people.
We can just give them a few words of advice and at best they will have to pay for their medical expenses.
Can we really arrest them and put them in jail?
After all, they are old and will inevitably have all kinds of illnesses.
If they are arrested and something happens, who will be held responsible? Having said that, Su Feng looked at Xia Haiyan and found that the other person's eyes were flickering.
So, Su Feng continued, of course, if you are worried about the risk of hitting someone, then find a group of old men and women, and go to her house every day to block her door and curse her. You see, those old ladies and old men can walk several kilometers for discounted eggs.
Then, I will buy hundreds of baskets of eggs. As long as you block the door and curse, I will give you a basket of eggs. Whoever curses more fiercely will be rewarded with another basket. Hearing this, Sun Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Feng, isn't it too mean for you to do this? Su Feng said seriously, how can this be called a loss? You have to use the right moves to deal with the right person. After hearing this, Xia Haiyan couldn't stay any longer and stood up and walked outside.
Because she was really scared.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing Xia Haiyan fleeing in panic, Sun Jin couldn't help but burst out laughing, and he also felt relieved in his heart.
Chapter 101 Lu Donglai's Plan. Uptown Group.
Lu Qingyi came to the secretary's room outside the chairman's office with a stack of documents.
Mr. Lu, are you here to see the chairman? Lu Donglai's secretary immediately came forward and asked. Is my dad busy?
Lu Qingyi asked, her face looking a little unhappy.
Jinyang Technology was obviously just a makeshift team.
The only project it could show off was a portal website, and it had very little traffic. There are a lot of such websites, and they have no investment value at all. Not only did his father sign the investment report, but he also invested 200 million yuan and only took 20% of the shares. In her opinion, all the shares of Jinyang Technology added together are not worth 2 million, and investing 200 million for only 20% of the shares is simply crazy. She even suspected that the people at Jinyang Technology had cast a spell on her father, causing him to make such a foolish decision. However, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that no matter how incompetent her father was, he would not do such a thing. Therefore, she took the information about Jinyang technology to ask her father. The secretary replied, "Mr. Liu, the chairman is meeting with Mr. Yang from the Yunhai County subsidiary. Please wait for another 5 minutes. It will almost be over." "Okay, I'll wait. Do you need coffee?" the secretary asked again. "Thank you, I don't need it." Lu Qingyi waited outside for 5 or 6 minutes, and finally saw a middle-aged man walking out of the chairman's office. Afterwards, Lu Qingyi stood up and went straight into the chairman's office. "Dad, I want to ask you something." When she arrived at the office, Lu Qingyi couldn't wait to ask. "Is it about Jinyang technology investment?" Lu Donglai told Lu Qingyi the purpose of his visit in advance. After hearing what Lu Donglai said, Lu Qingyi's suspicion deepened. "Dad, is this investment?" "Yes, I just give them money." Lu Donglai nodded affirmatively. Lu Qingyi frowned and reminded, "Even if you want to give money, you shouldn't do it in the name of the company. This will affect your prestige in the company in the future. Shangcheng Group is a listed company. Lu Donglai is the largest shareholder. In addition, Lu Qingyi, Lu Qingshan and his wife all own certain shares and firmly control the power of the group. But there are still many major shareholders. Investing in Jinyang technology is obviously a pitfall. If it fails, the signing chairman Lu Donglai will be held responsible. After all, this has harmed the interests of other shareholders and investors. Do you think I don't know the consequences of doing this?" Lu Donglai smiled bitterly, because this is the other party's request. If I don't do this, they might take action against me immediately. Even if I do this, it can only delay the time for them to take action against me. After all, I am already fat, and it is time to slaughter me. Hearing his father's words, Lu Qingyi's face changed drastically. "Dad, who are they? Don't we have any room for resistance?" After pondering for a while, Lu Donglai sighed and said, "Forget it. Now that things have come to this, there are some things I should tell you. Do you still remember the incident I told you about 10 years ago?" Lu Qingyi recalled a little and said, "Could it be about competing with Dongding Group for the project in Kaiyang District?" "Good." Lu Donglai nodded. "Our Shangcheng Group was able to successfully go public and have its current glory because we won the project in Kaiyang District. In fact, 10 years ago, Dongding Group was much better than Shangcheng in all aspects. To be honest, I didn't have any confidence at all at the time that I could get that project. Later, someone came to me and said that he had a way to help me get the project in Kaiyang District, but after the success, Shangcheng Group must provide them with a sum of money every year in the method they specified. At that time, I agreed to their request with the attitude of giving it a try. As a result, we actually won the project in Kaiyang District. After completing the project in Kaiyang District, our Shangcheng Group also made huge profits and was successfully listed. In the years that followed, the organization also provided critical assistance on several occasions. I am grateful to them. At the same time, they were also provided with a sum of money every year as agreed. But in the past 2 years, their appetite has been growing. The year before last, I gave them 500 million yuan, last year 800 million yuan, and this year has not yet completely ended, and I have already given them 700 million yuan. I estimate that in the next few months, I will have to give them at least another 300 to 400 million yuan. If this continues, all our family assets will be drained away by them." At this point, Lu Donglai's eyes flashed with resentment. "In fact, I know that their ultimate goal of doing this is to take over the entire Shangcheng Group. If I am not mistaken, the shares held by several shareholders have probably fallen into their hands. But Shangcheng Group was built by me, how can I be willing to hand it over?" By the end, Lu Donglai was gritting his teeth. "Who is this organization?" Lu Qingyi asked. Lu Donglai shook his head. "I don't know much about them. I only know that they are called the Brotherhood, and they are extremely powerful. They also have a lot of leverage over me. So what should we do?" Lu Qingyi's face changed drastically. "We'll have to delay for a while. If that doesn't work, we'll have no choice but to hand over Shangcheng Group." Hearing this, Lu Qingyi was shocked and angry. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Dad, do you think Su Feng can resolve our dilemma?" Lu Donglai said, "Last time I asked you to get in touch with Su Feng more often, but I saw that you hadn't made any move for so many days, and I thought you didn't want to. In this case, I'm too lazy to force you. At worst, after handing over the group, our whole family will go to the United States to become second-class citizens." As the president of Shangcheng Group, Lu Donglai's knowledge is much better than that of ordinary people. Most people believe that the United States is a paradise for the rich and a hell for the poor. But the fact is, even if you go there with money, you will still be seen as a fat pig in their eyes. If they are in a good mood, they can use a blunt knife to cut the meat. If they are in a bad mood, they will swallow you in one bite without leaving even a bone. Therefore, unless he is left with no other options, he is unwilling to become a second-class citizen abroad. Hearing what his father said, Lu Qingyi felt a little embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to contact Su Feng, but I've been very busy recently. Besides, even if Su Feng is Huajin, that brother is so powerful, doesn't he have Huajin? Of course there is. Lu Donglai said affirmatively, but the Brotherhood has many members. How many people can their Huajin warriors protect? Huajin warriors are equivalent to strategic weapons, and their most important function is deterrence. As long as our Lu family has Huajin, the Brotherhood will have reservations. Even if they want to attack us, they dare not go too far. Do you understand? Dad, I understand. I will contact Su Feng. It's not too difficult, right? Lu Donglai asked. Won't. Lu Qingyi said seriously. Of course, if you can win over Su Feng, you don't have to sacrifice yourself. Lu Donglai warned. I'll try my best. Lu Qingyi said in a heavy tone. After a while, when Lu Qingyi left, Lu Donglai sighed softly. Qingyi, don't blame Dad for scheming against you, mainly because Dad has no other choice. Chapter 102, no matter how high your level is, you dare to play this trick. After leaving the chairman's office, Lu Qingyi returned to her own office. After a long silence, she picked up her phone, found Su Feng's number and dialed it. The call was connected quickly. Su Feng's voice rang out. I'm Su Feng, are you Miss Lu? Lu Qingyi, it's me, Su Feng. I called you rashly. Did I bother you? It was her first time calling a man to ask him out, and she seemed a little uncomfortable. Su Feng, Miss Lu, what's the matter? Lu Qingyi, it's like this, I want to invite Mr. Su to dinner tonight, I wonder if Mr. Su is free. Su Feng, I'm sorry, Miss Lu, I have a business deal to discuss tonight. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me directly on the phone. On the other end of the phone, Lu Qingyi frowned slightly, feeling a little dissatisfied, but thinking that she was the one who needed help from Su Feng, she said, actually, it's nothing. I just want to get in touch with Mr. Su. I'm not free tonight, so how about tomorrow night? Su Feng, of course no problem. Lu Qingyi, okay, it's a deal, I'll contact you tomorrow. On the other side, after Su Feng hung up the phone, he couldn't help but look thoughtful. Why would Lu Qingyi invite him to dinner? He didn't think that Lu Qingyi wanted to pursue him. After all, Lu Qingyi is not only beautiful, but also a rich lady. As for him, his appearance is not top-notch, and even now his wealth may not be comparable to that of the Lu family. What is there worth pursuing? Suddenly, Su Feng's heart moved. Could it be that the other party was attracted by his identity as a Huajin warrior? Forget it, there's no need to think too much. When we meet tomorrow, we'll naturally know what the other party is planning. In the following time, Su Feng took Sun Lin out of the store and began to wander around the city. In the evening, he sent Sun Lin back to Yudingbiejing, and then asked Master Luo to drive to the Haoding Hotel owned by Luo Weilin. Luo Weilin had been waiting in the lobby. When he saw Su Feng, he immediately came forward to greet him warmly. Then the two of them went to the private room upstairs, chatting and laughing, waiting for the boss of Shanghai Film to arrive. The current CEO of Shanghai Films is Du Fei. He is the eldest son of the previous boss Du Ming. While Du Fei was not here yet, Luo Weilin also introduced Du Fei's situation to Su Feng. This Du Fei is already in his early 30s. Before taking over Shanghai Pictures, he was a deadbeat and had no idea how to manage a company. In just a few months since he took over the company, he has made Shanghai Pictures a bit chaotic and people inside the company are in a panic. Many people are planning to change jobs. As for the second son of the Du family, he is a researcher and works in Beijing. The third son, named Du Wan, studies finance and is currently attending university in Shanghai. He is not interested in film and television companies. Therefore, Du Fei was forced to do something he was not prepared for. As for why other companies offered such a low price, it was because Du Fei was not good at management. If it was delayed for a period of time, the situation of Shanghai Pictures would naturally get worse, and it would be convenient for them to continue to lower the price. Time passed, and it was already 7 o'clock as agreed, but Du Fei had not yet sacrificed himself. I'll call and urge them. Luo Weilin picked up his phone and dialed Du Fei's number.
The other party answered the phone and said there was a traffic jam and he would be late. As the middleman, Luo Weilin was a little unhappy, but he suppressed his anger and reminded Du Fei that Mr. Su had arrived and not to keep him waiting for too long. After hanging up the phone, Luo Weilin said unhappily, "This guy is really unreliable." "Fine." Su Feng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer." But in the blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes passed and Du Fei still didn't come. Even though Su Feng didn't urge him, Luo Weilin's face didn't look much better. "Brother, wait a minute, I'm going to make a phone call." Luo Weilin walked out of the box and called Du Fei's number again. As soon as the call was connected, Luo Weilin was so angry that he yelled, "Du Fei, what the hell do you mean? I'm introducing you to a buyer with good intentions, are you kidding me? I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't come, I'll get someone to break your legs." Although Luo Weilin is smooth in his dealings, he also has a temper. Although the Du family is considered to have some money, there is still a certain gap compared to him. What's more, the Du family's connections are all in the film and television industry, and once Du Ming left, it was almost like everyone forgot about him. Therefore, the current Du family is far inferior to what it used to be. Hearing Luo Weilin getting angry, Du Fei also felt a little nervous. "Boss Luo, don't be angry, I'm almost there, it won't take 10 minutes, 5 minutes will be enough." Luo Weilin returned to the box and said to Su Feng, "Brother, that guy will be here in 10 minutes. Su Feng nodded, vaguely feeling that today's matter would not go smoothly. About 3 minutes passed. There was a knock on the door outside the box. "Come in." The next moment, 2 men walked in. "Mr. Luo, I'm so sorry for the delay." One of the tall and thin men apologized to Luo Weilin with a smile on his face. "It's good to be here," Luo Weilin said calmly, but he made a note of Du Fei in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes fell on another person and jokingly said, "Mr. Du, why don't you introduce this friend to me?" "Hello, I'll do it myself. My name is Zhou Xian, and I'm from South China Cinema Line." Before Du Fei could speak, the other party spoke first. Hearing that the other party was from the South China Cinema Line, Luo Weilin subconsciously looked at Du Fei, with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Du Fei immediately smiled awkwardly. "Actually, this is just a coincidence. It just so happens that President Zhou's South China Cinema Line also wants to acquire Shanghai Pictures, so I wanted to get everyone together to talk, which will be more convenient." Faced with Du Fei's wit, no one present was a fool. Luo Weilin gritted his teeth and said, "Master Du, you did a really good job on this matter." But Du Fei pretended to be stupid at this time. "Why haven't the dishes been served yet? Mr. Luo, Mr. Su, Mr. Zhou, please take a seat. I'll go and urge the waiter to serve the dishes. This meal is on me. Fuck it." Hearing this, Luo Weilin almost got so angry that he burst into curses. "What's this gentleman's name?" Zhou Xian's eyes fell on Su Feng. "Su Feng. Hello Mr. Su, I guess you are here to acquire Shanghai Pictures as well." "Right." Su Feng nodded. "Mr. Su is also in the film and television industry?" Zhou Xian asked again. "Not really," Su Feng said lightly. At this moment, Du Fei walked in from outside and said to Su Feng enthusiastically, "This should be Mr. Su. Mr. Luo mentioned you to me. You are really young and promising. I don't deserve it," Su Feng said calmly, without even looking at Du Fei. After a while, the waiter started serving the food. Everyone started eating and drinking. During this period, Du Fei always wanted to discuss the acquisition, but every time he brought it up, Su Feng and the other two would find ways to change the subject, which made Du Fei very anxious and he was almost scratching his head. To be honest, Su Feng knew what Du Fei wanted to do. Isn't it just to get Zhou Xian here and let the two of them bid against each other? There's nothing wrong with wanting to sell the company for a good price. But what he did made people feel uncomfortable. And it made his financial sponsor wait for almost an hour. Originally, Su Feng wanted to give him a reasonable price, after all, he was not short of money. But now, he has changed his mind and decided not to acquire Shanghai Pictures. Instead, he will acquire another one and then poach the team from Shanghai Pictures. Anyway, people in Shanghai films are in a state of panic right now, and those people are planning to change jobs again, so it shouldn't be difficult to poach them. After finishing his meal, Su Feng wiped his mouth and stood up with a smile. "Okay, that's enough for today, I'm leaving now. By the way, thank you Mr. Du for your hospitality. Of course, if you don't want to pay, I can also go Dutch." Upon hearing this, Du Fei became completely anxious. "No, Mr. Su, we haven't talked about business yet. No need, I don't plan to acquire Shanghai Pictures. Su Feng waved his hand.
Suddenly, Du Fei's face turned pale, knowing that he had overdosed his plan.
Zhou Xian on the side looked at Du Fei with mockery on his face.
He didn't sympathize with him at all, because he had also been tricked by Du Fei, and he was very happy to see Du Fei make a fool of himself.
Chapter 103, Golden and Silver Ginseng. Boss Luo, I know I was wrong. Can you help me say something to Boss Su?
Afterwards, Du Fei's eyes fell on Luo Weilin, and he immediately began to beg as if he had found a life-saving straw.
Talk about your mother.
Luo Weilin had been holding back his anger for a long time, but he had been holding it in because he was afraid that it would affect Su Feng's acquisition of Shanghai Pictures. Now, Su Feng had changed his mind, so he wanted to vent his anger. He looked at Du Fei with a sneer on his face. You are not worthy of playing tricks on us.
Didn't I tell you in advance that President Su would give you a satisfactory price? You just wanted to be smart and do something weird, trying to raise the price. Do you deserve it?
You are just a big fool. After scolding Du Fei, Luo Weilin walked out of the box without looking back and went after Su Feng.
Du Fei, who was scolded, had a flash of resentment in his eyes, but he immediately put away the resentment in his eyes and looked at Zhou Xian with a smile on his face. Boss Zhou, how about you raise the price a little bit, and I will sell the company to your South China Cinema line. Zhou Xian looked at Du Fei with interest. I'm sorry, our South China Cinema line has actually already found another company. I came here this time to see if Mr. Du is willing to lower the price. If Mr. Du is willing to sell the company to us for 15 million, we can consider it. 15 million, are you kidding me?
Du Fei exclaimed, as long as you are willing to add 5 million to the original price, I will sell it. I'm sorry, Mr. Du, it seems that our expectations of price are too different.
I'm afraid we can't cooperate. By the way, thank you for your hospitality. If you are willing to accept our offer, you can call me.
I'll take my leave today.
As soon as the words fell, Zhou Xian also stood up and walked out of the box. How so?
Du Fei sat on the chair with a dejected look on his face. At this moment, he felt a deep regret in his heart. If he hadn't been so clever, such a scene would not have happened.
The other side. Luo Weilin caught up with Su Feng and said, Brother, I, as the elder brother, made a mistake today. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. What are you going to do? Su Feng looked at Luo Weilin and said.
Luo Weilin said, there are two things that support Shanghai Pictures.
One is the copyright, and the other is the team.
I can't do anything about the copyright, but I can poach the team.
Brother, don't you want to start an entertainment company?
I'll poach the team from Shanghai Pictures as a gift to you.
How about that?
Okay, but I'll pay for the poaching. Su Feng said seriously. No, I didn't do a good job today.
I have to pay for poaching people. Consider it my apology as an elder brother.
Luo Weilin said seriously.
Then dig the person over first. Su Feng didn't argue anymore. Luo Weilin continued to suggest, by the way, brother, since you are planning to poach the team, why not create a new company yourself? I can handle the formalities and so on. What do you think?
Su Feng thought about it and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, brother.
Let me transfer 5 million to you first, and you can recruit people and start a new company together. If the money is not enough, I will transfer more to you.
Luo Weilin smiled and said, I don't need 5 million.
Just transfer 1 million to me. Then send me your account number.
Luo Weilin, okay, I'll send it to you later. By the way, I got a batch of good tea recently.
How about going to my office to have some tea? That's not necessary. My girlfriend is waiting for me at home. I'll go back to accompany her.
Ha, brother is worthy of being a role model for us men.
Su Feng looked at Luo Weilin speechlessly, waved at him, and walked out of the hotel.
Brother, I'll take you there.
Return to the imperial courtyard.
Su Feng used his spiritual sense to scan and saw Sun Lin watching a TV series on a tablet in the bedroom on the second floor. When he came to the bedroom on the second floor and pushed the door open, Sun Lin immediately put down the tablet and rushed towards him.
Su Feng held her up and asked, Are you bored at home alone? Sun Lin said, It's not boring at all. By the way, husband, how was the matter you discussed? Did it work out?
No, I met a smart aleck idiot. Su Feng said speechlessly.
Sun Lin quickly comforted him, Don't be angry, we won't argue with idiots. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Feng smiled and nodded. After chatting with Sun Lin for a while, Su Feng went to take a shower. When he came to the bed, Sun Lin came up to him actively, and then the two of them kissed each other. A short absence is better than a new marriage. With the help of the dual cultivation manual, the happiness is doubled. Besides, Sun Lin had been drinking nourishing fluids, and her physical condition had improved a lot. Therefore, this time, as a little rookie, she persisted for more than 20 minutes longer. Wait until Sun Lin falls asleep. Su Feng called up the system panel again. Both physical fitness and mental fitness increased a little. Physical fitness reached 104, and mental fitness reached 88. He folded the panel and hugged Sun Lin to sleep. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. A lot happened during these 2 days. I have to say that Luo Weilin is indeed a veteran who has been in the East China Sea for many years. In just 2 days, he had helped Su Feng register a new entertainment company and even found several office locations for Su Feng. Then Su Feng chose a floor of the building as his office space. Secondly, the matter of poaching from Shanghai Pictures was also progressing quite smoothly. By the end of this month, the entire team will switch to Su Feng's company, and the company's office space will be completed by then. In addition, Liao Yufei has successfully terminated her contract with Orange Heart Entertainment. However, when he learned that Su Feng's company had not yet officially opened, he returned to Yunhai County to visit his parents. Also, the 3 entertainment talents summoned by Su Feng using the talent card have already met. Director Shang Yuhua was arranged by Su Feng to purchase the copyright of the novel. She is a big director, and it would be much easier if she purchased the copyright. After all, which author doesn't want to put his or her work on the screen? Agent Zhou Meiling, Su Feng has arranged for her to meet Miao Miao Yaya. She is responsible for designing a route for the 2 girls to become famous. When Miao Miao and Yaya learned that Su Feng had hired Zhou Meiling to be their agent, they were excited. After all, Zhou Meiling was quite famous in the agent circle. So, that day, the 2 girls were full of affection for Su Feng. As for the final music creator, he was not idle either. Su Feng arranged for him to write a pop single suitable for Miao Miao Yada and Liao Yufei based on their voices. By the way, on Monday night, Su Feng was invited by Lu Qingyi to have a meal, but it seemed that she was just inviting him to dinner. However, after that night, Miss Lu became more and more in touch with Su Feng on WeChat. In terms of US stocks, in the new week, Su Feng earned $84 million and $82 million respectively. The total profit from US stocks has reached a terrifying $888 million, which is more than $6 billion in local currency. Another thing is that Su Feng's good brothers Wang Yang and Tang Yu are developing quite fast. The relationship between a man and a woman has been confirmed. For this purpose, I specially invited Su Feng and Miao Miao Yaha to have a meal tonight. Sun Lin is not in the villa tonight. Once again he fled back home to recuperate. Su Feng, who was making money in the US stock market, suddenly received a tip from the Lingyao garden. Among the 1,200 century-old ginsengs in the garden, 1 golden ginseng and 3 silver ginsengs were born. Chapter 104, Great Increase in Strength. However, Su Feng is now conducting short-term operations on 5 stocks at the same time. I can't be distracted for the moment, it won't be too late to check after the market closes. Time passed and before I knew it I had reached 4 o'clock. Su Feng stretched and finished his work for the day. Today's revenue has once again broken through, reaching $110 million. The total revenue reached $998 million, almost breaking through $1 billion. Converted into the local currency, it is close to $7 billion. The next moment, Su Feng's mind fell on the golden ginseng and silver ginseng in the spiritual medicine garden. Suddenly, 2 pieces of information appeared in his mind. After reading the contents of the 2 messages, Su Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy on his face. Yes, these 2 pieces of information are introductions to golden ling ginseng and silver ling ginseng. Let us talk about silver ginseng first. It has the function of quickly repairing injuries, treating diseases, and greatly improving physical fitness. Next is the golden ling ginseng, which has even more incredible benefits. Taking the whole plant of golden ling ginseng can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. If you sell it to those top wealthy people who are about to die, they probably won't bargain even if the price is 10 billion. Increasing lifespan is only one of the effects of golden ginseng, it can also enhance mental strength. The next moment, a silver ginseng planted in the spiritual medicine garden suddenly rose from the ground and finally fell into Su Feng's hands. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash off the dirt on the silver ginseng. The whole ginseng looked crystal clear and exuded an enticing fragrance.
Even after smelling the fragrance, Su Feng felt hungry and wanted to eat it immediately.
Try it first. Su Feng took a bite.
With a crunch, a small piece of silver ginseng fell into his mouth. Suddenly, my mouth was filled with fragrance. After chewing and swallowing, Su Feng felt a great sense of satisfaction. Then, he ate the whole silver ginseng in no time. As the entire silver ginseng fell into his stomach, Su Feng felt a warm current starting from his stomach and quickly spreading to his limbs.
A thought came to my mind. Su Feng called up the system panel.
In the past 2 days, he has been working hard on the dual cultivation manual. Therefore, the physical fitness has reached 106 and the spirit has reached 89 points. In just this short moment, Su Feng's physical fitness soared to 110 points, and his spirit did not change at all. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, his physical condition changed again and reached 111.
Time passes. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Physical fitness stopped growing and reached a terrifying 130 points.
Su Feng tried to wave his arms, and felt a terrifying power contained in his arms. Even if there was a mountain blocking his way, he could smash it with one punch. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by a sudden increase in power in a short period of time. However, Su Feng roughly estimated that the force of his right punch should reach about 1 ton, and the force of his left arm was slightly smaller, but not far behind.
This is because he didn't use any strength.
Once he uses his strength, the force exerted by his right arm can reach a terrifying 5 tons. Why do martial artists call the realms Ming Jin and Jin and Hua Jin?
The reason is simple: what martial artists mainly practice is the application of strength. The higher the realm, the greater the increase in strength. The strongest Ming Jin warrior can exert about twice his own strength. That is to say, when you normally punch, you can exert a force of 100 kilograms, but when you use Ming Jin, you can exert a force of 200 kilograms. When dark power is cultivated to the extreme, its power can reach 3 times, but dark power has penetrating power and can attack the internal organs of the human body. Finally, when the power reaches its limit, it can increase the power by 5 times. Generally speaking, the strength of an ordinary Hua Jin warrior is between 800 and 1000 kilograms. When one reaches perfection in Hua Jin, he can exert a force of 5000 kilograms. This is already quite terrifying.
But Su Feng's physique has reached 130 points, far exceeding the ordinary perfection of Hua Jin. Therefore, he has a huge force of 2000 kilograms, and a 5-fold increase is equivalent to a 5-ton attack.
After experiencing the benefits and gains brought by silver ginseng, Su Feng's gaze fell on the golden spiritual ginseng. Should we eat it directly, or use the Wanhua pill furnace to make it into pills before taking it? Su Feng said secretly. Don't be in a hurry. Use the silver spiritual ginseng to test the effect.
After all, there is only one gold spiritual ginseng. So, Su Feng pulled out another silver ginseng, cleaned it, and then summoned the Wanhua Danlu and threw it into it to refine the elixir.
This refining process lasted for 5 minutes.
The next moment, the alchemy furnace opened. 3 silver pills flew into Su Feng's hands. At the same time, relevant information also emerged in his mind. These 3 pills are called Shengsheng Zaohua silver pills and have 3 major functions.
First, they can greatly improve physical fitness. Second, they can improve the realm of warriors.
Third, they can cure all poisons and revive bones. So Su Feng immediately took out a silver pill of life-giving creation and swallowed it. Suddenly, he felt his physical condition improving rapidly. This growth rate is faster than taking silver ginseng. Su Feng originally wanted to call up the system panel to check, but suddenly, he had a new understanding of Xingyiquan in his heart. Immediately, he sat cross-legged. The energy in the body flows freely, then gathers in the dantian and transforms into a round shape. I don't know how long it took. Su Feng's whole body shook, and he felt that the energy in his dantian had become round and integrated, forming a round Dan energy. At the same time, he also felt a sense of perfection and satisfaction in his heart. Su Feng knew that his martial arts realm had reached Dan Jin. The force increase reached a terrifying 10 times. With a thought, the system panel appeared again. The data behind his physique has become 170 points. 1 pill has increased his temperament by 40 points. He stood up and threw a punch. There was actually a sound of thunder. He knew that his punching speed had reached the speed of sound. As for the force contained in the fist, it reached about 5000 kilograms. In other words, his normal attack has reached the limit of normal strength. If the Dan gene enhancement is added, it would be 50,000 gene. Looking at the remaining 2 silver pills of life creation, Su Feng first found a bottle to put them in, and then solemnly put them into the storage ring. I wonder if giving Lillian 1 pill will allow her to break through to Dan gene as well. Afterwards, Su Feng looked at the golden ginseng again. Obviously, it is more cost-effective to refine it into pills than to take it directly. So, after pulling out the golden ginseng and cleaning it, Su Feng threw it into the Wanhua Dan furnace. This time the alchemy process lasted for 10 minutes. Unfortunately, only 2 pills were produced. After the pill fell into his hands, related information also emerged in his mind. The elixir refined from golden lingshan is called Shengsheng Zaohua Jindan. Taking 1 pill can increase one's lifespan by 150 years. It can also condense and enhance one's mental strength. Directly put a golden elixir of life into your mouth. Then Su Feng felt that his mental power was growing rapidly. This situation lasted for 5 minutes. Checking the system panel, Su Feng discovered that his mental power had reached 150 points. He felt it carefully and found that the strength of his mental power had also increased a lot. So, he released his spiritual sense and was surprised to find that the maximum range of his spiritual sense had reached 300 meters. The object that can be lifted by spiritual consciousness has also become 300 kilograms. Both the distance and weight are twice as long. After playing with his spiritual consciousness for a while, Su Feng focused his attention on his body. He felt that his body seemed to be more energetic than before. He estimated that this was the reason why his lifespan increased by 150 years. Chapter 105, Being Noticed by 2 Women. After putting away the remaining golden elixir of life, Su Feng went into the bathroom to wash up and go to bed. The effect of the golden elixir he had just taken had not yet been fully exerted, so it was not suitable for him to take a second one now. Wait until he has completely digested the medicinal effects of the first golden pill before taking the second one. It's a pity that only 1 golden ginseng was born from 1,200 century-old ginsengs. The next moment, Su Feng's gaze fell on the medicine garden again. With so many 100-year-old ginsengs, if each one costs 5 million, this batch of ginsengs would be worth at least 50 to 60 billion. What's more, these ginsengs are still growing. When they reach 200 years old, the price will definitely more than double, and it will be no problem to triple or even quintuple. But then again, scarcity makes things valuable. If there are too many century-old ginsengs on the market, the price will definitely be affected. Soon, Su Feng finished his shower. He took out 4 more ginseng seeds and planted them in the medicine garden. I don't know if these ginsengs will give rise to golden or silver spiritual ginsengs, but he has plenty of time. If this batch of ginseng reaches 200 years and no new golden ginseng and silver ginseng are produced, he will pick them all and plant a new batch. The next day, morning. Inside a manor. This is the residence of Li Yafei, the second daughter of the Li family and the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. There are about 100 or 200 people in such a huge manor, but Li Yafei is the only owner, and the others serve her. After Li Yafei had breakfast, served by the servants, called Sister Mei over. Sister Mei, how is your recovery going? Li Yafei asked with concern. Second miss, my injuries have almost recovered. Sister Mei said. After all, she is a dark force warrior, and her recovery ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Now her injuries have almost recovered. That's good. Li Yafei nodded. By the way, Sister Mei, if I want to take revenge, do you have any good suggestions? Li Yafei seemed to have surrendered to Su Feng, but she was still holding a grudge in her heart. As long as she had the chance, she would definitely retaliate severely. Second miss, the Grandmaster of Huajin is not that easy to deal with. Sister Mei advised. What if I insist on revenge? Li Yafei's eyes flashed with anger. Sister Mei, do you have any solution? Sister Mei thought for a moment and said, it's impossible to rely on the Li and Zhang families alone, but we can ask someone else for help. Who? Li Yafei said excitedly. Sister Mei hesitated and said, Second miss, do you really want to take revenge? Since the head of the family has already resolved the situation during this period of time, why bother to create trouble? Revenge must be taken. Li Yafei gritted her teeth and said, I have never suffered such a big loss since I was a child. When she said this, the scene of being stepped on by Su Feng flashed through her mind again, and for a moment, her expression became ferocious again. Seeing that she couldn't convince Li Yafei, Sister Mei could only say, I know an organization called Hidden Killing Pavilion.
This organization only accepts missions to assassinate assassins, and the price is extremely high. If you want to assassinate a Huajin warrior, it will cost at least 1 billion. 1 billion? Li Yufei exclaimed, so expensive? Sister Mei explained, the second miss is not an ordinary martial artist. We only have Su Feng in the entire Haidong province. If the hidden killing pavilion wants to successfully assassinate the other party, it must send out at least 2 or more martial artists. If the commission is too low, they will not bother to take action. That's true. Li Yufei nodded, but 1 billion is still too expensive. Can we bargain? Sister Mei was somewhat speechless. Second miss, the hidden killing pavilion always adopts a fixed price model and never bargains. Otherwise, forget it. After all, the head of the family has already resolved the grudge between us and Su Feng. No. Li Yufei said firmly, you find a way to contact the hidden killing pavilion first, I will raise 1 billion as soon as possible. Should we discuss this matter with the head of the family? Sister Mei asked. Don't tell my dad. Li Yufei warned, as the saying goes, the older you are, the less courageous you become. If my dad knew, he would definitely stop me. Okay. Sister Mei nodded helplessly, but she was also a little worried. If the matter was exposed, Su Feng might launch a crazy revenge on Li Yufei. At the same time, He Zikuan, a private detective who was in charge of investigating the cause of Mu Yuqin's car accident, came to Mu Yuqin's home. Mu Yuqin stayed in the hospital for a while and then returned home to recuperate. Good morning, Miss Mu. He Zikuan greeted politely. I'm not feeling well. Mu Yuqin sneered, and then said to the nanny beside her, you go out first. After the babysitter left, Mu Yuqin stared at He Zikuan and asked, Mr. He, do you have good news? Sorry. He Zikuan shook his head and said awkwardly, the driver committed suicide. What, committed suicide? Mu Yuqin was furious, what about his family? He Zikuan smiled bitterly and said, his family probably doesn't know who ordered the driver to do so. That is to say, once the driver dies, I will never know who is messing with me? Mu Yuqin roared. That should be it. He Zikuan was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the driver to be so decisive. He chose to commit suicide as soon as he realized that he was investigating the matter. As for the driver's family, they had no idea what the driver had done. This was the information he obtained through various methods of indirect or direct contact with the other party's family. I'm sorry, Miss Mu, I didn't do my job well this time. I will refund you all the money you paid. He Zikuan continued. Go away. Mu Yuqin sneered. Then I'll take my leave. He Zikuan stood up and left. After He Zikuan left, Mu Yuqin's expression changed several times. Finally, she said bitterly, since we can't find who was behind this, let's assume that it was done by that bastard Su Feng. Even if my leg is broken, I will make that bastard break one too. But soon she became worried again. Who should she find to break Su Feng's legs? Xiaodao is obviously unreliable. If I look for someone else, there is the risk of him becoming furious. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. It was the sixth master. This Mr. Lu was originally a prominent figure in Takedo, but he was later cleansed and came ashore. Although he has been cleaned up, Mu Yuqin knows that such an old fox must be secretly keeping a group of people who do the dirty work for him. But considering Mr. Lu's wealth, if he wanted to ask the other party to do something for him, it would probably cost a lot of money. So Mu Yuqin quickly recalled the assets she had. She has no more than 3 million in cash. However, she bought 5 million in funds and several million in stocks. By selling the funds and stocks, it would be no problem to raise 10 million. I don't know if 10 million can impress Mr. Lu. The thought of spending 10 million to hire someone to break Su Feng's leg was not worth it. Do you want to take the boy's life? A murderous intent surged in Mu Yuqin's heart. But when she thought about killing someone, she was worried that if the matter was exposed, she would probably have to go to jail. However, when she thought of Su Feng's hateful face, she became more determined to kill him. So next, she started asking around for Lu Ye's contact information. Su Feng, who was sleeping, had no idea that he had been targeted by 2 vicious women who wanted to take his life. Chapter 106 Little White Flower Lu Qingyi. Nanzhou City, Jiangnan Province. The living room of the presidential suite of Yuebin Hotel. Lu Hao, wearing pajamas, lazily leaned on the Italian leather sofa, looking at the young man in front of him with some dissatisfaction. You'd better be in trouble, otherwise, see how I deal with you.
But the young man was not nervous.
Instead, he smiled and said, "Look at what you said. If there is nothing important, why would I disturb you to rest? You will know after reading this information." Lu Hao waved his hands impatiently, "Just get to the point, I don't want to see it."
The young man was not surprised at all and said with a smile, "My subordinates found a health product called body nourishing liquid,"
etc. Lu Hao interrupted the young man, "Are you disturbing me just for this health supplement? Second brother, don't be anxious. Listen to me and you will not blame me for disturbing you."
The young man said confidently, "At first, when my subordinates reported this matter to me, I didn't take it seriously. But I still went to learn about this nourishing fluid and found that it was very unusual."
"It's just a health product. How can it be a magic elixir?" Lu Hao sneered.
"Although it's not an elixir, it's almost the same." The young man said with a serious expression, "This nourishing fluid can enhance the body's immunity and improve physical fitness.
Most importantly, it's also useful for warriors." "Are you sure?"
Lu Hao suddenly opened his sleepy eyes and stared at the young man, waiting for his answer. "I'm sure of that because I've arranged for someone to do the test." The young man continued, "I have arranged for 10 Bright Force warriors and 3 Dark Force warriors to take nourishing fluid for 5 consecutive days. Here is a monitoring report of their physical data. Would you like to take a look, second brother? Just tell me the result." Lu Hao said impatiently. The young man said, "According to our monitoring of their physical data, in the 5 days of taking the nourishing fluid, the strength, speed, and reaction speed of the 10 Bright Force warriors increased by about 5%. The strongest one increased by 7%, and the 3 Dark Force warriors increased by between 3% and 4%. Hearing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but take the report and read it carefully.
After reading it, he asked again, "Seventh brother, is this data not fake?" "Absolutely not." The young man called Lao Chi answered with certainty. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Hao straightened his body and asked, "Who made this nourishing fluid? What is the origin of the other party?"
Young Lao Chi said, "The company that produces the nourishing fluid is called Yunfeng Healthcare.
The factory is in Yunhai County under the East China Sea. The boss is called Su Feng.
From the information I have investigated, he is just an ordinary person.
But I later asked someone and heard that Su Feng is a master of Huajin." "Master Huajin, how old is the other party?" Lu Hao asked.
Young Lao Chi said, "He is 24 years old, so I have some doubts about the rumors. After all, we have never heard of such a young master of Huajin. By the way, before he founded Yunfeng Healthcare, he was just an ordinary programmer, and I have never heard of him practicing martial arts. Also, he suddenly became rich, and it seems that he has received support from a mysterious organization."
"What do you think?" Lu Hao looked at Lao Chi and asked.
The seventh brother said, "Second brother, before we find out the other party's background, we can cooperate with them first.
This nourishing liquid is not only very effective for ordinary people, but also very helpful for warriors.
At present, only a few provinces have obtained the agency rights for the nourishing liquid.
We can definitely obtain the agency rights in more provinces.
I have investigated and their production seems to be insufficient.
The effect of the nourishing liquid is so good.
When it is fully launched, it will definitely be in short supply. At that time, we will arrange for people to ship it privately at a high price.
The profit will definitely be considerable.
At present, the production capacity of the body fluid factory has just reached 80,000 boxes. It sounds like a lot, but it is spread across 33 provinces across the country, with only about 2,000 boxes in each province." He also found out that Meng Jinlan, which had obtained the agency rights for Haidong province, sold out almost 500,000 boxes in Donghai alone in just a few days. The daily sales volume is around 100,000 boxes. If it is fully rolled out in Haidong province, it is possible to sell hundreds of thousands of boxes a day. Even if the factory in Yunhai County expands its production scale, the nourishing fluid will be out of stock in a short period of time. In addition, the effect of the nourishing fluid is so good that if it is out of stock, you can double or even triple the price without worrying about no one buying it.
Lu Hao nodded, "Okay, send someone to get the agency rights in 3 provinces, and stock up on a batch of goods to test the effect.
Oh, and continue to send someone to investigate Su Feng's background."
"Yes, second brother, I'll arrange it right away,"
said the seventh brother, standing up.
"Go away." Lu Hao waved his hand. "Second brother, I won't disturb your rest then." Etc. Suddenly, Lu Hao called Lao Chi and said, "I heard that Hua Lao San went to the East China Sea for a while.
I don't think he will affect our plan. Send someone to keep an eye on him, so that he won't ruin our plans.
Okay, second brother, I get it. But we have nothing to do with Hua Laosan, so he shouldn't rashly interfere in our affairs, right? Lao Chi said hesitantly.
Lu Hao sneered, in front of interests, no one can be trusted. What's more, Hua Laosan is notoriously greedy.
Shanqing Group is a piece of fat meat, and Lu Donglai is a cunning guy. He is cornered by us. If he takes the initiative to find Hua Laosan, won't he have a reason to intervene? The seventh brother's expression changed slightly, and he nodded. Second brother is still clear-headed.
I will send someone to keep an eye on the third brother Hua.
Go ahead. Lu Hao waved his hand.
After Lao Chi left, Lu Hao silently repeated Su Feng's name twice, then returned to the bedroom and continued to sleep with his arms around the two exotic girls.
East China Sea, a special view of the Imperial Court. Villa number 65. At 11 o'clock, Su Feng also woke up. He picked up the phone and saw, as expected, that Lu Qingyi had sent him a WeChat message at around 8 in the morning. Unfortunately, he turned on the mute button. After giving a simple reply, he headed to the bathroom to wash up. The other side. Lu Qingyi, who was processing documents in the office, glanced at the screen of the mobile phone next to her. Finding that Su Feng had finally replied to her message, she picked up her phone and swiped her finger across the screen, revealing the WeChat chat interface. I edited a paragraph and sent it. Why did you take so long to reply? What are you doing? A few more minutes passed while waiting.
Su Feng then gave a new reply. I was sleeping before and just woke up.
Lu Qingyi thought for a while. You stayed up late last night, why did you get up so late? Su Feng found the message from Lu Qingyi a little funny.
The young president's words were full of immaturity, and it was obvious that he had never been in a relationship. Of course, it could also be a created character.
In fact, it's not so bad these years, but in the future on the internet, you never know whether there will be a big guy with picky toes on the other side of the screen having an ambiguous conversation with you. Especially these big men who pick their toes are better at flirting with other men than women. Therefore, you need to be cautious when engaging in online romance. The person you are dating might just be a swindler, a scammer, or a tea seller. Chapter 107 The Class Beauty I didn't teach Ace back then.
After Su Feng went downstairs, he saw the family chef Zhang Lan returning from shopping for groceries.
So he ordered, Sister Zhang, let's cook now. Okay, boss. Zhang Lan nodded, carried the ingredients into the kitchen, and began to cook carefully. She was quite satisfied with her boss Su Feng, who never complained about her cooking skills. She also had quite flexible working hours. Plus, her boss was often not at home, so she could spend more time with her daughter who was in her third year of high school. Of course, more importantly, the boss was very generous. He paid her the first month's salary yesterday and also gave her a bonus of 3,000 yuan. After lunch, Su Feng became somewhat idle.
Sun Lin fled back home, Miao Miao and Yaya received training under the arrangement of their agent, and Liao Yufei returned to her hometown to accompany her parents.
Why not go to the entertainment company to check on the progress of the renovations? But it was noon now, so there probably wouldn't be anyone there. So he turned and went into the game room in the basement to play games. Before I knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A phone rang. It's Wang Yang calling. Why do you call me when you have time instead of spending time with your girlfriend? Su Feng joked with a smile. Hey, Xiaoye is right next to me.
Wang Yang said in a frivolous tone.
Then why did you call me?
Wang Yang said, I just received a call from Zhang Hui, inviting me to a party this Saturday.
I called to ask if you want to go. Hearing Zhang Hui's name, Su Feng suddenly recalled a memory.
Of course, the impression of Zhang Hui left in his memory was not a good one.
Zhang Hui is an activist.
He strives to be the class monitor, to please the counselor, and to please the girls. In fact, there is nothing wrong with him trying to please the counselor or the girls. But this guy bought gifts to please the counselor but spent the class funds, and he went to parties to please the girls but only let the boys pay for their share. In addition, Su Feng had also pursued Han Huiyan, the class beauty, together with him. Seeing that Su Feng had gained the upper hand, he was about to catch up with the opponent. However, this guy deliberately used underhanded tricks to frame him, causing Han Huiyan to misunderstand and thus causing Su Feng's pursuit to fail. Although he suspected that Zhang Hui was using underhanded tactics at the time, unfortunately he had no evidence. Later he found out that Su Feng had already had another girlfriend, and as it had been a while since the incident, his anger had subsided and he stopped bothering her.
Although Su Feng is no longer hostile to Zheng Hui, he does not want to have any contact with him. What's more, Zheng Hui didn't call him, so he naturally wouldn't be so shameless to go. So he said, "I'm not going." But Wang Yang persuaded him. I specifically asked people about it. The main purpose of Zheng Hui's party was to confess his love to Han Huiyan. You failed in your pursuit of Han Huiyan because of this bastard. Don't you want to retaliate? Revenge is bullshit, I'm not going. Su Feng refused decisively. Not long after he failed in pursuing Han Huiyan started dating a senior in the senior year. Later, after the senior graduated, the two broke up again. As a result, not long after they broke up, Han Huiyan started dating a freshman. The relationship between the other party and her freshman classmate did not last long and ended. During her senior year internship, Han Huiyan started dating another person at the internship company. Now, it has been more than 2 years since everyone graduated. Who knows how good Han Huiyan is? What's more, there are more boys than girls in their computer class, and Han Huiyan is the class belle. Therefore, her title of class belle is not without merit. Recalling Han Huiyan's appearance, Su Feng would give her a maximum score of 80. Not even as good as 80 points. Therefore, even if that bastard Zheng Hui succeeded in getting Han Huiyan, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Wang Yang, well, since you're not going, I won't go either. Su Feng sneered, "You bastard, do you want to watch the show?" Wang Yang, hee, I do have this plan. After all, you are so awesome now. If you show a little bit of your strength, you will crush Zheng Hui into pieces. Su Feng said, "You are quite capable, why not let you take over the task of defeating Zheng Hui?" After chatting with Wang Yang for a few more words, he hung up the phone. Played the game for a while. Su Feng asked Master Luo to drive to the entertainment company, which was still under renovation. The renovation is progressing well. After giving cigarettes to the decorators and chatting with them for a while, Su Feng left again. Evening. After having a sumptuous dinner prepared by Zhang Lan in the villa, Su Feng took a recliner to the rooftop, drank tea and read books, and lived the life of an old man in advance. The main reason is that I'm used to the company of beautiful women, and being single again makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Now. Orange KTV. Mu Yuqin arrived in a wheelchair. Then he met Lu Yi, the former gangster boss of Donghai, in the office on the 5th floor. Although Lu Yi was cleaned up and became the boss of a real estate company. But he still retained several KTVs and bath clubs under his name, which he used to support his trusted subordinates. Mr. Lu looked to be in his early 60s. He wore a suit and vest, had his hair combed back, had several jade rings on his fingers, and held a cigar in his hand. He looked very dignified. Sixth Master. Mu Yuqin greeted respectfully. "Tell me, Mu family girl, what do you want from me?" Sixth Master said in a calm tone. If it wasn't for Mu Yuqin's father's sake, he wouldn't want to see Mu Yuqin at all. After all, he had heard about what this woman did, and even he, a gangster, despised it. After all, he had to pay his mistress, but this Mu Yuqin kept a gigolo and kept taking advantage of him for free. Sixth Master, I want you to help me get revenge. Mu Yuqin said through gritted teeth. Who to seek revenge on? Sixth Master asked. Su Feng, this is his photo. Mu Yuqin took out Su Feng's photo, and it was taken over by Lu Yi's men. I'm willing to pay 10 million. 10 million, what a huge revenge this is. Sixth Master looked at Mu Yuqin with some surprise. He was very clear about the situation of the Mu family. Ever since the death of the old man of the Mu family quickly fell into decline. This 10 million should be all the money Mu Yuqin can come up with now. Sixth Master, please help me this time for my father's sake. Mu Yuqin pleaded. What face do dead people have? Sixth Master smiled disdainfully in his heart. He took the photo from his younger brother and asked nonchalantly, what is the origin of this person? He is just an ordinary person, without any background. Mu Yuqin said with disdain. Sixth Master, this person seems to be the newly promoted master of Huajin. The younger brother who took the photo suddenly interrupted and said that he felt the photo looked familiar. After thinking carefully, wasn't this the one who humiliated the second daughter of the Li family and forced Li Tingra to come to the door with his 2 children to apologize? If you want to be in the underworld, you must know who you can mess with and who you can't mess with. Obviously, Su Feng, the master of Huajin, is the one on their list who cannot be provoked. Hearing this, Sixth Master stared at the photo carefully several times, and when he saw the name Su Feng,
his eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and he sneered, "Mu family girl, you really think highly of me? You let me deal with a master of Huajin. Do you think I have lived too comfortably in the past few years and want to eat my cake in advance? Impossible, Su Feng is just an ordinary person, how can he be a master of Huajin?" Mu Yuqin shouted in disbelief. Seeing this, Master Lu's face darkened and he said angrily, "Throw it out." Chapter 108, It Depends on Your Performance Part 1. The next moment, the door of 6th Master's office opened. Mu Yuqin, who was as fat as a pig, was picked up by Lu Ye's men with one hand and thrown out of the office. Then, with a bang, her wheelchair fell right next to her. The nanny who was waiting outside quickly stepped forward to straighten the wheelchair, and then went to support Mu Yuqin. "Miss, are you okay?" Mu Yuqin wanted to scold the nanny, but she didn't dare to do anything because she thought this was Master Lu's territory. She told the nanny, "Push me out of here." After being kicked out of the KTV by the nanny, Mu Yuqin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, she thought of Su Feng being a master of Huajin, and she couldn't help but mutter, how could he be a master of Huajin? The Mu family had been glorious in the past, so she naturally understood what the Grandmaster of Huajin represented. Before her father died, he also hired dark energy warriors as bodyguards. Later, after her father's death, the Mu family quickly fell into decline, and as the salaries of dark energy warriors were raised, her eldest brother dismissed them. Although her eldest brother still has warriors as bodyguards, they are only of Mingjin quality. "Miss, shall we go home now?" the nanny asked. "Go back." Mu Yuqin said in a complicated tone that she no longer wanted to take revenge on Su Feng, nor did she dare to do so. Now. KTV on the 5th floor. 6th Master's subordinate suggested, "6th Master, should we take this opportunity to sell that Huajin Grandmaster?" "No need." 6th Master waved his hand. "This?" The subordinate hesitated to speak. 6th Master glanced at him calmly and said, "I know what you want to say. We have now been cleansed and are legitimate businessmen. If we were still fighting and killing like before, we would naturally go to pay our respects to the peer when we learned that a master of Huajin was born. But now it's different. We are doing serious business. Even if Su Feng is a master of Huajin, so what? We just need to respect him, avoid him, and don't provoke him. Can he still come to trouble us? In fact, there is one more thing he hasn't said, Lu Yi doesn't want to be a dog for others. He had lived a glorious life for most of his life, but now he was old and had to be a dog. Even if the other party was a master of Huajin, he would not be happy. This is also the reason why he never contacted Su Feng even though he knew that Su Feng was a master of Huajin. Thinking of this, he said to his subordinates in a deep voice, "Warn those bastards that they must not provoke Su Feng under any circumstances. Oh, and make a few copies of his photo and have them carry them with them, so as to avoid getting into trouble with someone they don't know." Su Feng, the master of Huajin, was born just now, and not many people know him. He doesn't want to be implicated because of his subordinates offending others. "Yes, 6th Master." The subordinate said quickly. "Go ahead." 6th Master waved his hand. "Yes." That night, Su Feng made another 120 million from US stocks. Total revenue also exceeded $1.118 billion US. 4 days have passed this week. If nothing unexpected happens, the revenue tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will exceed 100 million. The total revenue in 3 weeks can reach more than $1.3 billion US, which is more than 9 billion in local currency. If the gains from the last week are added, the stock market gains this time will definitely reach more than 10 billion. With so much money in the bank, I don't know if it will attract the covetousness of some people. Su Feng said secretly. To be honest, he was still somewhat looking forward to it. After all, his current life was quite boring, and he didn't mind fighting with some people to make his life more exciting. The next morning, Su Feng received a call from Cheng Jing. It is said that the provincial agency rights for the nourishing fluid have been sold to 3 more companies. Depending on the economic situation of the province, 120 million, 150 million and 155 million were sold respectively. At the same time, Cheng Jing also mentioned the production issue. Today, the 3 production lines are running at full capacity and the workers are working in 3 shifts. The daily output has only reached 80,000 boxes. Even if it can be increased in the future, 2,000 boxes is already the limit. Yesterday, Meng Jilan took away another 500,000 boxes, and the Li family also sent people to pick up the goods. The first batch requires 1 million boxes. Now we have sold the agency rights to 3 more provinces, and these 3 companies will take away at least 1 million boxes.
Production can no longer keep up.
Therefore, Cheng Jing proposed to Su Feng whether they could purchase a few more production lines.
Hearing this request, Su Feng was speechless. Isn't this making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger? This production line is provided by the system. No matter how much money you have, you can't buy it. You can only see if you can get it through a lottery in the future.
So he could only tell Cheng Jing that there was no production line, and at least he couldn't get a new production line for the time being.
Boss, why don't you raise the price? Cheng Jing suggested again.
She also knew how powerful the nourishing fluid was, but she felt that the current price was too cheap. After all, some health supplements that have no effect on health but are simply packaged can be sold for hundreds of yuan. It doesn't make sense that they are only sold for 198 yuan when they are so effective. When Su Feng heard it, he also thought it made sense.
So I asked, how much do you think the price should be raised?
Cheng Jing said, the factory price has been changed to 400 yuan, and the retail price is 598 yuan.
Su Feng subconsciously asked, will this be too expensive? Cheng Jing said, boss, this is not expensive.
You know, even if you catch a cold, it costs 200 or 300 yuan to go to the hospital.
Just drink a box of nourishing fluid, and your body's immunity will be greatly improved, and your physical fitness will be strengthened.
At least you won't catch a cold or have a fever in the next year, and you can also avoid various diseases caused by decreased immunity.
So isn't it worthwhile to spend 598 yuan to ensure a year of good health?
Su Feng thought about it and realized that this was indeed the truth. Okay, I'm convinced by you, so I'll do as you say. After ending the call with Cheng Jing, Su Feng was no longer sleepy.
Just get up. After washing up, I asked the property management to send me breakfast.
While we were having breakfast, Sun Lin arrived in her Porsche 718.
Husband. Sun Lin trotted over to Su Feng. Are you willing to come back? Su Feng joked. Hubby, you can't blame others. Who told you to?
As she spoke, Sun Lin's face turned red.
After teasing Sun Lin, Su Feng asked, have you had breakfast? Let's have some together. Have eaten.
Sun Lin said, by the way, husband, my parents want to invite you to our house for a simple meal tonight.
Are you free? Whether I am available or not depends on someone's performance.
Su Feng said with a smile.
It's annoying. You think about that all day long. Sun Lin said coquettishly with a red face. What do you mean by that? I mean you have to please me. Su Feng joked, little bitch, you are thinking wrongly. No, you must be teasing me.
Sun Lin hugged Su Feng's arm and acted coquettishly, go ahead, husband, I beg you.
Okay, I'll go. Su Feng chuckled and nodded in agreement. Evening. Su Feng drove Sun Lin's Porsche to the downstairs of Sun's apartment building. The two just got off the car carrying fruit. Suddenly a few people jumped out from the side. Zhao Wei, what do you want to do? Sun Lin looked at one of them and asked.
Zhao Wei ignored Sun Lin and stared at Su Feng resentfully. Boy, you were the one who bullied my mom last time.
Do you know that my mom has been lying in bed for several days because of you?
Now kneel down and kowtow to apologize and pay me money, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Chapter 109 Sun Jin offers tea Part 2.
A few days ago, Zhao Wei's mother Xia Haiyan came to the Sun family's store to cause trouble for Sun Jin. As a result, he failed to find any trouble and was frightened by Su Feng and fled away. After returning home, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more unwilling she became. However, she was really worried that Su Feng would send people to throw feces at her house, and then find a group of old men and women to block the door and curse in the street, so she did not dare to cause trouble for Sun Jin again. So she got herself sick from anger. The Zhao family father and son hurriedly asked her what was going on. Xia Haiyan told the father and son what happened. When Zhao Wei heard that Su Feng dared to threaten his mother, he got angry on the spot and said he would teach Su Feng a lesson. So he asked someone to inquire about Su Feng's news. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. The East China Sea was not that big. Where could he go to inquire? So he took a stupid approach, which was to go to the neighborhood where the Sun family lived and stake out their place. Then this morning, he happened to overhear Sun Dafu and Chao Liwa discussing inviting Su Feng to their home for dinner in the evening. Zhao Wei was overjoyed when he learned that Su Feng was coming to the Sun family for dinner. Then he found a few brothers and went to the community to wait for the opportunity. Bullying your mother, who is your mother?
Su Feng looked at Zhao Wei jokingly.
Stop playing dumb in front of me and just talk about whether you will apologize or not and whether you will pay compensation.
Zhao Wei pointed at Su Feng and yelled.
Sun Lin also knew that his brother Feng was very skilled, so he stepped back a few steps. After approaching Su Feng to 1 meter away, Zhao Wei took the lead and pounced on Su Feng. The other two rushed out immediately, trying to control Su Feng's arms.
Bang, bang, bang.
With a muffled groan, all 5 people were kicked out by Su Feng.
Seeing this scene, Sun Lin couldn't help but applaud.
Her husband was so awesome and the way he kicked was so handsome.
Soon,
Zhao Wei and the other 4 climbed up from the ground, looking at Su Feng with deep fear in their eyes.
Brother Wei, let's forget it. This guy looks like a martial artist. One person persuaded.
Yeah, the 5 of us together are no match for him.
Another person followed closely. Su Feng's attack just now was extremely fast. They didn't even see it clearly before being kicked away. Even a fool would know that Su Feng was a master.
Zhao Wei was not stupid either, he knew that they would definitely not be able to defeat Su Feng. He also noticed that the people who came with him also wanted to retreat. But if he left in disgrace, he would lose face, so he said to Su Feng, "Boy, we'll see. I'll let you go today, and we'll play slowly next time."
Let's go. Stop, did I tell you to leave?
Su Feng suddenly shouted with a cold face.
What? You still want to keep us all here?
Zhao Wei said in a timid tone.
That won't be necessary.
At most I'll just break one of your legs. Su Feng said sinisterly.
You dare. Su Feng said calmly, why should I be afraid?
If 5 of you fight against one of me, you should start the fight first. If I break your legs, it can only be regarded as self-defense. After hearing what Su Feng said, Zhao Wei's face became particularly ugly.
Run.
Suddenly, someone shouted, and Zhao Wei and 4 others immediately ran out of the community. But at this moment, the figure flashed and Su Feng disappeared from the spot.
Bang 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 bang.
With a few screams, the 5 people who were trying to escape were all kicked back by Su Feng and fell to the ground in a mess.
Still running? Su Feng looked at them jokingly. What exactly do you want? Zhao Wei asked with fear.
Su Feng thought for a moment and said, well, if each of you 4 slaps this guy 3 times, I'll let you go. Of course, you don't have to slap him, but you can break your own leg in exchange.
Brother, as long as we slap you, will you let us go?
One of them looked at Su Feng and asked. Yes, although I am not a man of my word, I still keep my word.
Su Feng smiled and said, of course, when you hit me, use more force.
If you are perfunctory, I am afraid you will lose your legs.
Thank you, brother.
The man walked up to Zhao Wei and said, I'm sorry, Zhao Wei.
I don't want to break my legs, so I have to let you down.
As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his right arm and slapped Zhao Wei 3 times. Feeling half of his cheek going numb and his eardrums buzzing, Zhao Wei couldn't help but hate the man who did it.
See someone taking the lead.
The other 3 people lined up and slapped Zhao Wei 3 times. For a moment, half of his cheek was swollen like a steamed bun. After beating him, they left immediately without caring about Zhao Wei's life or death.
Remember this lesson.
Next time, whether it's you or your mother who comes to cause trouble for the Sun family or me, it will not be as simple as just a few slaps.
After saying this, Su Feng took Sun Lin's hand and walked upstairs. You are a bunch of bastards. You have no loyalty at all. I will cut off all ties with you.
After seeing Su Feng leave, the fear in Zhao Wei's heart gradually faded away. He stroked his swollen cheek and cursed under his breath.
He doesn't even think about it. We are all a bunch of drinking buddies. It's already good enough if they help you fight. Who the hell is willing to break a leg for a drinking buddy like you? See Su Feng coming. Sun Dafu and Chao Liwa are such a passionate couple.
During this period, their family made a lot of money thanks to Su Feng's sales of nourishing fluids. Among the 3 stores, their supermarket has the highest daily sales. We sell an average of 300 boxes of nourishing fluid every day, and when sales are high, we can sell more than 400. They can earn 118 yuan for 1 box, so the couple can earn 30,000 to 40,000 yuan just by selling nourishing fluids in supermarkets. And all this was brought by Su Feng. How could they not be enthusiastic about Su Feng? After a while, Su Feng sat down on the sofa in the living room.
Su Feng, have some tea. Sun Jin brought the brewed tea to Su Feng. Thank you, sis. Su Feng took the teacup and said. You're welcome.
Sun Jin smiled at him and went to help in the kitchen. Seeing this, Sun Lin also ran to the kitchen to help. Su Feng and Sun Dafu were the only ones left in the living room, and they started chatting casually.
Chatted for a while. Su Feng reminded him, Uncle, I have something to remind you. Try to stock up on as much nourishing fluid as possible. The factory is planning to raise the price. Chapter 110. Leave the door open for me at night. Part 3. There is a procedure and process for price increase. You can't just raise prices immediately. This is why Su Feng reminded Sun Dafu to stock up more nourishing fluids. Why did the price suddenly increase? Sun Dafu asked in confusion. The main reason is insufficient production. Su Feng said, now that we have sold the agency rights to 3 more provinces, the factory's production cannot keep up. When production cannot be increased, we can only raise prices. After agreeing to Cheng Jing's proposal to raise the price, Su Feng also secretly pondered this issue. The original price of 198 yuan was decided by him on a whim, and the price was indeed relatively low. Secondly, even if he does not raise the price, if there is a large-scale shortage of nourishing fluids, there will definitely be agents hoarding goods, or scalpers hoarding goods and selling them at high prices. After all, in the future, it will not be uncommon for scalpers to raise the price of mobile phones and concert tickets to sky-high prices. Rather than letting those scalpers get a bargain, it's better to get a bargain for yourself. Is it impossible to increase production? Sun Dafu asked again. This cannot be increased in a short period of time. Su Feng shook his head. After the price increase, the purchase price will reach 400 yuan per box. At that time, your purchase price will be calculated as 300 yuan, and the retail price will be 598 yuan. Sun Dafu was a little depressed when he heard that the purchase price had increased several times, but after hearing that the retail price reached 598 yuan, he had no objection, because he only made a gross profit of 118 yuan for each box. But after the price increase, his gross profit reached 298 yuan. It's almost tripled. However, he is still a little worried. With such a large price increase, will consumers have any objections? There will definitely be some objections at the beginning, but it's not a big problem. After all, the effect of nourishing body fluids is there. Su Feng said confidently. That's right. He fully recognized the effectiveness of the nourishing fluid. After all, both he and his wife were taking it. It had only been a short time since they started taking the medicine, but the couple's health was getting better and better, and even some of their minor ailments had completely disappeared. The future father-in-law and son-in-law chatted for another 10 minutes. The future mother-in-law asked them to wash their hands and eat. In order to entertain Su Feng, the future mother-in-law put a lot of effort into the preparations. The dishes she prepared were so numerous that they couldn't fit on the entire table and had to be stacked up. Xiao Su, these are all common dishes. I don't know if they suit your taste. Chao Lihua said politely. Su Feng quickly smiled and said, Auntie, you were so polite. This meal tonight is so sumptuous. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, as long as you don't mind. The smile on Chao Lihua's face became brighter and brighter. Okay, everyone, don't be polite, let's start eating. Sun Dafu said, and then said to Su Feng, Xiao Su, can you drink a few cups with me? Then do it. Su Feng nodded. So, Sun Dafu quickly took out a bottle of mutai from under the table and opened it. Immediately, the aroma of wine spread out. Uncle Sun, I'm coming. Su Feng took the bottle and filled Sun Dafu's glass first, then looked at Chao Lihua. Auntie, would you like a drink? Just have a drink. I'll drink with you guys since you're having a good day today. Chao Lihua picked up the wine glass and handed it to Su Feng. Brother Feng, pour me a glass too. After Su Feng handed the glass full of wine to Chao Lihua, Sun Lin placed an empty glass in front of him. What kind of wine do girls drink? Seeing this, Chao Lihua immediately scolded. It's okay, just a drink can help you relax. It's no big deal if you have one. Su Feng quickly spoke for Sun Lin. Since Xiao Su spoke for you, you are allowed to have a drink. Chao Lihua immediately changed her words. Sun Lin secretly pouted, but still said thank you, Mom. I'll have a drink too. At this time, Sun Lin said with a smile. Sister, give me the cup. Su Feng said to her. Sun Jin, no, I can do it myself. It's just a glass of wine, sister, you don't have to be embarrassed. Su Feng teased. Well, thank you for your help. After pouring wine for Sun Jin, Su Feng also filled his own glass.
At this time, Sun Dafu raised his glass and said, "Come on, let's raise our glasses together and wish everyone a better life." Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers X4. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Finally, Sun Dafu got drunk. Amid Xiao Liu's complaints, Su Feng helped her into the bedroom to rest. This old man obviously can't drink, but he still insists on doing it. "Xiao Su, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Liu complained while speaking to Su Feng. "It's okay, Auntie, I'm just lending a hand." Su Feng smiled. "By the way, you've drunk quite a bit of wine. Why don't you just rest here tonight?" Xiao Liu said to Su Feng. Su Feng waved his hand and said, "Auntie, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not drunk. I can just take a taxi back." "It's okay, you don't have to be polite. Auntie really wants to keep you here. You can sleep in Lin's room and let Lin sleep with her sister." "This?" Su Feng was a little hesitant. "Okay, that's settled." Seeing that Su Feng was hesitant, Xiao Liu took the lead. "Well, sorry to bother you, Auntie." Xiao Liu said intimately, "Look at what you said, we will be a family from now on, why bother you?" After a while, on the sofa in the living room, Su Feng sat on it and watched TV. Sun Lin brought a plate of washed grapes to sit next to him, picked one and put it in his mouth. "Brother Feng, eat some grapes, are they sweet?" "Sweet." Su Feng nodded. He didn't give Sun Lin a perfunctory response. The grapes were indeed sweet. Sun Lin picked one and put it in her mouth, then picked another and put it in Su Feng's mouth. "Eat another one." Su Feng quickly said, "Okay, don't feed me, I'll do it myself. After all, this is not your home, so you should be more restrained." But Sun Lin had no such scruples. She leaned closely against Su Feng and put a grape into Su Feng's mouth from time to time. "Wait until the two of them have almost finished eating the plate of grapes." Xiao Liu walked out of Sun Lin's room and said, "Lin girl, Xiao Su will stay at home tonight, you sleep with your sister." "Oh, I see." Sun Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and then he whispered in Su Feng's ear, "Leave the door open for me tonight, I'll come to accompany you. Don't mess around." Su Feng quickly warned that although Sun Lin's house was also an elevator building, it was one of the first batch built, and the sound insulation effect was definitely not very good. If something happened, the whole house would probably hear it. "Brother Feng, you must be thinking the wrong thing. I just sleep with you, and I don't do anything else." Sun Lin teased with a smile. "Really? I'm busy trading US stocks tonight. If you come, you'll still have to sleep alone." Su Feng waved his hand. He carried a notebook in his storage ring, but there was a computer in Sun Lin's room, so he could use that. "Then I'll stay with you," Sun Lin said firmly. "It's up to you then." The two of them stayed in the living room for another half an hour. Seeing that the US stock market was about to open, Su Feng stood up and walked into the room. "I turned on the computer and downloaded the US stock software. Log in to your account. Start viewing stock information." He first looked at the more than 10 stocks he held and found that 5 of them would fall into a weak period tonight, so he began to look for new targets. Soon, the US stock market opened. Su Feng first sold the 5 stocks whose rising momentum had weakened, and then bought new stocks. After completion, short-term short selling began again. Chapter 111 Sister-in-law gives benefits. After a while, Sun Lin pushed the door open and came in with a cup of coffee in her hand. "Brother Feng, you're going to stay up late, I made you a cup of coffee." "Thank you." "Leave it there." Su Feng's hands were still typing on the keyboard, and his eyes were fixed on the screen. Because of the large amount of funds, Su Feng chose several stocks at the same time for short-term operations, so he could not afford to be careless. Sun Lin watched from the side for a while, feeling a little dazzled by the constantly changing pages. I began to admire Su Feng more and more. Especially the way Brother Feng looks now, he is so charming. I love him so much. After watching for more than half an hour, seeing that Su Feng was still busy, he did not continue to disturb him, but quietly left the room. "I thought you would stay next door, why are you back again?" When she returned to her sister Sun Jin's room next door, Sun Jin teased her with a smile. Sun Lin explained, "Brother Feng is working, I will disturb him if I stay there." "It's so late, what kind of work is he still doing?" Sun Jin asked curiously. "Brother Feng is speculating in US stocks." Sun Lin said. "Investing in US stocks?" Sun Jin was a little surprised, and then she said worriedly, "Stock trading is very risky, especially US stocks, which are even riskier."
You're talking about other people.
Brother Feng is different from them.
Sun Lin said proudly, I'm telling you in secret. Don't tell anyone else.
Brother Feng is really good at trading US stocks. He can make tens of millions of dollars every day.
Earn tens of millions of dollars? Sun Jin subconsciously said, how is that possible?
When I first heard that Brother Feng was so good at making money, I was also surprised, but that's the truth. Sun Lin said proudly, especially when she saw her sister's shocked expression, she felt even more pleased.
So, she lowered her voice and asked, do you know how much money is in Brother Feng's US stock account? How much? Sun Jin asked curiously. More than $1 billion. US dollars? What else?
Sun Lin was silent for a few seconds, then looked at her sister with complicated eyes. Ah, Lin.
I envy you so much, how can you find such a great boyfriend? I'm almost crying with envy. It's no use to be envious. Who made me so lucky?
Sun Lin became more and more proud and continued. Of course, since you are my sister, as long as you try to please me more in the future, I, as your younger sister, will also take good care of you.
I want to please you, right? I'll please you right now.
As he spoke, Sun Jin reached out to Sun Lin's armpits and began to tickle her.
Sister, I was wrong, please spare my life.
Sun Lin laughed and begged for mercy.
I'll let you show off in front of me and I'll tickle you. I'll tickle you again if you stimulate me.
But Sun Jin was unwilling to let go of her sister who was pretending to be cool in front of her. It was not until she laughed until tears came out that Sun Jin took back his hand and asked with a smile, are you still pretending?
I don't dare anymore, sister. I don't dare anymore.
Sun Lin begged for mercy pitifully. The two sisters played around for a while, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. But Su Feng's incident had such a huge impact on Sun Jin that he couldn't fall asleep for a while.
He couldn't help but ask softly, Lin, are you asleep? No answer was received.
When she heard her sister snoring softly, she knew that her sister had fallen asleep.
She couldn't help but think to herself, my sister is so generous.
So she could only close her eyes and go to sleep. After all, she still had to watch the store tomorrow. I don't know how long I slept. Sun Jin was awakened by the suffocation, so he got up and went outside to the toilet. After using the toilet, she was about to go back to her room, but she saw through the crack in the door that the light next door was still on. As if possessed by a ghost, she tiptoed to her sister's room and saw through the crack in the door that Su Feng was still working on the computer. Looking at Su Feng's handsome face and the way he worked hard, she couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. Why can't I meet such a good man?
Why?
With a light sigh, she quietly retreated and returned to her room. Unfortunately, Su Feng was her sister's man, otherwise, she would definitely try to snatch such an outstanding man away from him.
Time passed by unknowingly and it was already 4 o'clock in the morning.
The US stock market is closed. After taking a look at tonight's earnings, Su Feng smiled. Tonight's revenue hit a new high of 132 million. The main reason is that he has more and more funds for short-term trading. Secondly, he is becoming more and more skilled in operation and can almost achieve perfect operation and maximize profits. This should be related to the substantial growth of his mental strength and physical fitness. After all, his physical and mental strength have increased, and his reaction ability has also improved a lot.
It's time to go to bed. Su Feng got up from the chair, took off his clothes, and went to bed.
The sheets and quilts were changed by Sun's mother and smelled of sunshine.
A little after 7 in the morning.
Su Feng opened his eyes and woke up because he heard some noise coming from outside.
So he didn't sleep either. Anyway, 3 hours of sleep is enough.
In fact, with his current physical and mental condition, he could still maintain strong energy even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. When Su Feng walked out of the room, just then I saw Chao Liwa walking out of the bathroom after washing up.
Chao Liwa said gently, Xiao Su, why don't you sleep a little longer? Did you sleep well last night? Su Feng, thank you for your concern, auntie.
I am not used to my bed and I slept very well.
Chao Liwa, that's good.
By the way, the toothbrush and towel prepared for you are on the sofa.
Take them yourself. Auntie will make breakfast first. What do you want to eat? After Chao Liwa went to the kitchen to make breakfast,
Su Feng also took a toothbrush and a towel and went to the bathroom to wash up. While he was brushing his teeth,
Sun Jin, wearing pajamas, walked towards the bathroom. When she saw Su Feng, she was a little surprised and asked, Su Feng, you worked so late last night, why did you get up so early?
Su Feng smiled at her, then pointed to his mouth, indicating that he was not in a position to answer, and then turned back to continue brushing his teeth. However, when he turned his head, he discovered that there was a button unbuttoned on the front of his cheap sister-in-law's pajamas. His eyes also caught a glimpse of white. I couldn't help but think in my heart, early in the morning, my sister-in-law gave him benefits. It seems that she treats him as her own. Please. After washing up, Su Feng gave up his seat. Thanks. Sun Jin said with a blush. After washing up, Su Feng sat down on the sofa again, waiting for breakfast from her future mother-in-law. After Sun Jin had discharged all the excess water from her body, she started to wash up. However, when she looked at the whiteness in the mirror that was visible through the gap in her pajamas, she was instantly embarrassed and her face turned red. He shouldn't have seen it, right? She buttoned up her shirt in a panic. Damn it, how could I be so careless? It's all Lin's fault. Because last night when she was sleeping, she clearly felt a hand reaching under her pajamas. It must have been at that time that the buttons came undone. After quickly washing up, she ran back to the bedroom with her head down. Looking at Sun Lin, who was sleeping soundly on her side on the bed, she couldn't help but walk up to her and slap her hard on the butt. Sister, what are you doing so early in the morning? Sun Lin, who was awakened, looked at Sun Jin with resentment on her face. It's getting late, I'm calling you to get up. Sun Jin said embarrassedly, because she couldn't explain why she was spanked. How can you wake people up like this? Sun Lin said with resentment. Chapter 112. Lu Donglai makes another appointment. Had breakfast at Sun's house. Sun Lin drove Su Feng back and let her stay in his villa for 2 days. And at this moment, inside a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz, Lu Donglai and his daughter Lu Qingyi went to the company in the same car. Qingyi, how is the situation between you and Su Feng going? Lu Donglai asked casually. Well enough. Lu Qingyi thought about it and said, at least when chatting on WeChat, the two of them seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Is he interested in you? Lu Donglai asked again. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi blushed slightly. It seems not, we have been chatting on WeChat. Hey, can't you take the initiative? Ask him to have dinner, go shopping, watch a movie, etc. Dad, I'm busy too. Besides, relationships should just take their natural course. Lu Qingyi said a little aggrievedly that these days, she had searched a lot of strategies on how to kill men on the internet, but these strategies made her feel ashamed, and she was unwilling to use them anyway. Hey, time waits for no one. Lu Donglai sighed softly, with a hint of sadness in his expression. Dad, is that organization forcing you again? Lu Qingyi saw her father's expression and asked angrily. Okay, just get along normally with Su Feng. Lu Donglai waved his hand, thinking that it would be unreliable to rely on the beauty trap to win over Su Feng, and he still had to use interests to bind him. Now there was a good opportunity. Well, help me make an appointment with Su Feng. I plan to treat him to lunch at noon. I understand, Dad. I'll contact him later. Lu Qingyi nodded. The other side. Su Feng and Sun Lin returned to the villa and went straight to the second floor. After a while, soft singing could be heard from the bedroom upstairs. 2 hours later, Sun Lin fell asleep exhausted. Su Feng went to the bathroom to take a shower, then took out his cell phone and looked at it. Another WeChat message came from Lu Qingyi. Su Feng, are you free? My dad wants to treat you to lunch today. It's almost noon. Su Feng came to a private restaurant. Seeing Lu Qingyi standing at the door, Su Feng hurried over to greet her. Why are you so polite and standing at the door to greet me? Lu Qingyi said, my father let me do it. Su Feng joked, so you don't want to greet me yourself? Lu Qingyi glared at him unhappily. You are such a disgusting person. Hearing this, Su Feng laughed out loud. As soon as he entered the yard, Su Feng saw Lu Donglai. After a brief greeting, the two sides went into the house together. The meal lasted about an hour and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. After dinner, Lu Donglai invited Su Feng to the tea house for tea again. Su Feng knew that when Lu Donglai invited him to dinner, it was definitely not just a simple dinner treat. However, he did not ask proactively. Anyway, he has plenty of time, so he's not afraid to take a little longer. Just as he expected. Not long after, Lu Donglai took the initiative to ask, Mr. Su, have you heard that Shanglin town will be undergoing a large-scale development? Mr. Lu overestimates me. I am not in this line of work, so I haven't heard of this news. Su Feng shook his head, but in fact, as a reborn person, he was very familiar with Shanglin town. In his previous life, he had traveled to Xianglin Town many times.
As far as he knows, Xianglin Town is a super large project led by the Donghai municipal government.
This project includes tourist attractions, ancient towns, film and television bases, large supermarkets, etc. According to news in the previous life, it cost more than 300 billion yuan to build Xianglin Town.
Why was Su Feng so impressed by Xianglin Town?
That was a senior executive of the gaming company where he previously worked, who bought a small villa of 200 square meters there. When the other party first bought it, the price of the villa was very low, only 12,000 yuan per square meter. But just 2 years later, the price soared to 50,000. In fact, the most expensive ones are the 36 single-family villas built on the back mountain of Xianglin Town.
The area of these villas is more than 1,000 square meters.
When they were pre-sold, the price of one villa was only about 15 million. But just a few years later, the prices of these detached villas soared to hundreds of millions.
In addition, those who bought commercial housing in Xianglin Town also made a lot of money. It's like this.
Our Shancheng Group is planning to acquire 2 plots of land in Xianglin Town.
We plan to develop commercial housing and shops. I wonder if Mr. Su has any ideas for cooperation?
Lu Donglai asked directly.
Why me?
Su Feng looked at Lu Donglai and asked.
As a reborn person, Su Feng knew that developing commercial housing and shops in Xianglin Town would definitely make money.
Lu Donglai is a top real estate developer. Even if he cannot predict the future, with his shrewdness and past experience he can definitely see that the Xianglin Town project is a good deal.
Since it is such a good deal, why would the other party want to cooperate with him?
What's more, he is a person who has no foundation in the real estate industry.
Is it just because he is handsome?
Lu Donglai pondered and said, Mr. Su, the reason why I want to cooperate with you is very simple.
You are the master of Huajin. Just because of this?
Su Feng was a little surprised. Mr. Su, you may have underestimated the deterrent power of the Grandmaster of Huajin.
As long as we reach a cooperation, we can deter many villains.
After all, the interests involved in Xianglin Town are too great.
I am afraid that someone will plan to take us to the upper city.
No way, the upper city is so big, who would dare to attack you? Su Feng said with a little surprise.
Mr. Su, you overestimate me.
If I were really not afraid, I would not have taken the initiative to seek cooperation with you.
Lu Donglai said calmly. After a moment of hesitation, Su Feng asked, how do you plan to cooperate? Lu Donglai smiled and said, I have 2 suggestions.
First, Mr. Su, you can invest in our Shancheng Group, and I can sell you 10% of the shares. Second, we can only cooperate on this project in Xianglin Town, and we will divide it according to the investment ratio.
Su Feng nodded secretly. Shancheng Group is the top real estate company in Donghai.
If he acquires the company's shares, he will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Moreover, if he acquires 10% of the shares, he will be eligible to have 2 seats on the board of directors of Shancheng Group.
He can also expand his network and influence through the Uptown Group.
If we take the Xianglin Town project alone for cooperation, it will be a sure win. Therefore, Lu Donglai's proposal was quite sincere.
Today, Su Feng has over 10 billion in cash in the bank. Simply putting money in the bank is just a string of numbers.
If you fall into the eyes of some people, they will slaughter you like a pig.
Only by making good use of money can you expand your network and influence. How about this, Mr. Lu, let me think about it first. Su Feng said. Suddenly, Lu Donglai gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Su, are you worried about insufficient funds? I have another suggestion.
If you are short of funds, the money for purchasing shares can be paid in batches.
As for the specific payment method, we can still discuss it.
Facing Lu Donglai's aggressive behavior, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a little more suspicious, and his eyes became deeper. Boss Su, you were so eager to bring me in, not just for my reputation as a master of Huajin, right?
Ha, I knew I couldn't hide it from Mr. Su.
Lu Dong said self-deprecatingly, to be honest with you, Mr. Su, I have been targeted.
If I don't resist, I will probably be slaughtered like a pig.
I invited Mr. Su to join me just to intimidate those people and make them dare not act rashly.
Chapter 113, Spending a lot of money to win over.
Su Feng frowned slightly, looked at Lu Donglai and asked, who are you talking about?
Shancheng Group is a multi-billion-dollar group. As the CEO of this multi-billion-dollar group, Lu Donglai has connections and financial resources that are unimaginable for ordinary people.
But such a business tycoon now wants to seek self-protection through him, so the origins of the group of people Lu Donglai mentioned must be not simple. Lu Donglai pondered for a moment and said, "That group of people is called the Brotherhood. In every aspect, they are very strong and our Shanqing group cannot resist them."
Su Feng asked thoughtfully, "Then why do they target your Shanqing group?"
Lu Donglai smiled bitterly and said, "Because Shanqing group has reached a certain scale. If it continues to grow, it will be difficult for them to control it."
"Boss Lu, you still haven't hit the point." Su Feng asked with a frown, his tone becoming a little more dissatisfied.
He felt that Lu Donglai was an old fox. If he had not seen through his calculations and been blinded by the interests and plunged into it, he would probably have become Lu Donglai's target.
"Don't be anxious, Mr. Su. Just listen to me slowly." Lu Donglai did not seem to hear Su Feng's dissatisfaction, and said calmly, "The success of Shanqing Group today is inseparable from the support of the Brotherhood. Correspondingly, I will provide the Brotherhood with hundreds of millions of funds every year."
But in the past 2 years, the Brotherhood's appetite has been growing.
"If this continues, the entire group will be dragged down. Moreover, they have secretly taken possession of most of the shares of small shareholders.
It is obvious that the Brotherhood wants to completely control the Shanqing group and drive me away. In order to prevent me from exposing the secrets of their Brotherhood, I would most likely end up dying unexpectedly after being kicked out.
So, I have to resist, because if I don't resist, I will die. Just because of me, they won't attack you?" Su Feng asked.
"At least in the short term, they dare not turn against each other." Lu Donglai said in a deep voice, "With this period of buffer, I am sure that Shanqing Group can make further progress.
By then, it will not be easy for them to attack me even if they want to." Su Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "But what if you fail? Not only will my investment go down the drain, but I will also offend an enemy like the Brotherhood."
Lu Donglai's expression changed slightly, and the atmosphere became silent.
After a while, Lu Donglai seemed to have made a heavy decision. "Mr. Su, I can transfer 10% of the shares to you at a price of 6 billion. You know, according to the current market value of Shanqing Group, these shares are worth 12 billion. Once we take over the 2 plots of land in Shanglin Town, the stock price will definitely rise, and you can also cash out part of it at that time. In addition, you only need to pay 10% of the money for purchasing shares every year, without any interest. Even if I fail in the future, you will not suffer any loss by cashing out that part of the shares, but will make a lot of money instead." "Ha, Mr. Lu is really willing to spend a lot of money."
Su Feng smiled. For a moment, he admired Lu Donglai's courage.
"In order to trap Mr. Su, the master of Huajin, what's the harm in spending a lot of money?" Lu Donglai suddenly became calm. "Okay, I promise you." Su Feng nodded. Lu Donglai was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. "Huh, that's great, Mr. Su, let's have a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you."
After the handshake, Lu Donglai took out a stack of documents from the briefcase beside him. "By the way, Mr. Su, this is the share transfer agreement. After signing this agreement, 10% of the shares of Shanqing Group will belong to you."
It seems that Mr. Lu came prepared. Su Feng joked, took the agreement and took a rough look at it. It was just an ordinary share transfer agreement.
He only needed to pay Lu Donglai 600 million every year, without any interest, and pay it off in 10 years. After signing the contract, Lu Donglai continued to flatter, "For this year's 600 million funds, Mr. Su only needs to deposit it into my account by the end of the year."
"It's okay. I don't need that little money. I can transfer it now." Su Feng immediately logged into the mobile banking app to transfer money to Lu Donglai.
However, the amount of funds was too large. Just after Su Feng completed the transfer, he received a call from the bank's private client manager asking questions. After Su Feng confirmed, the other party told him that the money would be credited within 2 hours. Seeing Su Feng transfer the money so readily, Lu Donglai thought to himself that he seemed to have underestimated Su Feng's financial resources. He took out 600 million without even blinking an eye. Even for him, it would not be easy to raise 600 million yuan in a short period of time.
"Mr. Su, we are a family now. Let's discuss the investment in Shanglin Town," Lu Donglai said with a smile. Su Feng nodded and motioned Lu Donglai to continue.
Lu Donglai said, "In fact, I am very optimistic about this project in Shanglin Town.
It is said that the municipal government will invest more than 300 billion to build Shanglin Town.
Therefore, there are many investors and companies who want to get involved in this piece of fat meat in Shanglin Town.
There are also many competitors for the 2 plots of land we are interested in. It is not easy to take them all. Moreover, I suspect that the Brotherhood will deliberately create trouble in order to control me.
Then, Lu Donglai explained the situation of the two pieces of land in detail.
At present, the municipal government has already offered the reserve price for the two plots of land, 1.5 billion yuan for one and 1.2 billion yuan for the other. But it is not easy to acquire these two plots of land because the municipal government adopts a secret bidding model. If an auction is adopted, it will be easy for the wealthy Shangqing Group to win. But if a blind bid is adopted, it will be difficult when there is only one bid. If the quotation is too low, you will lose the project directly. If the quotation is too high, you will suffer a loss. What are Mr. Lu's plans? Su Feng asked.
Lu Donglai said, I want to hold a charity auction dinner in the name of Shangqing Group.
I want to take the opportunity to invite Min Nansheng, who is in charge of the Shanglin Town project, and introduce you, the master of Huajin, to him. Maybe I can get some hints. From southern Fujian? Su Feng looked a little strange. Is he the one leading the development of Shanglin Town this time?
Lu Donglai said with some admiration, yes, I have to say that this deputy mayor Min is very capable.
2 days ago, he was officially appointed as the second in command of the municipal government. Once this project in Shanglin Town is successfully completed, I'm afraid he will become the top leader of the government. Okay then, let's follow Mr. Lu's arrangement. Su Feng nodded.
Min Nansheng was one of the two connection cards he drew. Unexpectedly, after just a period of time, the other party had been promoted. You have to know that before the promotion, he was not even in the top 5 and was just an ordinary deputy mayor.
Next, Su Feng drank tea with Lu Donglai for half an hour before saying goodbye and leaving.
However, before leaving, Lu Donglai hinted to him that there were 2 director positions reserved for him on the board of directors, and he could send people to fill them.
He also asked him if he had any thoughts on working for Shangqing Group. Su Feng would not refuse to arrange someone to be a director.
But there is no need to work for the Mall Group.
However, Su Feng was worried about who to appoint as a director because he didn't have any suitable candidate. Chapter 114 Going to Meng Jinlan's house.
After seeing Su Feng off, the Lu family father and daughter also got into the bulletproof Mercedes-Benz.
Dad, you gave up 10% of the shares to win over Su Feng. The price you paid is too high. Lu Qingyi said hesitantly.
Their entire Lu family only controlled 51% of the shares of the Mall Group. Only 41% would remain after being transferred to Su Feng. Moreover, the market value of Shangqing Group is as high as 120 billion. 1/10 of the shares is worth 12 billion. Lu Donglai sold it to him for 6 billion, which was to be paid in 10 years, which was no different from giving it away for free.
This is also a helpless move. Lu Donglai said helplessly, if we don't give Su Feng enough benefits, why would he help us fight against the Brotherhood? But what if he just takes the benefits and doesn't do anything? Lu Qingyi worriedly said, or after he joins the upper city group, will he become the next Brotherhood?
Your worries may not be unfounded. Lu Donglai nodded in agreement, but I still have a good eye for people.
Su Feng is not the kind of person who takes money but does not do anything. As for whether he will become the next fraternity, you are underestimating me, your father.
When it comes to martial arts, I can never compare to Su Feng. But when it comes to business management and other methods, Su Feng is definitely not as good as me. Besides, he has reached the level of Grandmaster Huajin at such a young age, so he must be obsessed with martial arts. You see, he has left his own company to his subordinates to manage, and our Shangqing Group is hundreds of times more complicated and difficult than his healthcare product company.
Do you think he has the energy to manage it?
Moreover, I had tried to test him before and invited him to come to Shangqing to take up a position. But he refused without even thinking about it, which means he didn't have that intention. After listening to Lu Donglai's analysis, Lu Qingyi nodded secretly and said admiringly, Dad, you are still good at judging people.
Study hard.
Lu Donglai said with some pride. On the way back, Su Feng was thinking about who to send to serve as a director of Shangqing Group.
But after much thought, I still couldn't find the right person. Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it, let's talk about it later.
Su Feng shook his head. Then he thought of the Brotherhood that even Lu Donglai feared. Since I have taken advantage of Lu Donglai, I will definitely confront the Brotherhood in the future. But he knew nothing about this organization. So, he thought of Meng Jinlan, a woman who was extremely well informed.
Maybe I can learn something about the fraternity from her.
Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and dialed Meng Jinlan's number.
As soon as the call was connected, Meng Jinlan's teasing voice came, Hey brother, how come you have time to call me? Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous? Su Feng said, My girlfriend never eats that stuff. Sister Meng, I want to ask you about the situation of an organization.
Meng Jinlan smiled and said, brother, you have to pay to ask me for information.
Su Feng, it doesn't matter, as long as Sister Meng makes an offer, I will definitely not bargain. Meng Jinlan smiled happily and said, brother is a straightforward person. Tell me which organization you want to find out about. If it's not important information, I'll give it to you for free. Su Feng, Brotherhood. Meng Jinlan, what? Say it again. Hearing Meng Jinlan's reaction, Su Feng realized that this fraternity might be more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, so he repeated, it's a fraternity. Meng Jinlan, brother, you didn't provoke them, did you? Su Feng, not now, and it's hard to say in the future. I'm just asking you, Sister Meng, to see if I can afford to provoke you. Meng Jinlan said in a serious tone, how about this, I happen to be at home, why don't you come to my house to talk? Su Feng, okay, wait for me for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the gate of a villa in Yudingbeijing. The next moment, the door of the villa opened automatically. Su Feng signaled Master Luo to drive in. After getting off the car, Su Feng saw a woman standing in front of the villa lobby to greet him. Hello Mr. Su, Sister Meng is waiting for you in the study upstairs, please follow me. Okay. Su Feng followed the other party to the second floor of the study. Then he saw Meng Jinlan fiddling with the tea set. She was dressed in homely style, with the charm of a beautiful lady next door. Sit down. Meng Jinlan called Su Feng. Su Feng sat down at the coffee table and reached out to take the cup of tea handed to him by Meng Jinlan. Good tea, Sister Meng's cooking skills are great. Brother, you are too kind. I don't have any skills. I am just pretending to be cultured. Su Feng smiled and said, that's better than me. Meng Jinlan looked up at Su Feng and said, okay, stop complimenting me. This is the information you wanted. As she spoke, Meng Jinlan picked up a folder from the side and handed it to Su Feng. Su Feng took it and was about to open it. But Meng Jinlan stopped him, thank you, it's 10 million. Give me a card number. Su Feng said. Suddenly, Meng Jinlan smiled and said, how about if you promise to do me a favor, I will forgive you the 10 million. How can I take advantage of Sister Meng? Just give me the money. Su Feng flattered. As for favors, you should never owe them. God knows what Meng Jinlan will ask him to do in the future with this favor. Hypocritical. Meng Jinlan curled her lips in disdain, but there was a flash of disappointment in her eyes. This little brother in front of me is not easy to deal with. Hey. Su Feng pretended not to understand and smiled. Afterwards, Meng Jinlan gave a card number and Su Feng transferred 10 million yuan without hesitation. Then he opened the folder and looked at the information inside. He watched it very seriously. It took more than 10 minutes to finish watching. The person who founded the Brotherhood was named Lu Hao, also known as Lu Er, and everyone in the Brotherhood respectfully called him the second brother. Lu Hao is already in his 30s. He is a direct descendant of the Lu family in Jiangnan. The Lu family has a great influence in several southern provinces. Besides, there are only 9 core members of this Brotherhood, but these 9 people all have distinguished backgrounds and are all direct descendants of large families. So, few people dare to provoke the Brotherhood. As for the wealth, power and connections they possess, they are unimaginable. No wonder Lu Donlai is afraid of this Brotherhood. What surprised Su Feng even more was he has already had indirect contact with the Brotherhood. Because the person who won the agency rights for the 3 provinces of the nourishing fluid was sent by the Brotherhood. It is not known whether the other party is optimistic about the nourishing fluid and thinks it can make them a fortune, or whether they have already set their sights on the nourishing fluid and are planning to seize it. Su Feng thinks the second possibility is more likely. After Su Feng put down the information, Meng Jinlan handed him another cup of tea and said, brother, listen to my advice. If you have offended the Brotherhood, resolve the grudge as soon as possible. If you have not offended them, do not offend them, because the Brotherhood can also mobilize masters of Huajin, and there will be more than one. In her opinion, although Su Feng is a master of Huajin, he is definitely a novice who has just stepped into Huajin. However, the Brotherhood as Huajin is an old-fashioned Huajin. If 2 were sent directly, Su Feng would definitely not be their match. Thank you, Sister Meng, for your reminder. I will seriously consider it. Su Feng said to Meng Jinlan seriously. Chapter 115, Dog Walking International Dealer Update 1. Suddenly, Su Feng's mind moved, and he asked, Sister Meng, are there any Dan Jin warriors among the brothers? How is that possible? Meng Jinlan shook her head. What do you think Dan Jin is? No matter how strong the brotherhood is, they are not qualified to let Dan Jin do things for them. Then how much Dan Jin is there in our country? Su Feng asked again. You've got me stumped.
Meng Jinlan rolled her eyes at Su Feng and said, although I am a little more informed, everything involving Dan Jin warriors is secret, and I am not qualified to pry into it.
That is how it is. Su Feng nodded as if he suddenly realized something. It seemed that the weight of Dan Jin warriors was even greater than he had imagined. But think about it. Dan Jin warriors have already surpassed the scope of ordinary people. If Hua Jin warriors are compared to strategic weapons, then Dan Jin warriors are black weapons. Such a master naturally has to hide in order to play a deterrent role. After accompanying Meng Jinlan to drink tea for a while, Su Feng said goodbye and left. When I returned to my villa, I casually asked the cleaning lady whether Sun Lin was at home. The answer I got was that Sun Lin had lunch and went upstairs to sleep. Su Feng used his spiritual sense to scan and found that Sun Lin was indeed sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Time passed by unknowingly and it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. US stocks have already opened. In the study, Su Feng was typing quickly on the keyboard. After selling a short position, a smile appeared on his face. This short position brought him a profit of more than $500. Across the ocean. Wall Street, CG Capital. Inside a large trading room. Shit! An angry cry was heard, accompanied by a dull thud. Frank, calm down. Henry persuaded. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. It's mainly because this guy is too cunning. I let him slip away again. Frank said with a gloomy look. More than half a month ago, they discovered a private stock account that was frantically conducting short-term operations in the stock market and making huge profits. So, they became interested. After investigating this account, it was found that it belonged to a Chinese named Su Feng. As international bankers, what they like most is to harvest funds from China. After all, in their view, Chinese funds coming to the US stock market are like green leeks that can be harvested at will. Although this account is a private account, they believe that the other party should be a disguised account by Huasia's capital team. So they prepared to reap the harvest. But what they didn't expect was several consecutive harvesting attempts ended in failure, causing them to suffer considerable losses. I can see the funds accumulating in the other party's account increasing. Frank, as the leader, could no longer sit still. He called the team together to conduct various analyses and then formulated several sniper harvesting plans. But in order to have a smooth harvest, they were putting out bait the other day. The actual harvesting plan was not carried out until today. But what they didn't expect was that their plan, which was made perfectly, still failed. The other side. Su Feng kept activating unknown skills to check the information of several stocks he had locked on. Every time he checked, there were new changes, which made him realize that he must have been targeted by international bookmakers. So he immediately checked the dozen or so stocks he held for the long term. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. So they started selling these stocks in batches. It's no longer possible to hold long term, as someone has already targeted me. I can only make a profit through short-term operations. Su Feng thought to himself that as long as he did not hold the stocks for a long time, the other party would not be able to lock on his operations. And there are so many US stocks. He could just adopt a shoot and move approach. If the opponent wants to harvest him, he has to keep up with his speed. Before I knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. Su Feng also finished his day's operations. However, due to the suppression from international bookmakers, his profits tonight were reduced a lot, and he only earned $98 million. Including tonight's gains, Su Feng's total gains on US stocks reached $1.348 billion. On the other side, inside the trading room of CG Capital, Frank slumped in his chair, looking exhausted and frustrated. That damn guy walked them around like a dog all night long. There's no way to snipe at all. Because often before they get to the stage, the guy has already run away. At the same time, all the stocks held by the other party were sold. That guy is very cunning. The stocks he holds for the long term are all relatively large stocks. Even if they want to make a move, they need to spend time preparing. Now, the other party has sold all these stocks and is only doing short-term trading. Moreover, they adopted a mode of shooting and moving to another place.
They could only watch and had no chance to take action at all. Henry, find someone to investigate.
I want to know all the news about this team. After a while, Frank gave the order in a deep voice. Okay, Frank, I'll arrange for someone to investigate right away. Henry nodded.
In fact, they had already found out that the holder of this stock account was Su Feng, but they did not believe that all the previous operations were completed by Su Feng.
In their eyes, Su Feng is just a cover. Used to cover that team.
Su Feng simply washed up.
He went to bed and hugged Sun Lin's fragrant body to sleep. The next morning, Su Feng personally drove Sun Lin out of the villa and started to travel around the East China Sea. That afternoon, Su Feng received a call from Lu Donglai.
Tell him that the share transfer procedures have been completed and he is now a major private shareholder of Shunqing Group. The number of shares held is only lower than that held by him as the chairman. At the same time, Lu Donglai also told him that the charity auction dinner has been scheduled and will be held at the Tongfeng Hotel at 7 o'clock next Wednesday evening.
At this dinner, Lu Donglai will take the opportunity to announce his existence as a major shareholder.
The other party also asked him if he wanted to take out the items for auction at the dinner.
Su Feng asked Lu Donglai what would be the best item for the auction.
The other party told him that the item didn't have to be too expensive, as long as it was not less than 1 million.
Suddenly, Su Feng's heart moved, and he deliberately joked, "Boss Lu, is he serious about our charity auction?"
Lu Donglai smiled and said, "Of course, the money we earn from the auction will be directly transferred to charity organizations, and the charity organizations we cooperate with are also those that truly want to do charity. They are definitely not the kind that make a lot of money under the guise of charity." Su Feng felt that Lu Donglai would not lie about this, so he said, "Mr. Lu, I plan to auction a 100-year-old ginseng. Anyway, there are more than 10,000 century-old ginseng plants in the spiritual medicine garden." Su Feng didn't feel sorry at all when he took out one of the plants for auction. But when Lu Donglai heard about the 100-year-old ginseng, he became particularly excited. "Mr. Su, you actually have a 100-year-old ginseng?" Hearing the other party's tone was not right, Su Feng asked with a smile, "Indeed, does Mr. Lu need a 100-year-old ginseng?"
"Yes, of course." Lu Donglai said excitedly, "Mr. Su, can you sell this ginseng to me? You can name any price." Chapter 116, Selling 100-Year-Old Ginseng Part 2.
Originally, Su Feng planned to have dinner outside with Sun Lin before returning to the villa. But Lu Donglai was extremely eager to buy the 100-year-old ginseng, so he had to go back early. When Su Feng brought Sun Lin back to number 65 Yudingbiejing, they found that Lu Donglai had arrived earlier, accompanied by an old man in tang suit.
"Mr. Lu, aren't you too anxious?" Su Feng joked with a smile. "Mr. Su, please don't be offended.
The main reason is that the 100-year-old ginseng is too important to me."
"Okay, wait a moment, I'll go get you some ginseng," Su Feng said.
Su Feng went to the bedroom on the second floor and pulled out a 100-year-old ginseng from the spiritual medicine garden. Then he went into the bathroom to wash it, found a newspaper to wrap it up, and went back to the living room downstairs.
"This is the ginseng you wanted, Mr. Lu. Take a look."
Lu Donglai solemnly took the century-old ginseng wrapped in newspaper with both hands. When he opened the newspaper, he saw a very fresh ginseng as thick as an arm.
"Mr. Zhou, please take a look."
Lu Donglai handed the ginseng to the old man in tang suit. In fact, when Lu Donglai opened the newspaper, his eyes were fixed on the ginseng. After taking it, he began to look at it carefully.
"How is it, Mr. Zhou?" Lu Donglai asked nervously, because this ginseng was too important to him.
An important figure he needed to curry favor with needed a 100-year-old ginseng for his father's treatment, and had spread the word that whoever could find the 100-year-old ginseng would be rewarded handsomely. After hearing the news, Lu Donglai became concerned, but how could a 100-year-old ginseng be so easy to come by? Even if there was one, people would hide it like a family heirloom and would not leak any information about it, let alone sell it. Because 100-year-old ginseng can really save lives.
Therefore, Lu Donglai's search for the century-old ginseng was not smooth.
He never expected that Su Feng actually had a 100-year-old ginseng in his hands, so he called Zhou Lao, an expert in this field, and asked him to come to Su Feng immediately.
Elder Zhou nodded. "Yes, this is indeed a 100-year-old ginseng."
"And not just 100 years, this ginseng is about 130 years old."
"Mr. Lu, can I test the medicinal properties of this ginseng?" "Sure." Lu Donglai nodded.
The next moment, Mr. Zhou took out a box from his body, opened it, and took out a small pair of scissors from it. He cut off nearly 1 centimeter of ginseng root from the ginseng and put it into his mouth, chewing it slowly. After a while, he said to Lu Donglai in shock, "Boss Lu, this 100-year-old ginseng has strong medicinal properties, far exceeding ordinary 100-year-old ginseng.
It is really rare." Hearing this, Lu Donglai was overjoyed. Then, "Mr. Zhou, how much do you think this ginseng is worth?"
Mr. Zhou considered carefully and said, "Generally, the price of a 100-year-old ginseng is between 5 million and 8 million. If you are in urgent need of a 100-year-old ginseng to save your life, you can ask for 10 million. After all, 100-year-old ginseng is too rare. This 100-year-old ginseng is already 130 years old, so 10 million is not excessive. In addition, this ginseng is very potent, so I think we can add another 2 million. I have to say that Mr. Zhou's pricing is very reasonable. Mr. Su, I'll pay you 15 million. Can you transfer this ginseng to me?" Lu Donglai looked at Su Feng with a nervous expression. "Just 10 million. Su Feng said with a chuckle. Su Feng had already gotten a huge bargain in the purchase of shares, so naturally he would not care about a mere few million. "Let's just give it 15 million. We can't let you suffer any loss." Lu Donglai shook his head. "Then I want to sell it." "Okay, I'll listen to you, Mr. Su. It'll be 10 million. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money right away." Lu Donglai said hurriedly, feeling more grateful to Su Feng in his heart. Just when Lu Donglai asked for the bank account to transfer the money, Mr. Zhou looked at Su Feng and asked, "My friend, this ginseng is so fresh, just like it was just picked from the ground. Can I ask where this ginseng came from?" "I planted it," Su Feng said with a smile. Elder Zhou glared at him and said, "Young friend, you are such a joker." "Well, it was my fault. I hope you don't mind. If you can get 100-year-old ginseng in the future, you may contact me. I won't let you suffer a loss in terms of price. This is my business card." As he spoke, Mr. Zhou handed Su Feng a plain black business card with only a name and phone number on it. "Mr. Zhou also needs a 100-year-old ginseng?" Su Feng asked curiously after taking the business card. Elder Zhou said with some regret, "Yes, I was born into a medical family, and my family passed down a secret recipe for nourishing the body, but the main thing is that the ginseng must be 100 years old. Unfortunately, 100-year-old ginseng is too difficult to collect. If you can get another 100-year-old ginseng, I can give you one after making the elixir." "What a coincidence! I actually have an extra 100-year-old ginseng here," said Su Feng. "Really?" Mr. Zhou asked excitedly. "Hold on." So Su Feng went upstairs again, and soon came down with a 100-year-old ginseng. Elder Zhou stepped forward quickly, took the ginseng and examined it for a while, then said excitedly, "It is also a 100-year-old ginseng, so the age difference is not too big. Can you give this ginseng to me? How about 15 million? After I refine the elixir, I will give you another one. 20 million, I want it." At this time, Lu Donglai suddenly spoke. When he heard that Lu Donglai wanted to snatch the ginseng from him, old Zhou immediately blew his beard and glared at him, accusing him, "Little Lu, you are not kind. You have already obtained one, why are you fighting with an old man like me for it?" Lu Donglai was unwilling to give in. Who would complain about having too much of such a good thing? Besides, I didn't buy this ginseng for myself, but to send it to the Yi family. The person in the Yi family urgently needs a 100-year-old ginseng to treat an illness. One plant is not safe, but 2 plants are just right. Forget it, forget it. It seems that this 100-year-old ginseng is not for me." After hearing the purpose of Lu Donglai buying ginseng, Mr. Zhou immediately gave up because he couldn't afford to offend the person from the Yi family. Su Feng suddenly said, "Actually, I have another one." "Do you want it, Mr. Zhou?" "Yes, yes," Mr. Zhou said without hesitation, and then looked at Lu Donglai warily. "Little Lu, you are not going to snatch it from me this time, are you?" Lu Donglai was actually very tempted because he also wanted to buy a 100-year-old ginseng for his collection. So, he looked at Su Feng and said, "Mr. Su, how many 100-year-old ginsengs do you have left? If you have any extra, please sell me another one." "Okay, wait a moment." So Su Feng went upstairs again, and when he came down, he held 200-year-old ginsengs in his hands. Let's calculate them at 10 million each. For a moment, Mr. Zhou's smile became extremely bright. Thank you very much, my friend. So, when I refine the pills, I will give you 2 more. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, Su Feng said with a smile. "You're welcome, that's what I should do." Afterwards, Mr. Zhou asked Su Feng for his bank account number and transferred 10 million yuan to him without hesitation. Lu Donglai then gave him another 20 million. At the same time, when leaving, he once again expressed his gratitude to Su Feng.
Chapter 117 A Long and Heir Who Part 3.
In the Yi family, in an intensive care unit built in a manor, a thin old man was lying on the snow-white hospital bed. At the same time, an old man with a sage-like appearance was giving him acupuncture. There were 2 women and 1 man standing in the ward. The man was tall and majestic, probably in his early 50s, and at this moment there was a deep sadness between his brows.
One of the women looked to be only in her 40s. She had an elegant temperament and charming looks.
It was obvious that she was a great beauty when she was young.
The other woman was only in her 20s. She was beautiful and had a good temperament.
She looked about 70% similar to a middle-aged woman. At this moment, she was looking at the old man on the hospital bed with a worried look on her face.
More than 20 minutes later. The treatment is over. The middle-aged man asked in a low voice, "Divine Dr. Yu, how is my father?"
"Why?" Dr. Yu sighed softly, "Mr. Yi, I have tried my best. Mr. Yi can only hold on for 3 months at most. As I said before, unless I can find 100-year-old ginseng, I can use special means to extend Mr. Yi's life for 2 years." Yi Jigua said in a deep voice, "I will find the 100-year-old ginseng as soon as possible.
After I find the ginseng, I will continue to trouble Dr. Yu.
As soon as possible, preferably within 10 days. Dr. Yu reminded, if it's more than 10 days, even if I find 100-year-old ginseng, it won't be of much use. After all, Mr. Yi's physiological functions are declining too quickly. I can only lock his vitality through acupuncture, but it won't last long. Then I'll try my best." Yi Jigua smiled bitterly. Although his Yi family was a powerful family and didn't seem to have much wealth, there were many people who would come to give money to them if they wanted it. But it was different with the 100-year-old ginseng. Even though his Yi family was very powerful, it was very difficult to get it.
Now, he has been making the statement for a week.
It is true that many people have sent ginseng to people's homes, but none of them could live up to 100 years. After sending Dr. Yu to rest, the beautiful middle-aged woman comforted him softly, "Jigua, don't be too sad. The old man is lucky. We will definitely find 100-year-old ginseng within 10 days.
I hope so."
Yi Jigua sighed. The old man was the pillar of the Yi family. If he left at this time, it would have an unimaginable impact on the Yi family. He was originally going to take another step forward this year, but if the old man passed away, he probably wouldn't be able to take this step forward. "Dad, I heard that there is a rich man in the northeast who may have 100-year-old ginseng. Why don't I fly to the northeast?" At this time, Yi Qingqing spoke. She also knew how important her grandfather was to the Yi family. Moreover, she had a very good relationship with her grandfather and did not want to see the old man leave.
Yi Jigua nodded, "Then go ahead.
If there really is 100-year-old ginseng, no matter what conditions the other party puts forward, we can temporarily agree to it."
"Okay, Dad, I'll leave right away."
Yi Qingqing nodded solemnly.
Just at this moment,
Yi Jigua's secretary came with a happy face. "Boss, good news, Lu Donglai from Shengqing Group just called and said that he has 100-year-old ginseng, and he is on his way."
Upon hearing this, Yi Jigua's family of 3 were overjoyed. Half an hour later, led by the servants, Lu Donglai came into the manor.
When he saw Yi Jigua coming to greet him with his wife and daughter, he couldn't help but be inspired.
He quickly stepped forward and greeted them respectfully.
"Mr. Lu, now is not the time for small talk. Where is the 100-year-old ginseng?"
Yi Jigua asked anxiously.
"Boss Yi, this is the 100-year-old ginseng you requested. I was worried that one would not be enough, so I brought 2.
Lu Donglai quickly took out the brocade box he was carrying and opened it.
200-year-old ginsengs were lying inside.
"That's great, go and get Dr. Yu here."
Yi Jigua suppressed his inner excitement and gave the order, feeling a little confused and surprised.
Wasn't it said that 100-year-old ginseng was extremely rare? How could Lu Donglai get 2 at once? It seemed that Lu Donglai was even more powerful than imagined.
Afterwards, Yi Jigua invited Lu Donglai into the living room to drink tea and wait.
About 10 minutes passed. Dr. Yu was invited.
When his eyes fell on the 200-year-old ginsengs, he couldn't take his eyes off them. Then, he excitedly picked up one of them and looked at it. After looking at it for a while, he brought it to his nose and sniffed it, then nodded with satisfaction. "It's perfect in appearance, full of medicinal power, and it's more than 100 years old, about 130 years old.
It's definitely a top-quality ginseng. Mr. Yi can be saved." That's really great.
Yi Zhigua stood up excitedly. Dr. Yu, when will it start?
Dr. Yu waved his hand and said, no hurry.
I need to adjust myself and get my mental state to the best before I can do it. Also, Mr. Yi, you found 200-year-old ginsengs. I originally only had an 80% chance of success, but now I have a 99% chance.
Thank you, Dr. Yi.
Yi Zhigua said gratefully, and then said to Lu Donglai, thank you Mr. Lu for finding 200-year-old ginsengs.
We will talk in detail after treating the old man. Boss Yi, you're too polite.
Lu Donglai said hurriedly, especially when he heard that Yi Zhigua wanted to meet him alone, he was overjoyed. Once he has managed to curry favor with Yi Zhigua, and with the presence of Su Feng, the master of Huajin, if the Brotherhood dares to attack him again, they will have to consider the consequences.
Now. Jiangnan, inside a private club. Lu Hao is playing golf.
Suddenly, Lao Qi arrived. Lu Hao handed the golf club to the caddy next to him, and then led Lao Qi to the rest area next to him.
Tell me, what's the matter?
The seventh brother said, second brother, I just got the news that Lu Donglai sold 10% of the shares of Shangqing Group to Su Feng.
What does this old man want to do? Lu Hao's eyes turned cold instantly.
Lao Qi said, I guess this kid is unwilling to be slaughtered like a pig by us, so he dragged Su Feng into the game to fight against us. A pig dares to rebel against his own fate.
What a joke! Lu Hao revealed an expression of extreme disdain and contempt. So, second brother, what should we do next? What you think? Lu Hao looked at Lao Qi and asked.
The seventh elder said calmly, he is just a newly promoted Huajin, nothing to be afraid of, but the nourishing fluid under his name is still good, why not take him in as a dog and let him work hard for us? Lu Hao pondered and said, then you take along an arrow to the East China Sea to subdue Su Feng. After you've dealt with Su Feng, you can deal with that bastard Lu Donglai.
The seventh brother laughed and said, second brother, isn't it a bit of an overreaction to ask along an heir who to go out together?
Lu Hao smiled and said, it's true that we are making a fuss over nothing, but if Su Feng escapes, it will cause us a lot of trouble, so we have to make sure that nothing goes wrong.
Second brother is really thoughtful. I will contact Aaron and Arrow right now. Old Seven nodded.
Both Along and Arrow are tough guys who came back from the battlefield.
Along is in the late stage of Huajin while Arrow is in the middle stage of Huajin.
It would be easy for either of them to deal with someone in the early stage of Huajin.
The other side. Inside the villa. Su Feng was having dinner with Sun Lin.
He had no idea that two more Huajins were already on their way to attack.
Chapter 118, Dark Night Attack and Decisive Killing.
Late at night, because the US stock market is closed today. So, Su Feng was sleeping soundly with Sun Lin in his arms.
Sudden.
He opened his eyes from a deep sleep, and the spiritual awareness in his mind quickly spread. He found two agile figures easily crossed the wall of the villa and appeared in the villa.
A thief broke in.
Su Feng thought about it subconsciously, but immediately realized that these two people could not be thieves. How could a thief have such good skills? The villa wall was more than 4 meters high, and the two men climbed over the wall so easily, so they must be warriors. As he expected, after entering the yard, the two men rushed into the villa hall at an extremely fast speed. He stopped in the villa lobby to sense the situation, then went straight to the second floor.
Soon, the two of them arrived outside Su Feng's bedroom.
One of them laughed in a low voice, he is a Huajin warrior, but his vigilance is too low.
We have already touched his door but he didn't notice it. He's just a new Huajin.
If he can easily detect our infiltration, then wouldn't we have wasted all those years of training on the battlefield?
Another person responded with a chuckle.
But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt as if someone had hit him hard on the head with a hammer. His vision went dark and he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Along's face changed drastically. He ignored Arrow who fell to the ground, but looked around vigilantly. Then he also let out a muffled groan. Then everything went dark before his eyes and he fell limply to the ground. At this time, the bedroom door opened.
Su Feng walked out of the bedroom. He picked up one person in each hand and went to the basement.
After he waited patiently for more than 10 minutes, Aaron, who was the second person knocked unconscious by his spiritual sense, woke up first. The moment he opened his eyes, a dagger turned into a cold light and shot out from his hand, piercing Su Feng's heart. At the same time, his body jumped up on the spot and rushed towards Su Feng with a gust of evil wind. I have to say that the opponent's combat awareness is very strong, but it's useless.
Bang! The figure flew backwards. It fell heavily on the wall.
At this moment, Arrow also woke up, and like a long, he attacked Su Feng the moment he woke up. Then, like a long, he was kicked out by Su Feng and hit the wall heavily. At this time, Su Feng, who was sitting on the chair, slowly stood up and looked at the two of them jokingly. "Tell me, who sent you here?" "Kill." The two men shouted loudly, with murderous intent on their faces, and cooperated tacitly to attack Su Feng again.
It seems I went too easy.
Su Feng's eyes turned cold, and then his right arm turned into a residual image. He punched the two men in the chest almost at the same time. With the sound of bones breaking, the two men flew backwards several meters again, with blood flowing out of their mouths and noses. The two men struggled to get up, staring at Su Feng with fierceness, unyielding spirit, and a bit of confusion in their eyes. Wasn't it said that he had just broken through to the level of Hua Jin? How could he be so strong? Looking at the two people in front of him, even if they had several broken ribs and their internal organs were damaged, they would not surrender because they had experienced many life and death situations on the battlefield. Kill. The two of them once again cooperated to attack Su Feng, like moths to a flame.
In an instant, the two men's bodies were knocked flying again.
This time, they were unable to get up immediately, but the scene of them struggling to get up moved Su Feng somewhat. But then, there was a murderous look in his eyes. Because these two people are so resilient, even after suffering such serious injuries, they are still unwilling to give up.
And such people will most likely not betray the people behind them. Die. The spiritual consciousness split into two, turning into two invisible daggers, stabbing fiercely into their minds.
They were still struggling to get up, but suddenly they became motionless, their aura quickly disappeared, and they turned into two corpses.
With a wave of hand,
Su Feng put the bodies of the two people and the blood on the ground into the storage ring and waited for the right time to deal with them.
After a while, Su Feng returned to the second floor. But he didn't go back to the bedroom. Instead, he came to the study. Both of them are Hua Jin warriors.
Apart from him, there is no one else in the entire East China Sea who has the power of transformation. This shows that these two Hua Jin are outsiders.
However, there are not many forces that can send out two Hua Jin.
The only one that has had grudges recently is the Brotherhood.
Therefore, these two Hua Jin were most likely sent by the Brotherhood,
since the other party dared to send someone to assassinate him.
So, should he also fight back?
But before that, Meng Jinlan only provided general information about the Brotherhood.
Therefore, Su Feng didn't know where Luhao was. My head hurts, Su Feng said. Suddenly, he had an idea. If these two Hua Jins have not returned yet, will someone sneak into Yuding Beijing to find out the situation? Think of this. Su Feng cheered up. He quietly left the villa and released his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings.
Then he found a stalled car in the villa area. There was a driver in the car, and his eyes kept looking at number 65.
Good luck.
Su Feng smiled. He did not arrest the driver.
Instead, he quietly hid in the dark and waited. Time passes slowly. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The driver's face showed anxiety and uneasiness.
He forced himself to remain calm and waited for another 10 minutes, then decisively started the car and left Yuding Beijing. Su Feng locked onto the other person with his spiritual sense, and then followed him slowly. The driver drove around the city for more than an hour, changed a car, and drove into an upscale residential area. Then we came to a commercial building in a certain building.
Where are Brother Long and Brother Hu? Lao Chi looked at the driver and asked.
The driver said in panic, "Seventh Master, I waited outside for Lord Long and Lord Tiger for nearly an hour, but I never saw them come out, so I went around in circles to see you."
Impossible.
Lao Chi's face changed drastically. Su Feng is only in the early stage of Hua Jin. How could Brother Long and Brother Hu get into trouble? Thinking of this, he immediately took out his cell phone and called Aaron.
The call didn't go through. Then he continued to call Arrow. Still not connected. Let's go, leave the East China Sea overnight, Lao Chi said with a gloomy face.
But at this moment, the people in the room groaned and fell to the ground one after another.
See this scene. Lao Chi immediately took out a pistol and loaded it.
Then he also let out a groan and fell to the ground. The door was opened by an invisible hand.
Then a man stepped into the room.
Guan Ming didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up, he found a man sitting in front of him playing with the pistol that should have belonged to him.
Su Feng.
When he saw this person, Guan Ming immediately recognized who the other person was.
Tell me Lu Hao's location and I'll spare your life, how about that?
Su Feng said with a smile. Looking at Su Feng's smile, Guan Ming felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet and instantly spread throughout his body.
He and his second brother had underestimated Su Feng.
They originally thought that he was just a martial artist who had just entered the stage of Huajin. They never expected that his strength was beyond their imagination. If he guessed correctly, both the Long and Era had fallen into each other's hands.
Guan Ming's mind raced, and he tried to force out a smile and said, Mr. Su, this incident was a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to kill you. We just wanted to invite you to join us. Is it useful to say this now?
Su Feng said calmly, I have already killed those two people, two masters of Huajin.
Even if you say you don't bear grudges, I don't believe it, don't you think so? Yes. Guan Ming smiled bitterly.
There were only 3 people in their brotherhood who had reached the state of Huajin, and Su Feng killed 2 of them in one go. This was a huge grudge that could not be resolved with just a few words.
Just kill me. Guan Ming closed his eyes in despair. Even ants try to survive, are you so eager to die?
Su Feng said with a chuckle.
Chapter 119, Run Away. Will you let me go if I don't betray my second brother?
Guan Ming suddenly opened his eyes and said sarcastically.
Of course not. Su Feng was not angry, but you can choose to betray him, he dies and you live, isn't that good? Guan Ming roared, all right, you don't have to tempt me anymore. I will never betray my second brother. Come on, kill me. Well, I'll help you.
Su Feng nodded, ended the other person's life with his spiritual sense, and then put the bodies of the others into the storage ring. After cleaning up all traces at the scene, he left quietly.
Back at number 65 Yuding, Su Feng drank coffee while thinking about how to deal with Lu Hao. It's easy to kill the other person. But the difficulty is that he doesn't know where the other party is. So, should we set up our own intelligence organization?
Su Feng thought to himself.
But how should this intelligence organization be established? How about deepening cooperation with Meng Jinlun? But after thinking about it, he shook his head. He didn't know enough about Meng Jinlun's background, and he couldn't completely trust her. How about using your beauty trick?
However, Su Feng immediately rejected it because the success rate of this plan was not high.
A woman like Meng Jinlun would not easily fall for his beauty trap.
Forget it, no need to think so much, just take it slow. Since he possessed a powerful weapon, his spiritual consciousness, and was also a Dan Jin warrior, he could completely counter Lu Hao's moves and kill him in one fell swoop after finding his flaw.
At this moment, America. CG Capital. Henry knocked on the door and entered Frank's office. Frank, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Frank, good news. Henry said, the good news is that there is no capital team behind that account. The bad news is that the account is completely controlled and operated by Su Feng alone. Impossible.
Frank didn't believe the results of the investigation because Su Feng was operating on multiple fronts, operating at least 3 stocks at a time, and at most, even 7. A top trader will make mistakes when trading so many stocks at once. But under their suppression, Su Feng could not operate without any mistakes, and he was able to fight with them during this period.
How could a person be so evil? Henry said, it's hard for me to believe it, but it's true. Frank was silent for a while, then asked curiously, who is this Su Feng? Henry said with a strange look, you may not believe it, but before speculating in US stocks, Su Feng was just a programmer. He was a rookie in the industry, but he seemed to have a pair of divine eyes, able to see the trends of all stocks clearly, and perfectly avoid all disadvantages so as to withdraw in advance. Is it possible to invite him to our company? Frank asked. It's unlikely.
The funds in his account now have reached more than 1.4 billion US dollars, which is higher than our net worth.
Why would he work for the company? Henry shook his head. In addition to money, don't forget that we can also give him reputation.
Frank said thoughtfully, if he really has a pair of magical eyes, we can definitely make him the next world stock god.
Maybe we can try, but it's unlikely. Henry shrugged. But before that, we still have to try to snipe him. A gleam of fighting spirit flashed in Frank's eyes. He's so cunning, how can we snipe him? Henry was speechless. We'll operate behind him.
Frank showed a smug smile, I have already monitored his account.
We will do whatever he does. As long as we reduce his profits, we will achieve our sniping goal. You are really cunning.
Henry said with a click of his tongue. Although this method was a bit against the rules, it was indeed a good idea.
That night, US stocks open. Su Feng walked slowly to the computer.
After logging into the US stock market, he began to screen target stocks suitable for short-term operations.
After some screening,
he selected 3 stocks. So he decisively bought one of the stocks and then started shorting the 2 stocks. Soon, he discovered that the stock he bought did not rise after 3 minutes as predicted, but started to rise directly. Later, he discovered that the share prices of the 2 stocks he shorted had begun to fall wildly.
So he started predicting again. I found that the predicted trend is completely different from what I just saw. After careful inspection,
then he realized that someone was following him and operating the system.
Fuck. My stock account is being monitored. Su Feng thought of a possibility? Will it be official?
Su Feng thought to himself that after all, he had made a lot of money in the past 20 days. In just 21 days, he had made nearly $1.4 billion US dollars. It is entirely possible to be targeted by the US officials. During this period, he also made up for some knowledge of US stocks. If his account is suspected of violating regulations or engaging in insider trading, it may be frozen at any time.
Now, there is another follow-up operation. Moreover, those follow-up operations are really fucking cruel.
He invested only tens of millions of dollars in the 3 stocks, while those who followed the trend invested hundreds of millions.
How about quitting early? Su Feng said secretly. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Su Feng quickly closed his position.
Because of the big capital following suit, even if he closed his positions early, these 3 stocks still brought him a profit of $5 million US dollars.
System, transfer all the money in the account back to the domestic bank.
Su Feng instructed the system that if he operated it himself, the money might not be transferred.
Soon, the total amount of $1.453 billion US dollars in the account was transferred back to his bank account.
100 million of it is the principal, and the remaining $1.353 billion US dollars is profit.
After transferring the money, Su Feng decisively cancelled the account. CG Capital. Seeing Su Feng decisively cancel the account and leave, Frank and Henry were dumbfounded. Shit, this Chinese guy is so hateful. Frank couldn't help but complain. The other side. Su Feng was not reconciled to the unexpected withdrawal from US stocks, because his prediction ability could last until the end of the month. Even if you only make 90 million a day, there will still be 700 to 800 million US dollars in revenue. It's really hard to give up like this. Suddenly, his heart moved.
He can simply disperse the funds into multiple accounts and then guide the traders in the operations.
Think of this.
Su Feng picked up the phone and dialed Lu Donglai's number. After the call was connected, Su Feng asked Lu Donglai to help him get a batch of US stock accounts and then find a few experienced traders. Lu Donglai readily agreed to Su Feng's request. After all, this is not a difficult task for him, and he promises to help him get it done tomorrow.
Thanks to Lu Donglai.
Su Feng hung up the phone, left the study and went to the bedroom next door.
Honey, you're not going to trade US stocks tonight?
Sun Lin, who was watching TV series on the bed, asked curiously. There was a small accident.
We can't work tonight. Su Feng said. So you didn't lose money, right?
Sun Lin asked worriedly.
No, I only made 5 million. Said Su Feng. As long as I didn't lose money.
Sun Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Then my husband won't work tonight, does that mean?
Chapter 120 Ying, how did you celebrate your birthday? It has to be said that Lu Donglai has a very wide network of contacts. It was a little after 10 the next morning.
Su Feng then received a call from him, informing him that he had obtained 50 problem-free US stock accounts and 6 senior traders as per his requirements.
They even found a trading room for him.
However, he was involved in something and couldn't take him there in person, so he arranged for Lu Qingyi to take him to make the handover. More than 10 minutes later,
Su Feng and Lu Qingyi met up on the roadside. After a brief chat, we continued on our way. After driving for another few dozen minutes, we arrived at the halfway point of Dongsong Mountain. Dongsong Mountain is located in the northern suburbs of Donghai City.
It is one of the famous attractions in Donghai. It is more than 500 meters above sea level. The scenery on the mountain is pleasant and the sea can be observed. There is also a hot spring resort hotel and temples on the top of the mountain.
Their destination today is a detached villa built halfway up the mountain. This single-family villa covers a large area of more than 3,000 square meters. Backed by Dongseong Mountain and facing the sea, it has a very broad view. Living here, you can see the sun rising from the sea every day. When they arrived at the gate of the villa, Lu Qingyi honked the horn and the gate slowly opened. 2 cars followed. After getting off the bus, a middle-aged man came up with a man and a woman. With a smile on his face, he said, "Hello, Mr. Lu." "Hello, Mr. In." Lu Qingyi nodded at the other party calmly. Then he pointed at Su Feng and introduced him. "Bossin, this is Boss Su Feng. He is the major shareholder of our Shangcheng group. His shares are second only to my father. He is the one who wants to rent your trading room." The other party shifted his gaze to Su Feng and said with a smile as bright as ever, "I've heard a lot about you. Mr. Su is really young and promising. My name is In Ziming. If you don't mind, just call me Olden." "Mr. In, you're welcome." Su Feng responded politely. Afterwards, under the guidance of In Ziming, they entered the villa hall. Someone had already prepared tea and snacks. After everyone sat down in the living room, In Ziming invited him and Lu Qingyi to have tea, and asked about Lu Donglai's situation. Lu Qingyi also responded appropriately. After chatting for a while, In Ziming took the initiative to take the 2 of them to the trading room on the 2nd floor to watch. After entering the trading room, Su Feng was still a little surprised. This trading room is large and luxurious, with 32 high-configuration computers installed inside. In addition, there is also a coffee shop, lounge, restaurant, toilet, etc. At the same time, In Ziming also introduced that the networks here are all installed as dedicated lines, which can ensure high-speed and smooth network speeds. Wireless signal blockers are also installed to prevent anyone from leaking information. After introducing the entire trading room, In Ziming sighed and said helplessly, "This trading room was actually built for my disappointing son. He is a master of economics from the United States. After he returned to China, he said that the US stock market has great potential. With what he learned in the United States, he will definitely be able to make a lot of dollars. So, I helped him build this trading room here and gave him 500 million in cash to trade US stocks. As a result, in less than 3 months, he almost lost all the 500 million. So where is your son now?" Lu Qingyi couldn't help laughing and asked, "He lost 500 million out of 300 million, he is really a talent." Su Feng also secretly suppressed his smile. It turned out that what the future said was very correct. We are not afraid of the second generation of rich people squandering their wealth, but we are afraid of them starting their own businesses. And Ziming said, "After that brat failed in the US stock market, he wanted to ask me for 100 million to start a business. How could I dare to agree? I had to let him stay at home and wait for death. It is President Lu who will train his children. If my son is half as good as President Lu, I will be very lucky. Mr. In, let's talk about how to rent out the trading room." Su Feng didn't want to waste too much time, so after In Ziming finished speaking, he immediately asked, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Su, I was nagging." And Ziming quickly apologized. "Boss Lu and I are still somewhat close friends." Boss Su was introduced by Boss Lu. "So you can use this trading room as you like, for as long as you want." Su Feng waved his hand and said, "No, I'm very satisfied with this place. I'll settle the bill as it is. If you don't charge me, I won't be able to use it." "How long does Mr. Su want to use it?" And Ziming asked. 10 days will do." And Ziming waved his hand and said, "That's 10,000 a day. Boss Su can just give 100,000. Not only this trading room, but the whole villa will be yours to use. Isn't this price too low? How about 30,000 a day?" This villa is a scenic villa, and the interior decoration of the villa is also very luxurious, so it is really not expensive for Su Feng to return the 30,000 yuan. 30,000 is too much. I can't explain to Mr. Lu that it's so expensive. How about a compromise price of 20,000 per day? What do you think, Mr. Su? And Ziming said with a smile. Su Feng hesitated slightly and nodded. "Okay, let's calculate it based on 20,000. Please give me an account number, Mr. In, and I will transfer the rent to you." After renting the villa, and Ziming exchanged a few more pleasantries and then left with his people. However, he left the nanny and the cook in the villa and said that Su Feng could order them to do anything he wanted in the future. At this time, Lu Qingyi took out his cell phone, dialed a number and said, "Old Song, bring someone over. I'll send you the address." After ending the call, Lu Qingyi sent the address here to the person she called Lao Song on WeChat. Then, in less than 20 minutes, A Mercedes-Benz sedan and a Mercedes-Benz business car arrived at the villa.
Soon, a group of people got out of the car. They were all dressed in suits, and the leader was a smart man in his 30s wearing a gray suit.
Old Song, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su Feng.
You will be working under him for the next 10 days.
Lu Qingyi pointed at Su Feng and introduced him.
Then, she pointed at the spirited man and said, Su Feng, this is Song Jianli, a senior trader.
He will lead the team this time.
At this time, Song Jianli took a step forward, bowed slightly, and said, Hello, President Su, for the next period of time, I will be your soldier and will resolutely obey your orders.
Okay then, let's go in and talk. Su Feng was very satisfied with Song Jianli's performance. He was neither rebellious nor questioning.
So he led a group of people into the villa hall and sat down, and then arranged for the nanny to make coffee and tea.
Tell me how you charge. After the tea and coffee were served, Su Feng asked Song Jianli. Mr. Su, you don't have to pay. Mr. Lu has already paid.
Song Jiqing said hurriedly. Qingyi, ask your father how much money he paid, and I will transfer it to him.
Su Feng turned his head and looked at Lu Qingyi. I don't know, why don't you ask my dad yourself? Lu Qingyi chuckled.
She knew that her father helped pay the money in order to win over Su Feng.
Well, I'll talk to your dad then.
Su Feng said helplessly.
Mr. Su, can we go and see the trading room? Song Jiqing asked at this time. Of course, come with me.
So Su Feng led Song Jianli and his group of 6 people upstairs.
At the same time,
Donghai Art School, inside the tiered classroom.
The teacher is giving a lecture at the podium, but not many people are listening below the stage.
Most of them are listening to music, reading novels, chatting, etc. In the middle row, Su Miaomiao whispered to Xin Shuiying beside her, Ying, I remember your birthday is coming soon, where are you going to celebrate it this year? Upon hearing this, Xin Shuiying was slightly stunned. In previous years, she didn't have to worry about her birthday at all, as her ex-boyfriend Yang Han took care of everything.
But now, she has broken up with Yang Han, so should she still celebrate her birthday? Chapter 121 It should be done with glory.
Forget it, I won't celebrate my birthday this year.
I celebrate it every year anyway, so it's just like that.
Xin Shuiying pretended to be nonchalant, but her expression was a little depressed. After all, she and Yang Han had been childhood sweethearts for many years. She seems not to care about the breakup, but in fact, she cares a lot deep down. Especially without Yang Han's daily courtesy, she felt quite uncomfortable.
Is it because of Yang Han? Su Miaomiao asked in a low voice. How could it be because of him? I have broken up with him.
The proud girl would not allow herself to be mistakenly believed to be affected by a broken heart. Besides, the girl Yang Han cheated with was inferior to her in every aspect.
It was Yang Han who should regret it, not her.
Since it's not because of Yang Han, you should celebrate your birthday, and make it grand so that guy will regret it.
Su Miaomiao instigated.
At the same time, she was thinking that on Xin Shuiying's birthday, she would call Brother Feng as well. Maybe she could take advantage of the opportunity and win Xin Shuiying over. She was full of gratitude towards Su Feng, but she had no way to repay him. After knowing that he liked beautiful women, she wanted to match Su Feng and Xin Shuiying. Xin Shuiying's eyes lit up and she nodded subconsciously, You are right, I want to hold a birthday party, and I want to hold it in a grand manner, but Miaomiao, I don't know what to do.
Su Miaomiao said, It's easy.
Rent a villa to hold a party, hire a team of chefs to cook top-notch food, and finally rent a few luxury cars to pick you up from school. I guarantee you'll be on the headlines that day, and let Yang Han see that even without him, you're living a more prosperous life than before.
Yang Han is a second-generation rich, but Su Miaomiao has already found out that his family's assets are only worth over 100 million.
In the eyes of ordinary people, he is indeed a second-generation rich, but in the eyes of real rich people, he is nothing at all, let alone compared with Su Feng. As for Xin Shuiying's family, although it was wealthier than hers, it was just a middle-class family. So, when she heard Su Miaomiao suggest that she rent a villa and a luxury car, she became hesitant, because according to what Su Miaomiao said, this birthday party would probably cost hundreds of thousands. Although her parents gave her a lot of living expenses, it was only 10,000 yuan a month.
In addition, she spent money lavishly and had no habit of saving money.
Therefore, she simply couldn't afford to spend so much money to organize a birthday party worth hundreds of thousands. But after hearing the second half of Su Miaomiao's words, she felt a little unwilling, because she also wanted Yang Han to see that she was living a more prosperous life after the breakup.
Miaomiao, what you said will cost a lot of money, right? It does cost a lot of money.
Su Miaomio said, yeah, and I recently signed a contract with an entertainment company, and each of us received a signing fee of 100,000.
If you really want to do it, we can lend you the money. Moreover, I also know a friend who can help you rent a villa and a luxury car at a low price. Hearing this, Shin Shuiying couldn't help but be very excited. Will this not be too much trouble for your friend?
Seeing this, Su Miaomio knew that Shin Shuiying was already attracted, and couldn't help but explain, my friend is very good, and it was he who recommended Yaya and I to join the entertainment company.
Otherwise, how could newbies like us get the signing fee? And you are so beautiful, that guy must be very happy to help. Then I'll think about it.
Shin Shuiying said hesitantly that although Miaomio and Yaya were willing to lend money, the borrowed money had to be repaid.
What is there to consider? Do you want Yang Han to look down on you? Su Miaomio tempted.
Hearing this, Shin Shuiying's face changed slightly. She was silent for a while and nodded, I'll do it, but Miaomio, you and Yaya must help me.
Don't worry, we are good sisters in the same dormitory. How can we not help you?
Besides, if you are looked down upon by others, our dormitory will also be looked down upon.
Miaomio said seriously. Miaomio, you are so nice.
Shin Shuiying said gratefully. She used to look down on Su Miaomio, but now, she thinks Su Miaomio is not bad. Su Miaomio secretly laughed in her heart, and at the same time she felt somewhat benefited. Now you know I'm fine, don't worry, after school, I will go find that friend and help you get the villa and luxury car.
The other side. Dongsong Mountain, in a villa halfway up the mountain. Su Feng has completed the account allocation. Lu Donglai helped Su Feng get 50 US stock accounts.
After checking the levels of the 6 traders, Su Feng handed over 5 accounts to Song Jianli to operate, and the other 5 traders each operated 3 accounts.
He is ready to challenge his limits and operate 10 accounts. Even so, there are still 20 accounts left. However, Su Feng did not think it was redundant. In case their 30 accounts were targeted, the remaining 20 accounts could be replaced at any time. Within 30 accounts, 20 million US dollars were transferred into each account. 30 accounts equals 600 million US dollars. This also allowed Song Jianli and the 5 traders to see Su Feng's strong financial resources, and they became more respectful and awed by him. As for questioning Su Feng, that is impossible. They are all paid to work and just need to follow the orders of their employers. Whether they gain or lose has nothing to do with them. To question Su Feng, you must have very low EQ. Okay, that's all for today. When this operation is over, I will give out another bonus based on your performance. Thank you, Mr. Su. Song Jiqing took the lead and shouted. Su Feng raised his hand and said, also, there are chefs and nannies in the villa. You can ask the chef to make whatever you want to eat. You can also wander around the villa as you like, but try not to leave the villa. Is that okay? It's okay, Mr. Su. Don't worry, we will not contact the outside world during work. Song Jiqing assured. Okay, that's it. Try to stay alert and we'll officially start work tonight. Just at this moment, Su Feng's phone rang. So he took his cell phone to the lounge and answered Su Miaomio's call. Miaomio, what's the matter? Su Miaomio, brother phone, we haven't seen each other for so many days, don't you miss me and Yaya? Su Feng, of course I do. Isn't it that the company is training you and doesn't want to disturb you? Miao, brother phone, I've been thinking about it too. Are you free tonight? I have something good to tell you. Su Feng, are you pregnant? Miao, hate it, that's not it, just ask if you are free. Su Feng, I'm free. Miao, great, I'll go book a restaurant first and send you the address after I've booked it. Su Feng, sure. In the evening, at a Chinese restaurant called Zai Weichuan near Donghai Art School, Su Miao booked a private room on the 2nd floor. As soon as Su Feng pushed the door open, her eyes lit up. After not seeing each other for a few days, the sisters Miao and Yaya seemed to have changed a lot. Brother Feng. Both women stood up and came forward, hugging his arms on the left and right. The 3 of them stayed together for a while, and then Miao went to call the waiter to serve the food. While eating, Miao said, Brother Feng, do you still remember Shin Shuiying whom I told you about? Su Feng nodded, remember, your roommate, the one who just broke up with her boyfriend. It seems that Brother Feng is really impressed by beautiful women. Miao joked. I haven't even met her, so I don't have a deep impression of her. I just have a good memory. Su Feng was speechless and said, why did you mention her? Is your reason for looking for me related to her? Chapter 122. Meow Meow finds a girlfriend for Su Feng. Yes, it is indeed related to her. Meow Meow smiled and explained, it's like this, Brother Feng. Xin Shuiying's birthday is in a few days. I advised her to have a big birthday party, rent a villa for the party, and then rent a luxury car to pick her up from our school. It would be best if we could hire a team of chefs to prepare delicious food. But it's difficult for us to rent a villa, a luxury car, and hire a team of chefs, so I want to ask Brother Feng for help. Then, you can also come to her birthday party. You have helped her so much, which will definitely help us get closer, and it will be easier to pursue her in the future. Hearing Meow Meow's words, Su Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and knocked her head. You are just worrying about nothing, I don't need you to help me chase women. Meow Meow retorted, Brother Feng, the main reason is that Xin Shuiying is too beautiful. It would be a pity if she was chased away by someone else. It is better to keep her in the family and let her become your woman, Brother Feng. Okay, don't worry about my affairs in the future. Su Feng's face darkened slightly. Noticing Su Feng's dissatisfaction, Meow Meow immediately apologized, Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken the initiative. Okay, I won't blame you this time, but it won't happen again. Su Feng reached out and touched Meow Meow's head. Also, since you promised to help people rent villas, luxury cars, and a team of chefs, I can't let you go back on your word. I can help you with all these. Thank you, Brother Feng, you are so nice. Let us eat. After dinner, Meow Meow asked, Brother Feng, are you going to trade US stocks tonight? Su Feng nodded. So Brother Feng, do you want to go to the hotel or Mingyue community? Let's go to Mingyue community. So, the three of them drove to Mingyue community. Knowing that Su Feng had to trade US stocks at night, in order to help Su Feng save time, they went to Meow Meow's house together. A little after 9. Su Feng drove to the villa halfway up the mountain in Dongsong Mountain. Song Jianli's 6 traders are already on standby in the trading room. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, you are here. Seeing Su Feng coming, Song Jianli and others stood up to greet him. Everyone, don't be so polite. After all, we will be together for a while. Su Feng raised his hand and pressed it down, motioning for everyone to sit down. Okay, Mr. Su. Everyone responded and took their seats. Su Feng came to his seat, turned on his computer, and logged into the US stock market. Start looking for stocks suitable for short-term operations. A few minutes later, Su Feng said, Old Song, record these 5 stocks, NXBI, ALC.US, Guild.US, MCD, and PEP. Afterwards, Su Feng gave detailed instructions to Song Jiqing, telling him when to buy and when to sell. Next, Su Feng followed the same method and asked the other 5 traders to record the 3 stocks and also explain when to buy and sell, or when to short and sell. Regarding Su Feng's request, Song Jiqing and others all looked a little strange. However, Lu Donglai had told them in advance that they should do everything according to Su Feng's instructions. So, although they felt weird, it was okay. Seeing this, Su Feng was quite satisfied. Afterwards, he also selected more than 10 stocks for himself for short-term operations. Soon, the US stock market is open. Song Jianli's 6 traders began to buy or short according to Su Feng's instructions. The only sounds in the trading room besides the typing of keyboards and everyone's breathing. In a blink of an eye, 2 minutes passed. Song Jiqing, who had been staring at the screen, found that the price of one of the 2 stocks he bought had started to rise. And the rate of increase is quite fast. In just 5 minutes, it rose 5 points. He bought this stock for $20 million as required by Su Feng. The stock rose by 5 points and he made a direct profit of $1 million. He then quickly checked the other 4 stocks. The price of the other stock he bought did not fluctuate much, but the price of the other 3 stocks he shorted were all falling. For a moment, he couldn't help but glance at Su Feng. How can he see so accurately? Then he looked at the other 5 traders. Judging from their shocked expressions, the accounts they operated should have all made profits. 3 hours passed in a flash. Song Jiqing has carried out several operations in succession according to Su Feng's requirements. The original $100 million in funds in the 5 accounts has increased to $125 million, making a full profit of $25 million. But he had no pride at all. Because he did everything according to Su Feng's instructions. For a moment, the way he looked at Su Feng had become extremely respectful, and besides that, there was also a bit of admiration. This seemingly young man had a pair of eyes that could see through the future. Unconsciously, The time came to 4 o'clock in the morning.
This also ends today's work.
Report your earnings.
Su Feng said calmly. Song Jianli said, Mr. Su, the 5 accounts I operate have made a total profit of $53 million tonight. The second trader followed up with an excited report, Mr. Su, my 3 accounts have made a total profit of $38.2 million. Soon after, the third, fourth, fifth and sixth traders reported their profits, all of which exceeded $30 million.
Together with Song Jianli's profits, the 6 traders helped Su Feng earn $212 million.
Su Feng, who directly operated 10 accounts, also made a lot of money, totaling $185 million. In other words, just tonight, they made $397 million, nearly $400 million, from the US stock market. We should have done this a long time ago. Su Feng thought to himself that if he had done the same thing over the past 20 days, the billion US dollars he had earned before would probably have doubled. Recovering his mind, Su Feng said to Song Jianli and the other 6 people, thank you for your hard work tonight.
Old Song, give me a bank account number. Yes, Mr. Su. Song Jicheng predicted what Su Feng was going to do.
After Song Jicheng reported his bank account number, Su Feng directly transferred 2 million yuan over.
These 2 million are your bonuses for tonight. Old Song, you are responsible for distributing them. Thank you, Mr. Su. Song Jianli and the other 6 people expressed their gratitude in unison.
Although they had already received their pay, they still felt jealous and envious when they saw Su Feng earn so much in one night.
But when Su Feng gave them 2 million as a bonus, their jealousy disappeared instantly.
It's getting late, everyone should go to bed early.
If you're hungry, you can go downstairs for a midnight snack. The chef has prepared it.
Su Feng smiled and said that before going to have dinner with Miao Miao and Yaya, Su Feng had told the chef in the villa to start preparing midnight snacks at 3:30 in the morning. Of course, Su Feng would not let him work in vain, so she gave him a red envelope of 10,000 yuan.
Come to a bedroom in the villa. Su Feng simply washed up and lay down on the bed. A thought came to my mind.
The system panel appears. These days, his physique increased by 5 points and his mental strength increased by 3 points, so his physique reached 175 points and his mental strength reached 153 points. After closing the system panel, Su Feng began to fall asleep.
When I woke up, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning of the next day.
There was a missed call on the phone, so Su Feng called Lu Qingyi back. Chapter 123 Lu Hao falls into panic.
The call was connected quickly. Su Feng asked, Qingyi, what are you calling about? Lu Qingyi, I just want to remind you, don't forget the charity auction dinner tonight. Su Feng, thanks for the reminder, I will be there on time tonight.
Lu Qingyi, by the way, I have also prepared a list of people who will appear.
I will send it to you later.
Su Feng, then I'll trouble you.
Lu Qingyi, it's okay, you are also a major shareholder of Shangqing Group. I still work for you.
Lu Qingyi also has shares, but not much, only a few points. At the same time, her mother and brother together hold more than 10 points of shares. However, her mother and brother are currently in the United States. In this regard, Su Feng guessed that this was probably a backup plan left by Lu Donglai for himself.
Shortly after ending the call, Lu Qingyi sent him a file on WeChat. Click download to view it.
Soon, Su Feng finished reading the list. This list records more than 100 people in total, and their identities are introduced. Among them, he also found several acquaintances. For example, neighbors in the same community, Huang Zhigao, the president of Zhengong Group, and 2 other neighbors, Luo Weilin and Meng Jinlun.
In addition, there is Li Yashan, who represents the Li family, the second daughter of the Li family, and Li Yafei, the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family.
In this list, the person with the most weight is not the deputy mayor Min Nansheng, but a woman named Yi Qingcheng who was specially marked.
The other party's identity information was marked as Yi Zhigua's daughter.
When Su Feng saw the name Yi Zhigua, he felt it was familiar.
After a little recollection, he remembered who the other person was.
He had seen reports about him on TV news and in newspapers.
Since Lu Donglai was able to invite Yi Zhigua's daughter to attend the charity auction dinner, does it mean that he has made friends with the Yi family? Suddenly, Su Feng recalled one thing.
It seems that a few months later than this time in the previous life, an old man named Ji passed away.
Could this old man surnamed Ji be Yi Zhigua's elder? If that's the case. So, did Lu Donglai use the 100-year-old ginseng that he bought from him to save the old man named Ji?
After thinking about it for a while, Su Feng felt that this possibility was very high. If he had already been trying to curry favor with the Yi family, he wouldn't be so afraid of the Brotherhood. Thinking of this, Su Feng smiled and said, "Lu Donglai, this old man, is really good at scheming."
Suddenly, Su Feng remembered something. Called Luo Weilin. The call was connected quickly.
Then Luo Weilin's voice came, "Brother Su, congratulations on becoming the major shareholder of Shanshan Group. You must take care of me in the future." Su Feng smiled and said, "Brother, you are also a big shot, so you don't need me to take care of you."
Luo Weilin said modestly, "My ability is nothing. It's far inferior to yours."
After the two of them flattered each other for a few words, Su Feng got down to business and said that he needed to rent a villa for a day, several luxury cars and a team of chefs.
In response, Luo Weilin agreed immediately. Afterwards, Su Feng said that he would let Miao Miao contact him. At the same time, inside a high-end apartment in Jiangnan,
Lu Hao, who had been overworked last night, woke up slowly. He is a very cautious person, although he owns many luxurious villas, manors, etc. But he didn't like living there because the villa was too big. Therefore, he either lives in a hotel club or an apartment.
Moreover, he would not stay in any place for more than 3 days.
After all, his brotherhood was all about robbery and plunder, and over the years, he must have offended countless enemies. It is true that he has a powerful background, but many of his enemies have been forced into a desperate situation and their families have been destroyed.
People who have nothing will not care about his background.
At most, one life will be exchanged for another. He had been assassinated many times over the years, although he had never been injured. But he didn't dare to be careless.
That's how I developed my current habit.
After taking a few sips of the iced coffee handed to him by his assistant, Lu Hao felt much more awake and asked, "Old Seven has been leading people to the East China Sea for 2 days, right?
Has there been any news?" "Master, no."
The life assistant replied respectfully.
Lu Hao frowned immediately.
Based on his understanding of Guan Ming, even if he failed to successfully recapture Su Feng, he would not go without replying to his message for 2 days. Thinking of this, he immediately said to his life assistant, "Call Guan Laoqi."
"Yes."
The life assistant took out his mobile phone and called Guan Ming, but was told that the call could not be connected.
After informing Lu Hao of this situation, Lu Hao's face instantly became extremely gloomy. "Call along an air who?" The assistant did as he was told. "Then I couldn't get through. Damn it, something happened."
Lu Hao's expression changed drastically, but he was a little confused.
Wasn't it just a matter of dealing with an early-stage Huajin? Why did Along and Arrow, who were in the late and middle stages of Huajin, lose?
Thinking of this, he felt a little more panicked. Over the years, he not only amassed wealth like crazy, but also obtained many good things that were useful to warriors, which is how he cultivated 2 trusted warriors, Along and Arrow.
As for the other Huajin, he was the first one to be recruited.
There was no superior-subordinate relationship between them, but at best a cooperative relationship.
He also obeyed his orders selectively. If Aaron and Era failed, it would be a huge blow to him and the entire Brotherhood.
Over the years, he has been eating and taking more than he should, which has long made many people of the same status as him dissatisfied and jealous. However, with Along and Arrow around who obey his orders, those people can only hold back their opinions even if they have any. But if those people knew what happened to Along and Arrow, they would definitely attack him without hesitation.
It is even possible that internal personnel will rebel against him without outsiders taking any action.
In the Brotherhood, everyone is brothers, but in fact, he is the one who has the final say. He gets the lion's share of the benefits many times, and others can only get a small share. But with Along and Arrow around, others dare not object.
But I must be feeling very unhappy.
After all, his good brothers all contributed a lot when the Brotherhood was first founded. After 2 minutes of adjustment, Lu Hao's mind raced, and he told his assistant, "Call Uncle Ling and ask him to come see me." The Uncle Ling he mentioned is an old man from their Lu family. He possesses the strength of the peak of dark energy and also controls a team of warriors.
This team of warriors is responsible for gathering intelligence and assassinations.
Over the years, I have secretly helped him solve a lot of problems.
And Uncle Ling is also loyal to him. Uncle Eagle arrived in less than an hour. "Second Master, what happened?" Uncle Ling asked respectfully. Lu Hao expressed his guess that Along and Arrow were both trapped in the East China Sea. Suddenly, Uncle Ying's face changed slightly, and he consoled him, "Second young master, maybe you are overthinking. Along and Arrow are both masters of Huajin, it's not that easy for them to get into trouble. Maybe they just chased that Su Feng into the deep mountains and old forests. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. That makes sense, but Uncle Ing, I still have to trouble you to go to the East China Sea and find along an arrow as soon as possible. Uncle Ing nodded. Okay, second young master, I will take people to the East China Sea right away. Chapter 124 Miao Miao who refuses to give up. That afternoon, Su Miao Miao hurried back to the dormitory excitedly. He first glanced at Lin Xiaolu who was lying on the bed watching TV and eating snacks, then came to Xin Shuiying's bed. Because of her breakup with Yang Han, Xin Shuiying has been in a bad mood these days. Ying, I have good news for you. The villa, luxury car, and chef team have all been arranged. Real? Xin Shuiying immediately perked up. Your friend is quite efficient. Miao Miao said proudly, of course, he is not an ordinary person. This is just a piece of cake for him. By the way, do you want to go to the villa in advance to have a look? If you want to go, I will take you there now. Originally, she and Yaya were studying under the arrangement of their agent. Suddenly I received a call from Luo Weilin, and soon after, he sent someone to deliver the key to the villa. Hearing this, Xin Shuiying was very excited. Then let's go and take a look. Then hurry up and get dressed. Miao Miao nodded, then walked to Lin Xiaolu's bed and knocked on it. Then the other party took out the earplugs and looked at her blankly. Miao Miao, is there anything wrong? Xiaolu, Ying, and I are going to visit the villa where she will hold her birthday party in the future. Do you want to go? Su Miao Miao asked directly. Lin Xiaolu hesitated for a moment, then said a little embarrassedly, I haven't finished watching my anime yet, so I won't go. It's up to you then. Su Miao Miao did not force it. After all, she knew Lin Xiaolu's personality. She was a stay-at-home girl with social anxiety. Except for classes and meals, she hardly stepped out of the dormitory. More than 20 minutes later. After Xin Shuiying finished washing and putting on makeup, she followed Su Miao Miao downstairs. Then I saw a beautiful BMW parked downstairs of the dormitory building. This is a BMW 8 Series, which Su Feng bought for Miao Miao, but what Yaya liked was a Mercedes-Benz. After buying the car, Su Miao Miao did not drive it into the school, but parked it in Mingyue community. Su Miao Miao took out the car keys, unlocked the car, and then asked Xin Shuiying to get in. Miao Miao, this car is not yours, right? After Xin Shuiying got in the car, she looked around curiously and asked. Be mine. Su Miao Miao pretended to be calm and said, my boyfriend gave it to me. Wow, when did you get a boyfriend? He gave you a car directly. That's so generous. Xin Shuiying exclaimed. Although she didn't know the specific price of the car, she could tell that it was definitely not cheap. It's okay, fasten your seatbelt. Su Miao Miao's mouth curled up slightly. Although she tried her best to endure it, she still showed a hint of pride. Oh, okay. Xin Shuiying quickly fastened her seatbelt and asked, by the way, how much did this car cost? Not much, just 1.5 million. Su Miao Miao pretended to be calm. TSK, 1 million isn't enough, you're really good at pretending. Xin Shuiying was somewhat speechless, but also a little envious. After all, her age was the age when vanity was most likely to develop. Seeing Xin Shuiying's expression, Su Miao Miao chuckled and said, you are prettier and better than me. You will definitely find a better boyfriend than me in the future. That's for sure. Xin Shuiying said proudly that although she was only ranked third in beauty in the dormitory, she was still confident in front of Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao smiled mysteriously and did not refute. Although Su Feng warned her not to worry about it, she still wanted to try and help Su Feng take down Xin Shuiying. Although it cannot be done openly, it can be done secretly by first arousing Xin Shuiying's vanity and jealousy. When the time is right, I will introduce her to Brother Feng. In order to satisfy her vanity, she might even pursue Su Feng. By the way, what does your boyfriend do? Xin Shuiying asked in a calm tone. He's a businessman. I'll introduce him to you when I have the chance. The two chatted casually. Before I knew it, I arrived at a villa community in the city center. Luo Weilin had already given notice in advance, so the security guard let Su Miao Miao pass directly after learning her name. Come to villa number 8. Su Miao Miao took out the key and pressed it on the door. The door opened automatically and she drove in. Wow, this villa is so huge. Looking at the 3-story villa in front of her, Xin Shuiying couldn't help but exclaimed. Let's go, get off the car, and take a look around first. Su Miao Miao suggested. The two girls got out of the car and toured the entire villa inside and out. They were both quite shocked.
Because this villa not only looks spectacular from the outside, but the facilities inside are also very luxurious. The most important thing is that there are 2 swimming pools, there is an infinity pool on the roof and a large swimming pool behind the villa.
Meow meow, this villa is too luxurious, the rent should be expensive, right?
Meow Meow smiled and said, "Don't worry, the price is not expensive, 10,000 a day."
So cheap?
Shin Shuiying exclaimed. Meow Meow said proudly, "It's because my friend has a lot of faith that they charge a low fee. Otherwise, let alone 10,000 yuan a day, even if it's 20,000 yuan, they won't rent it out."
You've seen the facilities inside. This villa is for them to live in. 2.
Shin Shuiying nodded in approval.
This villa is located in the city center, so the price must be high. The villa is worth at least 70 or 80 million yuan. If someone can afford such an expensive villa, how could they rent it out to others for 10,000 yuan? You must have a good relationship to be able to rent it for a day.
Su Meow Meow added, "Oh, and there are luxury cars. My friend has prepared 2 Rolls-Royces and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class.
If that's not enough, we can provide a few more. Rolls-Royce, my god, your friend's connections are too strong,"
Shin Shuiying said in surprise again.
Suddenly, she looked at Su Meow Meow suspiciously. "Your friend, is he your boyfriend?" "Yes, it's my boyfriend."
One of the Rolls-Royce Phantoms is his car, which is worth more than 15 million.
Ah, so expensive?
Shin Shuiying hesitated. "Such an expensive car, if it gets damaged, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell it. Why not rent a cheaper one?" Su Meow Meow chuckled and said, "Don't worry, my boyfriend has thought about this issue and will send a driver to help drive. He doesn't have to pay for the rental of his car.
Mr. Luo will charge a symbolic fee of 10,000 for the other 2 cars for my boyfriend's sake."
By the way, the chef team was also sent by Mr. Luo's hotel and will only charge 10,000. So, you only spent 30,000 to rent such a luxurious villa and 3 luxury cars.
It's really a big profit.
Shin Shuiying nodded in agreement. With only 30,000 yuan, she really made a lot of money.
So she said gratefully, "Meow meow, thank you so much. You will be my best friend from now on."
Su Meow Meow, by the way, you have to buy the food, wine, and drinks for the day yourself.
Shin Shuiying nodded, "That's what I should do."
Su Meow Meow continued, "You can decide who to invite first, and then determine the ingredients, drinks, and beverages. In fact, you can also get these things from Mr. Luo. After all, he runs a restaurant and a hotel. The quality and price of the ingredients from him are more cost-effective than buying them yourself."
Will this cause too much trouble for others?
Shin Shuiying said worriedly. "No, Mr. Luo has a very good relationship with my boyfriend. He is very happy to help with this small favor. Besides, he was the one who suggested this to me in the first place. Then take it from him." Shin Shuiying hesitated for a moment before making a decision. "Okay, let's consider who to invite now so that we can give feedback to Mr. Luo in time so that he can arrange the food and drinks."
Chapter 125. Is it possible that my brother is the descendant of Mengde? 6 o'clock in the evening.
At Lu Qingyi's urging, Su Feng came to Tongfeng Hotel. Tonight's charity auction dinner is held in the banquet hall on the 8th floor.
But Lu Qingyi took Su Feng to the presidential suite on the top floor. "Why did you bring me here?" Su Feng asked. "I've prepared a suit for you. Please put it on and see if it fits you." Lu Qingyi asked someone to bring a purple suit. Su Feng looked at the suit gift in front of him and asked with a smile, "Does it need to be so formal?" "Of course it has to be more formal. Today is your first official appearance." Lu Qingyi nodded in agreement. "Okay then. I'll go change it." Su Feng took the suit gift and walked into one of the bedrooms. In addition to the jacket and pants, this suit gift also includes a shirt and a bow tie. After changing, Su Feng stood in front of the mirror and indeed looked more elegant and charming. Then he walked out of the bedroom. Lu Qingyi in the living room turned around and looked over. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. "It looks very good, it suits your temperament very well, it seems that I have good taste." "It does fit me well, thank you. Do you want me to pay?" Su Feng asked with a smile. Lu Qingyi chuckled and said, "You don't have to pay. Just consider it as a gift from me to you, the new major shareholder." "Then I won't be polite." "It's okay, wait a moment, I'll go into the room and change into a dress." As he spoke, Lu Qingyi stood up and walked into another bedroom. "Mr. Su, would you like some tea or coffee?" A young woman in OL clothes said to Su Feng. "Thank you, give Give me a cup of coffee, Su Feng said to the other party.
Soon, the other party came over with a cup of steaming hot coffee.
Su Feng took the coffee and asked, "By the way, who are you?"
The young woman quickly replied, "Boss Su, I'm Ning Yuyu, Xiaozong's secretary, and the person who followed Xiaozong into the room is her assistant Chen Jinlian." Hearing the word Jinlian, Su Feng was slightly stunned, and then complained in his heart that the other party's parents must have never seen the plum tree, otherwise they would not have given such a name.
Afterwards, Su Feng drank coffee and chatted with Lu Qingyi's secretary.
Ning Yuyu is also a beauty, with an appearance of 84 and a figure of 76. But when she stayed with Lu Qingyi, she seemed somewhat ordinary and dull. After all, Lu Qingyi's appearance is still quite good.
None of Su Feng's current 4 girlfriends can compare to her.
However, although Ning Yuyu is not very good looking, she is quite talented. She graduated from a prestigious university and was spotted by Lu Qingyi shortly after she joined Shangchen Group and was promoted to be her secretary.
About 10 minutes passed. The tightly closed bedroom door finally opened.
Lu Qingyi, wearing a snow-white evening dress, walked out.
Suddenly, Su Feng's eyes lit up.
Lu Qingyi was already beautiful, and now she looked particularly radiant in a snow-white evening dress, especially her half-exposed shoulders and the pearl necklace wrapped around her snow-white neck, which made her even more sexy.
"How is it? Does it look good?" Lu Qingyi asked with some anticipation. It's over. Su Feng sighed. "What's over?" Lu Qingyi looked confused. Su Feng smiled and said, "I think the female guests who are also attending the party tonight are finished.
You are dressed so beautifully, you will definitely become the focus of the whole audience."
"I'm afraid those female guests who are dressed up carefully will become foils. It's not as exaggerated as you say,"
Lu Qingyi said shyly, but she felt very happy in her heart. It was not that no one praised her beauty, but she didn't feel anything. After all, she had heard such words too many times. But when faced with Su Feng's praise, she had a different feeling.
Su Feng shrugged, "I'm just telling the truth. Why don't you change into a more ordinary set of clothes? Otherwise, you'll steal the limelight from all the female guests and be hated by others." "No, I'm going to wear this tonight. Even if I'm hated by others, I'm not afraid," Lu Qingyi said with a bit of arrogance.
Seeing this scene, Ning Yuyu and Chen Jinlian both looked slightly surprised. They had been staying with Lu Qingyi for some time, and this was the first time they saw Lu Qingyi with such a look.
Could it be that Ms. Lu?
Thinking of this, the two women subconsciously looked at each other, and through each other's eyes, they both noticed the strong gossip contained in each other's eyes.
Lu Qingyi noticed the little movements of the two girls, coughed twice deliberately, and changed the subject. "Su Feng, do you plan to auction your items tonight?" "Yes, this is the item I prepared for auction."
Su Feng pointed to the box on the sofa, which contained a century-old ginseng. This 100-year-old ginseng was picked from the spiritual medicine garden before he set out. It was clean and fresh.
"What is it?" Lu Qingyi asked curiously. "It's nothing, just a 100-year-old ginseng,"
Su Feng said lightly.
100-year-old ginseng? Lu Qingyi's expression became strange.
But she knew that her father had bought 300-year-old ginsengs from Su Feng, 2 of which were sent to the Yi family to treat old Master Yi, and the other one was kept at home as a backup. Just because of those 200-year-old ginsengs, his father also became related to the Yi family. She also learned from her father that Su Feng also sold a 100-year-old ginseng to Mr. Zhou. Now, Su Feng took out another one, and she couldn't help asking,
"Where did you get so many 100-year-old ginseng?" "I grew it myself,"
Su Feng said with a smile. "Please, be more professional when you make up lies." Lu Qingyi threw a sanitary ball to Su Feng, and then she changed the subject. "You took out a 100-year-old ginseng as an auction item.
I'm afraid that after tonight, you will be famous in the East China Sea. It's not that exaggerated.
100-year-old ginseng is so precious.
If other people got it, they would have hidden it away as a family heirloom. But you don't take it seriously at all," Lu Qingyi said speechlessly.
The group stayed in the suite for a while.
"It seems that the time is almost up."
They took the elevator together to the banquet hall on the 8th floor. The banquet hall was guarded by security personnel sent by Shangchen Group.
Entry is by invitation only. However, Lu Qingyi is Mr. Lu, and Su Feng is the new major shareholder of Shangchen Group. His photo had long been circulated throughout Shangchen Group via email.
Therefore, when the security personnel saw him, they bowed and greeted him and let him pass directly.
"The charity auction dinner is at 7 p.m.
Therefore, at this point in time, almost all the invited guests have arrived.
After entering, Su Feng took a quick look. I found a lot of familiar faces. Ah, brother, you look so handsome today. I wonder how many girls will be charmed by you.
After seeing Su Feng, Luo Weilin decisively abandoned the several bosses around him, walked quickly towards Su Feng, and took the opportunity to flatter him.
Can you only charm little girls? Su Feng deliberately joked. Luo Weilin was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, could it be that you are the descendant of Mangde and like young women?
Chapter 126 The First Meeting with Minnan Students. Su Feng and Luo Weilin had only chatted for a few words when two people came over and greeted Su Feng politely.
One of them is called Gao Yuqiang. The other one is called Rin Xinghua. Both of them are small shareholders of Shangcheng Group. Each of them holds only a few % of the shares. They only have the right to dividends but not management rights. Of course, both of them have their own industries and are considered to be top figures in the East China Sea. But as soon as Su Feng joined Shangcheng Group, he owned 10% of the shares, and he bought the shares directly from Lu Donglai. So, in their opinion, Su Feng's identity and background must be extraordinary, so they wanted to make friends with him. Just when Su Feng and his group were chatting and laughing, some people noticed him too. Who is that young man? Why does he look unfamiliar? Could he be the illegitimate son of some big boss? What a bullshit illegitimate child. He is the major shareholder of Shangcheng Group, holding 10% of the shares. I heard that tonight's dinner was specially hosted by Lu Donglai for him, said someone who knew the inside story.
Lu Donglai wanted to win over Su Feng in order to use him to fight against the Brotherhood, so he naturally would not hide it but publicize it widely. Therefore, in the past few days, many people have learned that Shangcheng Group has a major shareholder named Su Feng.
Oh my god, this is so amazing.
The market value of Shangcheng Group is 120 billion, so 10% is 12 billion.
Isn't it? Does anyone know his origins and background?
I haven't heard of it yet, but it's definitely something special. A noble lady who was chatting with Meng Jinlan suddenly noticed Su Feng.
I couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Jinlan, do you know the origin of Su Feng? Of course I know.
Meng Jinlan nodded. The other party has two identities, one is the boss of the body fluid, and the other is the master of Huajin.
Nowadays, nourishing liquid has become popular throughout the East China Sea. Several ladies present are taking it and are very satisfied with the results.
When they heard that Su Feng was the boss of Young Body Fluid, the eyes of several ladies lit up. And when they learned that Su Feng was also a master of Huajin, they also wanted to make friends with him.
Soon, the news that Su Feng was the new major shareholder at Shangcheng Group spread in the banquet hall. Then more people came to make friends with Su Feng.
For this reason, Su Feng could only respond with a smile.
Fortunately, only a few minutes passed. Everyone was attracted by the new guest. Yes, the Minnan student is here. He was accompanied by Lu Donglai.
Facing everyone's greetings, Minnan student responded with a smile on his face. He also exuded a gentle and elegant aura, which made people feel close to him. Suddenly, Minnan Sheng discovered Su Feng's existence. So he walked towards him quickly, and said excitedly, Mr. Su, we finally meet.
Hello, Mayor Min. Su Feng nodded at the other party calmly.
Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked.
Why was Minnan Sheng so polite to Su Feng? Was it just because Su Feng was a master of Huajin, or did he have another identity?
In fact, even Lu Donglai was particularly surprised and felt that Min Nanxing was really giving me too much face.
Could it be that he was so polite because he knew that I had curry favor with the Yi family? But he quickly denied it.
Because during their interactions just now, Minnan Sheng's attitude towards him did not change at all. Therefore, he was not so enthusiastic towards Su Feng just for his sake. For a moment, Su Feng became a little more mysterious in his eyes.
Mr. Su, can we talk alone? The Fujian people are born again.
Sure. So, the two of them, led by the waiter, entered a lounge in the banquet hall. Seeing this scene, many people showed expressions of envy and jealousy, because everyone knew that once Minansheng completed the project in Xianglin town, he would probably be promoted to a higher level and would be the second in command of Donghai in the future. If you build a good relationship with such a person and give him or her a little information, you can benefit a lot.
Lounge.
Minansheng said in a friendly manner, Mr. Su, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a major shareholder of Shangcheng Group yet.
Mayor Min is too polite.
Mr. Su, if it weren't for Mr. Su's support, I wouldn't be where I am today.
If you don't mind, just call me Old Min.
Su Feng smiled and said, then I'll still call you Mayor Min in front of outsiders, and call you Old Min in private. Min Nancheng smiled and nodded. Okay, as far as I know, Shangcheng Group also participated in the bidding for Shanglin Town.
Mr. Su, do you need me to take care of Shangcheng Group?
Su Feng said, you can take care of me, but you don't have to break the rules.
The Manan student showed an expression that said I understand. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Mr. Su, do you want to take on a few projects on your own? If you have this idea, I can help you.
Min Nancheng was summoned by Su Feng using the connection card, so he would naturally be considered.
That's not necessary.
Su Feng waved his hand and said that they would indeed make a lot of money after winning the project in Shanglin Town.
That's just for other people.
To Su Feng, it seemed a bit useless. The investment was large, the return on investment was slow, and the construction industry was prone to accidents. After the price increase, his nourishing fluid factory can produce 80,000 boxes of nourishing fluid a day, with an ex-factory price of 400 yuan per box, which can generate a gross profit of 32 million yuan for him that day. The gross profit in January is close to 1 billion, which means more than 10 billion a year. It would be good if the workers' wages and various costs could be consumed by 1/10.
Therefore, by nourishing body fluids, Su Feng can earn at least 10 billion a year.
Even for a large company like Shangcheng Group, earning several hundred million in Shanglin Town after investing billions is already a very lucrative profit. The Manan students were given a few projects to work on, and at best they could earn 20 to 30 billion a year. This also comes with certain risks. Therefore, Su Feng simply looked down upon it. Seeing Su Feng's refusal, Min Nancheng was a little disappointed and regretful. Since Mr. Su is unwilling, forget it. But if you need help in the future, feel free to contact me.
Su Feng nodded. Okay, it's settled.
By the way, Zhang Xiong'an, the county magistrate of Yunhai County, was also funded by my second grandfather. Old Min, you can get in touch with him more.
Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will pay more attention to him. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Southern Fujian lifestyle.
Lu Qingyi pushed the door open and reminded, Mayor Min, Su Feng, the charity auction is about to begin.
Then Mr. Su, we'll talk when we have time. Let's go to the auction first. Min Nancheng stood up and said. Then let's go.
Under the guidance of Lu Qingyi, Su Feng and the Manan students came to the front row and sat down. Then Lu Qingyi sat down at the position on his left, and across from Lu Qingyi sat a very beautiful and elegant woman. After Lu Qingyi introduced the two parties, Su Feng realized that the other party was Yi Qingcheng.
Out of curiosity, Su Feng used his inspection eyes on her.
I found that the other person's appearance value reached 97 points, and his figure was also very good, with 92 points, and his special score was 100 points. But the skill bar looks extremely luxurious.
Chapter 127 Mr. Su, please stay.
Because Yi Qingcheng actually has 1 SS level skill, 2 S level skills, 4 A level skills, and 2 B level skills. Her SS level skill is business management, and her 2 S level skills are piano and guzheng. The 4 A level skills are martial arts, driving, marksmanship and financial analysis. The last 2 B level skills are cooking and swimming. It has to be said that Yi Qingcheng is a versatile beauty, and she is only 24 years old. With a thought, Su Feng released his spiritual sense to detect Yi Qingcheng's body and found that she was just a warrior at the peak of dark energy. In other words, only S-level martial arts can be achieved through the use of Hua Jin martial arts. According to this calculation, Dan Jin's martial arts can only be considered SS level.
Just at this moment,
the host walked onto the stage with the microphone and gave his opening remarks.
2 minutes later, the host stepped down and a middle-aged man walked onto the stage.
Through his self-introduction, everyone learned that he was a senior auctioneer who was invited by Shangcheng Group to host today's charity auction.
Soon,
the charity auction has officially begun.
The first lot was also brought to the stage. This item is very commemorative.
It is a gold Rolex watch provided by Lu Donglai. It was purchased after he earned his first pot of gold after starting his business. The starting price is 10,000, and the price can be increased at will without any limit. Lu Donglai is a business tycoon in the East China Sea, and there are many people who want to make friends with him and curry favor with him. Therefore, this Rolex gold watch was finally sold for 1.8 million. The auctioneer also stated that all proceeds from tonight's auction will be donated to charitable organizations and will be subject to supervision from all sectors of society.
Immediately afterwards, the second item was brought onto the stage.
The second item for auction is a diamond necklace provided by a lady named Huang Jai, whose husband is also a wealthy man in the Donghai business community. It is said that this necklace was a token of love given to Huang Jai by her wealthy husband. The real value is around 1 million. In the end, it was sold for 1.5 million. The person who took the necklace was Huang Jai's wealthy husband, and after taking the necklace, he immediately gave it to Huang Jai.
Let her get a little bit of attention.
The next items to be auctioned include calligraphy and paintings, antique porcelain, and jewelry. Because it was not a formal auction, it went on quickly, and after only an hour, only the last item was left.
Now, please welcome the last item.
The auctioneer shouted in an excited and high tone. At that moment, everyone in the audience realized that this last auction item should not be simple. At this time, Lu Qingyi subconsciously looked at Su Feng. Soon, a long and narrow wooden box was brought onto the stage. The auctioneer solemnly picked up the wooden box and opened it, introducing it to everyone. Everyone, this is a 160-year-old ginseng. This ginseng is of excellent quality and has strong medicinal properties. It is very rare and was provided by Mr. Su Feng of our Shangqing group. Facing the warm applause from the crowd, Su Feng stood up somewhat helplessly and bowed slightly to everyone present. After sitting down again, the auctioneer began to announce the reserve price of this century-old ginseng, 10 million.
No one objected to this.
An ordinary 100-year-old ginseng can be sold for up to tens of millions, not to mention the top-quality ginseng that is up to 160 years old.
11 million. 12 million. 15 million.
In just over 10 seconds, the price of this century-old ginseng has soared to 18 million.
But there are still many people bidding.
After all, 100-year-old ginseng can really save lives. Compared to money, people still value their own lives more.
20 million.
Just then, a woman's voice rang out. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Qingcheng in the first row. Yes, it was Yi Qingcheng who bid 20 million.
Following Yi Qingcheng's offer, the atmosphere stagnated for a few seconds. Then, everyone started to ask about Yi Qingcheng's background. Yi Qingcheng's identity may be a secret among ordinary people, even among ordinary wealthy people.
But there are many well-informed people who came here today, so soon, Yi Qingcheng's identity spread here. Although those wealthy people who bid also wanted to get this ginseng very much. But they were afraid of offending the Yi family, so they chose to give up. But just when the auctioneer was about to call for a third time to see if anyone had raised the price, a voice rang out, 21 million.
Who is it? Everyone looked over curiously.
Everyone felt relieved when they saw that it was Zheng Ji who was bidding. Zheng Ji's identity is the general manager of Yuehai Group. But in fact, many people know that Zheng Ji is Hua Yuxing's white glove.
Hua Yuxing's origins are also very mysterious.
Although no one knows where he comes from, it is certain that he has a very powerful background. Otherwise, Yuehai Group would not have grown so rapidly in the East China Sea in just over 2 years. Yi Qingcheng frowned slightly and continued to quote, 22 million. But after receiving the order from Huayasheng, Zheng Ji immediately followed up with the quotation and raised the price to 23 million.
He knew who Hua Yuxing bought this ginseng for.
Therefore, no matter how much money he spends to buy the ginseng, he will be rewarded.
25 million.
Yi Qingcheng directly raised the price by 2 million, hoping that Zheng Ji would give up. But Zheng Ji had a completely fearless expression and immediately bid 26 million. Seeing this, Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but reveal a look of disappointment.
Because spending 25 million to buy this ginseng was already her limit. The Yi family's strongest point was power, not money.
The 25 million was also earned by her in the stock market with her own ability. Seeing Yi Qingcheng fall silent, Zheng Ji's eyes flashed with pride and excitement, but thinking of Yi Qingcheng's identity, he still pretended to be grateful and said, "Thank you, Miss Yi, for your help. You took the photo based on your own ability."
"It has nothing to do with me,"
Yi Qingcheng said coldly. She thought Zheng Ji was deliberately provoking her. She was not a bodhisattva, so she was still filled with rage in her heart, but she just couldn't vent it.
When the century-old ginseng was bought by Zheng Ji, it also foreshadowed the end of the auction. The auctioneer then announced that the charity auction had raised a total of 53.4 million yuan in donations, and then invited the notary office and the heads of the charity to come on stage and donate a check for 55 million yuan to the charity on the spot. The extra 1.6 million was paid by Lu Donlai in his personal capacity. After the auction, there will be a dinner.
As the new major shareholder of Shangqing Group, Su Feng immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Similarly, the Manan student who represented Donghai City to attend the dinner was also the focus of everyone, but people of insufficient status did not dare to approach him easily.
Unconsciously. The time is approaching 9 o'clock. Su Feng was also preparing to say goodbye and head to the Dongkangshan villa.
Compared to dinner parties, making money is more important. After all, a delay of 1 minute may result in a loss of hundreds of thousands or even millions.
Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Just when Su Feng arrived at the underground parking lot and was about to get in the car, Yi Qingcheng got out of another car and called him. It's Miss Yi, what can I do for you?
Su Feng turned around and looked at her and asked, but he guessed in his heart that the other party was probably here for the 100-year-old ginseng.
Chapter 128 Yi Qingcheng admires. Yi Qingcheng walked towards Su Feng quickly. Mr. Su, can we have a cup of coffee together sometime?
Su Feng frowned slightly, looked at the other party and said, I'm sorry, Miss Yi, I have something else to do.
If you have anything to say, please speak up.
Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng was a little surprised. She didn't expect Su Feng to reject her invitation.
However, she put away her dissatisfaction and said, since Mr. Su is busy, I will speak frankly.
I wonder if Mr. Su has any extra 100-year-old ginseng.
I can buy it at a high price.
She had already inquired about it, and found out that the 200-year-old ginsengs that Lu Donglai sent to their house were also purchased from Su Feng.
Can. Su Feng nodded. How much money does Miss Yi plan to pay?
Yi Qingcheng was delighted. She didn't expect Su Feng to have a 100-year-old ginseng. As long as the quality of the ginseng is not lower than the one at the auction, I will also offer 26 million. Previously at the auction, she didn't have time to collect the money, so she could only watch Young Ji buy the ginseng.
But when it comes to private transactions, there is no problem of not having enough money.
Although the Yi family does not have much money, they can still come up with a few 100 million.
Su Feng said, no problem, let's add each other's contact information. How about I contact you tomorrow afternoon?
Anyway, there are more than 1,000 100-year-old ginsengs in his spiritual medicine garden, so it doesn't matter if he sells one to Yi Qingcheng. After adding the contact information, Su Feng hurriedly got into the car and left. Looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom moving away, Yi Qingcheng frowned slightly, because in the past, all the young people who came into contact with her would either maintain enough respect and awe for her because of her identity, or be very cautious in front of her.
Or it's all about flattery and currying favor. But Su Feng was like an outlier.
When he was with her, he was neither cautious nor trying to curry favor with her. He behaved very calmly throughout the whole process.
Does this guy not know my identity, or does he find me unattractive?
Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but mutter. But she quickly denied the former, because the other party was a major shareholder of Shangqing Group, and Lu Donglai and his daughter should have revealed her identity to him. Knowing his identity, yet still being so calm in front of him, this person is quite interesting. So she turned around and went back to the car.
And told the driver to drive.
After driving out of the underground garage, Yi Qingcheng took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Ling Yichen, help me investigate a person named Su Feng, who is the new major shareholder of Shangqing Group.
The Ling Yichen she mentioned was her little follower, and his father was also a subordinate of her father Yi Zhigua. He was good at collecting information and obeyed her orders. Ling Yichen, okay, Sister Qingcheng, I'll do it right away. By the way, did this guy named Su Feng offend you? Do you want me to arrange a few people to deal with him?
Yi Qingcheng said unhappily, don't make blind guesses, he hasn't offended me, just help me collect information about him, remember, don't make unnecessary troubles, and don't make decisions on your own. Ling Yichen, okay sister, just wait for my good news. 10 minutes before the US stock market opened, Su Feng rushed to his villa halfway up the mountain in Dongsong Mountain. When he arrived at the trading room, Song Jianli and 6 others immediately stood up to greet him. Of the 2 million yuan bonus given by Su Feng yesterday, Song Jianli received 500,000 yuan alone, and the other 5 people received 300,000 yuan each.
You know, when Lu Donglai invited them to do the job, Song Jianli only received a reward of 300,000 yuan, and the other 5 people only received 100,000 yuan. Naturally, they had to be respectful to Su Feng, who was so generous, in case the boss was in a good mood and gave them a bonus.
Everyone take a seat first. Su Feng responded, then sat down at his seat, logged into the US stock software, and began to select target stocks for Song Jianli and the other 6 tonight.
Soon, Su Feng's voice rang out, Song Jianli, record it. Song Jianli immediately responded, okay, boss, you go ahead. Su Feng quickly reported 5 US stocks and described the detailed operation process.
Then, he immediately instructed the second trader. After the instructions were given, everyone, including Su Feng, quickly got to work. Last night, Su Feng, Song Jianli, and 6 others earned $397 million from US stocks. With the example of last night, tonight, Song Jianli and the other 6 completely gave up their own brains and just had to obey Su Feng's instructions. Therefore, at the end of the night, the revenue created by the 6 of them was actually $50 million higher than last night. Su Feng's income also increased by more than $20 million compared to last night. Therefore, tonight's revenue reached $472 million. The total revenue reached a terrifying $2.222 billion, which is more than $15 billion when converted into the local currency. It is simply a crazy profit. Su Feng is not stingy about this. He directly transferred 3 million yuan to Song Jianli as a bonus and asked him to distribute it. The boss is generous. Thank you, boss. Song Jianli and the other 6 cheered. Okay, that's it for today. I'm going to go to bed first. You guys should also go to bed early. We'll continue tomorrow night. Su Feng raised his hand, left a few words and left the trading room. Goodbye, boss. After Su Feng left, Song Jianli said with a smile on his face, brothers, let's start dividing the money now. Let's follow the distribution model from last night and divide the 3 million into 20 parts. I'll take 5 and each of you will take 3. Is that okay? We all listen to the boss. Yeah, boss, you decide. We have no objection. Seeing that the 5 people had no objection, Song Jiqing transferred 450,000 to each of them, and kept 750,000 for himself. Together with the 500,000 bonus last night, his income reached 1.25 million in just 2 days. If he didn't have to work tomorrow, he would have wanted to take everyone to the bar to celebrate. The next morning. Yi family. Yi Qingcheng was looking at a document sent to her by Ling Yichen. This document contains detailed information about Su Feng. After reading it, a flash of shock and surprise appeared in her eyes. She never expected that Su Feng, who was so young, had already become a Huajin warrior. You know, she started practicing martial arts at the age of 12, and had many famous teachers to guide her. At the same time, Dr. Yu, who was on good terms with the Yi family, gave her several prescriptions to assist her practice, which allowed her to break through to the peak of dark energy at the age of 20. At first, she thought that the level leading to Huajin would not be difficult for her. I think that if she can break through to the peak of dark energy so quickly, it should not be difficult for her to break through to transformation energy. But she never expected that she stayed at the peak of dark energy for 4 full years without any sign of a breakthrough. During this period, she also relied on the relationship with the Yi family to visit several masters of Huajin to gain experience. She did gain a lot of experience from the Grandmaster of Huajin, but she still had no idea about how to break through. As for experiencing life and death and going to foreign battlefields, her parents didn't agree at all. Therefore, she knew how difficult it was to become a master of Huajin. And Su Feng seems to be only 24 years old. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little more admiration for Su Feng. Suddenly, Yi Qingcheng had an idea. Since Su Feng had broken through to the level of Huajin at such a young age, he might have unique experience. It would be better to ask him for advice when they meet this afternoon. Chapter 129, helping Yi Qingcheng to comprehend the transformation. It was almost 2 o'clock that afternoon. Su Feng appeared in a tea house. And in the box, he met Yi Qingcheng, who had arrived earlier. How long has Miss Yi been here? Su Feng smiled and asked, am I late? Yi Qingcheng smiled and said, I just arrived a while ago, Mr. Su, don't mind. Besides, our appointment time is 2 o'clock, you are not late, please take a seat. After Su Feng sat down, Yi Qingcheng handed him another cup of tea. Su Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. After putting it down, he picked up a long and narrow wooden box beside him and said, Miss Yi, this is the century-old ginseng you wanted. Its quality and age are much higher than the one you had last night. Because the time ratio between the spiritual medicine garden and the outside world is 10 years to 1 day, staying for more than 10 extra hours means that the ginseng age has increased by a few more years. Yi Qingcheng nodded, took the wooden box and opened it. Then he took out the ginseng and examined it carefully. Just as Su Feng said, the quality of this century-old ginseng was indeed better than the one taken for auction last night. So, she pondered and said, Mr. Su, how about I offer 28 million for this ginseng? Su Feng smiled and said, the price of that ginseng last night was a bit high, let's just say 20 million. The prices of ginseng at the auction last night were all inflated. If it hadn't appeared at the auction, it would have been sold for 20 million at best. Besides, selling a ginseng for a few million more is nothing to him. After all, he can make billions in a single night trading US stocks.
Let's just give it 28 million. We can't let you suffer any loss. Yi Qingcheng insisted. Su Feng shook his head. I didn't suffer any loss. 20 million is also a profit for me. If Miss Yi insists on it, then I won't be polite. Then let's say 28 million. Yi Qingcheng insisted. Su Feng nodded. That's fine. Yi Qingcheng, please give me an account number, Mr. Su. Su Feng immediately gave out his bank account number.
Yi Qingcheng wrote down the account number and immediately transferred the money using his mobile phone. After completing the operation, she turned the phone screen to Su Feng and said, "The money has been transferred. You can receive the money in 2 hours at most."
Ha, you don't have to show me. I still don't believe Miss Yi.
Su Feng said with a smile, "By the way, the transaction is completed, I will take my leave first."
Etc. Yi Qingcheng shouted. Miss Yi, do you have anything else to say? Su Feng looked at her and asked. Mr. Su, are you a master of Huajin? Yes, I am. Any questions?
Yi Qingcheng said a little embarrassedly, "No, actually I am also a martial artist, but I have been stuck at the peak of dark energy for several years and have been unable to break through.
I would like to ask you to give me some advice."
Su Feng looked at Yi Qingcheng carefully, but in fact he was using his spiritual sense to examine her whole body.
After a while, Su Feng asked, "Do you know why you can't break through to the Huajin level?"
Yi Qingcheng shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I don't know either. If I knew, I would have made a breakthrough long ago. In fact, I have asked several masters of Huajin for advice on this issue, but I still haven't found the answer." "Then tell me in detail how those masters of Huajin taught you,"
Su Feng said.
"Okay, I have consulted 5 masters of Huajin in total, and their original words were like this." Yi Qingcheng had a good memory and repeated the original words of the 5 Huajin masters. But after listening to it, Su Feng instantly understood that those 5 Huajin masters probably achieved the breakthrough without knowing the reason. They did not understand the true meaning of Huajin or the fundamental reason for the breakthrough at all. In order not to embarrass themselves in front of the younger generation, they described it in a vague way.
Su Feng's cultivation was instilled by the system. Moreover, what is instilled is not just strength, but also cultivation experience, fighting experience, insights into each realm, and so on.
Therefore, when it comes to understanding of Huajin, no one in the world can compare with him.
What do you think, Mr. Su? Do you think they are right? Yi Qingcheng asked. A little bit, but not much.
Su Feng said with a half smile, "Let's not discuss this, let's talk about your situation.
You have a very strong foundation, and you practice a lot of different things, right?"
Yi Qingcheng nodded, "Yes, I practice Xingyi, Bagua and Tai Chi at the same time, but I also dabble in Chuojiu, Wing Chun and Hungar." Su Feng said, "Actually, it is both difficult and easy to break through Huajin." Suddenly, Yi Qingcheng pricked up his ears. Su Feng continued, "No matter how much I say, you won't understand.
It's better to let you feel it for yourself. Come on, give me your hand."
Yi Qingcheng subconsciously stretched out his right hand. Su Feng pinched her wrist with 2 fingers.
It must be said that Yi Qingcheng's skin was very smooth and delicate.
With a thought, Su Feng injected a force into her body and quickly circulated it around her body. During this time, Yi Qingcheng closed her eyes and began to feel it carefully. Seeing that she seemed to understand something, Su Feng controlled the power and continued to circulate in her body for 2 more circles. Then he retracted his energy.
Let go of Yi Qingcheng's wrist. But Yi Qingcheng was still in the process of comprehending. Su Feng didn't bother him.
I don't know how long it took. Yi Qingcheng slowly opened her eyes with a hint of surprise on her face, because she had already felt what the transformation force was, and therefore, she also had the opportunity to break through. As long as she goes back and practices hard for a few days, she might be able to break through to the level of Huajin directly. Just when Yi Qingcheng was about to thank Su Feng, she found that Su Feng had already left. She subconsciously wanted to take out her cell phone to send Su Feng a message of thanks, but after thinking about it, she gave up and decided to wait until she truly broke through to the level of Huajin before going to his house to thank him.
At this moment, in a manner, Sister May comes again.
Seeing this, Li Yufei immediately drove away the others.
Sister May, how is it going? Have you contacted the Hidden Killing Pavilion?
Sister May nodded, I have contacted him, but I need to pay a 30% deposit.
After completing the assassination mission, I will collect the balance. After receiving the money, when will they send out the killers? Li Yifei asked anxiously.
Last night, she also attended the charity auction dinner and met Su Feng. The more successful Su Feng became, the more unhappy she felt. Sister Mei said, "Miss, I have discussed this issue with us. As long as the deposit is paid, they will send someone to carry out the assassination mission within 24 hours.
Great, how do I pay? Li Yifei asked.
Sister Mei took out a note and handed it to Li Yifei. This is the account they gave you. Miss, you just need to deposit 300 million into it, and the assassination mission will be activated.
Okay, I'll transfer the money right away. It didn't take much time for Li Yifei to transfer 300 million yuan into an account. A few minutes later. In Hong Kong, Ma Ziyuan, a coach who was teaching students in a martial arts school, received a text message.
After looking at the text message, he calmly put the phone back into his trouser pocket.
After finishing the class, he went to the director's office. Director, I would like to ask for some leave. Okay, how long do you want? Ma Ziyuan said, I have to go to the mainland to do something. If I'm quick, it will only take 2 days. If I'm slow, it will take a week. Curator, then I'll grant you a week's leave. Thank you, Director.
I'll be leaving first.
After thanking the director, Ma Ziyuan left the martial arts hall. Chapter 130 Cousin.
After Su Feng and Yi Qingcheng met, they returned to number 65 Yuding Beijing.
Suddenly, the phone rang.
It was my mother Lin Huili calling.
Su Feng quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, Mom, what's the matter with you calling me?
Lin Huili said, I can't call you if nothing happens. Su Feng said, of course not. Lin Huili, but this time, something really happened. Lin Shi wants to come to Donghai to work. She said that one of her little sisters introduced her. The salary is very high, but your second aunt and second uncle are worried, so they want you to help look after her.
Su Feng said, okay, I will take good care of Lin Ji.
After chatting with his mother for a while, Su Feng hung up the phone. At the same time, a memory from the previous life began to revive. In his previous life, his mother also made such a call to him, but in his previous life, he had already married Chen Yashue. In order to repay the debt owed from the marriage, in addition to completing his work in the company, he also took on some outsourced work. But outsourced work is not available every day, so if he doesn't get any outsourced work, he will drive for Didi. Therefore, he rejected his mother's suggestion to help take care of Linji. After all, in his opinion, Linji was also an adult and did not need his care. Besides, he was busy making money and had no time to take care of others. But a few months later, his mother called him again and said that Linji had committed suicide. It turned out that Linji was deceived by her little sister. The so-called high-paying job is nothing more than working as a hostess in a nightclub.
At first, Linji was unwilling to surrender.
So he was locked up, deprived of food, and subjected to various beatings and tortures.
Later, Linji pretended to surrender and planned to find an opportunity to escape. But the people who controlled her were not so easy to deal with.
They directly injected her with drugs and used drugs to control her to make money for them. Half a year later, Linji realized that there was no hope of escape, and in deep despair she chose to commit suicide by jumping off a building. But the woman who was the culprit who pushed Linji into the devil's den and her boyfriend learned the news of Linji's life or death, fled from the East China Sea, and were not arrested. After learning the specific reasons for Linji's suicide, Su Feng felt very guilty. If he had chosen to take care of Linji at that time, perhaps such a tragedy would not have happened.
Think of this. Su Feng directly dialed Linji's phone number. The call was connected quickly. A slightly timid and weak voice came, Hello, is this cousin Su Feng? Linji did not get into university due to poor academic performance. After graduating from high school, he worked in the county town. He is just 20 years old this year. Su Feng said, It's me, where are you now?
Linji said, I just got on the car not long ago, and we should be able to reach Donghai in more than an hour.
Su Feng, okay, I'll pick you up at the bus station.
Linji said hesitantly, Will this bother you, cousin?
Su Feng, no, I'm free. Keep my phone open. See you at the station.
Linji, okay cousin, see you at the station. On a bus heading from the Sea of Clouds to the East China Sea. As soon as Linji hung up the phone, a girl in her early 20s with dyed red hair who was sitting next to her asked, Jiju, who are you talking to on the phone? Linji said, My cousin, he is also in Donghai, he said he will pick me up at the station later.
Hearing this, Huang Yunxia's face changed slightly and she asked, "What does your cousin do for a living?"
Lin Ji thought for a moment and said, "He seems to be a programmer in a game company." After hearing what Lin Ji said, Huang Yunxia felt much more relieved.
He was just a programmer, what kind of threat could he pose?
After chatting with Lin Ji for a few words, Huang Yunxia avoided Lin Ji and sent a message, "Bring a few more people, Lin Ji's cousin will come to the station to pick her up."
East China Sea. In a dirty and messy rental house.
Zhu Yang, who has blonde hair, grabbed his phone and saw that it was a message from his girlfriend Huang Yunxia. Immediately, he frowned and then replied with a message, "Got it." Zhu Yang is a bad boy who specializes in tricking women from other places into coming to Donghai through romance, and then sells these women to a man called Brother Ming. This Brother Ming controls hundreds of women. Then he arranged for these women to go to various entertainment venues to help him make money. It's easy to deal with those who are obedient, they will be given some benefits more or less. Those who are disobedient are controlled with drugs. He has sold 7 women to Brother Ming, and he could earn 30,000 to 100,000 yuan from each woman. Huang Yunxia was also one of the women he tricked into coming to Donghai. After playing for a while, he planned to sell Huang Yunxia to Brother Ming as well. But unexpectedly, Huang Yunxia overheard the conversation he had on the phone and begged him not to sell her, saying that she could help him find more women.
Hesitates slightly. Zhu Yang agreed.
Unexpectedly, Huang Yunxia is such a talented person. In just 2 months, she helped him to deceive 2 beautiful women. Among the 7 women he sold to Brother Ming, 2 of them were deceived by Huang Yunxia. Now, Huang Yunxia helped him to attract a woman named Lin Ji, who was said to be her high school classmate. He had seen her photo and she was very pretty, and he heard she was still a virgin. Such good stuff will definitely sell for a good price. Unexpectedly, the other party's cousin was coming to pick her up. After getting Huang Yunxia's reminder, Zhu Yang prepared to find a few more people. It would be fine if the other party didn't show up, but once he showed up, he could intimidate the other party with numbers. So he picked up his phone and started calling people. More than an hour later, a bus drove into the Donghai Joint Operations Station. After a while, Lin Ji and Huang Yunxia walked out of the station. Lin Ji was pulling a suitcase, while Huang Yunxia did not bring any luggage, only a shoulder bag. After walking out of the station, Huang Yunxia glanced around. Then she saw her boyfriend Zhu Yang, who was leaning against a van with a cigarette in his mouth.
"Husband."
Huang Yunxia waved at the other party excitedly, then pulled Yunji and walked quickly towards the van.
"Yunxia, wait a minute.
I'll call my cousin to see if he's here," Lin Ji said.
"It's too hot outside, let's go to the car to play, it'll be cooler,"
Huang Yunxia urged.
"Okay."
Lin Ji nodded without thinking much about it.
Following Huang Yunxia, we arrived in front of the van. However, after opening the car door and seeing 3 men who did not look like good people sitting in the car, Lin Ji couldn't help but show hesitation. "Go up."
At this time, Zhu Yang came over and forced Lin Ji into the van. As soon as she got on the bus, 2 men held her. At the same time, Huang Yunxia, who got on the bus right after her, reached out and took Lin Ji's mobile phone. No matter how naive Lin Ji was, she realized something was wrong at this moment. She was about to shout for help, but a man covered her mouth with his hand with a hideous grin.
"Drive and get going." Zhu Yang climbed onto the passenger seat of the van and gave instructions to the driver. Just as the driver was about to drive away, he noticed an extra person outside the window. Crash! The man suddenly attacked and punched the car window, which shattered. At the same time, a big hand suddenly reached into the car, grabbed the driver's neck, pulled him out of the car and threw him to the ground in front of his horrified expression. "I'll go." What the hell is going on? Zhu Yang was startled and tried to push open the passenger door and escape. But just at this moment, the figure nimbly rushed into the car and knocked him unconscious with a knife.